Family, who would have thought? I just wanted to fish at the border, but ended up getting surrounded by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village along with my guy and the others. This all started when I took on a ridiculous mission. I crossed over as Uchiha Mei and was tricked by Fugaku into investigating, resulting in me acquiring the Mangekyō Sharingan and Hashirama cells, and now I have to fight the 7 ninja swordsmen. Let me tell you, I was just trying to fish at the border when, guess who I ran into? The 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village, right in front of me. 7 strong men, each wielding a uniquely shaped sword, completely surrounding me and those little guys with my guy. The atmosphere was intense. The leader, holding a decapitation sword, was named Pipa Shizai, grinning with sharp teeth, saying that it was perfect because his sword had a notch that needed the blood of the Uchiha to sharpen it. Well, I thought to myself, I must give them a little Uchiha shock. This story is long, and it all started when I just took on a ridiculous mission. Uchiha Mei, a time traveler who just wanted to survive the Third Shinobi World War. That day, I was leaning against a tree, pondering life, when my cheap clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, came over with his serious face. My heart sank. Who understands this feeling? When a leader personally comes to find you, it's definitely not good news. Sure enough, he asked me to investigate the whereabouts of Noara Rin and Kakashi, saying they were being chased by hundreds of Mist Umbu. Hundreds. I wanted to say, do you have a misunderstanding about my abilities? I'm just a chnin, and you want to take on a whole squad of Mist Umbu? Seeing my reluctance, Fugaku started to paint a grand picture, saying that our Uchiha clan was short-staffed and that I was the strongest and could take on this important task. I thought to myself, you can forget it, you just want to use me. In the end, he handed me a scroll, saying it contained the Uchiha's ultimate forbidden technique, Izanagi, as a life-saving talisman. When I heard this, I was thrilled. This is a technique that uses my eyes as consumables. Fine, for this forbidden technique, they'll pretend to wade through this mess. I agreed verbally, but once I left the camp, I began to slack off. Come on, this was a trap set by Uchiha Madara for Obito. If I rushed in, wouldn't I just be walking into a disaster, watching Obito go dark on the spot? I didn't want to stir up trouble. And what happened next? Murphy's Law always prevails. Just as I wandered into the mission area, I saw a hell on earth. There were corpses everywhere, and the way they died was gruesome, like they had been run over by a dump truck 8 times. I spotted someone in the center of the battlefield, a silver-haired hedgehog, Kakashi, already unconscious like a dead dog. I was so excited. Who understands this feeling? The Mangekyō Sharingan, Obito's Kamui, just lying defenseless in front of me. This was an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Sorry, Kakashi, your eyes are great, but in the next second, they'll be mine. I immediately performed a corneal transplant on myself. First, I used medical ninjutsu to put Kakashi into a deeper sleep, then quickly plucked out his left eye. Gritting my teeth, I also dug out my own left eye. The pain was unbelievable. I placed Obito's eye into my eye socket and my 3-demo into Kakashi's eye socket, my hands glowing green as I activated the medical ninjutsu. A few minutes later, the operation was complete perfect. After changing eyes, I felt like the whole world had become clearer, and the texture of chakra felt completely different. Awesome. Just as I was about to make my escape, I caught a glimpse of a lot of white viscous liquid splattered on the ground and trees. I thought, isn't this the Hashirama cells that Obito's white Zetsu clones released? Wow, this is a treasure. I quickly took out a bottle and scraped half a bottle full. This stuff could be upgraded to something great later. With the Kamui eye and Hashirama cells in my possession, I returned to the camp satisfied. I found Fugaku and started to speak seriously. I told him that all the hundreds of mist ninjas were gone, taken out by a mysterious expert, and Kakashi was just a lucky survivor. Fugaku's face turned pale, asking who had done it. I hesitated for a moment and pulled out the bottle of Hashirama cells. I said, "Clan leader, I found this on site. It's suspected to be the cells of the first Hokage." Fugaku's Sharingan activated instantly, staring intently at the bottle, gasping, muttering, "These really are the cells of the first Hokage. Could it be that the higher-ups in Konoha have mastered the power of wood release?" I was almost laughing crazily. Inside his imagination was incredible, directly shifting the blame to the Konoha higher-ups, thinking that the third Hokage and the others were hiding something. This was perfect for me. Only by making him feel pressured could our Uchiha clan have a chance to study this stuff. Seizing the opportunity, I said, "Clan leader, times have changed. We Uchiha must progress too, or how will we fight against wood release in the future?" Fugaku nodded in agreement, telling me to keep the cells safe and that we would discuss it further after the war. You think that's the end? I hadn't even caught my breath when new word came in. Fugaku said that someone from the Hyuga clan had lost a Byakugan, which was snatched by the mist, and he wanted me to retrieve it. Great. I'm basically the Uchiha's #1 workhorse, working year-round without a break. Fine, they'll chase after it. Anyway, I just got the Mangekyō, so It's a perfect time to test my skills. I was still wandering around the border when I stumbled upon some luck again. Two masked mist umbu crashed right into me like headless flies. One of them, a hot-headed rookie, shouted, "Another Konoha brat here die." The other one, with blue hair, I guessed he was AO from the original story, was more cautious and warned him not to be careless. But that hot-headed rookie didn't listen. He charged at me with a water release technique. Want to make eye contact. I didn't even activate my Sharingan, just stared coldly at him. The next second, he fell victim to the most basic Jinjutsu, offering his neck right to my kunai. He died on the spot. I tilted my head at the blue-haired guy. Didn't your teacher teach you not to make eye contact with the Uchiha? That guy was directly stunned. I didn't give him a chance to react. I used body flicker and struck him in the chest with my hand, glowing with lightning. Lightning release. Thunderclap. With a loud bang, the fight was over. I rummaged through his ninja tool pouch and, sure enough, found a sealing scroll containing a Byakugan. Now that I had the Byakugan, I had to keep it for myself. The Hyuga clan? Not familiar with them. Just as I was about to tuck the Byakugan into my pocket, satisfied and ready to find a place to clock out, suddenly boom! A Konoha distress signal flared up not far ahead. I thought to myself, 1,000 curses. There's no way I can clock out now. Before I could escape, I saw 3 young men desperately running towards me. One in a green jumpsuit with a bowl cut, one with a toothpick, and another wearing sunglasses. My guy, Narashikamaru, and Ebisu. As soon as I saw this combination, I knew trouble was coming. Sure enough, behind them, 7 menacing figures burst out from the forest, completing the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist that I mentioned earlier. They surrounded me and the unlucky trio with Guy, their eyes like they were looking at 3 lambs ready for slaughter. Guy and the others were nearly scared to death, asking what to do. I thought, I can't let the future Azure Beast of Konoha just perish like this. I jumped in front of them, activated my 3-mo, and coldly stared down those 7 guys. The one holding the decapitation sword, Pipa Shizai, was about to say something threatening, but before he could finish his sentence, the guy next to him, Karai Shiranui, who wielded a long sword, made a move, stabbing right at my guy's head. I was enraged at that moment. Speeding to the extreme, a blue lightning bolt descended from the sky, and with one stomp, I crushed him into the ground. With a loud bang, the ground cracked. I stood on the lifeless body of the unfortunate soul and said to Kai and the others without looking back, "Stay away." This left the remaining 6 in stunned silence. The fat face of Suka Mountain Pufferfish was filled with murderous intent as he sneered. "You've got some skills, but you all have to die today." I thought to myself, with 6 elite Jonin, a direct confrontation would be disadvantageous. I needed to clear the area with AoE. I quickly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fire destruction. A sea of flames erupted from my mouth, surging towards them like a tsunami. But that wasn't the end. I changed my hand seals again. Wind release. Compressed storm. A fierce wind howled, and the fire took advantage of the wind, instantly transforming into a raging inferno capable of devouring an entire forest. 100 meters away, Guy and the others were dumbfounded. Then, the big guy carrying the shark skin, Suka Mountain Pufferfish, shouted, "Water release." Exploding water shockwave. A tsunami-like wave of water surged forth, instantly clashing with the fire and creating a mist of steam. Following that, the guy with the dual blade shouted, "Flounder, release." A massive blue light blade, capable of splitting mountains, sliced through the mist towards me. I narrowly dodged it, relying on the speed advantage of my shining might, but the blade of light carved a trench hundreds of meters long in the forest behind me. Before I could catch my breath, a burst of electricity exploded in the thick fog, and the sinister voice of Black Ho Thunder Fong echoed, "Thunder Burial. Feast of Thunder." Let me tell you, that scene was like a thunderstorm rave, the entire mist filled with crackling electricity, hitting me like it was free. Goodness, I immediately slid and activated my Sharingan, spinning like a whirlwind, while quickly forming a lightning release to counter. In the blink of an eye, the 2 bolts of lightning collided, creating a vacuum zone between us. But just as I was catching my breath, a large knife connected by an iron chain came crashing down from the sky, slicing through the smoke. My heart sank. These guys really had no sense of martial ethics, specifically targeting me when my old strength had just waned and my new strength had yet to arise. Surprise attack. There's no choice but to draw the knife from my back and forcefully defend myself. And guess what happened? That guy named Tong Xiao Yeren grinned menacingly and raised a big iron hammer, slamming it down with a bang onto the back of his own big knife. Damn, that force was incredible. My knife snapped like a crispy ice cream with a clang. The big knife continued its momentum, and with a whoosh, sliced into half of my body. The face of the straw puppet master was smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum, probably already calculating how to collect his reward. But the next second, his smile froze on his face, because who he had hit let out a sizzling sound and exploded into a dazzling flash of lightning, giving him an immersive electric therapy from head to toe. That's right, lightning clone. Who understands this exhilarating feeling of a limit-defying counterattack? Just as he was convulsing from the electric shock, I burst out from beneath his feet, holding a kunai wrapped in wind-style chakra, and greeted him with a hello right under his chin. With a whoosh, I opened a skylight from below. With a gentle twist of my wrist, a dazzling array of red and white appeared, like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. That guy fell with a loud thud, his eyes wide open, probably not understanding until death why this script was different for what he expected. My cheap teammates in the distance, Kai and his two companions, were already dumbfounded, not even noticing the 1,000 books that fell from their mouths, looking like they had seen a ghost. Let me tell you, just a few minutes in, the 7 ninja swordsmen were already down 2 at my hands. Now they finally understood why our Uchiha clan was like a bug on the battlefield. At this moment, I didn't have time to show off. I saw the remaining few finally react, dropping their high-level poses and surrounding me from all sides. Without a word, I formed hand signs and unleashed 4 fire dragons, each over 10 meters long, roaring out. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. However, that watermelon guy, the pufferfish demon, and the loquat Tenzo were no pushovers either. They both opened their mouths at the same time. One used the great waterfall technique, and the other created a water pillar. The volume of water felt like it could flood the entire Konoha village. A mist of white steam erupted, instantly dousing my great dragon fire, and the whole forest turned into a marshy lake. Just then, that black hoe Raiga guy moved again, swinging his dual blades, sending 2 lightning dragons charging at me. Family, who understands? At such a critical moment, a green light flashed by. It was so fast that my Sharingan almost couldn't keep up. It smashed those 2 lightning dragons to pieces. When I regained my senses, a man in a tight green outfit, enveloped in green steam, had already taken a fighting stance, standing firmly in front of me. Kai shouted from a distance, "Dad!" I was completely stunned. Where did this wild Ultraman come from? That uncle turned around, grinned at me, showing a set of shiny white teeth, and gave me a thumbs up. "Uchiha's little brother, sorry to keep you waiting. Leave this to me." With a glance from my Sharingan, I was amazed at the flow of chakra. He had even opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates. This is no mere Chunin. This is practically a humanoid Gundam. I told him, "Let's team up, you don't need to go all out to the 8th gate." But this uncle had a serious expression and said that unless he opened the 7th gate, he wouldn't be able to suppress the opponent. "Fine, you're strong. You have your reasons." While we were talking, the 5 people across from us had already surrounded us. That Might Dai, also known as Kai's father, transformed into a green light and charged forward, instantly clashing with the one wielding the explosive blade, Wooly Shunba. As for me, let me tell you, it was quite uncomfortable. There was Pipa, Shirzong, Hachue, Leia, Shiwa Shanhao, and another one with dual blades. All 4 of them were attacking me like crazy dogs. Especially that Pipa Shirzong, who used the mist concealment technique. Good grief, the visibility was lower than my future career plan, and my Sharingan was almost just a decoration. This won't do. I thought to myself, I must break the situation. I suddenly plunged my lightning-wrapped ninja blade into the ground, and countless electric snakes instantly spread out, pushing them back for a moment. Taking advantage of this gap, I formed hand seals and pushed forward. Wind release, spiraling windstorm. A massive tornado erupted, immediately sucking in the thick mist along with the surrounding trees. Just as visibility was about to clear up, that guy named Mamoru Hayabusa let out a low growl. Dual blade halibut. Release. A terrifying blue chakra cannon directly shattered my tornado. Pipa Shirzong took the opportunity to charge over with his beheading greatsword. I had anticipated this long ago. With a flash of lightning in my hand, I swung my ninja blade back at the notch in his sword and struck, producing a clang as a large chunk was knocked off. But at that moment, the attacks from the other 3 arrived as well. Chakra-light cannons, massive lightning balls, and whips made of water came at me from 3 directions simultaneously. There was no way to dodge. I quickly formed hand seals, and my chakra erupted without reservation. Lightning release, thunderstorm, boom! The entire forest was illuminated by blinding lightning. And from my center, countless thick bolts of lightning exploded outwards like swords in all directions. With a deafening roar, the ground beneath us, dozens of meters wide, was completely obliterated. In the smoke and dust, I clashed fiercely with the 3 of them. And in the end, I was the first to break free. though I had several charm marks on me. Damn, that twin blade's power was even more ferocious than I had imagined. Although I successfully electrocuted Pai Pa Shirzong, leaving him lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth, I had also sustained some injuries. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance. 8th gate of the Lotus Formation, 7th gate, Shock Gate, open. A wave of blue energy instantly swept across the battlefield, clearing all the smoke and dust. I saw him enveloped in blue steam, looking like a super scion. The remaining 3 turned pale. The infamous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, taken down by a kid under 20, and now confronted by a blue humanoid beast. This was a tremendous humiliation. My guy didn't give them a moment to react. His figure vanished in an instant. The one with the explosive blade, Wooly Shenba, hurriedly crossed his sword in front of his chest in fear. I heard my guy let out a low growl, steel fist, dragon strike. He was still dozens of meters away, but his fist moved so fast that only after images could be seen, unleashing hundreds or even thousands of punches in an instant. The wind from those punches scraped through the air, creating a massive blue dragon head. Let me tell you, the scene was like a graphics card in performance mode. The entire world seemed to drop frames. The dragon head roared and swallowed Wooly Shenba in one bite, then transformed into a shockwave, plowing a gigantic fan-shaped pit into the forest behind him, hundreds of meters wide. With both man and blade, he was boom deleted from this world map. Now, the remaining He Chualeya, Shiguashan He Tangue, and Tao Tai Lang Jun were completely broken, realizing that they had kicked a steel plate today. Without saying a word, the 3 of them turned and ran. Want to escape? Not a chance. I immediately split off a shadow clone, one chasing after Shiguashan and the other after Tao Tai. My guy also transformed into a blue streak, pursuing the fastest, He Chualeya, and shouted to me, "Little brother, I can manage one more hit at most. The rest is up to you." On my side, I directly focused on that Momotaro Hayato wielding dual knives. This guy is just a stationary turret, without teammates to cover him. He can't perform at all against a speed-type, close combat fighter like me. After a few rounds, I had him injured all over. On the other side, Kuroto Reiga was running for his life, but he couldn't match the speed of the fully unleashed Mado Dai. Just as he was about to be caught, he combined his dual knives and shouted something about a Thunder Dragon Tornado. However, Mado Dai used the same old move, Dragon Strike, and with one punch, he blew up the Thunder Dragon along with Reiga in a large area of forest, once again causing him to vanish. As for Tsukiyamakawa's pufferfish demon, my shadow clone was having a tough time fighting him. That guy had tough skin and a massive amount of chakra like an ocean, and his great knife shark skin could absorb chakra to heal. My shadow clone could only keep harassing him with Kanai shurikens imbued with wind and lightning attributes, not daring to get close. In the end, that fat guy got desperate and, while taking damage, unleashed a large-scale misconcealment technique to make his escape. Whatever, letting a support character run away is no big deal. I called my shadow clone back to join me in ambushing the last Momotaro Hayato. When he saw all his teammates gone and himself surrounded by 2 of me, he panicked, his eyes turning red as he prepared to fight me with all his chakra funneled into his dual knives, ready to unleash a big move. Just as he raised that glowing big knife, my pair of scarlet eyes met his. In the next second, he froze, his gaze instantly dulling. Jinjutsu done. The dual knives clattered to the ground, and he fell flat with a thud. I walked over just to be safe. I first disabled his limbs with shurikens before finally knocking him out completely. I hoisted the twin swords, dragging Momotaro Hayato along like a dead dog, and strolled back to the center of the battlefield. My guy was leaning against a rock, exhausted and panting. When he saw me return, he shakily gave me a thumbs up, revealing a big white grin. I smiled back at him. Soon, Kai and the others also came running back, clutching the retrieved ninja swords, looking at me as if I were a deity. Just as we were chatting, a flash of golden light appeared, and Minato Namikaze appeared before us. He looked at the chaotic battlefield, the prisoner at my feet, and the few ninja swords, and was astonished. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? I nodded and said with a hint of regret, it was them, but unfortunately, that Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost got away. After hearing this, Watergate looked at me and Might Die with an astonished expression, saying, I never expected that the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen would lose 6 of their members at your hands. When we returned to the camp, the leader of our Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, had a constant smile on his face, walking around as if he were on cloud 9. He called me into the tent and immediately patted my shoulder, looking very pleased. Ming, you really did well. Your strength has reached this level. Even I couldn't have done better. I humbly said a couple of words, and as a result, the leader of the Fujiwara clan suddenly straightened his expression, stared at me intently, and asked in an extremely serious tone, "Ming, you honestly tell me, have you awakened the Kaleidoscope Sharingan?" My mind was racing, and I finally decided it was time to lay my cards on the table. I looked at him and said with a somewhat strange expression, "I guess so." Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback, his brows furrowed like a twisted donut, and he pressed me. "Guess so? What does that mean?" "I told you, I thought it was really fun at the time." I directly pointed my finger at my left eye and said, "Chief, take a look. This side has upgraded, while the right side is still the original configuration." Goodness, his eyes nearly popped out. He was completely shocked and said, "How is this possible? This has never happened in our Uchiha family tree." I didn't feel like explaining, so I shrugged and directly showed him the kaleidoscope pattern for my left eye. He took a look, sighed deeply, and murmured to himself, "Indeed, only one eye showing the kaleidoscope. What a pity, what a pity." I thought to myself, what's there to regret? I'm just happy to have scored an extra ability. I said, I'm already very satisfied. With just this one eye, I'm good to go. Then I changed the subject and stared at him. "Chief, you definitely have this eye too, right?" He was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly, which was an acknowledgement. He even dropped a big piece of news, saying, "Not just me, that kid Jishuei has it too, including you. We now have 3 in our clan." I wasn't surprised. That kid Jishuei is as strong as a ghost. It would be abnormal for him not to have an ability. Fu Yu's expression darkened, and he seriously warned me, "Ming, this matter must be kept to ourselves, and no one in the clan can know. Also, this eye is a high-consumption item. Using it once brings you closer to blindness. Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't use it." I had to ask, is there no cure? "There is." He nodded, then explained what the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan is. He said, "Want to solve it? It's not impossible, but it requires a premium. You need to swap eyes. You have to find a full-blooded brother who also has the Mangekyō, and do an organ transplant to upgrade to the ultimate form." But he sighed and said, "Unfortunately, the 3 of us, Ayu and Jishuei, are so distantly related that we won't have any hope in this lifetime." All right, so it's actually a limited card pool. After talking about the eyes, his gaze drifted to the 4 big swords I had captured, looking like he wanted to say something but held back. I was clever enough to speak up directly. "Chief, are you interested in these knives?" He breathed a sigh of relief and confided in me. He said that the village is going to hold a leadership change soon and elect the 4th generation. Our Uchiha clan needs to place a bet this time, and we need to bet wisely. The target is Minato Namikaze. Why? He analyzed that there are too many big shots on Orochimaru's side. If we go there, it would just be adding flowers to the brocade, and they might not appreciate it. But Minato is different. He is a pure potential stock. If we invest in him now, it would be like providing timely help, and in the future, we would have the treatment of elders. Moreover, that Orochimaru is a sinister person with no popularity, and we can't compete with Minato, who is loved by everyone like a little son. As soon as I heard it, I understood. I said, "Patriarch, you take it. Let's consider it the first token of our allegiance to the future Hokage." He laughed when he heard that and said, "Don't worry, I won't treat you poorly. When Minato comes to power, you can choose any 2 S-rank ninjutsu from the Sealing Book." Wow, that was quite a big promise. I casually asked about the Hyuga clan's Bikugen, and Fugaku laughed out loud, saying that their eyes probably wouldn't be found again. I laugh along too, of course. If they could be found, it would be a miracle. The treasure is right here with me. Not long after, Fugaku went to flatter Minato with 4 big swords. Once this news spread, my and Might Guy's reputations exploded. I was fine. After all, I'm a Uchiha, and everyone thinks it's normal for a genius to emerge. But Might Guy, a longtime genin, single-handedly defeated 2 elite jonin, which shocked everyone. The situation in the Mist Village collapsed, and I finally had a couple of quiet days. Then Fugaku came to me again with a new mission, an A-rank one, to escort the injured back to the village. He specifically told me that Minato had already given the nod, and I could choose any 2 ninjutsu from the Sealing Book, which was much more valuable. When we gathered, I saw quite a few familiar faces. Might Guy, Aoba, and Kakashi were all there. Let me tell you, this escort team was fully loaded. Not only were there 2 battle gods like me and Guy Senpai, but also a scout from the Hyuga clan, which added a layer of stability. On the way, I chatted with Guy Senpai casually. Suddenly, that kid Aoba, a social terrorist, ran over and asked me, "Ming Senpai, can you solo a tail beast now?" Seriously, who understands that? I was taken aback by his question. Guy Senpai quickly pulled his son back to educate him. "I don't really care," I smiled and stroked my chin, saying, "A weaker tail beast, maybe there's a bit of hope." Then I pointed at Senior Dai and said to Akai, "If we're talking about strong, Your dad is the one. Besides the nine tails, he could probably handle the rest. Senior Dai repeatedly waved his hand, being overly modest. Just as we were having a great time chatting, that guy from the Hyuga family opened to be a Kugan. His face turned pale, and he rushed over, shouting anxiously. 1 kilometer ahead, 13 mist ninjas. One of them has chakra levels that seem overpowered, suspected to be the Six Tails Jinchuriki. I directly took command and said to Senior Dai and the others, "You few Jonin go take care of the small monsters. Leave that big guy to me." The people present didn't waste any words. Strength is what matters. The 5 of us with high combat strength charged out directly and collided with the enemy in the woods. I immediately locked onto the middle-aged man holding the bubble-blowing device, and sure enough, he was a Jinchuriki. Upon meeting, I didn't bother to say much. My Dai directly opened the 6th gate, and the air cannon roared forward as if it cost nothing, instantly throwing the scene into chaos. I have a special tacit understanding with that Jinchuriki. We exchanged a couple of moves and swiftly moved to a new location to avoid affecting our teammates. I started with a great fire annihilation, and let me tell you, that firewall was like a tsunami. But my opponent didn't hold back either. He used a water release technique to douse it immediately. Then he exploded. His whole body was glowing red, sprouting 6 tails, and he directly entered his half-tailed beast form. His speed was incredible. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of me, slamming his claws down. I flickered with lightning and used the lightning release body flicker technique to dodge. Just as I steadied myself, the ground beneath me cracked and chakra tentacles burst out. I flashed again. While in midair, 4 fire dragons shot out. As a result, he opened his mouth and a chakra bubble exploded, creating a shockwave that directly dispersed my fire dragons. In the next moment, I was already beside him, with my ninja blade wrapped in lightning. This is my self-created B-rank ninjutsu, lightning blade, and I thrust it toward his heart. But to my surprise, with a hissing sound, I realized something was wrong. The tip of the blade only penetrated less than 2 centimeters and couldn't break through his tailed beast cloak's defense at all. His 6 tails immediately swung towards me. I transformed into a bolt of lightning and flashed away again. Looking at him roaring in the distance, a new plan formed in my mind. Regular ninja techniques? Forget it. I'm not playing with you anymore, buddy. It's time to shake up the weather. I directly flew up into the sky, unleashing wave after wave of fire techniques to smash down onto the ground, with just one goal, to heat the air and create a thundercloud for myself. The main focus was on scientific cultivation. That guy saw me throwing fireballs into the sky, so he also used tailed beast chakra to condense it into bubble bombs to counterattack. With a loud bang, the fireball exploded, and the rain of fire set the entire forest ablaze. On the other side of the battlefield, the people from the Mist Village used their mist technique, hoping to play an environmental battle. However, Senior Dai was already going crazy with his attacks. Once the 6th gate was opened, the green steam blew away the mist, and then he transformed into a green light, swiftly taking down all 9 ninjas on the opposite side. The efficiency was astonishing. Just when I was focused on being the child of weather, that guy lifted a massive rock to block my sea of fire and charged towards me. I countered with a spike-shaped lightning attack, and as we grappled, his 6 tails lunged at me like poisonous snakes. With a piercing sound, I was stabbed and instantly exploded into a dazzling flash of lightning. Hey, it was a clone. Lightning clone. I had already circled to his side, and with a fist charged with lightning, I struck directly at his heart. Let me tell you, with that punch, the force was incredible. It sent that half-human, half-beast figure flying over 100 meters, like a cannonball launched out, and with a loud bang, it crashed into the sea of flames. I thought this would finally calm down, right? But instead, the guy not only didn't die, but let out a roar from within the flames. And that chakra exploded outward like in a field, forcefully pushing the surrounding flames away for more than 10 meters. The next second, that guy howled to the sky, his jaw dislocating from the force, his mouth wide open like a cave, with purple-black chakra frantically pouring in. And it looked like he was about to form a tailed beast bomb. Hey, I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, thinking, is this your chance? I had been right next to you attacking, and you had no chance to unleash your big move. Now that I've knocked you away, you think you're capable? I directly mocked him. Come on, I want to see whether your tailed beast bomb is faster or my lightning speed is faster. As soon as I finished speaking, lightning flashed across my body, and I leaped up into the sky. I pointed my right hand towards the sky, silently chanting lightning come. Guess what? The dark clouds above churned like a boiling pot, and all the lightning crackled and converged above my head. In an instant, a gigantic lightning sword, over 100 meters long, appeared horizontally in the sky. On the other side of the battlefield, Kakashi and the others had just finished off their opponents when they looked up and were dumbfounded. They were probably thinking, this guy must be cheating, right? This special effect is better than the 2025 Spring Festival movie. The Hyuga clan members over there looked over with their Byakugan and were even more scared. Their faces turning pale, shouting, not good. He's forming a tailed beast bomb. Run. If these two big moves collide, we'll all be caught in the crossfire. Before he could finish his sentence, I had already made my move. I swung my right hand down, and that gigantic sword in the sky disappeared in an instant. The next second, it teleported directly above the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, who was in the process of forming the tailed beast bomb. I didn't give him any time to react. With a loud boom, endless lightning exploded instantly, and the entire world turned white. Then, the incomplete tailed beast bomb was detonated on the spot. Goodness, the two big moves collided, directly creating a giant mushroom cloud that rose up, shaking the entire earth like a magnitude 10 earthquake. When the blinding light finally dimmed a bit, I focused and looked into the pit. There was no trace of the Jinchuriki anymore. He had been blown to bits. Instead, in the center of the crater stood a gigantic, pure white creature with 6 tails, resembling a giant slug, roaring at me. Family, who understands? Apparently, this guy had released the seal just before dying, playing a game of mutual destruction with me and freeing the complete 6 tails. Looking at the enraged 6 tails, I couldn't help but laugh. You think you're impressive now that you've come out? If you were hidden inside a human, I would have been at a disadvantage. But now, I swiftly turned my left eye Sharingan, and just as the 6 tails was howling, its voice suddenly cut off, as if the beast had been unplugged from the internet, leaving it frozen and motionless. It turns out that the Mangekyō Sharingan is indeed powerful, but it also consumes a lot of chakra. I calculated that with my current eye power, I could control this big guy for at most 3 minutes. After that, it would definitely break free. What should I do? If I kill it, I might not have enough time to form another lightning sword as big as the last one. If I let it go, I feel like I would lose out. Just as I was struggling with this dilemma, guy, wearing his green jumpsuit, suddenly dashed over, giving me a thumbs up and praising me vigorously. I quickly stopped him. Bro, stop praising me. Listen, I can only control it for 3 minutes. You need to hurry back and bring everyone. Run as far away as possible. When Guy heard this, his expression changed immediately. Without saying a word, he turned around and dashed back. His speed was incredible. Once they all ran away, I looked at the massive 6 tails in front of me, and its struggles were becoming more intense. My control was getting harder. I was so frustrated. If I had known, I would have learned sealing techniques first. Otherwise, I could have sealed it on myself and become the Jinchuriki. Wouldn't that be great? No way. I couldn't return empty-handed. My eyes darted, and lightning surged from my hand, transforming into a small lightning knife. I snuck behind it, and, with a swift motion, cut off a section of its tail that was several meters long. Then, I quickly pulled out my only large-capacity sealing scroll and stuffed that piece of tail inside. Looking at the remaining massive body, I sighed. What a pity. Just as I was preparing to make my escape, a bold idea suddenly struck me. I was thinking, since Uchiha Madara was able to use the 9 tails as a summoning beast back then, could I also contract the 6 tails? This thought startled me at first, but the more I considered it, the more feasible it seemed. After all, it's wild right now. If I sign a contract with it, Konoha and the hidden mist village won't be able to find it later. Once I'm ready, I can summon it any time, and wouldn't that make it mine? Let's do it. I took out a blank scroll and used the blood flowing from its wound as ink. In less than a minute, I completed the summoning contract. Then, I forcibly controlled the 6 tails, pressed its claw down, and left my name on it. Finally, I signed my name, and it was done. The whole process went smoothly and efficiently. At this point, 2.5 minutes had passed, and the 6 tails was struggling like it was electrocuted. I quickly unleashed the last bit of my ocular power to completely immobilize it, then turned and ran at maximum speed. In about 20 seconds, a thunderous roar came from behind me. I glanced back with my peripheral vision. The giant didn't chase after me, but instead looked at me with a hint of fear before turning and diving deep into the forest. Hey, it seems the psychological shadow I left on it during the illusion was quite significant. When I returned to the team, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Guy, being a straightforward person, volunteered to go back to the front line to report the news, and his speed was impressive. The next 2 days went smoothly, and we were just 2 days away from the village. That night, it was my turn to keep watch with Kakashi. That guy was sitting there hugging his knees, looking emo, probably thinking about Rin again. I tell you, he must regret it so much now. If he had known I was this strong and could take on the six tails, he wouldn't have been scared of the three tails back then. Rin didn't have to die at all. Sigh, the information gap is deadly. Just as I was lost in thought, someone suddenly walked out of the forest. White hair, quite handsome, but he looked a bit familiar. As soon as Kakashi saw him, he exploded with rage, jumped up from the ground, and coldly shouted, "Obito!" Oh, I remembered. That rogue ninja from Konoha. As a result, that guy came right up, his eyes filled with obsession, staring intently at Kakashi and saying, "Kakashi, I have come for you." I was so creeped out at that moment, thinking to myself, it's 2025, how can there still be such cheesy lines? It's like a walking, overbearing CEO novel. He then said that he wanted Kakashi's Sharingan to complete his so-called Luo-Ya technique, and then he could surpass the three legendary ninjas and achieve immortality. Kakashi was speechless and pointed at me, meaning very clearly, "Dude, you should see clearly the real deal is right here. Why are you looking for a counterfeit?" I guess what that guy said? He said, just because you're an implant means your body has a strong adaptability, which is perfect for me. He even glanced at me disdainfully and said casually, "As for you, you're just a little brat from the Uchiha clan. What can you do?" I almost couldn't help but laugh at the time, thinking to myself that you sure have a lot of confidence. I stood up slowly, brushed off the dirt from my clothes, and looked at him, asking, "I heard you were friends with the three ninjas? Do you have even 1/10 of their strength?" I told you, when this guy heard what I said, his face immediately darkened, like the bottom of a pot. Family, who understands? It's like when your brothers have achieved great success and become the three ninjas, and you're still just a plain and ordinary jonin. His jealousy was practically spilling out of his eyes. With such little ambition, he went to study some forbidden techniques, messing around with that thing called the ghostly Arya technique, specifically to steal other people's bloodline limits. After holding it in for a long time, he squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. "You'll soon see my strength, Uchiha brat." Kakashi beside me calmly said, "It's up to you, Senior Ming." I thought to myself, of course. As soon as the words left my mouth, I was already out the door. A blue lightning bolt struck with a bang. It hit him square in the face. That guy reacted fairly quickly and managed to raise his hand to block it, but he still flew backward like a cannonball, crashing straight into the dark forest. I didn't stop at all. With a crackling sound, I turned into a dazzling blue electric light and chased after him. As for Kakashi, let me tell you, he didn't even bother to take another look. He trusted me that much. He knew very well that although Bailuhu was old in the ninja world, it's not about who lives longer. He became a ninja at 12, and what about me? I'm the man who can face tailed beasts head-on. Even the legendary three ninjas would think twice before challenging me. So he wasn't worried about me at all. Instead, he was more alert to his surroundings. Sure enough, just as I started fighting, Hinata Hayashi and Chiba Ryu were all awakened by the commotion and rushed over fully armed. "What's going on, Kakashi?" Kakashi coolly replied, "Not sure if it's good luck or bad luck, but a rogue ninja showed up." Rogue ninja? Hinata opened his Byakugan, and to his surprise, he live-streamed directly. "It's Bailu, a former friend of the legendary three ninjas." "Oh no, he's in trouble, being beaten down by Senior Ming. He's about to collapse." Chiba Ryu muttered beside him. "Is this the level of a friend of the legendary three ninjas? Seems like he hasn't improved much after so many years of defection. Where does he get the guts to attack us?" Hinata Hayashi shrugged like he understood, laughing. "Don't forget, this is a battlefield. He's a rogue ninja who's out of the loop. He probably doesn't know about Ming's achievements. It's like lighting a lantern in the toilet, asking for death." Not long after, Hinata Hayashi exclaimed again, starting to comment. "This Bailu has some skills. His ninjutsu I've never seen before. He actually merged with a summoning beast. Wow." He turned into a giant monster and ran away. Senior Ming chased after him. He disappeared. Kakashi suggested whether we should follow, but Hinata Hayashi waved his hand lightly, saying, "No need, he's already seriously injured. At most in 10 minutes, Ming will take care of him." Let me tell you, the little schemes of the Hinata and Uchiha clans are really hard to hide. On the other side, I was chasing after that thing. Bailuhu was in a terrible state, transformed into a giant beast over 10 meters long with wings, frantically fleeing through the forest. I was like a blue ghost circling around him, occasionally striking him with lightning, making him howl in pain, but unable to take off. He was probably cursing internally. He initially came to the battlefield hoping to pick up some spoils and find a few bloodline limits to perfect his pathetic techniques, but unexpectedly discovered Kakashi with the Sharingan and was about to make a move when I intercepted him. If he had known I was this strong, he probably would have gone underground to buy some intel first. And what happened? Just as he was running for his life, I widened my eyes and activated my Mangekyō Sharingan. Jinjutsu. Done. The world before him instantly turned blood red, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself tied to a large wooden post, instantly terrified, shouting about the Sharingan's Jinjutsu. And then he lost consciousness. Once he was hit, that bizarre technique of his became ineffective, and the giant monster quickly transformed back into his original form. To ensure I had complete control over him, I was serious this time, using strength that was no less than when I controlled the Six Tails. Why am I going to such great lengths? Of course, it's for that cursed RGA technique of his. This thing can steal someone else's bloodline limit, and if you gather 5 types, you can become immortal and indestructible. The potential is simply incredible. Since it's already delivered to my doorstep, how can I let it go? I directly hypnotized him, threw a blank scroll and a pen at him, and coldly ordered, "Write down your ghost Luoya technique and all the precautions," without missing a single word. That guy started writing like a marionette, scribbling away. 5 minutes later, I had a perfect manual for the forbidden technique in hand. I activated my Sharingan, copied all the content in my mind, and then rolled up the scroll. I formed a hand seal, unleashed a great fireball, and turned him to ash, clean and neat, with an emphasis on being environmentally friendly. When I went back, Hinata was still pretending over there. I said there is no need to go look, he asked back. Kakashi asked me how it went, and I said, solved it, burned to ashes with a fire technique. He was surprised. Later, it was just me and Kakashi staring at the campfire. My mind was filled with the recently acquired Ghost Lotus technique. Let me tell you, this thing is tailor-made for me. Instantly, I had a perfect formula in my head. First, I need to gather 5 types of bloodline limits. I already have Sharingan, so that saves 1 slot. Then, I must get Hashirama Senju's wood release, not for fighting, but for the endless vitality in his cells, which will allow me to use this Mangekyō freely. Luckily, I have a Byakugan I acquired earlier. This can evolve into Tensigan, with great potential, so that takes another slot. Still need 2 more. My brain is faster than AI in 2025, and I immediately thought of 2 people. The Uzumaki clan's Karen, whose ability to heal with a bite is absolutely top tier, and Jaegon, who can naturally absorb energy, is practically a moving sage body. I must get these 2. For the last slot, I thought for a long time and decided on Kagaya's Shikatsu for now. Think about it, Uchiha, Hyuga, Senju, Uzumaki Kagaya. Aren't they all descendants of Tsutsuki Kagaya? Plus Jaegon Sage Body. This combination, once mastered, would be incredible. I calculated that there are still 6 years until the next solar eclipse ceremony, so time is not abundant. Of course, I'm not a pervert like Bai Luhua who uses living people as materials. Once the war is over, I will have our Uchiha clan vigorously develop biological cloning technology, and then we can just use clones, which is really sophisticated. After that, I safely returned to the village, and to my surprise, the 3rd Hokage, Tsurutobi Hiruzen, personally brought the medical team to greet us at the gate. The look in his eyes was quite complex. He praised us a few times and then told us to go rest first. When I returned to the clan, it was even more significant. Those uncles and aunts were so enthusiastic that I almost couldn't move. A journey of a few minutes took a full half hour. The next day, we went to the Hokage building to report on the mission. After Kakashi finished explaining the situation, the old man nodded and directly raised the mission's rank to S rank. Then he specifically looked at me and asked, "Ming, are you sure Bai Luhua is dead?" I nodded. "Sure, I personally turned it to ashes." The old man was extremely satisfied, praising me repeatedly. We had just left when I later heard that Danzo, that old schemer, came in right after us. As soon as he opened his mouth, he demanded that Konoha keep the 6 tails and raise it themselves. Tsurutobi Hiruzen disagreed, saying it should be used as a bargaining chip. Danzo got angry, saying that since the Mist Village was already in ruins, what was there to negotiate about? Keeping the 6 tails would give Konoha an extra trump card. In the end, the 3rd Hokage said Danzo was short-sighted, arguing that other villages wouldn't allow Konoha to have another tailed beast, which would trigger a new world war. The 2 of them ended up in a heated argument, and Danzo slammed the door and left. I heard that at that moment. The 3rd Hokage was contemplating our Uchiha clan, feeling uneasy about how many geniuses were emerging from our family. I don't care about the power struggles among their higher-ups. The first thing I did when I got home was to contact the fortune teller. I called for the cat lady Spirit Cat to order a specially made cultivation container, the kind of medical equipment used to nurture the severed tail I took from the 6 tails. Just as I was happily waiting for my flower pot, a real behind-the-scenes player moved. That guy wearing a tiger mask, calling himself Uchiha Bito, also known as Toby, heard from White Zetsu that the six tails had come out. He sneered and said it was perfect. He'd catch it as a gift to meet Nagato. What kind of gift, I tell you? It was just a blatant show of power. Black Zetsu reminded him that our Uchiha clan has many powerful experts lately, so he should be careful. Toby didn't take it to heart at all, saying he would deal with Nagato first. The next second, he swooped in, activating Kamui, and appeared directly in the primitive forest where the Six Tails was hiding. The Six Tails must have been shocked, seeing that familiar Sharingan, and feeling even more intense than mine. Just as it wanted to run, Toby glared and used Genjutsu. Then its massive body was sucked into the Kamui space like flowing water. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. It was simply ridiculous. And me? I was still in Konoha waiting for my cultivation dish. Who understands? My beloved Six Tails was intercepted without me knowing. A few days later, my container arrived, and I carefully placed that precious severed tail inside to seal it. Then, I began to study the sealing techniques of our Uchiha clan. Don't think we only play with fire and glare. Our barrier techniques are also top-notch, like the Uchiha Fire Formation, a B-rank ninjutsu, but strong enough that even the complete Eight Tails can't break it. Now my status in the clan is different. Strength is hard currency. If I want to see any secret techniques, I just need to register in the resource room, and it's all smooth sailing. As soon as I dived into the sealing techniques, I discovered a great treasure. I thought our Uchiha sealing techniques peaked with that B-rank fire formation. But guess what I found? An A-rank 5 elements sealing technique. Wow, if mastered, this thing can even hold tailed beasts down. It's simply tailor-made for me. Once I get into researching something, I become completely absorbed. It feels like I've only flipped through 2 pages of a book, and outside there's a commotion, with everyone in Konoha cheering like crazy. It was then that I realized, oh, the war has ended. I took a peek and wow, even our Uchiha clan was out on the streets celebrating. I couldn't miss out on the fun, so I quickly blended into the crowd to enjoy the spectacle. The main group returned to the village, and the scene was simply incredible. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, stood in the center, flanked by those 2 old consultants, Koharu Udatain and Hamura Mitokado. Behind them were Jiraiya, that white-haired uncle, and Orochimaru, who looked like he wanted to tell everyone to stay away. The few of them were happily waiting at the entrance. Then the main cast arrived, leading with this event's MVP, the Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze, followed by our clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha, and Nara Shikaku, and the others. That guy, the crowd went wild, and the screams could have blown the roof off. That night, after the celebration, we Uchiha held a small internal meeting. The location was the same old traditional spot, the basement of the shrine. A bunch of the older guys in the clan had a few drinks and got a bit rowdy, urging Fugaku to run for the position of 4th Hokage. Leader, you have to run. Our Uchiha clan has made such great contributions this time. It's our turn for Hokage, right? Yeah, it's been 3 generations, all revolving around the Senju clan. Why is that? Fugaku's face was as dark as a pot bottom, and he raised his hand to silence everyone. The room went quiet. He calmly said, "This time, I won't participate. Compared to the Golden Flash and the 3 legendary ninjas, I'm still far behind." As soon as these words came out, the people who were just cheering suddenly fell silent. Indeed, those titles were earned through real achievements, and a fierce-eyed Fugaku just didn't measure up. Sigh, we can only hope for the 5th Hokage. Yes, let's see how our sure sway does then. I'm really getting into it, and beside me, Uchiha Tetsuhan nudges me with his elbow. Ming, what do you think? I shrugged and said, I think it's useless to talk about those things. Strength is the hard truth. If our Uchiha clan had someone who could match the 1st Hokage, do you believe that the Hokage position would be delivered to us directly? And they would even ask if you're comfortable sitting in it? Tetsuhebe smirked and said, of course everyone knows that, but hasn't the ninja world only produced 1 Senju Hashirama in all these years? Does anyone understand? It's really exhausting to chat with these narrow-minded people. I could only helplessly explain. What I mean is, if our overall strength increases, the Hokage position will naturally come closer to us. The Hokage lineage doesn't produce talents every generation. We just need to wait. Tetsuhebe suddenly understood, patting my shoulder and saying, right? We have you. We have sure sway. We have clan leader Fugaku. As long as we keep getting stronger, the higher-ups will have to consider us. All right, although there was a slight misunderstanding. At least we got to the point. Once these people finished venting their grievances and left, the real show began. In the basement, it was just me, clan leader Fugaku, and Makoto. Fugaku didn't waste time and dropped a bombshell. Ming, the Six Tails' whereabouts have disappeared. My heart skipped a beat. Disappeared? Yes, Fujiyama nodded. His face so serious it seemed like water could drip from it. Our people found traces it left deep in the forest as if It had flown away out of thin air, with no signs of any battle at the scene. A figure suddenly flashed through my mind, a Beto Uchiha. Who else, besides his Kamui, could stealthily capture a tailed beast without anyone knowing? Fugaka stared at me intently. Ming, you thought of something, didn't you? I nodded. The person who took down the Mist Hidden Assassination Team not only had would release, but also the Mangekyō Sharingan. Sister Makoto, beside me, was dumbfounded, her face full of disbelief. Would release and Mangekyō Sharingan. In the same person? Although it was absurd, all the clues pointed to this fact. Fugaka sighed, and then looked at me, speaking every word clearly. It seems that researching the first Hokage's cell transplantation must be put on the agenda. As soon as he said this, Makoto was the first to explode. Fugaku, are you crazy? This is a taboo in Konoha. If discovered, the entire Uchiha clan will be doomed. Besides, with Minato likely to become Hokage, we don't need to take this risk. Fugaka's face was also full of conflict. He was clearly hesitating. He turned to look at me. Ming, what do you think? How can I see? I have to make him do it. My ghost Loya technique relies on this. I cleared my throat and said, Chief, Sister Meichin, I think we have to take action on this matter. I looked at them and threw out a key piece of information. Danzo is very close to Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. You all know what Orochimaru does. He is the top authority in the field of biological research in Konoha. When I mentioned Danzo's name, Fugaku's eyes glinted with coldness. Our Uchiha clan has had a grudge against Danzo for a long time. I intensified my tone. Chief, do you think the ninja who possesses both would release and the Mangekyō Sharingan could be a result of a collaboration between Danzo and Orochimaru? I let out a cold laugh. That guy Danzo would do anything for his goals, and his route is quite interesting, isn't it? Fugaka's expression changed. Have you infiltrated Root? I quickly waved my hand and said, Chief, you're overthinking it. I'm not that impulsive. Looking at their puzzled expressions, I smiled and suddenly summoned a glass jar from the scroll with a bang, which contained a complete Byakugan. Fugaku and Makoto were both shocked. Byakugan. I found it on the battlefield. I lied effortlessly. I got lucky and stumbled upon it from a dead mist ninja. I used this to see some things. Anyway, they couldn't really verify it. This was just a prop to increase my persuasiveness. Makoto asked nervously, what did you see? Danzo and Orochimaru are secretly conducting would-release transplants, human cloning and directed organ cloning. With each word I spoke, Fugaka's expression became more and more grim, especially when he heard directed cloning. He understood clearly in his heart. Wasn't this aimed at the Sharingan? I decided to add fuel to the fire and said in a deep voice, Chief, Danzo's right, I has been transplanted with a Sharingan. What? Fugaku exploded in anger. His 3-tomo Sharingan instantly activated. He turned around and was about to rush out, saying, I'm going to find a third Hokage right now. I grabbed him and said softly, Chief, do you really think that the Hokage doesn't know about this? Fugaka's footsteps instantly froze, and he looked as if he had been struck by lightning, his chest heaving violently. After several minutes, he finally deflated, gritting his teeth and growling. How dare they? I watched him as my CPU was almost done, and then I slowly said, Danzo is a close friend of the Hokage, and most importantly, we have no evidence. Fugaku completely calmed down. He turned around and asked me, do you have any specific ideas about researching would release? Great. I felt a surge of joy and immediately shared my plan. Directly acquire a biopharmaceutical company, invest money, hire people, and use the research capabilities of ordinary people. It's too insular for ninjas to do research. Professional matters should be left to professionals. At first, Fugaku frowned. Ordinary people? Can they do it? I was speechless at the time. Chief, can we stop underestimating ordinary people? How many ninjas are there? The base of ordinary people is so large, and there are plenty of geniuses among them. As long as we capture these geniuses, our research progress will definitely be much faster than those medical ninjas in Konoha messing around on their own. Fugaku was swayed by my words. He thought about the television at home and nodded. Then let's give it a try. Where should we set up the research base? Let's put it in our Uchiha clan's territory. I've thought it through. Let's keep it above board. We're a legitimate company, researching biological cloning technology, and it's not illegal. The police department is on our side. Who would come to investigate? Would they investigate themselves? The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can't see us here. This is a blind spot in thinking. Who would have thought that we Uchiha would research the power of the Senju? Fugaku sighed bitterly. I really feel ashamed to face our ancestors. Sister Makoto quickly comforted him. The situation is stronger than the individual. For the sake of the clan, there's no other way. Fugaku sighed, made up his mind. All right, We'll conduct human experiments on death row inmates in prison. But the location can't be in Konoha. I'll take care of this as soon as possible. By the way, it suddenly occurred to me. Chief, please don't let too many people know about this, especially Shursui. That kid has been brainwashed by the will of fire too thoroughly. I'm afraid he might turn around and sell us out. Fugaka hesitated for a moment but nodded. Okay, I won't let him know. Once the matter was settled, I was just about to leave when I remembered something and turned back to ask, Chief, have you heard of the Wandering Priestess? Yakushi Nanoyu. Her research ability might be average, but her adopted son Yakushi Kabuto is definitely a future master of dreams. We must secure this potential stock in advance. Fugaka thought for a moment. Oh, I remember. He used to be from Naruto, and now he has opened an orphanage. What about it? I said, Elders, our Uchiha clan can no longer fight alone. We need to gather all the power we can. This Yakushi no Nayu is skilled in medical ninjutsu and was a former ace of the route, making her a valuable asset. We need to bring her on board. Mikoto-san looked a bit worried. Being so obvious, won't it attract Danzo's attention? So what? I shrugged nonchalantly. We haven't done anything illegal. We're just openly inviting her to join our newly established pharmaceutical company as a researcher. Mikoto-san chuckled. You make it sound like she's guaranteed to come. I smiled confidently. She will. I've checked. Her orphanage has a huge funding gap, and it's about to collapse. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Fuyue made the decision. And once the company's acquisition is completed, I will notify you immediately. Let me tell you, our Uchiha's efficiency is really high. In just 10 days, a pharmaceutical company called Shangtian Bio became Uchiha. I rushed to the orphanage on the edge of Konoha. As soon as I walked in, I saw a handsome young man with black hair and black eyes, carrying a sword, who was me, looking around the hall. A gentle-looking woman wearing glasses came out and smiled, asking, I am Yakushi Nono. May I help you with something? I'll get straight to the point. Uchiha Akira. Noon. There's a job. Are you interested? Without thinking, she shook her head. Sorry, I'm no longer a ninja. I'm not interested in what you said. You misunderstood, I smiled. I'm not asking you to return to your old profession. Our Uchiha clan has acquired a biopharmaceutical company and wants to hire you as a researcher. She visibly relaxed, but still declined. I have to take care of the children here. I'm afraid I won't have the time. I stared into her eyes and said with implication, Sister, your orphanage must have a significant funding gap, right? The funding from the village is simply not enough. The salaries we offer our researchers are quite high. You wouldn't want your orphanage to close down, would you? She was silent. After a long while, she finally spoke. What will my job entail? Don't worry. It's not forbidden research, I replied with a smile. It's biological cloning and directed organ cloning. For her, this indeed didn't cross the line. She pondered for a long time before finally looking at me seriously and saying, I can accept your offer, but I have one condition. What condition? The pharmacist Nanoyu looked at me, enunciating each word. My condition is that if Danzo forces me to return to the roots, your Uchiha clan must help me stop him. This orphanage cannot leave me. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I patted my chest and said to her, Don't worry, sis. I've got this covered. Since you've decided to hang out with us, Uchiha, we are your strongest backing. If that old man Danzo dares to touch a single hair on you, I'll make him understand what Uchiha's wrath is. As soon as I finished speaking, Yanoyu, surprisingly, looked a bit shy, her face turning red. She quietly said to me, can I get an advance on my salary? The orphanage is about to run out of food. Who understands, right? Just after discussing the collaboration, she asked to borrow money. But looking at her, willing to throw away her pride for the children, I felt a deep admiration in my heart. Without hesitation, I said, Sure, absolutely. I'll give you $1 million right now. That's for half a year. Come to our clan tomorrow to collect it. $1 million. Her eyes instantly lit up, like she had 2 light bulbs in them. Let me tell you, that's not a small amount. In entire Konoha, the reward for an S-rank mission is only around $1 million, and that has to be shared with the village and teammates. If you end up with 100,000, that's considered a good deal. We Uchiha pride ourselves on being extravagant. With the deal settled, I was in a great mood and was just about to leave when she called me back, her face even redder, asking, what exactly do I do with the company? I was taken aback, not really having thought it through, and said, It depends on your ability, but don't worry. A salary of $2 million a year is just the starting price. You guess what happened next? Her eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as she asked, What about if I become the project leader? How much then? Wow, this girl has quite the ambition. I felt a stir in my heart and tentatively asked, Do you have research experience in cloning technology? She smiled slightly. Her confidence was remarkable. She said, I know a little. I've executed related tasks before. As soon as I heard that, I understood. It must have been Danzo who had her do it. He had been coveting the power of the Nine Tails for quite some time now. I directly made an offer, project leader, an annual salary of 5 million. However, if there are no results within 2 years, the salary will be halved in the second year. 5 million. She was completely dazed, mumbling about being able to expand the orphanage so the children could grow up safely. Her gaze was so intense it felt like it could ignite me. She stared at me fiercely and asked, "How can I become the person in charge?" I said, "Let actions speak for themselves." After dealing with Nanoyu, I immediately went to report to our clan leader, Fugaku. When he heard that Nanoyu not only agreed, but was also a big shot in cloning technology, he was pleasantly surprised. Then we started discussing serious matters. I asked when the fourth Hokage would be elected, and Fugaku said the third's intention was to wait until the war was completely over and a peace treaty was signed with the Rock Village. I knew the situation well. The Land of Rain was currently a mess, with various ninja villages engaged in petty squabbles, and that old man Hanzo wasn't even intervening. Fugaku suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, to promote peace, the Third sent Danzo and the Root organization to the Land of Rain a few days ago." I almost laughed out loud when I heard that. Family, is Danzo going to promote peace? Isn't that just like a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken? Purely with bad intentions. The script in my head isn't playing out like this. That old guy is just going to unite with Hans to kill Yahiko and personally give birth to Pain of the Six Paths. Fugaku also suggested that we take the opportunity to expose Orochimaru's human experiments, making it impossible for him to choose the Hokage position. I quickly stopped him, saying, "Brother, don't rush. Orochimaru's laboratory is on Danzo's territory. The police department can't intervene at all. Moving against him now is like a head-on clash with the Root, which isn't worth it. We need to hold this thunderbolt in our hands and wait for the right moment to take them both out in one go." Fugaku thought about it and agreed, so we set that matter aside for now. When I got home, I directly summoned my intelligence network, the Ninja Cat Special Forces, and assigned them 2 S-rank missions, one for Xiangling's mother and one for CHG. We need to work on the cloning technology, and the materials for the Ghost Blood techniques must be prepared in advance. We have to be proactive. Time flew by, and 3 months passed just like that. The Uchiha family's Shun Tian Shengwu company has officially opened, and as soon as the recruitment ad was released, all the scientific talents in the ninja world rushed to apply. Why? Because it offers a Konoha residency and a stable job, which is basically heaven in this chaotic era. The company focuses on 3 major projects: cloning, directed cloning, and one that is misleadingly named, publicly claiming to be a project to solve organ transplant rejection. But in reality, it's the Hashirama Cell Transplantation Project. Those who understand, understand. Let me tell you, Pharmacist Yano is really amazing. It's not just a little understanding. She's practically a top expert in this field. In just 1 month, she managed to silence everyone in the project team who doubted her and became the project leader through her strength. Just then, the village was in an uproar. The list of candidates for the 4th Hokage was officially announced, and there were only 2 people: Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, and the Yellow Flash Minato Namikaze. My chief teacher, Jiraiya, directly went into hiding and didn't participate at all, while the competition for Hokage was heating up in Konoha. A grand play that I had long predicted finally began in the Land of Rain. Above the canyon, Danzo was grinning from ear to ear as he looked down at Hanzo and the Akatsuki organization, whom he had tricked into a confrontation. After 2 months of scheming, sending people to disguise and cause destruction, and framing each other, he finally managed to get these 2 groups to clash. What was he thinking? Let them fight it out, preferably both sides suffer, so I could see just how powerful that legendary Rinnegan really is. The scene shifted to the bottom of the canyon, where heavy rain poured down. Yahiko and Nagato were surrounded by Rain Village ninjas, with Conan held hostage by Hanzo. That old man Hanzo, looking down from above, pointed at Yahiko and said, "Red-haired kid, kill Yahiko, and I'll let you go." At that moment, Yahiko completely broke down. He looked at Nagato, who was trembling with a kunai in his hand, and bitterly smiled, urging him to take action. But how could Nagato bring himself to do it? He was shaking like a leaf. In the end, Yahiko made up his mind and charged forward. With a squelch, the kunai pierced through his heart. He fell to the ground, and with his last breath, he said to Nagato, "You are the savior." With Yahiko's death, Nagato was completely stunned. Hanzo saw this and immediately shouted, "Attack!" Countless kunai and shurikens flew towards the dazed Nagato. Just at that critical moment, Nagato instinctively raised his hand, and an invisible repulsive force erupted, deflecting all the weapons. Rinnegan. Both Hanzo and Danzo on the mountaintop exclaimed in shock. The next second, Nagato went berserk. Summoning technique. Outer path, Geto Mazo. A gigantic humanoid statue burst forth from the ground, swatting Rain Village ninjas like flies. Then, a black rod pierced through the statue and into Nagato's back, unleashing a pale, purple chakra dragon that howled out, draining the souls of everyone in its path and causing instant death. Seeing this scene, Danzo was horrified. What the hell? This is no fight at all. He ran away faster than anyone else, dragging his remaining subordinates with him. Meanwhile, in a corner that no one noticed, Obito and Zetsu were watching the show. Obito, even through his mask, could feel himself smiling. Good. In this state, Nagato is easier for me to control. On the other side, Danzo and his defeated troops ran for over 20 kilometers before daring to stop. His subordinates asked him what to do next, and Danzo, with a greedy gleam in his eyes, reminisced about the power of the Rinnegan, then coldly said, "We can't stay in the land of rain. Let's go back to the village." However, this situation can be used. Our Uchiha clan has too many geniuses lately. It's too conspicuous. We need to find a way to send them to confront the Akatsuki and Hanzo. Goodness, this old man is scheming again, trying to send our Uchiha to the land of rain to die. 3 days later, Danzo returned to Konoha and went straight to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage immediately scolded him. "I sent you to negotiate peace, and you haven't accomplished anything in months." Danzo, unfazed, started to twist the facts, saying there was a terrorist organization called Akatsuki in the Land of Rain that was causing destruction and didn't want the war to end, claiming that even Hanzo had been defeated by them. The third Hokage was shocked. Hanzo was taken down? Akatsuki is that powerful? Danzo seized the opportunity to say, "Exactly. This organization is too dangerous. We must send someone to investigate." Who to send? Of course, it has to be the powerful Uchiha. He directly named me and Shursui. The third Hokage thought for a moment and said Shursui was too young to go. He needed to stay and cultivate the will of fire in the Umbu. But he surprisingly agreed to let me go. He said I was strong enough to fend off the Six Tails by myself, making me just right for the task. Family, listen to this. Is this even reasonable? Just because I'm strong, I have to go to my death? Danzo even pretended to be concerned, saying he was afraid I would be negligent and wanted to place one of his root members to monitor me. The third Hokage agreed. Goodness, these two old men were in cahoots, selling me out. Not long after, I was called to the Hokage's office by the Umbu. The third Hokage looked at me with a serious expression and said, "Ming, there's a mission that requires you to execute." What can I say? I can only nod. Then, he repeated the whole set of nonsense from Danzo to me without any changes, saying how evil the Akatsuki organization is, how miserable Hanzo is, and asked me to lead a team to the Land of Rain to gather intelligence. I was completely stunned at that moment. What the heck? Isn't the Akatsuki a peace organization that inherited Jiraiya's ideals? How did it become a terrorist group? This isn't the script I had in mind. I instantly realized that it must be that bastard Danzo turning black and white upside down. This mission is definitely deep water. The old man saw my shocked expression and thought I was scared, so he patted my shoulder and said, "Ming, this is something we can't help. That guy Jiraiya doesn't know where he's off to, and Minato and Orochimaru are preparing for the Hokage election. After thinking it over, you're the only one in the village who can run over to the Land of Rain. What else can I say? The old man has already said it all. I can't just say I'm not going because I'm afraid of dying, right?" So I patted my chest on the spot and said, "Lord Hokage, don't worry. I'll take care of this and guarantee the mission will be completed." Only then did the old man show a smile, took a big puff from his pipe, and the whole office was filled with smoke as if it were on fire. He floated out a sentence through the smoke, considering the danger of the mission. "I've assigned you a standard team." I said thank you, Hokage-sama, but inside I was already feeling nervous. Let me tell you, what I fear the most is this. Sometimes having more teammates isn't necessarily better. If I end up with a few useless teammates, it would be better for me to go solo. At least then I could slack off as I please, coming and going freely. But then I thought, why worry? If it really comes down to it, I can just activate my Mangekyō Sharingan, cast an illusion on each of them, and let them dream on the spot while I continue to slack off. Just as I was thinking this, I heard footsteps outside the door, and 3 people walked in one after another. Wow, this lineup looks pretty impressive. One was a guy in a hooded coat wearing sunglasses, radiating a "don't mess with me" vibe, definitely from the Yamanaka clan. The second was a girl in a white kimono, with long black hair and white eyes. She was really beautiful, but her face was so cold it could freeze 3 pounds of frost, definitely from the high GA branch family. The last one was a young man with orange hair, wearing a Janine vest and looking serious. He was from the Yamanaka clan as well. The old man introduced us to each other. Yamanaka Shikaku, High GA Hinata, and Yamanaka CHG, all special Janine. Well, at least they aren't useless. The old man said I was the team leader, and the three of them looked over at me simultaneously. Their expressions, how should I put it? Two of them were expressionless. Probably the type who would remain that way, even if the sky were falling. The Yamanaka guy, however, had a different look in his eyes. He probably had heard of my reputation and knew that following me on this mission could be risky. All right then, everyone go back and prepare. We depart tomorrow. The old man waved his hand, and we dispersed. I returned to my clan, and the first thing I did was summon my ninja cats to notify Granny Cat and have her prepare a batch of top-tier ninja tools and explosive tags, as many as possible. Then I headed straight to the home of clan leader Fugaku. With such a significant matter at hand, I had to discuss it with our leader. When Fugaku heard that I was going to the land of rain, his expression became serious. He repeatedly reminded me to be careful, saying that anyone capable of taking down Hanzo was definitely not to be underestimated. I assured him that I understood and was aware of the risks. Currently, Nagato had probably just developed pain, and he wasn't as overpowered as he would be later, but I wasn't arrogant enough to think I could defeat him easily. Fugaku also specifically warned me that old guy Danzo had been in the land of rain for several months. Who knows what traps he might have laid? So I had to be very cautious. I nodded, then changed the subject to our side project. Chief, while I'm on this mission, keep an eye on Shintian Biological. Yayushi Yena's research should be yielding results soon. Upon hearing this, Fuyue's eyes lit up. So soon? Absolutely, I replied. Yena is truly talented. She has overcome several hurdles in cloning technology, and in a few months, it should be ready for clinical trials. However, we need to watch out for that old dog Danzo. He will definitely use Yena's orphanage against her, forcing her to go back and work for him. As soon as Fuyue heard this, he immediately assured me that he would send people to protect the orphanage like a fortress. Right now, Yena is a precious asset for us Uchiha. Once the targeted cloning technology is successful, our Sharingan blindness issue will be completely resolved, which is a huge deal. He then asked me about the progress of the Hashirama cell transplant, and I could only shake my head, saying that all the animal experiments had failed. The power of the first Hokage is no joke. It's too overwhelming. In the end, we return to more serious matters. Chief, when is that old man Sandaime going to step down? Right now, Orochimaru clearly can't compete with Brother Minato, and most of the village's Jounin are on Minato's side. Fuyue pondered for a moment and said, soon, within a month or two. Once Minato has complete control over Konoha, that's when we can move against Danzo. We must pull him down from his position as Hokage's advisor and disband his route. Otherwise, that old dog poses too great a threat to us. As soon as I heard that, I felt relieved. It seemed that Fuji and Mizukage had long been in sync. That night, the package from Grandma Cat arrived. A chubby orange cat, as round as a gas canister, was licking its paws while mumbling to me. Grandma Cat asked me to tell you that there are some leads on the person you were looking for. I felt a stir in my heart and quickly took out a large bag of top-quality dried fish and handed it over, asking, is it the Whirlpool clan? The orange cat, named Orange Fat, pushed the dried fish into its arms and said slowly, yes, it is the Whirlpool clan in Grass Hidden Village. There is a young woman there whose abilities are exactly as you described, full of vitality, and a bite from her can heal wounds. We have already remembered her scent, and a cat will guide you when you go to Grass Hidden Village. At that moment, my mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. This was truly fantastic news. The orange cat added, Grandma Cat said this news is worth 3 million, so make sure to send the money quickly. I went back to my room and took out a scroll, which contained 4 million. The extra million is a tip. Sorry for the trouble. The cat was astonished, probably thinking how rich we ninjas are. It doesn't understand. Using the Sharingan Jinjutsu to get some money is a piece of cake, right? The next morning, the four of us gathered at the gate of Konoha. Without wasting any time, we reported our specialties in ninjutsu and secret techniques. And I passed a mission scroll around for everyone to read. This mission was classified as S rank, with a generous reward, but also extremely high risks. After reading, no one had any questions, and I nodded. Then let's set off. During the mission, all actions will be under my command. Understood. The three responded in unison. And then they all pulled out masks from their bags and put them on. I also took out my tiger stripe mask and put it on. In the next moment, the four of us instantly disappeared from our spot and headed straight for the Land of Rain. I'll tell you, the brilliance of this matter lies here. Just as I left, that old guy Danzo received the news right after. He was sitting in that eerie base of root, directly ordering his subordinates, "Go. Inform our infiltration team in the land of rain to accidentally leak the things we've done before to the Akatsuki organization. By the way, send over the intel on Uchiha too." Goodness, this old man is really playing a clever game. It's all about the information gap. He wants to use a knife to kill, making us fight with the Akatsuki like dogs biting dogs. The scene shifts to the land of rain. In a dark tower, Nagato, who looks as thin as a corpse, is filled with cold, killing intent in his Rinnegan eyes, with black rods embedded in his back. Beneath him lies a root ninja who has just had his soul searched. The Leaf. It turns out to be the Leaf's Umbu disguised as ninjas from various countries, burning, killing, and plundering here. Nagato's voice is filled with hatred. Beside him, Konan looks pale, her eyes filled with killing intent. The Leaf has teamed up with Hanzo against us. Yahiko. Nagato grits his teeth and says, "The human path has found new intel. The third Hokage has sent a team over, led by someone named Uchiha Mei, who is said to be here to assist Hanzo in completely exterminating us." Just then, Obito, disguised as Madara and cloaked in black, walked in with Pain. Pain coldly says, "The Leaf's people have come at just the right time. Lord Madara just taught me the Six Paths technique, and I can use this Uchiha Mei to test my skills." Konan is a bit worried and says that Pain's Six Paths are not yet complete. Could it be too risky? Nagato interrupts her and declares with fervor, "Konan, don't worry. I have completely mastered these Six Paths sage's eyes. I have already transformed from a human into a god. How can mortals possibly compete with a god?" Obito, standing beside them, sarcastically reminds, "Nagato, don't be careless. That Uchiha Mei has likely awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, and her strength is not to be underestimated." Nagato doesn't take it to heart at all and calmly replies, "It doesn't matter. Any ocular technique is insignificant in the face of the divine power of the Rinnegan." On the other side, our small team has been wandering in the land of rain for a day now. This cursed place rains every day. It's driving me crazy. The several key investigation locations given by the old man yielded nothing. I asked Aburame Shino's bugs and Hinata's Byakugan, and they both said there were no abnormalities. Just as we were about to head to the next location, a white Zetsu suddenly popped out of the mud, grinned, and directly burrowed underground to report to Nagato. Soon, we were ambushed around Kirikawa Mountain. It was pouring rain, and suddenly, Hinata's expression changed, urgently shouting, "Captain, at 9 o'clock, 3 people. Their chakra levels are terrifyingly high. They're incredibly fast. Prepare for battle." I barked an order. As soon as my words fell, 3 figures dressed in black cloaks with red clouds appeared before us. The one in front had orange hair, a face full of nails, and hollow eyes. Clearly not a living person. It was Pain. Accompanying him were 2 others, likely the animal path and the hell path. I felt a sudden jolt in my heart, but after glancing at the rolling thunderclouds in the sky, I steadied myself. At this moment, Nagato's skills were definitely still quite immature. My 3 teammates were stunned when they saw the circles in each other's eyes. The Rinnegan. I calmly assigned tasks. "We'll start fighting soon. I'll handle the one in the middle, and you 2 hold off the other 2. The enemy Nagato is also tough. Without saying a word, he charges straight in. The beast path clapped his hands and performed a summoning technique. A gigantic chameleon appeared out of thin air and then became invisible. Immediately after, another roar echoed as a 3-headed hellhound lunged at us. "Watch out for the invisible one," Nico shouted loudly, her Byakugan activated. "Follow the plan. If the situation changes, retreat immediately." After I shouted this, my entire being instantly transformed into a blue lightning bolt, darting past the hellhound, heading straight for the core of the hell realm. Want to play the swarm tactic? I'll take out your healer first. But just as my blade was about to pierce him, the emotionless voice of Pain echoed. "Shinra Tensei." Damn. A tremendous repulsive force that I couldn't resist suddenly erupted, and I was hit head-on like being struck by a battering ram. Blasted dozens of meters away with a bang, and crashed right into a pile of rubble. I drew a long gash on the ground with my knife to steady myself. My energy surging. The power of this move, although not as outrageous as I had imagined, was still enough for me to drink a jug of it. No, I can't take this move head-on. My Scarlet Sharingan locked onto Pain of the 6 paths tightly. A 5-second cooldown, right? Just watch how I operate. In the next moment, lightning erupted beneath my feet, and I transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging straight at Pain. The Rinnegan in Pain's eyes flickered with surprise. My speed was too fast for him to react. Even with visual sharing, he could barely catch a glimpse of a series of afterimages. He hurriedly pulled out a black rod from his sleeve and thrust it towards me. With a sharp clang, I slashed down on his black rod, sending him flying with tremendous force. Before he could hit the ground, I was already on him, delivering a powerful kick infused with lightning directly to his shoulder. Boom! Pain was kicked into the mountain like a broken sack, creating a cloud of dust. On the other side, my 3 teammates were also performing admirably. Aburame Shino's bugs directly burrowed into the body of the Hellhound, dismantling its splitting ability from the inside. Hinata's Byakugan locked onto the invisible chameleon, and with Yamashiro's mental techniques, they quickly dealt with the 2 summoning beasts. But before they could catch their breath, the opposing side didn't play by the rules and summoned more. With 2 loud bangs, 2 massive creatures jumped out of the smoke, a giant rhino resembling an armored vehicle, and an 8-foot raven hovering in the sky, dropping bombs like a bomber. My teammates were completely stunned at that moment. Shanzhong Chongli turned pale. His heart-turning technique was completely useless against this thing. Old girl Shirgang was quite tough, pushing up her sunglasses, shouting to hold him back and not let him bother the captain. Then, swarms of bugs erupted from her body, transforming into a cloud of insects that charged up into the sky to confront that 8-foot crow head-on. Nishikawa was also feeling quite frustrated. Her soft punches against that giant crab were like scraping skin, didn't even make it budge. The 3 of them were being pressed and beaten down by 3 giant beasts. And it was a complete mess. After I kicked the Deva Path of Pain away, my brows furrowed. Damn, this guy's body is too tough. The enhanced yin-yang release is something else. His speed and strength are not as good as mine, but his ability to take hits is incredible. I know that just relying on punches and kicks won't break him. Alright, let's change our approach and lure out your long cooldown Shinra Tensei. With that in mind, I clapped my hands together and my hand signs were so fast they left afterimages. Wind release. Compressed storm. I opened my mouth and unleashed a blast of old wind. A small white wind ball shot out like a cannonball and exploded instantly. Countless wind blades, sharper than knives, filled the air, plowing through the ground. The Deva Path of Pain in the pile of stones saw this and didn't dare to be reckless, joining his hands together. Shinra Tensei. With a loud hum, an invisible repulsive force erupted, instantly crushing my storm, creating a pit over 10 meters deep beneath his feet. But as soon as he finished using his skill, his expression changed, because I had already vanished. That's right, I was waiting for this moment when your skill was on cooldown. By the time he reacted, I had already teleported right in front of the Hell Path, the one responsible for resurrection. I'll tell you, in the 6 paths of pain, only the body of the Deva Path is upgraded with real money. The other ones are all fragile. The ninja, sword in my hand, crackled with dazzling lightning, giving him no chance at all. With a swift motion, the blade fell, and with a flash of lightning, the tall Hell Path was sliced in half. Taken out on the spot, a few kilometers away in the cave, Nagato let out a roar, furious. Conan, startled by his reaction, quickly asked what was wrong. Nagato, with a dark expression, said, "It's nothing, I was careless. The Hell Path was taken out by that kid." Conan advised him, saying they were too hasty and should wait until all 6 paths were gathered before attacking. But Nagato was already fired up, coldly stating, "I wasn't serious just now. From now on, I will get serious." On this battlefield, my news of taking out a pain boosted the morale of my 3 teammates. Hinata used her Bagua Void Palm to blow up the bomb dropped by the crows in the sky, and shouted, "Captain took out one. In the mountains." CHJR smiled wryly, glad there was finally good news. He had just tried it out and found that these summoned beasts had no independent consciousness. His mind transfer technique felt like diving into a blob of goo, pure tool beasts. He wanted to burn out the opponent's CPU, but ended up being taken out by their firewall. The oil woman Shizen was also startled, realizing her strength was increasing too quickly. They had just started fighting, and she had already taken out an opponent with the Rinnegan. On the other side, the Deva Path Pain watched helplessly as the Hell Path was dismembered, and his eternally expressionless face finally couldn't hold up anymore, exuding murderous intent like it was free. He stretched out his hand, aiming at me. "Shinra Tensei." Too slow, I scoffed, and the moment his gravitational force activated, I flickered with lightning and disappeared from my spot. This Shinra Tensei isn't instant. It has a process of build-up. Can I let you pull me in? What a joke. The Deva Path Pain noticed I had vanished again, and his expression darkened further. He realized my speed and combat experience completely crushed him, a rookie just out of the beginner village. At this moment, on a small hill a few kilometers away, Obito, wearing a vortex mask, and Zetsu, resembling a pitcher plant, were live streaming the event. Obito asked Zetsu, How's it going over there? Zetsu chuckled. Nagato seems to be struggling a bit. The speed of Uchiha Minato was too fast. Nagato's six paths techniques weren't yet proficient, and his experience was lacking. If this continued, he would be taken out solo. Black Zetsu's hoarse voice emerged. Madara, do you want to help? Not yet. Obito chuckled lightly, wanting him to face some hardship. Besides, the Deva path wasn't that weak. I would intervene at a critical moment to prevent him from having other thoughts. Before the words were out, something went wrong with my teammates. That huge crab swung its claws and charged at CHJR. Hinata's Bagua Void Palm misdirected the crab's attack trajectory, but also exposed the beast path. CHJR seized the opportunity and formed hand seals. Mind transfer technique. His spirit instantly dove into the consciousness of the beast path. Just as he felt happy, the next moment he was dumbfounded. He felt he hadn't entered a brain, but rather a bizarre space made of black and purple lines, with a pair of enormous Rinnegan coldly staring at him. An unreasonable, domineering will instantly crushed his spirit into pieces. Outside, CHJR let out a scream and fell to the ground. Hinata, wanting to save him, saw the crab's two large claws coming down. At the same time, the giant crow in the sky dived down like a fighter jet. Hinata watched helplessly as CHJR was turned into a puddle of meat, dead beyond saving. This is bad. Hinata felt a sinking feeling in her heart. But just then, she suddenly looked up at my side of the battlefield, completely stunned. The sky here has completely changed. Dark, heavy clouds are swirling, with flashes of lightning forming a massive vortex, as if hiding some catastrophic beast. The rumbling thunder sends chills down people's spines. The weather has turned. Rishanshuan screamed and ran away without looking back. UNG gang, hearing the shout, immediately controlled the insects and retreated as well. I stand on a protruding rock, surrounded by electric light, looking down at Tendo Pain from a high vantage point. It's almost time. Let's use the power of this celestial phenomenon and see if I can directly take you down. I slowly raise my right hand, pointing to the sky. Thunder Domain. Zila. A blue beam of light shot up from my hand, piercing directly into the rolling dark clouds. In the next second, endless lightning found its outlet, turning into a waterfall of thunder, crashing down from the sky and striking fiercely at Tendo Pain on the ground. In an instant, everything in his field of vision, the entire world, transformed into a sea of lightning. This terrifying scene made Nagato, several kilometers away, suddenly narrow his pupils, a sense of extreme foreboding rising in his heart. Shinra Tensei. At the center of the battlefield, Tendo Pain pressed his palms together, using repulsion to create a circular shield. The torrents of thunder struck it, all being deflected. I sneered coldly. I want to see how long your Shinra Tensei can hold up. Nagato became anxious, glaring with the Rinnegan, frantically channeling his chakra. Tendo Pain let out a low shout, and the repulsion surged, forcibly expanding the thunder domain by several meters. Interesting. A smile curled at the corner of my mouth. In the next moment, the lightning in the sky erupted violently, converging into a thunderous waterfall thicker than a river, descending from above. In the cave far away, sweat broke out on Nagato's forehead. Damn it, how can his lightning release control the natural lightning so precisely? He dared not think further and could only desperately channel his chakra. Yahiko's body absolutely must not be harmed. Tendo Pain's face twisted as the shield of Shinra Tensei was compressed, quickly shrinking to just a couple of meters around him. Several strands of stray lightning struck him, burning several large holes in his black and red cloud robe. He erupted with chakra again, barely managing to disperse the river of thunder, and then desperately tried to run outside the thunder domain. With a flick of my finger, the lightning in the sky seemed to come to life, transforming into bolts that chased after him. On the other side, the beast didn't dare to enter this lightning zone and could only anxiously wait outside. On the mountaintop, Obito's Sharingan was filled with gravity. This ninjutsu, utilizing the weather and terrain, was excessively powerful. Even Madara himself would have to take it head-on. Black Zetsu said, Obito, it's too late for you to go now. The speed of lightning is faster than your Kamui. Pain is doomed. But Obito replied, not yet, don't forget. Nagato can summon the Outer Path Geto statue. On the battlefield, the celestial phenomenon changed again. All the thunder was converging towards the sky, as if brewing the final judgment. Pain had already been struck down to a pitiful state, with charred hair and torn clothes. No, Yahiko's body cannot be destroyed here. Nagato gritted his teeth, knowing that his true trump card was about to come. At this moment, above the sky, a gigantic thunder sword, formed from endless lightning, loomed. exuding a terrifying aura capable of annihilating all things. In the cave, Nagato let out a roar, unleashing his chakra without reservation. In the lightning domain, Pain slammed both hands on the ground, summoning Jutsu. Outer Path Gedo statue. With a loud bang, a humanoid monster, as huge as a mountain, burst forth from the earth. Its upper body alone was larger than a tailed beast, and the falling lightning struck it like it was merely a tickle. As soon as it appeared, it opened its two emaciated hands, shielding Pain in its palm. The Outer Path Gedo statue? My gaze sharpened. No matter what you are, let me test this power of nature. I stood at the peak of the mountain, gently waving my right hand. The divine sword of punishment in the sky instantly vanished. In the next moment, a towering blue radiance erupted between heaven and earth. Endless lightning transformed into a storm, spreading in all directions, turning mountains and land into dust. And then even the dust was completely evaporated. A massive blue sphere of light, covering several kilometers, devoured everything. Following that, a deafening roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, capable of shattering eardrums. After a long time, the lightning dissipated. On the ravaged ground, only a gigantic deep pit remained. In the center of the pit stood the Outer Path demon statue, completely charred like a huge piece of charcoal. Its hands melted and the bone spikes on its back ground down. At its feet, the heavenly path Pain had already turned into a piece of human-shaped charcoal. Silent and motionless, I know that the golem has not been completely destroyed. The vast chakra within it is proof of that. Truly, it's a tough shell of the divine tree. With a bang, the charred golem turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. At that moment, a figure wearing an Akatsuki outfit, Obito, appeared out of nowhere and thrust a wooden spike towards me. But I was already prepared for him. With a flash of lightning, I instantly appeared several meters away. Obito's strike missed, and he sighed in disappointment. I squinted at him. Sharingan? A sneaky guy, who are you? Hee, Obito chuckled lightly. Who am I? I am Uchiha Madara. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Huh? Just you? Uchiha Obito? A rat that shows its tail while hiding? Dare to impersonate Lord Obito? Would Uchiha Obito do such dirty tricks as sneak attacks from behind? Oof. You young ones certainly have a sharp tongue. Obito's Sharingan was filled with anger. All right, you could deceive others, but don't deceive yourself. I shook my head, looking at him with disdain, and said meaningfully, once you lose this facade, you probably won't be anything at all. Young one, I want to see if your strength is as tough as your mouth. My words broke through Obito's defenses, and his voice turned cold as he clasped his hands. Fire style, storm dance, combining Kimyui with fire style. A huge fire tornado rushed toward me. I'm not stupid. After just using a big move, my chakra was almost empty, so I wouldn't clash with you head on. My figure turned into lightning again, directly flashing dozens of meters away. Obito clicked his tongue, clearly unhappy. Above the sky, dark clouds gathered again, and thunder roared. In this land of rain, the weather is my greatest advantage. It won't be that easy for him to take me down. The two of us were facing each other. After a while, a white absolute appeared from the ground and said to Obito, Madara-sama, Nagato over there asks you to help him bring back the Deva Path. Obito also knew that there was no way to fight today. A red light flashed in his eyes, and he instantly appeared next to the charred remains of Deva Path. Without waiting for my reaction, he directly used a Kimyui and disappeared with the body. His space-time ninjutsu was too fast. I indeed couldn't stop him. A few kilometers away, Obito returned the body of Deva Path to Nagato. Looking at Yahiko's tragic state, Nagato completely lost his confidence and lowered his head, softening in front of Obito. Obito lectured him a few words, telling him to quickly take control of the land of rain. Nagato was silent for a moment, then looked up and asked Obito, Madara-sensei, was the power of Uchiha Mei's lightning just now that great? The golem is okay, right? Obito waved his hand. The golem is fine. That little injury will heal quickly. But you, Madara-sensei, why didn't you take care of Uchiha Mei? With the wood release you once exhibited, he shouldn't be your match, right? When Nagato first created Deva Path, he was overflowing with confidence and proposed to have a friendly match with Uchiha Madara. Guess what happened? Obito directly countered with a wood release technique and gave Nagato a lesson on the spot. The sight of that giant Buddha rising from the ground, I tell you, became a psychological shadow for Nagato for life, etched in his DNA. After everything was done, Obito was still analyzing. In a land of rain, both the timing and the environment were in Uchiha Mei's favor, and he still had plenty of chakra. He could use that large-scale lightning technique again. We cannot expose ourselves now. After saying that, he slipped away, focusing on a strategic retreat. Over here, Uchiha May looked and thought, huh? They really left? He felt a great sense of vigilance inside, but on the surface, he still breathed a sigh of relief and began to clean up the battlefield. Goodness. He struck a piece of charcoal that was over 10 meters big with his blade. Crack. Inside was actually the remains of the golem, resembling a dead tree branch. May stroked his chin and stored this good thing in a scroll. As a result, he split open several more pieces, only to find nothing. They had all been turned to charcoal by lightning. He was still mumbling, this must be hundreds of years of lightning-struck wood? Just then, he suddenly felt something was off. His eyes turned, and his face turned pale, as if he was about to collapse. Before long, two people ran over. It was his teammates, Hinata and Shino. Hinata looked worried. Captain, are you okay? May shook his head, looking weak. I'm fine, just a little hurt. Then he asked in return, what about Yamashiro? Hinata lowered her head. He sacrificed himself. May responded with a sound of acknowledgement, feigning deep regret. Shino was still vigilantly looking around. Captain, where's the enemy? Temporarily driven away? We can't be careless. May's acting skills were so good that he deserved an Oscar. Shino and Hinata were shocked that huge lightning didn't kill the opponent. What level is this enemy? Hinata asked. Captain, is that one with the Rinnegan really that strong? May nodded, looking serious, extremely strong, and I feel he hasn't fully grasped those eyes yet. He will only get stronger. Shino's face twitched. It can still get stronger? May glanced at him. That kid is only 15 or 16, what do you think? Then he reassured them, but don't worry. That hit was enough to keep him down for a while. He won't be up in 10 days or half a month. After saying that, he told them to clean up the battlefield while he sat aside, pretending to heal. To understand what family is, he was fishing for evidence. He had long suspected that there was a traitor from Danzo in the team. It was either the recently deceased Yamashiro or this Shino. Now he was pretending to be severely injured, waiting for the traitor to jump out, so he could deal with him justifiably. On the other side, Shino was cleaning up the battlefield on the surface, but his eyes never left Uchiha May. He thought to himself, this guy looks seriously injured. Goodness, he came with Danzo's deadly orders. He must take the opportunity to eliminate Uchiha May. This was his main mission. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted May coughing up blood, and his heart suddenly leaped with joy. The opportunity has come. Just then, his insect stopped in front of a piece of charcoal, transmitting a sense of fear. He peered in to see another piece of deadwood. His eyes turned, and a plan formed in his mind as he shouted to Uchiha May, Captain, I've found something. Come take a look. May, still pretending, asked, what did you find? There's a piece of dead wood in this charcoal. I don't know what it is. Hinata nearby was also curious. Her Byakugan couldn't see through these pieces of charcoal, but she didn't say anything. After all, the pain of the branch family, who understands? The more you say, the more mistakes you make. What if the caged bird shocks you? May walked over slowly, and Shino acted completely normal. Captain, look, it's this. He pointed at the piece of deadwood and asked seriously, is this would release? May shook his head. No, it's part of a summoning beast. As he said this, he bent down to take a closer look. Now's the time. Shino's eyes glinted coldly beneath his sunglasses as he pulled out a kunai and swiftly stabbed it into May's stomach. Got it. Just as he began to smile. The next second his smile froze. With a sizzling sound, the stabbed Uchiha May exploded into a ball of lightning, shocking him. Lightning. Clone. He struggled to spit out a few words, and saw a pair of scarlet Sharingan. Everything went black, and he was gone. The real Uchiha May walked out of the rain, sneering. As expected, you couldn't hold back. Danzo's little rat finally caught you in the act. Just as he was about to interrogate, Shino suddenly had bumps forming on his body, followed by a rustling sound. The insects inside him went out of control and directly consumed him from the inside out. Damn, Danzo, that old trickster, even brought along a self-destruct program. May saw this and thought, great, the witness is gone. He could only use a fire release to burn the scene clean, focusing on destroying the evidence. Hinata was dumbfounded. The twist came too fast. Her CPU was overheating. May, however, acted as if nothing was wrong and asked Hinata to help him look for more pieces of dead wood using her Byakugan. Sure enough, they found 2 more. After everything was done, the two found a dilapidated village to shelter from the rain. May was roasting by the fire and suddenly asked, Hinata, how do you plan to explain today's events when you get back? Hinata was silent for a long time, then asked in return, what do you want me to say, Captain? Just tell the truth. May said lightly. Hinata was stunned. Tell the truth? She wasn't stupid. Shino was definitely from the root and a sworn enemy of the Uchiha clan. May nodded. Exactly. Say whatever you see. He knew that without capturing a live witness. Just relying on words would not be able to move Danzo. Hinata looked at him deeply and understood. Then, Mei began to incite her. Haven't you ever thought about unlocking that cage bird? This struck a nerve with Hinata. Her face immediately turned cold. Easy for you to say. The branch family are slaves of the main family. Slaves have no right to unlock the cage. She retorted to Mei. Captain, you should worry about Danzo first. Mei wasn't angry. Instead, he apologized. He had already calculated. This girl's desire for freedom was at its peak. She was a talent that could be molded and would definitely be useful in the future. After discussing this, Mei continued. The land of rain is too dangerous. It's the enemy's stronghold. We should return to the village first. Hinata tilted her head and looked at him. Captain, didn't you say the enemy won't recover for 10 days or half a month? Ming shrugged and said a harsh truth. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. We haven't even seen the enemy's face. This statement startled Ri Xiangsun, who quickly agreed to return to the village. Since that's the case, we shouldn't stay in the land of rain any longer. That night, the two stood in the office of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third was shocked to see them. How did you return so quickly? Ming-ji's expression was serious. The situation is unexpected. We feel this matter cannot be delayed and must be reported immediately. The third felt a jolt in his heart, glanced at the number of people, and solemnly asked, Did Yamanaka Ryo and Aburame Shurgai sacrifice themselves? Ryo died heroically, Ming said. As for Shurgai, Hokage-sama, he might be an enemy spy. After failing to ambush us, he committed suicide on the spot. Goodness, directly labeling Shurgai as a traitor. The third turned to ask Ri Xiangsun, who also lowered her head and said, Yes, what Lord Ming said is true. The third felt like he saw through everything. Damn Danzo, but he had no evidence, so he could only apologize to Ming with a face full of regret. Ming was magnanimous. Hokage-sama doesn't need to blame yourself. Who would have thought there would be a traitor from the Aburame clan? The two of them were in perfect harmony, like the best duo of the year. Next, Ming and Ri Xiangsun each handed over a scroll. The third picked one up, and his pupils trembled. Rinnegan, he muttered to himself, then opened Ming-ji's scroll. Repulsion, attraction, a giant summoning beast, able to withstand the gathering thunder from several kilometers away. The more he looked, the heavier his heart felt. When he saw the words, Uchiha Madara, the third nearly jumped out of his chair. He really claimed to be Uchiha Madara? He stared intently at Ming. Ming calmly nodded. He does indeed claim to be Uchiha Madara. I suspect he possesses time and space abilities. Upon hearing this, the third felt unwell. He slammed the table and called for the Umbu. Go notify the advisors, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Minato, and the heads of each ninja clan to gather in the third-floor conference room within an hour. Half an hour later, many important figures from Konoha gathered in the Hokage building's conference room. The third distributed the copied intelligence. This is the information just collected from the Land of Rain. Everyone, take a look. When Jiraiya heard Land of Rain, he was still thinking about his 3 disciples, but when he opened the scroll, he was instantly petrified, as if struck by lightning. Impossible. This can't be, he muttered repeatedly. Beside him, Orochimaru and Minato were also stunned. Uncle Snake understood the situation well and thought, this guy Jiraiya knows the owner of the Rinnegan. Jiraiya's reaction caught everyone's attention. The third was directly furious. Chakra erupting. Jiraiya still didn't respond. The third slammed the table, leaving a handprint on it, and yelled, Jiraiya, you better explain yourself, even though I'm old. Cleaning house is still easy. Only then did Jiraiya come to his senses and tremble as he recounted how he had picked up 3 disciples in the Land of Rain, one of whom was named Nagato, the owner of the Rinnegan. The room fell silent, filled with so many points of criticism that no one knew where to begin. Uncle Snake chuckled beside him. If I had suggested killing those 3 kids back then, we wouldn't have so many problems now. Jiraiya glared at him in anger. The third was even more furious, trembling. Why didn't you bring them back to Konoha? You clearly knew he had the Rinnegan. Is it that so-called prophecy? The so-called child of destiny prophecy? The third's gaze was cold. Now I see how your Mayaboka Mountain prophecy is going to be realized. He has aligned himself with someone claiming to be Uchiha Madara, that so-called child of destiny bringing peace to the world. Does it mean that the so-called child of destiny would kill everyone, and without anyone, it would naturally be peaceful? Is that what it means? The third's heart ached to the point he could hardly breathe. That was the Rinnegan. Originally, there was a high possibility it would belong to Konoha, but now it was on a path of opposition to Konoha. Jiraiya was completely deflated, slumped over the table. unable to rise, his mouth moving but unable to say anything. At this moment, Danzo spoke. My suggestion is to gather a large number of experts and eliminate the danger in its infancy. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not comment, but looked toward Jiraiya. How much do you know about the Rinnegan? What kind of abilities does that I possess? Jiraiya held back for a long time and awkwardly said, Actually, I don't know what abilities the Rinnegan possesses. As soon as this was said, the people in the conference room felt a sense of absurdity. After spending 3 years together, you actually don't know the abilities of the Rinnegan? Isn't that a bit ridiculous? The third really wanted to go over and slap Jiraiya, but he could only ask Uchiha Ming Jonin. You are one of the only 2 people present who have fought against the Rinnegan. What do you think of the Rinnegan? Uchiha Ming spoke in a deep voice. Undoubtedly. The Rinnegan surpasses our Uchiha clan's Mangekyō Sharingan. Riseong Sun also added, My strength cannot accurately sense the boundaries of the opponent's eye power. Even that puppet's eye power far exceeds my Bikugan. As soon as this was said, small-scale discussions erupted in the conference room. Mito Minyan asked with a serious face, Are you saying that if the owner of the Rinnegan grows up smoothly, their potential surpasses that of Uchiha Madara back then? It's possible. Uchiha Ming nodded. Then what do you think of the so-called Uchiha Madara? How strong is he? Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his severely painful head and looked at Uchiha Ming. From his unwillingness to show his true face, I don't think he is the real Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Ming thought for a moment and said, However, that person should have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. His fire release mastery is extremely high, and his neural reaction speed is very fast, also possessing space-time ninjutsu similar to that of Jonin Minato. This is troublesome. Space-time ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the veins on his forehead throbbing, and his blood pressure was rising. An enemy with space-time ninjutsu, if they want to escape, there is little anyone could do to stop them. Tanshin Koba looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked in a deep voice, Hiruzen, what should we do? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. For the time being, he had no ideas. Gathering experts to attack the Land of Rain definitely wouldn't work. They didn't even know where Akatsuki's base was. Going in would only alert the snake. Isn't that just alerting the snake? The Akatsuki organization can simply burrow underground. Where would you find them? Let me tell you, at that time, the Hokage office was incredibly silent. The third Hokage asked the Jonin present if they had any thoughts. And those people just looked at each other, wide-eyed and speechless, not daring to say a word. Are you kidding? The opponent has space-time ninjutsu. You don't even know where they live. How can you fight? It was a lonely meeting, and, in the end, the third Hokage could only say some superficial words like strengthening patrols and raising vigilance, which were useless. Oh right, they even put my unfortunate Master Jiraiya under house arrest, saying they were afraid he would run off to the Land of Rain to deliver ahead. Unbelievable. These old men would be better off letting me go home and do research. I didn't even go back to the clan, but dove straight into my secret base, the Shinten Biological Research Institute. Let me tell you, my exclusive lab is filled with treasures. Like the severed tail of the 6 tails and pieces of the outer path golem meat that I brought back from the Land of Rain, which is the so-called withered branch of the god tree. This thing is incredibly interesting. At that moment, I thought, would the meat of this golem react chemically with the chakra of the tail beasts? I directly cut off a small piece from the 6 tails meat, about the size of a fist, and placed it on that half-meter-long withered branch. Then, I activated my Sharingan and stared intently. Family, you wouldn't believe the scene. The withered branch seemed to come alive. Although it didn't move, I could see it frantically absorbing the 6 tails chakra like a water pump. In less than half an hour, that piece of meat completely disappeared, evaporated. Suddenly, a crazy thought flashed in my mind. If I fed this thing with the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts, would it evolve into the complete form of the 10 tails? Wouldn't I be able to reverse engineer the power of the Sage of 6 Paths? Even if that doesn't work, I could learn from those golden and silver horns and directly swallow this thing, becoming a pseudo 10 tails Jinchuriki, which would also be a level of Sage of 6 Paths. This had to be tried. Without hesitation, I immediately took the withered branch to Yakushi Nanoyu. I told her, Sister, put other matters aside for now. I have a new project for you. Form a small team and research this branch thoroughly, with the ultimate goal of making it sprout again. You have a free budget, and if you don't have enough manpower, go recruit more. This is more important than anything else. Shortly after I arranged this, the situation in Konoha changed. A month later, the 4th Hokage election was in full swing. Let me tell you, it was basically the 3rd Hokage giving a speech announcing his retirement, and then the Jonin pretending to vote. The result was obvious. It was Minato Namikaze, the Golden Flash, crushingly elected. Orochimaru, just a runner-up. Thus, Minato-sensei became our Konoha's fourth Hokage. He was indeed handsome, but life was quite frustrating. Do you think becoming Hokage makes you powerful? Wrong. There were still 4 old-timer advisors suppressing him. Minato wanted to form his own Umbu, planning to place our Uchiha and Hyuga clans in it. But guess what? Danzo and those old guys exploded. Their attitude was incredibly tough, even saying in front of Minato that the Uchiha clan was a naturally evil clan. Goodness, I was shocked. What era is this? Still engaging in family discrimination? Aren't they afraid of losing all their moral points? Minato was completely thrown off, feeling both angry and helpless. However, Minato-sensei is a reliable person. Even when he was overwhelmed, he remembered the promise he made to me. A few days later, an Umbu came to find me, saying the Hokage requested my presence. As soon as I entered the office, without saying a word, Minato-sensei pulled out a huge scroll from his drawer and slapped it on the table. The Book of Seals. Here, as promised, you can choose any 2 ninjutsu from it. I thought to myself, finally here. I've been planning this for a long time. When it comes to fighting later, all those fancy 5 elements techniques are useless. What matters are physical techniques, sage arts, sealing techniques, and space-time ninjutsu, the real hard currency. 8 Gates of Might, 2 damaging to the body pass. Flying Thunder God? I have Kim Yui. That should be enough for now. I'll keep it as an option. I flipped through the pages, and suddenly, 2 names caught my eye. The first one was Super Strength. That's right, it's Tsunade's technique that allows for precise chakra bursts to smash a mountain with a single punch. This thing is the ultimate expression of power. Learning it would be absolutely worth it. The second one was Soul Technique. This one is even more powerful, allowing the soul to leave the body, ignoring distance, and directly striking the enemy's soul. It can also conduct long-distance reconnaissance and chakra transmission. Isn't this basically a ghost hack with physical immunity? It's these 2, for sure. As for sealing techniques, I could just go rescue Kurena's mom from the hidden grass village later, and then learn from Kushina, the Uzumaki princess. It won't take long at all. When I mentioned my choice to teacher Minato, he was shocked, especially about the spirit transformation technique. He said that no one in Konoha knows this technique now, only the notes from the predecessors. I thought to myself, just because others can't, doesn't mean I can't. Teacher Minato is a straightforward person and directly helped me unlock the ceiling with a sweep of my Sharingan. The training methods for 2 S-rank ninjutsu were instantly engraved in my mind. He even specially gave me the training notes from when Kato Dan practiced. Truly a good person. When I got home, I first tried out the Super Strength. Let me tell you, this was incredibly easy for me. I gathered chakra to my fingertips and gently pressed down on the ground in the yard. With a crack, the entire surface instantly split open like a spider web. I nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. This destructive power is impressive. Next was the main event, the spirit transformation technique. I carefully looked over the notes, and my mouth involuntarily stretched into a grin. No wonder no one could learn it. It turns out the entry requirement is that one's mental strength must far exceed that of ordinary people. ISNT, this tailor-made for me. I, a traveler, already have a soul far stronger than the people of this world, and with the activation of my Mangekyō Sharingan, my mental strength is monstrous. This is simply my exclusive divine skill. After a little try, the feeling was as smooth as returning home. Time flew by, and by the end of the year, my super strength secret technique was already mastered, and I had successfully grasped the spirit transformation technique, able to convert my soul into a spiritual body. At this time, my ninja cat brought me intel. Karen's mother, Uzumaki Karen, was in increasingly dire straits in the village of grass. Her Nin husband died unexpectedly, and now she was treated as a living blood bag by the village of grass, being bitten daily for healing. If this continued, she would be done for. Could I tolerate this? I immediately decided to set out to rescue her from the village of grass. The village of grass was in ruins, resembling a refugee camp. Not long after I arrived, I saw several ninjas rushing in with injured people, shouting, "Hurry! Bring that red-haired woman here." I followed them and saw a room locked with a big padlock. Inside, a red-haired woman was chained, her eyes vacant and covered in bite marks. Those grass ninjas were treating her like livestock, yanking her hair to bring her arms to the injured person's mouth. Just then, my pet orange cat jumped in through the window, attracting their attention. The next second, I appeared at the door, with my crimson Sharingan shining. All 7 people in the room fell to the ground without even a sound. I walked over, and with a swift motion, I chopped the chains apart in just a few strikes. The red-haired woman, who was none other than Uzumaki Kyuka, went completely wild as soon as she gained her freedom. She snatched a kunai from a ninja tool pouch on the ground and started stabbing at the several unconscious individuals, shouting "Die! D! D!" with a look of vengeful delight on her face. I waited for her to vent before directly picking her up and activating Lightning Instant. The entire hidden grass village immediately went on high alert, with countless ninjas surrounding us. But in the face of my speed and Sharingan, they were just a group of moving obstacles. I charged through the crowd with Rika in my arms, forcefully carving a bloody path and breaking out of Hidden Grass Village. After running for over 10 kilometers, I finally set her down. Still shaken, she asked me if I was sent by Konoha. I shook my head and said this was my personal action. Upon hearing this, she looked a bit disappointed and started to worry about me, fearing that I would be punished by the Hokage for this, and that it might even lead to a conflict between the two villages. I looked at her kind, yet worried expression and could only comfort her. Don't worry, our Uchiha clan can handle this. Besides, our current Hokage's wife in Konoha is named Uzumaki Kushina, and like you, she is also from the Uzumaki clan. Upon hearing this, Rika's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "Really? When did the third Hokage marry a new wife?" The muscles on my face twitched. I could only tell her, "Sorry. But Konoha is already under the fourth Hokage now. The third has retired." Only then did she lower her head with a guilty look and apologize softly. "I tell you, that girl has been living a miserable life in the grass-hidden village. A guy took a liking to her purely because she's good-looking, and she just sits there like she's in prison, knowing nothing at all. So when I mentioned it, her eyes lit up with longing, as if she had grabbed onto a lifeline. Sigh, it's just that her walking pace is painfully slow. It took me a full 2 days to drag her back to Konoha. Once we got back to the village, I didn't foolishly take her straight to the Hokage's office. I first took her to my Divine Biological Research Institute. I had to make sure my people checked her out. We started with a full-body examination to ensure there were no issues, and then you know what I did? I had them quietly take some tissue samples. After all, I went through all this trouble not to be a living lay foam. Once everything was sorted, I contacted someone and discreetly notified Minato. That guy was busy dealing with paperwork in his office, but as soon as he got the news, he zoomed over with the Flying Thunder God technique. We had already rehearsed our lines. I directly told him that I stumbled across this girl in a border town, and she had nothing to do with the grass-hidden village. Guess what? Minato didn't ask a single question and didn't change his expression at all. He sharp. A member of the Uzumaki clan is the perfect backup for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Whether she was stolen or taken, once she's on Konoha's territory, she's a Konoha person. That same day, the girl received her permanent residency permit in Konoha, all in one go. I didn't manage the follow-up. Minato would handle it clearly. Anyway, I had already achieved half of my goal, and the rest just depended on the results of my research on the Ghost Luoya technique. Good heavens, just as I sent her off, the other half of my goal came knocking at my door. On the third day, Sister Mikoto came to find me, her big belly prominent. As soon as she saw me, she handed me a scroll, saying that Kushina heard I was researching sealing techniques and specifically sent her notes and insights to thank me for bringing her clansmen back to Konoha. I was so stunned at that moment. Family, who understands? That's the sealing technique notes of Kushina Uzumaki. It's a top-tier cheat, okay. This is a huge profit. I quickly asked Mikoto to convey my message, saying that this thing is too important to me. I'm feeling quite pleased here. When the people from the police department rushed over in a hurry, saying that Shuntion Biology wanted me to go over quickly, as there was a major discovery, I greeted Mikoto and then ran to the research institute. As soon as I entered pharmacist Nanoya's office, I was stunned. On her desk, there was a potted plant over half a meter tall, its vibrant green color radiating an abundance of life. I instinctively activated my Sharingan and looked closer. Wow, this thing is covered in chakra. You made that lump of rotten meat I gave you sprout? I pointed at the potted plant, struggling to find the words. Pharmacist Yena's expression was also quite strange. She said, "Ming Jonin, what you gave me is definitely not a branch, right? This is some kind of living flesh, isn't it?" I nodded. "That's right, you know your stuff." Only then did she suddenly realize, and then, in a lowered voice as if she were stealing, asked me, This wouldn't be the flesh and blood of the first Hokage, would it?" I almost laughed out loud. "Don't worry, it's not." She finally breathed a sigh of relief. She said the characteristics exhibited by this thing, such as super strong vitality, chakra absorption, and would release properties, were simply carved from the same mold as the first Hokage cells, and even more powerful than the first Hokage cells she had encountered before in the route. She said this thing was more like a super enhanced version of the first Hokage's cells. As soon as I heard that, my heart started racing. Oh my god, does that mean if the transplant is successful, we could mass produce would release? Just while we were talking, that potted plant started growing like it was on steroids, shooting up rapidly. We watched in disbelief as it went from over half a meter tall to a full meter in just a few minutes. The pharmacist, Yano Yu, was also shocked. She was about to reach out to use her medical ninjutsu to probe it, but the chakra green light in her hand was instantly drained by the tree. Scared, she quickly withdrew her hand. A few minutes later, surprisingly, a purple bud appeared at the top of the small tree, slowly blooming, and eventually producing a dark red fruit the size of a baby's fist, adorned with a black magatama pattern. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. We've struck gold. I told Yao Shirinayu to hurry up and research what this fruit can do. Although I knew it couldn't possibly be the true divine tree fruit, the fact that it was cultivated from the flesh of an outer made it an absolutely heaven-defying treasure. Time flew by, and it was now the 51st year of Konoha. Yao Shirinayu finally managed to thoroughly research the fruit. Goodness, this thing is simply a divine medicine. It can't be eaten directly, as doing so would result in death, but after refining and extracting it to make a special potion, it can actually break the innate shackles of the human body and forcibly raise your talent limit. I named it the sublimation potion. The only drawback is the low yield. One fruit can only produce one potion, and at most, we can make a dozen a day. After discussing it with my brother Fugaku, we decided that this precious item cannot be sold outside. We can't even consume it all within the Uchiha clan. If this thing is used on those talented children, it's unimaginable. While we were quietly getting rich, on the other side, Uchiha Madara from the Rain Country, wearing a tiger mask, also started making moves. The White Zetsu, lurking in Konoha, brought him a message. The fourth Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Kushina, is pregnant, with a due date in October. Zetsu immediately reminded Obito that the Jinchuriki is weakest when giving birth, making it a perfect opportunity to seize the Nine Tails. Obito glanced at him coldly and said, "Do I need you to tell me that? Do you think Konoha now is made of paper? That guy Minato's flying thunder god is not something I can handle alone." Black Zetsu chimed in sarcastically, "Yeah, our high-end combat power is just you and Nagato. It's really not enough." After pondering for a moment, Obito made a decision. Nagato is not much use in his current state. I need to help him recover. How to recover? Simple and straightforward. Directly implant Hashiroma's cells into Nagato. It will not only restore the vitality absorbed by the Outer Path Golem, but also reattach his severed leg. Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu immediately started to warn Obito, saying, "Obito, you're not the real Madara. If Nagato becomes too strong, he might get out of control." Obito retorted with a cold smile, "TCH, the one you should worry about is Uchiha Madara himself, not me. The Rinnegan is on him. Reviving Madara requires him too. Why should I be anxious when you, who are Madara's will, are not worried? Besides, even without the Rinnegan, I can still be the Ten Tails Jinchuriki with both Senju and Uchiha powers." This statement left Black Zetsu speechless. Obito is getting smarter by the day. Without hesitation, he went directly to Nagato. When he appeared, he got straight to the point. "Nagato, do you want to stand up?" Hearing this, Nagato's Rinnegan instantly lit up. Who wants to be a useless person for a lifetime? He excitedly asked Mr. Madara, "Is it really possible?" Obito feigned a mysterious demeanor and said, "For me, it's a trivial matter. As long as you receive the transplant of first Hokage Hashirama Senju's cells, I guarantee you will be fully revived and even gain would release." Nagato was both shocked and ecstatic upon hearing this and immediately agreed. Conan, beside him, was anxious and warned that this so-called Madara clearly wasn't a good person and to be careful. However, Nagato comforted her, saying that as long as he regains his strength, he will eventually break free from control. 2 hours later, the cave door opened, and Nagato emerged completely renewed. Not only had he regained his full form, but his red hair was also shining, and his overall condition was even better than before he was injured. He walked up to Conan, excitedly clenched his fist, and then clapped his hands. Would release. A 3-meter-high tree burst out of the ground in an instant. Conan was stunned. Nagato coldly said that Madara indeed had ulterior motives. Healing him was just to make him a pawn for a big plan against Konoha in the future. Conan advised him not to let hatred cloud his judgment. Nagato assured her that he was measured, but the look in his eyes told a different story. The scene shifted back to Konoha. Brother Fugaku had already started giving his eldest son Itachi special training, directly reserving a spot for him to use the sublimation potion, aiming to nurture him into the next Hokage from a young age. As soon as I heard this, I felt there was potential in it, but I also thought it was a bit risky. So, I specifically went to find Brother Fuyue to remind him of something. I asked him, I heard that the Hokage's wife is pregnant? Fugaku nodded. I said again, the power of the human pillar will weaken during childbirth. You know about this, right? Fuyue's expression changed, warning me not to act recklessly. I quickly waved my hand. Don't worry, I'm just concerned that someone might take the opportunity to cause trouble. It's that guy who calls himself Uchiha Madara. I urged him to remind Minato to keep the news about his wife's childbirth confidential. The location and time must not be leaked. Otherwise, if the Nine Tails were released, the entire Konoha would be doomed. Upon hearing this, Fugaku realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately agreed to talk to Minato tomorrow. I've given all the necessary reminders, and the rest depends on Minato's own fortune. After discussing important matters, Fugaku suddenly started talking to me about his son. Min, what do you think of Itachi? I said, is there even a need to ask? A once-in-a-century genius. Fujiwara nodded and then dropped a bombshell. I plan to have Itachi go to Minato to be his disciple. What do you think? As soon as I heard it, I thought, wow, they're going to make Uchiha a prince's companion, directly tying them to the Hokage's chariot. If this happens, the Uchiha clan will truly become part of the Hokage lineage, and Itachi will have the greatest capital for running for Hokage in the future. Let me tell you, Fugaku is planning to seize that capital. He's calculating very clearly. As soon as Minato's child is born, he will immediately arrange for Itachi to graduate early and directly apprentice under the fourth Hokage. Fugaku hurriedly ran to tell Minato, and Minato turned pale at the time, saying, thank goodness you reminded me, and immediately took it seriously. What happened next? He turned around to discuss it with the third Hokage and those old men. And the atmosphere suddenly changed. The third Hokage was okay, nodding in agreement to strengthen Kushina's defenses. But Koyudatane and Hamura Midokado, those two old stubborn ones, jumped up and immediately started with their Clich D rhetoric. No way. We can't trust the Uchiha. They have a history of rebellion. I tell you, I was so angry I almost laughed. Family, who understands? What era is this? They're still engaging in family discrimination? That old lady from the CHNIN exams is even more outrageous, directly warning Minato to keep an eye on Kushina and to limit her interactions with our Uchiha's Mikoto. What on earth does she take Kushina for? Has she lost the freedom to make friends? Minato is also a pushover after being lectured by that group of old-timers. He could only helplessly nod and say he would be cautious. This matter has been taken over by those high-ranking old folks, and there's no way for us Uchihas to intervene. Forget it, I can't understand their thought processes and I don't want to deal with it. I'm just going home to seclude myself. Guess what? I mastered the S-rank spirit transformation technique. I have to tell you, that feeling was incredible. My body felt like a decoration, and my soul just soared out, zooming like the speed of light, able to go wherever I wanted. My first thought was to check out what Obito and Nagato were up to. As soon as my spirit left my body, I locked onto the land of rain. Once I sensed it, wow, the chakra from the outer path's golem was like a black hole, wild and frenzied. Then I looked at Nagato, and my pupils shook. This guy not only healed his legs, but also had a vitality that was carved from the same mold as Obito. ISNT, this the Hashirama cells. Wow, you really understand the version answer. You've directly equipped yourself with a cheat. One Rinnegan, plus the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. And now he even has wood release. This configuration is simply outrageous. I calmed down immediately. I was initially thinking of sneaking up on him in spirit form for a backstab, but now I thought forget it. If I got sucked in by his hungry ghost path, I wouldn't even have a place to cry. This trump card has to be saved for a guaranteed kill. Time flew by, and before I knew it, it was October. I wasn't idle either. I thoroughly studied Kushina's sealing technique notes, and now my sealing technique skills are among the top in Konoha. But deep down, I was getting more and more anxious. Because I clearly remembered that October 10th was Naruto's birthday, and also the day the Nine Tails attacked. I hurried to find Fugaku and asked him to talk to Minato again to strengthen our defenses. As a result, Fugaku had on his face and said, Minato, don't mention it. Ever since the last time we talked, Kushina's security has been completely taken over by those high-ranking advisors. If we Uchiha go over now, we'll just be seen as having ulterior motives. Great, it's those old stubborns again. Well, I've said everything that needs to be said. I've done my best, and the rest is up to fate. On the night of October 10th, I stood on the rooftop all night, feeling the cold wind, my eyes fixed on the village, silently hoping that nothing would go wrong. As it approached 10 o'clock, the village remained peaceful, and I breathed a sigh of relief. thinking that my butterfly effect was taking effect. Just as I set that flag, a thunderous roar echoed. The whole Konoha started to shake. As I turned my head, at the very center of the village, the orange fox, the Nine Tails, appeared. A dark red chakra pillar shot into the sky, enveloping the entire Konoha in a blood-colored mist. In the Nine Tails' eyes, a Sharingan was glaring back, and on its head stood two figures. One was Toby wearing a tiger-striped mask, and the other was none other than Nagato, with his red hair and Rinnegan. Damn it! I couldn't help but curse loudly and rushed towards the village center like my life depended on it. The Jonin of our Uchiha clan reacted quickly, all rushing out immediately. I charged forward with Fugaku and our clan, but we were stopped halfway by 3 Umbu, who said it was an order from the Hokage for the Uchiha clan to evacuate the civilians and not engage in battle. As soon as I heard it, I knew it was nonsense. Minato would never give such an order. Without saying a word, I activated my Sharingan and cast a Jinjutsu, forcing them to reveal the truth. Sure enough, it was Danzo, falsely relaying the order, and the third Hokage knew about it too. Those old geezers were still wary of us at this point. I ordered them to be tied up. Then I exchanged a glance with Fugaku, and we led our clan around them, heading straight for the battlefield. By the time we arrived, the scene was already a chaotic mess. The third Hokage was engaged in a back-and-forth fight with Nagato, while other Jonin were surrounding the Nine Tails. Unable to break through its defenses, Obito was nowhere to be seen. He was probably taken away by Minato using the Flying Thunder God technique. When the third Hokage saw us arrive, his expression clearly showed he was relieved. He probably regretted it, not expecting that the enemy not only had the Nine Tails, but also Nagato, this formidable opponent. I exchanged a glance with Fujin, and in an instant I understood. He would deal with the Nine Tails, and I would confront Nagato. My body flashed with lightning, and I disappeared from my spot, appearing right in front of Nagato the next second. Shinra Tensei. Nagato reacted quickly, unleashing an invisible repulsive force. But did he think he could push me away? In his dreams, I unleashed a punch infused with the power of secret techniques, smashing directly against his invisible repulsion barrier. With a crack, his shattered shield was destroyed by my punch. We were both thrown away by a huge shockwave. The third Hokage seized the opportunity, swinging his staff down from the sky, aiming directly at Nagato. However, Nagato, with his Rinnegan, immediately used Wood Release, interweaving countless tree roots to form a massive wooden shield that blocked the attack. Then, the combination of the third's Fire Release and Earth Release ninjutsu was completely absorbed by his hungry ghost path. On the other side of the battlefield, Fugaku also activated his Sharingan, glaring with his Mangekyō, causing the Nine Tails to freeze momentarily, and he controlled it with Genjutsu. Just as the Leaf Ninjas were about to cheer, in less than 2 seconds, the Nine Tails chakra suddenly exploded, breaking free and roaring. You think a mere Mangekyō can control me? With a swift slap, it sent Fugaku flying. Fugaku, however, was tough. He stood up from the ruins, unleashing immense chakra, and a Susanoo over 20 meters tall rose from the ground, clad in armor and wielding a massive sword, engaging the Nine Tails in battle. But to be honest, he was still being overwhelmed. Just as the Nine Tails was about to form a tailed beast bomb, Fugaku interrupted it with a sword strike, causing an explosive mushroom cloud to rise right in the center of the Leaf Village. At that moment, Jiraiya arrived with 2 great toad sages, entering sage mode. He threw a gigantic Rasengan, but it was easily destroyed by several tails of the Nine Tails. Just as Jiraiya was about to combine forces with the 2 sages for a larger sage technique, Nagato also made his move. The entire battlefield suddenly erupted, and countless giant tree roots surged towards us, pulling everyone together. Now, a bizarre 3-way standoff formed on the battlefield. On our side were me, Fugaku, the third Hokage Jiraiya, and the freshly arrived Might Guy. Opposite us stood the glaring Nine Tails and the incredibly powerful Nagato. Fugaku was panting, blood still flowing from his eyes, but he was ready to fight. The old third Hokage, surprisingly clear-headed at this critical moment, scanned the situation and said in a deep voice, Nagato can absorb ninjutsu. Only sage techniques and taijutsu will work. Jiraiya, Guy, and I will handle Nagato. Fugaku, you and Ming will use your Sharingan to hold off the Nine Tails. The plan was good, but I had to lay down the harsh truth first. I looked directly at the third Hokage and stated clearly, Lord Hokage, listen carefully. If we can't control the situation, I will use my Mangekyō to kill the Nine Tails on the spot. After hearing this, the third Hokage's face turned pale. But in the end, he could only grit his teeth and nod, saying that if it came to that, if the Nine Tails had to be killed, then so be it. If Konoha couldn't have it, then no one else would. Just as I finished making my threat, the Nine Tails and Nagato were also scheming in their hearts. The cowardly Nine Tails. Seeing the situation with Wood Release and Rinnegan, especially with me, the Uchiha Tensei present, was already calculating how to escape, probably thinking, these people are all tough nuts to crack. If things go wrong, I'll run away. After all, no one can catch me right now. On the other hand, Nagato felt immense pressure. Looking at the sea of leaf ninjas, he was feeling anxious. While he was wondering why Obito hadn't arrived yet, Obito, wearing a mask, suddenly appeared beside him like a ghost. At that moment, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, also returned. He was holding Kushina, who had just given birth, and she was cradling a small baby. As soon as Minato landed, his face looked grim, and he reported directly to the third Hokage. That masked man claims to be Uchiha Obito. He knows Wood Release has a Mangekyō, and his space-time ninjutsu is even better than mine. He's really difficult to deal with. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage felt a chill run down his spine and urgently asked if it was really Obito. Minato shook his head, saying that it should not be him, although that guy was very familiar with the Flying Thunder God technique. He managed to leave a mark on him by using the second stage of Flying Thunder God to outsmart him. As soon as I heard it, I realized the opportunity had come. I quickly gave my dad, Uchiha Fugaku, a signal, and he understood immediately. He stepped forward to explain to Minato and the others a forbidden technique of our Uchiha clan that is extremely tricky, Izanagi. I tell you, this thing is simply a physical cheat. It can treat all adverse situations, including death, as if they never happened, forcibly changing them into a reality that benefits one's self. In simple terms, it can make death feel like just a dream, allowing for an immediate resurrection. The cost, however, is that using it once will permanently blind one of the Sharingan eyes. Minato and Jiraiya gasped in shock and asked how long this thing could last. My father thought for a moment and said, it's hard to say, it depends on the individual, but that guy has the Mangekyō. So he probably has 2 to 5 minutes of invincibility. Minato took a deep breath, looked at the weakened Kushina beside him, and his gaze instantly became resolute. We can't delay any longer. We must end this quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the Nine Tails, without any regard for martial ethics, spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. It unleashed a tailed beast ball with a diameter of over 10 meters, hurling it towards Konoha. Not good. Minato's expression tightened, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared, reappearing in front of the tailed beast ball. With a pull of his hands, a massive flying thunder god array appeared out of nowhere, forcefully swallowing the tailed beast ball. The next second, the distant horizon erupted, shining as brightly as if there were another sun. Seeing its attack blocked, the Nine Tails turned to flee. Could I let it succeed? I transformed into a blue lightning bolt and dashed in front of it. The beast raised its claw to swat me down, but instead, it let out a howl and stumbled back several steps, feeling as if a high-speed train had hit its foot. My movements were as fast as a ghost, darting back and forth beneath its massive body, delivering punches and kicks that made it howl in pain. On the other side, the battle fully erupted. Minato and Obito engaged in a teleportation battle, their figures flashing wildly across the battlefield, making it impossible to see. Jiraiya over there still wanted to pull the Master Student emotional card and shouted at Nagato, Nagato, have you forgotten what I taught you? Turn back before it's too late. And guess what? Nagato, who mainly played the role of listening to advice, glanced coldly with his Rinnegan and said, Teacher, I haven't forgotten. It's precisely because what you taught me is ineffective that I found the true path to peace. After saying that, he clapped his hands. Would release. Flower Tree World descends. Damn! The roots of the trees on the ground suddenly grew wildly, blooming huge poisonous flowers. The 3 generations quickly shouted, Don't breathe. Use wind release to blow the pollen away. In an instant, dozens of Jonin acted simultaneously, their various wind release techniques converging into a super hurricane that blew all the poisonous pollen away. Nagato saw that this tactic was ineffective. His expression turned cold, and he clasped his hands together again, murmuring, Earth Explosion Star. A black sphere the size of a thumb flew from his hand into the sky, and the next second, an outrageous force of suction came from above. The ground cracked, countless giant rocks and tree roots, along with many Konoha ninjas, were sucked up into the sky like dumplings. We were also affected, and even the Nine Tails couldn't stand steady. I immediately saw through the weakness of this move and shouted to my dad, "Dad, hit that black sphere in the sky. That's the core." Fuyue's kaleidoscope opened wide. Amaterasu. The black flames instantly ignited the black sphere in the sky. Following that, the third Hokage created 4 shadow clones and combined 5 types of ninjutsu: wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth into a massive energy pillar that blasted upwards. On Jiraiya's side, he also activated Sage Mode, and along with the 2 Great Toad Sages, they unleashed a raging sea of fire. Meanwhile, Might Guy, the father of Kai, directly opened the 8th gate, performing the Dragon Strike, unleashing a gigantic white energy dragon that struck first. My dad's Susanoo also sent out a massive Yata mirror. Good heavens. That scene was like an early preview of a New Year's fireworks show of 2025. A barrage of overwhelming attacks shattered the gravitational core in the sky. The explosive shockwave, carrying Amaterasu's black flames, rained down like a storm, instantly turning the entire battlefield into a sea of black fire. Nagato saw this and immediately unleashed Shinra Tensei, creating a space in the sea of flames with an invisible repulsive force. At that moment, Might Guy, panting heavily, looked at the third Hokage with a determined gaze and directly took off his green vest. The third Hokage's pupils constricted, and he shouted, "Guy, don't use that move. It's not the time yet." But Might Guy smiled and replied, "Lord Hokage, there's no time left. If I don't burn my youth now, when will I?" I saw the Nine Tails recovering from the impact of the Earth explosion star and knew I couldn't delay any longer. My father's Susanoo reappeared, and with one slash, he stunned the Nine Tails. Taking advantage of its moment of confusion, I suddenly activated my left eye's Mangekyō Sharingan, locking my gaze onto its head. Kamui. Visibly, the space around a Nine-Tails head began to twist and spin, like stones thrown into water, forming an invisible vortex. Roar. The Nine-Tails let out a terrified roar. And at the last moment, it surprisingly broke free from my father's illusion, forcefully moving its head out of the Kimui's attack range. All right, you can dodge the first strike, but not the second. I shifted my focus and locked onto its right front leg. Kimui, here we go again. With a muffled sound, accompanied by the Nine-Tails' piercing scream. Its massive right front leg was twisted off from the spatial plane. Its enormous body instantly lost balance and crashed to the ground. Before it could struggle, I endured the tearing pain in my eyes and unleashed my ocular power again. Kamui, another scream erupted as its right hind leg was brutally twisted off. Now, the Nine-Tails had completely become a useless fox that could only squirm on the ground. Just as I was about to catch my breath, I sensed a devastating aura exploding from the other side of the battlefield, distorting even the Amaterasu's firewall. Good grief, it's Might Guy. He has opened the 8th gate. Blood-red steam shot up into the sky, dyeing half of it red. This guy really knows how to burn his youth. Nagato's face turned pale. He desperately used wood release to create 5 thick wooden walls in front of him, resembling city walls, and finally used a technique to conjure a giant shield with a ghost face to protect himself. However, Might Guy had transformed into a red streak of light tearing through the night sky, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Meteor. The next second, those seemingly indestructible 5 wooden walls were like paper in front of him, crashing through with a series of explosions. The red streak showed no signs of slowing down and slammed in the final ghost face shield. Boom! A massive sound echoed throughout Konoha. The shield, known for its absolute defense, instantly became covered with numerous cracks, looking like it would shatter at any moment. The next second, with a crack, the shield shattered. I tell you, Nagato's face turned green on the spot, and with all his might he clasped his hands together, his Rinnegan eyes wide like copper bells, putting all his strength into it. Shinra Tensei. Boom. The scene was unbelievable. The red meteor that was Might Guy collided head-on with Nagato's strongest Shinra Tensei. To be fair, Guy had already reached his limits. After breaking through 6 lines of defense, the red light around him had dimmed considerably, and you could see his actual form through the blood-red steam. But even so, Nagato couldn't hold it. His entire face twisted in agony, as if he had been constipated for 3 days and nights. Suddenly, Nagato's pupils contracted, and he shouted in alarm, desperately twisting his body to the side. Too late. The repulsion barrier was like paper, and with a bang, it was kicked open, creating a large hole. A massive foot, steaming with blood-red vapor, slammed directly into Nagato's left chest. Crack! I genuinely heard the sound of bones shattering. Nagato spat out a mouthful of blood, flying 3 meters away like a broken sack, crashing into a pile of rubble. In the rubble, Nagato's chest was completely caved in, blood gushing out like it was free. But guess what? He wasn't dead, just severely injured. Good grief. Having the first Hokage cells really makes a difference. His resilience and recovery are unbelievable. Even after being hit by Might Guy's 7th strike, he still couldn't be taken down directly. On the other side, Might Guy lay on the ground, completely blackened and emitting white smoke, utterly motionless. Who understands? The eternal genin of Konoha, defining what it means to burn with youth with his life. When the third Hokage and Jiraiya saw the situation, their eyes turned red. They couldn't care about anything else and rushed toward the pile of rocks where Nagato was. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They absolutely couldn't let Guy die. As a result, from the pile of rubble came Nagato's weak voice, summoning technique. Bang! A puff of smoke exploded, and 6 orange-haired subordinates, known as the 6 Paths of Pain, jumped out, surrounding Nagato tightly. One of the female Pains raised her hand to perform another summoning, and a giant crow appeared out of nowhere, picking up the barely alive Nagato and flying towards the sky, heading straight for Obito's direction. Good grief, this is a strategic retreat. The remaining 6 Paths of Pain were responsible for holding the line, facing off against the third Hokage and Jiraiya. Nagato sat atop the crow, clutching his chest and gasping for air, probably cursing in his heart. How can a lowly genin using the 8 gates be this powerful? On the ground, the battle was about to erupt. Jiraiya activated Sage Mode, forming an even larger Rasengan than usual, and charged at Devapath Pain. As a result, a Fat Pain, known as the Hungry Ghost Path, jumped out with both hands spread wide, visibly sucking the giant Rasengan down. The third Hokage saw this and immediately lengthened his staff with a whoosh, thrusting it forward with immense force. Devapath Pain stepped forward and unleashed another Shinra Tensei. Bang! Jiraiya was sent flying, but the third Hokage's staff managed to hold firm, pushing Devapath Pain back several steps. Nagato watched from above, astonished. This old man was ridiculously strong. Is this all he can do? The third Hokage squinted his eyes, his muscles bulging, chakra erupting, and the force in his hands increased even more. With a bang, the staff pierced through the repulsion barrier, sending Devapath Pain flying backward. And with a swift horizontal sweep, he turned the hungry ghost path, who was still sucking down the Rasengan, into a twisted mess, instantly taking him out. Seeing the situation was dire, the animal path hurriedly performed a summoning. 3 hellhounds, a giant rhino, an armored crab, and a chameleon were summoned all at once, finally stabilizing their position. But this was only temporary. Under the combined attacks of Jiraiya and the third Hokage, these giant creatures quickly turned into smoke and disappeared. As Nagato flew farther away, the third Hokage took a deep breath. Without that puppet that could absorb ninjutsu, let's see how you play. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 shadow clones appeared, and the 5 of them simultaneously formed hand signs. 5 natures. Great burst technique. I tell you, the scene was incredible. Wind, fire, water, electricity, and earth ninjutsu surged forth like a flood, instantly submerging a vast area of ruins. Jiraiya was also not to be outdone, performing Sage Art, 5 right gate, oil fire, and wind combined into a technique that was just as powerful as the third Hokage's. Devapath Pain had no choice but to face it head-on, spreading his hands for another Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsion wall appeared again, forcibly separating the 2 streams of ninjutsu. The other Pains behind him hurriedly tried to scatter, but it was already too late. Sage Art, Great Rasengan. Jiraiya descended from the sky, and a giant Rasengan slammed the animal path into the ground, instantly killing it. At the same time, the third Hokage's staff came crashing down on the Azura path. Although it didn't kill him outright, it successfully delayed him. Now, the Devapath Shinra Tensei was still on cooldown. The third Hokage redirected his staff towards Devapath Pain. Just as he was about to land a blow, bang, all the Pains suddenly transformed into smoke and vanished. TCH, the 3 generations of elders looked displeased, having unexpectedly canceled the summoning. Nagato sensed that the situation was not right. If they continued fighting, his precious comrades would be finished, so he decisively pulled out the network cable. At that moment, Nagato had already been brought by the crow to the battlefield, next to Minato and Obito, just as he was about to catch his breath. The crow disappeared after being taken down by the beast path, causing him to fall directly from midair. However, he reacted quickly summoning the crow again before hitting the ground, continuing to circle above. As soon as Minato saw the severely injured Nagato, his mind raced, and he immediately came up with a new idea. Whoosh! Several flying Thunder God kunai were thrown towards Nagato. Nagato quickly used Shinra Tensei again, deflecting all the kunai with a clattering sound. A flash of golden light passed by. As Minato dodged Obito's sneak attack with would release, appearing not far away, with several kunai infused with wind release chakra aimed at Nagato. He was determined to eliminate this major variable first. Obito, seeing this, immediately calculated in his mind. Nagato must not die, but this is an opportunity, a chance to eliminate Teacher Minato and truly subdue Nagato. Nagato was almost in tears in the sky, as Minato's golden flashes zipped around like a ghost. The 5-second cooldown of Shinra Tensei was driving him to the brink. After using Shinra Tensei once more, he suddenly felt a gust of ominous wind behind him. Turning around, a flying Thunder God kunai was already thrusting toward his face. Not good. Nagato's heart sank. The breath of death was upon him. Just at that critical moment, Obito's figure appeared out of nowhere, reaching for Nagato, intending to pull him into the Kamui space. Good opportunity. A cold glint flashed in Minato's eyes. This was the moment he had been waiting for. When Obito phased and moved, he had to materialize. In the next second, Minato's figure disappeared. Thud! A splash of dazzling blood erupted right in front of Nagato. Minato, holding a flying Thunder God kunai, sliced down from Obito's shoulder, nearly splitting him in half. Two muffled groans sounded at the same time. One was Obito's, and the other was surprisingly Minato's. Just as Minato cut through Obito, a sharp wooden spike drilled out from Obito's body, piercing through Minato's left chest and exploding a cluster of menacing roots from his back. What a remarkable exchange. At the last moment of being pulled into the Kamui space, Nagato watched this scene, his face filled with disbelief. Obito actually sacrificed himself to save me? What a clever plan, what bravery. Minato spat out a mouthful of blood, using his last breath to activate the Flying Thunder God to disappear. He knew that the so-called Obito had been severely injured and would not survive. After Minato left, Obito also coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body almost falling apart. Shaking in pain, but his mouth wore a proud smile. This time I won, teacher. After saying that, he also hid in the Kamui space to heal. On the other side, Minato appeared next to Kushina, his face as pale as paper. That wooden spike had originally been aimed at his heart. He had just dodged it. Avoiding instant death, he pulled out a talisman, and a surge of sage chakra flowed into his body. This was a treasure from Mount Mayaboku, a pseudo-sage talisman. Although it couldn't save his life, it could give him a few more minutes. Minato, Kushina's tears fell as she saw him. Don't cry, Kushina. We still have things to do. Minato smiled, looking at the child in her arms. The future I have entrusted to Naruto. After saying that, he endured the excruciating pain and picked up Kushina, using a body flicker technique to arrive beside Fugaku and Uchiha Akira. The two were stunned when they saw Minato's condition. Minato, enough nonsense. Minato said sternly, I've severely injured Obito. Now, help me seal the Nine Tails into Naruto. In the distance, the gigantic Nine Tails lay on the ground, and upon seeing this scene, a mocking smile appeared on its massive fox face. The tides have turned. No one paid any mind. Uchiha Akira took Naruto and placed him on a rock. Kushina looked at her child, then at her nearly dying husband. Her heart felt like it was being cut by knives. Just then, Uchiha Akira's expression changed, and he suddenly looked towards the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails, which had been lying down, actually stood up. What happened? Its legs grew back? Fugaku was shocked, his eyes almost popping out. That's right, the Nine Tails grew 2 new legs, while the 2 that had been twisted off lay quietly on the ground. Roar! The Nine Tails howled at the sky. In the next moment, the 2 severed legs and the blood that flowed out underwent a strange transformation. A massive amount of chakra shot into the sky, the blood writhing and wrapping around the severed legs, turning into 2 gigantic crimson spheres. The change happened so quickly that there was no time to stop it. Damn it! This beast tricked us. Fugaku's face turned ashen. Boom! Boom! The 2 chakra spheres exploded, revealing what was inside. 2 smaller versions of the Nine Tails. Aside from their size, they were practically identical. The Nine Tails has this ability? Even the time traveler Uchiha Akira was confused. This exceeded his knowledge. Ha ha! The Nine Tails let out an excited roar. Now, let's see how you deal with this. 2 severely injured, 2 out of chakra, The advantage is mine, Kurama. How could Kurama lose? You're celebrating too early. Kushina's gaze turned cold, and countless golden chains suddenly emerged behind her, shooting towards the Ninetales like a storm. The Ninetales' laughter stopped abruptly, and it turned to run. Too late. In the blink of an eye, it was bound up like a big rice dumpling by the adamantine sealing chains, unable to move. Damn adamantine sealing chains. The Ninetales struggled frantically, and Kushina's face turned pale as the chains showed signs of breaking. She had no choice but to recall the chains that were chasing the two small Ninetales, wrapping them all around the main body. Cough, cough. Kushina gasped for breath and said to Fugaku and Akira, "Those two small ones are up to you." The two exchanged glances and rushed towards one small Ninetales each, activating their Mangekyō Sharingan, casting Jinjutsu, and the two small Ninetales stood frozen in place. Just then, a gap suddenly opened in the Amaterasu fire wall at the edge of the battlefield, and Jiraiya and the third Hokage rushed in. Seeing Minato's condition, both of their hearts shattered. "Minato, it's all my fault." Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice trembled, filled with regret. Jiraiya looked as if he had lost his soul. "It's not your fault." Minato weakly comforted them, then looked at the Toad Sage on Jiraiya's shoulder. But the answer he received was that it was too late to save him. Minato forced a smile, and together with Kushina, he carried Naruto towards the bound Ninetales. They both knew that sealing the Ninetales back into Kushina's body would allow her to live. But if Minato couldn't survive, Kushina would lose her motivation to live. "Kushina," Minato spoke up, "I can't hold on much longer, but you can raise Naruto. He can't be without a mother anymore." "Minato." Kushina's tears streamed down her face, and she finally nodded through her tears. "I understand. I will take good care of Naruto." Uchiha Akira, listening beside them, felt a sigh of relief, thinking that the outcome was finally somewhat different. But just then, an unexpected change occurred. Roar! The Ninetales let out an earth-shattering roar, struggling wildly. Suddenly, a scarlet chakra tentacle burst out of the ground, piercing through Kushina's abdomen with a thud. "Damn, this beast can still play dirty." "Ha ha ha." The Ninetales let out a wild laugh. "This is your revenge. Do you really think of me as fish on a chopping board?" Kushina spat blood, looking at Minato with helplessness in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Minato. I can't be there to raise Naruto." Minato sighed helplessly, quickly forming hand seals with both hands, and shouted, "8 trigram seal." Dense black runes instantly covered the Ninetales, wrapping it into a giant black ball. The ball gradually shrank in the air, eventually becoming the size of a fist, slowly sinking into Naruto's abdomen, forming an 8 trigram seal pattern, then disappearing from sight. After doing all this, both Minato and Kushina lost all their strength, kneeling on the ground, deeply gazing at their child. Minato used his last bit of strength to look at Hiruzen and the others. Third Hokage, Jiraiya-sensei, Fugaku, Akira, Naruto. "I'm entrusting him to you. Please keep his identity a secret. As for the two little Ninetales, you can handle it." His voice grew weaker, and, finally, he bowed his head. The golden flash of Konoha fell. At the same time, Kushina also completely lost her life. Jiraiya was in tears, and the third Hokage seemed to age 10 years instantly, while Fugaku remained silent. Sigh. Hiruzen sighed, laid the bodies of the two flat, and was the first to break the sad atmosphere. The deceased have passed. Let's discuss how to handle the two little Ninetales left behind. Only he could bring up this topic. "Let's seal them," Akira said. "After all, they are still parts of the Ninetales and possess its power." "That's right." Old man Hiruzen nodded. This answer was exactly what he wanted. He cleared his throat, his old face wrinkled like a walnut, and began his classic routine, shifting the blame. "What about the choice of the Jinchuriki? This isn't something you can just pick someone for. Who do you think is suitable?" I tell you, at that moment, Jiraiya, that big smart guy, quietly leaned over and said, "Hey, teacher, my little apprentice Ming, didn't he bring back a woman from the Uzumaki clan a while ago? I heard she just had a baby, and the Uzumaki clan is known for being Jinchuriki. Isn't that a perfect fit?" As a result, Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old man, rejected it without a second thought. "No, it's not possible." He shook his head. "That Uzumaki Kushina just arrived in Konoha not long ago, and we don't know her background well enough. I can't trust her." Good grief, I was rolling my eyes in my mind at that moment. Can't trust her? There are plenty of people you can't trust. Jiraiya wasn't giving up and suggested again. "What about her daughter? Uzumaki Karen, a newborn baby. She can't be a spy, right?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was still hesitating, his face clearly showing I don't trust. As soon as I saw the situation, I realized that if I let them continue talking, it would be dawn before we knew it. I directly gave a look to the clan leader, Fugaku. and instantly pulled him into my illusion space for an emergency meeting. Leader, I'll get straight to the point. Let Sasuke become a Jinchuriki. Fugaku was taken aback right on the spot, almost falling out of the illusion. Sasuke, how old is he? Does he have the qualifications for that? I reassured him directly. Don't worry, clan leader. Don't underestimate Sasuke. He is the reincarnation of Indra. A mere Jinchuriki with a Nine-Tails clone is simply giving him an experience boost, more than enough. Why Sasuke? Fugaku still didn't understand. I sighed and began to analyze the situation for him. Patriarch, look, the fourth Hokage is gone, and the old man of the third Hokage will definitely want to regain his position. As he gets older, that old man Danzo will definitely come out to cause trouble. We Uchiha must have some cards in our hands, and it has to be a trump card that can make Danzo think twice. Sasuke becoming the Jinchuriki is one of our strongest cards. Fugaku still had some concerns. A separated Nine-Tails might not be enough to scare Danzo, right? That's just one of the chips. I emphasized, we can't keep losing our cards. Now that the fourth Hokage couple is dead, and Might Guy has died, we've lost 3 major powers in one go. We Uchiha have you, me, and Shursui from the border, 3 shadow-level ninjas. When we speak, they have to listen. This struck a chord with Fugaku, and he finally nodded. All right, let Sasuke come. What about the other one? Let them figure it out themselves. I shrugged nonchalantly. If there's really no one, I can step in as well. Fugaku was stunned again, probably not expecting me to be so resolute. The Jinjutsu was lifted in an instant. I stepped forward and said to Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Jiraiya, Third Hokage, Lord Jiraiya, I have a candidate. Hiruzen Sarutobi responded with an O. His surprise was evident in his eyes. My second son, Fugaku Uchiha, has the potential to become a Jinchuriki. As soon as I finished speaking, Fugaku stood up, looking righteous. Third Hokage, for the sake of the village, our Uchiha clan is willing to let my son Sasuke bear this fate. I have to tell you, Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face instantly became lively and colorful. He was calculating in his mind, definitely thinking, what does this Uchiha want? Does he want to lay his hands on the power of the Nine-Tails? He instinctively wanted to refuse, but when the words reached his lips, he couldn't say a word. Why? Because he didn't dare. Now that our Uchiha strength is here, he couldn't afford the consequences of refusal. Just as he was in a dilemma, the good show began. Fugaku suddenly let out a muffled groan, covering his eyes and kneeling down, blood gushing out from between his fingers. Fugaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Jiraiya were startled and rushed over. Who understands a family? Fugaku's acting skills are so good that he deserves an award. While pretending to be in pain, he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Excessive consumption of ocular power. The Nine-Tails is about to go out of control. Make a decision quickly. This directly cut off Sarutobi Hiruzen's retreat. If the Nine-Tails goes out of control again, Konoha would just be wiped off the map today. He hurriedly looked at me. Ming, can you hold on? I can hold on for a while longer. I said in a deep voice, secretly giving Fugaku a thumbs up. Good. Then let Sasuke be the Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally made a decision. But what about the other one? Teacher, let Uzumaki Karin come. She's the most suitable. Jiraiya quickly added. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't oppose anymore. He was afraid that our Uchiha would take both. He just symbolically asked, will her mother agree? Jiraiya said, I'll go talk to her. All right, it's settled. The old man sighed, then asked who will seal it. This thing can't be done with ordinary sealing techniques. I'll do it. I stepped forward without hesitation. Can you do it? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, still not reassured. No problem, I said confidently. I just observed the fourth Hokage's sealing technique, and I understood it. Sarutobi Hiruzen had nothing to say and could only nod in agreement. Jiraiya used the fire sealing technique to create an opening in the Amaterasu firewall and went out to find someone. After more than 10 minutes, my mother, Mikoto, rushed in holding the still infant Sasuke. When she saw the bodies of Minato and Kushina, her eyes turned red immediately, and she whispered Kushina's name. But she quickly composed herself, walked over to Fugaku, handed Sasuke over, and looked determined. I believe Sasuke can bear this fate. Fugaku forced a smile, exuding a commanding presence. Don't worry, the so-called tragic fate of the Jinchuriki does not exist in our Uchiha clan. He looked at me. Ming, I'm counting on you. I nodded and walked over to Sasuke, quickly forming hand seals with both hands. 8 trigrams sealing. That's right. After watching Minato's technique once, I successfully learned it. Dense runes spread out from beneath my feet, instantly wrapping the giant Nine-Tail split body into a large black sphere over 30 meters in diameter. Then, under my control, The black sphere flew towards Sasuke while rapidly shrinking, eventually becoming the size of a fist and popping into Sasuke's small belly. An 8 trigrams ceiling pattern flashed by, done. The ceiling was complete, and Sasuke began to cry loudly, prompting my mother to quickly pick him up and soothe him. After a while, Jiraiya came over with a sorrowful look, accompanied by Uzumaki Kushina and her baby, Karen. It was clear that the persuasion process had not been easy. Uzumaki Kushina had red eyes, only hoping that Konoha would treat Karen better in the future. Naive. Do you really believe Konoha treats Jinchuriki well? I certainly don't. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen promised solemnly that he would keep their identities strictly confidential. The next ceiling went smoothly, and I once again perfectly replicated the 8 trigram ceiling. By the time everything settled down, it was already late at night. I returned to the clan grounds, sitting under the eaves, feeling incredibly frustrated. Good grief. After all this effort, what do I have to show for it? The 4th Hokage and his wife are still gone. Konoha is still in ruins. And the plot seems to be stuck in the original story. Does it have to follow the original so rigidly? Just when I was feeling angry, a light bulb suddenly went off in my head. Wait a minute. That Uchiha Obito kid is currently in a severely injured state, right? He just fought his teacher and must think he's invincible. This is the perfect time for him to be lax. Isn't this the best opportunity for me to steal from him? I sat down cross-legged, formed a seal with my hands, and activated the spirit transformation technique. It was time to give him a little shock from the Uchiha. My spirit instantly left my body, senses fully open, and in the next second, I locked onto Obito's chakra far away in the land of rain. Is he with Nagato? No rush. Once he is alone, it will be his end. On the other side, in a broken cave in the land of rain, Obito and Nagato looked like they had just returned from the battlefield in Iraq, covered in injuries. Especially Obito. That guy is simply a master of manipulation, still trying to persuade Nagato, saying something like if it weren't for saving you, I wouldn't be this hurt. He moved Nagato to tears, who kept calling him Mr. Madara affectionately. After the performance, Obito made an excuse to go treat his injuries, telling Conan to take good care of Nagato. The moment he left, I used the spirit transformation technique to lock onto his location. This kid found a darker cave, separating from his white Zetsu clone, Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was still being annoying, asking him if being injured felt like needing to take a dump, and Obito yelled at him. Forget it, let us go to the Kamui space, it's definitely safe there. Obito thought to himself, and began to activate Kamui. Just as the whirlpool appeared in his right eye, a white light, so fast he couldn't react, directly entered his body. Spirit transformation technique hit. In his mental space, we stood facing each other. This guy's also a weirdo, still wearing his broken mask in the spiritual world. He looked at me with an ugly expression. Spirit transformation technique. I didn't expect you would know this technique. I laughed. There are still many things you didn't expect. Even at this point, you're still wearing a mask. It seems your face really is not fit to be seen. I directly broke his defenses with that, and his right eye's kaleidoscope spun wildly. A huge repulsive force surged from all directions, trying to kick me out. Oomph. Consider yourself lucky. I threw out a harsh remark and retreated with that force. Do you think this is the end? This is just the appetizer. My spiritual body instantly returned to its original form without any hesitation. With a glare from my kaleidoscopic left eye, an identical spatial vortex appeared, and I directly dove into it. From a failed attack to entering the Kamui space, it took less than 2 seconds. Meanwhile, on Obito's side, he was momentarily dazed by my mental attack. When he regained his senses, he realized it was too dangerous outside, and he had to enter the Kamui space. With a thought, he disappeared with a whoosh from the cave. The next second, he appeared in his vast square space, feeling incredibly secure. Here, I'm absolutely safe. He just smugly murmured a phrase. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound of a sharp object piercing flesh. He incredulously looked down to see a kunai wrapped in wind-style chakra, piercing through his left chest from his back. Yes, the flying thunder god couldn't sense this place. A cold voice echoed behind him. But what if I came in by myself? He struggled to turn his head and saw me emerging from the ground with a cold smirk. You, how is it possible? Go to hell and ask King Yama, Uchiha Obito. I didn't give him a chance to react. The short knife in my other hand glinted with cold light, and with a hiss, a red line appeared on his neck. Bang! His head, wearing a tiger-striped mask, rolled away far. I waited cautiously for a full 10 minutes, confirming that he didn't use Izanagi to revive himself, and then I breathed a sigh of relief. I walked over and used a shadow clone to lift his mask. It was a distorted and unwilling face. The unblinking Uchiha Obito. Ha! Looking at his corpse, I finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Who understands, family? I've finally turned this damn plot around. The mastermind is dead. I unceremoniously gouged out both of his eyes and directly swapped his kaleidoscope right eye into my left eye socket. Unfortunately, without the interstitial cells. This divine power can't be wasted casually. But that's okay. I sealed his headless corpse, which is half filled with interstitial cells, into a scroll. This is top-notch research material. Obito Uchiha has been dealt with, but my journey is still long. Next, I need to find a way to unlock my own Mangekyō Sharingan. However, let me tell you, the conditions to unlock this thing are hellishly difficult. To obtain the ultimate eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, you first need to have your own Mangekyō Sharingan, and then find another pair of someone else's Mangekyō Sharingan to fuse with it. Only then can you consider it a success. Obito's eyes will be my upgrade material in the future. I specifically went to our Uchiha shrine before to sneak a look at the ancestral stone tablet, which was clearly inscribed. Interestingly, the tablet did not mention that the eyes must belong to biological brothers. However, the problem arises since historically only two people have succeeded, Madara and Sasuke, both of whom happened to use the eyes of biological brothers and were both reincarnations of Indra. This is quite subtle. After pondering for a long time, I feel that the key point is not whether they are biological brothers, but whether you possess Indra's chakra within you. In simpler terms, you need to be the chosen one of the Sage of Six Paths, equipped with a VIP bloodline. Although Kagaya's old scheme altered the tablet, his ultimate goal was to create the Rinnegan, so he definitely wouldn't dare to write nonsense on such critical technical parameters. It is likely he presumed that only the reincarnations of Indra would reach this point. Alright, let's set the matter of the eternal Mangekyō aside for now. We need to take things one step at a time. The biggest issue right now is how to awaken my first pair of Sharingan. The conditions for awakening the eyes are to suffer a tremendous emotional shock, whether positive or negative, as long as it can cause your emotions to explode on the spot. But who would understand this among my family? I'm someone who traveled here with a stable mindset and 2 lifetimes of experience behind me. I doubt anyone's death in this world would stir any waves for me. Expecting me to cry and awaken my eyes just because someone died is basically impossible. However, there are always more solutions than difficulties. If the normal route doesn't work, I can play a little trick. I do know that technique of spirit division, which can split the spiritual body. My plan is as follows. I will create a small alternate persona for myself, split off a blank spiritual body, and then personally infuse it with a set of predetermined memories, such as crafting a pure love-struck persona, making it fall in love with a female lead I arrange. Then, I will direct a grand NTR drama, letting it witness its beloved betray it and die before its eyes. Once it cries until it's a mess, with emotions at their peak, I will awaken my eyes. Then I'll reclaim this spiritual persona, pulling off a Cyber Sage jump, perfectly done. Of course, this script needs to be well designed. The Sharingan reflects the mind state, and the eye techniques obtained upon awakening are closely related to what you were thinking at that moment. If I don't write this script well, and end up with Amaterasu, I would have nowhere to cry. That cursed black flame is purely a physical attack. Someone could just roll away from it and be done. Then there's the Kagaya's power, which is even more ridiculous. Tsukuyomi is slightly better, but in later battles, it's just pure flight. It would be quite useful for teaching purposes, though. While I was pondering this matter, the next day, the atmosphere in Konoha was utterly desolate. News of the death of the 4th Hokage and his wife spread throughout the village, and everyone seemed to have lost their souls, especially the ninjas. In their hearts, the golden flash of Minato Namikaze was a god of war. How could he just be gone? A light rain fell from the sky, and the cemetery was crowded with people dressed in mourning clothes. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, stood at the front, followed by the heads of various ninja clans, and then the Jonin. After the funeral, they held a high-level meeting in the afternoon. In the Hokage Tower's conference room, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The 3rd Hokage held a stick, gesturing on the map, arranging disaster relief and reconstruction, discussing building a commercial street here and a food street there. After talking for a long time, no one spoke up. Just as he was about to adjourn the meeting, Danzo Shimura suddenly jumped in. He slammed the table, glaring at our clan head, Fugaku Uchiha, and immediately put on a big hat. Last night, the Nine Tails caused trouble. Why didn't your Uchiha clan evacuate the civilians? You dare to disobey the Hokage's orders? Do you want to rebel? As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes in the room turned to us. Let me tell you, the people present weren't blind. They knew that our Uchiha clan had genuinely risked their lives to hold the front line last night. Nagato's terrifying wood release was about to plow through Konoha, and without us holding the line, casualties would have at least doubled. Fugaku laughed at that moment, looking Danzo up and down with eyes like he was looking at a fool. Hokage's orders? Counselor Danzo, where did you get that from? We didn't receive any orders from Lord Fourth to evacuate the civilians. At this point, he shifted his tone, his voice dropping 8 degrees. However, we did capture a few Umbu who were spreading false orders. They confessed that they were sent by you, Counselor Danzo. I just want to ask, what do you mean by spreading false Hokage orders? Do you think you're the Hokage now? You. Danzo was so furious he trembled, pointing at Fugaku as he complained to the third Hokage, Hiruzen. Look, the Uchiha clan is simply lawless. This must be dealt with severely. Fugaku sneered, standing tall and straight. Of course, now that we Uchiha have 3 shadow-level ninjas, we speak with such confidence. The third Hokage, seeing that the situation was not right, hurriedly came out to mediate. He shot a glance at Danzo and said lightly, All right, Danzo, the Uchiha clan had the greatest contribution in last night's battle. Without them, who knows what Konoha would look like now? Then he turned to Fugaku with an apologetic expression. Fugaku, this was a misunderstanding. Last night, I was the one who assigned Danzo to oversee the evacuation. He took the blame himself, providing a way out. After all, if our Uchiha clan hadn't disobeyed orders and gone all out, the third Hokage might not have had the opportunity to hold this meeting today. Fugaku seized the opportunity, smiled, and sat back down. Danzo was left dumbfounded, pointing at the third Hokage. Hiruzen, this matter ends here. The third Hokage declared decisively. You will regret this. Danzo's face turned green with anger as he left with a fierce remark, slamming the door behind him. The third Hokage looked at his back and coldly added, Danzo, I am Hokage. The seasoned veterans present all observed with keen eyes, not uttering a word. For didn't he know that these 2 old fellows would quarrel in the morning and be as good as one person again in a couple of days? After Danzo left, the third Hokage announced the meeting adjourned, saying that he needed to consult the daimyo about the new Hokage. This news spread like wings, sweeping across the entire ninja world. Uchiha Madara has been resurrected. The Rinnegan has appeared. The 4th Hokage of Konoha has died in battle. Each of these was a heavyweight bombshell. The old man Inoki from Iwagakure, upon hearing the name Uchiha Madara, felt his spine almost give out. The fear he once felt under Madara's gaze returned. But then he thought, hey, Madara is an enemy of Konoha. The one who should be trembling now is that old monkey, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He immediately sent someone to stir up trouble at the borders of Konoha, aiming to take advantage of their misfortune while also gathering intelligence on that Rinnegan user named Nagato. The hot-tempered Reikage from Kumogakure, upon hearing that Minato was gone, slammed the table. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Who could kill him? After receiving the intelligence, he saw Uchiha. Madara? Rinnegan? He fell silent, and then muttered, Oh, then it's nothing. He died without injustice. He turned and began to contemplate how to upgrade his lightning armor. On the side of Kirigakure, the third Mizukage laughed so loudly that the entire village could hear him, as if he had just won 5 million. After all, their 7 ninja swordsmen had almost been turned into a 2-man team by Konoha. The grudge ran deep. Hidden in the crowd, the shuriken user Yagura watched the Mizukage laugh madly, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he calculated his own little schemes. The Kazekage of Sunagakure, Raza, was also grinning from ear to ear, almost ready to pop champagne. After the third Great Ninja War, seeing Konoha's misfortune made him happier than if he had struck gold himself. In any case, the entire ninja world is now a bubbling pot of chaos with undercurrents flowing. 3 days later, a surprising piece of news arrived. The already retired third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, announced his return to the position, once again becoming Hokage. Nagato and Konan, upon hearing about the return of the third Hokage, immediately mocked. In such a big Konoha, can't they find anyone to take over? They have to bring this old man back? Nagato scoffed. Konoha has plenty of talent. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Uchiha Fugaku. Which one of them can't take the role? To put it bluntly, it's just Sarutobi Hiruzen being greedy for power. Konan also lamented that these old guys are all the same. Nagato's expression turned cold, and he decided to go eliminate Hanzo from the Rain Country in a few days, completely bringing the Rain Country under Akatsuki's control. He also discussed with Konan that Akatsuki's high-end combat power was lacking and they needed to recruit some strong rogue ninjas. At that moment, Ketsuyugen, who looked like a carnivorous plant, floated in and immediately dropped a bombshell. Boss, it seems like our leader, Madara, has run into some trouble. He said that Obito returned from Konoha that day, mentioned he was going to heal, and then vanished without a trace for so many days without any news. Initially, Kurizetsu thought he was just severely injured, but as time passed, he felt something was off. He went to ask Toby, who said that day Obito went off to heal on his own while he went to take a dump, and they weren't together at all. At this point, Kurizetsu's heart sank, realizing that Obito was probably dead. Of course, for Kurizetsu, whether Obito was dead or alive didn't matter. What mattered was that Nagato, the tool, was still around. He came this time to see Obito's disappearance as an opportunity to maneuver more freely and prepare to start manipulating Nagato, the big fool. Nagato was still confused, unable to believe it. How could that be? Mr. Madara is so strong. Who could make him have an accident without a sound? Meanwhile, Konan, listening nearby, was almost popping champagne in her heart while pretending to be extremely worried on her face. Kurizetsu analyzed with a serious face. He doesn't like anyone around when he's healing, so I suspect something happened while he was healing in isolation. Nagato thought for a moment, but still felt it was unlikely, deciding to wait and see. Kurizetsu was delighted to see Nagato trust Madara so much and wasn't in a hurry. After all, time would prove everything. Meanwhile, on the Uchiha side, the basement erupted in chaos. Why is it Sarutobi Hiruzen? What right does he have? He has the greatest responsibility for the Jinchuriki's incident. How can he have the face to come back as Hokage? Our clan leader clearly had the chance to run for it. The clan members were all filled with righteous indignation, their Sharingan glowing red in the darkness, like they had activated a red-eyed special effect. Fugaku stood in front of the stone tablet, his expression also quite grim. Sarutobi Hiruzen's move to undermine their hopes was too ruthless, directly cutting off everyone's aspirations. I listened to the discussions among the clansmen, and my head ached. Some of the more heated members were already playing out scenarios in their heads like a spy movie, talking about assassinating the Hokage, starting a war, and forcibly seizing power to achieve great wealth and glory. They were really too eager to advance, thinking that with our Uchiha clan having 3 shadow-level powers, we could easily overturn the table. Fugaku was also annoyed by what he heard. He waved his hand to send them all away and then kept me behind. After everyone left, he bitterly told me, "I didn't expect Minato to be gone just like that. Our Uchiha situation has suddenly returned to square one." He sighed, looking at the situation today. Hiruzen Sarutobi will definitely unleash that old dog Danzo again, specifically to deal with us. I was immediately energized, my eyes gleaming with a cold light. Why wait? Why not take the initiative and deal with him first? Fuyu was startled and quickly shook his head. No, Danzo is not an easy target. He was a disciple of the second Hokage and a member of the Umbu. His strength is unfathomable, and even if he is not as strong as Hiruzen Sarutobi, he's not far off. Moreover, he has those crazy guys from the root under him. It's not that easy to deal with him. As soon as I heard that, I thought, hey, that works. I told Fugaku, why don't you give it a try first? After all, even if it goes wrong, I can still cover for you. Just kidding. With the power of the 2 divine might, if I can't take down anyone else, I still have confidence in dealing with Danzo. I asked him, when do you plan to throw out the bomb of conducting human experiments on Danzo and Orochimaru? And guess what? Fugaku directly replied, no rush. It's not the right time yet. The glint in his eyes flashed, and I swear he looked just like an old fox, sneering as he said, this trump card better not be played unless necessary. And when it is, it will blow Sarutobi Hiruzen right out of the Hokage position. I was stunned at that moment and said, Chief, are you trying to become Hokage yourself? Fugaku fell silent for a moment, shook his head, and said he's not cut out for that. Then, his gaze locked onto me like a searchlight, and he said word by word, if the opportunity arises, I plan to push you into the position of Hokage. I directly saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone, with a face full of question marks. Me, becoming Hokage. This script is wrong. How did I suddenly get the yellow robe and get appointed? Let me tell you, I was confused at that moment. I really had no thoughts about that position. Being Hokage is so tiring, having meetings and reviewing documents every day. How could that be more enjoyable than my research on divine biological studies? Fugaku saw my lack of ambition and started lecturing me, saying that I had enough strength and brains to be Hokage without any issues. I quickly waved my hand, saying that my contributions weren't enough and my experience was too shallow. Plus the third had stepped down, and there were still Jiraiya and Tsunade, those 2 big shots. In line, right? As a result, Fugaku snorted, full of disdain, and directly started to rant. Jiraiya? His disciple Nagato has become the leader of the rogue ninjas. That's his lifelong stain. He can't take that position. Tsunade? She has long since fallen out with the higher-ups and has completely lost interest, so don't mind her. As for contributions? He squinted his eyes, That kind of energy came up. What significant contributions did Sarutobi Hiruzen have when he ascended? It was all determined by the second Hokage's words, without even going through the process, and he still sat there steadily for so many years, right? As soon as I heard it, I thought, oh, it seems to make sense. Fujiyama noticed I was a bit swayed and immediately seized the opportunity, smiling as he said, "Don't worry about reputation. That kind of thing can be packaged later." I laughed at that time too. How could I not understand? The title of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the god of ninjas, was marketed like this, right? This trick, come on, who doesn't get it in 2025? To put it bluntly, it's just about building a persona, buying trending searches, and controlling comments. Fuji saw that I had potential, so he asked me if I was moved. Could I say I wasn't? That's the Hokage, the pinnacle of power in the ninja world. I smiled and said the allure was indeed there, so this matter was settled. We agreed to wait for an opportunity to completely sweep that old guy, Sarutobi Hiruzen, into the trash heap of history. After I left, Fujiwara was there secretly enjoying himself, wondering what was on his mind. Let me tell you, this guy has a hidden ultimate move. Back in the day, he opened his kaleidoscope. His left, I was Amaterasu, and his right, I awakened a technique called Tengun no Kame, which can glimpse the future. At that time, I thought, bro, this is a bit outrageous. He is simply way ahead. It was with this technique that he saw several fragments of the future, including Minato becoming Hokage and me rampaging on the battlefield. That's why he placed his bets on me early, teaching me ninjutsu and giving me special training. But the cooldown for this technique is ridiculous. After using it last time, it took 8 years to cool down, and the futures he saw are random, like opening a blind box. So now he can only walk in the dark, relying on previous spoilers to lay out his plans. While we were plotting, the ninja world was also not peaceful. The third Hokage was back in power, and seeing that Minato was dead, the major ninja villages started making small moves at the borders, especially Kyomogakure and Iwagakure, who were the most active. The third was overwhelmed. At this moment, the true center of the storm was in Mangekyō. Nagato wasn't as harmonious as us. He had one hand around Hanzo's neck, his gaze as cold as ice. Hanzo was struggling for breath, claiming he had misjudged. Nagato shot back. It was Yahiko who misjudged. Believing in you, this old fraud, is what led him into your trap. After saying that, with a snap, he directly broke Hanzo's neck. Demigod? Is that all? After killing Hanzo, Nagato was quite satisfied, talking to himself that this old guy had decent physical quality, just right to be made into a new pain of the six paths. Because Yahiko's body could no longer keep up with his increasingly powerful chakra, it had reached its limit. He decided to let Yahiko rest in peace and inherit his dream himself. At that moment, Zetsu, that old rascal, popped up from the ground like a pitcher plant. Nagato immediately asked, "Has there been any news from Madara?" They had discovered that Obito had been missing for a month and were basically certain he was dead. Black Zetsu shook his head and said, "No, it seems Madara really had an accident." Nagato sighed and began to analyze, believing that Madara must have been ambushed while healing. Otherwise, with his space-time ninjutsu, who could silently take him down? He asked Zetsu if there were any techniques in the ninja world that could kill silently. As soon as I heard this, I almost burst out laughing. Zetsu, the old actor, began his performance. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Yes, Konoha has an S-rank ninjutsu called the Spirit Transformation Technique. Hey, buddy, why don't you just give me your ID number?" Zetsu started to talk nonsense with a serious face, glorifying the Spirit Transformation Technique, claiming it could separate the spirit from the body, move at the speed of light, ignore distance, and kill invisibly. When Nagato heard this, his face turned pale, thinking that Madara might have been taken down by Konoha this way. Seeing that he had hooked the fish, Zetsu pretended to comfort him. "Don't be afraid. Your Rinnegan happens to counter the Spirit Transformation Technique. The ability of the Hell Path is its nemesis." He even mentioned teaching him defensive barriers, which moved Nagato to tears. With the groundwork laid, Zetsu began his true goal, passing on the torch. He said with a pained expression that Madara had long anticipated that he might have an accident, so he entrusted everything to him to pass on to Nagato. Nagato immediately stood at attention and solemnly asked, "What does Mr. Madara want to entrust to me?" Zetsu began to paint a grand picture. His legacy, the true use of the Outer Path Golem, and Madara's dream, infinite Tsukuyami. He first explained that the correct use of the Outer Path Golem was not to act as a cannon, but to gather all 9-tailed beasts, resurrect the 10 tails, and then transform himself into the 10 tails Jinchuriki to obtain powers similar to those of the Sage of Six Paths. Upon hearing this, Nagato's eyes lit up. He felt that this power could help him achieve peace. Then, Zetsu started promoting infinite Tsukuyomi, claiming it was the ultimate peace proposal that could allow everyone in the world to live in a happy illusion. But you can't say Nagato didn't have backbone. Although he was tempted for a moment, he quickly regained his clarity, sighed, and said, "It's a pity, but illusions are ultimately fake." He firmly stated, "My dream awakened the moment Yahiko died at my hands. I will use my own methods to make the world feel pain, so that we can understand each other and usher in peace." He directly rejected infinite Tsukuyomi, saying it was a denial of reality and humanity itself. He believed that pain and hatred were part of life, and only by experiencing pain could one cherish peace even more. At that moment, Black Zetsu was probably cursing his heart, thinking how this kid was different from those emo Uchiha who wanted to restart the world. But he had to maintain a facade of being proud of Nagato's growth, saying, "All right, since you've made that decision, then let us go with your idea. Madara's legacy is in this scroll. How to use it is up to you." Nagato took the scroll and solemnly vowed to avenge Mr. Madara. He turned to face the direction of the land of fire, filled with killing intent, and said, "Then let us start with Konoha." Meanwhile, while they were having their passing the torch ceremony, my research here was about to welcome spring. I am training in the field and have almost perfected my brute force techniques. Just when I was thinking about how to break through, Uchiha Jin came to find me, saying there was an urgent matter on the divine biological side. As soon as I arrived at the office, Pharmacist Yano Yu gave me a big surprise. She smiled and said, "Ming Shangren, your intuition is really accurate. We have conquered cloning technology. Wow, it's only been a little over a year. Cloning technology is sorted out. What does this mean? It means I can clone myself to try those dangerous transplant surgeries." Although Yano Yu reminded me to be mindful of ethical issues, what I was really thinking about was that targeted cloning is the ultimate goal. I just came out of her office when Hiroshi Mizutani, the leader of another research group, mysteriously pulled me aside. This guy is in charge of the secret project on intercellular transplantation. With a flattering expression, he said to me, "President Ming, we have made a significant breakthrough." He mentioned that after studying the corpse I had previously given him, the one belonging to Obito, I discovered a key point: yin-yang balance. In simple terms, intercellular cells represent the pure yang power, and there must be an equal level of yin release power to maintain balance. He cautiously looked at me and said, "For example, someone like you, who has awakened the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, theoretically has a 100 success rate for transplantation." I urged him to quickly use the newly developed cloning technology to clone a body with my cells and immediately conduct transplant experiments for verification. Let me tell you, that day when I came out of Shintian Biotechnology, I felt incredibly happy. Both the cloning technology and the issue of interstitial cells were resolved in just one day, and I was on the verge of graduating in my complete form, ready to walk sideways in the ninja world from then on. However, just as I reached my doorstep, a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared in front of me. "Ming Shangren, the Hokage has summoned you urgently." I felt a jolt in my heart, knowing something had gone wrong. As soon as I entered the Hokage's office, I saw the third Hokage's old face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, both angry and anxious. He looked at me and directly said, "Ming, there's been an incident at the border. Pain attacked our defensive forces, and the losses are severe. Shui fought against Pain to cover the retreat of our troops, and now his life or death is uncertain." As soon as I heard it, the killing intent instantly surged. No matter what, Shui is one of our Uchiha clan members, a pillar of the family. The third Hokage urged me to quickly provide support, saying he had already informed Jiraiya and Orochimaru, but he was afraid it might be too late. I nodded in agreement and disappeared in an instant. But I didn't head directly to the border. That would be foolish. I first returned home, closed the door, and performed a spiritual transformation technique. Separating my spirit from my body, I scanned the entire area. I was familiar with Shui's chakra and sensed it instantly. Found it, right at the border. That chakra was weak like a candle in the wind, about to go out. And a few kilometers behind him, Nagato's massive chakra was rapidly approaching. This situation was dire. I had to get there immediately. I returned my spirit to my body. Without saying a word, I activated Kamui. The space twisted, and in the next second, I had airdrop beside Shui. Seeing him covered in wounds, blood streaming down his face, and looking like he was about to pass out, I cursed under my breath, picked him up, and activated Kamui again, disappearing with him into the space-time dimension. It was wise to confront Nagato head-on. Saving him came first, prioritizing a strategic retreat. A few minutes later, Nagato arrived at the scene. Looking at the empty place with a face so dark it could drip water, grinding his teeth as he muttered to himself. Is this a space-time ninjutsu? Konoha has indeed obtained Madara's eyes. All for nothing. Didn't he know that this attack on Uchiha Shursui, intended to eliminate a future pillar of Konoha in advance, had been completely thwarted by me? Meanwhile, Nagato was feeling quite pleased with himself, thinking that even if Uchiha Shursui didn't die, he would end up a vegetable. Even Tsunade wouldn't be able to save him. And this ambush would be a great success. But he was also a bit puzzled about how Konoha's people could use Uchiha Madara's ocular techniques. This situation was getting complicated. No, he needed to pull back for a while. What if Konoha was using this as bait to set a trap for him? He wouldn't fall for that. I brought Shursui with me and used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the seaside 1,000 miles away. The first thing I did upon landing was to use medical ninjutsu on him, but half an hour later, I was frowning so hard I could crush a fly. Goodness. This guy was like a squeezed lemon, completely drained of chakra, ocular power, and vitality. Everything was exhausted, leaving just a breath hanging on. In this situation, forget about ordinary medical ninjutsu. Even Wata would shake his head and say, just bury him, next. His mental state was even worse. Like a computer that had been running for 10 years without shutting down, ready to blue screen and crash at any moment. Once his mind broke, it would be truly over. I checked his proud Mangekyō Sharingan, and it was basically trashed. Even if he woke up, he'd probably black out after 3 seconds of staring. Does anyone understand? The future pillar of Konoha, just like that, wasted. I sighed, picked up this half-dead guy, and didn't rush to return to the village. I had to put on a show, so I deliberately lingered outside for 2 days before finally bringing him back to Konoha Hospital, then went to report to the Hokage's office. As soon as the old man of the third Hokage heard, he rushed to the hospital. In the ward, our clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, was already there talking with the doctor, his face black as the bottom of a pot. When the old man arrived, he started acting, looking at Shursui on the bed with a heartbroken expression, truly heartfelt. He asked the doctor about the situation, and the doctor straightforwardly replied that Shursui's body had been drained, his vitality severely depleted, and his mind was on the verge of breaking down. When he would wake up depended on fate, and as for restoring his vitality, sorry, no such technology. The old man's face turned even uglier. He stubbornly asked again, but the doctor still shook his head. Well, that completely crushed his hopes. Just a month ago, the fourth Hokage couple had passed away, and now another Uchiha Shursui was wasted. Being Hokage was becoming overwhelmingly stressful for him. Once this news spread, the atmosphere in our Uchiha clan dropped to freezing point. Everyone looked like withered eggplants, utterly suffocated. That night, Fugaku called me to his study. He first sighed and said that Shursui's situation was too unfortunate. Then he shifted the topic and directly asked me, I remember you went to the research institute today. Did they have any breakthroughs? I directly threw him a bombshell. Chief, our Divine Biological Research Institute is done. The cloning technology is basically sorted out, and more importantly, we have made a significant breakthrough in the transplantation technology of Senju Hashirama's cells. Fugaku's eyes lit up, and he took a deep breath, as if he had expelled a heavy stone from his heart, eagerly asking, so if we transplant Senju Hashirama's cells into Shursui, can we save him? Theoretically, absolutely, I nodded. Then what are we waiting for? Fugaku slapped the table, but quickly calmed down. How long will the experiment take? 3 to 5 months, I guess. All right, Shursui can hold on. Fugaku nodded, but then he thought of a crucial issue. What if the transplantation is successful and we accidentally create a wood release? The village won't take it well. You can rest assured, I smiled. I recently practiced a new skill called spirit transformation technique. When the time comes, I can directly possess him for a meeting. As long as we don't say anything, he absolutely won't know what was transplanted. I guarantee he will keep it secret. Hearing this, Fugaku looked at me in surprise. You even learned the spirit transformation technique? That's great, but can't you use this technique to wake him up directly? I shook my head and explained that the water stopping issue was a dual collapse of both hardware and software. Merely shouting motivational phrases wouldn't help. We must first restore the vitality, the power source, before the body could recover and the spirit could reboot. This matter was settled. Let me tell you, Konoha wasn't idle either. They quickly leaked the information about Nagato's Rinnegan to the whole world. This caused an uproar, and the Kage of various ninja villages couldn't sit still. That such a kid from a Wagakure turned pale upon seeing this. It was a disaster. My dust release would just turn into gua sha. On the other hand, the Reikage from Kumogakure was tough. He sneered and said, Absorb ninjutsu? My newly practiced Hellspike is just the right opportunity to test if your gravity can handle it. In no time, the land of rain was filled with countless sneaky spies. As for Nagato, he also got smart and simply let Hanzo of the Salamander handle things on the surface while Akatsuki went underground to prevent me from finding out. He even created some white Zetsu reconnaissance spores that could mimic chakra, making it undetectable to me. Not only that, but White Zetsu also recommended a ruthless character named Kakuzu, who supposedly could go toe-to-toe with the first Hokage. Upon hearing this, Nagato immediately went to recruit him. Meanwhile, the third Hokage was recently troubled, nearly filling the Hokage Tower with smoke from his worries. Various ninja villages were making small moves at the borders, burning, killing, and looting, and the daimyo of the Fire Country was about to explode, threatening to cut Konoha's military funding. The old man had no choice but to send Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Danzo out, but he refused to send me and Fugaku. He claimed it was to have us guard the village and protect the Jinchuriki, but in reality, he was calculating and didn't want the Uchiha clan to gain any more achievements. As a result, they couldn't hold back and directly clashed with Kumogakure. Time flew by, and it was now March of the following year. The battle between Konoha and Kumogakure was still ongoing, neither hot nor cold. However, I received a thunderbolt of news. The Shinra Biological Research Institute called, and right off the bat, they said Lord Ming, the experiment, has failed. The clone made from my cells couldn't even manifest a Sharingan, let alone a Mangekyō Sharingan. It was just an ordinary Uchiha. What was absurd was that the clone of Senju Hashirama was perfect, with vitality as robust as a little sun. What exactly went wrong? I don't believe in evil, so I directly used a spiritualization technique to dive into my clone's body. Hey, guess what? The 3-Tomo Sharingan activated. But when I tried to unlock the Mangekyō, there was no response. I thought about it and figured that my own eyes were Obito's finished product, and since I never went through the process of awakening them, I couldn't activate the clone. Then I dove into Hashirama's clone. Let me tell you, that feeling was incredible. Chakra was pouring out like it was free, and my body's energy was so immense that my mental strength couldn't keep up. This overwhelming wealth, is it finally my turn? As I felt that vast life force, I thought, is this the power of yang release? It's amazing. After coming out of the clone, I immediately went to find Fugaku. I could not delay any longer. Shursui couldn't wait. I told him about the failed experiment, and then laid my cards on the table. Clan leader, there's no time for experiments. We must perform the surgery on Shursui directly. Fugaku was silent. This was a gamble. He stared at me and asked, what is the success rate? Over 90%. That's enough. Fugaku made a decisive statement, and I agreed in principle. However, you must first use the spiritualization technique to go in and talk to Shursui, making him swear that this matter must remain confidential and never be told to the village's higher-ups. If he disagrees, then forget it. I nodded, understanding. We immediately rushed to Shintian Biotech, where Jishui had been secretly moved 2 months ago. Without wasting any words, I formed a seal and activated my spirit transformation. Instantly, I entered Jishui's mental space. It was pitch black, lifeless, and dreary. I quickly found him, a nearly transparent shadow, sitting there blankly with his knees hugged. Jishui? I sent out a wave of mental energy. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes hollow, looking like a fool. Fortunately, after a while, a glimmer of life returned his eyes, and he weakly uttered, Ming Sr. I breathed a sigh of relief and asked him if he still remembered what had happened. He recalled for a moment, and then recounted the fierce battle with Nagato, his face full of pain and worry, and finally asked me how the border defense troops were doing. I told him that because he fought to the death to hold off the enemy, most people survived, and it's been almost half a year since then. Only then did he show a relieved smile, and then he looked down at his ethereal body with an apologetic expression. It seems I can only go this far. I'm sorry for causing trouble for you, seniors. I looked at him and seriously told him, who says you have to die? The Uchiha still needs your strength. You can't die yet. He was taken aback for a moment and said with a bitter smile, but my condition. To you, Susanoo, I'm already half dead. Even Lady Tsunade coming won't help. Is there really someone in the clan who can treat this kind of injury? You're very smart, I said, looking at him and speaking word by word. It's indeed not a common method, but it's not prohibited by the village either. It's just a bit special and requires your approval first. All right, since you agree, then I'll let you in on the details. Let me tell you, Jishui, your current situation is not much different from being on the last breath in the ICU, all relying on the high-tech life support from the clan. If you want to survive, there's only one way, to transplant a special type of cell that I happen to acquire. Upon hearing this, Jishui obviously breathed a sigh of relief, probably thinking I was going to do some kind of dark magic. He immediately asked, Senior Ming, what kind of cell is it? Is there any risk? There's hardly any risk. I shook my head and directly dropped the bombshell. After the success, you might awaken something incredible, Mokutan. What the heck? Mokutan. Goodness, Jishue's pupils trembled on the spot, almost jumping out of his mental space. ISNT that the... I understand what he wants to ask, but can I tell him that this was taken from the first Hokage? No way. I interrupted him directly, showed him a picture of white Zetsu, and then hinted wildly. Does this thing look familiar? Think about it. The masked man who attacked the village and called himself Uchiha Madara. Doesn't he also use wood release? Let me tell you, Shui is really smart. He gets it right away. He is there imagining scenarios. Oh boy. If the third Hokage's group of old men sees this, Uchiha suddenly mastering the first Hokage's wood release, and then connecting it to Uchiha Madara, who also used wood release, wouldn't that be solid evidence of collusion? The blame for the Nine Tails incident might just be stuck right on our Uchiha forehead. Who understands this, family? Once this chain of suspicion forms, it's impossible to clear our names even if we jump into the Yellow River. He immediately made a vow to me, looking serious. I understand, Senior Ming, this secret I will definitely keep to myself. I cannot let the family be suspected by the village because of me. You see, this is called professionalism. I didn't even need to say much. He convinced himself. I nodded in satisfaction and added earnestly. People's hearts are unpredictable, Shui. Just knowing about this is enough. Done. As soon as I regained consciousness, I saw Fugaku guarding me like a gatekeeper. I gave him an okay sign, briefly synchronized the process of guiding Shui. Coaxing him to avoid any slip-ups when they compare notes later. After hearing this, Fugaku praised my cleverness, saying I perfectly shifted the blame to that fake Madara. He is also impatient and immediately decided, no need to wait, let us get started. No sooner said than done. I pulled out the green nutrient quicklime. Oh no, the Hashirama cell agent, and injected it into the unconscious Shui. As soon as the greenish potion went in, goodness. Shui's body instantly looked like it was rotting, turning a ghastly white, and the area was expanding. Fugaku and I were both alarmed. This script isn't right. Could it be a disaster? And guess what? Just then, Shui's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Those dull Sharingan eyes lit up. And even though it was just a physiological response, the effect was remarkable. The chakra within him seemed to have received a command and started to fight back fiercely. Then, the moldy patches began to recede. Next, Shui began to convulse all over, screaming unconsciously, and it was painful to watch. But before long, he calmed down, his face transitioning from a sickly white to a visibly healthier red, and his breathing became stronger. It worked. Fugaku and I exchanged a glance, and the heavy stone in our hearts finally lifted. After waiting for about an hour, Shui suddenly shot up from the bed, looking a bit dazed. After a few seconds, he recognized us, and the first thing he did was apologize. Clan leader, Senior Ming, thank you for your hard work this time. Cut the small talk. Fugaku waved his hand, eager to know. Quick, feel your body. Is there anything different? Shui closed his eyes to carefully sense for a moment. And when he opened them again, he was stunned. What's wrong? Fugaku asked nervously. My eyes. Shui's voice was filled with excitement and disbelief. Clan leader, my vision. It's completely restored. Previously, in the battle against Nagato, my Mangekyō was almost blind, and now it's completely fine. Really? Fugaku's expression at that moment, let me tell you, was more excited than winning 5 million. Who understands this, family? The side effects of the Mangekyō, nearsightedness, astigmatism, glaucoma, all were cured by this thing. This ISNT just sells. This is simply a blessing for the Uchiha clan. Fugaku must be thinking, we're taking off. The Uchiha clan is finally rising. Shui continued excitedly. Not just my vision, my chakra volume and ocular power have also surged significantly. If I face Nagato again now, I want to be so helpless. Hearing his words, Fugaku's face was about to break into a smile. At that moment, Shui suddenly asked a critical question. Clan leader, what should I say if the third Hokage asks about this? I said lightly, to say you don't know. After a good sleep, it'll be fine. Just pass the ball to the clan leader. This was a script that I had already discussed with Fugaku. Let that old man guess for himself. After leaving Shui's hospital room, we hurried to my private laboratory. Fugaku could no longer wait. His eye condition was not optimistic and needed urgent treatment. It was Fugaku's turn. He lay on the experimental table, and, as I injected him, his face changed dramatically in the next second. It was a terrible sight. Sweat poured down like rain, and he looked like he had just been pulled out of water, veins bulging, howling as if he were performing in a stage play. Goodness. It turned out that consciously transplanting was so painful. Shursui was quite lucky in comparison. Fugaku was also a tough guy. He managed to withstand it by activating the kaleidoscope and using powerful Yin release chakra to neutralize the violent energy. After more than 10 minutes, he lay there as if exhausted, his voice hoarse, saying, "This pain is truly worse than death." "How do you feel?" I asked. He took a breath, his eyes shining, just like Shursui said, but there's a benefit he hasn't noticed. This thing can significantly shorten the cooldown time of the kaleidoscope jutsu. Seeing me calm, he filled in the gaps himself. "That makes sense. Your Kamui didn't have a cooldown anyway, so this isn't very useful for you." I smiled and didn't explain. Then, it was my turn. I lay down and gave myself a shot. Damn, that feeling was no joke. It felt like every cell in my body was partying. The theme being who had hurt first. But as soon as I activated my Sharingan, a cool sensation washed over me, and the pain instantly subsided. At that moment, I realized that the stronger my Yin release chakra, the smaller the side effects of this thing, a benefit exclusive to those who recharge. Half an hour later, I sat up, feeling better than ever, my body filled with power, and both my chakra and ocular power had received a huge boost. Now, with my dual Kamui and Hashirama cells, I could walk horizontally through the ninja world. Fugaku was completely thrilled, looking at me with eyes full of ambition. "Minato, our biggest shortcoming has been addressed. The next step is to deal with those high-ups and take the Hokage position. This matter needed to be prioritized." I stroked my chin and cooled him down a bit, but we still needed an opportunity. We couldn't force it. Although I could directly confront them now, a forcibly taken Hokage wouldn't last long. We needed a legitimate chance to earn the respect of the entire Konoha. After discussing the main issue, Fugaku suddenly smiled and asked, "By the way, what do you think of Itachi? I'm planning to let him graduate early. A prodigy, 1 in 100 years." I first praised him, then changed the subject, "But Fugaku, we need to keep up with his education. Spend more time with him. Don't let him get deceived by that old fox. The third Hokage, if he starts turning against us, it would be a big problem." After hearing this, Fugaku's expression became serious, clearly realizing the gravity of the issue. "I understand. We must take this seriously. I will coincidentally let him discover some dirt on the Konoha higher-ups. We can't let him have too good an impression of them." On the other side, the third Hokage also received news about Shursui's recovery. He called Shursui to his office, smiling and trying to probe for our Uchiha secrets. Shursui, as I taught him, played dumb and acted clueless throughout the conversation. This was good. The old fox, the third Hokage, was smiling on the outside, but cursing inwardly, his imagination running wild. He probably thought our Uchiha clan had already been taken over by that legendary Madara. Once his suspicion arose, he immediately ordered the return of Danzo and Orochimaru, who were far away at the border. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to my secret base. I stand in front of 3 massive cultivation tanks filled with soil, and inside one of them is a clone of the Hyuga clan. According to my original plan, I intended to use the Ghost Luo Bud technique to fuse the powers of these individuals and achieve a qualitative leap for myself. But now, the situation is different. With the power of both Kamui and Hashirama, my own strength has already reached the pinnacle of the ninja world. The previous fusion plan now seems too small. It's practically a low-tier configuration. No, I must upgrade. The opportunity for the Ghost Luo Bud technique only comes once, so if I'm going to do it, I'll go all out. My goal is not just to reach the level of a Kage, but to attain the legendary sage of 6 paths level. Therefore, this configuration must be maximized. The first material has to be the clone of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. There's no doubt about that. Once I open my eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, that will be the pinnacle of Yin release, and when the two are combined, let me tell you, just imagining that scene is exhilarating. But then I thought, just having this isn't enough. I glanced at the clone of the Hyuga clan in the cultivation tank next to me. TSK, a pure Byakugan is still a bit lacking. Hey, wait a minute, the reincarnation eye? Damn, how did I forget about that? That thing is on par with the Rinnegan, with even more destructive power, and it has a chakra mode that's incredibly cool. The conditions to unlock it are both difficult and simple. The Rinnegan is born from the mingling of Indra S and Ashura S chakra, leading to the power of the Sage of 6 Paths, a long and tedious process. Just look at Madara. He transplanted Hashirama S flesh and waited a lifetime to open his eyes. But the reincarnation eye is different. It's a crash course. As long as I have the pure Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, combined with the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan, I can upgrade instantly. Just look at that Otsutsuki Shin in the original work. He got it done in no time. In simple terms, the key is the concentration of Otsutsuki chakra. The Sage of Six Paths himself is a pure-blood Otsutsuki, so when he passed on his power to Sasuke opened his Mangekyō Sharingan in just a few minutes. That's the VIP access. Shin's bloodline is also very pure, so he could directly evolve with just a Byakugan from Earth. Thinking this way, the path is clear. I don't need to struggle to gather everything myself. Otsutsuki Shin is probably already born by now, right? I'll head to the moon, take some of his cellular tissue, and clone a pure Otsutsuki body. Then, opening the reincarnation, I will be a piece of cake. However, I should put all my eggs in one basket. What if the current cloning technology isn't mature enough, and I mess up cloning an Otsutsuki? Alright, I need to arrange a plan B. There's also a manual method for the reincarnation eye, which involves using a large number of Byakugan to fuse into a giant reincarnation eye. Although I don't want that big guy, the idea of fusion can be referenced. I just thought, if the eternal kaleidoscope is formed by merging two pairs of kaleidoscopes, then why can't the Byakugan do the same? If I merge a few more times, how can it not lead to a qualitative change? Conveniently, there are Hyuga clones in the lab, so I can arrange surgery on the spot to test my Byakugan merging upgrade method. Whether it succeeds or not, we'll just wait for the results. Looking at the Hyuga clone, I suddenly remembered the girl named Hinata from the Rain Country who I had worked with on a mission. She kept the secret of the Outer Path Golem from me, and I still owe her a favor. Never mind. I'll talk about it when I have the chance in the future. With this calculation, my materials for the Ghost Luoya technique are getting a bit tight. One spot is taken by the Senju Hashirama clone, another by the Otsutsuki Shin clone, and one more for the body carrying the reincarnation eye. That's already 3. The fourth one must be the Sage body of CHJR. This thing has enormous potential, and the Sage mode is essential for fighting against Otsutsuki in the later stages, plus it can extend life. Just look at those toads in my Bokuzen. They live longer than anyone. What I want is that kind of true Sage mode that can be maintained permanently and with CHJR's innate Sage body. The difficulty drops to hell level. So this position is locked in. Goodness, there is only one spot left out of 5. My gaze falls on the huge cultivation container in the corner of the lab. Inside it is the body tissue of the Outer Path Golem that I obtained from the Rain Country. This thing is dead now, but as long as I fill it with the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, it can come back to life and turn into a mini 10 tails, which is pure 6 paths power. Who says the fusion material must be human? The Ghost Luoya technique was originally meant for merging summoning beasts. All set. My final configuration list is out. Senju Hashirama clone, Otsutsuki Shin clone, Reincarnation Eye Carrier, CHJR Sage Body, and the resurrected Outer Path Golem tissue. With this lineup, I ask who can compete. Of course, meals must be eaten bite by bite. Right now, what I lack the most is a pair of high-purity Byakugan to serve as the embryo for the reincarnation eye. According to the original story, Hinata Hanabi's eyes are the most suitable, but she hasn't been born yet. Then, I can only make do with her sister, Hinata Hyuga. Although she is only a few months old now, her title as the Byakugan Princess guarantees her purity. Alright, let's get to it. With a thought, I summoned a set of black robes with red clouds from the Kamui space, along with a tiger stripe mask similar to Obito's. Since I'm seeking excitement, I'll go all the way. This mask is made from the materials of the Outer Path Golem combined with Yin-Yang release, and the Byakugan can't see through it. After getting dressed, I flickered and disappeared. The next second, I found myself in the main compound of the Hyuga clan. Goodness, this setup is much more extravagant than ours in the Uchiha. As soon as I appeared, alarms instantly rang out. Enemies are attacking. A large group of Hyuga branch ninjas jumped out from all directions, surrounding me completely. The Sharingan I revealed swept over them, completely disregarding them as I walked in on my own. "Make your move," shouted an older brother from the branch family as he charged at me. I couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention. With a puff, a wooden spike emerged from my hand, directly giving him a chilling experience. "Heh," I sneered coldly. "Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. You are my target. Don't die for nothing." Surprisingly, those words really worked, and quite a few people backed down on the spot. After all, serving the main family for a meager salary of 3,000 a month, while being treated like a slave every day, who would risk their lives for that? Of course, there were still a few die-hard fans who had been thoroughly brainwashed, shouting as they charged at me. "Want to play hand-to-hand combat with me? I have space-time ninjutsu. Isn't this just like lighting a lantern in the bathroom to find shit? Death?" In less than a few minutes, over a dozen were lying on the ground. The smell of blood spread, attracting more Hyuga ninjas. But they couldn't stop me at all as I killed my way to the deepest part of the courtyard. As soon as I entered the final yard, I locked onto my target, Hyuga Hayashi, the current head of the family, standing behind him with a figure holding a baby. I focused my gaze, and a familiar face, it's Hinata. She's responsible for taking care of Hinata? That's interesting. Uchiha Madara? When Hyuga Hayashi saw my outfit, his face turned pale. He was present during the Nine Tails incident, although he wasn't qualified to participate in the core battle. He had seen me from afar with his Byakugan and was deeply impressed by my appearance. He couldn't figure out what I wanted with the Hyuga clan. What is your purpose for coming here? He asked, forcing himself to inquire. I shrugged nonchalantly. Maybe it was just a whim. Or perhaps it's just that your disdain for me makes it quite convenient to find a Jinchuriki. That's right, I did it on purpose. Casually revealing the Akatsuki's intentions to them to raise the stakes for Obito and the others. As soon as I said this, Hinata Hizashi's expression changed dramatically. And he yelled, quick, take Hinata away. Too slow. My voice suddenly echoed behind him, and his body was covered in cold sweat. I directly used Kimui to appear in front of Hinata, glaring with my Mangekyō Sharingan, unleashing my ocular power. Although Hinata could resist Jinjutsu with her Byakugan, the level difference was too great. She became dazed and fell under my illusion. The next second, the baby in her arms was in my hands. Hinata Hizashi's eyes nearly popped out in terror, and he didn't dare to move, fearing the consequences. The surrounding Hyuga ninjas were also dumbfounded. Holding little Hinata, I quickly took some of her tissue, achieving my goal. Just then, I sensed a familiar chakra rapidly approaching. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hinata Hizashi also made up his mind, gritting his teeth and telling those around him, be careful. The intel says he materializes when he absorbs things. That's the best time to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived with a group of Umbu, surrounding us tightly. Madara, you are despicable. Kidnapping a baby. The old man trembled with rage. I held the child with a cold smile. Hostage? No. These eyes are very useful for my plan. Unfortunately, this child is not very qualified. I said this deliberately to make Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression even worse. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes, clearly determined that even if it meant sacrificing this child, he would never allow me to take the Byakugan away. Third Hokage, Hinata Hizashi, are you both thinking that even if you kill this child, you still can't let me take it away? I directly voiced their inner thoughts. The two remained expressionless, but their chakra was already at its peak, ready to strike at any moment. Just as the tension was palpable, I suddenly looked up at the sky. There seemed to be quite a few guests coming to Konoha today. I saw a peculiar dark yellow flying vehicle speeding towards us, on which stood an old blind man wrapped in a white robe, surrounded by dozens of gray-robed figures, riding the wind. The aura they exuded was clearly not that of ordinary people. I was stunned at the time. This outfit. The Otsutsuki from the moon? How did they get here? How would I know? They have been secretly observing the Hyuga clan lately, because their Otsutsuki clan on the moon recently had a baby with an extraordinarily pure bloodline, that is Otsutsuki SH-10. They believe SH-10 is the chosen one who can awaken the Rinnegan and fulfill their ancestor Ymura's destiny to destroy this failed world and create a new one. So, they have already come to Earth in secret to find the best pair of Byakugan for SH-10 as accessories. After covert investigations, they chose none other than Hinata Hyuga. Now that they see their designated piece is about to be taken away, how can they possibly sit still? Interesting. EM overjoyed. A three-way standoff, huh? Then I want to be joining you. I casually threw the baby in my arms into the air, and with a divine might, I disappeared without a trace. My goal has been achieved. I've obtained Hinata cells and sold the Akatsuki organization. Perfect. Hyuga Hizashi quickly used body flicker technique to catch the child, letting out a sigh of relief. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the unexpected guest in the sky with a dark face and asked, "Who are you?" The blind old man saw that Hinata was fine and, without saying a word, turned around and left, completely ignoring the third Hokage. This infuriated Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is Konoha now a public toilet? They can come and go as they please? After everyone had left, the internal reckoning of the Hyuga clan began. The elders of the main family, including Hyuga Hinata, called in the branch family members who had not performed well, including Hinata's cousin, Hyuga Niji, and even Hizashi's younger brother. Hyuga Hayashi, without saying a word, they immediately activated the caged bird seal. What do the family members understand? The chilling screams were simply unbearable. This is what they call the dignity of the main family. On the other hand, I had already returned to the laboratory to start cultivating Hinata's clones. Meeting the Otsutsuki on the moon just now was a pleasant surprise. I was worried about not knowing where they were hiding on the vast moon. Even with my power, it would take a long time to find them. But now they've come to me. With a thought, my spirit instantly left my body, and my sensing ability was fully activated, immediately locking onto the chakra of those who hadn't flown far. Great, I don't even need navigation. I could just follow them to find that little world on the moon. Let me tell you, those people's speed is incredibly fast. Whoosh. As a result, when I caught up with my spiritual body, good heavens, they were all puppets. From the outside, you really can't tell at all. I felt like I was in a god's perspective, clearly seeing that chakra flash in the southern part of the Land of Fire, then disappear. The next second, ding, it lit up directly on the moon. So there was a fixed spatial passage hidden here. No wonder they could come and go freely. Now I have the coordinates, right? Moon, here I come. Without thinking much, I directly used a divine technique. Let's go. In the next second, I was already inside the moon. The Akatsuki organization's black cloak with red clouds, paired with my tiger stripe mask, instantly raised my aura to the max. Let me tell you, my first impression of that place was just 2 words: ghost town. The architectural style is carved out of the same mold as the Hyuga family, but it's just lifeless. With dim yellow light, not even a ghost in sight. No wonder these people have basically become extinct after more than 20 years. Who can stand such an environment? I sensed everything around me and immediately locked onto the dozen chakras deep within the building. Hey, 3 of them were quite strong, not any weaker than the old monkey. But I didn't rush over. Let me tell you, I was drawn to something else. It was a small island suspended in the sky, with a temple on it, emanating a terrifying and suffocating sense of oppression. Goodness, this must be the legendary Rinnegan, right? The energy was incredible. Unfortunately, it was later shattered by Naruto and Hinata. If that thing had been kept, dealing with the Otsutsuki clan in the future would have been a pure dimensional suppression. But for now, I didn't dare approach it. With my lack of Hyuga bloodline, getting too close would be like delivering myself on a platter. That Rinnegan could turn me into a dried corpse. Forget it, forget it. Let's focus on the main task first. I flashed my figure and headed towards the crowd of people. As soon as my feet touched the ground, before I even got settled, a bunch of shadows sprang up from all directions. Wow, there were at least 100 people surrounding me, and each one was either wielding a knife or gathering energy balls, looking quite serious about it. What was there to think about? I activated my Sharingan, and my Kamui started. For those who understand, it was like I had turned on invincibility mode, standing still while they attacked me. It was even cooler than bullet time. All attacks whoosh went straight through me, focusing on physical immunity. While dodging, I commented, this puppet is pretty good. Its speed and strength are comparable to that of a Jonin, and it has battle experience. No wonder that kid Sharon dared to run to Konoha alone to snatch Hinata. His background is really impressive. I thought that just dodging wasn't interesting, so I had to give him some intensity. Come on, try my new move. Divine Might, Lightning Release. Fusion, Divine Might, Thunderstorm. Ziz. Let me tell you, countless black lightning bolts exploded from my body in an instant, spreading out like a spider web. That scene. Any puppet hit by the black lightning immediately had a chunk disappear as if it had been eaten away by space, shattering into pieces all over the ground. With this move, I clear at least half of them. It was a bit taxing on my mana, my ocular power. I estimated that at that scale. I could use it maybe 2 or 3 more times before I'd be out of commission. Just as I was thinking, I heard a buzzing sound, and the remaining puppets, along with golden energy balls that seemed to appear from nowhere, came crashing down like a tidal wave. I didn't pay any attention and directly locked onto the 3 people who had just appeared on the roof. Boom! The explosion engulfed me completely, and the area within 30 meters was flattened. Once the smoke cleared, I was still in the same position, standing unharmed. The 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, were dressed in white robes, their eyes closed. When they saw that I was fine, they were clearly shocked. I directly opened Ban Ye's voice line, and it was so powerful. Yo, finally out? You were the Otsutsuki on the moon? The middle-aged man in the lead seemed to see me and exclaimed in shock. Sharingan? Descendant of the Sage of 6 Paths? Who are you? I was going wild, me? Uchiha. And guess what? They all looked confused. Uchiha? Who's that? I almost laughed out loud. Good grief, is this village just getting online? They don't even know my name? I directly mocked them. You guys don't even know my name. What a disappointment you are, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. The faces of the 3 turned dark, and the leader coldly said, no matter who you are, trespassing on the moon means certain death. Arrogant. I scoffed, directly using Kamui to flash behind the woman and stabbed a kunai into her heart. The 3 were startled, not expecting I would also use space-time ninjutsu. The woman reacted quickly, striking back with a palm, unleashing a tremendous repulsive force. similar to Pain's Shinra Tensei. But I simply became intangible, and the kunai passed right through her body. The other two men also reacted, throwing out a series of green energy balls, which also passed through my body and exploded into a large crater on the ground. Interesting repulsion. And those energy balls, similar to the truth-seeking balls, they can harness the power of the Rinnegan, and their fighting style is completely different from today's ninjas. They came at me like a high-tech battle, reminiscent of a future great showdown. The key point is, they have no eyes, so visual illusions are useless against them. Even if sucked into the Kamui space, I can't control them. I was thinking that relying solely on Shunwei to play hide and seek with them was a bit too slow. Alright, enough talking. T-Riki explode. In the next moment, a light blue beam shot up into the sky, and a blue giant over 100 meters tall stood up with a loud bang. Susanoo, activate. Although I couldn't stabilize it into the final complete form, due to insufficient T-Riki, it was more than enough to deal with these few misfits. The three of them were directly scared silly, their faces filled with terror. The middle-aged man in the lead panicked and said to the young man beside him, "There's no other way. We must borrow more power from the reincarnation eye." The young man became anxious, "But leader, that will shorten your lifespan. It has to be done." I couldn't help but laugh when I heard it. They're still discussing it? Susanoo directly drew out a chakra sword that was dozens of meters long and casually swung it towards the distance. A blue sword aura cut through the sky, and with a loud bang, a mountain in the distance was blown to dust at its midsection. In the next moment, amidst the smoke and dust, a green light shot up into the sky. It was the clan leader, holding the unconscious young couple in his hands. Goodness, is he using the reincarnation eye chakra mode? Although the color is very faint and there's no chakra fruit behind him, it looks just like that. I was all set, thinking he was going to unleash his ultimate move and fight me to the death. What happened? He grabbed those two deadweights, turned around, and ran. Family, he ran away. I was completely thrown off. Just as I was about to release Susanoo, that green light came back, charging towards me with a destructive aura. I crossed my Susanoo greatsword to block it. With a loud bang, the sword shattered, but I managed to stop him. I continued to mock in Banye's tone. "Now that's more like it. Can you be any stronger? This level is not enough to impress me." The clan leader's face turned green with anger as he roared, "Next, let me show you the power of our Otsutsuki clan." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a green light and crashed directly into my Susanoo, the immense impact causing my 100-meter-tall giant to stagger back several steps. Immediately after, he spiraled and flew to the center of my Susanoo, where I was standing. He sneered with pride. "Looks like you can't use that penetrating ability now, can you?" As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together, conjuring a string of green orbs, saying, "So what if you're big? You're too clumsy. Let's see how you block this." Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. I tell you, that scene was like a Category 10 typhoon sweeping through. The white, swirling hurricane instantly engulfed my entire Susanoo. The ground was being scraped away layer by layer. And the result? At the center of the storm, my Susanoo remained completely unmoved. It was stunned at that moment, its eyes nearly bulging out. I directly opened the mic next to his ear and mocked, "You're right, being big can be clumsy sometimes." But my voice suddenly appeared beside him. "And for someone like you, this is more than enough." He didn't have time to react at all and could only hurriedly form a chakra shield in front of him. As soon as I finished speaking, I threw a punch. Just one punch. Bang! That green light crashed down from the sky like a meteor, creating a huge crater with a loud boom. And the cracks spread over 100 meters. The chakra mode on his body instantly shattered, lying at the bottom of the pit like a dead dog, unaware of his fate. I didn't chase them either, just fished around in the Shunwei space for a while, and when I felt the time was about right, I came out. Once I opened my senses, sure enough, that group of defeated soldiers was urgently carrying a little baby, rushing towards that sky temple. I flashed and directly blocked their way. An old man stepped forward and shouted for the two young people with the baby to go first, while the rest of them would fight to hold me back. I laughed and deliberately teased them. "Oh, it seems that baby is very important to you. Let me see what's so special about it." Now, they were even more anxious, rushing towards me like crazy. I was dodging while using my camouflage, watching as the young couple with the baby ran further away. This was exactly what I wanted. Distance was never a problem for me. Once they had run far enough, I silently chanted a spell and vanished from my spot. The next second, I appeared right in front of the young couple holding the baby. With a crackle of electricity, I knocked them out and sent them flying, and the baby slipped from their hands, landing perfectly in my embrace. I caught that little brat in one go, and he was crying his heart out. I didn't have time to comfort him. so while no one was paying attention, I quickly scraped off some of his cellular tissue. It's a treasure, and I must clone one later. That old man named Truth was screaming as he rushed over. Let him go. I smiled and weighed the baby in my hands. Calm down. What if I shake my hand and this little guy is gone? The old man trembled with anger, cursing me for being despicable, even going so far as to take the baby hostage. I shrugged and said, I'm just curious what's so special about this child. It seems that apart from being born without eyes, there's nothing remarkable about him. Hearing this, the old man seemed to relax, as if he thought I was ignorant. Having achieved my goal, I directly threw the hot potato of a child back. Here you go. I originally thought the Otsutsuki clan would have some surprises, but it turns out the strongest is just like this, far inferior compared to Hashirama. The old man still wanted to provoke me into breaking into that temple. I just laughed. Do you think I'm stupid? That place has your ancestors' traps left behind. I'm not going in there to deliver myself. I looked at them and finally said, however, I am indeed quite curious about your backup plan. Sooner or later, I will go in and take a look. I hope by then, you will have a worthy opponent. Arrogant. I let out a disdainful laugh. Oh really? Then I look forward to it. Remember what I said today? Don't let it be that when I come back next time, you won't even have someone who can fight. That would be meaningless. By then, this place will be barren. After saying that, I directly used my divine ability and disappeared on the spot, hiding my achievements and fame. As a result, I successfully hid. But the Otsutsuki clan on the moon went into an uproar. I tell you, those indigenous people on the moon, just a moment ago, they were all full of themselves. And now each one of them has turned pale, gathering together for an emergency meeting. The atmosphere is just like the end of the world. Family, who understands? One second they were executing some ridiculous heavenly mandate, and the next second they were almost wiped out. That slap in the face was loud. Someone there, slow to realize, shouted, "We need to pay attention to Earth. We need to strengthen our defenses." What a joke. Only when it's at my doorstep do they realize they need to install security doors. It's too late. And someone asked me what that hand power was about. And their elder, Truth, had to explain, saying it was a space-time ninja technique from the descendants of the Six Paths Immortals, all normal and fine. Anyway, I couldn't be bothered with their mess over there, chattering for ages, and in the end decided to go rescue their chieftain who had been beaten to a pulp. As for me, I have important matters to attend to. In my own laboratory, I have successfully completed the assembly line for cloning Otsutsuki Kinshiki. This might be incredibly difficult for others, but for me, once the shadow clone is activated, it's standardized operation, focusing on efficiency. Meanwhile, over at Konoha, the third Hokage is holding the report submitted by Hyuga, with a frown that could squash a fly. He has been pondering it and feels something is off. Uchiha Madara, such a proud person, would engage in the despicable act of kidnapping babies twice. He suspects there's something fishy going on. Just as he is thinking about this, Danzo, that old man, walks in with his cane. He opens with Hizashi. I heard Madara has made a move. The third Hokage hands him the report, and after reading it, Danzo sneers, "Humph, that arrogant demeanor, it's definitely him." The third Hokage takes a puff from his cigarette and asks solemnly, "Danzo, do you really think it's him?" His persona has collapsed. Can you guess how Danzo responded? He starts to PUA him. Hizashi, people can change. Think about how decisive you used to be, and now? The third Hokage immediately became displeased and retorted, "You're not the Hokage. You don't understand the weight on my shoulders." This statement left Danzo silent, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Sure enough, after a roundabout conversation, Danzo brings up his usual business, Hizashi. The situation is tense. Give me the Jinchuriki. I guarantee I'll train him to be Konoha's strongest weapon. The third Hokage almost spat his smoke in Danzo's face. Get lost. Not a chance. I don't know what your base is like. Those who enter come out as wood. You want to raise a Jinchuriki? Are you looking for more chaos from the Nine Tails? Your actions have caused more trouble than success. Danzo, trembling with anger, pointed at the third Hokage and declared, "You'll regret this," before storming out. Switching scenes to Mangekyō, Nagato is listening to White Zetsu's report. Upon hearing that Madara is kidnapping children in Konoha, he is completely stunned. What's going on? Mr. Madara is kidnapping children? This script doesn't add up. Just as he is puzzled, a heavyweight arrives. Black Zetsu, that old schemer, pops up from the ground and immediately says it's a lie. Don't believe it. Madara's eyes have already been taken. That person is intentionally exposing our goals. Let me tell you, Black Zetsu is like the ultimate PUA master. With just a few words, he completely swayed Nagato, even spreading alarmist claims that the enemy might have learned Madara's six paths techniques. Nagato, however, is confident, claiming he has almost become a god and isn't afraid. But he still asks Black Zetsu who the other group that appeared with the Hyuga clan was. Black Zetsu begins giving Nagato a history lesson, telling him that the Sage of Six Paths had a brother named Hamura, whose descendants split into two branches, one on Earth, the Hyuga, and one on the Moon. Upon hearing this, Nagato thinks the Hyuga clan is weak, so the ones on the Moon probably aren't strong either, and dismisses it. Black Zetsu quickly advises him not to underestimate them, saying Hamura was no weaker than the Sage of Six Paths in his time. Meanwhile, the Hyuga clan is having a meeting, and what happens? A bunch of elders, acting like love-struck fools, believe their relatives on the Moon must be here to offer warmth. This infuriates Hyuga Hayashi to the point where he almost flips the table, cursing in his heart that these branch family members have all become useless. I don't care about their family matters. A few days later, the clone of the Hyuga clan in my lab was completed. I successfully fused the two white eyes I had obtained earlier into one, using a method similar to the fusion of the Eternal Kaleidoscope. I directly used the technique of spiritual transformation to experience it, and wow, the field of vision doubled. 1 kilometer became 2 kilometers. This shows that my idea and approach are on the right track. Alright, the reincarnation eye project is getting on track. Next, I should prepare a kaleidoscope for myself. How to open the eye. I made all the plans simple and straightforward. Put on a grand show. I used the technique of spiritual transformation to forcibly tear a piece from my own soul and shape it into another version of myself. Then, I infused it with a brand new set of memories and persona, allowing it to experience the most heart-wrenching pain in the world. The moment it opens its eyes, I will devour it back. Perfect. But this matter is like drawing cards, purely opening a blind box. The ability of the kaleidoscope is a projection of your inner thoughts at the moment of opening your eyes. If I set this doppelganger poorly and end up with common skills like Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, then I would have worked in vain, right? Well, I want top-tier abilities like space and time. After thinking it over, I decided, enough with the random pondering, I'll just copy the homework. I'll use the template of Obito Uchiha. His persona is ready-made, emotionally rich yet fragile, making him the best material for opening the kaleidoscope, with the highest probability of unleashing Shinjutsu. Even if it goes wrong, I have the dual Shinjutsu as a safety net, so I won't lose much. Without further ado, I directly activated the technique of spiritual transformation and left my body. Let me tell you, that feeling was like tearing my own soul in half, causing my entire spiritual body to convulse and twist in pain. As time passed, my spiritual body visibly faded by a third, while the light sphere that separated from me gradually condensed into another humanoid form, a spiritual body identical to mine. Of course, compared to my original, this split-off entity was much weaker. After completing the division, I reached out and placed my hand on its head, starting to infuse the memories I had long set for Obito Uchiha, little by little. Infusing these memories was like copying files onto a USB drive. Once the progress bar was full, voila, a freshly minted tool with personality and memories customized to Obito Uchiha was ready. I'll tell you, to prevent this guy from awakening self-awareness and causing trouble midway, I even added several layers of insurance deep within his consciousness, primarily focused on predicting your predictions. Having done all this, I returned my consciousness, moved my body a bit, and splitting my soul does come at a cost. My mental strength dropped significantly, and my chakra felt quite depleted. But that is okay, it was all worth it. I directly flashed into Uchiha Fugaku's study. For this matter, I needed to ask for his help. I got straight to the point. Bro, I need to borrow a place tonight, I'm going to do something big. Fugaku's expression immediately became serious, and he said, "You going to play this big? What if you fail? You'll collapse mentally and be done for." I waved my hand with a calm expression and said, "Don't worry, Chief. Others might die while playing, but I'm different. The worst that can happen is that my newly split-off tool body dies, while my main body remains as steady as a rock." Fujitake pondered for a long time, probably recalling that I had previously opened a kaleidoscope, and considering my talent, he finally gritted his teeth and nodded. "All right, tonight it is. I'll clear the training ground for you, ensuring not even a fly can get in." Deal. As night fell, I drove my Senju Hashirama Gundam and brought along my main body, which was dominated by Obito's consciousness, to the training ground. Hey, I have to say, Fujitake is really efficient. The large venue was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The show is about to begin. I felt a darkness in my vision, and when I opened my eyes again, I found myself switched into my tool person's body. A loud, fiery red little bird was chirping in my ear. "Wake up, Uchihame. Don't sleep anymore. Your childhood friend and good brother have been taken out by Danzo's people." I told you, this memory was all inserted by me, including the spirit beast called Honglian. At that moment, I suddenly sat up from the stone, feeling extremely anxious. Where are they? How many people are surrounding them? That little bird flapped its wings and shouted in a very comical tone. Dozens of rude elites. Your teacher has gone on a mission again. Can't save them. The situation is critical. If we don't go now, we'll be waiting to collect the bodies. Damn it, Jinny. You promised to take good care of Huayue. I, as a tool, instantly turned red with anger, my three-tomo Sharingan spinning wildly, desperately sprinting through the forest. I tell you, that scene, that acting, the Oscars owe me a little golden statue. Just when he was about to arrive, the main event I arranged came. He burst out of the woods, ready to shout, "I'm here," but the words got stuck in his throat, and he froze. 10 meters ahead, his best friend Jinny was holding a knife shimmering with lightning, and with a thrust, it pierced the chest of his beloved girl, Yumu Huayue. With a bang, the girl fell to the ground, her face full of disbelief. In that moment, I could clearly feel a heart-wrenching pain explode from that newly awakened consciousness. His only light was snuffed out by his best friend's own hands. Family. Who understands this heart-wrenching pain? It's simply the ultimate catalyst for the kaleidoscope Sharingan. A howl that didn't sound human erupted from him, and an extremely cold chakra burst forth. 2 streams of blood tears slid down from the corners of his eyes. The 3-tomo in his eyes began to spin wildly, eventually connecting to form a brand new, eerie pattern. It worked. The kaleidoscope Sharingan successfully awakened again, just as he was about to go mad and rush forward. He saw his good brother, Jinny, revealing an extremely strange smile. At the same time, the seal buried deep in his memories shattered instantly, and my original consciousness awakened. He clutched his head and screamed in agony, feeling as if a stranger had been stuffed into his brain. Whoosh! Uchiha Fugaku's figure appeared beside him, looking at the new kaleidoscope pattern in my original eyes, smiling brilliantly. Immediately after, a white light emanated from Jinny, the one who stabbed, and directly merged into my original body. That was the spiritual power I had split off, and now it was time to reclaim it. In an instant, the massive torrent of memories from my 2 lives crashed through the weak dam of that newly awakened consciousness like a tsunami. In his spiritual world, the 2 of us stood facing each other. That newly awakened consciousness, with a pair of scarlet kaleidoscopes, roared at me. Who are you? Why are you in my body? I laughed, and the feeling was like the creator looking at the toys he had crafted with his own hands. I coldly told him, "You should ask, who are you? I'm the master of this body, and you are merely a tool I deliberately split off to awaken these eyes. Your past, your memories, are all fabricated by me. Impossible. My life is real." He screamed hysterically. I directly pushed him into the abyss with one sentence. "Now, think back. Aside from those major events, what about the details of your life? Isn't all a blur? Because I'm too lazy to make it that detailed." I walked up to him, placed my hand on him, and said word by word, "You don't have a good friend, Jun, nor a childhood sweetheart, Huayu. They're all played by my wooden doppelgangers. You have nothing. You are just another me." This sentence became the last straw that broke him. His consciousness completely collapsed. I seized the opportunity and instantly transformed into a beam of light, completely engulfing and merging with him. Outside, I could tightly close my eyes, then open them again. Those brand new kaleidoscopes slowly rotated in my vision. "Ming, how's the situation?" Fuyue leaned over and asked nervously. The corners of my mouth rose wildly as I felt an unprecedented, powerful ocular ability within me. Good. Unprecedentedly good. This feeling is far ahead. It's countless times stronger than using Obito's Sharingan. I even felt like I was on the threshold of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Fujikaze let out a sigh of relief when he saw that I was fine. He examined my new eyes with curiosity. "Why do the patterns of the 2 Mangekyō you activated look different?" "Different states of mind lead to different eyes," I casually explained. After Fujikaze left, I returned to the laboratory and began to carefully study what surprises my new eyes had given me. After this research, wow, I was completely stunned. With a thought, my eye power erupted, and in the next second, 2 figures silently appeared beside me. One was me, wielding the shuriken-like Mangekyō Sharingan of Obito. The other was also me, sporting the newly activated double tomo Mangekyō Sharingan. My left eye summoned me from a point in the past, while my right eye summoned me from a point in the future. This eye technique is called Time Shadow. I was speechless. I clearly set the character as someone like Uchiha Obito, who is obsessed with love. Logically, it shouldn't have produced a Shinra Tensei. It should have been something like Izanagi, right? How did a time-related ultimate summoning technique pop out? Forget it, as long as it's powerful. That's all that matters. Next, I immediately began to verify my next hypothesis. I projected my spiritual body and drilled into the clone of Obito in the nearby petri dish. The clone suddenly sat up, opened its eyes, and the three-tomo Sharingan appeared. I activated my ocular power, and with a buzzing sound, those eyes instantly evolved into a shuriken-shaped kaleidoscope. My previous guess was indeed correct. It wasn't a problem with the cloning technique, but rather that I hadn't activated the kaleidoscope, so I couldn't activate the advanced hardware in the clone. Now everything made sense. So, the next steps were very clear. First, transplant the ocular technique. Second, merge my two pairs of kaleidoscopes to unlock the eternal kaleidoscope. One is to install a new app for the eyes, and the other is to upgrade the system to a major version. Only children make choices. I want them all. Of course, while I was quietly making a fortune, the Akatsuki organization wasn't idle either. Over the past few months, with the help of White Zetsu, Nagato had recruited two newcomers, Kakuzu and Sasori, because he found the others too weak. He asked Black Zetsu if there were any other recommendations. Black Zetsu, the sly old fox, quickly recommended a fierce character, Uchiha Akira, a ruthless figure manufactured as a weapon by the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period and later sealed away. This woman's hatred for the Uchiha runs deeper than the sea. 2 days later, Black Zetsu brought her before Nagato. She looked only 13 or 14, but her gaze was as cold as ice. She disdainfully glanced at Nagato's Rinnegan and asked outright, "Is it really him? Can he truly help me destroy the Uchiha?" Black Zetsu quickly painted a grand picture, saying that as long as they solved the side effect of her kaleidoscope blindness, she could single-handedly take down the Uchiha. How to solve it? Of course, the old method, thousands of Senju Hashirama cells. An hour later, Uchiha Akira, who had undergone the cell transplant, walked out of the room, feeling the surging chakra and ocular power within her, completely satisfied. She spent several hours catching up on decades of ninja world history, and when she saw that the Uchiha and Senju had actually joined forces to establish Konoha, her expression was extremely strange. She coldly clenched her fists. In this world, the war hasn't stopped. It's only gotten fiercer. A world like this is better off destroyed. Then, Black Zetsu handed her the Moon Eye Plan scroll left by Uchiha Madara. After reading it, Uchiha Akira's gaze turned ice cold. 10 Tails Jinchuriki? Good. Once I become the Sage of Six Paths, I will completely cleanse this disgusting world. Time flew by, and 4 months passed just like that. The battlefield between Konoha and Kumogakure had been in a standoff phase. Meanwhile, in my laboratory, the new batch of clones had finally matured. Among them, I cultivated 30 clones of Hinata Hyuga all at once. The purpose was to experiment with their Byakugan and see if sheer quantity could indeed produce the Rinnegan. As for my own clones, they were also ready. I no longer hesitated and immediately began the surgery. First was the transplant of the Sharingan, forcibly assimilating Obito's double Mangekyō Sharingan into my new Mangekyō. The process went smoothly, taking only about 10 minutes. As soon as the surgery was completed, I wasted no time and immediately started the fusion transplant surgery for the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. I'll tell you, I've been planning this surgical scheme for a long time. Step 1. First get those 2 awesome Sharingan implanted. Step 2. Then fuse my own eternal Mangekyō Sharingan with these new ones and create the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan in one go. This clone experiment is, to put it simply, just a feasibility verification. I need to figure out whether this eternal eye requires Indra's chakra or if it has to be a sibling's eye. This matter is of utmost importance to me and the entire Uchiha clan. Just think about it, if it only needs Indra's chakra, then with me, Uncle Fugaku sure sway, plus Itachi and Sasuke, that has 5 holders of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, and we can just take off from there. Who in a ninja world can compete with us? Therefore, the experiment must be rigorous. I created 2 sets of clones. One set had Sasuke's cells implanted, carrying Indra's chakra. The other set is pure. In 2 days, we'll see if it's a mule or a horse. But during this downtime, I wasn't idle. The project for the Rinnegan also needs to keep up. I directly left my spiritual body and entered a Hinata clone, helping her awaken the Byakugan. This process is simple. It's not as complicated as the Sharingan. After establishing 30 Hinata clones, I immediately removed a pair of Byakugan and implanted them into the Otsutsuki Shin's clone. Then, the most exciting part came. I left my spiritual body again and directly took over the Shin clone. Let me tell you, family, no one understands, but when I started extracting chakra, I was shocked. The amount and quality of chakra extracted from this Otsutsuki body were on a completely different level compared to my Senju Hashirama clone. It's like the difference between a supercar and a tractor. No wonder these guys are born powerhouses. Moreover, I discovered that there was a special substance in his chakra. Once it entered the Byakugan started to undergo changes. I stayed inside his body for several hours and finally figured it out. Hinata's Byakugan, combined with Sharon's chakra, can indeed evolve into the Rinnegan. However, the problem is that their compatibility isn't great, and the evolution speed is incredibly slow, like charging a phone with a low-quality charger. Who knows how long it will take? Do I have to project my spirit every day to charge this clone? Forget it, too troublesome. I'll go straight to Plan B. I took out the remaining 29 pairs of Byakugan, piled them together, and wanted to see if I could synthesize a giant Rinnegan like those Otsutsuki on the moon. Guess what? As soon as I put those eyeballs together, they floated up by themselves. It was like triggering some mysterious code, automatically aggregating into a white sphere of light, then melting and intertwining, finally transforming into a special eyeball about the size of normal eye, emitting a faint white glow. Although it's not complete yet, this is still an unexpected gain. I estimate that this thing first synthesizes a normal-sized eye and then grows larger by devouring more Byakugan. Alright, I'll keep it for now. It will definitely be useful later. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the experimental results came out. The eye technique transplantation was a perfect success. As for the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, it was a semi-success. The clone that had Sasuke's cells transplanted in it was slowly evolving. Its eyes were progressing like the Rinnegan, needing time and a continuous supply of Indra's chakra. I am quite satisfied with this result. It shows that my approach is correct, as long as it can activate. Spending a little time is nothing. Next, it was time for me to make a move. I transplanted the Mangekyō Sharingan that fused Kimui and Time Shadow into myself. Let me tell you, as soon as that I was in place, I instantly felt my ocular powers surge significantly. Whether it was Kimui's space transfer or my own Time Shadow, it was incredibly smooth to use, perfectly compatible with seamless switching. Now, I can truly say I stand at the peak of the ninja world. Of course, while I'm quietly amassing power here, some people can't sit still. The Otsutsuki on the moon, especially the old clan leader I knocked out with one punch last time, now looks like a dying old man. They are contemplating using the Rinnegan to open a space door and directly come to Earth for a 0 yen purchase, snatching Byakugan and running away. Meanwhile, in Konoha, that old coot Danzo has started to stir again. Uncle Fugaku came to me and said that Danzo has been expanding his roots everywhere, recruiting soldiers. I told him not to worry. I said he won't last long, just wait for the opportunity, and we'll take him out in one go. I had already planned it out. When he and Orochimaru conduct their next human experiment, I would lead a team to storm their lair, capturing both the person and the evidence. Then let's see how the third Hokage can protect him. On the other side, in the root base, Danzo was berating Orochimaru, complaining that the research on the first Hokage cells was progressing too slowly and that the funding was being wasted. Orochimaru was probably laughing inside. He had already figured it out and was deliberately dragging it out to keep scamming funds. These two are like a pair of wily foxes, one willing to fight and the other willing to take a beating. Danzo was fooled to the point where he actually believed Orochimaru's lies about having results soon. Then, for some reason, this old man suddenly remembered that he needed intel on the Rock Village and set his sights on Yakushi-nan. She's the one who opened an orphanage and used to be the ace spy of Root, acting as a priestess. Danzo directly brought Orochimaru and Yamanaka, Arma, with him, heading towards the orphanage with an intimidating aura. As soon as Orochimaru arrived, his eyes were sharp, and he immediately fixed his gaze on Kabuto, who was practicing medical ninjutsu in the yard, probably thinking, this kid is good, just what I need in the lab. The way he looked at Kabuto was exactly like that popular meme from 2025, I'm gonna lock you in. It was ridiculous. When Nan saw Danzo and the others, her face turned pale, but she still steeled herself to approach them. Danzo didn't beat around the bush and directly pressured her with the village's righteousness, asking her to act as a spy in the Rock Village. Nan naturally refused, saying she was no longer a ninja. As a result, Danzo's two subordinates, Yamanaka, Arma, and Orochimaru, chimed in with a sinister tone, threatening her that it would be a pity if such a nice house caught fire. Especially since there have been so many disappearances in the village lately, they needed to keep an eye on the children. This infuriated Nan. Danzo was still pretending to be sincere, saying, we're just reminding you out of kindness. Just when the tension was rising, my clansman stationed at the orphanage had already sent the news back. Uncle Fugaku and I exchanged glances at home and smiled. After waiting for so long, the fish finally bit the hook. While Danzo and the others were feeling pleased, the door to the conference room was knocked on, and a voice came from outside. Director, Lord Uchiha Akira from the police force is looking for you. As soon as Danzo heard my name, his face turned dark. He knew today's plan was not going to work. He led his people to walk outside, and just as they reached the door, they saw me standing there with my arms crossed, smiling. I directly mocked, "Oh, isn't this the advisor Danzo and Lord Orochimaru? What a rare visit. I didn't expect you two, so busy with your affairs, to have time to visit the orphanage. It seems the village really cares about the children." Danzo, with his thick skin, shot me a glance without changing his expression and then said to Hinata, "Miko, you'd better think carefully about what I just said. As a member of the village, you must have the awareness to dedicate yourself to the village." And guess what? Director Hinata shot back at him right on the spot, being incredibly tough, shaking her head and saying, "Don't even think about it. I won't return to the root. This orphanage can't do without me. I'm telling you." Her attitude was resolute. I just stood by and watched the show. Danzo treated me like I was air from start to finish, but it didn't matter. To me, he was no different from a dead person. He snorted coldly, bypassed me, and left with Orochimaru and the others, casually tossing out a line, "You'll regret it." I just walked up to Director Yano and asked if she was sending you back to the root. She nodded, still a bit worried, saying that Danzo's influence is quite strong and the root is very deep. I assured her to not worry at all, telling her that you're not a ninja anymore, and even the Hokage cannot force you. I will send people over to strengthen security at the orphanage immediately. No problem at all. That old Danzo hadn't walked far when he heard what I said, and he was so angry that he almost stumbled in his steps, probably clenching his fists so hard they were about to explode. I could imagine his old face turning as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he was definitely mumbling some evil Uchiha nonsense under his breath. Meanwhile, after leaving the orphanage, that old Danzo stormed straight to the Hokage building, clearly intending to report us. As soon as he entered the office, he hadn't even steadied himself before he started ranting at the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi. "Hiruzen, you must discipline the Uchiha properly. They are completely out of control now." The third Hokage was taken aback, saying that the Uchiha had been quite well-behaved recently. So why provoke them? Danzo then exaggerated the situation about wanting Yano to return to the root, which we Uchiha had ruined, and concluded with a dramatic warning that if they dared to defy me today, tomorrow they would dare to lay hands on you, the Hokage. I told you. The third Hokage fell silent after hearing this, probably thinking in his heart, "Tobirama, has water entered your brain? What time is it now? The front lines are so tense. And you're still here, stirring up internal strife?" Seeing him silent, Tobirama became anxious. "Hizashi, say something." The third Hokage raised an eyebrow and sarcastically replied, "What do you want me to say? Gather people to wipe out the Uchiha clan?" As soon as these words came out, Tobirama's heart skipped a beat. But he still held his ground. "It's not impossible. If we wipe them out, then we wipe them out." The third Hokage exploded, slamming the table and shouting, "You can actually say that? What's the reason? Just because you forcibly conscript a regular resident and they disagree, you wipe out their entire clan? Are you insane?" Tobirama was left speechless, but soon became stubborn again. "After wiping them out, we can just pin a random crime on them, right?" The third Hokage was so angry he laughed, saying, "You must be joking. At this critical moment, you still want internal strife? If we wipe out the Uchiha, does Konoha still want to survive? If the hearts of the people are scattered, the team can't be led. Isn't that just sending heads to the enemy?" Tobirama was still unwilling to back down, saying, "Are we just going to let the Uchiha be so arrogant?" The third Hokage, also irritated, replied, "What else can we do? They haven't made a mistake, and you have no excuse to suppress them." Finally, the third Hokage sighed and told him to behave, saying they might still need the Uchiha to fight against IWA. Only then did Tobirama leave with a heavy heart. As soon as I returned to the clan, I met up with Brother Fugaku. We exchanged glances and knew what was going on. Iwagakure was definitely preparing for war, and that old man Inoki was scheming something big. Our next targets were Danzo and Orochimaru, and at this critical moment, Konoha would surely be vulnerable. Iwagakure and Kumogakure might take the opportunity to strike. Brother Fugaku was a bit hesitant, as taking out those two would mean Konoha would be cutting off one of its own arms. I couldn't help but laugh. I said it wasn't a big deal. They were coming at the right time. When the time comes, we'll have the Uchiha clan take them down and use their heads to boost our reputation. When Fugaku heard this, his eyes lit up. Yes, we need to deliver a fatal blow to Danzo and Orochimaru, making sure they can never rise again. Well, we waited for 2 months, and before we knew it, it was September. During these 2 months, things in the village started to feel increasingly off. The number of missing persons was skyrocketing, and the reports piling up in the police department were overwhelming. I took a quick glance and noticed that most of the missing people ended up in the Root and Orochimaru's lab. The time had finally come. That day, all the elite members of the Uchiha clan gathered in the police department's office, just waiting for Fugaku's command. I used my spirit to scout around, and upon returning, I opened my eyes and, somewhat disappointed, told Fugaku, "Orochimaru is in his own lab, not with Danzo." Fugaku replied, "Then shall we split into 2 teams?" I directly blocked him and said, "Big brother, no need, just go for it. Let's all head straight to Orochimaru's laboratory and capture him on the spot. With evidence in hand, we can directly take him to the third Hokage, and then we can rightfully storm the Root, with irrefutable proof that neither of them can escape." Big brother Fugaku slapped his thigh and said, "Let's do it." The next moment, Big brother Fugaku took the lead, and our police force of over 20 people followed him like a gang, charging straight down the street. The villagers along the way were dumbfounded, discussing what big move the Uchiha clan was planning. The news spread quickly, and the third Hokage stood on the Hokage building, turning green with worry. He probably guessed what we were up to, but it was too late to stop us. He even sent Umbu to follow us from a distance to keep an eye on the situation. Orochimaru's laboratory was really well hidden, but under my eyes, it was like being naked. We rushed into an underground cave in a forest and stopped in front of a damp rock wall. With a gesture from Big Brother Fugaku, I stepped up and struck it with my palm. With a crack, the rock wall shattered like a brittle ice cream. Family, who understands? As soon as the entrance opened, the sight inside made my blood rush to my head. It was a huge laboratory, lined with glass jars filled with light green liquid. And floating in the liquid were all experimental subjects. There were infants a few months old, children a few years old, densely packed with hundreds of them, all lifeless. At the very back of the laboratory, that B-grade, Orochimaru was dissecting something with a bloody knife. When he saw us burst in, he wasn't the slightest bit flustered and even looked at us with great interest. All of our Sharingan opened at once, and the anger distorted the air. Brother Fugaku stepped forward, his voice as cold as ice. "Orochimaru, capturing villagers and conducting human experiments, caught red-handed. Surrender." Orochimaru actually laughed, licking his lips, and said, "Hee hee, you think you can catch me? Let's see if the Uchiha have what it takes." As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed forward. What happened next? Brother Fugaku didn't even bother to waste words with him. As he opened his Mangekyō Sharingan, with just a glance, Orochimaru was instantly frozen in place, like a wooden dummy, still maintaining his charging posture. Wow, one hit and he was down. The clansmen behind us, ready to take action, were dumbfounded, murmuring, "Is this it? Is this the level of the 3 Sannin?" Brother Fugaku himself was momentarily stunned, probably not expecting it to be so easy. Watching from the side, I speculated that Orochimaru had likely messed up his soul while researching cursed seals, leaving his mental strength vulnerable, which is why he was taken down with one move. Then, under Brother Fugaku's Genjutsu control, Orochimaru obediently wrote down all the dirty deeds he did with Danzo, including the Edo Tensei, research on wood release, and transplanting Sharingan. Onto a scroll. The scroll unfurled, thicker than my arm. Just then, Kakashi arrived with 3 Umbu. When they saw the horrific scene in the lab, they were stunned, their voices trembling. Brother Fugaku quickly explained the situation, and Kakashi's pupils shook. Without saying a word, he ordered his subordinates to stay behind and instantly return to report. We didn't stop them. This is exactly the effect we wanted. Before we set off, we arranged for someone to spread the news in the village. By the time Kakashi ran back, this matter had already spread throughout the village. We were dragging Orochimaru along, deliberately walking slowly. By the time we reached the center of the village, the streets were already packed with people. The moment they saw Orochimaru in handcuffs, the crowd erupted. Some were in disbelief, some were angry, and it turned into chaos. At this moment, our planted informant in the crowd shouted loudly, "You say Lord Orochimaru did this. Where's the evidence? Where's the laboratory?" Uchiha Itachi, that guy, stood out as well, deliberately shouting, "Is it true? Why don't you go to Training Ground 42 and see for yourselves?" As soon as he said that, a large group of people rushed towards Training Ground 42. By the time we leisurely walked to the Hokage building, the entire Konoha knew about Orochimaru's crimes, and the laboratory was surrounded by ninjas and villagers who had rushed over. The voices of doubt completely disappeared, leaving only overwhelming anger. Under the Hokage building, it was packed with people. The third Hokage, dressed in his Hokage robe, stood at the entrance desperately trying to calm the crowd, his face pale. When he saw us coming, He wanted to stabilize the situation first, saying they would first lock up Orochimaru and investigate slowly. As a result, Brother Fugaku, in front of everyone, shouted loudly enough for people several streets away to hear. Hokage. This matter is not over yet. There is another main culprit who has not been apprehended. This person's identity is special, and our police force needs your order to arrest him. When this was said, the crowd erupted. Everyone was guessing. Who could have an identity more special than the legendary Sannin Orochimaru? It must be those few advisory elders. And they were right. I tell you, Uchiha Fugaku stood up right then, without saying a word, directly threw out 3 scrolls and handed them to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Making it clear, take a look for yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face could not hold up at that moment, as he took it and glanced. I saw his face turn from white to red, from red to purple, and finally green. His hand holding the scroll was trembling. What was written on it? All explosive material. After being caught in a Jinjutsu, Orochimaru spilled everything, revealing all the dirty deeds he and Danzo had done over the years. Human experiments, developing forbidden drugs, desecrating the first and second Hokage. Each one was enough to get them killed 100 times over. Now, the third Hokage couldn't hold it anymore. His temples throbbing. His blood pressure probably shot up to 280. He suddenly looked up and shouted angrily at Kakashi beside him. Pass my order. Immediately arrest Shimura Danzo and Aburame Shibi. Anyone who resists, kill them on the spot. Then he turned to Uchiha Fugaku, his tone urgent and heavy. Police force. Provide assistance. Be sure to bring those people back. Families, who understands? With this order, the Umbu and our police force disappeared in an instant, heading straight for the underground base. That scene was incredible. Leaving behind a group of villagers completely in uproar, the discussions were loud enough to lift the roof off the Hokage building. Did I hear wrong? The advisory elders used our villagers for experiments? How did such scum become advisors? Is the Hokage blind? Hey, what do you know? These two are both disciples of the second Hokage, eating from the same pot. What do you think? Watch your words, kid. Say what you need to say directly. What S with the sarcasm? I'm not talking nonsense. Isn't this all true? TSK. Under the sun of Konoha, there are indeed a lot of dirty deeds. I'm telling you, these words are like knives, stabbing one by one in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. The persona of the benevolent ruler he worked so hard to build over decades has completely crumbled today. He must have cursed Danzo 1,000 times in his heart. But in front of so many people, he had to put on a brave face and maintain stability. Everyone, please remain calm. Trust us. We will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. We will not tolerate this. And what was the result? It was useless. Everyone had already been unsettled by the series of disappearances, and now that they found the culprit was from the higher-ups, their grievances had piled up like tailed beast balls. It was no wonder they were furious. On the other side at the root base, Danzo was still sitting there when one of his root ninjas suddenly knelt in front of him, trembling as he reported, "Lord Danzo, it's bad. Orochimaru has been captured by the police force. The outside is in chaos, they say. They say there are big figures behind this." Danzo jumped up in shock, his face turning pale, completely flustered. "What did you say?" "Orochimaru has been captured." All his hopes of luck vanished in an instant. It's over, completely over. Orochimaru, that spineless coward, would definitely crack under the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan, and all their dirty laundry would be aired. He had only 3 options left. 1. Run away and become a rogue ninja. 2. Surrender and go to prison. 3. Fight back right there and confront the Uchiha. But what he valued most in his life was his identity as the shadow of Konoha. Becoming a rogue ninja, it would be more painful than killing him. Just as he hesitated, footsteps approached. Swish, swish, swish. The Umbu and our police force surrounded the entire root hall. In the dim underground, dozens of crimson Sharingan eyes lit up, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Danzo's subordinates all emerged, and the two sides confronted each other directly. The Umbu captain, who was also the eldest son of the third Hokage, stepped forward and coldly stared at Danzo. "Danzo, I advise you to give up resistance." Danzo ignored him, his single eye fiercely glaring at Uchiha Fugaku, unwilling to back down. "Trash. Orochimaru is truly useless to be captured by you. Uchiha Fugaku, you've brought us down. Your next target must be Hiruzen's Hokage position, right?" Fugaku, the clan leader, remained calm. "When you treated the villagers as expendable, this day was destined to come. As for the Hokage position, that's the dream of all Konoha people. Don't you, Danzo, the advisor, want it? Ha ha." Danzo laughed like a madman. You Uchiha are worthy? A naturally evil clan. Well, that statement stirred up a hornet's nest. Fugaku narrowed his eyes. The killing intent almost spilling out. Whether we are worthy or not is not for you to decide. Konoha is not your one-man show. Sure enough, your goal is the Hokage position. Danzo's killing intent erupted completely. He spoke as if he didn't expect to end up like this. Looking like he was about to give up, but the next second, this old man played dirty. His figure flickered and disappeared, heading straight for Aramina. With a kunai wrapped in wind chakra, aimed directly at her heart. He didn't even attack Fugaku, but aimed to take out Amina first. But who is Aramina? She had anticipated this move long ago. With a glare, her Mangekyō Sharingan pattern flashed. The next second, Danzo froze mid-charge. His body, as if someone had pressed the pause button, completely immobilized. I'm telling you, this is called the Strong's identification device. If you can't even get past one Jinjutsu, what are you even fighting for? It's all about an electronic eye's health exercise, directly burning out your brain's CPU. In the Jinjutsu world, Danzo suffered immensely. And when his spirit finally broke, the real-world version of him collapsed to the ground with a thud, drenched as if pulled out of water. The eldest son of the third Hokage was dumbfounded, probably thinking, what the hell? This is the Mangekyō? One glance, and he took down Danzo? This thing is too broken. I must remind my dad to be careful. With the boss down, the remaining small fry from Root were quickly disarmed by us and the Umbu. All chain up one by one. Once everything was settled, Fugaku didn't rush to leave. He turned to the third Hokage's son and said, I want to confirm one thing related to us Uchiha. Saying this, he took a few steps to Danzo, who was sprawled on the ground and ripped off the bandage from his right eye. Family, who understands? Under the bandage was a bright red Sharingan. Fugaku's eyes turned red instantly, the killing intent so palpable that I felt cold from afar. As expected, the missing clan members were your doing. Even in this state, Danzo still held firm. What a pity if it weren't for Orochimaru, your eyes would have eventually been mine. Wishful thinking. Fugaku coldly snorted. His hand moved like lightning, and with a plop he directly gouged out that Sharingan, crushing it right in front of everyone. That was truly satisfying. Then, we escorted the bloodied and disheveled Danzo back to the Hokage building. The villagers on the street went completely crazy at this sight. It was truly the advisor's doing. In the conference room, the third Hokage, along with two other elder advisors in Narashikaku, had long been waiting, watching Danzo being brought in. The third Hokage let out a long puff of smoke, his expression unchanged as he said to Yamenka and Inoichi, Inoichi, take him away for interrogation, and get results as soon as possible. Danzo still tried to play the emotional card. Hiruzen, you really don't remember any old feelings? I bled for Konoha. Merit is merit, and fault is fault. Merit and fault do not offset each other. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly interrupted him, his voice as cold as ice. Anyone who dares to harm the villagers, I will not let a single one go. Once Danzo was taken away, the third Hokage finally brought out Orochimaru's confession for everyone to read. Good heavens, I didn't expect it, but once I looked, I was shocked. The misdeeds these two had committed were simply countless. An hour later, Yamenka and Noichi returned with Danzo's confession. Sarutobi Hiruzen took it and looked, his face darker than the bottom of a pot. It turned out that the wicked deeds Danzo had committed far exceeded imagination. The most explosive revelation? The Nagato who once possessed the Rinnegan, later known as Pain, had his vendetta against Konoha entirely caused by Danzo. He had colluded with Hanzo of the Salamander from Mangekyō to set up the first leader of the Akatsuki and got him killed. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth in anger. Danzo, you incompetent fool who only brings disaster. I truly underestimated his ability to cause trouble. I was thinking at the time, this guy isn't serving Konoha. He is actually strengthening Konoha. He has turned a potential ally into a deadly enemy capable of leveling Konoha with a single move of Shinra Tensei. This time, even the other two elder advisors couldn't stand it anymore and started to criticize the third Hokage. Hiruzen, we've already told you. Don't give Danzo so much power. Look at this. Now it's caused a problem, hasn't it? Hiruzen Sarutobi also had his own grievances and could only smile wryly. In the end, he looked around and asked everyone how to announce this to the public. The conference room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Who would dare to speak first? What if they said something wrong and ended up in trouble with the Hokage? In the end, it was the two elder advisors and Shikaka Nara who expressed their opinions, clearly stating, except for the matter of the Rinnegan being too sensitive, Everything else should be made public. After all, the Uchiha are watching. There's no way to hide it, so it's better to be open about it. Seeing the situation was beyond saving, Hiruzen could only nod. Finally, his gaze landed on our clan leader, Fayake, as if asking for his opinion. Clan leader Fayake directly spoke up. Lord Hokage, our police department has no objections. Now that was settled, the third took a deep breath and made a decisive statement. Orochimaru, Danzo, harming our fellow villagers, their sins are unforgivable. I, in the name of the Hokage, declare to the villagers the truth. 1 month later, public execution. Once this result was announced, we all knew that in this situation, the Uchiha had won. After the meeting concluded, we marched out with the captured individuals. In a large conference room, only Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and the 2 elder advisors were left. The atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. All that could be heard was Mito Kamen letting out a long sigh, his face full of weariness and helplessness. Sigh. I never expected that Orochimaru and Danzo would do such a thing, and it just so happens. They were caught by the Uchiha. The 2 elder advisors turned pale, and Chikajinara kept saying that they never thought Orochimaru would be captured alive. They also remarked that the strength of the Uchiha was far greater than they had imagined. Let me tell you, that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting there like a frostbitten eggplant, all wilted and shaking his head, saying that this matter was completely beyond his script. He didn't expect Danzo and Orochimaru to play it this big and even lose control. As a result, those 2 old advisors started to put on their faces, saying things like, Hiruzen, this matter is in the past now. You need to focus all your energy on the Uchiha from now on. We definitely won't let this go easily. That old guy Mito Gate Kurinai even nodded in agreement, saying, yes, I think they're after the Hokage position. Goodness. The way they were pinning the blame, I could hear it through the wall. Sarutobi Hiruzen really bought into this, looking serious as he said, I understand. Don't worry. I will keep a close eye on the Uchiha and absolutely won't give them any opportunities. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Opportunities aren't given to you. We create them ourselves, okay? Then, turning to Xiaochun, she started worrying about the country and the people again, saying that with the downfall of Orochimaru and Danzo, Konoha directly lost 2 shadow-level combat powers. If this news gets out, those hungry wolves from the Cloud and Rock villages will definitely pounce and take a bite, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and began his analysis. He said, not to that extent, not to that extent. That guy Danzo has long been out of the front lines, and his root organization hasn't suffered any losses. We can just merge it into the Umbu later. What we've really lost is just Orochimaru, who could fight at any time. It's not enough for those 2 villages to be determined to go to war over just one Orochimaru. He paused and added, moreover, it's not like we have no one to take his place. I'm planning to invite Wind to come out of retirement. I tell you, I was stunned when I heard that name. Akadu Kifu. He's from the same generation, a retired old cadre who has long been at home taking care of his grandchildren. A member of the 2nd Hokage's personal guard. They've pulled him out of retirement home, which can only mean one thing. Konoha really has no one left. Mito Gate In and Tsunade Koharu heard this and thought it was okay, but they were still worried, murmuring that we can't rely on the enemy not attacking us and that we should prepare for the worst. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, saying, I understand. Our biggest threat right now is Kumogakure. Their rakeage has integrated the village like a steel barrel. As for Iwagakure, not much of a problem. Inoki and his Jinchuriki, the old purple one, are fighting every day. Their own backyard is almost on fire. They don't have time to bother with us. While they were talking, this group began discussing whether to send reinforcements to the front lines. That old guy Mito Gate-un, with a glint in his eye, turned his attention to us Uchiha. He suggested, why not let the Uchiha go? It would be a good way to wear them out, and their Sharingan is quite effective against tailed beasts, right? Unbelievable. This idea nearly hit me in the face. And guess what? Tsunade Koharu was the first to jump out in opposition. More excited than anyone. No way. Absolutely not. We cannot let the Uchiha achieve any more success. If they accomplish anything more, the people's hearts will drift toward them, and what will we have left to play with? Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his forehead, looking annoyed, and then, let me tell you, that old fox's tail finally showed. He lowered his voice and pretended to be deep. Koharu, don't rush. The situation isn't as bad as you think. They've just activated their Mangekyō Sharingan, right? As students of Tobarama Sensei, you and I both know the cost of those eyes. They're high-consumption items. Each use brings them closer to blindness. The more they use them, the faster they go blind. So, we don't need to worry. I will find a suitable opportunity to throw them onto the battlefield and let them use them to their heart's content. once they blinded themselves. Even if they achieve great merit, what can a blind person do? Family members who understands. I was outside listening, and it sent chills down my spine. This old man's scheming is smaller than a needle tip. Is he playing with consumables here? Treating us Uchiha as disposable tools, huh? Truly the wisdom of a seasoned office worker. I've learned my lesson. The two old advisors, upon hearing this, suddenly realized and immediately began to flatter him, saying things like, "Hiruzen, your considerations are so thoughtful, and you really see further," with those smug expressions that were just unbearable to watch. Just when these old guys were plotting against us, our Ming was busy doing serious work in the Konoha prison. He was sitting directly across from Orochimaru, his crimson Sharingan fixed on him. I tell you, Orochimaru was still caught in a jinjutsu at that moment, like a marionette. Ming asked a question, and he wrote a line on the scroll, revealing all the experiments he had conducted over the years, the forbidden techniques he had researched, and all sorts of random stuff, pouring out like bamboo shoots. Looking at the densely packed content on the scroll, Ming realized, wow, Orochimaru's curse-seal technique had matured long ago, and he had already developed the Edo Tensei. In plain terms, this guy had equipped himself with multiple resurrection armors, theoretically making him impossible to kill. This progress was way ahead of our expectations. Furthermore, Ming also thoroughly examined Orochimaru's research results on the Edo Tensei. This technique is not difficult to learn, but it carries great risks, which is why it is classified as forbidden. Ming understood at a glance, but unfortunately, the current version's precision was too poor, and the summoned individuals couldn't exert their full strength. This interrogation lasted from day to night, and Orochimaru's entire foundation was copied and pasted into Ming's mind using the Sharingan. Those scrolls were never taken away by Ming, as they were submitted as official records. The next day, when Konoha's announcement was posted, the entire village erupted. The citizens, upon seeing what Danzo and Orochimaru had done, were indignant and cursed loudly. When they saw the verdict, they were overjoyed. Meanwhile, spies from other villages quickly relayed this shocking news back home. In Iwagakure, in Itsuchiki's office, Anoki was laughing at the intelligence like a 200-pound child, purely relishing in the misfortune. Awesome. Sarutobi Hiruzen, how are you going to play now? With two of your disciples wasted, I bet you're left with no successors. He was reveling in the misfortune, having been jealous for half his life, finally catching a break. Over in Kimogakure, the fourth Raikage looked at the intelligence with disdain, cursing Orochimaru and Danzo for being worthless, attacking their own villagers, which was simply pathetic. But his blonde, wavy-haired secretary didn't think so. She saw this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and urged the Raikage to take advantage of it and take down Konoha. Although the Raikage appeared reckless, he wasn't stupid. He said, "Don't rush. Konoha isn't at the point of being crippled yet, and Anoki the old man is watching closely." However, he was still tempted, instructing his secretary to try to contact Iwagakure to see if they could join forces to kick Konoha out of the 5 great shinobi villages. The most cunning ones? Let me tell you, it was the people from Mangekyō. White Zetsu transmitted the news to Black Zetsu, who pondered, "Oh, this Orochimaru is a technical talent, which could help our Akatsuki gather tailed beasts. We could reach out." He also analyzed our Uchiha, considering Ming to be quite capable, stating that our Uchiha is now closest to the Hokage position. Then this guy burrowed underground to report to Nagato. Upon hearing this, Nagato also thought it made sense. The Akatsuki still needed manpower, and recruiting Orochimaru wouldn't be a bad idea. So this task was handed over to Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was so confident, claiming that Konoha's prison was as easy for him as going home. Then let me tell you the slap in the face. Oh no, the facts came to light. Orochimaru had been in prison for a week. The Jinjutsu had long since been lifted, but he wasn't flustered at all, remaining very calm. Suddenly, a smile crept onto his lips. It turned out that Black Zetsu had secretly contacted him using the Devapath technique and had sent the recruitment information over. Orochimaru agreed on the spot, with the condition that he would be rescued. As a result, Black Zetsu easily lifted all the sealing charms on him. The shackles were still there, but they were useless. Orochimaru turned around and glanced at the Hokage building, sneering, and then, like a puddle of mud, he seeped into the cracks in the ground and escaped. In the prison, only his shed skin remained, sitting there like a real person. It wasn't until 2 hours later that the guards discovered he was missing. When the news reached the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat there motionless, like a wooden statue. Orochimaru had escaped, and he couldn't tell whether he felt joy or sorrow. In the end, only cold, killing intent remained in his eyes. When we received the news, we were also stunned. The seal set by Ming was definitely foolproof, and Orochimaru couldn't escape. There was only one possibility. Someone was helping him. Brother Fugaku speculated whether it was that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen who had softened his heart, but Ming directly denied it, saying he wouldn't dare take that risk. In the end, we all felt it must be that mysterious masked man, or rather, the Akatsuki organization. Ming's mind was racing, and he quickly thought of a crucial problem. Oh no, Orochimaru could use Edo Tensei if he were to summon the first, second, and fourth Hokage. What would we even do? So he made a decisive decision that left everyone dumbfounded. He wanted to act first. He rushed into his laboratory, where he had cultivated clones. The best sacrifices for Edo Tensei. With a clap of his hands, dust surged up from the ground, and a clone twisted and transformed into the appearance of Uchiha Obito. As soon as Obito regained consciousness, he was about to go insane, but Ming sealed him with a hand sign, then inserted a control tag, sealing him away. I directly became a good guy. What is this called? Walking the path of the villain, leaving the villain with nowhere to run. Then, he formed hand seals again, and the second coffin rose, containing the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Ming didn't even give him a chance to speak, using the same set of control, sealing, and retrieval processes, flowing seamlessly. Ming thought for a moment, considering Orochimaru's nature, that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, should also be arranged. Thus, 2 more coffins were summoned, and Minato and Kushina appeared. The two looked completely bewildered. As soon as Minato saw his condition, he immediately recognized that this was the reanimation jutsu and questioned Ming about why he was doing this. Ming could only smile bitterly and briefly explain the mess with Orochimaru and Danzo, as well as the potential threat posed by Orochimaru's escape. Minato and Kushina were shocked after hearing this. Kushina was most concerned about Naruto and anxiously asked how he was doing. Ming told her that Naruto was very healthy and full of energy. Seeing their worried expressions, Ming suggested, "How about this? You two can go see Naruto for yourselves and also check if what I said is true." He released most of the control, and the two exchanged glances, ultimately unable to resist the temptation to see their child. Minato agreed to just take a look and promised not to interfere with the village's affairs. He tried it out and found that the Flying Thunder God technique could still be used, although it was quite slow. Ming specifically reminded them not to be discovered by the third Hokage, as everyone understood the nature of their relationship with him. Minato nodded in agreement, left a Flying Thunder God mark in the lab, and then vanished with Kushina. The two donned cloaks and disguised themselves a bit, walking through the streets of Konoha. Listening to the discussions of passersby about Orochimaru and Danzo, they were convinced that what Ming said was true. Soon, they arrived in front of a standalone apartment in the center of the village. I'm telling you, this apartment is where Naruto lives. Goodness, the third Hokage really has a big heart. On the surface, he just sent a Chunin lady as a caretaker, but secretly hid 4 Umbu. But what's the use of that? In front of our high-precision Edo Tensei, it's like child's play. They can't discover anything at all. We were peering through the gap in the apartment fence and saw a lively little yellow-haired bundle, about a year old, crawling around with a milk bottle in its mouth. Nearby, a woman in her 30s looked helpless, calling out to the child, but getting no response as he played with his toys. Naruto. Kushina's eyes turned red in an instant, and she whispered softly. Minato didn't speak, just silently watched, his gaze overflowing with paternal love. Just as we were engrossed in the scene, we suddenly felt someone approaching. In a flash, we disappeared from sight. The next second, a silver-haired Umbu, who looked a lot like Kakashi, stood right where we had been, scanning the area warily and mumbling to himself. Is it just my imagination? I definitely felt someone here a moment ago. Haha, little buddy, you were right, but unfortunately you can't see us. We both directly executed a big move and returned to Uchiha Ming's private laboratory. As soon as Minato came back, he sighed and said, "It's only been a year, and I didn't expect such things to happen in the village." Kushina quickly held his hand to comfort him. "Minato, we are already dead, so don't worry too much about the affairs of the ninja world. We must trust our juniors." Minato smiled wryly and nodded, then looked at me. "Ming, let's fall into a deep sleep." I thought to myself, sure, but wait a minute. I have a technical problem that I need to consult the fourth Hokage about. So I asked him, "Fourth Hokage, how do you get started with the Sage Mode? I can't feel that so-called natural energy at all." Upon hearing this, Minato frowned, thought for a long time, and said, "Natural energy, well, it does require external help to get started. I also relied on the toad oil from Mount Mayaboku to sense it." He looked at me apologetically, and said, "Sorry, Ming, but I might not be able to help you with this." Hearing this made me a bit emo at the time, thinking, is this some exclusive skill for the chosen ones? I couldn't help but exclaim, I really don't know how the first Hokage learned it. Then Minato added, I've heard that the first Hokage's physique was naturally attuned to natural energy, so he was self-taught. For ordinary people like us, it's like being separated by a wall. We need external force to break through a passage before we can sense it ourselves. Oh, so that's how it is. It turns out I didn't receive the beginner's gift pack. All right, now that I understand, I won't keep them any longer. I directly summoned the Impure World reincarnation coffin, put them both inside, and let their consciousness rest. I just sent off the fourth Hokage couple, and over there in the ninja world, dark currents are starting to stir. The Cloud Village sent a messenger, a tall guy with dark skin, who went straight to the office of the Tsuchikage, Anoki, in the Stone Village. This guy is also tough. He came straight to the point. Tsuchikage, I am here on the orders of the Reikage to invite you and the Stone Village to join us in dividing Konoha. Wow, what an attitude. Noki couldn't help but laugh, sitting behind his tall desk, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Dividing Konoha? How would he even say that? This Reikage has a bigger mouth than his father. The black-skinned messenger wasn't angry at all, slowly saying, Lord Tsuchikage, this is a different time. Konoha now has lost its fourth Hokage. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is gone, and one of the legendary three, Orochimaru, is about to be executed. In just this short year, we lost 4 elite shinobi, and it's the best time for us to swallow the wealth of the Land of Fire. Noki scoffed. It's easy to say, but a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and that group of Uchiha monsters. Count them. Which of them is easy to deal with? Can you guys from the Cloud Village produce that many elite shinobi? The black-skinned fellow looked confident. We may not have as many elite shinobi as you, but our quality is high. Besides, who doesn't know that the Hokage clan in Konoha is weak, and the Uchiha clan is also weak? Tsunade is away from the village. And if it comes to a real fight, we from the Cloud Village will win for sure. We're just looking for you Rock Village to minimize our losses. Listen to that, such a boastful statement. He continued to paint a grand picture. By then, Konoha's bloodline limits, secret techniques, and wealth will all be ours. And the shinobi world will be left with only 2 major shinobi villages. Noki, this old fox, wouldn't he be fooled, sneering. You think this little trick can deceive me? Konoha is a tough nut to crack. Even if we join forces, we'd break a few teeth trying to chew it down. By then, wouldn't Tsunade and Kirigakure take advantage of the situation? The messenger kept puing, saying this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Finally, Noki got annoyed and waved his hand, saying, this matter is significant. I need to think it over carefully. Once he left, Noki sneered in his office. This Reikage has such big ambitions, but he has problems in his own village. So in the end, he decided to wait and see. While they were plotting against each other on the other side, Orochimaru had also found a new job, joining the Akatsuki organization. Let me tell you, when he first met the leader Nagato, he was shocked, thinking, what powerful chakra, far beyond my teacher's peak, truly worthy of the Rinnegan. He spoke words of gratitude, but his eyes were nearly overflowing with greed, fixated on Nagato's purple Rinnegan. Of course, Nagato noticed, but he didn't care at all. This is the confidence that comes from strength. Then Nagato took him to meet his new colleagues. Wow. In that cave were Kakazu, Sasori, and a girl named Uchiha Hikari, all gathered as villains. Orochimaru, with his shifty eyes, immediately locked onto Hikari. Why? Because she has the Sharingan. After I took him down in one move, he became obsessed with the Sharingan. As a result, Hikari wasn't easy to deal with either. She immediately snapped. Stop looking at me with those disgusting eyes. You're just like a slippery snake in a muddy pit. It's really nauseating. Orochimaru exploded on the spot, angrily saying, little girl, if you can't speak properly, then don't speak. Let me educate you on behalf of your parents. You think you're worthy? Hikari squinted her eyes, her scarlet Sharingan transforming into a shuriken pattern, her ocular power bursting forth. Tsukuyami. Oh my, this familiar formula. Just as Orochimaru was about to move, he found himself tied to a pillar, while Hikari took a knife and began to perform live surgery on him. Watching from outside, it took only a second, but by the time he came to his senses, he was completely drained, cold sweat pouring down, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. Who understands? One of the legendary 3, Orochimaru, was taken down by a Uchiha with just her gaze. Where can he find someone to argue with? Nagato saw this, frowned. Hikari, you were too harsh. He is our companion. Hikari snorted, unleashing powerful chakra from her body, directly clashing with Nagato. With a crack, the ground split. But Nagato is the leader. With a slight exertion of force, he suppressed Hikari. Then Nagato turned to Orochimaru, solemnly warning, "Mr. Orochimaru, please do not harbor malice towards our comrades." At this point, Orochimaru was genuinely convinced, feeling downcast. What legendary 3? What genius compared to this girl? What am I? He honestly apologized to Hikari. Hikari shrugged, with an indifferent expression, as if she had already vented her anger, leaving Orochimaru speechless. After the gathering ended, Nagato kept Orochimaru behind, saying he needed his help. He took out a small vial of blood and handed it to Orochimaru. "Please try to summon the owner of this blood to the shinobi world using the impure world reincarnation technique." Orochimaru took a look, familiar with it, and immediately began to mold the seals, using a white zetsu as a sacrifice. What happened next? Failure. The dust on the ground stirred for a long time before settling again. Orochimaru frowned and said, "Failed. In this situation, either the person being summoned is not dead, or they've already been summoned to the present world." Nagato insisted the person was definitely dead. Orochimaru thought for a moment and realized it was me. He told Nagato, "As far as I know, the fourth Hokage once allowed Uchiha Akira to choose 2 ninjutsu from the sealing book, one of which is the spiritualization technique. Moreover, he previously used genjutsu to obtain the impure world reincarnation technique from me. It's highly likely he acted first." When Nagato heard Uchiha Akira, a chilling killing intent instantly spiked. Of course, they didn't know this was all a trap set by Kurizetsu. That vial of blood had already been tampered with and couldn't be summoned at all. Just then, a white zetsu popped out from the ground, shouting, "Leader, the latest news. The Cloud Village plans to unite with the Rock Village to launch a decisive battle against Konoha." Nagato was shocked. Reikage has such courage? Orochimaru was thinking to himself, the Akatsuki's intelligence-gathering ability seems a bit overly powerful. Nagato quickly called Kurizetsu to discuss. He asked them, if the Cloud and Rock Villages teamed up, could they eliminate Konoha? Orochimaru and Kurizetsu answered in unison. Impossible. They cannot form an absolute advantage in high-end combat power. At most, it would be a mutual destruction. Just when Nagato felt it was a pity, Kurizetsu suddenly spoke up. There is not entirely no opportunity. That is, if we Akatsuki also join the battle. Wow, a 3-way alliance. Kurizetsu continued to fan the flames. By then, the Cloud and Rock Villages will definitely send their Jinchuriki to the battlefield. Once we take down Konoha, we can easily capture their Jinchuriki as well. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Now Nagato was even more tempted. This immense wealth finally belongs to us Akatsuki. He slapped his thigh. It's decided. Let this battle to destroy Konoha be our Akatsuki's first battle on the grand stage of the shinobi world. To facilitate the alliance, I will personally go to negotiate with the Reikage and Tsuchikage. 3 days later, in a large canyon outside the Cloud Village, Nagato and Hikari met the 4th Reikage. Reikage, with his violent temper, shouted, "Since we are to cooperate, let me see if you have the strength to be a partner." Uchiha Hikari removed her conical hat, her scarlet Sharingan sweeping over the Reikage, dissatisfied, saying, "Is this the leader of the 5 great shinobi villages now? He looks nothing special, just a bit more chakra." The Reikage immediately exploded with rage. Nagato symbolically advised, "Hikari, maintain basic respect for Lord Reikage." That tone sounded like he was giving you face. But he was also looking down on you. The Reikage was thoroughly enraged. Just as his words fell, a burst of blue lightning erupted from his body. And with a whoosh, he disappeared from his spot, reappearing next to Nagato, delivering a heavy hand chop. Not bad speed. Nagato's eyes narrowed, left hand extended. Shinra, Tensei. Boom. With a loud bang, the Reikage was sent flying like a blue streak of light, embedding himself into a mountain several dozen meters away. Nagato calmly said, "Reikage-sama, there's no need for such probing. No, we of the Cloud Village do not need weak allies." The Reikage struggled out of the mountain, his body crackling with electricity, and unleashed. Hellstab, 4 books piercing hand. A flash of blue light swept by, and the Reikage charged towards Nagato again. Nagato remained calm and used the same technique. Shinra, Tensei. An invisible repulsive force instantly blocked the Reikage, preventing him from advancing any further. The Reikage gritted his teeth, his fingers curling from 4 to 2. Hellstab, 2 books piercing hand. Useless. Nagato shook his head as he watched the Reikage slowly breaking through his repulsive barrier. In the next moment, His Rinnegan-esque power erupted, and the invisible repulsion transformed into a visible white barrier, exploding with a roar. Bang! After being serious, Nagato sent the Raikage flying like a rolling gourd for hundreds of meters, crashing into a pile of rubble. But that wasn't the end. Nagato raised his right hand, and a rock several dozen meters in size rose from the ground, whistling through the air as it hurtled towards the Raikage. Being on the defensive was not Nagato's style. Boom! The giant rock fell, shaking the ground. Several dozen meters away, Uchiha Kagami watched this scene, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed. Beside her, the shadow guards brought by the Raikage had long been laid out on the ground, unconscious at her single glance. Zzz, suddenly, a terrifying sound of electricity crackled from where the giant rock fell. A dazzling blue current spread from the base of the rock, instantly covering it. Then came a low, rumbling roar, and the blue lightning burst forth, shattering the rock. The fourth Raikage sped in with lightning, appearing not far from Nagato. Watching the Raikage still wanting to attack, Nagato calmly said, "Raikage-sama, it's best to stop now. If you keep probing, I won't be able to hold back." Hearing Nagato's words, the Raikage's expression darkened. He had underestimated his opponent. Nagato's strength was far beyond his expectations, and he had a premonition that in a real confrontation, he would not be able to match him. Stealing a glance at Uchiha Kagami, the Raikage's heart sank. His shadow guards had all been taken down by a 13 or 14-year-old girl. His shadow guards had followed him for a long time, all highly experienced Jonin and elite Jonin, and yet this group of 4 had been taken down in such a short time. The strength of Akatsuki was greater than he had imagined. This Uchiha child was not an ordinary Uchiha. If they cooperated, it was truly possible to destroy Konoha. The Raikage thought to himself. With this in mind, the Raikage reined in his lightning and looked at Nagato, solemnly saying, "I acknowledge your strength. Let's talk about how to cooperate. With the power of both our villages, it may not be enough to take down Konoha. I plan to bring in the Rock Village as well, which will give us 100% certainty," Nagato replied. Regarding Nagato's proposal, the Raikage did not comment, but instead asked, "What is the strength of your Akatsuki?" "Akatsuki is still in its initial stage. Only Miss Kagami and I can take action." Nagato did not intend to reveal details to the Raikage. Cooperation was temporary. After taking down Konoha, Akatsuki would immediately turn against him, and the more hidden power they had, the greater the advantage. In Nagato's view, as long as he and Uchiha Kagami joined the battle, it would be enough to deal with Konoha. Hearing Nagato's words, I felt relieved. In his view, Nagato and that Uchiha girl were already extraordinary beings. If there were a few more like them in Akatsuki, it would make him uneasy. Of course, he also knew that Nagato might not be telling the truth. Akatsuki definitely had some hidden strength. Chapter 129, Facilitating the Alliance. With that said, relying solely on our 2 villages indeed makes it difficult to take down Konoha. Forming an alliance with the Rock Village is a wise choice. I nodded. I looked at Nagato and solemnly questioned, "So, what does your Akatsuki want to gain from this war?" "The 9 tails," Nagato answered. "Impossible." The Raikage immediately shook his head, stating solemnly, "The 9 tails cannot be given to you. Don't even think about it." Nagato remained silent for a moment before saying, "How about this? We can discuss the distribution of the spoils after we truly destroy Konoha, based on each other's contributions. That sounds more reasonable, but the 9 tails definitely cannot just be given to you," I said coldly. Looking at Nagato, it continued, "I have already sent someone to contact Noki, but that old man has been hesitating and may not agree." Nagato sensed the implication behind his words and replied with understanding, "We will also persuade Lord Tsuchikage. We will make sure he agrees to join forces. I hope that old bastard can recognize the situation. Now is the best time to destroy Konoha. If we miss this opportunity, we will regret it for a lifetime," he said, filled with displeasure. He felt very displeased with Noki, who was the enemy of his father. But at such a time, personal grudges were insignificant compared to the interests of the village. After discussing the specifics of their cooperation, Nagato and Uchiha Kagami headed towards the land of Earth. Watching the direction in which the 2 disappeared, the Raikage snorted coldly, feeling very displeased as he flexed his wrist. "Raikage-sama." Soon, his shadow guards awakened from the illusion. Looking at the sullen Raikage, the 4 of them fell silent, being very cautious. "From today, your training volume will double." After dropping this statement, the Raikage vanished from spot. 2 days later, in Iwagakure, Tsuchikage's office, after the Cloud Village's envoy reported, Noki chose to meet the 2 in his office. "The Raikage has already agreed to ally with you against Konoha?" Noki stared unblinkingly at Uchiha Kagami, feeling inexplicably that she possessed a familiar aura. Why does this Uchiha girl give me the feeling of facing Madara? This thought crossed his mind, and Noki felt it was absurd. Perhaps I am too old. A mere 14-year-old girl could make me feel this way. I'm really becoming more timid as I grow older. Noki mocked himself in his heart. Reikage-sama has already agreed, Nagato said calmly. It seems that your Akatsuki really does have strength. That hot-headed Reikage actually agreed to you. Considering his personality, he must have agreed after a tussle with you. Noki chuckled. Nagato smiled and said, Lord Tsuchikage knows the Reikage well. Noki looked at Nagato's Rinnegan and said, It seems that the Reikage didn't gain any advantage in your hands. Consider it a small victory over Reikage-sama, Nagato replied. Given the Reikage's personality, if he wasn't truly no match for you, he wouldn't let you leave. He's a robber with no morals. And the Cloud Village plunders secret techniques everywhere. Since he couldn't deal with you, would he let go of the Rinnegan and Sharingan? Noki said leisurely. Nagato merely smiled and did not comment on Naka's words. Uchiha Kagami, on the other hand, clearly showed a look of disdain, not taking the Reikage seriously at all. Indeed, that Reikage suffered a loss. It seems that Nagato and this Uchiha girl are very strong. Perhaps after their alliance, they could really swallow this piece of fat meat called Konoha. Noki thought. His heart suddenly stirred. Seeing that Nagato was silent, Noki spoke up. A three-way alliance is not impossible, but how should we cooperate? How should the enemies be distributed? The Uchiha clan's Mangekyō Sharingan is not easy to deal with. Saying this, Noki looked at Uchiha K and said, You should have a deep understanding of this yourself. Seeing Noki showing signs of relenting, Nagato smiled and said, Lord Tsuchikage, these are not problems. If you lack confidence in dealing with the Sharingan, why not leave it to us and Kumogakure to handle it? As an elder, I remind you, the Mangekyō Sharingan is not that simple. Don't forget about Uchiha Madara, Noki said in a deep voice. Rest assured, Lord Tsuchikage, ordinary Mangekyō Sharingan will lead to blindness with use. The three pairs of eyes in Konoha theoretically won't last much longer. Nagato said calmly. Oh, is that so? Naka's eyes lit up. This is a secret of the Uchiha clan, and it's something Miss K told me. It is absolutely true, Nagato said solemnly. Hearing Nagato's words, Noki visibly relaxed. He was afraid of the terrifying existence of Uchiha Madara reappearing in Konoha. After thinking for a moment, Noki asked, Then what about Uchiha Madara's Mangekyō? Why doesn't he go blind? Uchiha Madara was an eternal shadow in his heart. Even though Madara was dead, he still wanted to know more about Madara's secrets. Uchiha Madara possesses an eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. It is not an ordinary Mangekyō and cannot be compared. No one in the current Uchiha clan of Konoha has such eyes. Only by awakening those eyes can one reach a level comparable to that of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Nagato explained. So that's how it is, Noki realized, and the heavy stone in his heart finally fell. Then how will the benefits be distributed after the war? There's only one Nine Tails, and everyone wants it. Noki added. It's too early to talk about distribution now. Nagato shook his head and said, The premise for distribution is that we can truly destroy Konoha. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. Half an hour later, Nagato and Uchiha K left at Tsuchikage's office with satisfied expressions. After a lengthy discussion with Noki, he finally agreed to this tripartite alliance's action. The three parties would choose a suitable time and strike to completely defeat Konoha. Standing in front of the window, Noki looked at the two people walking below on the street, his eyes flickering as various thoughts flashed through his mind. But in the end, all those thoughts were extinguished. Testing the waters was meaningless. The Rinnegan could absorb ninjutsu, countering his dust release. Perhaps a brand new great nation was about to emerge in the ninja world. Noki pondered. A month later, under the gaze of the villagers of Konoha, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, read out the crimes committed by Shimura Danzo over the years. Amidst the cheers of the villagers, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally announced the death penalty for Danzo to be executed immediately. Orochimaru had already been listed as an S-rank rogue ninja in Konoha's official announcement and was wanted throughout the ninja world. Although the villagers of Konoha were dissatisfied with Orochimaru's escape, they did not blame the authorities too much. Living in Konoha, they were well aware of Orochimaru's prowess. They could accept his escape. On the day Danzo was executed, White Zetsu, hidden in Konoha, immediately relayed the news to Nagato in Mangekyō. Chapter 130, Surprise Attack Almost Time. Under the night, Nagato murmured to himself, then looked at the White Zetsu emerging from the ground and said solemnly, Go inform the Raikage and Tsuchikage, according to the plan. It's time to strike Konoha. The next morning, in the Raikage's office, the fourth Raikage looked at the scroll on his desk, his face ashen. He had already strengthened the security forces, but Akatsuki had still effortlessly infiltrated here. Unrolling the scroll, Raikage let out a long breath and looked at his blonde secretary. Instructing, are our people ready? After initially reaching an agreement with Akatsuki and Iwagakure for a joint effort, they had detailed the cooperation. Kumogakure would act first, swiftly defeating Konoha's border defense forces, followed by Iwagakure striking directly at Konoha. Akatsuki would split into two groups. Uchiha Akira was responsible for Iwagakure, while Nagato was responsible for Kumogakure. The goal was to crush Konoha and eliminate as many of its combat forces as possible. Lord Raikage, since the war broke out with Konoha, our people have been preparing and can depart at any time, the blonde secretary replied seriously. Just as she said, since the war broke out, Kumogakure had been in a state of readiness, which allowed for such large-scale actions under the eyes of Konoha's spies. Because this was the norm, well, then let's set off as quickly as possible. I will go ahead and take down Konoha's border defense forces first. You let the follow-up troops speed up. As Raikage's words fell, a crashing sound came, and the glass curtain wall in front of the Raikage's office shattered. He had directly crashed through the glass curtain wall, as if he could not wait any longer. Really, Lord Raikage? The blonde secretary looked at the shattered wall, revealing a bitter smile. On the other side, in the Tsuchikage's office, Noki looked at the scroll on his desk, his expression not looking good either. Akatsuki has given us a warning. Noki unrolled the scroll and carefully browsed it. After a while, Noki imperceptibly nodded, then looked at the quietly standing Kei, saying, keep an eye on the battle situation between Konoha and Kumogakure at all times. Notify me immediately if there are any results. Understood, Father, Kei replied respectfully. Also, have our troops ready at any time. This time, Konoha doesn't have someone like the Yellow Flash to turn the tide. Noki sneered. Our people have long been prepared. Owanoki and Han are also ready, Kei said. Noki said coldly, let's count Owanoki as sensible. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind replacing him with another Jinchuriki. The next day, at the border between Konoha and the Land of Hot Water, the battlefield between Konoha and Kumogakure was here. Here, nearly 3,000 ninjas from both Konoha and Kumogakure confronted each other, often resulting in small-scale battles. It had been nearly 2 months since a real war had erupted. Recently, one of Konoha's commanders, Jiraiya, had been distracted due to Orochimaru's incident, but fortunately, Kumogakure had not launched an attack, because Akimichi Choza had arrived, taking over Jiraiya's command. Now, on the surface, Jiraiya had already emerged from the sadness of his companion's betrayal and had resumed his responsibilities as commander. When would this war finally end? In the command tent of Konoha, Jiraiya looked at the sand table, filled with worry. Just as Jiraiya was contemplating how to defeat Kumogakure, hurried footsteps approached. Soon, a jonin from the Hyuga branch, responsible for monitoring Kumogakure's forces, appeared before Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, something bad has happened. Reinforcements from Kumogakure have arrived, and they are powerful ninjas with strong chakra. The Hyuga jonin said, his voice gradually trembling. He showed a look of fear and panic, stuttering. Leading the reinforcements are the 4th Raikage and the 2 great Jinchuriki of Kumogakure. What? Jiraiya was immediately shocked. This news was undoubtedly terrible. Without time to think, Jiraiya immediately rushed out of the tent, intending to order Konoha's forces to begin retreating. In fact, Akimichi Choza's actions were even faster than Jiraiya's. He was the first to receive the news, and when Jiraiya came out, he was already commanding the troops to prepare defenses and retreat. Akimichi Choza, clad in armor and wielding a massive staff, looked at Jiraiya and said solemnly, Jiraiya, don't hesitate. Enter Sage mode immediately. I understand, Lord Choza. Jiraiya did not hesitate and immediately summoned the 2 great sages of Mayaboka Mountain, starting to attempt to refine Sage Chakra. However, just as Jiraiya began to refine the Sage Chakra, the sounds of battle cries echoed from all directions. The ninjas from Kumogakure surged towards the location of the Konoha ninjas like a tide. The 4th Raikage, led the charge, moving as swiftly as lightning, breaking through the Konoha ninjas who attempted to stop him with ease. Behind him, Killer Bee followed closely with his 8 swords, and no Konoha ninja was a match for him, blood splattering wherever he went. This is bad. Akimichi Choji's expression changed drastically as he rushed towards the battlefield ahead. Seeing this, Jiraiya had to stop his entry into Sage mode and shouted, summoning Jutsu, with a loud bang and a surge of white smoke. A toad appeared on the battlefield, holding a pipe and a large sword at its waist. Jiraiya looked at Fukasaku and said with a hint of urgency, "Fukasaku, buy me some time." Fukasaku replied solemnly, "The enemies are the Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. I can't guarantee anything against such high-level opponents." As a toad that mastered sage arts, it possessed considerable sensing abilities. Moreover, the Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki were not meeting for the first time. Jiraiya clasped his hands together and attempted to re-enter sage mode, saying earnestly, "I'm counting on you." Meanwhile, Akimichi Choji had already confronted the Raikage A and Killer B from Kumogakure at the front. From the very beginning, Choji was at an absolute disadvantage. He was not suited to deal with such fast opponents, and he quickly sustained several injuries. Facing Killer B and the fourth Raikage, Choji was on the verge of being eliminated. "Akimichi Choji? I heard he performed strongly in the battle against the Gold and Silver Brothers. But it seems he is not that impressive now." Raikage A shook his head, a cold smile on his face. With his brother around, even the Gold and Silver Brothers are nothing to worry about. Killer B, in an odd stance, was ready with his 8 swords. Because his brother was present, Killer B dared not perform any rap on sight and had to deal with the enemy very seriously. "Hey, be more serious and quickly take care of that old guy." I cast a dissatisfied glance at Killer B. A family member knows a family member. The perfect Jinchuriki Killer B's strength was far from what he had just shown. "Okay, big brother." Killer B stopped being his usual playful self, sheathing his ninja swords, and then a crimson chakra erupted from him. In an instant, he donned a crimson cloak of tailed beast chakra, with 8 crimson tails waving behind him. Chapter 131. Fierce battle. Are they starting to use the power of the tailed beasts? Choji felt a sinking feeling in his heart, an ominous premonition arising. Raikage looked at the grave-faced Choji and said, "Next move, I will finish you." "Stop boasting. When I was dominating the battlefield, you didn't even know where you were." Choji retorted defiantly. Toad short sword slash. The next moment, a thunderous sound erupted. A dark cloud appeared above Choji and the others. Accompanied by a whistling sound, a brilliant blade of light fell from the sky. Toad Fukasaku struck down with a massive short sword. Boom! With a loud bang, dust erupted from the ground, and the surrounding Kumogakure ninjas screamed as they were sent flying. Large summoning beasts have a significant advantage over ordinary ninjas. A blue streak of light and a red one charged out from the thick dust, rapidly approaching Toad Fukasaku. Sage Art. Water Release. Iron Cannonball. Seeing this, Toad Fukasaku opened his mouth and spat out 2 enormous water balls as hard as iron, smashing towards the Raikage and Killer B. The sound of crackling electricity rang out as Raikage's blue streak of light instantly flashed dozens of meters away, avoiding the water release technique. Killer B's figure flickered and also appeared dozens of meters away, completely unaffected by the Sage Art attack. His figure flickered as he rapidly approached Choji. Soon, the two sides clashed again. "TCH, I hate fast enemies the most. That Konoha ninja over there. You handle that Jinchuriki yourself." Toad Fukasaku grumbled with frustration. Then, it swung its short sword, launching a furious attack on Raikage. Against such a fast opponent, one cannot fall into their attack rhythm. Indeed, the power is not something an ordinary human can compare to. From a swirling dust, Raikage's calm, yet slightly disdainful voice emerged. "TCH, what a troublesome guy. If only Minato were still around." Toad Fukasaku was quite displeased as it swung its sword hundreds of times, but it couldn't even graze Raikage. "Unfortunately, it's too slow." Raikage A's voice came from the dust. "Hell stab, 2-point piercing hand." Clang! A crisp sound rang out from the dust, and Toad Fukasaku immediately felt the short sword in its hand lighten significantly. "This is bad." Toad Fukasaku's expression changed drastically as it quickly shifted its body. The next moment, a bolt of lightning pierced through the dust, instantly slicing across its right arm. With a hissing sound, blood gushed like a waterfall, instantly staining the ground red. Toad Fukasaku's massive right arm was nearly severed. "Ah!" Toad Fukasaku let out a heart-wrenching scream. Raikage, standing on a large rock, looked at the heavily injured Toad and said flatly, "The Mayaboka mountain toads have good physiques, though they're still far from the Eight Tails." With a bang, smoke billowed from Toad Fukasaku's side, and a massive toad vanished from the battlefield. On the other side, Choji's situation was similarly grim. After partially transforming into a tailed beast, Killer B's speed increased further, and he suffered considerable injuries. "I must use the multiplication technique and fight them head-on." Choji gritted his teeth, hearing Toad Fukasaku scream. Jiraiya was immediately startled and looked in the direction of the sound. At that moment, the sage on Jiraiya's shoulder reminded him, "Little Jiraiya, focus. Fukasaku is just injured and has returned to Mayaboka Mountain." Meanwhile, Choji looked at the rapidly approaching Raikage and Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. His hair surged, thickened, and hardened, transforming into spikes that covered him. Then a massive round spiked meatball appeared on the battlefield. This was the Akimichi clan's secret technique, Meatball War Machine. The gigantic meatball spun rapidly, crashing through the battlefield. Even with the speed of Raikage and Killer Bee, they couldn't keep up with it for a moment. "Hey!" Raikage looked at Killer Bee, who was clad in tailed beast chakra, chasing after the meatball. "I understand, big brother." Killer Bee nodded. Then a low growl erupted from his mouth. Boom! The entire ground trembled slightly. A crimson chakra pillar shot into the sky. And Killer Bee truly entered a half-tailed beast transformation. At this moment, he was dark red all over, resembling a small Eight Tails. Killer Bee looked at the moving meatball, opened his mouth wide, and blue-black yin-yang chakra gathered, forming a dark sphere in front of him. The next moment, Killer Bee swallowed this dark-tailed beast ball, closing his mouth tightly. In an instant, his body expanded into a round, smooth ball. With his neck hidden, Killer Bee slightly turned his head, and his nose exhaled a scorching white airflow, spraying it towards the Konoha camp on the battlefield. A blazing light and heat surged forth, transforming into a death ray that instantly swept across the battlefield. Killer Bee's target was not Akimichi Choji, but the other ninjas from Konoha. Boom boom! In an instant, a series of explosions echoed across the land. In the continuous explosions, a large number of retreating Konoha ninjas turned to ashes amidst their screams. When Kurabi fired a blast, it severely injured many Konoha ninjas, and the troop suffered heavy losses immediately. Amidst the smoke and dust from the explosions, the plump Akimichi Choji looked at the tragic state of the Konoha camp and let out an extremely angry roar. Super expansion jutsu. In his fury, Akimichi Choji's body swelled, transforming into a giant several meters tall on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Jiraiya finally succeeded in entering Sage mode at this moment. After a few jumps, he arrived at the forefront of the battlefield, facing Raikage and Kurabi directly. Looking at Raikage and Kurabi across from him, Jiraiya's face was filled with killing intent. Just now, Kurabi's attack had caused tremendous damage to the retreating troops. "Oh, is this Sage mode? It looks like quite something." A's attention was drawn to Jiraiya's current appearance. At that moment, a massive dark cloud covered Raikage, and a gigantic fleshy paw, imbued with unparalleled power, descended from the sky, aiming to smash into Raikage. Too slow. A snorted coldly, and his whole body vanished. So fast, even faster than my Sage mode. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened, and he exerted force under his feet, instantly disappearing. Boom! Akimichi Choji's palm struck down, shaking the entire ground. "That big fat guy's up to you. I'll handle him and see how strong this so-called Sage power really is." Raikage A's voice echoed on the battlefield. Oh. In the next moment, Kurabi's excited roar resonated across the land, and an incredibly oppressive chakra surged forth. A thrilled roar echoed throughout the battlefield, as a massive creature with a bull's head and 8 long, tentacle-like tails appeared. "Ocho, today let us have some fun. I'll leave that big fat guy to you," Kurabi said to the 8-tailed beast. "People from the Akimichi clan? Then it's definitely worth playing with. I hope he can hold out a bit longer." The 8-tailed beast became excited. It hadn't had a free-for-all fight in a long time, the last being when it clashed with the third Raikage. Chapter 132. Defeat Boom Boom. In the next moment, the two massive creatures on the battlefield stepped forward, entering the melee phase. Each collision was like an earthquake, and no one could approach their battlefield. On the other side, while Raikage's speed was fast, Jiraiya had the assistance of 2 sages, so it wasn't impossible to deal with him. Raikage, with his light yellow hair standing on end, used his hand as a blade, easily splitting Jiraiya's fire technique. Then, he looked at Jiraiya and mocked. "Jiraiya, it seems you, the legendary Sannin, are completely inferior to your disciple, Minato." Raikage's strength seemed even greater than before. Seeing Raikage split the large fireball technique in half, Jiraiya's heart sank. Normal ninjutsu attacks were completely disregarded by Raikage. Sage Art, Big Ball Rasengan. Jiraiya ignored Raikage, raising his hand to unleash a giant sphere with a thunderous impact. "Is this an enlarged version of the Rasengan?" I narrowed his eyes, showing no intention of dodging. He curled his thumb and growled, "Hell stab. 4-point piercing." The blue lightning surged and instantly collided with the Rasengan that Jiraiya was pressing forward with. ZZZ, accompanied by a sizzling sound. A dull thud came from the point of collision. Boom! Jiraiya and Raikage were each sent flying over 10 meters. Is this the technique of a sage? It's indeed stronger than the technique used by Minato. Raikage flicked his hand as if satisfied. Jiraiya squinted, feeling uneasy. Kid Jiraiya, Raikage's lightning armor defense is too strong. Ordinary Rasengan won't work against him. The sage on Jiraiya's shoulder spoke. Unfortunately, I'm not well versed in wind release. Jiraiya said regretfully. The two sages from Myaboka Mountain could use wind release, but their understanding wasn't enough to break through Raikage's lightning armor. We can't delay any longer. Choji can't hold out much longer. Jiraiya's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Akimichi Choji being beaten back by the eight-tailed beast, covered in injuries. The eight-tailed beast was playing around, and hadn't even used its full strength. Yet, even so, Akimichi Choji was on the verge of defeat. Suddenly, Raikage's killing, intent-laden voice rang out. Not bad power. I'll finish you off with one strike next. As his voice fell, lightning erupted from Raikage. Blue chakra burst forth, continuously gushing from his body, even making his muscles grow larger. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. He knew Raikage was about to go all out. Fine. Dragging this out is more disadvantageous for us. If I can defeat Raikage, it's not impossible to turn the tide. Jiraiya glanced at Akimichi Choji, who was being mercilessly beaten by the eight-tailed beast, and made a decision. He then raised his right hand, gathering crimson chakra like flames in his palm. In an instant, a red ball, resembling a fiery jewel, appeared in his hand. With the infusion of Jiraiya's sage chakra, the red ball suddenly expanded, becoming a giant red Rasengan several meters in diameter. As the ball appeared, the temperature around began to rise, and the air became scorching. Sage Art, Super Big Ball Fire Release Rasengan. On the other side, Raikage curled 4 fingers of his right hand, leaving only his index finger protruding. This index finger shone like condensed lightning, extremely dazzling, with an overwhelming aura radiating from it. Hell stab 1 point piercing. In the next moment, the red and blue lights collided explosively. Boom boom, the Sage Art Fire Release Rasengan appeared to be gigantic and immensely powerful, yet it only held for an instant. Raikage's finger was like the sharpest ninja blade in the world, continuously emitting sizzling sounds as the massive Rasengan was visibly sliced apart. Raikage's eyes locked in, letting out a low growl as lightning flashed around him. In the next moment, a blue light split the crimson Rasengan in two. With a thrust, Raikage's arm pierced through Jiraiya's chest, and then, with a heavy slam, the sound of bones breaking echoed. Bang, with a muffled sound, Jiraiya flew over 100 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Raikage's enormous arm was covered in blood. Looking at Jiraiya amidst the rubble, he revealed a cold smile. Too bad. If your technique were wind release, there would have been some suspense. I still fall short compared to my old man. Amidst the swirling dust, 2 muffled sounds were heard. The 2 sages of Myaboka Mountain had reached their limit and returned to Myaboka Mountain. Among the rubble, Jiraiya had lost consciousness, lying on the ground. With a large hole in his chest, blood continuously gushing out, quickly staining the ground red. Seeing the severely injured and dying Jiraiya, Raikage let out a sigh of relief, thinking, if it were the old me, encountering a surprise attack in the wild alone, the outcome would have truly been uncertain. This time, he had used Jiraiya's urgent desire for victory to force him into a head-on clash, allowing him to use the 1 point piercing to crush Jiraiya. Under normal circumstances, Raikage wasn't that reckless. Raikage sneered, walking towards Jiraiya, intending to deliver a final fatal blow. Suddenly, with a bang, a puff of white smoke erupted from where Jiraiya was. As the smoke cleared, Jiraiya had vanished, leaving only a pool of blood behind. Disappeared? Is this the reverse psychic technique of Myaboka Mountain? Raikage AI looked grimly at the place where Jiraiya had disappeared. Meanwhile, Akimichi Toriphone was completely immobilized, his limbs firmly trapped by the tentacle-like tail of the 8 tails, unable to move at all. It's over. Watching Akimichi Toriphone struggle in separation, the bull demon opened its massive mouth, unleashing a terrifying beam of energy that struck Torifang's head. Amidst the horrifying energy beam, Torifang's head vanished into thin air, and the 8 tails released its tentacles, causing his headless, stiff body to fall straight down. The enormous body hitting the ground caused the earth to tremble. Soon, Akimichi Torifang's headless body returned to its original form, regaining its normal size. The Konoha ninjas witnessing this scene immediately panicked, scattering like headless flies in all directions. As the Konoha ninjas began to collapse, the morale on the Cloud Village side surged, erupting in excited shouts as they charged towards the fleeing Konoha ninjas. The eight tails curled up into a ball, transforming into a gigantic grinding wheel that rolled towards Konoha. Good, this counts as a small victory. Taking down a Kimichi Torai phone is not a loss. Reikage AI stood on a boulder, watching the Konoha ninjas being slaughtered by the Cloud ninjas, a smile appearing on his face. Whether Jiraiya can survive is still uncertain. Even if he does, he won't be able to appear on the battlefield without months of recovery. The real highlight is yet to come. I must speed up. Mayaboka Mountain will soon relay the news to Konoha. AI narrowed his eyes, gazing in the direction of Konoha. Chapter 133, Prelude, Mayaboka Mountain. Jiraiya had a fake sage symbol affixed to his face, with rich sage power continuously dissipating from it, seeping into his body and bringing a hint of color back to his pale face. With the help of the fake sage symbol, Jiraiya quickly regained consciousness from his coma. Cough. Jiraiya coughed out blood, weakly looking at the two sages Shinsaku and Shima, and asked, "How is the situation on the battlefield?" Sage Shinsaku sighed and said, "Not good." According to the feedback from the communication frogs around the battlefield, a Kimichi Torai phone was killed in action, and shortly after, the Konoha border troops collapsed, fleeing in disarray, and were almost entirely wiped out by Reikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Upon hearing this, the color that had just returned to Jiraiya's face instantly turned as pale as paper. This news was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. Although he had anticipated Reikage's large-scale attack, it was still hard to accept when it actually occurred. Cloud Village. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, his body trembling violently, and soon coughed up another mouthful of blood. Nearly 3,000 Konoha ninjas had sacrificed themselves. This number was close to a quarter of Konoha's active ninjas, a loss that would severely injure Konoha. This was an unprecedented defeat for Konoha. Sages, please help me notify Konoha and let them receive this bad news as soon as possible so they can respond quickly. Jiraiya weakly looked at the two sages in front of him. I've already informed the communication frog to notify Konoha. The Hokage should have received our message by now, Sage Shinsaku said solemnly. After that, he looked at Jiraiya and said, "Little Jiraiya, you should focus on healing. Your current state is very dire, and acting recklessly could be fatal." Jiraiya opened his mouth, but before he could speak, he coughed up another mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. At this moment in Konoha, Hokage-sama, urgent report from Mayaboka Mountain. An Umbu member wearing a bull-headed mask knelt on one knee, holding a scroll. Urgent report from Mayaboka Mountain? Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart skipped a beat, bringing forth a bad premonition. An urgent report from Mayaboka Mountain had never occurred before. Could there have been a problem on the front line? He inexplicably thought of Jiraiya on the front line. Only Jiraiya had ties to Mayaboka Mountain. He stood up, took the scroll, and ordered, "Wait outside. Be ready for orders at any time." After the Umbu left, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the scroll. Upon reading it, he was immediately shocked. Drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with disbelief, even his breathing became rapid. The content of the scroll was simple. Konoha's border troops were ambushed by Reikage and the Jinchuriki of Cloud Village, and one of the two commanding officers, a Kimichi Torai phone, was killed on the spot. Jiraiya was severely injured but saved by the sages of Mayaboka Mountain. Nearly 3,000 border troops were almost entirely annihilated. Damn Reikage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body erupted with unprecedented terrifying killing intent, causing the floor beneath him to crack due to the powerful chakra surging from him. The sacrifice of 3,000 Konoha ninjas was unprecedented in Konoha's history. Such losses had severely injured the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a long breath and said solemnly, "Immediately notify the advisors, the leaders of the Jounin class, the heads of the major clans, and the elite Jounin, telling them to drop everything and gather in the conference room on the third floor." "Yes, Hokage-sama," came the respectful reply from outside the door. Half an hour later, the conference room on the third floor was filled with all of Konoha's elite Jounin. The atmosphere in the large conference room was dead silent. Everyone present knew that something major had happened, and it was not just any major event. Uchiha Akira sat in a lower position beneath Uchiha Fugaku, and the two exchanged glances, each able to see a hint of surprise in the other's eyes. The favorable wind they had been waiting for had arrived. If nothing unexpected happened, it must mean that the international situation had changed, and the scale of the war was inevitably expanding. It was time for their Uchiha clan to achieve merit. Sure enough, After everyone was seated, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke gravely. According to the latest news from the front line, the 4th Raikage of Cloud Village, along with the Jinchuriki, launched a surprise attack on our border troops, and one of the commanding officers, Akimichi Toraifo, was killed on the spot. Jiraiya was saved by the sages of Myoboka Mountain, but is now severely injured and unconscious. Looking at everyone, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a mix of anger and sorrow. Almost all of our 3,000 ninjas stationed at the border have been annihilated. What? Almost all 3,000 ninjas annihilated. Damn Cloud Village. I will tear them apart. Hokage-sama, please issue orders immediately. If we don't wipe out Cloud Village this time, we are not Konoha people. Exactly. When have we ever suffered such losses in Konoha? Cloud Village really thinks highly of itself. We must launch a village destruction war. In an instant, the air in the conference room distorted as each elite Jounin's chakra erupted, making the atmosphere unbearably tense. They were certainly furious. They had always prided themselves as the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. So when had they ever suffered such a loss? Even during the First, Second, and Third Ninja World Wars, when Konoha faced 4 enemies at once, they had never suffered such losses. Now it seemed that this was indeed an unprecedented blow. This situation made the Jounins present furious, each feeling as if they were about to explode. Uchiha Akira and Uchiha Fugaku exchanged glances with other Uchiha members present, all showing expressions of astonishment, especially Uchiha Akira and Uchiha Fugaku, who were filled with surprise. Raikage AI and Killer Bee are that strong? Jiraiya, even with the help of the 2 great sages from Myoboka Mountain, was still heavily injured so easily. Uchiha Akira was very surprised. The strength of Raikage seemed a bit off. According to his memory, Raikage appeared powerful, but upon checking the battle records, they showed a result of 0. His speed seemed invincible, yet even Inoki could react and resist. The Raikage can't compete with Karabi, and even when facing Uchiha Sasuke, it's just a pure shockwave. In a state of rage, even the Susanoo can't break through. If it weren't for Gaara saving the day, the Raikage might have had to retreat, and at that time, Sasuke still had a hidden human skeleton technique. It was only during the later 5 Kage summit, when Uchiha Madara appeared, after being enhanced by Inoki, that he showed some impressive performance. Overall, he does have hard strength, but he easily becomes impulsive and irritable when angry. Uchiha Mei thought, the Raikage seems to be much stronger than before. Silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen's serious voice echoed, as he said, we must respond to the Cloud Village. We must avenge our comrades who died at the hands of the Cloud Ninjas. There's no doubt about that. No one can stop our determination and action for revenge. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen changed his tone, speaking solemnly. We must also guard against other ninja villages taking advantage of the situation, so we must leave some defensive forces behind. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, a series of knocks sounded on the conference room door. Komin, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. With a creak, a masked Umbu entered the conference room, half kneeling behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, reporting, Hokage-sama, urgent report from the border. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed immediately as he took the scroll into his hands and began to read. Good. Upon reading it, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed 3 times. His face twisted with excessive anger as he gritted his teeth and said, So it's you, Inoki. No wonder the Raikage had the audacity to launch a surprise attack. It turns out you've already colluded. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, the conference room became noisy again. The anger that had just subsided was reignited. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a long breath, forcibly suppressing the fury in his heart, and said solemnly, As you all just heard, Iwagakure has also taken action. Inoki personally led 5,000 elite ninjas into the Land of Grass, and is about to enter our Land of Fire. Perhaps the 4th Great Ninja War has begun. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed, and a cold, icy killing intent erupted. Good Iwagakure. It seems that the 4th Hokage was too lenient with them during the 3rd Great Ninja War. This time we must strike hard, leaving no mercy. That's right, we must hit them hard, break their bones and muscles. These people will not learn their lesson. Every time a Great Ninja War starts, they're the ones who provoke it first. Ridiculous. Iwagakure and Kumogakure really think they have us, Konoha, in their grasp. 1 against 2, and the advantage is with us. Back then, we beat them 4-1. Now it'll be even easier. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand to calm everyone and said solemnly, All right, everyone, do not underestimate them. Kumogakure and Iwagakure are not easy opponents. We need to respond carefully. As the conference room gradually quieted down, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Kimogakure-S forces have already entered our land of fire, and they are not far from Konoha. We must respond quickly. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Hiruzen, as you said, make arrangements quickly. I don't have much time to prepare. Nara Shikamaru agreed with a nod. Indeed, Mito Gate Kakashi also nodded, his expression serious as he said, this time Kimogakure and Iwagakure come with great momentum. We old folks can't just sit back and watch. We need to do our part. Regarding Mito Gate Kakashi's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not comment. He looked around the conference room, then turned to the Uchiha clan's location and loudly said, the situation is urgent. The forces from Kimogakure are fierce. Jonin at that time, I and you will be the main force of the ninja army to the front lines to intercept the Kimogakure troops. What do you think? Do you have anything to say? The situation is very dire, and Sarutobi Hiruzen must also go to the front line. As Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, all the Jonin in the conference room looked towards Uchiha Mei. Uchiha Mei shook his head, his expression calm. Hokage-sama, I have no objections. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. He then continued, Fugaku, Shursui, Hizashi, Dza, Shurwei, Rakuho, Hachichi, I'll trouble you to lead the troops to block them from Iwagakure. We understand, Hokage-sama, several of them replied in unison. Hiruzen, for Kimogakure, it will just be you and Uchiha Mei. Is that feasible? You must know that this time Kimogakure has dispatched the Raikage and 2 Jinchuriki. Nara Shikamaru reminded. Mito Gate Kakashi showed a worried expression and said, Hiruzen, if it's not feasible, I and Shikamaru will go with you. Although we are in a declining state, we still have some fighting strength. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively shook his head and said, you must stay at Konoha. Deploying troops on 2 fronts would put a lot of pressure on supplies. I will find a way to handle Kimogakure. It's enough for one person to handle logistics. Mito Gate Kakashi shook his head and said, I'll go with you to the front lines. Kimogakure is not easy to deal with. After pondering for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, no, Kakashi. You and Shikamaru stay to guard the village and coordinate supplies. Logistics must not have any issues. Mito Gate Kakashi sighed and nodded. I understand. Then, the logistics will be handled by me and Kakashi, Nara Shikamaru replied, sighing helplessly. It's pitiful that Konoha is facing a situation where no one is available. How powerful Konoha was 2 years ago with Minato and Kushina, the Sannin, Might Guy, and others. Now there is no one to use. Truly, the world changes unpredictably. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and finally looked at the elite Jonin in the conference room, making detailed personnel arrangements. Finally, he said solemnly, the situation is urgent. If there are no objections, you must complete the assembly within 2 hours. After the assembly, immediately rush to the front line to intercept the Kimogakure and Iwagakure forces, striving to achieve victory in the shortest time possible. After the meeting concluded, this news immediately spread throughout Konoha. On the streets and rooftops, Konoha ninjas leaped and moved, gathering towards the village's outskirts. Most of Konoha's residents reacted not with panic, but with anger. They had sat on the throne of the strongest ninja village for too long to be flustered. Weren't Iwagakure's forces almost at Konoha's doorstep during the Third Great Ninja War? In the end, weren't they chased back by the Golden Flash, achieving his legendary status? It was just a loss on the battlefield. Konoha's villagers believed that Konoha's ninjas could turn the tide, reversing the outcome. Damn Kimogakure and Iwagakure. This time, Hokage-sama must not let them off lightly. How dare they do such a thing? Rest assured, this time Hokage-sama will definitely not let them go lightly. Our front line has suffered huge losses. Hokage-sama must give the village an explanation, or his position as Hokage will be over. Hokage-sama seems to be in trouble. It is said that the third Hokage also stepped down due to initial losses in the Third Great Ninja War. How can it be like this again? My special Jonin cousin said it's probably because the Umbu and Intelligence Department's ability to gather information has declined. The streets and alleys of Konoha were filled with villagers discussing this matter. Uchiha clan, the patriarch's residence. Uchiha Mei and Uchiha Shursui arrived at Uchiha Fugaku's study. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Mei, his expression serious as he said, Mei, this time your pressure is not small. Kimogakure should not be underestimated. The Raikage even defeated Jiraiya. It seems his strength has increased significantly over the years. Moreover, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki is a perfect Jinchuriki, with strength surpassing that of the Raikage. You need to be careful this time, Uchiha Fugaku advised. I know. I won't underestimate them. Uchiha Akira nodded. That said, Uchiha Akira was quite confident in himself. Compared to himself, he was more concerned about Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui. This time, Iwagakure is clearly their absolute main force, and the pressure is definitely not small. Although Iwagakure does not have a perfect Jinchuriki, both of their Jinchuriki can use the power of tailed beasts, and even utilize tailed beast bombs, which definitely counts as mature Jinchuriki. Inoki's dust release is also extremely dangerous. Chapter 135. Departure. Uchiha Akira looked at Uchiha Shursui. Shursui, can you still use your ocular technique? Uchiha Shursui nodded and said solemnly, Brother Akira, I can still use my ocular technique. After transplanting that mysterious cell, I found that the cooldown time for my ocular technique has shortened significantly, and I can use it again now. Hearing Uchiha Shursui's response, Uchiha Akira felt somewhat relieved. With Shursui as Kodo Amatsukami, the situation might not be a 2 against 3 for Konoha. Once Kodo Amatsukami is activated, it would turn into 3 against 2. In any case, the advantage is on our side. That's good. I'm relieved that you can use your ocular technique. Uchiha Akira nodded. I won't let you down, Brother Akira. My strength has improved significantly compared to before, and I'm confident I can subdue even tail beasts. Uchiha Shursui said confidently. Don't be careless. Jinjutsu can be dispelled. Uchiha Akira Zeminde. Speaking of Jinchuriki, I once heard Minato mention something. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku seemed to remember something and said, I once heard Minato mention that perfect Jinchuriki are not afraid of Jinjutsu. You all must be very careful about this, especially you, Akira. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki is a perfect Jinchuriki. Rest assured, I understand, Uchiha Akira nodded. I know, clan leader, this enemy is not a conventional one. I will do my best, Uchiha Shursui said solemnly. Yes, be very careful, Uchiha Fugaku urged. Uchiha Akira was not worried about himself. He was just concerned that Shursui was young and inexperienced, which might lead to carelessness. Clan leader, Shursui, Uchiha Akira said, looking at the 2, if possible, try to bring back the 4 tails and 5 tails from Iwagakure. You want a 4 tails and 5 tails? Uchiha Fugaku asked in confusion. Don't you think it was a mistake for the first Hokage to seal the tailed beasts? The tailed beasts falling into other villages only become weapons for them to attack us, Konoha. Leaving them in other villages will only give them confidence. Uchiha Akira said coldly. Uchiha Shursui opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Although the first Hokage held a grand image in his heart, the current situation was indeed caused by him. I understand. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and said, it's better for us in Konoha to control the tailed beasts to avoid unnecessary wars. It should be so. Uchiha Akira nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes, and said coldly, if it truly comes to that, then we should kill the tailed beasts. Killing the tailed beasts? That's fine. At least during the time they are revived, Iwagakure will settle down. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. Uchiha Shursui took a deep breath, made a decision, and said, Brother Akira, I understand. If it really comes to that, I will do so. Uchiha Akira reminded, by the way, if it really comes to the point of having to kill the tailed beasts, try to collect some tailed beast chakra to bring back. Tailed beast chakra? Uchiha Shursui looked at him in confusion and asked, what does Brother Akira want it for? If a truly intense battle breaks out, collecting some chakra released by the tailed beasts won't be difficult. The sublimation potion requires tailed beast chakra, Uchiha Akira explained. I see. Uchiha Shursui realized and said, I will pay attention to this matter and try to collect tailed beast chakra in advance. The sublimation potion Uchiha Shursui had also used after returning to Konoha. He was not unfamiliar with this potion. Its effects were powerful, capable of breaking the limits of the body and increasing the chakra ceiling. Rest assured, we will make sure to have our subordinates collect some of the chakra released by the tailed beasts, Uchiha Fugaku said seriously. Uchiha Akira nodded and finally reminded, be careful of Inoki's dust release. This technique is extremely lethal, and even Susanoo cannot contend with it. Don't worry, Uchiha Fugaku nodded and said, Inoki's dust release is not to be feared. Its activation speed is not fast, and if we have our people interfere, it will be difficult for him to pose a threat. Uchiha Fugaku, experienced in battle, had interactions with Inoki and understood dust release. At that time, Inoki had no way to deal with high-speed ninjas like Minato. The third Raikage was surrounded by tens of thousands of Iwagakure shinobi, which led to his exhaustion and death. While Inoki's dust release is certainly terrifying, hitting high-speed units is not easy. However, I'm still more worried about the situation with Kimobikure. Overall, Kyumogakure's strength is stronger than Iwagakure's, and the third Raikage's strength has declined, so the situation against the Raikage is uncertain, Uchiha Fugaku said. Rest assured, they are not to be feared, Uchiha Akira said confidently. This time the advantage is on my side. He didn't even know how he could lose with his current strength. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui were both very surprised by Uchiha Akira's level of confidence. As someone who also transplanted Senju Hashirama cells, Uchiha Fugaku would not dare to say that he could lead the Konoha forces to steadily defeat Kyomogakure. There is indeed a difference between the Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku sighed inwardly. He believed that Uchiha Akira must have obtained an extraordinary ocular technique when he awakened his eyes for the second time, which is why he has such confidence. According to his understanding of Uchiha Akira, he did not think Uchiha Akira was an arrogant person. Uchiha Akira's personality is different from most of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku did not see the unique arrogance typical of the Uchiha clan in Uchiha Akira. On the contrary, Uchiha Akira was very humble and would not easily boast. If he dared to say so, it meant that he indeed had ample confidence. Uchiha Shursui was also very surprised. He did not know much about Uchiha Akira's strength, only knowing that his ocular technique was of the space-time type. However, he did not doubt his words. Based on the limited sparring sessions he had with Uchiha Akira, he found that Uchiha Akira's basic strength was significantly stronger than his own. 2 hours later, 6,000 Konoha ninjas completed their assembly. Then, under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Fugaku, they split into 2 groups, leaving Konoha and heading towards the invading forces of Kyomogakure and Iwagakure in the Land of Fire. In the Land of Rain, Mangekyō Sharingan emerged from underground and immediately found Nagato, smiling slightly as he said, "Nagato, the Raikage has already led his troops to defeat the forces led by Jiraiya. And Konoha has also responded. Their troops have already been dispatched to the front lines." Nagato calmly asked, "What arrangements has Konoha made?" Kyomogakure is led by Uchiha Akira and Sarutobi Hiruzen, while Iwagakure is led by Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shursui, and the heads of various ninja clans from Konoha, Kurizetsu said. "It seems Konoha really can't spare any more personnel," Nagato said with a slight smile. "Their main forces are actually all from the Uchiha clan. What an unpredictable world." "Indeed, Konoha is at its weakest right now. This is the best time to destroy it," Kurizetsu agreed. Nagato nodded and then instructed Ju, "Go inform Miss Kagaya that it's time for us to make our appearance." Soon, under Ju's notification, Uchiha Kagaya, dressed in a black coat with red clouds, arrived. Chapter 136. The enemy approaches Miss Kagaya. "You're here," Nagato greeted, then said as agreed, "We should set off to deal with Konoha. The time has finally come. My Sharingan is eager and thirsty, craving for slaughter and battle." Uchiha Kagaya sneered, getting straight to the point. "Let's hear your arrangements. If they don't suit me, I won't back down easily." Nagato paid no mind to Kagaya's attitude and smiled. "Miss Kagaya, the main force against IWA is from the Uchiha clan, led by the current clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, and the rising star of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shursui. Therefore, I plan to send you there." Hearing Nagato's words, Uchiha Kagaya smiled. "Very well, I am satisfied with your arrangement." As long as Miss Kagaya is satisfied, Nagato smiled. Kagaya looked at Nagato and asked, "By the way, after dealing with Konoha, we'll take care of IWA together and capture the 2 tailed beasts, right?" "That's right. Our true goal is still the tailed beasts. Dealing with Konoha is just a side matter," Nagato nodded. Uchiha Kagaya crossed her arms and said dismissively, "Do as you like, but for me, dealing with Konoha and the Uchiha clan is the main task. Capturing the tailed beasts is just a side issue. These 2 matters are essentially one and the same. They do not conflict." Nagato was unbothered. "I'm leaving." Uchiha Kagaya glanced at Nagato, saying, "Don't let others come over. I don't want to be distracted by so-called teammates on the battlefield." Nagato, who had intended to send Kakazu and Orochimaru over, could only give up upon hearing this. And he helplessly said, "Miss Kagaya, be careful. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui are not weak. They are both masters who have opened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Rest assured, there are differences even among Mangekyō Sharingan." Uchiha Kagaya waved her hand and strode off into the distance. Watching her departing figure, Nagato sighed. Seeing Nagato's expression, Conan asked with concern, "Nagato, is she really okay?" "Conan, don't underestimate Miss Kagaya's youth. In fact, her combat experience may be richer than mine," Nagato said seriously. "That can't be true." Conan clearly didn't believe it, saying, "Uchiha Kagaya is only 14 years old. We also come from a war-torn country and are a few years older than her." "Nagato, you're being too modest." "No, Conan, Nagato, shook his head. Miss Kagaya is different from us. She was once a weapon of the Uchiha clan. In terms of combat, she is indeed a senior. She actually has such a past. Conan realized, if that's the case, then her combat experience might indeed be richer than yours. But is her strength sufficient? This mission is not easy. Conan was still somewhat worried. Conan was not clear about Uchiha Kagaya's true strength, only knowing that she possessed a Mangekyō Sharingan. Don't worry. Nagato was surprisingly confident. Miss Kagaya's strength is very strong. Even I might have difficulty subduing her. Conan was very surprised. Nagato, is she that strong? Regarding Nagato's strength, Conan was aware that she believed Nagato's current strength was close to or even reached the level of the former Uchiha Madara. Such strength is enough to sweep through the ninja world. Currently, Nagato was facilitating the alliance between Mangekyō and Iwagakure, merely to make it easier to capture the tailed beasts. Capturing them one by one is too troublesome and can easily raise alarms. If there's a chance to capture them together, then do it to avoid unnecessary trouble. Indeed, very strong. Nagato nodded. If that's the case, then it's settled. No one in the current ninja world can withstand this level of power. Conan nodded. Conan, you take care of things here in Mangekyō. Tendo and I will go ahead, Nagato said. As soon as Nagato finished speaking, Tendo Hans, dressed in a black coat with red clouds, walked out from behind the screen. Feel free to go, Conan nodded. After receiving Conan's response, Nagato and Tendo Hans's figures disappeared from a spot, swiftly heading towards the Mangekyō forces. The land of rain and Iwagakure's forces are adjacent to the land of grass, which leads to Konoha. Uchiha Kagaya's speed in the body flicker technique far exceeds that of ordinary ninjas. After spending 4 hours, she arrived among Iwagakure's forces. At the forefront of Iwagakure's troops, Uchiha Kagaya looked up at Noki flying in the sky and unceremoniously asked, Tsuchikage, where are Konoha's troops? This little Uchiha girl is really rude, showing no respect for the elders. Noki grumbled unhappily. Respecting the old and cherishing the young? Uchiha Kagaya laughed coldly. Noki, are you mistaken? The one who doesn't respect the old is you. If you respected me, you should call me grandma. What a joke. Noki was left speechless, doubting whether this Uchiha brat was out of her mind. Stop wasting time. Where are Konoha's people? Uchiha Kagaya impatiently pressed. Noki was very displeased but still answered. At their speed, they should meet us in about 5 hours. 5 hours? That's enough time for me to mark a considerable number of 8,000 spears. Uchiha Kagaya looked back at the thousands of Mangekyō troops, a meaningful cold smile on her face. For this great battle, Uchiha Kagaya decided to make some preparations in advance. After activating her Mangekyō Sharingan, she gained a technique called 8,000 spears. As long as the 8,000 spears seal is placed, it can control the mind and chakra of the marked person, regardless of distance, whether used by herself or transmitted to others without any issue. Now, Uchiha Kagaya was about to quietly place her eye technique seal on these Mangekyō ninjas, turning them into her hidden reserve energy. Watching Uchiha Kagaya vanish in an instant, Noki instinctively frowned, somewhat puzzled. Forget it, nowadays, kids are just getting bolder. I won't argue with them. Noki shook his head and continued leading the team forward. On the other side, Nagato and Hans used the repulsion of Shinra Tensei to travel almost like flying. However, due to the long distance, he arrived at Mangekyō a little later than Uchiha Kagaya arrived at Iwagakure. Reikage AI looked at Nagato and asked, why have two people come? At this moment, Hans was dressed in a black coat with red clouds and wearing a straw hat, so AI could not see Tendo's full appearance. He just felt it was somewhat familiar. It's me. Tendo took off the straw hat, revealing his true face. So it's Lord Hans. You have also joined Akatsuki? Reikage was somewhat surprised. Tendo Hans looked just as he did in life, wearing a gas mask, and the black rods made from Inyan release were specially placed under the mask by Nagato. Just a temporary cooperation, Tendo Hans said. You didn't mention to me that Hans would come? AI looked at Nagato with some dissatisfaction. Nagato calmly looked at AI and said, Reikage, isn't it a good thing that Lord Hans has joined us? Even you must admit Lord Hans's strength, right? AI snorted coldly. I see you seized the opportunity. Given the current situation, even if I have a big opinion, I can only hold my nose and accept it. At this time, Mangekyō was on edge and had to act. If he fell out with Nagato, it would mean losing a great ally. And then the losses for Konoha and Mangekyō could be significant. On the battlefield, the destructive power a master can wield is tremendous. AI had to pinch his nose and admit this matter. Chapter 137 Prelude to War. Don't worry, Reikage kid. I am simply here for revenge and will not compete with you for the spoils, Nagato Control Hans said. Freakage sneered dismissively. It's all empty talk now. Wait until you destroy Konoha. Then it will be better to say these things, Lord Hans. You can rest assured about this. I have always kept my promises, Han said solemnly. AI glanced at him and said, keep promises? Let's be clear, you and I are both politicians. Keeping promises has nothing to do with us. Forget it. Seeing Hans not speaking, AI felt bored and continued. I won't say anything more. Just control your poison gas later, and don't let my people get poisoned. Otherwise, it won't end well between us. Rest assured, Raikage, I won't use the salamander. My blade is still sharp. Han spoke confidently. Hans was different from Yahiko. Yahiko was at best a high-level jonin. Even after being enhanced by Nagato's yin-yang release, he still had his own limitations. Hans, however, was powerful. Although his strength had declined due to age, he was still not comparable to Yahiko. Therefore, the pain created from Hans's body far surpassed Yahiko in strength. He could withstand more ocular power and chakra. Moreover, this new pain possessed strong conventional abilities that Yahiko did not have and could use various techniques from Hans's lifetime. AI looked at Nagato and asked, by the way, has your Akatsuki obtained intelligence from Konoha? Who is coming from Konoha to our Yunin? It's Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Akira. They're the main forces, Nagato replied. It's that old guy, the third Hokage. After so many years, he's finally willing to step onto the battlefield. I want to see how much strength this old man has after all these years. AI said with a cold smile. After all, he is the Hokage. Raikage kid, don't underestimate him. Don't think it's impressive to defeat an immature Senenmo Jiraiya. All three legendary ninjas were merely my subordinates back then. Nagato controlled Hans and said, just a Hokage. You all don't interfere. I'll deal with him. I want to see what this so-called master of ninjutsu, the strongest Hokage, can do. AI said with displeasure. Rest assured, Raikage, since you have spoken, we naturally will not interfere with your matters, Nagato smiled. It seems Konoha really can't spare anyone. They only sent Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Akira. They truly look down on us Yunin. AI felt a sense of being underestimated. Only two shadow-level powerhouses came to confront them openly. I really don't know where that old monkey Sarutobi Hiruzen gets his confidence. AI muttered quietly, then looked at Nagato and asked, what about Iwagakure? Who is going to deal with that old immortal Noki? It's Uchiha Fugaku, the clan head of the Uchiha clan, and Uchiha Shursui, the rising star of the Uchiha clan, along with the clan heads of various ninja clans from Konoha, Nagato said. Konoha really can't spare anyone. It seems the heavens want to destroy Konoha, AI said with a series of cold laughs, feeling that this time it was almost certain. Konoha's experts have indeed come out in full force. This time, it's a battle for their survival. Nagato nodded in agreement. We are making such a big deal out of this. I didn't expect Konoha to be this weak. AI expressed some dissatisfaction, seemingly feeling that Konoha's lineup was somewhat disappointing and weak. Nagato sensed his implication and smiled. If it weren't for our Akatsuki leading the charge, Iwagakure wouldn't have reached a cooperation with Yunin, would they, Raikage? At this point, let's quickly get rid of Konoha later. AI snorted coldly and turned into a blue lightning bolt, speeding away. Nagato felt a surge in his heart upon seeing this, then stopped with Hans's body, hanging back over 10 kilometers away from the Yunin troops. Due to the presence of Byakugan from Konoha, Nagato decided to be cautious. The follow-up reinforcement from Yunin had already arrived, and their army had expanded to 5,000 troops. This army had already penetrated the Land of Fire and was about to clash with Konoha's forces. On the other side, Uchiha Akira and Sarutobi Hiruzen were at the forefront, leading Konoha's 3,000 ninja army through the forest. Suddenly, a 4-person squad appeared before them. It was the scouting team responsible for reconnaissance, returning to report enemy intelligence. The leader was a stunningly beautiful High-GA clan jonin, who spoke with a serious tone. Hokage-sama, at the 12 o'clock position ahead, 20 kilometers away. A large-scale Yunin force has been discovered, estimated to be over 5,000. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, then waved his hand, causing the Konoha troops racing behind him to come to a halt, creating a tense atmosphere in the entire forest. Uchiha Akira was somewhat surprised. This branch jonin was Hinata Karu, one of his acquaintances. The High-GA clan actually sent her out as a scout, indicating that her Byakugan could observe a distance greater than that of an average Byakugan. What is the specific situation of the Yunin troops? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. According to my Byakugan observations, the ones leading this force are the 4th Raikage and 2 Jinchuriki from Yunin, Hinata Karu replied. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked solemnly, did you sense anyone else besides them? No other individuals have been detected so far, Hinata Karu answered. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, then suddenly asked, "Oh, what is the observation range of your Byakugan? Can you see the whole picture of the Yunin troops?" Reporting to Hokage-sama, "My Byakugan observation range is 10 kilometers. So I can basically see the whole picture of the Yunin troops," Hinata Karu replied. 10 kilometers? That's quite far. Uchiha Akira thought in surprise. It seemed her Byakugan did not have such powerful observation ability back in the Land of Rain. Among the High-GA clan, the general observation range of Byakugan was about 1 kilometer, with a few reaching 3 kilometers and very few exceeding 5 kilometers. It would be impressive to have even one in a generation. Her Byakugan purity is very high. Without the caged bird, this person should achieve something great, Uchiha Akira thought. Very well, you may go prepare for battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. He then looked at Uchiha Akira and said, "Akira, I'll leave the Jinchuriki to you. The Two Tails is not like the Nine Tails. With the power of the Sharingan, it should be manageable, but be careful with the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Whether a perfect Jinchuriki is afraid of Jinjutsu is still unknown, so take caution." Uchiha Akira calmly replied, "Hokage-sama, leave the Jinchuriki to me." "Good." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Sarutobi Takashi, who was wearing a bull-headed mask beside him, and instructed, "Relay my orders. Everyone prepare for battle. We will engage Yunin's forces at any moment." At this time, there was no time to set up the battlefield. Yunin was charging through, relying on their numerical advantage, which would inevitably force Konoha into a battle of encounter rather than a positional battle. "Yes, Hokage-sama." As soon as Sarutobi Takashi's voice fell, he vanished in an instant. Soon, the troops of Konoha and Yunin met in a wide plain. Chapter 138 The Outbreak of War. The standoff between the two sides lasted only a short while. After a brief confrontation, both sides rushed into battle with red eyes. Although Yunin had more numbers, Konoha showed no signs of fear. The ninjas from Konoha, with red eyes and a surge of anger and killing intent, actively launched attacks against Yunin. Summoning technique, Monkey King, bang, with a muffled sound. A large black monkey in armor appeared next to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yuan Montak, Hui Jingu Bang. Without looking back, Sarutobi Hiruzen reached out and grabbed a thick black rod, holding it close, sweeping through thousands of troops. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared lowly, his muscles bulging, and the black Rui Jingu Bang instantly extended as he swung it violently towards the hidden cloud ninja. In an instant, the sounds of screams filled the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen's power combined with the Rui Jingu Bang was enough to send the Nine Tails flying out of Konoha. These ordinary ninjas simply couldn't withstand his tremendous strength. In no time, more than 10 hidden cloud ninjas were directly smashed into meat paste. "Old monkey die!" A loud roar came, and a bolt of lightning split the battlefield, charging towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Come on, let me see how much skill you the fourth Raikage. How compared to my old man, the third Raikage?" Sarutobi Hiruzen also roared, then met the incoming Raikage with the Rui Jingu Bang. Boom! With a loud bang, the black rod collided with the Raikage's descending hand strike. From the center of the collision, turbulent air spread in all directions, and rocks flew everywhere. Die! The Raikage, with his short, light yellow hair standing on end, unleashed a powerful chakra without reservation. "Good speed, but not fast enough. Decent power. But you're far inferior to your old man." Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips curled up as he growled, "Get lost." "What? This monkey is so strong." The Raikage's pupils constricted. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Raikage was unexpectedly sent flying, rolling dozens of meters on the ground like a ball. Taking advantage of the situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaped up, wielding the massive Rui Jingu Bang, and struck down at the Raikage on the ground. Boom boom with one strike, smoke and dust filled the air, and dark cracks appeared on the ground. Zizi accompanied by the sound of electricity, a blue light burst out of the smoke, transforming into the figure of Raikage several dozen meters away. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a serious expression. He had suffered a slight disadvantage in the previous clash, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength was stronger than he had anticipated. He had thought his strength would be comparable to Jiraiya's, but it turned out to be surprising. Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding the Rui Jingu Bang, squinted at Raikage, thinking, he is faster than the third Raikage, but his power is lacking by a lot. This is not beyond my expectation. Although Raikage A's speed is fast, it is not a space-time ninjutsu, and with his reaction ability, he can respond to the Raikage speed. In terms of power, Raikage's strength is undoubtedly terrifying compared to normal ninjas, but to Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is nothing special. After the previous probing, He basically understood the Raikage strength. Then, his real killing move should be the Hell Stab, which should be approached with caution, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought. Suddenly, a booming sound came from hundreds of meters away. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Raikage, who were in a standoff, couldn't help but turn their heads to look. A figure, like a shooting star wrapped in powerful chakra, crashed into the hidden cloud camp like a meteor. In an instant, centered around that figure, the ground shattered several meters. And hidden cloud ninjas were blasted away like stones. Amidst the boundless smoke, that figure wielded a shining ninja sword, slaughtering through the surrounding hidden cloud ninjas as if in an uninhabited realm. Wherever he passed, there was no opponent. Those hidden cloud ninjas often voluntarily put their necks under his ninja sword, with a pair of crimson, spinning eyes. Every strike would result in the death of a hidden cloud ninja, whether they were Chunin or Jonin. They fell before those Sharingan. Uchiha Akira watched as waves of hidden cloud ninjas charged at him, his right hand clenched into a fist, and he swung it down to the ground. Boom! The monstrous power secret technique from the Senju clan erupted, instantly shattering the ground, and hidden cloud ninjas were blasted away like ants. Raijin Heatblade. At this moment, a red light flashed on the battlefield, and Killer Bee, wearing a crimson-tailed beast cloak, swept his elbow towards Uchiha Akira. His timing was perfect, just as Uchiha Akira finished his attack. However, Uchiha Akira ignored him, casually strolling towards the densely packed hidden cloud ninjas. The next moment, Killer Bee passed right through Uchiha Akira, unable to stop himself as he surged forward several meters. Passed through? What has happened? After finally stopping himself, Killer Bee turned back, his expression serious. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Over here, Uchiha Akira finished hand seals, opened his mouth, and instantly unleashed thousands of flames, covering dozens of hidden cloud ninjas ahead in a sea of fire. The hidden cloud ninjas were not like those from Konoha or the Mist. They had very few water release users, and facing a fire release of this scale, they could only choose to flee. In an instant, a large number of hidden cloud ninjas screamed, directly burned to charcoal. Uchiha Akira's goal was simple: to weaken the hidden cloud's combat strength as much as possible. Otherwise, Konoha would be at a disadvantage due to their inferior numbers. At first, they might be able to hold their ground with anger, but as time passed, the hidden cloud would definitely gain the upper hand. Mousetail Fireball. Suddenly, accompanied by a loud shout, dozens of large mouse-shaped blue flames fell around Uchiha Akira like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Boom boom! In an instant, dozens of mouse-like flames expanded and exploded, engulfing Uchiha Akira in a sea of blue and red flames. Damn it, Uchiha. Let's see how you deal with this. Over 30 meters away, the two-tails Jinchuriki, Yuzuki Kyuka, looked at the sea of fire with a cold smirk. At this moment, she was clad in a chakra cloak adorned with numerous blue cat demon patterns. Her nails elongated like sharp kunai, and her yellow hair stood straight up, resembling a humanoid cat demon. However, the next moment, Uchiha Akira strolled out of the sea of fire, his crimson Sharingan locking onto the two-tails Jinchuriki. Since that's the case, I'll take care of you first. Uchiha Akira looked at her, his gaze cold, filled with killing intent. No effect? What's going on? Yuzuki Kyuka's expression changed as she saw Uchiha Akira and scathed. Be careful. The enemy's abilities are terrifying. Ordinary ninjutsu seems ineffective against him. Killer Bee's serious voice rang out. Let me take care of you first, so you won't be a hindrance. Uchiha Akira cracked his neck, making a popping sound. With a thought, a large fan appeared in Uchiha Akira's hand. This was something he discovered in Uchiha Obito's Kamui space. A fan passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan, made from the branches of the divine tree, extraordinarily sturdy. Wielding the flame fan, Uchiha Akira crackled with lightning as he charged towards Yuzuki Kyuka, completely ignoring Killer Bee beside him. Chapter 139. Crushing with Ease Bastard. Killer Bee was enraged by Uchiha Akira's attitude, letting out a low roar as the ninja sword in his hand shimmered with lightning. Supersonic Thunder Shield Blade. The next moment, Killer Bee crossed dozens of meters and appeared in front of Uchiha Akira, both hands wielding the vibrating lightning sword to strike down. Clang! Uchiha Akira swung the fan horizontally, unleashing the monstrous power secret technique, and the flame fan, carrying immense power comparable to that of a tailed beast, crashed down onto the lightning sword. Bang! With a muffled sound, Killer Bee was sent flying like a rolling gourd. Cough this power. Is he even human? In the ruins, Killer Bee spat out a mouthful of blood. Be careful, don't confront him head-on. This power should be the secret technique of the Senju clan that transforms chakra into strength. Unless your power is comparable to the third Raikage, it's best not to clash with him. At this moment, the voice of the Eight Tails, Gyuki, echoed in Killer Bee's mind. A ghostly blue light flickered on the battlefield as the two Uzuki-Q rushed forward, utilizing the chakra of the tailed beast, and instantly appeared before Uchiha Akira. Her fingers were long and sharp, like the most precise kunai, as she frantically clawed at Uchiha Akira, leaving behind afterimages. Uchiha Akira let her attacks fall upon him and calmly said, "It's useless. Did it pass through? What technique is this?" The two Uzuki-Q was astonished, feeling as though she was attacking thin air. Meanwhile, Killer Bee, who was observing the battle, asked, "Hey Hachibi, what technique is this? You've lived so long. Have you seen anything like it?" "No, I've never seen such a technique. The attacks are completely ineffective," replied Gyuki, watching the two Uzuki-Q madly clawing at him. Uchiha Akira waved his fan, raising it to block in front of him. Instantly, all of Uzuki-Q's attacks landed on the fan, creating an irritating scratching noise. The next moment, Uchiha Akira passed through the fan, his Scarlet Sharingan aimed at the two Uzuki-Q. Sharingan! In an instant, the two Uzuki-Q froze, her body stiffening in place. A moment later, with the help of the two tails, she awakened. Indeed, her inability to be a perfect Jinchuriki was due to her personal qualifications, not because she had not reconciled with the tailed beast. In this situation, she still couldn't be directly absorbed into the Kamui space-time. Seeing this, Uchiha Akira suddenly kicked her. The moment the two Uzuki-Q woke up, she saw a gigantic foot landing on her chest. Bang! With a dull thud, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The two Uzuki-Q let out a piercing scream as she was instantly sent flying, crashing into several cloud shinobi. Even with the protection of the tailed beast's cloak, she was still heavily injured. Just as Uchiha Akira was about to rush over to deliver another heavy blow, a red light burst forth, and the half-tailed beast form of Killer Bee appeared before Uchiha Akira. He held a black-tailed beast ball and pressed it down towards Uchiha Akira. Mini-tailed beast ball. Uchiha Akira smirked, his foot shifted, and he kicked the Uchiha fan behind him, perfectly blocking the mini-tailed beast ball. Uchiha rebound. Then, white light flickered on the fiery fan, and the small-tailed beast ball was actually absorbed into the fan, as if it had been consumed. Seeing this, the mini Eight Tails Killer Bee's pupils contracted, realizing the danger. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, and blinding light burst forth from the fiery fan, directly hitting Killer Bee, who was in front of the fan. After being absorbed and transformed by the Uchiha, the tailed beast ball became an immensely powerful wind attribute chakra that surged forth, instantly carving a massive gash into the earth. Wherever it passed, the cloud shinobi in front were obliterated like ants in a hurricane. The sound of the explosion echoed across the battlefield, and amidst the blinding light, a huge gash appeared in the ground. At the end of the gash, Killer Bee lay charred in a pit, looking extremely miserable. Damn, Uchiha. On the other side of the battlefield, the Raikage saw this scene and immediately became anxious, shouting as he rushed over like thunder. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing this, burst into laughter, his golden staff suddenly elongating, sweeping towards the rushing Raikage. Uchiha Akira's strength was beyond his expectations. He faced two Jinchuriki effortlessly, as if he were in complete control. Sarutobi Hiruzen speculated, is that penetrating ability his eye technique? If one eye is a space-time eye technique, could it be that the other eye has a similar space-time technique? Faced with Sarutobi Hiruzen's attack, the Raikage had to react. If it were a typical ninjutsu, he wouldn't care, although his lightning armor didn't reach the level of the third Raikage. It was not something ordinary ninjutsu could break through. However, he couldn't withstand Sarutobi Hiruzen's physical attack and had to dodge. Sarutobi Hiruzen's power was too great, and one wrong move would lead to broken bones. Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Raikage roared in anger, furious. You won't get past. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed heartily, wielding his golden staff to engage in battle with Raikage A. In the distance, the Leaf Ninjas saw this scene and erupted into thunderous cheers. In an instant, the morale of the Leaf side surged. Kill. The Jinchuriki of the Cloud is no match for our Uchiha clan Sharingan. The Uchiha ninjas shouted with extreme excitement, as if they themselves had defeated the enemy. In contrast, the morale on the Cloud side had plummeted to rock bottom, and they were being driven back by the fewer Leaf ninjas. The next moment, a deep roar echoed from the location of the two Uzuki-Q, and an extremely oppressive chakra presence spread across the battlefield. Roar! In an instant, a massive creature resembling a giant cat, burning with blazing blue flames and possessing two tails, emerged. With the appearance of this beast, the air on the scene suddenly grew hot. The two Uchiha forcibly used the power of the tailed beast, fully transforming into the tailed beast. Although limited by her qualifications, she could not utilize the tailed beast power as perfectly as Killer Bee. In certain cases, she could still fully transform. The colossal two tails, Waikai, roared with the furious voice of the two Uchiha. The ground trembled as the massive two tails charged across the battlefield, arriving before Uchiha Akira in the blink of an eye, swinging its gigantic claws down with a thunderous crash. Uchiha Akira revealed a disdainful smile. Affected by the tailed beast chakra? This is the consequence of a non-perfect Jinchuriki forcibly using tailed beast chakra. Any rational person would not choose to rush in when they know their attack is ineffective. Foolish. Since that's the case, I'll accept the two tails. The next moment, Uchiha Akira's scarlet Sharingan locked onto the yellow eyes of the two tails. Instantly, the massive yellow eyes of the two tails shifted, transforming into a scarlet three-tomo Sharingan. At the same time, both the two Uchiha and Waikai felt the world before them shift into a black-red world. Sharingan Jinjutsu. Just as they realized this, the consciousness of both the human and the beast fell into a chaotic haze. Chapter 140. Nagato appears watching the two tails, Waikai. Frozen in front of him, Uchiha Akira smiled, his figure flickering as he appeared directly beside the tailed beast. Uchiha Akira placed his hand on Waikai's calf, and an invisible spatial vortex spread, gradually engulfing it. Suddenly, just as Uchiha Akira was about to complete the absorption, a whistling sound tore through the air. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a fist-sized tailed beast ball. Just in time. Seeing this, Uchiha Akira had no choice but to abandon the absorption. At this moment, he somewhat understood the feelings of Obito during the Fourth Great Ninja War when he attempted to capture Naruto Uzumaki, only to be interrupted multiple times. Boom! The dark-tailed beast ball struck the two tails, and light and heat instantly engulfed Uchiha Akira and the colossal Waikai. In an instant, the ground cracked and the mountains collapsed, and a violent shockwave spread in all directions, blowing away any nearby ninjas. The blinding light dissipated, revealing a massive, deep pit, with Uchiha standing unharmed in the center. Not far away, the blue flames on the two tails, Yuru, had mostly extinguished, and its gigantic body was covered in wounds, clearly having suffered significantly from the tailed beast bomb. The next moment, Karabi, hundreds of meters away, let out a series of frantic howls. A terrifying chakra surged from him, and in an instant, his figure vanished, replaced by a monster with an octopus body and an ox head appearing on the battlefield. Fully transformed into a tailed beast, the eight tails, Gyuki, made its entrance. Boom boom, the ground trembled as Gyuki charged across the battlefield towards Uchiha, Mei, and Yuru. From what we just saw, we can only attack him when Uchiha, Mei is attacking. Gyuki's voice echoed in Karabi's mind. I understand, a little late. Just now, he seemed to be planning something against Yuru. We should have been able to attack him then, otherwise he wouldn't have given up on that action, Karabi analyzed. Act fast, Gyuki suddenly urged. It turned out that Uchiha Mei had walked over to Yuru and was already reaching out to place his hand on Yuru's body. An invisible vortex began to swirl in the space, and the massive Yuru seemed to be absorbed like a fluid. Not good, it's too late. Karabi started to panic. Even attacking now would be too late. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Shinra Tensei. Boom, with a loud bang, the ground exploded, as if some terrifying force was erupting from underground, instantly blowing apart the earth within 100 meters. The enormous body of the two tails was sent soaring like a straw, flying thousands of meters away. Seeing this, Karabi rushed over and managed to catch Yuru as it fell. Endless dust spread, and Uchiha Mei emerged from the smoke, holding a flame fan, looking coldly at Nagato, who was stepping out of the dust. Nagato's appearance genuinely surprised him. This was something he hadn't anticipated. Who would have thought that Nagato would team up with the Cloud Village? Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Reikage, who were engaged in battle, also cast their gazes in this direction, each with differing expressions, but both were quite astonished. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was distracted, a shadow flashed past with extreme speed. Not good. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart raced with alarm, but it was already too late to defend, and he could only hurriedly use the body flicker technique. A long scythe grazed across his chest with a whoosh, followed by a spray of blood. Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest was cut open with a horrifying wound. Blood flowed uncontrollably. and although he had avoided a fatal blow, there was no doubt that he was seriously injured. Hanzo, it's you. Sarutobi Hiruzen half kneeled on the ground, horrified as he looked at the figure of Hanzo of the salamander a few meters away. Hanzo smirked. Monkey, my body flicker technique isn't bad, right? Didn't we agree that Sarutobi Hiruzen would be mine to deal with? You old man really can't keep your word. Reikage shouted angrily, Lord Reikage. That Uchiha over there is not easy to deal with. It's better to end this fight here as soon as possible. Hanzo of the salamander said indifferently. This is bad. I've fallen into a trap. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank. Seriously injured, he was absolutely powerless to confront these two powerful foes. Oof. Reikage's face was filled with displeasure as he flickered, appearing in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen like a blade, striking down. Clang with a clear, crisp sound. Sarutobi Hiruzen barely raised his staff to block the attack. However, being injured, he was still sent flying several dozen meters, landing in a pile of rubble. Among the rubble, Sarutobi Hiruzen half kneeled on the ground, his face flushed, with blood continuously flowing from the wound on his chest. He could clearly feel that with the loss of blood, his strength was rapidly decreasing. Lord Hokage! Lord Hokage! Soon, several nearby Konoha ninjas who noticed something was wrong gathered around Sarutobi Hiruzen. They surrounded him, holding their kunai with vigilant expressions, watching Reikage and Hanzo of the salamander. On the other side, Uchiha also noticed what was happening with Sarutobi Hiruzen and instinctively frowned, murmuring, trouble. Nagato looked at Uchiha coldly. You won't get past me. You think you can stop me? Heh. Uchiha sneered. With a thought, he was about to enter the Kamui space to complete a space jump. Without hesitation, Nagato raised his hand towards Uchiha Bansho Tenin. A vast gravitational force exploded, forcing Uchiha to stop his movements and enter a phasing state. As expected, your ability is similar to Madara's. Nagato lowered his hand. Looking at Uchiha his eyes filled with coldness. Or rather, this is Madara's ability. It seems you have some understanding of Kamui. Uchiha was not particularly concerned about his actions being interrupted, so it's called Kamui? Nagato realized, then fixed his Rinnegan gaze on Uchiha an icy killing intent spreading from him. Nagato had made up his mind. Today, he would avenge Uchiha Madara. Nagato coldly stared at Uchiha saying in a deep voice, Today is the day your Konoha meets its end. Just based on you, a fool who has been sold and is still counting the money for others? Uchiha scoffed. What do you mean? Nagato's expression darkened. Uchiha chuckled lightly, leisurely saying, What do I mean? I want to tell you. Directly telling Nagato would instead allow him to deal with Kurozu, which would be unfavorable. It's better to plant a seed of suspicion, letting it take root and sprout, ultimately leading them to turn against each other. At this level of power, he might be able to defeat them, but killing them would be much harder. Chapter 141. Overpowering the Reikage Humph. Nagato's anger surged as he moved his right hand, a black rod appearing in his grasp, and then he attacked Uchiha with it. Who gave you the courage to compete with me in taijutsu? You really don't know your place. Uchiha coldly left, his crimson Sharingan spinning as he raised his hand to grab the black rod thrusting towards him. With a dull thud, the rod broke in response. And Uchiha thrust the broken piece back towards Nagato. Shinra Tensei. Nagato's pupils constricted as the vast repulsive force erupted, and the invisible repulsion barrier expanded. Uchiha passed right through his body, exiting from the other side. After retreating a dozen meters, Nagato coldly stared at Uchiha saying, as expected, You must materialize to attack. Uchiha chuckled lightly, so what? Exactly so what? With both Kamui and the cells of Senju Hashirama. It's so unreasonable that I can play as long as I want. Is that so? Nagato sneered. Then I won't be polite in taking the life of the third Hokage and the lives of the Konoha ninjas present. Anyone can talk big, but can you do it? Uchiha remained unmoved. If Sarutobi Hiruzen died, it would actually be a good thing for this Hokage to die on the battlefield. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen, no matter what, was still the Hokage. His strength was not weak, and Uchiha believe that killing him would still be somewhat challenging. Very well, then I'll show you, Nagato said coldly. On the other side, the Konoha ninjas surrounded Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, you should retreat for now. Hanzo is still a prominent figure and is being so shameless. Anansios Konoha ni niklemet. Cough cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen spat out a mouthful of blood and helplessly smiled, saying, I was careless. If victory in war could be gained without losing face, then it wouldn't be such a big deal. As soon as he finished speaking, Hanzo of the Salamander, wielding a massive scythe, charged in to attack. In an instant, under his assault, the Konoha ninjas were slaughtered like grass. Watching Hanzo rampaging, Raikage snorted in displeasure and sped towards Kurabi's direction. As Raikage, he had his own pride. A severely injured Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely be easy prey for Hanzo's strength. A bright blade of light cut through the air, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was once again struck in the chest, truly losing his ability to resist and collapsing motionless on the ground. Lord Hokage, our Lord Hokage is leaving. Nearby, some Konoha ninjas roared as they rushed forward, but they were firmly entangled by the Cloud ninjas. Nagato mocked, "It seems your third Hokage is done for, huh? Didn't you say I couldn't do it?" Uchiha Akira replied calmly, "It's still too early to be proud, Nagato." He showed no signs of panic. Humph. Nagato snorted coldly, and then controlled Hanzo to move forward, preparing to deliver the final blow to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Bang! Just as he reached Hiruzen's side, the fallen Hiruzen suddenly exploded, a large amount of smoke bursting forth and instantly spreading for dozens of meters. The next moment, a gust of wind blew through, sweeping all the smoke high into the sky. Hanzo of the Salamander looked coldly at the hole in the ground and said resentfully, "No wonder you are Hokage. I underestimated you." Dozens of meters away, two Jonin were carrying Sarutobi Hiruzen and sprinting towards the Konoha camp's rear. Subsequently, a large number of Konoha ninjas blocked Hanzo's path, not giving him any chance to catch up. After trying to pursue for a while without using his abilities, Hanzo ultimately couldn't break through to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. The cooldown time for these abilities was shared with his body, and given the current situation, Nagato did not dare to use them lightly, fearing he would be unable to respond to emergencies. Looking at the retreating figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nagato thought, well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, Hiruzen won't be able to escape this time. I'll deal with Uchiha Akira first. Roar. Suddenly, a series of beastly roars echoed across the battlefield. A kilometer away, two massive creatures stood on the battlefield. Each step they took causing the ground to tremble. The eight-tails Gyuki and the two-tails Matatabi were charging towards Uchiha Akira. Next to these enormous tailed beasts, Raikage's figure seemed like dust, but the aura he emitted was not to be underestimated. "Let's take him down together and end this battle quickly." Raikage's deep voice resounded on the battlefield. Uchiha Akira looked at the approaching Raikage and Hanzo, as well as the eight-tails and two-tails, and felt no panic. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. "Good. Let's settle this here today." Uchiha Akira's eyes widened, transforming into the pattern of a kaleidoscope, and he unleashed his powerful ocular jutsu and chakra without reservation. Infernal Spike, one-handed. During his sprint, Raikage curled forward his fingers, only raising his index finger. Brilliant lightning gathered at that finger, akin to thunder incarnate. The air crackled, and Raikage's speed reached its peak. "As long as my attack speed is faster than your reaction speed, then your jutsu will naturally be ineffective." Raikage roared, as if truly transforming into lightning. "Do you think you're worthy?" Uchiha Akira sneered, and then black lightning surged from his hand, crackling ominously. Kamui, Raikiri. After experimentation, Uchiha Akira found that Raikiri and Kamui combined perfectly. "Arrogant. To actually challenge me with lightning release. Let us see how you die." Raikage scoffed confidently. As the Raikage, I was certain that no one understood lightning release better than him. No. In an instant, blue and black lightning collided. There was no so-called stalemate. The moment they made contact, Raikage's pupils constricted, his face filled with disbelief, and he let out a deafening scream. The so-called strongest spear was devoured like tofu before Uchiha Akira's Kamui Raikiri. Uchiha Akira, wielding Kamui Raikiri, turned into a black line and silently sliced through, severing Raikage's entire right hand, causing a torrent of blood to gush forth. Raikage screamed and charged forward several dozen meters before finally stopping. "It's not lightning release." A's face twitched in extreme ugliness as he roared. "This is a space-time ninjutsu. Good reaction speed, you actually dodged." Uchiha Akira chuckled lightly, saying, "Next time, it will be your head, big brother." Suddenly, a dark cloud appeared above Uchiha Akira's head, and a massive tentacle from the eight tails struck down like a whip, making a whooshing sound as it came crashing down. Boom! The ground trembled as the entire earth cracked from Kurabi's strike. Amidst the billowing dust, Uchiha Akira emerged unscathed. The tentacle-like tail wrapped around Raikage, pulling him away from the battlefield. Chapter 142. Complete Body. Susanoo, pay attention to the coordination. He must materialize when attacking. That's when we have our opportunity to strike. Don't approach him blindly. At this moment, Nagato's voice rang out on the battlefield. Naive, Uchiha Akira, and black lightning surged from his hand as he charged towards the massive eight tails. Boom, boom, suddenly, the sky turned crimson, and an unimaginably large fireball erupted from the mouth of the two tails, rolling towards Uchiha Akira. Don't think you can get close to the eight tails. Matatabi growled in a deep roar. With a loud bang, the massive fireball exploded, creating a sea of flames. Disappeared? As the sea of flames dissipated, Karabi and the two tails were stunned. Watch your feet. At this moment, Nagato and Hanzo rushed over, shouting. Karabi and the two tails quickly moved, taking large strides to flee. A bolt of black lightning shot up from the ground, instantly slicing through the body of the eight tails. The lightning surged and spread, cutting off one of the eight tails' tentacles, which was like a limb by more than 10 meters. Agyuki let out a miserable cry. If it hadn't run fast just now, it would have lost its forepaw. You managed to escape this time. Uchiha Akira narrowed his eyes as the severed tentacle revealed a spatial vortex. In the blink of an eye, that 10-meter-long tentacle vanished. Is it possible to absorb without contact? He hasn't even used his full power yet? Nagato was surprised to see this scene. I'll take the lead. You guys support as needed. Nagato shouted. Then, he formed hand seals in an instant. Would release, Flower Tree World. A terrifying amount of chakra flowed from Nagato into the ground, instantly cracking the earth open, and massive tree roots, alive like creatures, broke through the ground, spreading in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield was covered with gigantic tree roots, completely transforming the environment. Seeing this, Uchiha Akira narrowed his eyes and then shouted, All Konoha ninjas, retreat from this battlefield. The farther away, the better. The real battle is about to begin. And I need to get serious. I don't want to hurt my own people. Upon hearing Uchiha Akira's words, the Konoha ninjas present did not hesitate at all, quickly retreating from the battlefield towards the rear. On the other side, Raikage was also commanding the cloud forces to withdraw. Uchiha Ming's cold, piercing gaze swept over the several people surrounding him as he said coldly, The playtime ends here. Welcome your final fate. In the next moment, a black pillar of light shot up into the sky, with Uchiha Ming unleashing all of his ocular power and chakra without reservation. Boom with a loud crash. Amidst the dazzling light, a massive, dark gray warrior god appeared. This warrior god took on a human form, clad in armor, wielding a black long sword, with chakra burning fiercely around him like flames. Indeed, I could still go further. At the center of the massive Susanoo, Uchiha Ming's scarlet Sharingan widened. Stop. In an instant, the gigantic Susanoo underwent another transformation, as the chakra burning like flames expanded, forming a pair of enormous black wings. Thus, the complete body of Susanoo, surpassing the peaks of mountains, reappeared in the ninja world. In front of my complete body, Susanoo, everything you have done is so laughable. Uchiha Ming's cold voice emanated from within the Susanoo. In the next moment, Susanoo moved. It slowly raised its right hand, seemingly slow, but in reality, it swiftly drew the long sword in its hand. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a black line shot through the heavens, instantly enveloping the cloud-hidden camp. This was the sword light unleashed by Susanoo's strike. Boom, boom, boom. Like a series of tailed beast bombs exploding, everything in the cloud-hidden camp was annihilated. The entire land engulfed in endless light and heat. This is the power of the complete body Susanoo. One strike, and everything is shattered. On the other side, the Leaf Village ninjas watched this scene, dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. Such power, is it still human? What kind of power is this? A god. This is the true power of God. Ha! The legendary complete body, Susanoo. This is the third power passed down through generations in our Uchiha clan. The complete body Susanoo said to possess the power to annihilate everything. Ha! What cloud-hidden, what-tailed beasts in front of our Uchiha clan's complete body Susanoo. They are merely chickens and dogs. Do you see? This is the true power of our Uchiha clan. As long as we Uchiha take it seriously, easily handling the so-called cloud hidden is not a problem. The Uchiha ninjas were all excited, their faces flushed. This Susanoo, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the massive, godless figure, muttering, it can't be wrong. This is the legendary complete body Susanoo, the god of destruction with the power to shatter everything. The Uchiha clan has given birth to an existence comparable to the original Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared blankly ahead. Regarding this war, he believed there was no suspense left. who in the current ninja world could stop an existence with power comparable to Uchiha Madara? At that moment, two furious roars echoed, those of Killer Bee and the two Uchiha. Amidst the swirling smoke, the massive figures of two-tailed beasts flickered in and out of view, their mouths wide open. In front of them floated two enormous, dark-tailed beast bombs, especially the one in front of the eight tails. Its size had already surpassed the eight tails itself. In comparison, the tailed beast bomb in front of the two tails looked somewhat miniature at several dozen meters. The two Uchiha let out an extremely angry roar. Die. Even if you can nullify our attacks, the ninjas of the Leaf Village cannot do such a thing. In the next moment, the two massive tailed beast bombs moved, rumbling towards Uchiha Ming. Nagato watched the two-tailed beast bombs with cold sweat on his forehead. Even he couldn't withstand such a massive tailed beast bomb head-on. No one in the ninja world could endure a tailed beast bomb of this magnitude. Not even the reanimated Hashirama Senju. Not good, a tailed beast bomb of this magnitude. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw such a tailed beast bomb rolling towards them and immediately panicked, his soul nearly flying away. This tailed beast bomb, apart from Minato Namake's being able to teleport it, he couldn't think of any other countermeasures. It's over a tailed beast bomb of this magnitude, even Lord Ming. At this point, even the Uchiha clan members lost their earlier excitement, staring at the incoming tailed beast bomb with ashen faces, all their strength seemingly gone. At the center of the massive Susanoo, Uchiha Ming looked emotionlessly at the two enormous tailed beast bombs, his scarlet Sharingan widened. Time Shadow. Following that, another version of himself quietly appeared beside him, summoned from the past using his ocular technique. Once the past Uchiha Ming appeared, his eyes flashed red, and he aimed a pair of scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan at one of the tailed beast bombs. At the same time, Uchiha Ming's Sharingan also targeted the other tailed beast bomb. The two activated their Kamui simultaneously. An invisible space vortex appeared, and in an instant, the two tailed beast bombs, each exceeding the size of the tailed beast themselves, were absorbed into the Kamui dimension like flowing water. Chapter 143. The demon figure appears. Is that a shadow clone? The tailed beast bombs were transferred. Was his ocular technique? Nagato frowned, feeling that something was off. What? Impossible. Such tailed beast bombs were actually absorbed by him? The two Uchiha were left speechless. The enemy is an unimaginable existence. It's time to think of a retreat. That Rinnegan kid is not his opponent. The power of the Rinnegan hasn't been fully tapped yet, and he is absolutely not a match for that Uchiha. The voice of the eight tails Gyuki echoed in Killer Bee's mind, filled with gravity. Killer Bee shook his head and angrily said, Little Eight, I must take revenge for my brother and the village's ninjas. On the other side, the Leaf Village ninjas erupted in earth-shattering cheers at this scene. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a huge sigh of relief, thinking to himself, both eyes are of the space-time type. They can actually use the complete body, Susanoo. Boom boom on the battlefield. The massive Susanoo began to stride towards the eight tails and two tails. At this moment, the past self summoned by Time Shadow had already disappeared. Seeing this, Nagato's expression changed, and he shouted, Be careful. The other Uchiha Ming has disappeared. Continuous tailed beast bombs. The eight tails opened its mouth and unleashed over 10 massive tailed beast bombs in rapid succession. Boom! The tailed beast bombs directly penetrated Susanoo, crashing into the ground and causing violent explosions. In the next moment, Uchiha Ming appeared out of thin air above the two tails Waigai, his hand wrapped in a ball of black lightning, descending like a sword towards Waigai's head. It was the past Uchiha Ming. He directly used Kamui to complete a space-time jump. This distance. Damn it, space-time ninjutsu. Nagato cursed under his breath, only able to raise his hand towards Waigai, channeling all his ocular power. Shinra Tensei. Boundless, terrifying, repulsive force erupted. Even though Waigai was far from Nagato, it was still affected by this repulsion. Amidst the endless repulsive force, Waigai rolled like a tumbleweed. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ming's past self was repelled away like floating duckweed. On the other side, knowing he couldn't resist Uchiha Ming's attack, Killer Bee could only move around the edges of the battlefield, occasionally firing tailed beast bombs to restrain Uchiha Ming. The battlefield had completely turned chaotic, with the two Jinchuriki and Nagato fighting their own battles, scattered like loose sand. In the next moment, another towering black pillar of light appeared on the battlefield, and another complete body, Susanoo, emerged onto the battlefield. Is this not a shadow clone? How can it use the complete body Susanoo? Nagato's face looked extremely grim. One Uchiha Ming is already difficult enough to deal with, and now there are two? How are we supposed to fight? It's impossible to fight now. Nagato had to admit this fact. He felt utterly helpless, knowing that the goal of destroying Konoha today was likely unattainable. Retreat must be considered. If we don't leave now, we really won't be able to. Nibi, seeing the scene, was also thrown into a panic. Originally, there was no guarantee against one complete Susanoo, and now there are two. Bringing the Nine Tails along would just be a death sentence. Killer Bee also understood the seriousness of the situation. This was not the time to be stubborn. On the other side, the two Yuzuki Kaori saw this scene and immediately turned to run without hesitation. What is there to fight about? On the Konoha side, the Konoha shinobi present looked at the two towering complete Susanoos, each over 200 meters tall, and fell silent. Soon after, an earth-shattering cheer erupted from this side. In this situation, it would be hard to even think of losing. Uchiha Ming was unexpectedly powerful to this extent. Nagato let out a long breath and changed his original plan on the spot. It would surely be unsatisfactory to return now. He decided to take risks and somehow bring back a tailed beast. He could not accept that Akatsuki's first mission ended in failure. Damn, this Uchiha Ming's eye technique is even stronger than Madara's. At the edge of the battlefield, Kuro Zetsu watched the situation and felt an intense hatred. With his knowledge, he had already guessed what was going on with Uchiha Ming. He realized that Uchiha Ming had transplanted Uchiha Obito's eye technique, and his own Mangekyō Sharingan technique was also incredibly powerful. The other complete Susanoo was likely the result of Uchiha Ming's eye technique. Damn, Uchiha. I hope Nagato is okay. I need to prepare in advance to avoid Nagato getting killed directly. As his thoughts flowed, a message was transmitted to Tobi. On the battlefield, Nagato took a deep breath and then unleashed his chakra without reservation. Would release. Tree world wall. Boom! In an instant, huge tree roots burst forth from the ground. They intertwined and formed towering walls hundreds of meters high, blocking out the sky. These walls directly divided the battlefield. Uchiha Ming was on one side, Nibi and Nagato on another, Hachibi and Deva Pathhanzo on another, and Uchiha Ming's past self was on yet another side. The two Yuzuki Kaori were obstructed by the suddenly rising wooden walls, and immediately turned to Nagato, questioning, "What do you mean? You brat with the Rinnegan?" Nagato narrowed his eyes, quickly forming hand seals, and completely ignored her. The next moment, countless tree roots suddenly moved under Waitori's feet, wrapping around her tightly. Then, a large number of tree roots on the ground intertwined and transformed into massive chains that bound her. Roar! Waitori let out an angry and panicked roar. Summoning technique, Outer Path Golem. Bang! With a muffled sound, a huge golem broke through the earth and appeared on the battlefield. Upon seeing the golem emerge, Waitori became extremely panicked and let out a terrified scream. Clearly, it was Waitori's own consciousness that was now controlling her body. The golem spewed out ghostly blue chains, quickly binding Waitori tightly. The sealing chains emitted a clattering sound as they dragged the Nibi Waitori towards the golem's wide-open mouth. Waitori struggled fiercely on all fours. Just then, dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. Nagato looked up and saw the two massive Susanoos flying in the sky, looking down at them from above. Seeing the shurikens in the hands of the two giant Susanoos, Nagato's heart sank, and a bad premonition arose. Would release. Tree world descend. In an instant, his hands completed the hand seals. The tree roots on the entire ground began to writhe, densely covering the sky as they spread towards the golem. A whistling sound pierced the air as four huge shurikens shot out from the Susanoos, attacking the golem and Nibi Waitori from four different directions. Although they were composed only of eye power and chakra, they produced a real sound of breaking through the air. Damn, there's no time. The golem cannot afford to fail. Nagato's eyes widened, and he raised his hands to aim at the flying shurikens heading towards the golem. Almighty push. An invisible repulsive force erupted, instantly colliding with the two shuriken of Shinjutsu heading for the golem's head. Chapter 144. Would human technique in an instant, the Shinjutsu shuriken shattered, transforming into a deep, dark spatial crack. The next moment, Waitori let out a piercing scream, her wailing echoing through the battlefield. One massive Shinjutsu shuriken grazed Waitori's body, while the other was intercepted by the deep-rooted tree. It was visible to the naked eye that the space where the Shinjutsu shuriken passed by Waitori's body twisted into a vortex shape. Subsequently, Waitori's back, along with one of her hind legs, was forcibly swallowed by the distorted space. As expected, it is a technique composed of spatial time power. Seeing this, Nagato's expression turned grim. Unfortunately, the golem's chain still managed to pull Waitori, causing her to shift a little. Otherwise, it would have hit her head. In the Susanu's brow, Uchiha Ming thought it was a pity. The next moment, the ghostly blue chains tightened, making a clattering sound, and the heavily injured Waitori was forcibly dragged into the golem's mouth. Instantly, at the position of the golem's head, a tightly closed eye opened. Fortunately, even if it's not a complete tailed beast, it can still revive the golem, just lacking some chakra, which isn't a big deal. Nagato breathed a sigh of relief at this sight. Suddenly, the sky was filled with rumbling sounds as the two massive Susanus dove down towards the golem below. Nagato took a deep breath and quickly completed the hand seals, fire release, Ashen Haze technique. He opened his mouth and sprayed a dense fire smoke that covered the entire battlefield. This smoke, filled with intense chakra, could not be seen through even by the Byakugan. Whoosh, 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 the Susanu's wings flapped, stirring up a violent wind that blew away all the smoke. As the mist dissipated, both Nagato and the golem vanished from sight. At this moment, Killer Bee had not been able to escape the encirclement created by the Tree World Wall. He was entangled by Nagato's Devapath Hanzo. Although Devapath Hanzo couldn't defeat him, he was still able to prevent him from breaking through the Tree World Wall and escaping the battlefield. At this point, Hachibi GY Ki took control of his body, looking solemnly at Nagato and Hanzo standing in front of him. The situation no longer required much explanation. Everyone had already understood everything. GY Ki knew more about the Rinnegan than Killer Bee did, so he chose to deal with Nagato himself. Suddenly, dark clouds descended from the sky, covering the area below. So fast. Is it a space-time jump? Nagato was surprised. He had just arrived here. GY Ki's voice was filled with helplessness and bitterness. He, the mighty Eight Tails, only second to the Nine Tails, had never expected such a day would come. How tragic. Killer Bee shouted loudly, "Don't be discouraged, little Eight. Let's fight them. Even if we die, we must tear off a piece of their flesh." GY Ki's voice grew passionate. Uchiha Ming, appearing in the sky, said nothing as the two massive Susanus drew long swords from their sheaths. A dark long sword sliced through the sky, and in an instant, two massive Susanu each slashed out 3 strikes towards the Eight Tails and Nagato. Nagato clasped his hands together and growled, "Would release, Banch 10 in." In an instant, a gigantic demon-faced, fanged shield swallowed Nagato and Hanzo. This was the absolute defense artifact of the thousand-handed cannon, possessing absolute defensive power. On the other side, the Eight Tails, Gyuki, lacked such a defense and could only rely on its speed to evade. However, the sword energy from Susanoo was not something that could be dodged easily. Despite exerting all its strength, it was still struck by the black sword energy, causing parts of its body to be severed. The ground was in disarray, with the back half of the Eight Tails' body seemingly cut off. Tentacle-like tails were scattered messily on the ground. At this moment, the Eight Tails lay weakly on the ground, appearing to have lost its ability to resist. If it were facing another person's complete Susanoo, it might have been able to hold out longer, but Uchiha Akira was different. Unable to defend against the power of Kamui, close combat would only lead to a quicker death. On the other side, Nagato's Banch 10-in shield suffered little damage, only sustaining a few cuts. This strike did not carry the power of Kamui. The shield opened, revealing Nagato with his hands clasped, and Hanzo raising his hand towards the two Susanoo. Shinra Tensei. Nagato raised his right hand, spreading it open as a fist-sized black gravitational sphere split apart, transforming into 3 slightly smaller cores that flew towards the sky. Shinra Tensei. On the other side, Hanzo aimed both hands at the two Susanoo, unleashing the highest power of Shinra Tensei without any charge. Nagato was now vastly different. The various abilities of the Rinnegan had naturally been greatly enhanced. Even the complete Susanoo was repelled by this repulsive force, unable to remain suspended in the air. The 3 gravitational black spheres were distributed in 3 different positions, as if the entire ground was about to be pulled up. Huge boulders dozens of meters tall rose from the ground, floating towards the sky like straw. It was like a reverse meteor shower. Kamui X2. Visibly, 2 gravitational black spheres were consumed by the swirling spatial vortex. Then, the 2 Uchiha Akira each locked onto a gravitational black sphere and simultaneously slashed towards the last black sphere. Boom! The sky turned crimson as the gravitational core was severed by the sword energy, resulting in a violent explosion. Indeed, it wouldn't work. Nagato felt a sinking feeling in his heart. The flaw of Shinra Tensei was too obvious, and it was ineffective against such opponents. Just then, one of the Susanoo in the sky suddenly collapsed, dissolving into sparkling chakra. As this complete Susanoo dissipated, Uchiha Akira within it also vanished. The other complete Susanoo also descended from the sky, seemingly due to prolonged flight, causing excessive consumption of ocular power. The power of the left, I was exhausted. Uchiha Akira squinted, feeling unsurprised. Although both eyes were kaleidoscope, the ocular powers of the left and right eyes differed. The ability to summon the past body was from the left eye, and the right eye's abilities could not be generalized. Looking down at Nagato, who was on high alert, Uchiha Akira thought, "This Nagato has grown remarkably fast. Even I would need a long struggle to deal with him now." Uchiha Akira did not doubt his ability to defeat Nagato. Nagato was undoubtedly not his opponent, but resolving the situation with him would require a lengthy engagement. Is his technique time up? Perhaps this is an opportunity. Nagato's eyes lit up as he clasped his hands together and shouted, "Would release, would golem technique." With the Rinnegan, he understood that ocular power was everything. Without ocular power, techniques using his eyes could not be utilized. As Nagato's chakra surged, his red hair stood on end. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, a gigantic figure emerged from the ground, a fearsome wooden golem surrounded by a wood dragon. Its form was identical to that of the wood golem of Senju Hashirama, not the version from Obito. Clearly, Senju Hashirama's wood golem was more suitable for close combat against complete Susanoo. Chapter 145. The battle for the Eight Tails. Did he not use the shuriken made from space-time power to stop my attack? Is it really due to excessive consumption of ocular power? Nagato's eyes widened as the gigantic wood golem beneath him took a step forward, swinging its fists towards Uchiha Akira. Boom, boom, boom. As the two gigantic beings collided, the entire battlefield trembled, and even the ninjas from Konoha, several kilometers away, felt the ground shake beneath them. Their view was obstructed by the forest of death, preventing them from seeing the battle inside. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Noera Hinata, and despite being weak, he asked very seriously, "Hinata, what exactly is happening over there?" Noera Hinata's face showed deep shock as she replied, "That person named Nagato has fallen out with the Cloud Village, and the Two Tails has been swallowed by a summoning beast he called forth. Now the Eight Tails is severely injured, as if it has lost consciousness." "What about now? How's it going over there?" An eager Uchiha clan Jonin asked. They had just seen two massive complete Susanoo soaring in the sky, with one suddenly shattering and the other descending to the ground. That Nagato has used the legendary wood golem technique of the first Hokage and is now in a duel with Jonin Akira. Noera Hinata said in disbelief. "What? Are you sure, Hinata?" Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly pressed for details. "According to our Hyuga clan records, that is indeed the first Hokage's wood golem technique, entwined with a wood dragon. Fearsome in appearance, and its size is on par with complete Susanoo," Noera Hinata explained. "Akira isn't at a disadvantage, right?" The Uchiha clan members asked in unison. The appearance of the wood golem reminded them of unpleasant memories. Back then, Uchimadara had fought against Senju Hashirama's wood golem while wielding complete Susanoo, and the result was a narrow defeat. Now, with complete Susanoo facing off against the wood golem, they truly feared a repeat of that scene. "No." Noera Hinata shook her head. "The Nagato seems very wary of Jonin Akira's ocular techniques and does not dare to engage in close combat with Akira's complete Susanoo." Hearing her words, everyone present felt relieved. Uchiha Akira was the anchor for everyone present. As long as he was unharmed, victory would belong to Konoha. It now seemed that victory was just one step away. As Noera Hinata said, Nagato was indeed cautious in his battle against Uchiha Akira's complete Susanoo. The power of space-time was the strongest offensive force in the ninja world, and no defense could withstand it, not even the wood golem. Therefore, every step Nagato took had to be exceptionally careful. Wood release, flower tree world descending. Standing atop the wood golem, Nagato clasped his hands together, and thick tree roots broke through the ground, spreading in all directions and instantly covering the battlefield. These roots attacked Uchiha Akira's complete Susanoo like living creatures. However, under the effect of Kamyui's intangibility, Uchiha Akira's complete Susanoo seemed to be non-existent. Indeed, he could still use that technique called Kamyui. Nagato understood this and then discreetly glanced at Devapath Hanzo. At that moment, under his cover, Devapath Hanzo had dashed towards the Eight Tails. His true aim was no longer to destroy Konoha, but to capture the tailed beasts as much as possible. Was the real target the Eight Tails? Uchiha Akira naturally noticed Hanzo's movements and immediately stepped towards the location of the Eight Tails. The speed of Kamyui's activation was still slow compared to someone of Hanzo's caliber. allowing for body flicker to escape. You won't get past. Nagato's eyes widened, and the roots of the entire battlefield began to wriggle like agile giant snakes, wrapping around Uchiha Akira's complete body Susanoo. However, the ethereal state of the complete body Susanoo caused all of Nagato's attacks to miss. It didn't matter, since it had come to this point. Seeing this, Nagato steeled his heart, and the wooden figure immediately closed in, continuously attacking Susanoo. On the other side, Hans of the Salamander pressed his hand down and shouted, summoning technique, Outer Path Golem. With a loud bang, a golem much larger than the Eight Tails appeared on the battlefield. As soon as it appeared, the golem spat out ghostly blue chains, wrapping around the Eight Tails and pulling it towards its mouth. Uchiha Akira certainly wouldn't just watch it take the Eight Tails away. The complete body, Susanoo, flapped its wings and leaped into the sky. Two large hands grasped, and a pile of shurikens appeared in its palms. These were small shurikens formed from the power of Kamui spacetime. In an instant, the Kamui shurikens shot down like a rain of flowers towards the golem and the Eight Tails. Universal Pull, Almighty Push. Almost simultaneously, Nagato and Hans made their moves. Nagato used Universal Pull to drag Uchiha Akira, while Hans used Almighty Push to defend against the Kamui shurikens. Due to the activation of the ethereal state, Universal Pull had no effect. At that moment, a series of popping sounds came as Kamui shurikens collided with Hans's repulsion barrier. In an instant, swirling space vortices appeared in the air, dense and numerous enough to strike fear into anyone. Not good. Suddenly, Nagato's heart sank. The Kamui shurikens did not arrive simultaneously, but came in a sequence. Sure enough, just a moment later, another wave of Kamui shurikens shot towards the Eight Tails and the golem along the same trajectory. Most of these shurikens targeted the chains spat out by the golem, with only a few aimed at the Eight Tails and the golem itself. Silently, most of the chains from the golem were severed by the Kamui shurikens. This significantly weakened the golem's grip on the Eight Tails. At the same time, dozens of Kamui shurikens rained down on the golem. Space vortices appeared one after another, and soon the Eight Tails and the golem became pockmarked, their flesh twisted and sucked into Kamui spacetime. The Eight Tails let out a weak roar, struggling as if it were fighting for life. The remaining chains of the golem clanged loudly. Seeing this, Nagato took a deep breath, quickly completed the hand seals for wood release, and shouted, Wood release, the technique of all bag. Boom, the ground cracked open, and more than 10 massive wooden hands, no smaller than the tailed beasts, burst forth around the Eight Tails and the golem, then crazily extended into the air, slapping towards Susanoo. In midair, Uchiha Akira controlled Susanoo to slash with its sword, while also using the ethereal ability of Kamui to constantly evade. At this moment, the golem once again spat out chains, binding the struggling Eight Tails and pulling it toward its massive mouth. Chapter 146. Intent on the golem. You will not succeed. Uchiha Akira wasted no time, activating the ethereal state and diving towards the Eight Tails on the ground. You will not succeed, Nagato roared, immediately manipulating the wooden figure to rush forward, determined to stop him. Fire release, dust cloud technique. Hans opened his mouth and sprayed, causing thick smoke to spread, covering everything in the realm. At the same time, Nagato's wooden hands continued their assault. The ethereal state of the complete body Susanoo could not affect the physical ninja world, and it plunged directly into the smoke and dust. It's empty. Uchiha Akira remained unable to attack. In the thick smoke and dust, the wooden figure threw a punch, but it hit nothing but air, causing Nagato's heart to tighten and become alert. This was his carefully calculated timing for an attack, as long as Uchiha Akira intended to act against the Eight Tails. The wooden figure's attack would inevitably land on Uchiha Akira's complete body Susanoo. However, now that the wooden figure's attack had missed, he had to be cautious. Such dense smoke and dust obscured not only the vision of the Sharingan and Byakugan, but also affected his Rinnegan equally, rendering him blind. In the next moment, a piercing wail from the Eight Tails echoed through the smoke, like a final struggle before death. Then the smoke and dust churned, and the chains clanged, clearly indicating that the Eight Tails was struggling wildly inside. Not good. Uchiha Akira has released Susanoo. Nagato's expression changed drastically. He understood what was happening. The situation was clear. Uchiha Akira had released Susanoo and then directly used some space-time ninjutsu to attempt to kill the Eight Tails. In fact, just as Nagato had guessed, after entering the smoke, Uchiha Akira released Susanoo and landed directly beside the Eight Tails. due to being bound by the golem's chains. Uchiha Akira's attempt to absorb the eight tails initially failed. It's not that it failed, but rather that the absorption speed slowed down. To absorb the eight tails, he would have to absorb the golem as well. Uchiha Akira immediately changed his mind and unleashed a Kimui lightning blade several dozen meters long, splitting the golem's chains and the eight tails in two. Seeing this, Uchiha Akira wasted no time, activating Kimui and immediately pulling the other half of the eight tails body into Kimui spacetime. The chains rattled, and the other half of the eight tails body was instantly swallowed by the golem. Almighty push! Nagato's deep roar echoed. Then, an invisible repulsion exploded, instantly dispersing all the smoke and revealing the situation. In an instant, Nagato was taken aback, as there were four identical Uchiha Akiras below on the battlefield, with two of them holding black lightning, approaching the outer path golem. Not good. Did he use that technique again? Nagato's heart sank, and he began to panic, quickly forming hand seals to try to dispel the summoning technique. If the summoning time is not maintained to the limit, it must be actively dispelled, whether by the summoner or the summoned, in order to return the summoned beast to its original place. Theoretically, this was indeed the shadow clone technique, but Nagato did not dare to gamble. If it were him, these people would definitely not just be shadow clones. At the same time, Hans raised both hands and whispered, "Almighty push! Bang bang!" The terrifying repulsion exploded, crushing everything in its path. In an instant, the four Uchiha Akiras simultaneously exploded, turning into white smoke and disappearing. All shadow clones? Nagato was stunned, but the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Uchiha Akira appeared out of thin air at the shoulder of the golem. As soon as he appeared, the space rippled with huge vortex-like ripples, a prelude to the golem being absorbed by Kimui spacetime. Visibly, the golem's left hand flowed like water into the space vortex. However, the outer path golem's body was too large for Kimui to complete the absorption instantly, requiring a brief moment. Kimui! Suddenly, Uchiha Akira's voice came from outside the battlefield. Another Uchiha Akira stood at a distance, his pair of scarlet Sharingan locking onto the golem's head. "You will not succeed." Nagato's mind moved, and the golem let out a roar, quickly running away to escape Kimui's lock. At the same time, the golem's other hand protected its head, preventing Uchiha Akira's gaze from locking directly onto it. At this critical moment, Nagato could only choose to embrace the golem's head. Even he didn't know whether the golem would completely die from losing its head. Meanwhile, sharp spikes suddenly sprouted from the wooden hands surrounding the golem. In an instant, these spikes shot through the air. As the attack arrived, Uchiha Akira had no choice but to give up on absorption and enter a state of intangibility. However, even though he abandoned the absorption, the body of the Gedomazo that had already been sucked into the Kimui dimension would not be expelled. When he gave up the absorption, the passage between the Kimui dimension and the outside world was cut off, and the connected space was severed, causing the Gedomazo's body to be naturally severed as well. The Gedomazo's left arm and part of its shoulder completely disappeared. Fire release, dust cloud technique. Suddenly, Uchiha Akira's voice sounded next to the dismembered Gedomazo. This technique that obscures vision was not only used by Nagato. Two Uchiha Akira simultaneously used this technique, and in an instant, a cloud of dust erupted, instantly spreading across the battlefield. The next moment, a black beam of light pierced through the smoke and shot into the sky, completing the full-body Susanoo that appeared on the battlefield. This colossal warrior, towering like a mountain, spread its wings and enveloped the Gedomazo, making it seem as if a large black cocoon had appeared on the battlefield. It's over. Nagato felt despair in his heart. The time it would take to break through this full-body Susanoo was already enough for Uchiha Akira to absorb the Gedomazo. Sure enough, before Nagato could take any action to break through the completed Susanoo, the Susanoo dissipated on its own, revealing a smug Uchiha Akira inside. Looking at Nagato with a proud expression, Uchiha Akira leisurely said, "I want to see what you'll do now." The Gedomazo was undoubtedly a crucial item. Without it, whether it was the Ten Tails Jinchuriki or the infinite Tsukuyami, it would all be castles in the air, unrealistic. Now that he had taken the Gedomazo for himself, no matter what plans Nagato had, they could not be implemented. Nagato clenched his fists. Uchiha Akira truly knew many things. And now even the key item, like the Gedomazo, had been taken away by him. In that moment, Nagato felt frustrated and despondent. Losing the Gedomazo meant that all his efforts over the years were in vain. Suddenly, a message entered Nagato's mind. It was Kagaya's communication. "Nagato, Don't worry about the Gedomazo. As long as the Rinnegan is in your hands, it doesn't matter where he puts the Gedomazo. The Rinnegan has the ability to summon the Gedomazo, and in terms of control, the Rinnegan is the highest. Hearing Kagaya's words, Nagato immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He almost thought that his plan had fallen apart. Chapter 147. Empty Joy next. It's your turn. The two Uchiha Akira approached, forming a siege around Nagato. Nagato's expression was very grim. He considered this battle a loss. Uchiha Akira's eye techniques were too terrifying. Whether it was the space-time ninjutsu or the clones that were like the original body, they were all extremely powerful techniques. Nagato understood in his heart that if he continued fighting, he would definitely be the one to die. Well, although he hadn't been able to destroy Konoha this time, he had at least achieved his goal of collecting tailed beasts. Looking at the approaching two Uchiha Akira, Nagato's eyes flickered as he made the decision to retreat. Nagato coldly looked at Uchiha Akira and said with displeasure, "This time, I'll let you in a round." It seems you're quite unwilling." Uchiha Akira laughed and said, "If that's the case, why not stay and kill me? That way, wouldn't you win?" Nagato snorted coldly and said, "One day, I will kill you. That day is not far away." Fire release, dust cloud technique. The next moment, Nagato opened his mouth and spewed out a thick cloud of gray-black smoke. In an instant, a radius of several hundred meters was shrouded in gray smoke. Wind release, gale palm. The two Uchiha Akira acted simultaneously, and a fierce wind began to whip across the battlefield. Just 2 or 3 breaths later, the smoke on the battlefield dissipated. Shinra Tensei. With the naked eye, a layer of repulsive barrier emitting a hazy white light expanded from the center of Nagato and Hanzo, spreading in all directions. Nagato grasped Hanzo's shoulder with one hand, and the two of them actually used Shinra Tensei to propel themselves into the sky. They zipped through the sky like flowing light, disappearing from Uchiha Akira's sight in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Akira did not feel overly regretful about Nagato's escape. Given that Nagato had not chosen to fight to the death, it would be very difficult to kill him. The reason he did not summon his past selves to join the battle was that his current eye power could not support the consumption. Just summoning one past self had already left him somewhat drained. In order for this ocular technique to be used regularly, he would need more training with his eye power. Fortunately, the objective of this battle had essentially been achieved. Uchiha Akira thought to himself, feeling somewhat satisfied with the gains from this battle. Looking at the devastated battlefield, he took out a signal flare, ignited it, and shot it into the sky. Then, he began to clean up the battlefield, absorbing the bodies that had been severed due to the fierce battle into the Kamui dimension. However, when Uchiha Akira reached the previous location of the Eight Tails, his expression suddenly darkened. In the rubble, a concealed opening suddenly caught his eye. Did Karabi escape? Uchiha Akira's expression turned grim. Neither he nor Nagato had noticed this matter. However, not only did he fail to notice, but even in the original story, the Byakugan wielder Otsutsuki Kinshiki also failed to detect it. The ability of the Eight Tails to shed its tail for survival was incredibly against the odds and concealed. Uchiha Akira was certain that the real Eight Tails had indeed been killed by him. If it were just the severed tail, it would have revealed its true form immediately after being killed. This meant that the Eight Tails Gyuki had left a severed tail inside Karabi's body to ensure his survival. Then, under the cover of the Eight Tails, Karabi quietly escaped underground. After the signal flare exploded in the sky, a large number of Konoha ninjas quickly arrived at the scene. A jonin from the Uchiha clan walked up to Uchiha Akira and asked, "Akira, what was the outcome? Were the enemies eliminated?" "No, Nagato escaped." Uchiha Akira shook his head, then looked at the opening in the ground and said, "Karabi may have escaped too. You all hurry over to the Land of Lightning and see if there's any gain, and try to capture any surviving Cloud Ninjas." In the crowd, a Uchiha ninja shouted, "Follow me, let's catch those little brats from the Land of Lightning. Go! We can't let those kids from the Land of Lightning escape. Haha, I love to kick the dog ones down. Let's go, let's go. Maybe we'll be lucky and catch a big fish." In an instant, all the Konoha ninjas ran towards the Land of Lightning. Previously, they had seen Uchiha Akira use the complete Susanoo to strike a blow against the Cloud Ninjas. With that blow, everything shattered. The Cloud Ninjas would surely suffer heavy casualties. Such an attack, normal ninjas could not withstand at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen, supported by medical ninjas, walked towards Uchiha Akira and asked kindly, "Akira, how did the enemy who participated in the battle fare?" The fourth Raikage life or death was unknown. The Two Tails was consumed by the Gedomazo summoned by Nagato, and the Eight Tails Gyuki shed its tail to survive. allowing Kurabi to escape. However, the Eight Tails itself was killed by me, and part of it was consumed by the Gedomazo, while Nagato and his puppets left the battlefield. Uchiha Akira briefly explained the situation after the battle to Sarutobi Hiruzen. That's good, that's good. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled broadly and nodded repeatedly. Then, as if he remembered something, he hurriedly asked, Akira, are you all right? I'm fine. Uchiha Akira shook his head and said, it's just a matter of chakra and eye power consumption. I'll recover soon. That's good. Then you should rest well. We'll take care of the cleanup on the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously. Then I'll go rest first. Uchiha Akira nodded and then disappeared directly in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Looking at the place where Uchiha Akira vanished, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Is it space-time ninjutsu? The speed is really fast. In the Kamui dimension, Uchiha Akira's expression was gloomy. How could such a large outer path golem just disappear? Was it really impossible for Kamui to block Pain's summoning? Uchiha Akira was very displeased. He had thought he had won a great victory this time. Even if he didn't eliminate Pain, obtaining the outer path golem was still a good outcome. But he never expected that even after transferring the golem to the Kamui dimension, it could still be summoned away. The limit of the summoning technique was much higher than he had imagined. The Kamui dimension essentially belonged to another world. Uchiha Akira Mumut. Finally shaking his head helplessly. Where the golem had stood, there were some scattered bits and pieces, which were chunks of flesh. They were the flesh of the Eight Tails that he had extracted using the Kamui Shuriken, along with a severed tail and the flesh of the outer path golem. In addition to these fragmented pieces of flesh, there were 3 large chunks. One was a large leg of the 2 tails, which he had extracted using the Kamui Shuriken. The second was a small segment of the Eight Tails body that he had absorbed after severing it with Kamui Raikiri. The third was an arm of the outer path golem, including part of its shoulder, which he had cut off after attempting to interrupt the absorption. So, was it only the Cloud Village that was injured in this battle? Looking at these things, Uchiha Akira smiled. I should restore my chakra first, then head to the Cloud Village to end this war as soon as possible. Uchiha Akira thought. It wasn't that he didn't want to go now. It was just that his losses were too great, and he needed to recover first. Chapter 148. False Intelligence. After Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui transplanted Senju Hashirama cells, their strength increased significantly, although they could not use the complete body Susanoo. Activating the humanoid 4th stage was still no problem. With their strength, and with the help of some elite Jonin, dealing with a Wagakure was not an issue. Of course, this was premised on the fact that Akatsuki did not assist a Wagakure. Leaving the Kamui dimension, Uchiha Akira used the intangibility technique to sense the situation on the battlefield over there, and then he felt relieved. He had encountered both a Noki and the 2 Jinchuriki from a Wagakure before and remembered their chakra. Therefore, his intangibility technique could clearly sense their locations. On the other battlefield, a real battle had not yet begun. Based on his estimates, it would take at least another hour for both sides to meet. He had plenty of time to recover his chakra. Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away from the recent battle, Nagato had already changed his chakra signature using the white Zetsu on his body to avoid detection by Uchiha Akira's intangibility technique. The source of white Zetsu was the golem, which naturally had the ability to alter its own chakra. Nagato frowned as he looked at the outer path golem standing in front of him. At this time, the golem appeared pockmarked, with its left hand and most of its shoulder missing, looking quite tragic. He turned to Black Zetsu beside him and asked, Zetsu, the golem looks heavily injured. Will it affect my becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki? Don't worry, Black Zetsu said confidently. This is just a trivial injury for the golem. Now that it has absorbed the chakra of the 2 Tails, 6 Tails, and 8 Tails, it can completely heal from this injury. Moreover, the more tailed beasts you collect, the stronger the golem's recovery ability will become. If you seal all 9 tailed beasts into the golem's body, it will become a truly immortal creature. Black Zetsu looked at Nagato, his words full of temptation. That's good to hear. Nagato breathed a sigh of relief. The golem was crucial to whether he could become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. The 10 Tails Jinchuriki was key for Nagato to ensure the realization of his dream. If the outer path golem had any problems, it would be a significant setback. However, Nagato, you also need to be careful. Black Zetsu changed the subject, advising, try not to let the golem get injured. The more serious the injury, the more chakra it will consume to recover. I understand. I won't easily let the golem go to battle in the future. Nagato nodded seriously. Nagato looked at Zetsu and asked, what's the situation on the Wagakure side? It will probably take about another hour before they start fighting. Black Zetsu replied. An hour. Nagato nodded slowly, muttering to himself. An hour is enough time for Uchiha Akira to recover his chakra. When he recovers, he will inevitably use space-time ninjutsu to head to the Iwagakure battlefield. At that time, Miss K will be in danger. If only Miss K could directly bring back the tailed beasts. But according to Miss K's personality, she would definitely not listen to my commands and would be fixated on exterminating the Uchiha clan. Thinking of this, Nagato frowned. Based on the current situation, directly commanding Uchiha K to capture the tailed beasts was definitely not feasible. It was her nature, and at such times, she would not follow orders. Uchiha K had never truly submitted to him as a leader. Rather than saying she was a subordinate, it would be more accurate to say she was a collaborator. Akatsuki used Uchiha K to capture tailed beasts, while Uchiha K used Akatsuki to take revenge on Konoha and the Uchiha clan. After thinking for a while, Nagato instructed Zetsu, have White Zetsu inform Miss K about what happened on our battlefield. Let her judge the situation on her own, and it would be best if she directly intervened to bring back the tailed beast from Iwagakure. I understand. Black Zetsu nodded, and then a message containing chakra was transmitted through the plants and water beneath the earth to Uchiha K's location far away. In a certain corner of the Iwagakure forces, Uchiha K, who was jumping through the forest on her way, frowned and her expression changed. The message transmitted by Black Zetsu was accurately received by her. Complete body Susanoo. Spacetime ninjutsu, peculiar clones. Uchiha K's beautifully arched brows furrowed, her face full of seriousness. There were actually such people in the Uchiha clan. I really underestimated them. Uchiha K's eyes narrowed slightly, her face filled with killing intent. Looking at the 3,000 Iwagakure ninjas around her, Uchiha K showed a hint of determination. Although he is powerful, I, Uchiha K, am not the kind of person who would be afraid before the battle. Let's see how it truly is. These thousands of ninjas were Uchiha K's confidence. Most of these ninjas had been marked with the 8,000 spear mark by her. And when the battle broke out, these people would be her backup chakra energy. Perhaps this would speed things up for Iwagakure. As long as the battle broke out earlier, by the time that Uchiha Akira came over and saw that it was already over here, his expression would surely be interesting. Uchiha K's lips curled up in a cold smile. Before long, Uchiha K found Inoki. What? You say that the Cloud Village has already dealt with Konoha's forces and is now heading towards Konoha? Inoki looked at Uchiha K in shock. That's right. Our Akatsuki leader is involved in the battle over there, so it is naturally very swift. Uchiha K said solemnly. The battlefield of the Cloud Village is at least 1,000 kilometers away from here. How could the news be transmitted to you so quickly? Inoki looked at Uchiha K suspiciously, clearly not fully believing it. Our Akatsuki naturally has ways to transmit information quickly. In terms of intelligence, our methods far exceed those of your ninja villages, Uchiha K said arrogantly. Uchiha K glanced deeply at Inoki and said meaningfully, old man, one step slow, every step slow. If the Cloud Village successfully invades Konoha before you arrive, then those things in Konoha will belong to the Cloud Village. Hearing her words, Inoki frowned, his expression changing slightly. If Yun-In has really defeated another Konoha unit, then given their marching speed, it is indeed possible for them to successfully invade Konoha while on their way after defeating another Konoha unit in IWA. Inoki would not think that Raikage AI would wait for him. By then, the secret techniques and bloodline limit ninjas inside Konoha would become Yun-Yins. And once Yun-In digests what they gained in Konoha, they will dominate the situation. No, this absolutely cannot happen, even if the news is false. It's just a matter of hastening the march. Konoha only has Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui as their top experts. No matter what, we are still in IWA. Thinking this, Inoki waved his hand, immediately ordering the troops to speed up their march and head towards the direction of Konoha's army. Watching Inoki give orders, Uchiha K felt a sense of pride under his hat. Chapter 149. No heavenly god. Not long after Naka's troops gave orders and the IWA forces accelerated their march, the Tsutsuki clan on the moon, which had been observing the movements of the ninja world, also moved. Elder Truth looked towards Tsutsuki SH-10, the clan leader, and said in a deep voice, Leader, according to the report from those who went to investigate the ninja world, IWA and Yun are currently besieging Konoha. To prepare for this great enemy, Konoha must be vulnerable at this moment. Now is the perfect opportunity for us to strike. Tsutsuki SH-10 did not hesitate long, nodded immediately, and said sternly, Very well, We will set off at once. This was part of the plan. It was just time for it to come to fruition. Retrieve the Byakugan. Let Tsutsuki Sh-Rin activate the Rinnegan, then destroy the ninja world and reshape it using the power of the Rinnegan. The Tsutsuki clan's destiny is finally about to take a critical step forward. Tsutsuki Sh-Ten took a deep breath, leading his clan members through the secret space-time passage on the moon, crossing the long distance between the Earth and the moon to appear in a cave somewhere in the Land of Fire. They initially thought this passage was unusable, but after careful investigation, they found it was still operational and showed no signs of having been used by outsiders. Opening another passage would come at a great cost for the current Tsutsuki clan on the moon. Therefore, they did not abandon the use of the original passage. Look at the 9 clan members following him. Tsutsuki Sh-Ten said solemnly, "We need to hurry. After obtaining the Byakugan, we will leave the ninja world." "Yes, we understand. We will provide cover for you in truth, driving back the enemies," the people present said with serious expressions. At this moment, Tsutsuki Truth quietly suggested, "Leader, just in case. Should we prepare for 2 scenarios?" "Fine, we will see how things go. Obtaining an extra pair of Byakugan would also be good." Tsutsuki Sh-Ten nodded. For them, whether they had eyes was inconsequential. Even in the ninja world, they could still utilize the power of the Rinnegan. However, for whatever reason, having an extra pair of Byakugan would be beneficial. "Let's move quickly. We are still some distance from Konoha, and we need to hurry," Tsutsuki Sh-Ten said in a deep voice. In the next moment, wooden carts flew out from the cave, rushing towards Konoha village. Accompanying the carts were lifelike puppets, with 3 puppets beside each cart. These puppets were created using the Yin-Yang release of the Rinnegan and could fly by nature. As the Moon's Tsutsuki clan advanced towards Konoha, the IWA and Konoha forces finally erupted in a skirmish on a vast plain. Although both side scouts had spotted each other's troops, there was not enough time to set up the battlefield and prepare, making it almost equivalent to an ambush. At this point, it had only been a little over 40 minutes since Noki ordered the IWA forces to accelerate their advance. A bloody battle broke out on this vast plain with a total of 8,000 men. IWA dispatched 5,000 ninjas, while Konoha only had 3,000. IWA had an absolute numerical advantage. Initially, both sides used their formations to unleash ninjutsu against each other. Various earth, fire, and water releases clashed on a large scale, turning the ground into a wasteland. Is this the current mode of warfare? It is indeed different from the Warring States period. The power of ninjutsu has increased significantly with the number of ninjas. At the edge of the battlefield, Uchiha Akira stood on a protruding rock, observing the situation. During the Warring States period, no clan could muster such a large number of ninjas. On the battlefield, IWA primarily used earth release, while wind and fire releases were not mainstream, but not weak either. Konoha, on the other hand, was proficient in all 5 elements, each equally strong. Every large-scale clash of ninjutsu produced astonishing results. After just 2 rounds of clashes, the ground became shattered and ravaged. She did not rush to join the battle, but was observing how the war unfolded. Soon, with the massive outburst of earth, wind, and water releases, the battlefield was thrown into chaos. The organized ninjutsu clashes evolved into personal and small group skirmishes. Ultimately, it devolved into individual fights. Uchiha Akira nodded slowly. Then, her gaze crossed the battlefield, locking onto the Uchiha clan at the center, focusing on Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui. Are those the ones from the Uchiha clan who have activated their Mangekyō Sharingan? They do seem to have some strength. Uchiha Akira's eyes narrowed, a chilling, killing intent spreading. Let the so-called Jinchuriki of Yun give it a try and see what abilities they have. Uchiha Akira thought. The enemy was right in front of her. She did not lose her composure. On the contrary, she wanted to see how the Uchiha clan of this era differed from that of the Warring States period and whether their fighting methods had changed. She was not in a hurry. She believed that if she took it seriously, she could quickly end this war. Whether it was Yun's 5,000 ninjas or Konoha's 3,000, they would all become corpses. As soon as the battle began, Yun's 2 Jinchuriki were targeted by Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui. Although the 2 Jinchuriki were powerful, once they were targeted by Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui, they had to be cautious. The Jinjutsu of the Mangekyō Sharingan was too powerful. Even if they fell victim to it, they would be finished. They were not perfect Jinchuriki. The tailed beast had not reconciled with them and would not help them break the Jinjutsu. Meanwhile, Noki was entangled with Inuzuka, Nara, and the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizashi. Dust release was indeed strong, but Hyuga Hizashi's 8 trigrams air palm was enough to interrupt Naka's jutsu. Facing the 4-person siege, Noki did not dare to be careless. All 4 were true elite Genin, and even the slightest mistake could lead to disaster. Uchiha Fugaku exchanged blows with the 4-tailed beast host, Tsutsuki Old Purple, and retreated several meters, looking towards Uchiha Shursui, who was entangled with the 5-tailed Jinchuriki, Han, and shouted, "Shursui, in the battle quickly. Konoha's ninjas are far fewer than Iwa's. If we drag this out, we will be overwhelmed." "I understand. This battle will end soon." Uchiha Shursui confidently replied. The 5-tailed Jinchuriki, Han, clad in specially made red armor, was furious upon hearing Uchiha's words. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? As a Jinchuriki, he was a terrifying presence on the battlefield, commanding fear wherever he went. Even when facing the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, he would not dare to say such things. Looking at Uchiha K, Han angrily said, "Uchiha brat, what nonsense are you talking in broad daylight? Even if Minato Namikaze were resurrected and came here, he wouldn't dare say such things. The 4th Hokage may not be able to do such things, but I can." Uchiha Shursui's eyes widened, and 3 black tomo in his eyes shifted into the shape of 4-pointed shurikens. Chapter 150, The Might of Kodoe Tsukumi. "Kodoe Tsukumi? Ha!" Han scoffed, mocking. "Do you think I wouldn't guard against your eyes? Ridiculous. I know the conditions for your Uchiha clan's ocular techniques. As a true master, even without looking at you, I can stop you and let you watch your Konoha ninjas get slaughtered by us Iwagakure." Han said coldly. "Is that so? It seems you have some understanding of our Uchiha clan Sharingan. Unfortunately, you have encountered me." Uchiha Shursui's eyes widened, not specifically focusing on Han. "Kodoe Tsukumi." In an instant, the power of Uchiha Shursui's left eye erupted, and the strongest Jinjutsu, known as Kodoe Tsukumi, quietly activated. The next moment, Han, who was moving around, suddenly froze, and a snow-white tail emerged behind him. In an instant, his figure vanished and reappeared near the 4-tailed Jinchuriki, Otsutsuki. Boil release, unyielding strength. The Old Purple, activating the boil release chakra mode, suddenly saw a large foot wearing red shoes appear in front of him. The Old Purple didn't have time to react to his teammate's sudden attack and was solidly kicked in the chest by Han. Boom! Han's figure flew backward for hundreds of meters, plowing a long path in the ground and killing several Iwagakure ninjas along the way. This kick borrowed the chakra of the 5-tailed Mu King, causing his chakra to boil and unleashing power no less than that of immense strength. Afterwards, Han exerted force with his feet, rushing towards the direction where the Old Purple fell with a chilling, killing intent, aiming to kill him. Uchiha Fugaku watched this scene with wide eyes, completely not expecting such a turn of events. Noticing Uchiha Fugaku's astonished gaze, Uchiha Shursui smiled and said, "This is my ocular technique, Kodoe Tsukumi, which can invade the opponent's brain undetected and permanently, completely modify their will." Looking at Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shursui solemnly said, "Now the 5-tailed Jinchuriki, Han, is one of our Konoha people. In his current self-awareness, he believes he is a Konoha person, and this perception will automatically eliminate all doubts and find reasonable explanations on its own." After hearing Uchiha Shursui's explanation, Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed. Confirming that no one else had heard Uchiha Shursui's words, he looked at him seriously and said, "Shursui, this ocular technique, apart from me, you must never mention it to anyone else, understand?" Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's serious demeanor, Uchiha Shursui immediately understood that he had underestimated his Kodoe Tsukumi in the past. Judging by the clan leader's reaction, this technique was undoubtedly more concerning than he had imagined. Thinking of this, Uchiha Shursui solemnly said, "I understand, clan leader. I will be careful in the future." "That's good, but given the current situation, there's no need to worry too much," Uchiha Fugaku nodded. The power of the Hokage faction had already declined to a historical low, and even if someone wanted to deal with Uchiha Shursui, they no longer had that power. The boil release chakra mode still allowed the Old Purple to withstand part of Han's previous kick, and he could barely hold on. However, even so, the Old Purple had sustained serious injuries, with 2 of his ribs broken. Now, being relentlessly pressured by Han, the Old Purple situation was dire. Defeat was just a matter of time. He had no more cards to play. He could use the power of the Tail Beast, even the Tail Beast Bomb, but Han would not give him the opportunity. The Old Purple struggled to fend off Han's attacks while loudly roaring, "Han, are you crazy? Why are you attacking me?" Han said coldly, "I am attacking you precisely because I am not crazy. As long as I defeat you, Konoha will be one step closer to victory. And that old man, Inoki, will not be able to hinder us. You really are crazy. What do you mean you Konoha? You are our Wagakyure's Jinchuriki. When did you become one of Konoha's? The old purple was dumbfounded, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Han's face was filled with killing intent as he coldly looked at the old purple and shouted, "Humph, what a Wagakyure! I have always been a Konoha person. This time, since a Wagakyure dares to collude with Kyomogakyure, then it's just right. I will take this opportunity to eliminate you, Iwagakyure." Damn Uchiha! The old purple suddenly thought of something and immediately understood everything. Hundreds of meters away, Inoki was flying in the sky. Upon seeing what was happening on the battlefield, he was instantly furious. Damn Uchiha! They actually have such an ocular technique. At this moment, Inoki wished he could swallow all the Uchihas alive. The five-tailed Jinchuriki had inexplicably turned against them, and the originally advantageous position had turned into a disadvantage. Anxious, he wanted to rush to the battlefield immediately, but unfortunately, the cooperation of Ino Shikecho and Hyuga Hisashi was so perfect that they wouldn't let him pass. Especially Hyuga Hisashi's 8 trigrams empty palm. As soon as he flew up, he was going to be knocked down. Damn it! Why hasn't that Akatsuki Uchiha girl made her move yet? What the hell was I deceived? Inoki felt anxious and extremely irritated. At this time, Uchiha Itachi was observing the battlefield from the shadows, showing no signs of making a move. That Uchiha Shursue's ocular technique is quite interesting. Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Shursue, feeling a hint of interest. Part of the effect of her technique, 8,000 spears, has a similar ability. On the battlefield, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursue exchanged glances, then both rushed towards the fighting Han and the Old Purple. They wanted to seize this excellent opportunity to capture the Old Purple and solidify Konoha's chance of victory. Damn Uchiha! The Old Purple was furious when he saw the two rushing over, shouting, "You are forcing me." Then, four crimson tails appeared behind him. At this point, the Old Purple had to forcibly use the power of the four tails. After borrowing the four tails chakra, his boil-release chakra mode did not disappear, but instead combined with the tailed beast cloak, forming double protection. Useless. Any resistance you put up is futile in front of my Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Shursue's indifferent voice echoed. Upon hearing his voice, the Old Purple was startled and panicked. Uchiha Shursue's ocular technique seemed too bizarre to outsiders. At this moment, even Uchiha Fugaku cast a surprised glance at Uchiha Shursue. Could this terrifying ocular technique, called Kodoe Mitsukami, still be used? This was something he had not expected. As someone who also activated the Mangekyō, he was well aware of the horror of such ocular techniques. In his view, the cooldown time for this technique must be very long. Even with the cells of Senju Hashirama, it should not be able to be used frequently. Chapter 151, Uchiha Itachi appears. Kodoe Mitsukami, silent and unnoticed. Uchiha Shursue's right eye's Kodoe Mitsukami activated. Suddenly, the boil-release chakra mode on the Old Purple was abruptly. The next moment, the five-tailed Jinchuriki Han's attack arrived. Red steam armor on Han's body had holes from which white steam continuously erupted, clearly indicating that his chakra was boiling to the extreme. Boil-release, mountain-shattering strike. A flash of red light surged, and a red fist, carrying immense power, crashed down onto the Old Purple's shoulder. Boom with one punch. The Old Purple flew backward for 100 meters, his shoulder shattered, and he lost the ability to fight on the spot. Han looked at the severely injured and unconscious Old Purple in the ruins and said lightly, "In this case, even if you borrowed the tailed beast's chakra, you won't recover in a short time. We in Konoha have won this battle." Uchiha Fugaku turned to Uchiha Shursue and asked, "Shursue, what's going on? Could it be that the effects of your Kodoe Mitsukami from both eyes are different? If both Kodoe Mitsukami have the same effect, Old Purple should now be on our Konoha side. And theoretically, Uchiha Shursue should have spoken out to stop Han's attack. That's right. Although both of my eyes have the Mangekyō Sharingan, their effects are different," Uchiha Shursue nodded. He then further explained, "The effect of the Kodoe Mitsukami from my left eye is permanent and irreversible, with a long cooldown period after use, while the effect of the Kodoe Mitsukami from my right eye is temporary and can be lifted with a relatively short cooldown." "I see," Uchiha Fugaku realized. "Shursue, leave this to the ninjas of Konoha. Let's deal with Inoki. Old Purple can't cause any more trouble now," Uchiha Fugaku suggested. Uchiha Shursue eagerly said, "There's no time to lose, clan leader. Let's hurry over and resolve Inoki as soon as possible." At this moment, the advantage was with them in Konoha, so there was no rush to collect the tailed beast chakra. Just as the two were about to rush over, a loud rumble sounded. A black streak of light fell from the sky, crashing into the ground and kicking up a large cloud of dust. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui immediately stopped, their expressions serious as they looked at the faint silhouette emerging from the dust ahead. As the dust settled, they saw a girl dressed in a black cloak with red clouds, her long black hair simply tied behind her, and a pair of crimson Sharingan filled with killing intent walking toward them. Looking at this girl, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku felt a deep threat, a chilling sensation. Sharingan? Who are you? Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brows, his Sharingan fixed on the girl across from him. From this girl, who looked to be in her teens, he sensed a threat of death. Uchiha Shursui also wore a serious expression. The girl across from him looked to be about his age, but Uchiha Shursui felt an accompanying aura of death around her. Who am I? Uchiha Kei, tilting her head with a chilling smile, declared, if I must say, I should be your ancestor, the vengeful spirit seeking revenge against the Uchiha clan. Hearing her words, Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened significantly. It was evident from her words that the girl was undoubtedly a true member of the Uchiha clan. However, the problem was that, as the clan leader, he had no recollection of this girl at all. Ancestor? What is going on? Is this a statement of hatred, or is she truly a descendant of some ancestor? Uchiha Fugaku pondered, then spoke again. Who exactly are you? I said, I'm the vengeful spirit seeking revenge against the Uchiha clan. With Uchiha Kei's voice falling, she had already completed the hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Flames surged like layers of ocean waves, rolling toward Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui also counterattacked. The two massive seas of fire collided, instantly dyeing a large portion of the sky red. Uchiha Shursui's fire dragon clawed its way into Uchiha Fugaku's spewed sea of fire. With his addition, Uchiha Fugaku's fire release power immediately surpassed Uchiha Kei's, as the ocean-like flames were forced closer to Uchiha Kei. Amaterasu. The next moment, the blazing black flames devoured the sea of fire, as Uchiha Kei's Amaterasu black fire ignited this sea of flames. It spread toward Uchiha Fugaku at an extremely fast speed. Without any hesitation, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui immediately interrupted their ninjutsu and distanced themselves. The next moment, Uchiha Kei's cold voice came. Kagetsuchi. Instantly, the form of the black sea of fire changed, with spikes extending like swords towards Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui. Susanoo. Seeing the approaching Amaterasu swords, the two did not hesitate and immediately activated their Susanoo. The yellow and green humanoid Susanoo swung their chakra swords to slash down the incoming Amaterasu fire swords. Although Amaterasu was given a form change by Kagetsuchi, becoming much more resilient, it was still fundamentally fire. Under the strikes of the two Susanoo, the Amaterasu fire swords were instantly cleaved into pieces, scattering everywhere. Of course, the swords of the two Susanoo were ignited by Amaterasu. While Amaterasu's flames could burn anything, the Susanoo, constructed from chakra and ocular power, was not afraid of this technique, as the user could choose to strip away the parts that were ignited. The two Susanoo swung their arms, sending the large swords ignited by Amaterasu towards Uchiha Kei behind the firewall. The next moment, a burst of red light erupted from behind the black firewall, and a red humanoid Susanoo rose from the ground. It was the fourth stage, with its lower body formed, greatly enhancing its mobility. With two clangs, the chakra swords thrown by Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui were effortlessly swatted away by this towering humanoid Susanoo wielding a red ninja knife. Susanoo. Without hesitation, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui both unleashed their powers. In an instant, two massive figures appeared on the battlefield. Similarly, these were fourth-stage Susanoo with humanoid forms, each wielding their respective spiritual weapons. The green Susanoo held a giant spiral longsword, while the yellow Susanoo wielded a yellow longsword. The next moment, the three massive Susanoo simultaneously vanished from their spots, colliding at speeds that the naked eye could not observe. Unlike the complete form of Susanoo, this stage of Susanoo had considerable offensive power while also maintaining mobility, moving faster than ordinary ninjas. Boom, where the red, yellow, and green streams of light collided. A scene similar to the explosion of a tailed beast ball appeared. A terrifying energy storm ravaged the battlefield. In an instant, the ground cracked. Chapter 152. Desperate moment, what a battle is this? This is insane. Are all Uchiha so abnormal? Where did this strong Uchiha come from? Steady now, 2 against 1. Konoha is safe. 2 against 1. How can we lose with Susanoo riding on our faces? Damn, why are all you Uchiha monsters? Chi, you're also Uchiha. How are you so weak? I don't understand. The gap between Uchiha is sometimes greater than the gap between a human and a dog. On the battlefield, Konoha's ninjas erupted in astonishing cheers, their morale boosted for killing enemies. The Iwagakure ninjas, however, were somewhat panicked. The previous situation with the 2 Jinchuriki had already spread, and the current circumstances were very unfavorable for them. Damn it, I underestimated Konoha. Inoki was furious. This situation was something he had never anticipated. With the current scenario, the Iwagakure were certainly in deep trouble. Given the situation, he did not believe that Uchiha Kei could defeat Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui, the 2 powerful figures. As long as Uchiha Kei was defeated, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui would be free to attack, and his 5,000 Iwagakure would simply not be enough to handle them. Without equivalent combat power, these 5,000 Iwagakure would eventually be slaughtered. He was really out of his mind to agree to the proposal from Reikage and that Nagato kid. At this moment, Inoki felt immense regret. On another part of the battlefield, 3 massive Susanoo clashed briefly and intensely dozens of times before standing tall in 3 positions, forming a standoff. At this moment, the 3 Susanoo showed varying degrees of damage. Among them, the red Susanoo was the most severely damaged, while the yellow and green ones were slightly better off. Indeed, you're quite impressive. A cold voice came from the center of the red Susanoo, belonging to Uchiha Hikaru. To express my respect, I will now use all my power to send you on your way. Uchiha Hikaru's voice turned icy. An overwhelming killing intent spread from the Susanoo. The black kaleidoscope pattern in Uchiha Hikaru's eyes trembled as the ocular technique 8,000 spears was activated. In an instant, thousands of Iwagakure ninjas abruptly stopped in place, as if their souls had been lost. Subsequently, blue chakra erupted from these Iwagakure ninjas, gathering the air to form a massive chakra river. Watching the chakra continuously emanating from the Iwagakure ninjas, the Konoha ninjas were immediately astonished. Though surprised by what was happening, as experienced Konoha ninjas, they did not miss the opportunity. In an instant, they pulled out shuriken and kunai and hurled them at the fallen Iwagakure ninjas. Under the Konoha ninjas' attacks, many Iwagakure ninjas perished. What is happening? Inoki stared in horror at this scene, completely unable to understand what was going on. At this moment, the chakra torrent in the air disappeared into Uchiha Hikaru's red Susanoo. Not good, Shursui. Give it your all to stop her. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed drastically, and he immediately controlled his Susanoo to attack Uchiha Hikaru. Too late. Uchiha Hikaru sneered. A vast torrent of chakra descended from the sky, like the collapse of the heavenly river flowing into the mortal realm. In the next moment, a red beam of light shot up from the ground, dyeing the entire sky crimson. Amidst the blinding red, a mighty red war god emerged, rising from the ground like a giant spirit, with a body as tall as a mountain, wielding a long blade, sprouting wings, clad in armor, and with a fierce visage. It was a complete form Susanoo. Seeing the complete form Susanoo ahead, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui, who were rushing, unconsciously halted their steps, feeling as though they had been doused with a bucket of cold water, their bodies freezing. No one understands what a complete form Susanoo is better than those of the Uchiha clan who have awakened Sharingan. This is the 3rd power, known as the existence of the god of destruction. A single strike can annihilate all at the level previously held by Uchiha Madara. In history, only Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama have possessed such power. Incredible, I never expected this Uchiha Hikaru could also activate a complete form Susanoo. At the edge of the battlefield, a white Zetsu peeked out, gazing in astonishment at the battlefield. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the godlike Crimson War god, his mouth dry, mumbling in disbelief. Complete form Susanoo. It's actually complete form Susanoo. If I had known, I wouldn't have used the other dimension on the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails. Uchiha Shursui felt immense regret at this moment. Is this really the power of a ninja? The legendary complete form Susanoo? Haha. It actually appeared on the enemy's side. How ironic. This is bad. No one can withstand something like this. It's all over. The moment the complete form Susanoo appeared, all Konoha ninjas present lost their will to resist. In their eyes, this was beyond what human power could contend with. This was divine power. Amaterasu. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku, positioned at the center of the Susanoo, opened his eyes wide. In an instant, black flames erupted from the red Susanoo. Amaterasu, is this your ocular technique? Unfortunately, it won't work on me. Uchiha Hikaru's voice came from within the red complete form Susanoo. Then the Susanoo raised one hand, and the burning black flames gathered like flowing water to the center of this hand, stabilizing into a flame shaped like a tomo. Here's a gift for you. Accompanied by Uchiha Hikaru's voice, arrows of Amaterasu flames shot out from the Susanoo in all directions. In an instant, the entire land was ignited, and the roaring black flames devoured everything. An indiscriminate attack. Disappear. Uchiha Hikaru's voice was cold as ice. Then, the red war god moved. In its hand was a red long blade forged from blood, and with one slash, it descended. Where the blade light passed, all was annihilated. The earth split in two, and mountains thousands of meters away were also cleaved apart, their upper halves turning to dust, even the indomitable Amaterasu flames extinguished in the blade light. Under the terrifying blade light impact, many ninjas were obliterated, and the energy storm created by the blade light shredded everything in its path. Uchiha Hikaru launched an indiscriminate attack. Both Iwagakure and Konoha were within her attack range. Uchiha Hikaru was eagerly venting her resentment towards the ninja world. The Red War god continued to launch attacks. Each slash felt like an end of the world, and every moment saw many ninjas perish. Comparatively, more Iwagakure ninjas died, because Konoha's side had Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui barely holding off Uchiha Hikaru's assault. However, their resistance was extremely strained. At this point, their massive Susanoo was also severely damaged and on the verge of collapse. At this moment, both of them were in dire straits, their eyes bleeding, their vision dimming. Their ocular power nearly depleted. The complete form Susanoo was beyond what their current Susanoo could withstand. Chapter 153, Arriving in Time, haha. This is the feeling. This feeling is truly wonderful. All of you disappear. The laughter of Uchiha Hikaru echoed from the head of the Red War god. It was at this moment that a figure appeared out of thin air in front of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui's Susanoo. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Akira was almost dumbfounded. What was that red complete form Susanoo? Where did that girl in the Akatsuki uniform come from? Uchiha Akira was momentarily at a loss for words. However, upon seeing the blood-red long blade descending towards him, Uchiha Akira immediately stopped thinking so much. A black beam of light shot up from the ground, and a similarly massive black war god stood on the earth. With one slash, it immediately deflected the red long blade that was about to cleave down at him. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui, who were struggling to hold on, were dumbfounded when they saw the black complete form Susanoo appear out of nowhere, unable to believe it. Then, sensing the familiar chakra, both of them revealed expressions of surprise. They did not expect Akira to have reached such a level. This was indeed a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Uchiha Fugaku's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Although he didn't know how Uchiha Akira had arrived here, he believed Uchiha Akira could deal with that Uchiha girl. Uchiha Shursui breathed a sigh of relief, and then remarked, "Brother Akira's strength is indeed far beyond mine." Boom, a muffled sound echoed as the black and red complete form Susanoo collided, creating an energy shockwave comparable to a tailed beast bomb explosion. In an instant, a violent energy storm erupted in the heavens and the earth, like a super hurricane passing through. Even Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui had to retreat while controlling their Susanoo. The clash between their complete body Susanoo was even more intense than before. Watching the fierce battle in the distance, Uchiha Fugaku shouted, "Shursui, let's go provide support. Leave that side to Mei and try to save the lives of our Konoha ninjas." In Uchiha Fugaku's view, after this war, Uchiha Mei would ascend to the Hokage position, and these ninjas were the foundation of the village that must not be lost. Uchiha Shursui withdrew his gaze from the battlefield and responded loudly, "Understood." The battle in the distance became increasingly fierce. Uchiha Hikari was clearly serious. From the position of the red Susanoo's forehead, Uchiha Hikari's voice echoed, "Good. This is the battle of the Uchiha clan." In the next moment, the red Susanoo was engulfed in blazing black Amaterasu flames, a method she used to disrupt Uchiha Mei's line of sight, while also serving as a defense against space-time ninjutsu. This indeed effectively prevented Uchiha Mei from launching a surprise attack, but the consequence was a massive consumption of ocular power and chakra. However, Uchiha Hikari didn't take care. She was almost frenzied. At this point in the battle, Uchiha Mei finally understood who this girl was. Damn it. It must be that black Zetsu, that bastard who released Uchiha Hikari's seal. Uchiha Mei cursed inwardly. Amaterasu, Kagaya's blessing, and this red complete body Susanoo. It was easy for Uchiha Mei to figure out who this person was. As someone who had also transplanted ocular techniques, he knew that the Mangekyō Sharingan was sufficient to activate the complete body Susanoo after the transplant. After voluntarily letting Amaterasu adhere to her Susanoo, Uchiha Hikari's Susanoo posed a significantly greater threat to Uchiha Mei, practically becoming a hedgehog that couldn't be touched. Engaging in close combat was not a good choice. The combination of Amaterasu and Kagaya's blessing was decent, but unfortunately, this move was still far from enough to deal with me. Uchiha Mei thought to himself. Then, the black Susanoo retreated, and black lightning of Shinjutsu surged from its hands. In the next moment, as the Susanoo raised its hand, the black lightning spread from his hand, instantly piercing through Uchiha Hikari's Susanoo across from him, before he could unleash a force to slice through a massive pitch-black sphere with a whirring sound shot towards him. That was indeed two massive tailed beast balls. Uchiha Mei's eyes narrowed, and he immediately entered a phasing state, halting his offensive. He didn't know when, but the two Jinchuriki from Iwagakure reappeared on the battlefield. At this moment, their eyes were vacant, pupils purple-black, and a cloak of tailed beast chakra surged from their bodies, forming the shapes of the four tails and five tails heads. This appearance was evidently controlled by Uchiha Hikari. Was it her ocular technique, the 8,000 spears? Indeed, even the nine tails couldn't handle this. Seeing the state of the two Jinchuriki, Uchiha Mei was initially shocked, but soon became resigned. Boom boom in the distance. Amidst the violent explosions, several mountain peaks vanished in the blast of the tailed beast balls. The Susanoo engulfed in black Amaterasu flames at the forehead position. Uchiha Hikari glanced at the two Jinchuriki from Iwagakure and disdainfully said, "Jinchuriki like this are not enough to be seen. Let me see what the so-called tailed beast power is like." The corners of Uchiha Hikari's mouth lifted. Two earth-shattering roars echoed as the two Jinchuriki from Iwagakure emitted terrifying chakra auras. In an instant, two massive beings appeared on the battlefield. One was entirely red, with four tails, resembling a gigantic monkey. The other was pure white, with five tails, resembling a white horse. Uchiha Hikari had actually controlled the Jinchuriki to release the tailed beasts. The eyes of the two tailed beasts were purple-black, clearly controlled by Uchiha Hikari's 8,000 spears. As soon as they appeared, they began to roam the battlefield, gathering a dangerous aura in their mouths, ready to attack at any moment. Uchiha Mei was not the least bit panicked and coldly said, "It's useless. The gap in techniques is absolutely unbridgeable. We'll see if it's useful after we fight." Uchiha Hikari coldly replied. In the next moment, the Susanoo engulfed in Amaterasu flames lunged towards Uchiha Mei's Susanoo, showing a stance of not stopping until one of them was dead. This girl has some issues. Uchiha Mei would not resort to such methods to clash with her. Activating Shinjutsu phasing, he created distance from her. In the next moment, the tailed beast balls emitted dazzling, blinding light as they shot towards him. Boom boom amidst the violent explosion sounds. Several more mountain peaks disappeared on the horizon. I need to quickly deal with this crazy woman. Uchiha Mei frowned and sent his past self to his side. As soon as the past self appeared, it rushed straight towards the two tailed beasts. Uchiha Mei planned to eliminate the source of the interference first, and then combine their strengths to take down Uchiha Hikari. Is this the special clone that has the same abilities as the main body that White Zetsu mentioned? Uchiha Hikari's expression darkened, and she was visibly displeased when she saw another Uchiha Mei appear. After swinging her katana fiercely a few times, she had to reluctantly admit a fact. She couldn't do anything to Uchiha Mei. Chapter 154. Armored Susanoo, she couldn't stop Uchiha Mei, who had phasing abilities. However, Uchiha Akira was not someone who would give up easily. Amaterasu. In the next moment, clusters of black flames appeared out of nowhere, instantly igniting a large area of land, blocking Uchiha Mei, who was chasing the tailed beasts. Useless. Accompanied by Uchiha Mei's calm voice, two massive Shinjutsu shuriken shot through the air, directly targeting Uchiha Hikari. Cut Kagaya's blessing. Uchiha Hikari had no choice but to control the black flames on her Susanoo to change form, transforming into shields and spikes for defense. Clearly, her actions were effective. The objects formed from the black flames successfully intercepted Uchiha Mei's attack when they met the Shinjutsu shuriken. It seems that you can't just freely squander the power of space-time ocular techniques. At this moment, Uchiha Hikari keenly sensed this fact. As she said, Uchiha Mei could not casually squander the power of Shinjutsu. His ocular power was not abundant enough for that. If he could freely squander the power of Shinjutsu, he would have used it to smash her head open long ago. Ultimately, it's not a true, eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. You could try and see if it's as you think. Uchiha Mei responded. Roar at this moment. A beastly roar resounded through the heavens and earth in the distance. This was the last roar emitted by the Four Tails Sun Wukong, which had been dismembered on the spot by Uchiha Mei using Shinjutsu Reikage, resulting in its immediate death. Uchiha Hikari frowned, looking at the remains of the Four Tails on the ground, very dissatisfied. Is a wild state-tailed beast this weak? It's so feeble in front of him. It seems I can only use the technique recorded in Uchiha Madara's legacy to contend with him. Uchiha Hikari's thoughts flowed, and she immediately made a decision. Then, the ground rumbled as the gigantic Susanoo stepped forward rapidly towards the Five Tails M. At the same time, the Five Tails M also charged towards Uchiha Hikari. As Uchiha Hikari approached the Five Tails, black arrows continuously shot out from her Susanoo. Simultaneously, the black flames burning on the ground transformed, directly turning into a field of black thorny hell. One by one, Black Spike stood tall, looking quite terrifying. This was her means to prevent the two Uchiha Mei from interfering with her. The combination of Amaterasu and Kagaya's blessing clearly effectively stopped Uchiha Mei's attacks. At this moment, Uchiha Mei wanted to approach Uchiha Hikari either by using intangibility, which would prevent her from attacking, or by expending a great deal of energy to destroy the thorny hell created by the Amaterasu black flames. If it were the latter, it would require a significant amount of ocular power to continuously condense the weapons of Susanoo. Regardless, Uchiha Hikari was gaining the upper hand. The combination of Amaterasu and Kagaya's power was being played well by her. Uchiha Mei thought to herself, activating intangibility and continuously closing in. Only someone as carefree as her would use such a move without any psychological burden. If she had teammates, this tactic would definitely not be usable. In the endless black flames, even the running Five Tails Mu King was ignited by Amaterasu, turning into a burning mobile fire source. However, even so, it steadfastly charged towards Uchiha Hikari. Soon, Uchiha Hikari encountered the Five Tails Mu King. In the next moment, the Five Tails Mu King and Uchiha Hikari completed Susanoo, extinguishing the Amaterasu black flames on its body. The red armor spread across Mu King's body, and in the blink of an eye, Mu King was enveloped by the red Susanoo, donned with a majestic armor, transforming into a crimson beast-like warrior god. It closely resembled Uchiha Madara's armored Susanoo, except that Mu King was weaker than the Nine Tails and had fewer tails, but their forms were similar, standing with blood-red long swords in both hands, its limbs on the ground, and five tails waving behind it. It turned out that this form could utilize the power of the tailed beasts. Standing at the head of Mu King, Uchiha Hikari's face revealed a look of realization. In the next moment, the beast-like armored Susanoo moved, running on the ground and charging towards Uchiha Mei, who was controlling the complete Susanoo. Once again, black Amaterasu flames ignited on its body, and the long swords in its hands were also set ablaze. The dual swords crossed in front of its fierce mouth, and the Five Tails Mu King's chakra condensed. With a gentle swing, an altered-tailed beast ball, carrying an overwhelming sharp aura, shot through the air, directly striking Uchiha Mei. Such an attack would naturally not hit Uchiha Mei. In an intangible state, no attack could reach her. That altered-tailed beast ball, resembling a spiraling shuriken, passed through Uchiha Mei's Susanoo and flew far away, ultimately landing in the mountains several dozen kilometers away. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, a section of the mountains vanished into thin air. The attack launched by the armored Susanoo was clearly not just a simple addition of power. The power was surprisingly strong. The armored Susanoo was more formidable than I imagined, and this was not even the Nine Tails. Uchiha Mei was secretly alarmed. Boom, a dull sound echoed, and another black complete Susanoo appeared, wielding a black katana and slashing down. The past self that was originally chasing Mu King also activated Susanoo, launching an attack on Uchiha Hikari's armored Susanoo. The long sword, capable of splitting the earth and severing mountains, struck the shield engulfed in roaring black flames, but failed to break through the defense. In the armored state, not only was the attack power amplified, but even the defense was greatly enhanced. Without the attachment of the power of divine might, a pure Susanoo, was surprisingly difficult to break through. Uchiha Hikari's armored Susanoo shook its long sword, instantly pushing back the past self's Susanoo several steps. In the next moment, sharp-tailed beast balls, imbued with black Amaterasu flames, flew through the air, numbering over 10. However, facing Uchiha Mei, who possessed intangibility, these tailed beast balls were destined to have no effect. Space-time-type ocular techniques are truly troublesome. Uchiha Hikari's voice was filled with irritation and impatience. If that's the case, then let all the Konoha ninjas except you disappear. Uchiha Hikari's cold voice rang out. Subsequently, the armored Susanoo emitted a continuous buzzing sound, and even the black flames burning on its body were distorted, transforming into swirling vortices of fire. It was vaguely visible that within those black flame vortices, something was being nurtured. Not good. Uchiha Mei's expression changed. This insane woman was about to launch an indiscriminate attack, and this area would definitely be blown to smithereens. With the attack power of the armored Susanoo, it was highly likely that both Iwagakure and the remaining Konoha ninjas would suffer heavy casualties. Without hesitation, the long swords in both of Uchiha Mei's Susanoo were enveloped in black divine might lightning. Instantly, Uchiha Mei's attack arrived. The two Susanoo attacked in a pincer movement. Chapter 155, Enemy Retreat. I was waiting for this moment. Uchiha Hikari's triumphant laughter came from within the armored Susanoo. In the next moment, the tailed beast balls infused with Amaterasu flames changed direction and shot towards the two Uchiha Mei's Susanoo. Blow up for me, accompanied by Uchiha Hikari's voice. These tailed beast balls had just left the armored Susanoo when they exploded. In an instant, boundless light and heat engulfed Uchiha Mei and Uchiha Hikari. In the distance, the surviving Konoha ninjas stared in shock at the explosions coming from afar. Even the shock wave from the explosion was comparable to some large wind-style ninjutsu. Before long, as the smoke and dust from the explosion dispersed, only the damaged armored Susanoo of Uchiha Hikari remained at the scene. Even with the defense of the armored Susanoo, it was impossible to remain intact amidst such an explosion. At this moment, the Five Tails Mu King situation was not good. All five tails had completely vanished, and its body was covered in gruesome wounds, vibrant blood pooling on the ground to form a blood pool. At the head of Mu King, Uchiha Hikari's crimson Sharingan scanned the surroundings, her expression vigilant. Her own condition was not great either. Blood flowed from her eyes, and her once fair face was now scarred. However, even so, she remained highly alert, showing no signs of carelessness. After waiting for a while without Uchiha Mei appearing, Uchiha Hikari revealed a satisfied smile. Finally dead. However, before her smile could fade, a black divine might lightning shot toward her from behind. Yet, Uchiha Hikari seemed to have anticipated this, her figure flickering as she effortlessly dodged the deadly ambush. As expected, possessing space-time ninjutsu, you are not so easily killed. Uchiha Hikari's gaze was cold as she looked at Uchiha Mei, who appeared behind Mu King out of nowhere. Without waiting for Uchiha Mei to respond, a sound of breaking air came. An arrow made of black flames shot toward her. Uchiha Mei had to activate intangibility to dodge this attack. In the next moment, blood flowed from Uchiha Hikari's eyes, and the blood-red armor spread across Mu King once again. As Susanoo expanded, the black Amaterasu flames also reappeared. This insane woman. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Mei cursed under her breath, having to retreat. Watching Uchiha Mei leave Susanoo, Uchiha Hikari felt a sense of retreat, thinking, with my current strength, I cannot defeat this person. It seems I can only withdraw for now. In the next moment, Mu King, clad in Susanoo, bolted across the battlefield, quickly covering thousands of meters. Then, under Uchiha Hikari's control, Mu King picked up a piece of the Four Tails remnants from the ground and sped toward the distant mountains. In just a few breaths, it vanished from Uchiha Mei's sight. Uchiha Mei couldn't stop it in time, not even able to activate the Divine Might Lock. It was too fast. Although the primary objective was not achieved, the secondary tailed beast could still be brought back. Uchiha Hikari was also coveting the power of the 10 tails. Looking in the direction where Uchiha Hikari had disappeared, Uchiha Mei's gaze deepened. Her appearance was clearly something Uchiha Mei had not anticipated. Uchiha Ming tidied up the battlefield a bit, gathering the dismembered bodies of the 4 tails and 5 tails. Soon after, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui led some uninjured Konoha ninjas to appear. Uchiha Fugaku approached, asking with a hint of urgency, Ming, how is it? At the same time, Uchiha Shursui and other Konoha ninjas, such as Nara Shikaku and Yamenka Noichi, also cast curious glances. I killed the 4 tails, but she escaped with the 5 tails. Uchiha Ming said calmly. Upon hearing his words, the Konoha ninjas present sighed in relief, but also felt a bit regretful. They had failed to eliminate such a formidable enemy, and Konoha would face more troubles in the future. Who exactly is that girl? Do you know? Uchiha Fugaku asked after some thought, voicing his question in front of everyone. It's better to lay such matters out in the open. This is actually the consequence of our Uchiha clan's ancestors' actions. In the past, our clan created a weapon to counter the Senju clan. As Uchiha Ming recounted, Uchiha Fugaku gradually showed a look of realization. At first, he simply hadn't thought of this matter, but after Uchiha Ming's explanation, he connected the dots and understood what was going on. The other Konoha ninjas exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. The root of this issue indeed lay with the Uchiha clan, but blaming the current Uchiha clan felt somewhat unjust. In any case, it was a bit awkward. Now that it's come to this, let's leave it for now. How's the situation with the Wagakure? Uchiha Ming looked towards Uchiha Fugaku and the others. Uchiha Fugaku said with dissatisfaction that old man Inoki took advantage of the chaos to escape, but his son Kuratsuchi was captured. The Iwagakure troops suffered heavy casualties, losing nearly half their forces, and we captured almost 1,000 Iwagakure ninjas. Old and cunning, it's normal for him to run away, but capturing Kuratsuchi is a good outcome. Uchiha Ming nodded, not overly concerned. How's the situation on your end, Ming-san? Narashikaku asked at this moment. We also encountered some unexpected events initially, but fortunately, we came through safely. The 4th Raikage was captured, and the Cloud Village troops were basically wiped out, Uchiha Ming replied. Upon hearing Uchiha Ming's words, those present showed expressions of surprise. That's great. With this, Konoha has achieved a great victory. Haha, it was our Uchiha clan that saved the day this time. Otherwise, we would have suffered a crushing defeat. That's true. If it weren't for Ming-san arriving in time, we would have been done for. For a moment, a small-scale discussion erupted in the area. Uchiha Ming looked at everyone and asked, what about our casualties? As soon as he spoke, the excited discussion ceased, and everyone showed sorrowful expressions. Narashikaku said with a hint of discomfort, our casualties are significant as well. It's confirmed that 654 people have died, and over 700 have sustained injuries of varying degrees. We can say that we've lost more than half. It seems the damage is indeed considerable. It appears this battle cannot continue. We can only maintain the status quo. Uchiha Ming nodded. Everyone present agreed with his words, given the circumstances. It was indeed inappropriate to continue. After all, Konoha had already achieved enough victory. Iwagakure was essentially crippled. With both Jinchuriki gone and even its Tsuchikage's son captured, Iwagakure and Kumogakure were effectively out of the game. Chapter 156. Stopping the Otsutsuki on the moon, Uchiha Ming looked at Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui, saying, let's clean up the battlefield first, then clear out the Iwagakure and Kumogakure forces within the borders. I'll see if I can use my spiritualization technique to track the enemy we just encountered. Shursui, you go ahead. I'll stay here to guard Ming. Uchiha Fugaku said to Uchiha Shursui. As Uchiha Shursui left, Uchiha Ming immediately completed the hand seals, and a slightly transparent spiritual body stepped out from his body. As soon as it appeared, Uchiha Ming showed a look of surprise. What surprised him wasn't the discovery of Uchiha Hikari or Nagato, but the appearance of 10 familiar chakra signatures within Konoha. They were located in the Hyuga clan. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon really knows how to pick their opportunities. Uchiha Ming thought to himself. After a moment of contemplation, he understood their plan. They were here to steal the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, thereby enabling the reincarnation Eye to awaken. Sensing their actions, Uchiha Ming thought, they seem to have succeeded. From his sensing, the Otsutsuki clan on the moon was currently withdrawing from Konoha. Meanwhile, the ninjas stationed in Konoha were chasing after them. The Byakugan was undoubtedly very important and must not be allowed to be taken easily. Besides sensing the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan from the moon, Uchiha Ming did not sense the chakra of the Five Tails Mew or Uchiha Hikari. Clearly, Akatsuki's movements were swift. Uchiha Ming looked at Uchiha Fugaku and said in a deep voice, something has happened in the village. I need to go back immediately. Before he could respond, Uchiha Ming vanished from Uchiha Fugaku's sight. Something happened in the village? Uchiha Fugaku was startled, and before he could speak, Uchiha Ming had disappeared. Really? Uchiha Fugaku sighed with a wry smile, muttering to himself, just like back then with Minato, coming and going without a trace. Space-time ninjutsu is truly unfathomable. But what exactly happened in the village? Could it be that members of the Akatsuki organization launched a surprise attack on the empty village? Thinking of this, Uchiha Fugaka's expression changed drastically. At this moment, the village was unusually empty, with only 1,000 ninjas stationed, mostly lower-ranked ninjas, and there were hardly any Chunin or Jonin. If the village were to be attacked at this time, it would be a huge problem. Uchiha Fugaka's expression darkened. On the other side, dozens of kilometers away from Konoha, 10 carts, each carrying a person, sped through the sky, with several figures following alongside each cart. It was the Otsutsuki clan from the moon. Otsutsuki Shinri looked towards Otsutsuki Shi, who was not far away, and said joyfully, "Clan leader, this has gone incredibly smoothly." Otsutsuki Shi also wore a delighted expression and nodded. "I didn't expect Konoha to be so empty now. There are hardly any guards in such a large village, haha." Hearing Otsutsuki Shi's hearty laughter, Otsutsuki Shinri also laughed, then disdainfully said, "The main family of the Hyuga clan in the ninja world is too useless. They've been too comfortable for too long, and even their fighting instincts have degraded and disappeared. It's truly pathetic. Our decision to eliminate the main family was indeed correct." Otsutsuki, she said with great pride. "Of course, the decision to eliminate them was correct. They cannot unleash the true power of the Byakugan. Only we can unleash the true power of the Byakugan. The reincarnation I is the ultimate destination of the Byakugan." Otsutsuki, she was filled with fervor. Suddenly, a tearing sound was heard, and one of the carts, speeding through the air, was abruptly sliced in half by a blade of light that appeared out of nowhere, cutting both the person and the cart in two. With the driver of the cart dead, the 3 puppets beside the cart lost their power and fell towards the ground. Given their reaction speed, they naturally couldn't respond to Uchiha Ming's surprise attack. Even in the ninja world, could they still utilize the power of the Otsutsuki's reincarnation eye? It seems that the power of that reincarnation eye is much stronger than I imagined. Uchiha Ming thought to himself, "These Otsutsuki from the moon are not pure Otsutsuki. Their ability to fly in the ninja world is derived from the power of the reincarnation eye." As the remaining people were shocked, Uchiha may use the power of the broken cart fragments to make a sudden attack, flashing to the side of another person. A bright flash of a blade appeared, and that person was instantly killed by Uchiha Mei. Otsutsuki SH-10's expression turned grave as he shouted, "Run, this person is strong. Do not engage too deeply. Ninjas in the ninja world have almost no flying ability. We must leave quickly." Utilizing the power of the Rinnegan, he had already observed Uchiha Mei's strength. This person was completely different from those he encountered in Konoha village. The amount of chakra contained within him was terrifying, rivaling that of the one who caused chaos on the moon. Otsutsuki SH-10 was certain that if they stayed and fought, they would all be killed by this person. After hearing his words, the others showed no hesitation and immediately drove the cart to fly far away. Meanwhile, the puppets surrounding the cart charged towards Uchiha Mei, who stood atop the treetops. These puppets, endowed with consciousness by the Rinnegan, possessed autonomy that was incomparable to the lifeless objects of the ninja world. Seeing the incoming puppets, Uchiha Mei frowned, and black chakra erupted from his body. In an instant, a half-body Susanoo clad in crow Tengu armor appeared. Yatsuka Kagami. The next moment, a black object formed from 3 connected Magatama shot out. The black Magatama flew as if thrown by the Uchiha clan's shuriken technique, as if it had its own life. A dark line sliced through the air, and the sounds of muffled explosions came one after another as all the puppets trying to intercept Uchiha Mei were instantly reduced to dust. This delay allowed the Otsutsuki clan members from the moon to shrink into a black, almost disappearing from sight. After utilizing the power of the Rinnegan, their flying speed was incredibly fast, much quicker than running ninjas. "Damn, it's unfortunate that I can't fly." Uchiha Mei cursed inwardly. Then his eyes widened as the power of his Sharingan exploded. In an instant, a towering war god appeared, which was the complete body of Susanoo. Using a cannon to swat a fly, Uchiha Mei mocked himself, then rode on Susanoo, soaring through the sky toward those who were rapidly approaching. This is bad. How could such a being exist in Konoha? Otsutsuki SH-10 sensed the earth-shattering fluctuations behind him, his face changing drastically with panic. The other Otsutsuki clan members were equally alarmed. The tremendous waves of energy from behind nearly shattered their hearts. Using the power of the Rinnegan, they could see a godlike figure rapidly approaching them. "No, it's too late. I'll stop him. You all run." Otsutsuki SH-10 roared. and then a burst of green light erupted from him. The chakra of the Rinnegan enveloped him, forcibly borrowing more power from the Rinnegan like before. Chapter 157. Reclaiming the Byakugan. However, before he could make a move, the godlike figure disappeared. Just as confusion arose in his heart, Otsutsuki Sh10's expression changed drastically, and without hesitation, he shot a green energy sphere in a certain direction. Hundreds of meters away, that massive godlike figure appeared, intercepting them. Upon appearing, it directly collided with the green energy sphere shot by Otsutsuki Sh10. Boom! A violent explosion engulfed the Black War God. The next moment, the Black War God emerged unscathed from the explosion, rapidly approaching them. Damn it! This level of enemy can actually use space-time ninjutsu. I'll fight to the end. The destiny of the Otsutsuki clan must be fulfilled. Otsutsuki Sh10 gritted his teeth, and a dazzling green light emanated from him, with an extremely rich chakra of the Rinnegan spreading out. In an instant, the light of the Rinnegan chakra surrounding him surged, as if he had entered the true Rinnegan mode. Silently, a black sphere floated behind him. It was the Truth-Seeking Ball. Truth-Seeking Ball? He could actually achieve this step? Uchiha Mei's eyes narrowed, recognizing the object behind Otsutsuki Sh10. This was something that only appeared in the true Rinnegan mode. I must not be careless. Otsutsuki Sh10 is no longer simply borrowing power. He can now wield the true strength of the Rinnegan mode. Although it was only one truth-seeking ball, and the power of the Rinnegan mode was incomplete, it was still something to take seriously. Otsutsuki Sh10's mind turned, and the truth-seeking ball behind him emitted a shimmering green light, suddenly shattering into a series of small green beads that rotated in front of him. He waved his hands, and the beads transformed into a rapidly spinning green orb, forming a green halo. Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Accompanied by the emergence of the green halo, an indescribably terrifying tornado erupted from within, far surpassing a naturally occurring hurricane. Endless fierce winds ravaged the area, turning the sky white, and everywhere was filled with boundless, violent hurricanes. Even the distant mountains were reduced to dust under this hurricane, as Uchiha Mei's complete Susanoo was about to be engulfed by the terrifying storm. Otsutsuki Sh10 roared, "Open for me." With this deep roar, a dark space-time passage appeared behind him. The Rinnegan also possesses space-time abilities. This was a passage he opened using the power of the Rinnegan. Leader you. Otsutsuki Shinri looked at Otsutsuki Sh10 with trembling eyes. He knew that Otsutsuki Sh10 was finished. He had exceeded the normal threshold of using the Rinnegan's power, and his life was already in jeopardy. The others looked at Otsutsuki Sh10 with sorrow and worry. Otsutsuki Sh10 anxiously said, "Hurry. This move can only temporarily stop him." Otsutsuki Shinri took a deep look at Otsutsuki Sh10, then said solemnly, "We will leave." Just as Otsutsuki Shinri stepped halfway into the space-time passage, a bolt of lightning pierced through his heart from below. One strike and he was dead. His body fell straight down. Otsutsuki Sh10 went mad, and a dense mass of green energy spheres appeared around him. In an instant, these spheres shot toward Uchiha Mei below like raindrops. Boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed through the forest below. Without caring about the situation below, Otsutsuki Sh10 waved his hand, and the remaining truth-seeking balls of the Otsutsuki clan were helplessly pulled into the space-time passage. After the last few entered the passage, the dark space-time passage suddenly closed. Seeing his clan members safely return, Otsutsuki Sh10 revealed a faint smile. Then, the chakra of the Rinnegan surrounding him suddenly shattered into countless green lights that dissipated. Following this, all life energy vanished from him, and he fell straight down. Below, as the explosion subsided, Uchiha Mei emerged unscathed from the smoke and walked toward the spot where Otsutsuki Sh10 had fallen. After feeling around for a bit, he found 2 bottles on Otsutsuki Sh10, each containing a Byakugan. Looking at the bottles in his hand, Uchiha Mei rubbed his chin and muttered, "I wonder whose Byakugan this is? It wouldn't be Hinata Hyuga's, would it?" After pondering for a while, he shook his head, put away the Byakugan, and planned to return it to the Hyuga clan later, while also doing them a favor. As for the Byakugan, he no longer needed it. If he was willing to put in the effort, he could obtain it on a large scale. With his thoughts flowing, Uchiha Mei vanished, and when he reappeared, he found himself at the battlefield between Konoha and Iwagakure. As for the person who was ambushed and killed by him earlier, they had already been turned to ashes in the explosion. Uchiha Akira had not been here long when he was discovered by the current commander Uchiha Fugaku, and others. What happened in the village? Uchiha Fugaku asked eagerly. Nara Shikaku and Yamanka Inoichi, who were beside him, also looked at Uchiha Akira anxiously, waiting for his answer. After Uchiha Akira left, Uchiha Fugaku informed the higher-ups present about the incident in the village. Their families and children were all in Konoha. If something happened, it would be disastrous. A group of mysterious people infiltrated the village and seized the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. I intercepted them and retrieved a pair of Byakugan. Uchiha Akira said, "What?" Hyuga Hizashi, who was supported by a branch family, exclaimed in shock and hurriedly asked, "What exactly happened, Lord Akira?" After hearing Uchiha Akira's words, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't the worst-case scenario they had imagined. Uchiha Akira shook his head and said, "I'm not clear on the specifics. I didn't enter the village." Saying this, he threw the bottle containing the Byakugan to Hyuga Hizashi and added, "However, based on their clothing, they should be associates of the person who appeared in your Hyuga clan earlier." Hyuga Hizashi caught the Byakugan and sighed in relief, saying, "Thank you for your help, Lord Akira. I am very grateful." Uchiha Akira waved his hand and said, "No need to mention it." After the two major forces of Konoha cleared the battlefield, they quickly returned to the village, leaving only a small number of ninjas to guard against possible counterattacks. However, all Konoha ninjas did not believe that the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone would have the courage to counterattack Konoha. Anyone who had seen the completed Susanoo standing like a true deity on the earth would not think that it was something ninjas could resist. A fully organized ninja army would be nothing more than a single slash against the completed Susanoo. News of Konoha's great victory was rapidly spreading to the village and various intelligence centers. Chapter 158. A meeting after the Battle of Akatsuki inside the small world of the moon. The group of 8, forcibly teleported back by Otsutsuki Kagaya, sat on the ground in a daze, their faces filled with sorrow. The elders and the clan leader were dead, and the Otsutsuki clan on the moon had lost its leader. Someone, filled with confusion, spoke up. "What do we do now? What do we do?" "Of course, we should transplant the Byakugan we obtained to SH-10, so he can awaken the Rinnegan as soon as possible and fulfill the destiny of our ancestors in the Waimura." A woman cried out excitedly. "That's right." A middle-aged man nodded, saying with a hint of relief, "Fortunately, the clan leader and elder ZHNL had the foresight to obtain several pairs of Byakugan and entrusted us with the eyes that are most compatible with SH-10. Yes, the clan leader truly had foresight. Someone echoed. There are individuals in the ninja world who possess that level of power. We can only wait for SH-10 to grow and awaken his Rinnegan. Otherwise, it would be impossible to deal with that person. The speaker's face was filled with deep fear. The shadow brought to him by Uchiha Akira's godlike Susanoo was too overwhelming. "Let's hurry and transplant the Byakugan to SH-10, so he can awaken the Rinnegan as soon as possible." As they spoke, the group flew towards the Waimura shrine on the floating island in the sky. Ever since Uchiha Akira transformed into Uchiha Madara and launched the attack, Otsutsuki SH-10 and those taking care of him have been living in the shrine. The transplant surgery was a piece of cake for them. Looking at the Byakugan in Otsutsuki SH-10's eyes, the people present nodded in satisfaction. Otsutsuki SH-10 was still small and could not yet refine chakra on his own. For now, they were just allowing his body to adapt to the eyes in advance. Once he grew a bit older and could refine chakra independently, these eyes would gradually evolve into Rinnegan. A young woman with white hair held SH-10, filled with affection yet tinged with regret, saying, "It's a pity that this pair of eyes doesn't have the best compatibility with SH-10. Otherwise, once he can refine chakra, he could directly awaken the Rinnegan." Beside her, a blue-haired man looked at SH-10 in her arms with the same doting expression, saying, "That's true, but given the current situation, it's still not bad." After spending several years, SH-10 will also be able to turn this Byakugan into a true Rinnegan. As parents of this exceptionally pure-blooded child, the two were naturally extremely indulgent. On the other side, in a secret cave in the Land of Fire, Uchiha Hikari spent over 2 hours bringing the Five Tails Mu and the remnants of the Four Tails into the cave. Inside the cave, Nagato had been waiting for a long time. The massive outer path Gedomazo had been fully restored, standing silently in the darkness. With heavy footsteps echoing in the cave, Nagato, who was seated on the fingers of the Gedomazo, opened his eyes and gazed at Uchiha Hikari, who was approaching with Mu. "Miss Hikari, how is the situation?" Nagato asked. "Hafmepahash, Uchiha Hikari's Crimson Sharingan Spoon, dissatisfied." You already knew the answer to that question. With White Zetsu present, do you really need to ask me about the battle situation? White Zetsu hasn't informed me about the situation on your side. Nagato shook his head, not angry. Uchiha Hikari's expression softened slightly. After a moment of silence, she said, that Uchiha Akira is indeed very strong. His space-time ninjutsu is too troublesome. Upon hearing her words, Nagato also fell silent for a moment. Indeed, as Uchiha Hikari said, Uchiha Akira's space-time ninjutsu was extremely difficult to handle. Several hours had passed since the battle, and he still couldn't think of a way to deal with Uchiha Akira's space-time ninjutsu. The integrated offensive and defensive powers of the Shinra Tensei were practically unsolvable. Seeing Nagato like this, Uchiha Hikari sneered. It seems you don't have any way to deal with him either. Though feeling utterly helpless, Nagato still had to nod, saying, just as Miss Hikari said, I can't think of any way to deal with Uchiha Akira. His space-time ninjutsu is too perfect, combining the strongest defense and the strongest offense. Nagato shook his head, saying, unless our hard power far exceeds Uchiha Akira's, we could seize the opportunity to attack during his offensive moments. Otherwise, he would be in an invincible position. Duh, who doesn't know that method? Uchiha Hikari shrugged, appearing speechless. Then, Uchiha Hikari looked in another direction, gazing at Black Zetsu, and said solemnly, do you have any plans? You can't be as simple as you seem. I'm afraid to disappoint you, Miss Hikari. I also have no way to deal with that guy's space-time ocular technique. His ocular technique is too perfect. Black Zetsu's voice came out helplessly. Uchiha Hikari asked lightly, so what do you plan to do about retrieving the Nine Tails? Undoubtedly, this was a reality that had to be faced. If they couldn't deal with Uchiha Akira, they wouldn't be able to retrieve the Nine Tails. Without recovering the Nine Tails, the Ten Tails couldn't be resurrected, and the Ten Tails Jinchuriki would be out of the question. If we really can't catch the Nine Tails, we do have backup methods, Black Zetsu said in a deep voice. Backup methods? Nagato looked at Black Zetsu in confusion. Strangely, he recalled what Uchiha Akira had said during their previous battle. What did that guy Uchiha Akira know from Madara's memories? Were his words meant to sow discord? Or were they based on truth? Nagato's mind stirred with waves. Looking at Black Zetsu lost in thought, Nagato thought to himself, perhaps I should be more vigilant against Zetsu. Once, Yunin attempted to capture the Nine Tails. The person leading the troops at that time was named Jin Jiao and In Jiao. Due to their carelessness, they were swallowed by the Nine Tails. However, they were descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, and instead, they turned the tables and feasted on the Nine Tails' flesh and blood inside its belly, permanently acquiring significant Nine Tails chakra. Black Zetsu explained. After a pause, he continued, if we truly cannot recover the Nine Tails, Jin Jiao and In Jiao can be a substitute. As long as the precision of the Edo Tensei technique is sufficient, there should be no problem. Then, the power of the Ten Tails will definitely be affected, right? Uchiha Hikari said coldly. After all, it's a backup method, and the Ten Tails will certainly be impacted. However, even so, the power of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki is still invincible. Black Zetsu confidently replied, is there any other way for us to enhance our strength besides becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? Uchiha Hikari asked unwillingly. Nagato also stared at Black Zetsu, as this was the question he wanted to know. Hearing her words, Black Zetsu fell into deep thought. As a being that has lived for a long time, Black Zetsu is arguably one of the most knowledgeable individuals about the secrets of the ninja world. If he sincerely teaches someone, he can easily make them strong. Chapter 159. Black Zetsu's method. Looking at Black Zetsu deep in thought, Uchiha Hikari assessed Nagato, more specifically his Rinnegan. Noticing Uchiha Hikari's unabashed gaze, Nagato frowned and said in a deep voice, Miss Hikari, this seems a bit rude. Just taking a look what's wrong. I'm just curious about the Rinnegan. Uchiha Hikari said nonchalantly, continuing to examine Nagato's eyes. Nagato could only remain speechless upon hearing her, as Uchiha Hikari was essentially just a 13 or 14-year-old girl. And in terms of maturity, she was not more mature than he was. Uchiha Hikari stared at the Rinnegan, then suspiciously said, by the way, your Rinnegan is supposedly the Eye of the Sage of Six Paths. Although its abilities are flashy, it feels like it's missing something. Hearing her words, Nagato was taken aback and then asked in confusion, what does Miss Hikari think my Rinnegan is lacking? Uchiha Hikari looked at him with a strange expression and said, don't you think your Rinnegan seems very powerful, but when facing ninja of similar strength, it lacks a decisive technique? Once a normal Sharingan evolves into a Mangekyō Sharingan, each eye gains a unique ocular technique, which for us Uchiha is often our trump card for deciding the outcome of battles. As she spoke, Uchiha Hikari shook her head and said, but you lack this decisive means. Your ninjutsu and abilities seem incredibly strong, but they're often not strong enough. Nagato frowned and murmured to himself, I lack a decisive means? Your six paths techniques are indeed dazzling, but they're not enough against true masters. Uchiha Hikari looked at Nagato and coldly asked, if we were to battle, would you dare to use the universal pull to draw me in? Can you absorb ninjutsu while moving yourself? Can you simultaneously deal with my Susanoo and the transformed Amaterasu? Before Nagato could answer, Uchiha Hikari sneered, you wouldn't dare. And you can't do it either. The Rinnegan still has its limitations. It might work well against ordinary ninjas, but against true masters, it falls short, and it's not as useful as would release. Upon hearing her words, Nagato furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating the situation she described. The more he thought, the more he frowned. If what Uchiha Hikari said was true, he really wouldn't dare to use Universal Pull. After considering it, he realized he could only rely on wood release. Techniques like the Planetary Devastation and Shinra Tensei were essentially useless. Perhaps, as Miss Hikari said, my development of the Rinnegan is indeed inadequate. Nagato sighed and said helplessly, in theory, the Rinnegan is superior to the Sharingan, and it should have some trump card techniques, but based on your Rinnegan's current performance, it seems a bit lacking. Uchiha Hikari expressed her disappointment. Then Uchiha Hikari withdrew her gaze and looked at Black Zetsu, saying discontentedly, Zetsu, have you thought of any methods after all this time? I have some ideas, Black Zetsu replied. Uchiha Hikari crossed her arms and said blandly, let's hear them. After hearing Black Zetsu's words, Nagato also pulled back his thoughts and focused on Black Zetsu. He was very eager to know methods to enhance his strength. At your level, there are just a few methods left. Black Zetsu shook his head and said, it's nothing more than mastering Sage Mode. As for Miss Hikari, you can also find a way to unlock the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, which would naturally enhance your strength. Sage Mode? Uchiha Hikari looked at Black Zetsu in confusion. Clearly, she was not familiar with Sage Mode. Having lived for so long, Black Zetsu naturally understood the essence of Sage Mode, and he began to explain it's a special state. And once mastered, one can be called a sage. The principle is like this. It indeed sounded like a powerful technique. A flicker of excitement flashed in Uchiha Hikari's eyes. Unfortunately, we have no channel to learn sage arts, Nagato said regretfully at that moment. If it were before, that would indeed be the case, but Black Zetsu shifted his tone, reminding them, but now it's different. Nagato, don't forget that Orochimaru has joined Akatsuki. He is the contractor of the Dragon Cave and might be able to teach you sage arts through Orochimaru's channel. Orochimaru? It seems that it can indeed be done. Nagato muttered, his eyes growing brighter. Orochimaru seems very interested in the Mangekyō Sharingan. Perhaps this could be used as a bargaining chip, Nagato thought to himself, feeling that this matter had a good chance of success. Given Orochimaru's current obsession with the Sharingan, he would likely not refuse this deal. And what about my eternal Mangekyō Sharingan? What should I do? There are no extra Mangekyō Sharingan for me to use right now. Uchiha Hikari spoke up. She then added, moreover, as far as I know, before Uchiha, everyone who tried to unlock the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan failed, ending up dead. As someone who had unlocked the Mangekyō Sharingan, she was not unfamiliar with the eternal Mangekyō. The Uchiha clan developed the technique of ocular transplantation precisely because of the multiple failures to unlock the eternal eyes in history. This issue is not difficult to solve. Just have Orochimaru clone a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan. It's not a hard task, Black Zetsu said in a deep voice. Zetsu. At this moment, Nagato spoke up, reminding him Mr. Orochimaru's cloning technique is not perfect. The clone and the original are not the same. He once tried to clone the Uchiha clan to obtain the Sharingan, but the clone did not open its eyes. Black Zetsu smiled confidently and said, I know how this works. Just let him clone it. As for the eye opening, as long as you do as I say, it can be solved. No one understands the Sharingan better than him. Not even Senju Tobarama, who is the target of the cloning. Uchiha Hikari looked at Black Zetsu and asked in confusion, even if the source of the other pair of eyes is resolved, how can you guarantee it won't fail? In the history of the Uchiha clan, only Uchiha Madara succeeded. Only Madara succeeded? Wasn't Uchiha Izuna successful? Nagato asked, as he didn't know much about the Sharingan. Uchiha K shook his head and said, no, when I fought him, I observe his eyes. His eye patterns are just a kaleidoscope. The eternal kaleidoscope's patterns are much more complex. Use Madara's eyes. Use his eyes before he activated the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, Kurizetsu said in a deep voice. He certainly knew the reason those people failed to activate their eyes. They were not the reincarnation of Indra, so they naturally couldn't awaken the eternal kaleidoscope. Chapter 160. Lucky Raza, as long as we clone Uchiha Madara's eyes. Then those eyes will inherently possess Indra-S power, and activating the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan will naturally not be a problem. Hearing Kurizetsu's words, Uchiha Akira showed a thoughtful expression and said, "Why not use his brother's eyes? Do you think Uchiha Madara is special? Madara is the only one who has activated the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Perhaps he truly is special. Using the eyes of someone who successfully opened their eyes is certainly better than using the eyes of someone uncertain," Kurizetsu explained. "That's fine. This matter is settled." Uchiha Akira nodded in satisfaction. As for how to clone Uchiha Madara from back then, Uchiha Akira didn't care. That was something Kurizetsu needed to consider. She just needed to wait for the time, then transplant the eyes and activate the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Now, Akatsuki was facing the unprecedented enemy Uchiha Akira, and they needed their help. Therefore, they would certainly do their utmost to accomplish these tasks. In the dark cave, the demon statue spat out ghostly blue chains, trapping the Five Tails, King, and the Four Tails remains on the ground, accompanied by the clanking sound of chains. The Five Tails and the Four Tails remains were being pulled into the demon statue's mouth. In the next moment, the demon statue's head abruptly opened two bloodshot eyes. The massive head of the statue opened a total of 5 bloodshot eyes, with dark pupils moving around as if observing the world. After swallowing the chakra of the five-tailed beasts, the outer path demon statue became even more terrifying, with chakra rising from within like an endless ocean. Uchiha Akira surveyed the demon statue and said with some emotion, "This thing is indeed extraordinary. Of course, it is a world-destroying demon. The Sage of Six Paths spent a long time and considerable cost to suppress it," Kurizetsu said meaningfully. Watching the demon statue gradually revive, Kurizetsu felt extremely satisfied. The demon statue had already absorbed the chakra of the 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, and 8 tails, and was very close to true revival. It had already absorbed more than half of the tailed beasts, with only the 1 tail, the deceased 3 tails, 7 tails, and a heavyweight 9 tails remaining. We need to hurry up on the matter of recapturing the tailed beasts. Uchiha Akira, who knows our true purpose, will not just watch us capture the tailed beasts. He has previously thought about stealing the demon statue, Nagato said solemnly. Recapturing the 1 tail and 7 tails isn't difficult. The 3 tails hasn't revived yet, so it's not urgent. The important one is the 9 tails. That's the most difficult, Kurizetsu said in a deep voice. Nagato shook his head and said seriously, "Perhaps it's not hard to recapture the 1 tail and 7 tails, but I think it's better to get them back as soon as possible. I have a feeling Uchiha Akira won't just watch us act. In that case, let's make a move later." Uchiha Akira shrugged and said nonchalantly. Having recovered during this time, she had basically returned to her state. After transplanting the cells of Senju Hashirama, her recovery ability had greatly improved. "There's no time. At this moment," Kurizetsu shook his head and said, "The information of our Akatsuki has already been transmitted by Konoha. Now the ninja world knows our goal is the tailed beasts. Sunagakure and Takigakure have already hidden their Jinchuriki. Didn't the white Zetsu lurking in their villages find out where they hid their Jinchuriki?" Nagato asked. "No." Kurizetsu shook his head and said, "The ones taking care of the Jinchuriki are all their core members, and it's difficult for white Zetsu to replace them. Finding the Jinchuriki will take some time." Nagato said regretfully, "What a pity. I was hoping to capture the remaining 1 tail and 7 tails in a flash." "Then let's wait for your white Zetsu to find the Jinchuriki," Uchiha Akira shrugged. In fact, the major ninja villages had a high level of protection for their Jinchuriki. Very few knew their true identities. Of course, those who had already become famous Jinchuriki were not included, referring to those who had yet to grow up. However, for the infiltrating white Zetsu, knowing the identity of the Jinchuriki was not difficult. Now, although they were hidden for white Zetsu, as long as they patiently searched and spent some time, they would always be able to find them. Just as Kurizetsu said, the news of Konoha's victory over Kimogakure, Iwagakure, and the information about Akatsuki spread throughout the ninja world within a few hours. Major ninja villages and intelligence agencies received the news. The news was, of course, intentionally released by Konoha. So, by the time Konoha's forces were still on their way back, the news of Konoha's victory had already spread in the ninja world. Upon receiving the news, Sunagakure and Takigakure immediately hid their Jinchuriki with the highest level of secrecy. In Sunagakure, Raza immediately instructed his trusted aides to hide his son Gaara in a secret location. Watching the battlefield intelligence transmitted back, Raza couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Complete body Susanoo, wooden man technique. Such an extraordinary thing made Raza dry-mouthed. Fortunately, he didn't act rashly and send troops. Otherwise, it would have turned into a funeral. Raza couldn't help but feel proud of his earlier wise decision. Previously, the movements of Mangekyō Sharingan could not be hidden from Sunagakure, one of the major ninja villages. Originally, Raza was still considering whether to take the opportunity to send troops and share in the spoils, since Konoha seemed to be on the verge of collapse. However, who would have thought that Konoha would suddenly unleash Uchiha Akira, whose strength rivaled that of the legendary Uchiha Madara? In just a few moves, he directly turned the tide, defeating not only Mangekyō but also Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, who possessed the Rinnegan and could use the wooden man technique. Moreover, there was also another Uchiha opposing Konoha from Iwagakure, and that person could even use complete body Susanoo. Yet even so, they were still defeated by Uchiha Akira. This battle could be said to have completely become Uchiha Akira's stage. Luckily, he held back at that time. Otherwise, the situation would have been terrible. Raza let out a long sigh of relief, feeling extremely fortunate. Fortunately, Uchiha Akira appeared. Otherwise, the Akatsuki organization would truly have no checks and balances. Raza murmured softly. His wariness towards Akatsuki was even greater than towards Konoha. This organization was too dangerous and too powerful. The reason Akatsuki lost in this battle was not that they were weak, but that Uchiha Akira was too strong. From intelligence, Akatsuki's revealed high-end combat power was already comparable to the two founders of Konoha when it was first established. It was just that Uchiha Akira's space-time ninjutsu was too extraordinary, which defeated them. The next Hokage of Konoha will most likely be Uchiha Akira. The days ahead will be difficult, and they will probably have to survive in the cracks between Konoha and Akatsuki. Raza sighed helplessly. Chapter 161. The higher UPS accept their fate in a land of water. In a certain hidden location, the transmission of news to Kirigakure was slower than to Sunagakure. After all, the land of water is far from the continent, so the information transmission is definitely slower. Complete body Susanoo. Vodemon technique. Kurama Yagura looked at the intelligence with a serious expression on his face. Has anyone in the ninja world reached the level of those two individuals from back then? Keiki Yagura immediately thought of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. According to intelligence, 3 people have reached the level of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, 2 from the Akatsuki organization and 1 from Konoha. However, it is clear that Konoha's Uchiha Akira is stronger, having defeated the 2 from Akatsuki with his incredible space-time ninjutsu. Keiki Yagura murmured to himself, it should be about time to end the blood mist. If this continues, Kirigakure won't even have a chance to struggle. During this time, he has been gathering strength, uniting those within the village who are intent on overthrowing the blood mist, planning to stage a coup at the right moment to topple the third Mizuki's rule and end the blood mist. Keiki Yagura looked into the darkness and asked in a deep voice, have you found the place of the Three Tails resurrection? A ninja from Kirigakure knelt halfway on the ground and respectfully replied, Lord Yagura, we have discovered the place of the Three Tails resurrection. But the Three Tails has not yet completed its resurrection. It is expected to take about another year. Keiki Yagura nodded and instructed, notify me as soon as the Three Tails completes its resurrection. The opportunity Keiki Yagura is waiting for is after the Three Tails is revived. He wants to become the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, using its power, so he can be fully confident in defeating the third Mizuki. In Konoha, at the Hokage building, in the advisor's office, Mito Kazan and Uzumaki Koharu had complex expressions, filled with both joy and worry. They never expected that Uchiha Akira's strength had reached such a level. Uzumaki Koharu sighed and looked at Mito Kazan, speculating, Kazan, do you think he has awakened the legendary eternal Mangekyō Sharingan like Uchiha Madara? Maybe. Mito Kazan replied uncertainly. They had a good understanding of the Mangekyō, but they were not well versed in the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan that surpassed it. It didn't matter that he hadn't awakened the eternal Mangekyō like Uchiha Madara. According to the messages relayed by intelligence personnel, his strength had indeed reached the level of Madara and the first Hokage-sama. Now that he has achieved such great merit, the position of Hokage might not be secure anymore. Mito Kazan expressed his concerns. Uzumaki Koharu shook her head helplessly and said, fortunately, he was here this time. Otherwise, Konoha might have been destroyed. The leader of the Akatsuki actually mastered wood release and could use the wood golem technique, which clearly indicates he is someone who has reached the level of the first Hokage. This time, it seems there is truly no way out. Fate is with the Uchiha clan. Mito Kazan reluctantly acknowledged this fact. Then, he showed a thoughtful expression and murmured. It seems that the battle that took place dozens of kilometers from the village was between Uchiha Akira and the group that stole the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. Indeed, Uzumaki Kohara nodded and said, "The black complete body Susanoo. That was the color of Uchiha Akira Susanoo. That's good. The previous battle caused quite a stir in the village." Mito Kazan visibly sighed with relief. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Uzumaki Koharu. "Is there any news from the Hyuga clan?" Not long ago, the Hyuga clan was attacked by a group of mysterious people, and it is said they suffered significant losses. Mito Kazan was mainly responsible for the logistics of the frontline troops, while the village's safety was under Uzumaki Koharu's jurisdiction. Therefore, he wasn't very clear about the specific losses of the Hyuga clan. They lost 3 pairs of Byakugan, including 1 adult branch family member, 2 branch family children, and among them was the daughter of the Hyuga clan's heir, Hyuga Hizashi. Uzumaki Koharu said solemnly, 3 pairs of Byakugan? The branch family of the Hyuga clan is so useless that they let 3 pairs of Byakugan be stolen under heavy guard? Mito Kazan's expression darkened, very dissatisfied with the performance of the Hyuga clan. Do you still expect those branch family members of the Hyuga clan to be of any use? Uzumaki Koharu shook her head dismissively, saying they're just a bunch of useless parasites. Mito Kazan said, "It's a pity about the 3 pairs of Byakugan. I wonder if Uchiha Akira managed to get them back." The wheel of fortune turns. I wonder where Konoha's carriage will head under the leadership of the Uchiha clan. Uzumaki Koharu said with worry, "The situation is stronger than the individual. It has come to this, we can only face it. Let's prepare to welcome our hero back." Uzumaki Koharu said, looking out the window at the street. At this moment, the street was bustling with people, and the pedestrians had already learned of Konoha's great victory. People gathered on the street, whispering and discussing the matter. The wreckage of Kumogakure was captured, and the army was almost completely annihilated. Onoki of Awagakure fled in a panic, and his army was also nearly wiped out. It was a battle that crippled 2 major ninja villages. Haha, although Konoha suffered quite a bit of damage this time. Overall, it can be said to be a great victory. Those despicable barbarians from Kumogakure finally hit a brick wall. This time we owe it all to Uchiha Akira. If it weren't for him, Konoha would have been in danger. Indeed, I heard that Kumogakure and Awagakure colluded with a terrorist organization called Akatsuki. The leader of Akatsuki is extremely powerful and has mastered the wood release of our first Hokage. Not just the wood release. The leader of Akatsuki also possesses the legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of 6 Paths, which is said to be the eye of a deity, possessing the powers of a sage. It is precisely because our Uchiha clan's Uchiha Akira is so powerful. It is said that this time Uchiha Akira awakened the legendary complete body Susanoo. TSK, that scene with 1 slash shattering everything, splitting mountains and seas. As if a deity descended. It is said that Uchiha Akira also possesses space-time ninjutsu, defeating enemies on both battlefields. Fortunately, we have him in Konoha. The discussions on the street reached the advisor's office, and Uzumaki Koharu and Mito Kazan's expressions were not good. People's hearts have already turned towards the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Akira's reputation has surpassed that of Hizashi. We can no longer stop him from ascending to the position of Hokage. Mito Kazan shook his head. Well, now that a dangerous organization like Akatsuki has appeared in the ninja world, having a powerful Hokage in Konoha may not be a bad thing. Uzumaki Koharu seemed to have resigned herself to fate. The next morning, Mito Kazan and Uzumaki Koharu, along with a large number of Konoha villagers, stood at the village's main gate. According to reports from intelligence personnel, 2 of Konoha's squads had completed their rendezvous and were about to return to the village. Chapter 162. The trend of the times at this moment. Outside the gates of Konoha, a large number of Konoha villagers spontaneously formed 2 lines standing on either side of the road. They held flowers in their hands, looking excitedly towards the end of the road. Each of them gazed eagerly, waiting for the return of the large troop. Suddenly, cheers erupted from the front of the line. They're coming, they are back. I see the 3rd Hokage and Uchiha Akira at the front of the large troop. Akira looks so young. He seems even younger than the 4th Hokage back then. Amidst the falling flowers and cheers, Sarutobi Hizashi and Uchiha Akira appeared among the lined-up Konoha villagers with a large troop. After this period of treatment, Sarutobi Hizashi's injuries had recovered significantly. and his complexion was no longer so pale. Seeing these people welcoming him, his face flushed, waving his hand and nodding as he took each step. Uchiha Akira remained very calm, smiling and occasionally nodding and waving in greeting. Aside from Uchiha Ming and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui, who followed behind them, also received cheers from the crowd. Their performance on the battlefield was well known among the villagers of Konoha. This welcome ceremony lasted until noon, and it wasn't until then that the enthusiastic villagers began to disperse. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Ming and the others received another warm welcome from their clan. After managing to get through that, Uchiha Ming finally returned home. As night fell, the Hokage building was brightly lit. In the conference room on the third floor, the elite Genin of Konoha gathered for a post-war meeting. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was seriously injured, he insisted on presiding over the meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly asked everyone, "What do you think we should do with the prisoners from Kumobikure and Awagakure?" After this battle, the number of prisoners from both villages was considerable, exceeding 1,000, even after dealing with the severely injured. Moreover, many of these prisoners included significant figures, including the 4th Raikage A from Kumobikure and Anoki's son, Karatsuchi. Other high-ranking officials were also among them, and Konoha's prison was nearly at full capacity. In response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, no one at the scene spoke up. At this moment, no one wanted to voice their opinion. After this war, it was evident to anyone with eyes that Sarutobi Hiruzen would soon step down. The next Hokage would undoubtedly be Uchiha Ming. Speaking up now could lead to unpleasantness if their opinions didn't align with Uchiha Ming's. Seeing that no one was speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't angry. Rather, he had anticipated this situation. He looked at Uchiha Ming and said, "Genin Ming, what do you think we should do with these prisoners? First, we should interrogate them to extract any valuable information they may have, and then let Kumogakure and Awagakure make an offer to buy them back," Uchiha Ming replied calmly. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly nodded. Uchiha Ming's suggestion was consistent with Konoha's past practices. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and then said solemnly, "Then it's settled. Let's adjourn the meeting. Everyone has worked hard during the war. Take some time to rest." After everyone left, only Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Mito Minyan remained in the conference room. "Hiruzen, are you alright? I heard you were seriously injured on the battlefield," Mito Minyan asked with concern. "I'm getting old and useless. I was ambushed." Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a hint of helplessness. "Is Uchiha Ming really as powerful as the intel suggests?" Tsunade asked, still holding on to a glimmer of hope. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and said, "He's even stronger than what the intel says." On the battlefield against Kumobikure, he faced the Raikage, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, the 2 Tails Jinchuriki, and Nagato, the 4 strongest opponents. If Nagato hadn't retreated, he might have fallen to him. He is that powerful? Tsunade was stunned, and her sense of luck completely vanished. There was no more convincing testimony than that of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had witnessed it firsthand. "I even think he is stronger than Madara was back then. Do you know what it felt like to see 2 complete Susanoo appear?" Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled that scene, feeling somewhat parched. Mito Minyan's eyes widened in shock. Stronger than Madara back then? Madara didn't have such divine dojutsu or clones with abilities consistent with his own. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with a sigh. Mito Minyan opened his mouth. Upon careful thought, it did seem that Uchiha Ming appeared to be stronger than Uchiha Madara back then. Perhaps he was somewhat lacking in chakra and physical attributes, but his dojutsu was too invincible enough to make up for the difference. By the way, what was the Uchiha girl who appeared in Awagakure all about? The intel said she was just a 14-year-old girl, and she could use complete Susanoo? That's a bit scary, isn't it? Tsunade asked, looking puzzled at Sarutobi Hiruzen. They weren't aware of Uchiha Hikari's situation and could only inquire with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon mentioning this, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a wry smile and said, "Speaking of this matter, it was a problem created by the Uchiha clan, the Senju clan, and our Sarutobi clan together." "Huh? What do you mean?" Mito Minyan asked in astonishment. "According to Uchiha Fugaku, that girl is from the Warring States period. She was created as a biological weapon by the Uchiha to win the battle against the Senju clan. Later, she was sealed by the Senju clan in conjunction with our Sarutobi clan, which is why she has lived until now. The place where she was sealed has long been unknown, but somehow Akatsuki found out about it and unsealed her. Therefore, she must harbor immense hatred towards us in Konoha. So we have created a formidable enemy out of thin air," Sarutobi Hiruzen said helplessly. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's account, Tsunade and Mito Minyan felt a sense of bitterness. This truly was a grave mistake. If they hadn't chosen to seal her back then, they wouldn't be facing this situation now. Tsunade seemed to have completely lost hope and despairingly said, "Forget it. Let Uchiha Ming and the Uchiha clan deal with these matters. After all, Konoha will be under their control from now on." Saying this, she looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, "Hiruzen, you should prepare yourself as well. If you can step down gracefully, then do so, and don't make the relationship too tense." Tsunade Mito Minyan looked at Tsunade with dissatisfaction, feeling very unhappy about her attitude. Tsunade glared at Mito Minyan and said, "I'm stating facts. The current situation is stronger than us, and we can only choose to accept it, can't we?" "But Tsunade, don't forget what the teacher once said. The Uchiha clan has issues. How can we hand Konoha over to them? I don't deny their combat abilities, but I don't acknowledge their governance abilities," Mito Minyan said stiffly. "Minyan, you should recognize the reality." The two argue back and forth. Chapter 163. Sarutobi Hiruzen accepts his fate. Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't angry. He took a deep drag from his pipe, enveloped in smoke, and fell in a thought. After a while, he finally spoke, saying solemnly, "All right, Tsunade, Minyan, I am already prepared for this. The rise of the Uchiha clan is inevitable. Perhaps their ascension is a better choice for the current shinobi world." "Hiruzen, Mito Minyan was taken aback. He hadn't expected Sarutobi Hiruzen to have this attitude as well. "Minyan, as Tsunade said, we should recognize reality. The village is currently facing external crises that our strength alone cannot resolve. The Akatsuki organization's goal is to collect tailed beasts, and we will undoubtedly have a major conflict with them in the future," Sarutobi Hiruzen said helplessly. "Moreover, we have lost the people's hearts. Public sentiment is fickle. With this war, Uchiha Ming's reputation has far surpassed mine, even surpassing that of Minato back then," Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he walked towards the window, looking at the bustling streets below. "We can't stop his rise. This is an open conspiracy." Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice drifted out quietly. Mito Minyan's mouth opened slightly, but in the end, he couldn't say anything, only letting out a helpless sigh. Ultimately, Mito Minyan resigned himself to the situation, saying with a sense of helplessness, "Well then, let's see what direction Konoha will take under the leadership of the Uchiha clan. You all listen. The residents of the village are already rallying behind Uchiha Ming, and they believe that I, the old Hokage, should step down." Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before the battlefield window, his face full of powerlessness. "Moreover, I must take responsibility for the recent ambush by the Cloud Village on our border troops, which nearly annihilated them." Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice became firm. As a powerful existence at the level of a Kage, his senses were extremely sharp, and he could naturally hear the discussions on the street below. In this war, the third Hokage has achieved nothing, and instead has become a hindrance. The third Hokage is old. When the fourth Hokage sacrificed himself, the third should not have returned to power. The Cloud Village dared to launch an ambush precisely because they saw our Hokage had aged. We truly need a strong and youthful Hokage, and Lord Uchiha Ming is a great choice, with immense strength. Indeed, Lord Uchiha Ming is suitable. With his great power, once he becomes Hokage, our Konoha will surely be revitalized. At that time, I wonder which other ninja villages would dare to be so arrogant. Speaking of which, the third Hokage should also take responsibility for the border troops. Listening to the villagers' discussions below, the three people in the meeting room fell silent. This is the trend of the times, and it cannot be avoided. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. "Do you see? This is the current trend in the village, Hiruzen." Tsunade sighed helplessly. "After a while, I will take responsibility and resign from the Hokage position. Then let Uchiha Ming take the stage and become our Konoha's fifth Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice gradually became more determined, although he felt reluctant. The situation was stronger than the individual, and he could only make this choice. Otherwise, he would be crushed by the trend. Rather than go against the trend and be ground into powder, it is better to step down gracefully and enjoy retirement. Who knows? I might be the first Hokage in the history of the 5 great ninja villages to enjoy a peaceful old age, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a self-mocking tone. On the other side, in the Uchiha clan, at the clan leader's residence, Uchiha Fugaku sat at the head. Opposite him was Uchiha Makoto holding Uchiha Sasuke, while Uchiha Ming and Uchiha Shursui sat across from each other, with Uchiha Itachi sitting next to Uchiha Shursui. The table was filled with sumptuous and exquisite dishes. Uchiha Fugaku remarked with emotion, "Ming, This time we owe you a lot. Otherwise, we would have been in danger. After seeing Uchiha K's complete Susanoo, he had already lost hope. Yes, thanks to Brother Ming, otherwise we would have been finished. Who would have thought that such a complete Susanoo would appear? Uchiha Shursui sighed. Uchiha Ming shook his head and calmly said, "Don't worry about these things. Speaking of which, after this war, Ming, you will soon become Hokage, right?" Uchiha Makoto said with a smile. Hokage? Brother Ming is going to become Hokage? Uchiha Shursui looked at Uchiha Ming in surprise. Uchiha Itachi, who was beside him, also looked astonished. Although Uchiha Itachi was young, he was quite mature and understood what being Hokage meant. That is the highest leader of Konoha, the person standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Of course, the reason we were able to win this war is entirely due to Ming's existence. Otherwise, our Konoha would have been destroyed by the Cloud Village, the Rock Village, and Akatsuki. Uchiha Fugaku naturally felt this way. Then he looked at Uchiha Itachi and said softly, "Itachi, you need to work harder in the future and learn from your brother Ming." Uchiha Itachi's expression became serious as he nodded gently. "I understand, father. I will work hard and strive to become a true strong person." Don't be too harsh on Itachi. Putting too much pressure on the child is not good. Uchiha Ming shook his head, not agreeing with Uchiha Fugaku's teaching method. "Just your best." Uchiha Fugaku smiled at Uchiha Itachi. "Yes, father." Uchiha Itachi smiled as well. The small talk soon passed, and the few people present began discussing serious matters. Now, Ming's reputation has already surpassed that of Minato, and this position of Hokage is certainly within reach. Uchiha Fugaku spoke with a smile. In the current situation, he cannot escape responsibility for the previous annihilation of the 3000 border troops by the Cloud Village. As Hokage, he must take responsibility no matter what. Saying this, Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Ming and said, "If the third Hokage recognizes reality, he will voluntarily step aside and do so gracefully. Given the current situation, I believe he will understand. He is not someone who cannot see reality." Uchiha Ming said calmly. Ever since witnessing his battle with Nagato and others, Uchiha Ming had clearly noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen's spirit diminishing rapidly, as if he had been greatly struck. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and said, "I hope so. After all, he is Hokage. If things get too stiff, it will undermine the authority of the Hokage, which will still have some impact after Ming becomes Hokage. It's still early to say all this." Uchiha Ming shook his head. "It's not too early. You really should think carefully about what you want to do after becoming Hokage." Uchiha Fugaku reminded. Uchiha Ming smiled and said, "There are many things I want to do, and you will know in due time. Then let us keep our expectations." Uchiha Makoto smiled. "Sasuke, is there anything unusual? Has the Nine-Tails chakra leaked?" Uchiha Ming changed the subject, looking at Uchiha Sasuke in Uchiha Makoto's arms. Uchiha Sasuke did not have the obvious whisker-like markings on his face like Naruto Uzumaki, so it seemed that the Nine-Tails inside him was just a part of him. Chapter 164, Dragon Cave. There's nothing unusual. Sasuke's condition is good. It's just that the 8-trigram seal has converted the Nine-Tails chakra into Sasuke's own chakra, which has made Sasuke's chakra a bit excessive. I'm afraid he will have difficulty controlling this massive chakra in the future," Uchiha Makoto said with some concern. Uchiha Itachi looked at his brother and quietly asked, "Mom, does Sasuke have a lot of chakra?" "Yes, your brother has a lot of chakra because of the Nine-Tails. Compared to you, his chakra is truly abundant," Uchiha Makoto said with a smile. "Don't worry. As long as Sasuke can awaken his Sharingan, control won't be a problem," Uchiha Fugaku said solemnly. Uchiha Fugaku has high hopes for both of his children. With such an outstanding elder son, the younger son will surely not be lacking. This is not a big deal. In the initial stage, it's fine if the chakra control ability is a bit poor. As they grow older, their mental strength will naturally develop, and at that time, their control will also improve, Uchiha Ming said. On the other side, in the Land of Rain in Mangekyō, Nagato and Uchiha K found Orochimaru and explained their intentions to him. "Learning sage art? I can't make that decision." Orochimaru shook his head and said, "Whether you can learn sage art depends on whether the White Snake Sage in the Dragon Cave is willing to teach you. I can only make the introduction." "Thank you very much, Orochimaru-san," Nagato said solemnly. Being able to make an introduction is already giving them an opportunity, and it counts as a significant favor. "Don't mention it. After all, this is just a transaction," Orochimaru said with a smile. In exchange, after defeating Konoha, Orochimaru will obtain 2 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan. This is their exchange condition. Then, I will leave the matter of the clones to you, Orochimaru-san. Nagato said. Sure. But please provide me with the genetic information of the clone person as soon as possible. Orochimaru nodded. Don't worry, Orochimaru-san. I will send it as soon as possible. And I will also complete the procurement of the experimental materials you need soon. Nagato said solemnly. Hearing Nagato's words, Orochimaru smiled. Compared to killing enemies, he prefers to stay in the laboratory. Summoning technique. Accompanied by Orochimaru's voice, a puff of smoke erupted from the ground, and a white snake as thick as an arm appeared. Looking at the white snake, Orochimaru handed over a pre-written scroll and instructed, please deliver this to Sage White Snake. The white snake took the scroll in its mouth and ended the summoning on the spot, leaving the ninja world and returning to the dragon cave. Orochimaru looked at Nagato and Uchiha Hikari and said, next, we just need to wait for Sage White Snake's response. I wonder how powerful Sage White Snake is. Uchiha Hikari said with great interest. Orochimaru smiled and said, if Sage White Snake agrees to let you learn Senjutsu, then Miss Hikari will naturally meet Sage White Snake, and at that time, Miss Hikari can ask the sage for advice. To be honest, Orochimaru was looking forward to seeing that scene. Sage White Snake is the strongest being Orochimaru has ever seen, with boundless Senjutsu power. Even a Nine Tails at its peak seemed somewhat lacking in comparison. Nagato's chakra amount is considered inhuman among ninjas, but compared to Sage White Snake, it still seems inferior. With such immense Senjutsu power, Sage White Snake must be a true powerhouse. Orochimaru did not believe that Uchiha Hikari would be a match for Sage White Snake. Do you think I'm foolish? Uchiha Hikari sneered and said, even if a pig lives for thousands of years, it will become an impressive existence, let alone a life that bears the title of sage. Orochimaru shrugged and said without concealment, what a pity, I thought I might witness a great battle. At this moment, Nagato spoke up, it would be great if we could get Sage White Snake's help. Don't think about it. Orochimaru immediately interjected. These great sages will not interfere in the matters of the ninja world unless it truly comes to a life or death situation. Otherwise, they won't meddle in our human conflicts, as it does not align with the neutrality of the summoning beast's sacred ground. What a pity, Nagato said regretfully. After a while, Orochimaru used the summoning technique again to summon the white snake from earlier. After carefully listening to the white snake's hissing for a few moments, he slowly nodded and then looked at Nagato and Uchiha Hikari, saying, Sage White Snake has agreed. It consents to let you become the contractees of the Dragon Cave, and also agrees to teach you Senjutsu. It agreed so easily? Uchiha Hikari was somewhat surprised. This is normal. Sage White Snake rarely refuses ninjas who wish to contract with the Dragon Cave. Orochimaru smiled and said, furthermore, for Sage White Snake, teaching contractees Senjutsu is not difficult. Oh, please clarify, Mr. Orochimaru, Nagato said seriously. The entry into Dragon Cave Senjutsu is the easiest yet also the most dangerous. To learn the Senjutsu of the Dragon Cave, one only needs to be bitten by Sage White Snake. If you can endure it, that counts as entry. If you can't endure it, then just hope for the best. Whether you live or die depends entirely on luck, Orochimaru explained. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Nagato frowned and said, that must be very dangerous, right? For someone who has never come into contact with Senjutsu, to be directly infused with Senjutsu chakra. Naturally it is. Mayaboka Mountain at least has Jiraiya, but the Dragon Cave has almost no successful cases. All the other contractees, besides me, have died at the first step of practicing Senjutsu. Orochimaru lamented. Well, since someone has succeeded, it means this path is feasible. Uchiha Hikari shrugged and said nonchalantly, it's just Senjutsu. I don't think I'm unqualified. That's true. You are the one who possesses the Rinnegan. It would be unreasonable if you couldn't learn Senjutsu. Orochimaru laughed. I'm looking forward to the Senjutsu of the Dragon Cave. Nagato nodded. With a puff of smoke, the three disappeared from the Rain Village. In the dark and deep depths of the Dragon Cave, the figures of Nagato and the others emerged. The Dragon Cave is far away from the ninja world, an independent small space, a different dimension from ancient times. Orochimaru looked at Nagato and Uchiha Hikari with a hint of smile and said, let's go. Sage White Snake is waiting for us. Uchiha Hikari raised an eyebrow and said in surprise, Sage White Snake didn't set any tests or anything. In many stories, protagonists often encounter such scenarios and can only meet the main character after passing a test. Normally, there will be tests. Orochimaru shook his head and said, but I have already informed Sage White Snake of your information. It knows your strength. Given your current strength, unless Sage White Snake personally intervenes, the other snake sages inside would not be your opponents. Mr. Orochimaru has considered this very thoroughly, Nagato praised. Along the way, the three saw countless snakes. And after walking for more than 10 minutes in the dark and deep underground world, they arrived at a dimly lit hall. Chapter 165. Sage White Snake. Is this Sage White Snake? Such vast chakra. Nagato, who has the strongest sensing ability, looked at the giant white snake on the throne above, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Although he had previously tried to overestimate Sage White Snake as much as possible, when truly facing it, Nagato felt a sense of awe. It was a large white-scaled snake with orange hair, a green jewel radiating rich sensuous energy hanging from its chest, and a pipe in its mouth. Its size was not particularly large, but it exuded an unimaginable pressure. Sage White Snake's yellow eyes gazed at Nagato and said with some emotion, "The Rinnegan. After so many years, I finally see the Rinnegan again." Nagato couldn't help but ask, "Has the sage seen other Rinnegan users before?" "Of course," Sage White Snake said with a hint of a smile. "You all know that person. He is known as the Sage of Six Paths, a friend of that old frog from Maiboka Mountain." Hearing her words, Nagato was completely in awe. This was a true sage who had lived for thousands of years. It was only natural for her to be powerful. Sage White Snake glanced at Uchiha Hikari and casually said, "This girl from the Uchiha clan is good. She has a hint of Indra's demeanor." Uchiha Hikari was not afraid and looked directly at Sage White Snake, curiously asking, "Indra? Who is he?" Sage White Snake did not mind her attitude and explained very kindly, "He is the eldest son of the Sage of Six Paths and also the ancestor of your Uchiha clan, a god of battle who never stops." "Is he strong?" Uchiha Hikari asked eagerly, seemingly wanting to compete. "Of course, he inherited the Sage of Six Paths' ocular power and is extremely strong." "Little girl, your strength is still far from his," Sage White Snake said. "What if I also awaken the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan and learn Senjutsu?" Uchiha Hikari asked defiantly. Even if Indra is her ancestor, she would not concede defeat. "Perhaps I could possess power close to his." Sage White Snake smiled. "Then let's do it. I can't wait to try out what this so-called Senjutsu power is like." Uchiha Hikari said somewhat eagerly. "So eager for power? No wonder you are a descendant of Indra." Sage White Snake seemed a bit helpless. She looked at the two below and said, "Orochimaru, this guy has told you about my Dragon Cave's training method, right?" "Sage, we are already aware," Nagato and Uchiha Hikari replied. "Very well, since you are so eager to learn my Dragon Cave Senjutsu, then I shall fulfill your wish." As Sage White Snake spoke, the boundless Senjutsu energy rose from her body. In an instant, Nagato and Uchiha Akira both felt a pressure in their chests, as if a giant stone was weighing them down. In a flash, the White Snake Sage on the throne vanished. Then, both Nagato and Uchiha Akira felt a sharp pain in their necks, as if pierced by a sharp object. In a moment, they sensed an extremely powerful chakra manifesting within their bodies. Although the amount of chakra was not large, its quality was exceptionally high, far exceeding that of normally refined chakra. Feeling the foreign sage chakra within, Nagato sighed. "So this is sage chakra? It is indeed much stronger than normal chakra." The White Snake Sage watched with great interest as the two below struggled to adapt to the sage chakra she had infused into their bodies. As a sage who had lived for thousands of years, she immediately noticed that Nagato's Rinnegan was not his own. If it were his own, his strength would not be at this level. The White Snake Sage was very clear that a person who awakened the Rinnegan would not possess only the current strength of Nagato. He was merely a vessel nurturing that pair of eyes. However, the White Snake Sage did not intend to voice this. As an immortal being, she occasionally needed to seek amusement to avoid the monotony of her long life. To the White Snake Sage, Nagato and Uchiha Akira were merely fleeting entertainment in her long existence. She wanted to see how far Nagato, this vessel, could go and whether he might potentially backfire on the true owner of the Rinnegan. The White Snake Sage had a certain understanding of the Rinnegan. She knew that in this world, death did not mean true end. There were indeed techniques capable of resurrection. After more than 10 minutes, Nagato was the first to open his tightly shut eyes. At this moment, he had undergone some changes in appearance. Two horns sprouted from his head. Shadows appeared around his eyes, and fine scales emerged on his skin, resembling a snake that had not fully transformed. Feeling the surging power within his body, Nagato clenched his fists, a smile appearing on his face. Is this sage chakra? Its quality is many times stronger than normal chakra. And even the same ninjutsu is 10 times more powerful in sage mode. Nagato thought excitedly. Orochimaru looked at Nagato's current appearance with envy in his eyes. He had once attempted to cultivate the sage techniques of the Riichi Cave, but due to his own aptitude, he had ultimately failed to enter the path. 2 minutes later, Uchiha Akira also opened her eyes, revealing a pair of crimson Sharingan. Like Nagato, her appearance underwent similar changes, with horns on her head and white scales on her skin. Looking at her current form, Uchiha Akira frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. Observing the two, the white snake sage praised. Not bad. Both of you have good aptitude for sage arts. Thank you for your assistance, sage. Nagato immediately expressed his gratitude. No need to mind. The white snake sage replied, you have just barely begun. To use sage arts in battle requires continued training. The rest depends on you. For you, the less obvious the snake transformation, the more proficient your sage mode will be. We understand, Nagato said solemnly. Good. The white snake sage nodded in satisfaction. And then a scroll floated out from the darkness, landing in front of the two. This is the sage art inheritance of my Riichi Cave. Take it and practice well. As contractors of the Riichi Cave, do not bring shame to its reputation in the future. The white snake sage said seriously. Yes, sage. Nagato and Uchiha Akira nodded. All right, if there's nothing else, you may leave here. Then, the white snake sage issued her dismissal. For her, it was sufficient to occasionally observe the two. She had lost interest in most matters of the ninja world. Only when it came to the Rinnegan or Indra-level matters would she feel a bit of interest. Watching the three leave, the white snake sage squinted her eyes and thought. According to Orochimaru, this little fellow, named Nagato, seems to be collecting tailed beasts, aiming to resurrect the Ten Tails and become his Jinchuriki. The ninja world is about to become lively. The white snake sage thought as she slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 166. Preparing for the eternal eye on the other side, while Orochimaru and the others were entering the Riichi Cave to train in sage arts. Uchiha Akira's figure appeared in a secret base outside Orochimaru's village. This base was discovered only after the interrogation of Orochimaru revealed its location. Uchiha Akira came here with a simple purpose. According to Orochimaru, SH-Go was in this base. This base, located in the land of rice, was managed by only a few ninjas. Orochimaru had not had time to relocate this base, or rather, he no longer needed to transfer its contents. For him, this base had become dispensable. His research had been completed, and the things inside the base were no longer of concern to him. Soon, Uchiha Akira found SH-Go. Now, SH-Go was only 3 years old, just a child who had just begun to form memories. Orochimaru had completed his thoughts on the Cursed Seal shortly after acquiring SH-Go and successfully developed the Cursed Seal, indirectly obtaining the qualification to use sage arts. Silently, Uchiha Akira brought SH-Go back to Konoha, leaving him in the care of the Uchiha clan's ninjas. After bringing SH-Go back, Uchiha Akira immediately entered his laboratory to conduct cloning experiments. Bringing SH-Go back and starting the cloning process, Uchiha Akira had gathered the pieces for his ghostly root seed technique. Of course, this was just the initial preparation, not the actual completion. The Rinnegan had not yet been obtained, and the part corresponding to the Ten Tails had not truly been resurrected. Next, it was time to prepare for the awakening of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Akira thought to himself. Awakening the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan was a certainty for Uchiha Akira. He just needed to follow the steps methodically to achieve it. It was not difficult for him. However, because the eyes he was using were not those of a blood relative, the birth of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan would require some time to mature. In the laboratory, Uchiha Akira took out the flesh of the 4-tailed beasts obtained from the battlefield, each placed in massive containers. The 8 tails flesh was the most abundant, almost half a beast's worth. Next was the 4 tails, which also had a small portion of its body. Following that was the 2 tails with 1 hind leg. Lastly, the 5 tails, which consisted of only a few segments of its tail. Aside from the tailed beasts, there was also part of the outer path golem's body. Except for that arm, Uchiha Akira had already handed over the other fragmented pieces to Yakushinan to cultivate a pseudo-divine tree, aiming to obtain more materials for sublimation potions. As for the golem's arm, Uchiha Akira had infused it with the chakra of the 5-tailed beasts, planning to use this arm as the initial fusion material. Indeed, the 9 tails had to be the last to be infused. Uchiha Akira shook his head, looking at the golem's arm in the container. After infusing the chakra of the 5-tailed beasts, he intended to let it absorb the chakra of the 9 tails as well. But the golem's arm did not actively absorb the chakra of the 9 tails. This was similar to how the outer path golem absorbed tailed beasts. The 9 tails had to be placed last. After absorbing the five-tailed beasts, the arm of the outer path golem underwent a subtle change, giving Uchiha Akira the feeling that it had come to life, as if it had its own life. A certain rhythm emanated from it. Although it was just an arm, it felt very much like a living creature. Uchiha Akira murmured softly. After observing for a while, Uchiha Mei walked in front of the clone that had previously undergone the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan awakening experiment. This was one of his experiments, attempting to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan without prior eye technique transplantation, meaning that even if he successfully awakened the eternal eye, it would not meet his expectations. This was merely a pair of eyes used to verify feasibility. The fusion progress was slower than he had imagined. The eyes of non-blood relatives were progressing so slowly. After carefully examining it, Uchiha Mei frowned. At this rate, he estimated it would take at least a year for the eternal eye to fully be born. Too slow. Uchiha Mei shook his head and went to the location of the Tsutsuki SH-10 clone. Unlike the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, the awakening of the Rinnegan required chakra from the Tsutsuki clan. This meant that Uchiha Mei needed to possess this clone and continuously refine chakra for it to allow the Rinnegan to be born. The progress of the Rinnegan was also not fast. After careful examination, Uchiha Mei concluded, compared to the progress of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, the Rinnegan was progressing even slower, and this was under the condition of providing sufficient Tsutsuki clan chakra every day. At this rate, he might not make it in time for the ceremony on the day of the Golden Ring eclipse in 56 years. After pondering for a while, Uchiha Mei left the laboratory. After leaving the laboratory, Uchiha Mei headed straight to the Uchiha clan's shrine and went to the basement. It was not a clan meeting. He wanted to take a good look at the ancestral stone tablet. The scarlet Mangekyō Sharingan opened, and Uchiha Mei carefully interpreted the contents of the stone tablet. Sure enough, after transplanting the eye technique, his ocular power had already reached the level of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, and the content corresponding to the eternal eye on the stone tablet was no longer a secret to him. Uchiha Mei looked at the stone tablet and slowly nodded. After awakening, he had attempted to interpret the stone tablet, but due to the limitations of his ocular power, he had only deciphered a small portion of the content. It was during that time that he learned how to specifically awaken the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. The 6 paths, 10 tails, coffin seal, the method to awaken the Rinnegan, infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Mei looked at the contents of the stone tablet. A cold smile appeared on his face. He was well aware that Kagaya had altered this stone tablet. The specific content originally recorded on the stone tablet was already lost, but the altered stone tablet led people towards the path of infinite Tsukuyomi. A normal person would definitely not be so easily guided in this way, but Uchiha, after awakening, was not a normal person. Kagaya was very clear about this point. The content on the stone tablet was undoubtedly very valuable. The 6 paths, 10 tails, coffin seal. The method to awaken the Rinnegan. Without a doubt, these were priceless things. This was the end of the content of the stone tablet. With the ocular power of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, he had already enough to completely interpret the stone tablet's content. 2 days later, Sarutobi Hiruzen gathered the elite jonin of the village for a jonin meeting. After 2 days of recuperation, Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion had improved significantly, and he looked as if his injuries had almost healed. He sat at the head of the conference room, glanced around at the jonin of Konoha, took a deep breath, and spoke in a steady and powerful voice. The border defense unit was ambushed and annihilated by Kumogakure, resulting in heavy losses for Konoha. I bear an inescapable responsibility for this matter, and I am here to make a profound self-reflection. After the meeting, I will apologize to the public. Chapter 167. Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision high. This is not your fault. It's the reckless ambitions of those Kumogakure brutes. The responsibility lies entirely with them. Nara Shikaku immediately came to Sarutobi Hiruzen's defense. That's right. Mito Gate Kurinai also spoke up, saying, "You can't blame yourself for this. It's all Kumogakure's fault. Hiruzen, you've done well. Enough." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, "Seriously, I must take primary responsibility. If I had not been careless, Takomi would not have died, and Konoha would not have suffered such damage." Looking at the group of jonin, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and solemnly said, "In light of my reflection and review over this period, I believe that I, in my old age, am no longer suitable to serve as Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen announced seriously, "Therefore, I have decided to step down and allow a new generation of Hokage to bring new vitality to Konoha." As soon as these words were spoken, The Jonin in the conference room began to whisper among themselves, discussing quietly. Hiruzen, you. Mito Gate Kurenai looked astonished, as if just now realizing Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision. Hiruzen, no. You are in the prime of your life, full of experience. You can't be hasty. Narashikaku hurriedly advised. Yes, Hiruzen. It would be better to think it over. Under your leadership, Konoha has been thriving with talents, and you must not make a hasty decision. Mito Gate Kurenai also began to persuade. The advisor is right. Hokage-sama should be more cautious. After the Great War, Konoha needs an experienced Hokage like you to steer the ship. Indeed. In this changing world of ninjas, having a stabilizing Hokage like you allows us to rest easy. Aside from the two of them, several other Jonin also opened their mouths to dissuade him. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mei calmly watched all of this. They knew that this was merely a formality, allowing Sarutobi Hiruzen to save a bit of face. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand firmly and said, This decision is one I made after careful consideration. Given the current situation, Konoha needs a vigorous Hokage. Sai Hiruzen. Mitu gota kurenai sighed helplessly. Narashikaku sighed. Well then, Hiruzen, since this is your carefully considered decision, as your friends, we can only support your choice. Then Hiruzen, who do you think is the most suitable candidate for the 5th Hokage in our village? She asked again. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of smoke, and amidst the smoke, his serious voice came through. Currently, there are quite a few capable people in Konoha, but the most suitable candidate for the 5th Hokage? I believe there are only 2 individuals. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, his gaze gentle as he looked at Uchiha Mei, who was sitting next to Uchiha Fugaku. He said, From the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Mei, who previously displayed great prowess on the battlefields of Kumogakure and Awagakure, was instrumental in our victory against them. Uchiha Mei has deeply understood the will of fire of Konoha and is an excellent inheritor of the will of fire. I think everyone can agree that Uchiha Mei should be a candidate for the 5th Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked seriously at the Jonin in the conference room. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen's words fell, the conference room became noisy. The Jonin present began to whisper to each other, discussing quietly. They did not seem surprised. It was only natural for Uchiha Mei to become a candidate. At this moment in Konoha, in terms of strength and achievements, Uchiha Mei was the #1 person. If he did not become a candidate, that would be illogical and hard to convince. On the Uchiha clan side, the expressions of those present were excited and very happy. The long-standing wish of the Uchiha clan was about to be realized in this generation. Even Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but smile, although it was not him becoming Hokage. Uchiha Mei was still his disciple. Uchiha Mei becoming Hokage was also the realization of a long-held wish in his heart. I can finally put down my burdens. The days ahead should be my time to enjoy life. Uchiha Fugaku thought. Brother Ming is preparing to become Hokage, and he seems even younger than the 4th Hokage back then. Uchiha Shursui sighed in admiration. He used to be very worried about the relationship between the clan and the village, believing there was a huge gap and conflict between them. Now, all problems have been resolved. Uchiha Ming has become Hokage, and everything is no longer an issue. The village will surely reach its peak under Brother Ming's leadership. Uchiha Shursui thought. Mito Gate In spoke seriously, saying, Uchiha Ming is a Jonin, has strength and achievements, and I, Mito Gate-in, have no objections to him as a candidate for Hokage. I support him. The person opposite him, T-Rune Koha, nodded in agreement, saying, I also support him. At present, among us in Konoha, Uchiha Ming is the most qualified person for Hokage. Good. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slowly upon hearing their words and said solemnly, In that case, I propose that Uchiha Ming officially become one of our candidates for the 5th Hokage. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen's words fell, Uchiha Ming stood up and said seriously, Uchiha Ming, if elected Hokage, will definitely lead Konoha to true greatness. Very good. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, then looked at everyone and asked, As for the other candidate for the 5th Hokage, what do you all think of the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, Tsunade? Of course, there cannot be only one candidate for Hokage. This is not a matter of emergency appointment, and it should follow the normal election process. The Jonin present were not unfamiliar with Tsunade, the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin, with extremely strong abilities and exceptional medical ninjutsu, enough to serve as Hokage. Moreover, Tsunade's achievements are considerable. Although they pale in comparison to Uchiha Ming's current accomplishments, she has the legacy of her ancestors. and surely there will be many supporters for her. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, the Jonin in the room began to whisper among themselves. I don't oppose Lady Tsunade. She trained many medical ninjas for Konoha and established our medical system, contributing greatly to the village. If it's Lady Tsunade, then we naturally agree. But will she be willing to come back? The death of the first Hokage's grandson struck her hard, leading her to have many grievances about the current village. Since the Hokage has said this, it indicates he is already prepared and has surely persuaded Lady Tsunade. For a moment, the whispers of the Jonin continued. Chapter 168. Nominating the fifth Hokage, the Jonin of the Uchiha clan showed subtle changes in their expressions upon hearing these discussions, revealing worried looks. Tsunade's reputation in Konoha is extremely high. If she had participated in the election for the fourth Hokage, whether Namikaze Minato could have been elected is still uncertain. If Tsunade participates in this election, unexpected complications may arise. Clan leader, could this affect Ming? One of the Uchiha Jonin expressed concern. After all, Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Her reputation in Konoha is not low. Don't worry, with Ming's current reputation, no one can change the outcome of this election. Uchiha Fugaku said confidently. Uchiha Fugaku continued. Moreover, the third Hokage may not have persuaded Tsunade. How long has it been since then? Uchiha Ming spoke up, very confidently. Rest assured, this result is without any suspense. Tsunade has been away from the village for too long, and considering the current situation in the ninja world, Konoha needs a strong Hokage, which is a common understanding for everyone. Upon hearing Uchiha Ming's words, some Uchiha Jonin who originally wanted to speak regained their calm. As the Uchiha clan grew closer to the position of Hokage, they felt increasingly anxious. In the chairman's seat, Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to the discussions of the Jonin with no expression on his face. He indeed had not persuaded Tsunade. In fact, according to his estimates, the people he sent out should have only just started contacting Tsunade. Whether he could persuade her to return and participate in the fifth Hokage election was still uncertain. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned towards believing he could not persuade Tsunade. After her brother Senju Rope died on the battlefield, Tsunade had significant grievances against the upper echelons of Konoha and might not return. Even if Tsunade returned, it would likely not change much. Konoha's Uchiha Ming has too high a reputation now, and because of the Akatsuki's existence, many Jonin would certainly prefer someone powerful to serve as Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, well, Uchiha Ming becoming the fifth Hokage is the trend of the times. Let us see how high he will lead Konoha. It just so happens that I, this old man, still have some years to live. Thinking this, Sarutobi Hiruzen completely lost hope. He then coughed, and after the meeting room quieted down, he said solemnly, since no one opposes Tsunade becoming a candidate, then this matter is settled. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a serious expression, loudly announced, in 7 days, I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, will officially resign from the position of Hokage. At the same time, the election for our Konoha's fifth Hokage will commence. With that, the meeting ended, and the Jonin orderly left the meeting room. The next morning, the matters discussed in yesterday's meeting spread throughout the village. In no time, the entire Konoha was once again in an uproar. Regarding this matter, whether ordinary people or ninjas, they all held an optimistic attitude. Uchiha Ming's reputation and brilliance were too dazzling. He had almost single-handedly defeated Kumogakure and Iwagakure. The Raikage from Kumogakure was still imprisoned in the village. When the Raikage was brought back, the streets were crowded with people. This was the first time a Kage from a major ninja village had been captured, an unprecedented event. Whether Uchiha Ming becomes Hokage or not, I see no one in the ninja world dares to wage war against our land of fire. Ha! I heard from my brother's friend that Uchiha Ming's strength is comparable to that of a god. The legendary tailed beasts, which are like natural disasters, are mere pets in his hands. In my opinion, the first Hokage was too kind back then, giving tailed beasts to other ninja villages. If it were me, I would definitely eliminate all those from Kumogakure and Iwagakure. The ninja world is so vast. Having just Konoha is enough. Indeed, I hope Uchiha Ming will eliminate them all in the future, so they won't keep waging war. It really disturbs our peace. On the streets, the people of Konoha looked at the announcements, each with an indignant expression. They were already very dissatisfied with the other ninja villages. Now that someone from the Uchiha clan was coming to power, a different kind of fire ignited in their hearts. The villagers of Konoha still had some understanding of the Uchiha clan. Given the character of the Uchiha clan, having someone from their clan become Hokage would surely be different from the previous Hokage. In a room of a hotel on Shanshan Street in the Land of Fire, Tsunade looked coldly at the three Umbu in front of her and said coldly, "What are you doing here? Hasn't the war been won?" Although Tsunade was lingering in the casino, the outbreak of a major war in the ninja world had certainly spread. While gambling, gamblers would definitely mention a few things. Therefore, Tsunade also knew a little about the current situation in the ninja world. Uchiha Ming from the Uchiha clan had almost single-handedly defeated the alliance of Kyomogakyure, Iwagakure, and Akatsuki. The leading Umbu respectfully said, "Lady Tsunade, we are here to ask you to return to participate in the election for the 5th Hokage." "Participate in the Hokage election? Me?" Tsunade snorted coldly and said, "Is the teacher really getting old and confused? Doesn't he know what kind of Hokage Konoha needs in the current situation? With the Akatsuki as a formidable enemy, the Hokage of Konoha must be the strongest. Otherwise, it won't stabilize people's hearts. I, Tsunade, consider myself strong, but that depends on who I'm comparing with. Based on the intelligence currently available, Uchiha Akira's strength is almost on par with my grandfather's. Comparing myself to someone like that is just seeking trouble, isn't it? Having someone like that as Hokage would at least give the villagers much more confidence when facing the terrifying organization known as Akatsuki." Looking at the silent Umbu, Tsunade coldly said, "You can go back and tell the 3rd Hokage that I'm giving up my candidacy for the 5th Hokage." "Tsunade-sama." The leading Umbu wanted to continue persuading her. Do you want to try my fist?" Tsunade's eyes narrowed, and her tied-up golden hair fluttered, giving off the impression that she would throw a punch at any disagreement. "Yes, we will report back to the Hokage immediately." The Umbu quickly retreated in a panic. What a joke, Tsunade really can hit hard. With her incredible strength, she could easily turn someone into mush with a single punch. Jiraiya, one of the legendary three, had often ended up hospitalized due to Tsunade's punches. After the Umbu left, Shizen quietly asked, "Tsunade-sama, are you really not going back?" Tsunade pondered for a moment and said, "Of course I will go back. Konoha is my grandfather's legacy after all. Although Uchiha Akira's strength is formidable, even on par with Uchiha Madara back then, personal strength and governance ability are not the same thing. I still need to go back and take a look." The example of Hashirama Senju comes to mind. He relied on his brother Tobarama Senju to govern the village. Upon hearing that they would return to Konoha, Shizune's eyes lit up. "Tsunade-sama, when are we going back?" Tsunade calmly replied, "Let's wait until Uchiha Akira becomes Hokage. The Akatsuki organization is too strong. Konoha needs a powerful Hokage to stabilize people's hearts." Chapter 169, Nagato's Suspicion in the Land of Rain, Mangekyō. The name of Akatsuki has spread throughout the ninja world, and no ninja village dares to underestimate this once small nation. Whether it is Akatsuki's leader Nagato or the girl named Uchiha Hikari, their strength is no longer something that can be resolved by mere numbers. In terms of military power, the Land of Rain has become the second strongest nation, surpassed only by the Land of Fire. Nagato, news from Konoha. White Zetsu emerged from underground and handed a scroll to Nagato, who was closing his eyes to sense natural energy. Looking at the contents of the scroll, Nagato murmured, as expected, "Uchiha Akira is about to become Hokage." What was Uchiha Akira's intention with that statement back then? Was he deliberately trying to sow discord between me and Zetsu? Or was there really something to it? Thinking of Uchiha Akira, Nagato recalled the words he spoke during their previous battle. Those words have taken root and sprouted in his mind. Perhaps I trusted Zetsu too much before. Uchiha Akira did kill Madara. He has explored Madara's mind and knows things I don't. Perhaps Madara saving me wasn't exactly as I thought. Nagato muttered to himself. Nagato thought to himself, in any case, I need to be more vigilant regarding Zetsu and be more cautious. What exactly is hidden within these Rinnegan eyes? Are there any special ocular techniques contained within? Strangely, Nagato recalled his earlier conversation with Uchiha Hikari. During this time, aside from training Sage Mode, Nagato has also been trying to uncover any potential ocular techniques that might exist within a Rinnegan. However, even with conscious attempts, he has not been able to discover any ocular techniques contained within the Rinnegan. Could it be that the Rinnegan only has the abilities that are currently displayed? Thinking of this, Nagato furrowed his brows, instinctively disbelieving this speculation. His intuition told him that the Rinnegan, as the eyes of the legendary sage of 6 paths, must possess some special abilities. During the journey to the Dragon Cave, Nagato learned that the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Indra, was a descendant of the sage of 6 paths. And after Indra's descendants awakened their Mangekyō Sharingan, they all possessed unique ocular techniques. There is no reason for the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, as the source of this bloodline, to not contain their own special ocular techniques. Is it because my strength is insufficient? Nagato frowned, not fully believing in his own speculation. Currently, the abilities of the Rinnegan seem a bit inadequate when facing truly top-tier masters. Nagato recalled his previous confrontation with Uchiha Akira. Ordinary Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin could only be used as feints. The Hungry Ghost path was even more useless. It couldn't move while absorbing and had a limit on its absorption ability, making it too weak against Susanoo. Other paths like the Hell path, Human path, and Animal path were basically ineffective. The six paths techniques of the Rinnegan are undoubtedly sufficient to crush ordinary Kaga-level experts, but against a master like Uchiha Akira, it's lacking. Nagato muttered. In the previous battle, Nagato's main offensive method was also wood release, rather than the six paths techniques of the Rinnegan. Well then, from now on, my system will be built around wood release as the core, combined with the sage arts from the Dragon Cave. Perhaps Hashirama Senju's wood release can gain a new interpretation, and the abilities of the Rinnegan can serve as support. Nagato murmured to himself. The inheritance of Uchiha Madara contains a complete wood release inheritance, including sage art wood release. Previously, in the Dragon Cave, he and Uchiha Hikari both obtained the sage art inheritance from the Dragon Cave. Nagato considers the sage art inheritance from the Dragon Cave to be quite impressive. He believes that certain sage arts will undergo unexpected changes when combined with wood release. 7 days later, the public memorial for the heroes of Konoha. A large number of Konoha villagers and ninjas had gathered early in this place. They wore black funeral attire, standing sadly in the square as they watched the funeral personnel place each box into the grave. This is not a large cemetery. It looks more like a memorial square. Here, a grand farewell ceremony is about to be held. The Konoha ninjas who sacrificed their lives in the war are buried in this public cemetery. Forever remembered by the villagers of Konoha, this solemn farewell ceremony continued until noon, during which no one spoke, all quietly paying their respects. After the farewell, the crowd showed no signs of dispersing. Sarutobi Hiruzen, dressed in funeral attire, stepped up to the high platform of the cemetery, looking solemnly at the crowd below. The sadness on the faces of the crowd has already subsided. The deceased have passed, and it is most important to regroup and welcome the future. They all know that the third Hokage is about to announce two major matters. My fellow Konoha citizens, today I apologize to all the living here. It was due to my misjudgment that our border troops lost 3,000 comrades to the hands of Kumogakure. As Hokage, I bear an undeniable responsibility for this. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he solemnly bowed. Hearing his words, the scene fell silent, and the citizens quietly waited. After a long while, Sarutobi Hiruzen straightened up and said loudly, "After careful consideration during this period, I believe I am no longer suitable to hold the position of Hokage. Therefore, I have decided to officially resign from the position of Hokage starting today, allowing a younger and more capable person to become Hokage and lead Konoha toward a new glory." Looking at the silent crowd below, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally announced loudly, "Here, I declare that Uchiha Akira and Tsunade will be the candidates for the next Hokage. The fifth Hokage of Konoha will be born from among them." Although Tsunade has already informed Hiruzen Sarutobi that she has withdrawn from the election for the fifth Hokage, for the sake of procedure, Hiruzen did not remove her from the list of candidates, and everything continued as planned. After he finished speaking, there were some murmurs in the audience. This was normal, as the farewell ceremony had just taken place, and the atmosphere of sorrow had not completely dissipated. Hearing the murmurs, Hiruzen Sarutobi announced, "In 7 days, we will decide who will become the fifth Hokage of Konoha based on the votes of the Jonin and a comprehensive assessment of the candidate's reputation in the village. Next, I invite one of our candidates, Jonin Uchiha Mei, to the stage to deliver his campaign speech." Hiruzen Sarutobi said loudly, turning to look at Uchiha Mei. Under the gaze of the crowd, Uchiha Mei had already changed into a Jonin vest and calmly walked up to the podium step by step. Chapter 170. The fifth Hokage, he looked at the crowd below, feeling very calm, and spoke in a steady and composed voice. "I, Uchiha Mei, if elected Hokage, will surely bring everyone a brand new Konoha, a prosperous and powerful Konoha, where no ninja village will dare to provoke us." After finishing, Uchiha Mei bowed and walked down from the podium. Although his words were brief, everyone could clearly feel the confidence he exuded when he announced them. With his current strength, there was no need for lengthy proclamations. Being concise suited Uchiha's style and his current capability better. No one thought Uchiha Mei was arrogant. Rather, they felt it was only natural. This was the way strong individuals operated. As the saying goes, once the gate is entered, the great scholars will discern the teachings. After Uchiha Mei delivered his campaign speech, the attendees quickly dispersed. The absence of another candidate left some villagers of Konoha feeling dissatisfied. Although Tsunade was the granddaughter of the first Hokage and had a great reputation in Konoha, her absence today left the villagers somewhat discontented. This was the election ceremony for the fifth Hokage, and the candidates were not present. This was seen as a disrespect to the villagers of Konoha. Without any surprises, 7 days later, Uchiha Mei was elected the fifth Hokage of Konoha with an absolute advantage. Most of the Jonin in the village cast their votes for Uchiha Mei. Voting for Uchiha Mei did not mean they favored him greatly. Rather, between Tsunade and Uchiha Mei, voting for Mei aligned more with their interests. In the current ninja world, Konoha needed a powerful Hokage to protect the village. If Uchiha Mei did not become Hokage, he might not exert his full effort in the event of a future crisis facing Konoha. However, once he became Hokage, Konoha's affairs would become his affairs, and no matter what happened, he would do his utmost to resolve them. In front of the Hokage building, Uchiha Mei donned the ceremonial robe and Hokage hat. Looking at the villagers and ninjas of Konoha before him, he solemnly declared, "From today onwards, I, Uchiha Mei, am the fifth Hokage of Konoha. I will fulfill my campaign promises and bring Konoha to an unprecedented peak." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers. Although Uchiha Mei was young, he was powerful. Similar to the previous Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the villagers held high expectations for him. In the Hokage office, Uchiha Mei sat at the Hokage's desk, looking at a stack of documents on the table. After casually picking up a document and browsing through it, he couldn't help but frown. Do B-rank missions really need the Hokage's approval? Uchiha Mei felt somewhat dissatisfied. This was a waste of the Hokage's energy. Continuing to pull out another document, he frowned again. This was actually a C-rank mission. After roughly browsing through the stack of documents, Uchiha Mei gained a fundamental understanding of Konoha's current situation. A significant portion of Konoha's income relied on funding from the daimyo. A small portion came from shop taxes in the village, and the rest came from commissions from various figures in the ninja world. The income structure was quite unhealthy. In Uchiha Mei's view, Konoha's issues were far more than just administrative inefficiency. There were many other serious problems. The number of ninjas in Konoha was not small. Currently, Konoha still had nearly 10,000 ninjas. While the quantity was considerable, the quality was concerning, as most of them were low-ranking ninjas with little combat capability. Only slightly stronger than ordinary people. They would definitely not be effective on the battlefield. The problems were too great. If Konoha wanted to truly become strong, significant reforms were necessary. Uchiha Mei silently mused, making a decision in his heart. The ninja forces must be professional, occupational, and elite. Those who did not meet the standards should be assigned to production and construction departments. The Ninja Academy also needed reform, as the current educational quality was too poor. Uchiha Mei began to formulate a preliminary plan for the reforms in his mind. Uchiha Mei quickly wrote down his ideas on paper, organizing his thoughts. 2 hours later, looking at the content on the paper, Uchiha Mei nodded in satisfaction. Unfortunately, computers are still not very useful. Otherwise, this wouldn't be so troublesome. Uchiha Mei sighed and left the Hokage office. Shortly after returning home, Uchiha Fugaku came to visit. In the reception room, Uchiha Fugaku smiled and asked, "Mei, how does it feel to be Hokage?" "Not great." Uchiha Mei shook his head and said, "There are too many urgent issues that need to be addressed in Konoha. Don't rush, take your time. You're still young and have plenty of time to solve these problems." Uchiha Fugaku replied solemnly. Uchiha Mei shook his head and asked, "I wonder if the clan leader came to see me for something specific?" Uchiha Fugaku smiled and said, "Mei, the timing is about right. Now that you become Hokage, it's time for the position of Uchiha clan leader to be handed over to you." "Clan leader? Isn't that a bit much? The Hokage position is already busy enough. If I take on a clan leader role as well, I might be too overwhelmed." Uchiha Mei shook his head. "Mei, in the Uchiha clan, strength is respected. The weak are below, and the capable rise. You must take on this role as clan leader," Uchiha Fugaku said with a hint of a smile. Sighing helplessly, Uchiha Mei thought, "Fine, I'll be the clan leader. Better to have too many debts than none at all." After all, he could delegate tasks to others later and just handle significant matters. Uchiha Fugaku's main purpose for visiting was to discuss this matter. After explaining it to Uchiha Mei, he He left feeling lighthearted and joyfully headed home. Having unburdened himself of years of responsibility, Uchiha Fugaku appeared much lighter on his feet and looked more relaxed overall. The next day, in the large conference room on the third floor of the Hokage building, Uchiha gathered the advisors of Konoha, the clan leaders of various ninja clans, an elite jonin, for a meeting. Today, he intended to discuss the reforms of Konoha with them. Hokage-sama. After everyone bowed, they took their seats. They looked at the document bag in Uchiha Mei's hand, knowing that this new Hokage was bound to take action. Everyone, although my time as Hokage has been short, thanks to the legacy of the third Hokage, I'm already aware of the various big and small problems in the village. Regarding these issues, I have decided to implement reforms. Uchiha Mei said seriously, looking at everyone present. As he spoke, he instructed the Umbu to distribute the documents in hand, then continued. These are some reform proposals I have thought of. Please take a look and share your opinions. Looking at the documents in hand, the expressions of those present became very serious. This almost involved all departments of Konoha. Chapter 171, Reform. Moreover, the extent of the reforms is tremendous, touching all aspects. Expanding school size, improving education quality, professionalizing the ninja forces. Establishing the Konoha Health Department, police force reforms. Establishing the Konoha Construction Group. Vigorously developing the economy in science and technology. This aims to completely break free from the constraints of the feudal lords. Sarutobi Hizashi looked at the planning document in his hand, feeling alarmed. Uchiha Akira's plan was too bold. It not only touched the interests of the ninja clans, but also aimed to completely free Konoha from the feudal lord's control. If this were to happen, Konoha would no longer be Konoha of the Fire Country. Instead, the Fire Country would become the Fire Country of Konoha. Narashikaku exhaled deeply. If such reforms could succeed, Konoha would surely soar, and at that time, the voice of the Fire Country would only be that of Konoha. Yamanaka Inoichi thought to himself, the plan sounds good, but can it really succeed? The risks are too great, and the feudal lords will definitely not stand by and watch. Yamanaka Koharu felt deep concern. If anyone has any thoughts, feel free to bring them up. This is just a draft for now, and it doesn't mean that all these reforms will be implemented at once. I understand the principle of gradual progress, Uchiha Akira said loudly. Hearing his words, some people present couldn't help but twitch their mouths. You've already said good and bad things, Hokage. What else is there for us to say? Sarutobi Hizashi spoke with concern. Fifth Hokage, this matter is significant. I believe we need to consider it carefully. We cannot rush this. Don't worry, third Hokage. Uchiha Akira nodded and said, this matter will definitely undergo multiple considerations, combined with Konoha's actual situation, and will be implemented gradually, not all at once. Announcing the draft now is just to gather ideas and see if there are any unreasonable aspects. This plan definitely needs to be discussed by everyone before it can truly start to be implemented step by step, Uchiha Akira said solemnly. Given Konoha's current situation, reforms cannot be rushed. They need to be gradual, prioritizing certain issues. Uchiha Akira then asked, what issues do you think we should prioritize solving now? Narashikaku said seriously, Hokage, I personally believe we should focus on solving Konoha's economic problems first. Other reforms, especially military reforms, require substantial financial support. It seems that Shikaku intends to align with this fifth Hokage. In the conference room, some people were in a flurry of thoughts, hesitating. Uchiha Akira's reforms are not just beneficial for the ninja clans. The bloodline clans might be fine, with some impact, but not significant. However, the secret technique families are different. With the expansion of the ninja school and improvement in teaching quality, these secret technique families will definitely be affected. Hokage, I agree with Shikaku's proposal to prioritize solving the village's economic problems. Only with a strong economy can we have the power to develop. Yamanaka Inoichi spoke up. As he spoke, the others immediately understood that the Inoshikacho trio had completely aligned with the fifth Hokage. Yes, indeed, the economic issue must be addressed. It ranks first in my considerations as well, Uchiha Akira nodded. The Hokage has made a firm decision to break free from the constraints of the feudal lords of the Fire Country. It seems that the words of the feudal lords may not hold much weight in the future. Mitarashi Anko thought. His intuition told him that Uchiha Akira, born from the Uchiha clan, was different from all previous Hokage. In his eyes, feudal lords were no different from ordinary people. When necessary, Mitarashi Anko believed that Uchiha Akira would take some special measures to carry out his reforms. This person is similar to the original Uchiha Madara, perhaps even more radical. Therefore, he had no intention of speaking up at this meeting, Uchiha Akira is different from Sarutobi Hizashi. From this reform plan, Uchiha Akira is bound to be a strong Hokage. They, as consultants, remnants of the old era, should refrain from speaking recklessly to avoid losing face. After waiting for a while, seeing that no one raised any other opinions, Uchiha Akira immediately spoke. Since everyone agrees to start with the economy, then this matter is settled. Shikaku, Inoichi, you two take the lead and draft a detailed reform plan based on my draft as soon as possible. We have a large number of ninjas idle in Konoha, and it's just the right time to use them. Uchiha Akira instructed solemnly. Yamanaka, Inoichi, and Nara Shikaku stood up and respectfully responded, "Yes, Hokage. We will draft a plan as soon as possible." Good. Uchiha Akira nodded in satisfaction and continued. The reforms for the ninja school and police force will also proceed. As for the reforms of the ninja forces, they will be temporarily put on hold. Uchiha Akira surveyed everyone and asked solemnly, "Do you have any opinions on the reforms for the ninja school and the police force?" The reform of the ninja school involves a significant expansion, improving teaching quality, establishing detailed teaching directions, and distinguishing between combat and non-combat directions, directly streamlining within the school. Delaying graduation time to enhance the overall quality of graduates. Those who fail assessments will not be allowed to graduate. The reform of the police force is relatively simple. The police force was originally a stronghold for the Uchiha clan, with all members coming from the Uchiha clan. Now, after the reform, it has become an openly recruited institution. No longer a stronghold for the Uchiha clan, allowing all ninjas the opportunity to work there. Fifth Hokage, can our Konoha finances still support the school reforms? Sarutobi Hizashi reminded. Uchiha Akira understood his implication, reminding him not to take such big steps. Don't worry, Third Hokage. This time, the ninja school is only a small-scale expansion. Just a preliminary attempt to accumulate experience, not an all-at-once approach. Uchiha Akira explained. Hearing his words, Sarutobi Hizashi slowly nodded and said, "The fifth Hokage has considered this well. I have no further questions. As for the police force reform, everyone naturally has no objections. This is an internal matter of the Uchiha clan, and this change is actually for the better." Uchiha Akira nodded and said, "Since everyone has no objections, then this matter is settled." Then, he looked at Sarutobi Hizashi, Tsunade Koharu, and Mitarashi Anko, and said, "For the school reform, I asked the consultants to take the time to draft a plan, select appropriate classrooms, and establish detailed education and curriculum." Sarutobi Hizashi, Tsunade Koharu, and Mitarashi Anko exchanged glances and then said solemnly, "Hokage, rest assured, we will act promptly. I must remind you, after the reform of the ninja school, the education curriculum needs to be refined. Those without combat talent should be assigned to other fields. And the curriculum needs to be carefully planned, which is vastly different from before," Uchiha Akira said. As he spoke, he handed a document to Sarutobi Hizashi and said, "This is my suggestion for the new ninja school's education curriculum. It may be of some help." Sarutobi Hizashi took the document and said solemnly, "Hokage, rest assured, education is of utmost importance. We will definitely devise a curriculum that matches the reforms and will not waste the students we cultivate." "Then I can rest assured," Uchiha Akira nodded. Chapter 172, The Sublimation Potion. There's one more thing. He looked at everyone present and said solemnly, "Our Uchiha clan's shinobi biological engineering has recently developed a substance called the Sublimation Potion, which can break the innate shackles of the human body and comprehensively enhance individual physical qualities. After the experiment, continuous injections of this drug will result in an individual's physical fitness increasing by 1 to 3 times after 3 years, with the exact amount depending on personal talent." Upon hearing Uchiha Mei's words, everyone present, except for the Uchiha clan, showed extreme surprise. A 1 to 3 times increase in 3 years is simply an astonishing effect. For some, even doubling their chakra would be remarkable. For certain individuals, having their chakra doubled could mean a significant increase in combat power. Perhaps in my lifetime, I might reach that once unattainable level. Many people had this thought in their hearts. Looking at the astonished crowd, Uchiha Mei smiled and said, "To allow Konoha to develop better, I have decided to let talented ninjas in the village use the sublimation agent free of charge. Of course, outstanding students who rank at the top of the Ninja Academy will also be allocated some shares." Uchiha Mei concluded. Since the previous war, Uchiha Mei had obtained many magical golem body tissues. After cultivation, he had acquired quite a few pseudo-god trees, and now the production of the sublimation agent had increased significantly. enough to supply some elite ninjas and talented juniors in Konoha. The Hokage's great righteousness. The people present admired him immensely. The appearance of the sublimation agent served as a calming injection for everyone present. Uchiha waved his hand and said, "Don't pay too much attention to this. Not everyone has the quota to use the sublimation agent. The quantity is limited and can only be supplied to the village's outstanding talents. I hope everyone can understand this." Almost simultaneously, everyone present spoke up. "We understand. Such a limited quantity item, of course, could not be available to everyone, and it was inevitable that only the village's outstanding ninjas would be supplied. Everyone knew this, so they naturally had no objections. Then let's disperse." After Uchiha May finished speaking, he was the first to turn and leave the conference room. Once he left, the elite jonin in the conference room began to depart one after another. On their way out, the elite jonin whispered to each other, "Hachi, Dingza, it seems we need to send the children in our clan to the Ninja Academy." Nara Shikaku quietly said to Yamenka Hachi and Akimichi Dingza beside him. "Yes, the fifth Hokage is very ambitious, even more radical than previous Hokages. According to my original estimate, I thought such things would only happen during the sixth Hokage's time. I didn't expect someone like the fifth Hokage to emerge," Yamenka Hachi quietly remarked. Akimichi Dingza grumbled, "Exactly. The clan has quite a few good kids in recent years. It's perfect to let them enter the Ninja Academy. Who knows? They might even get an extra quota for using the sublimation agent. Whether or not they can obtain the sublimation agent quota still depends on how many quotas this Hokage allocates to the school," Yamenka Hachi analyzed. "Since the Hokage has such an unspoken ambition, I believe the quotas for the school won't be few," Nara Shikaku confidently said. "The ninja world is about to change. Who knows how many ninja villages will still exist in the future, or how many countries will remain?" Yamenka Hachi said almost silently. Nara Shikaku warned seriously, "Hachi, don't say such things now. Don't worry. It's not just us who see the fifth's ambition. Almost everyone has noticed," Yamenka Hachi said with a faint smile. They were all smart enough to see the enormous ambition hidden behind Uchiha May's various measures. The three of them walked back to the office and took out the documents Uchiha May had just given them to read carefully. After studying for a while, Nara Shikaku sighed. "The fifth is going to give ninjas new functions. From now on, ninjas will no longer just be tools for slaughter and war." Yamenka Hachi, who was focused on writing, looked up and smiled in agreement. The fifth said in his draft that this is to liberate the productive forces of ninjas, allowing them to truly play their roles and better build Konoha. Liberating productive forces? That's quite an apt description. Nara Shikaku nodded thoughtfully. Akimichi Dingza sat idly by. Among the three clans of Inoshika-cho, the Akimichi clan was the Cho, serving as the attacking side, while the strategizing was mostly done by the Yamenka and Nara clans, especially the Nara clan. In such situations, he only needed to follow the decisions made by Nara Shikaku and Yamenka Hachi. 3 days later. "Hey, Kakashi, do you know why the Hokage wanted us to come here?" In a room at the Shinten Biological Research Institute, Might Guy looked at the silent Hatake Kakashi, who was observing the surroundings with curiosity. The room was set up like a hospital injection room, filled with many elite ninjas from Konoha, including young ninjas like Kakashi and Might Guy, as well as some adult elite jonin like Yamenka Hachi and Akimichi Dingza. Hearing Might Guy's words, Kakashi glanced at him without any expression and calmly said, "Didn't the person who notified you tell you? I think they mentioned something about an agent. I was in the middle of a challenge to walk upside down 500 laps around Konoha, so I didn't pay much attention." Might Guy awkwardly scratched his head. A hint of helplessness flashed in Kakashi's eyes as he said, "The fifth Hokage summoned us here to inject the sublimation agent recently developed by the Uchiha clan, which can break through innate limitations and raise our upper limits." Might Guy stroked his chin and praised. "Sounds impressive. The fifth really is something." Kakashi shrugged and said, "It is impressive. A drug that can elevate personal limits is undoubtedly a treasure, and if sold, it would fetch an astronomical price." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Might Guy's expression changed drastically, and he nervously pulled out his wallet. As soon as he opened it, his face fell. Might Guy, looking dejected, muttered, "Oh no, I'm out of money. Kakashi, can you lend me some when we pay later? I promise to work hard on missions and pay you back." Might Guy looked at Kakashi as if he were a lifeline. Kakashi helplessly rubbed his forehead and said, "Guy, this is free. All expenses have already been covered by the Hokage." The Hokage. Might Guy's eyes brimmed with tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Seeing Might Guy like this, Kakashi said flatly, "Besides, you probably won't have that many missions to do in the future." "Huh?" Might Guy asked in confusion, why won't there be missions? Kakashi had grown accustomed to his friend's eccentricity and explained helplessly. According to reliable sources, the Hokage is preparing to reform the village. After the reform, the main income for ninjas will no longer come from mission commissions, but will become broader, and ninjas will be given new functions. Might Guy listened in a daze, completely bewildered and hardly understood what he was saying. Chapter 173. Interrogation Harvest. I understand each word separately. But why is it so difficult to comprehend when they're put together? Might Guy muttered softly. Kakashi sighed in resignation, giving up. Before long, the staff of the Shinten Biological Research Institute injected all the ninjas present with the sublimation agent. Kakashi, do you feel anything special? In the observation room, Might Guy quietly asked. Kakashi opened his tightly closed eyes and said lightly, not yet. This is just the first injection. The effects won't show so quickly. According to the staff, it will take a month of continuous injections to see significant results, and after a year, there will be a tremendous enhancement. After 3 complete years, it will completely change the upper limit. I really want to jump to 3 years later to see how effective this potion is. At least it will double the enhancement. Might Guy said with great anticipation. His mindset had not changed despite his father, Might Due, dying during the Nine-Tails attack. He remained as cheerful and optimistic as ever. Seeing this, Kakashi reminded him, don't forget what the staff just told you. Your training volume needs to be appropriate in the future. Don't train to the point of exhaustion where it will affect the potion's effectiveness. Kakashi, don't worry. To defeat you, I will remember what the staff said. Might Guy laughed. Defeat me? You're still a long way off. Kakashi shrugged, not concerned. Guy had challenged him multiple times, all ending in failure. As a genius, Kakashi clearly understood that his current strength had already grown to a certain limit, on par with the elite jonin of the village. Now, he just needed to refine his ninjutsu and choose a breakthrough direction to reach a new level. As for Might Guy, he still had a long way to go. His strong fists were indeed impressive, but that was built on his physical prowess. The 8 gates technique was too burdensome for him at this stage. Normal sparring was clearly not feasible. However, Kakashi was optimistic about Guy's future. During the Nine-Tails attack, Kakashi was also a combat personnel as a jonin. He had felt the disturbance caused by Might Due when he opened the 8th gate. Perhaps, in the not-too-distant future, Guy's strength will surpass mine. Kakashi had this premonition in his heart. Kakashi did not have the reckless desire to improve his strength. After experiencing multiple setbacks, his current dead fish state was already considered good. Those with weaker resilience would have completely collapsed. Just as Kakashi and the others completed the first injection of the enhancement potion, Uchiha May arrived at the Konoha prison. It had been about 10 days since the war ended, and during this time, the interrogations of the captives from the Cloud and Rock villages had mostly been completed. They had extracted all the valuable information from their minds. Lord Hokage, this is the report compiled by our interrogation department after questioning the important figures from the Cloud and Rock villages. Please take a look. A ninja who looked about 16 or 17, with scars all over his face, respectfully presented a stack of reports. Uchiha May nodded and said, Good, Inshibi. Thank you for your hard work. Just put it on the table. After placing the documents down, Inshibi turned and left. As he browsed through the documents, Uchiha May nodded slowly. There was indeed a lot of valuable information, the most valuable being the ninjutsu mastered by the Cloud and Rock villages. As for other spy information, it had lost its value. Those spies had sensed something was wrong and had already left Konoha at the first opportunity. Therefore, the ninjutsu and secret techniques extracted from the interrogation were the most valuable things, especially the ninjutsu extracted from the minds of the higher-ups of the Reikage, Tsuchikage, and the Cloud and Rock villages. Lava release, storm release, boil release. These were the methods to acquire bloodline limits, invaluable. If used well, Konoha could add several shadow-level powerhouses in the future, and even bloodline clans wouldn't be impossible. Of course, the most valuable was the dust release inherited from the Tsuchikage, a training method that had been phased out. Dust release is a combination of wind, earth, and fire chakra nature transformations that can decompose matter into atomic states. Undoubtedly, dust release is an extremely powerful ninjutsu, capable of overcoming even the wood clone technique and Susanoo. Aside from being fearful of the sealing technique that can absorb the Rinnegan, dust release is invincible. The Cloud's lightning release chakra mode and lightning release armor are pretty good too. Uchiha May nodded in satisfaction. The difficulty of learning the two is not high, only B rank, but it requires the practitioner to have a massive chakra reserve. Otherwise, they won't be able to master these two ninjutsu. Unfortunately, There are too few people in the village who meet the training conditions. Uchiha Mei shook his head regretfully. These two techniques are undoubtedly powerful. The learning difficulty is not high, but the requirements for the practitioner's own conditions are very high. The power of the technique is based on an equally massive chakra reserve. If the practitioner's chakra is insufficient, then these two techniques won't be that powerful. In the village, from children to adults, there are very few who can meet the training conditions for these two lightning release techniques, just a handful. Naruto Uzumaki, Karen Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha might be able to reach this threshold, as well as himself. Naruto and Karen are from the Uzumaki clan, naturally possessing a large chakra reserve. And with the Nine Tails as a power source, the 8 trigram seal continuously converts the Nine Tails chakra for them. As time goes by, their chakra reserve will only increase. Sasuke Uchiha's situation is similar to theirs. The Uchiha clan also has a large chakra reserve, though not as much as the Uzumaki clan. However, the difference is not stark, especially now that he has a piece of the Nine Tails within him, plus the enhancement potion to be injected later. Undoubtedly, Sasuke Uchiha also has the potential for this. Good stuff. After skimming through the reports, Uchiha Mei called for the Umbu, pointed at the items on the table, and instructed, hand these over to the 3 advisors. Let them review and appropriately incorporate them into the school's curriculum, and suitable ones can also be written into the sealing book. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Umbu appeared and carefully collected the documents and scrolls from the table. Then, Uchiha Mei walked towards the deepest part of the prison, where heavyweights like the Raikage and Tsuchikage were being held. Ah, damn Konoha, let me go. As he approached, Uchiha Mei heard the roar of Raikage. Uchiha Mei looked at the ninja in front of the cell and asked, has he been like this the whole time? Yes. Lord Hokage, the ninja replied respectfully. Uchiha Mei nodded and then signaled to open the prison door. After the door opened, Uchiha Mei stepped inside with his hands behind his back. With a faint smile, Uchiha Mei asked, Raikage, how are you feeling? Is it comfortable staying with us in Konoha? At this moment, it had one arm completely broken, his eyes were bloodshot, and his bare upper body was covered in scars. Chapter 174, Ninja School Reform. Uchiha Mei roared, and the iron chains rattled as he angrily charged towards Uchiha Mei. Clang, the iron chains emitted a taut sound as they came within a meter of Uchiha Mei, unable to advance a single centimeter further. It seemed Raikage-sama is having a pretty good time in Konoha. Uchiha Mei smiled. Hearing this, it was infuriated, his red eyes glaring fiercely at Uchiha Mei as he shouted, if you have the guts, let me go. I'll smash you into pieces with one punch. Raikage-sama, it seems you've forgotten how you ended up in Konoha, Uchiha Mei said. Your lightning release armor and lightning release chakra mode are nothing here. Looking at the furious Raikage, Uchiha Mei calmly said, Raikage-sama should just stay put. I believe the cloud will soon redeem you. After saying this, Uchiha Mei turned around and left without even looking at Raikage, leaving him to roar in frustration. The captives from the Cloud and Rock villages still hold value for Konoha. It's not easy to cultivate these ninjas, and Cloud and Rock will definitely have to pay a price to redeem them. When that time comes, with the ransom fees from Cloud and Rock, Konoha's initial funds for reform will be secured. Back in the Hokage office, Uchiha Mei summoned Nara Shikaku to the Hokage office. Shikaku, there's something that needs your prompt attention. Uchiha Mei said. Nara Shikaku's heart stirred as he thought of something, then spoke up, Hokage-sama, please give your orders. The captives from Cloud and Rock have been detained for a while now. You need to issue a notice in the name of the Hokage, asking them to redeem their captives. As for the ransom amounts for the different ranks of ninjas, you could decide that, Uchiha Mei instructed. Nara Shikaku understood immediately. This was indeed the matter at hand. I understand, Hokage-sama. I will take care of it as soon as possible, Nara Shikaku replied solemnly. Good, Uchiha Mei nodded then asked. How is the reform planning coming along? Hokage-sama, since this reform involves various aspects, we only have a framework at the moment. The specific details will take time to fill in, Nara Shikaku responded. Uchiha Mei nodded and said, not bad. It's a bit faster than I expected. Nara Shikaku shook his head and said, it's mainly because you provided the direction earlier, and we are just following your lead. It's just a general direction. It mainly depends on you all. Uchiha Mei thought it was merely flattery. After chatting for a while, Uchiha Mei noticed the time and got up to head to the advisor's office. Compared to Nara Shikaku and the others' planning, Uchiha Mei was still somewhat uneasy about Sarutobi Hizashi and the others' plans for the ninja school. Fifth Hokage, what brings you here? The 3 were surprised to see Uchiha Mei. They had just received a large number of ninjutsu in the morning. They had been working overtime to review them and discuss which ninjutsu to teach at the new ninja school. They had previously communicated with Naruto and the others that the new ninja school would not only teach ninjutsu for killing. The new ninja school involved various aspects and would serve as a base for selecting professional ninja troops in the future, so it couldn't be done haphazardly. All aspects needed to be considered. Just gonna take a look, Uchiha Mei replied. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi and the others exchanged wry smiles. It seemed that being Hokage was a bit too leisurely for him. Especially Sarutobi Hizashi felt this deeply, as he had been extremely busy back then. Now, Uchiha Mei was Hokage and seemed so relaxed. Undoubtedly, Uchiha Mei had released a lot of the power he held. He wasn't trying to control everything himself. He was now only responsible for certain important decisions. Thus, most of the tasks that the Hokage used to handle were delegated to the staff below, such as Naruto and Yamanaka Inoichi. The number of matters that truly required the Hokage's attention was limited. How is the planning for the school? Uchiha Mei brought up the main topic. Fifth Hokage, you're just in time. This is the plan we've discussed over the past few days. Please take a look and see if there are any changes needed, Sarutobi Hizashi said as he handed over a thick file. Uchiha Mei nodded, took the file, and sat down to browse through it. While looking at the documents, Uchiha Mei occasionally nodded and sometimes frowned and shook his head. After about half an hour, Uchiha Mei had roughly gone through the reform plan for the ninja school. This reform plan was quite standard. There were no significant flaws, but it also didn't stand out in any remarkable way. To accommodate various reforms in Konoha, they were afraid that students would lack ability, so they included a lot of ninjutsu. There would be a comprehensive examination in the 6th grade, and based on the results, they would be divided into combat and non-combat personnel, screening for future professional ninja reserves, according to Uchiha Mei's overall planning requirements. The graduation time for the reformed ninja school would no longer be the 6th grade, but the 9th grade, extending by 3 years. This meant that after the reform, students at the ninja school would typically graduate at the age of 15 and become ninjas. It was clear that the 3 advisors prioritized stability. However, seeking stability in such matters wasn't a bad approach. They could discover issues in the future and continue to improve. Holding a pen, Uchiha Mei added or deleted items from the plan, writing for quite a while, mainly adjusting the various ninjutsu to be taught at the school. After some time, he returned the plan to Sarutobi Hizashi and said, "This should be it. Let's proceed with this plan for now. I'll leave the school's matters to the 3 advisors." The 3 advisors did not immediately agree, but gathered together to carefully review the changes he had made to the documents. As they looked over the documents, they muttered quietly among themselves. After a while, Sarutobi Hizashi finally spoke up. "Then we'll take care of this matter, 5th Hokage. You can focus on your own tasks, and we'll handle the back-end matters." "All right, let's get the school matters underway as soon as possible. Starting this year," Uchiha Mei nodded. The next morning, Naruto brought a draft plan for Cloud and Rock to redeem their own village's captives to Uchiha Mei. "Hokage-sama, please take a look." He respectfully placed the document on the desk. "Wait a moment." Uchiha Mei nodded, then opened the file and began to read carefully. After a while, Uchiha Mei nodded and said, "Not bad. Let's proceed with this. If the price is set too high, they won't have that much money." Naruto's ransom proposal was not unreasonable. The current ransom price was just painful enough for them, but with some grit, they could still afford it. Helping these ninjas redeem themselves would inevitably stall the development of Cloud and Rock for a year or two. Chapter 175. Negotiation. The price for Elite J-Nin and J-Nin is not low, just slightly less than the price on the underground black market for their lives. But the prices for CH-Nin and Genin are much lower. On the underground black market, the price for an Elite J-Nin generally ranges from 25 million to 40 million Ryo. The price for a J-Nin's life ranges from 8 million to 20 million Ryo. As for CH-Nin and Genin, they are even cheaper and can be considered worthless. Among the captives from Cloud and Rock, the highest value is held by the 4th Reikage and the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki's son, Kuratsuchi. The 4th Reikage A is priced at 500 million Ryo, while Kuratsuchi is priced at 200 million Ryo. The prices for high-ranking personnel fluctuate between 50 million and 100 million Ryo. Each of these captives, whether J-Nin or Elite J-Nin, has a separate price. As for Genin and CH-Nin, they are sold in bundles. For every 10 Genin, the price is 500,000 Ryo, and for every 10 CH-Nin, it is 2 million Ryo. After processing, the total number of captives from Cloud and Rock amounts to 200. Of these, 800 are from Cloud and 400 from Rock. If Cloud and Rock redeem all these captives, Konoha will gain over 3 billion Ryo in revenue. This income far exceeds the annual allocations from the daimyo and is completely sufficient to support the initial reforms. I understand. I'll have the staff send this notice to Cloud and Rock immediately, Narashikaku said solemnly. Wait a minute, Uchiha Akira raised his hand and said, by the way, issue a notice for the Cloud and Rock villages to unconditionally surrender, and let that old man Onoki come to Konoha in person. As for the Cloud side, let them handle it and send someone who can speak. Looking at Narashikahiza, Uchiha Akira said solemnly, just draft a list of conditions for their surrender. After all, they still need to come to Konoha to sign a treaty. Yes, I understand, Lord Hokage, Narashikahiza replied solemnly. The next day, at the Rock Village, in the Tsuchikige's office. Damn, Uchiha Akira. Onoki looked at the notice on his desk, his old face flushed with anger, his expression extremely grim. Furious, Onoki paced around the office, wishing he could use dust release to send Uchiha Akira to the Pure Land. Dam Uchiha Akira. He actually demands that we unconditionally accept Konoha's unilateral treaty. Onoki was filled with resentment, but felt powerless. Remembering the complete Susanoo that had suddenly appeared on the battlefield, Onoki felt a deep sense of helplessness, similar to when he accompanied the second Tsuchikage to Konoha and encountered Uchiha Madara. Compared to that time, this prior experience terrified him even more, because he had truly witnessed the unparalleled power passed down through the Uchiha clan, the complete Susanoo, and moreover, the duel between two complete Susanoos. Recalling that scene, Onoki was filled with despair. That was a level he could never reach. One slash could obliterate everything. At that time, if he hadn't retreated in time, he would have been killed by the attack of Uchiha Akira's complete Susanoo. Sitting on the Tsuchikige's throne, Onoki let out a sigh of resignation. Konoha, in the end, he could not abandon his son Keidu, nor could he give up on the hundreds of rock ninjas who were captured. No matter what, those captives had to be redeemed. That was a certainty. Otherwise, the other villagers would have objections. That was not a number that could be easily discarded. On the other side, in the Cloud Village, due to the 8 tails severing its tail to survive, leaving behind an octopus leg inside Killer Bee's body, his life was spared. While Uchiha Akira and Nagato were engaged in battle and unable to attend to other matters, Killer Bee seized the opportunity to escape underground and save his life. Boss, what should we do? In the Raikage's office, the Raikage's blonde secretary looked anxiously at Killer Bee. She never expected the outcome of this war to develop like this. It was simply absurd. Killer Bee remained silent for a while and said, we can only comply with Konoha's demands. Right now, we in the Cloud Village do not have the strength to negotiate terms with Konoha. He had lost the mood for singing and seemed much quieter and less cheerful. Looking at the blonde secretary, he said, I will represent the Cloud Village to sign the surrender agreement in Konoha. You all should gather funds as soon as possible these days. A week later, representatives from the Cloud and Rock villages arrived in Konoha to discuss the ceasefire. For these two delegations, Konoha's reception was not high. Uchiha Akira only sent Narashikahiza, the Jonin class leader, to greet them. None of the 3 advisors were dispatched. The current Cloud and Rock villages were no longer worth Konoha making a big fuss over. After all, they had already torn their masks, and it was only a step away from life and death. All 3 parties knew in their hearts that if given the chance, they would definitely try to eliminate each other. On the 3rd floor of the Hokage building, in a spacious conference room, Sarutobi Hizashi sat in the chairman's position. This time, regarding the surrender of the Cloud and Rock villages, Uchiha Akira delegated authority to Sarutobi Hizashi. Rather than wasting time arguing with these people, it was better to spend some time training. Sarutobi Hizashi looked at Onoki across the round table with a hint of smugness and smiled. Tsuchikage, long time no see. Onoki's expression was grim as he coldly replied, is Konoha so arrogant now? You actually sent a mere advisor to handle this. Where's the Hokage? Sarutobi Hizashi maintained his smile and said, Tsuchikage, our 5th Hokage is very busy. This kind of small matter doesn't require his appearance. He has fully entrusted this matter to me, and I have the authority to make decisions. Onoki felt a pin-up frustration, but was helpless, only able to endure this frustration. Konoha clearly looked down on them, the Rock and Cloud villages. Seeing the frustrated Onoki, Sarutobi Hizashi smiled and pushed a paper notice to the 2 of them, saying, Tsuchikage, Lord Killer Bee, I won't waste time. You 2 don't want to stay in Konoha for long anyway. These are our requirements for your villages after surrendering. Compensate Konoha for 2 billion ryo in economic losses. Onoki nearly jumped up upon seeing this. Adding the ransom for the captives, the Rock village could directly declare bankruptcy. Otherwise, Tsuchikage, you don't think your Rock village can attack whenever you want and back off whenever you want. do you? The defeated must have the awareness of a loser. Sarutobi Hizashi said flatly. No way, this amount is too large. Our rock village cannot come up with so much money. Onoki stiffly replied, clenching his neck. If Konoha decides to drive us to death, then we might as well have 10,000 rock ninjas perish together with you. Onoki, feeling desperate, coldly threatened, Third Hokage. You wouldn't want our rock ninjas to scatter and wreak havoc in your land of fire, would you? Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes narrowed slightly, a killing intent spreading from him, showing a tendency to eliminate Onoki if the conversation didn't go well. Onoki crossed his arms and coldly stared at Sarutobi Hizashi, showing no signs of retreat. Chapter 176. Softening at this moment, Killer Bee also spoke up, saying, Hokage, we in the Cloud Village also cannot afford the 2 billion ryo in economic compensation. I agree with Tsuchikage on this point. If Konoha forces us to the death, we in the Cloud Village can only perish together with Konoha. Looking at the two, Sarutobi Hizashi coldly replied, 8 billion, not a penny less. This time, your two villages unilaterally allied with the Akatsuki organization to wage war, causing great losses for Konoha. This compensation is what you should pay. At most 1 billion. We can't pay anymore. We're just a ninja village, not the country itself. Onoki said, clenching his fists. Unwilling. Killer Bee echoed. We in the Cloud Village can only compensate 1 billion at most. Sarutobi Hizashi snorted coldly, looking at Onoki, and mocked. Why didn't you say you couldn't represent the country when you sent troops? Did you get the consent of the land of Earth's daimyo before sending your troops? 5 billion, not a penny less. Hearing his words, Onoki's face turned red, his chest heaving violently. Then, Sarutobi Hizashi turned his gaze to Killer Bee, coldly stating, You and the Cloud Village are the same. 5 billion, not a penny less. Don't think we don't know what your Cloud Village has developed into now. In terms of technology and economy, the Land of Lightning and the Cloud Village were the best developed forces among the 5 great nations. The Cloud Village had vigorously developed technology, and the economy had also been boosted. It was expected that if this continued, it wouldn't be long before the economy of a Land of Lightning might take off. The Land of Lightning was certainly wealthy. This was beyond doubt. Onoki took a deep breath and coldly said, Third Hokage, this is not a negotiating attitude. Attitude? Sarutobi Hizashi sneered. What kind of attitude should I have when dealing with you, butcher, who initiated a war? If you had one, would we in Konoha have had a chance to negotiate with you here? Think about it carefully. If you want to perish together, then let it be. We in Konoha have the ability to solve all problems. Saying this, Sarutobi Hizashi stood up and walked toward the conference room door. Onoki's eyes seemed to shoot fire as he stared at Sarutobi Hizashi's departing figure, his fists clenched tightly, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Suddenly, a crack sounded from Noki, followed by his pale face and cold sweat on his forehead. Lord Tsuchikage, the shadow guard behind him, immediately stepped forward, looking at Noki with concern. I'm fine. Just twisted my waist. Noki waved his hand and said with a grim expression. Watching Killer Bee leave in a huff, Noki muttered, Let's go. In the advisor's office, Mito Gaiden asked, Hiruzen, how did the negotiations go? From the current situation, achieving the set goals shouldn't be a problem. That old guy Noki talks tough, but his body is honest, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a slight smile. With this funding, even if the daimyo discovers something is off during the initial stages of reform and cuts back on our investments, we won't be too afraid. This amount is enough to support us until the reforms yield results, Nara Shikamaru said softly. The reason they didn't raise objections back then was partly because they could foresee substantial compensation coming from Kumogakure and Awagakure. Such a large compensation could be gambled on. Of course, the main reason was that the current 5th Hokage, Uchiha Minato, is not to be trifled with. This point was clear to them. This 5th Hokage from the Uchiha clan is determined to reform Konoha, and no one can oppose him. If they were to firmly oppose him, they might end up dying mysteriously, and it would even look like a suicide. We need to work on that old man Noki. His temper is as stubborn as a rock in a cesspool, both smelly and hard, Mito Gaiden said with a smile. Don't worry. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, What I lack the least now is patience. After stepping down from the Hokage position, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt relaxed, as if he had become 3 years younger. Sometimes, he really thought that giving up was a good choice. As Sarutobi Hiruzen had predicted, after nearly 10 days of wrangling between Konoha, Kumogakure, and Awagakure, Noki and Killer Bee finally signed the surrender document. During this period, in every negotiation, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood his ground with a very tough attitude. Sarutobi Hiruzen was immovable. insisting on the previously proposed terms, and made it clear that even if Kumogakure and Iwagakure were to perish, Konoha would not be afraid. In the end, Noki and Killer Bee realized that Sarutobi Hiruzen was determined and truly unafraid of them tearing apart their relationship, leading to mutual destruction. Reluctantly, they signed the surrender document and announced it to the ninja world that day. In this surrender document, Akatsuki was already labeled as a terrorist organization that everyone should eradicate. In front of Konoha's gate, Noki floated in the air, leading his village's captives away from Konoha step by step. Damn, Uchiha. That Uchiha Minato actually treated us Iwagakure with such disdain, Noki thought, nearly grinding his old teeth to dust while looking at Konoha not far away. In the front of the line, Reikage looked dispirited, his aura low, as if he had suffered a tremendous setback, silent and uncharacteristically different from his usual boisterous self. The defeat in this war had hit him too hard. The Reikage, had actually been captured. After being redeemed, the fourth Reikage A's mindset collapsed. Damn Uchiha. He never showed up at all. So arrogant. Beside A, his blonde secretary was filled with resentment. Reikage A remained silent, not saying a word as he walked at the front of the group, feeling a burning pain on his face. Just as they thought, Uchiha Minato indeed looked down on both Kumogakure and Iwagakure. In his eyes, Kumogakure and Iwagakure, having lost their tailed beasts, no longer held any special value for attention. When Konoha fully develops, the other ninja villages and nations in the ninja world will no longer need to exist. All the daimyo and nobles will be swept into the dustbin of history. In the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Minato summoned Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui to his residence. The two who arrived here were somewhat puzzled, not understanding what the matter was. According to the current situation, there shouldn't be any major issues. Minato, is there something you need us to do? Uchiha Fugaku asked. Uchiha Shursui also looked at Uchiha Minato with confusion. During this time, he was crazily executing some tasks in Yumbu. It's not about anything else, but about the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Uchiha Minato said seriously. Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan? Brother, are you going to awaken this legendary eye? Uchiha Shursui was surprised. Hearing Uchiha Minato's words, Uchiha Fugaku also showed joy on his face. If Uchiha Minato's strength improved, then everything in the future would be stable. It's not me awakening it. Uchiha Minato shook his head and said amidst the astonished expressions of the two, it's the three of us awakening it together. Awakening together? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened, and his heart began to race. Uchiha Shursui's breathing also became a bit rapid. They both recalled the completed Susanoo that Uchiha Minato and Uchiha Itachi controlled on the battlefield. That kind of power, as someone who inherently pursues strength, was irresistible to them. Indeed, theoretically, a complete Susanoo is the third power that can be used after the Mangekyō Sharingan's ocular power is honed to perfection. However, theory is theory, and reality is reality. The current reality is that even if they transplant Hashirama Senju's cells, a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan's ocular power is stronger than a normal Mangekyō Sharingan's ocular power, but they still cannot use the complete Susanoo. This is the current reality. Their ocular power has reached a bottleneck. That's right, it's awakening together. Uchiha Minato said seriously. Uchiha Fugaku frowned and said, but according to the experience of the only successful person in awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan, Uchiha Madara, awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan actually requires a blood relative's other pair of Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Shursui also nodded. He was aware of this matter. In the past, there were quite a few people in the Uchiha clan who awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. However, after viewing the shrine's stone tablet, when they planned to awaken the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, they all failed. Throughout history, only Uchiha Madara succeeded. He transplanted his younger brother's eyes and successfully awakened the legendary eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Therefore, both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui believed that only by transplanting the eyes of a blood relative could one successfully awaken that eye. No, it's not like that. Uchiha Minato shook his head and said, transplanting non-blood relatives' eyes can also awaken that eye. Their failures were due to other reasons. Uchiha Shursui, being straightforward, asked directly what reasons. The specific reasons are still unclear, but we have now found a way to successfully awaken it, Uchiha Minato said. The reasons are unclear, but it can be successfully awakened? Both Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku were taken aback. This was indeed unexpected. What method is it? If it's not guaranteed to succeed, it's better not to act rashly. Failure has life-threatening risks, Uchiha Fugaku asked with some concern. Don't worry, Uchiha Minato smiled, and then said, Let Uchiha Madara's clone cultivate the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, and it will succeed. In reality, it was not Uchiha Madara's clone, but Uchiha Sasuke's clone. However, Uchiha Minato had made some adjustments to the appearance of Uchiha Sasuke's clone to make him look like Uchiha Madara. Hearing his words, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku instinctively frowned. This answer was clearly unexpected for them. Could it be that Uchiha Madara had some special qualities? Otherwise, why was he the only one able to activate the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan? Uchiha Shursui muttered softly. Perhaps that's the case. Uchiha Madara indeed has some special qualities that we don't know about. Otherwise, throughout our clan's history, he wouldn't be the only one capable of opening his eyes. Uchiha Fugaku also agreed with Uchiha Shursui's speculation. Maybe it is like this. Uchiha Akira not dead. He knew the real reason, but he couldn't say it because there was no way to explain how he knew. It was better to avoid trouble, so he let them come up with their own conclusions. Looking at the two, Uchiha Akira said, "To open your eyes, I need you to provide cells for cloning, and later you will need to cooperate for it to be successful. If you have any demands, just let us know, and we will cooperate fully." Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui nodded seriously. At this stage, improving their strength was extremely difficult, so they wouldn't give up any opportunity for enhancement. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Any Uchiha who knew of this eye's existence would yearn for it. Uchiha Akira nodded and then asked, "What's the situation with your wood release now?" The two had successfully transplanted the cells of Senju Hashirama, gaining the bloodline limit of wood release. Uchiha Akira also possessed wood release, but he didn't use it much. At this stage, his wood release was too weak to compare with Nagato. It could at best be considered a larger version of Yamato. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui exchanged glances, and then Uchiha Shursui said, "Brother Akira, our wood release might not be of much use. It's sufficient to deal with ordinary J-nin, but it's not much use against real experts." Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement, saying, "We can't exert the true power of wood release. We are still far from the legendary level of the first Hokage, who could change the world. You've misunderstood." Uchiha Akira shook his head and said, "I'm not asking you to use wood release to kill enemies, but rather to use it in the newly established agricultural department to try to cultivate high-quality grain seeds to promote the agricultural development of Konoha." Hearing Uchiha Akira's words, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku were stunned. They didn't expect this to be the intention. The issue of food was undoubtedly crucial. The Land of Fire was rich in resources and was a major grain-producing country. But who would ever complain about having too little food? This was hard currency. Uchiha Fugaku showed a thoughtful expression, thinking, "It seems Akira intends to monopolize the grain industry and hold the lifeline of the Land of Fire in most countries in the ninja world." Uchiha Shursui didn't think that much and directly said, "I understand. Once the agricultural department is established, I will go over to cooperate with the staff there." "Yes. At that time, I will arrange new identities for you," Uchiha Akira nodded. Just as Uchiha Fugaku thought, Uchiha Akira intended to monopolize the agriculture of the Land of Fire. With the existence of such a bug-like bloodline limit as would release, he could completely cultivate various high-quality grain varieties in a targeted manner, monopolizing it right from the source. Wood release was different from other ninjutsu. The trees it catalyzed could genuinely exist for a long time. They were tangible. Currently, the Land of Fire had vast, undeveloped land. As long as this land was developed, monopolizing grain and agriculture wouldn't be a problem. After chatting for a while, the three of them went to Shinteon Biotechnology to begin cloning. The two unanimously decided to use each other's clone body's eyes to activate their eyes. Uchiha Akira said to Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui, "It's possible that blood relatives' eyes are indeed easier to activate. The time required for non-blood relatives to activate their eyes is not short, so we need to be patient. Don't worry, we understand the priorities. At this point, we still have that little bit of patience," Uchiha Fugaku said with a smile. Time passed quickly, and soon half a month had gone by. During this half-month, Narashikaku and Yamenka in Noichi finally perfected the reform plan for Konoha. Chapter 178. Tsunade returns to the village in this plan. According to the general direction given by Uchiha Akira, Konoha's existing institutions were changed to the following departments: construction, agriculture, police, water resources, technology, medical health, finance, transportation, education, culture, military, etc. It was largely modeled after the administrative structure of the previous life, and the functions were also divided according to the administrative structure of the previous life. Of course, given the current situation in Konoha, many departments could only be empty shells. There were not enough talents allocated to these departments to carry out administrative work. Looking at Nara Shikaku, Uchiha Akira said, "Let us proceed as planned. We can make adjustments if problems arise during implementation." Do Nara Shikaku and Yamenka in Noichi have suitable candidates to recommend for the heads of each department? Uchiha Akira asked. Nara Shikaku and Yamenka in Noichi exchanged glances, somewhat uncertain of Uchiha Akira's thoughts. During the time spent formulating the reform plan, the threshold of their homes had been nearly trampled down. The interests involved were too great. Whether it was clan members or outsiders, whether they were ninjas or merchants, everyone was eager to know the internal news and get involved in this reform to gain more benefits. From the leaked information, it was clear that this reform would undoubtedly bring about significant changes in interests. Anyone capable wanted to get a piece of the pie in this major action. Currently, the reputation of Konoha's fifth Hokage intimidated the entire ninja world. As long as the fifth Hokage existed, Konoha would be the strongest ninja village. Who would dare to challenge the fifth Hokage, who not only possessed overwhelming strength, but also had extreme mobility? The space-time ninjutsu in his hands was masterful, akin to the former Golden Flash. In terms of deterrent power, the current fifth Hokage far exceeded the fourth Hokage. The two pondered, and they both shook their heads in unison. Nara Shikaku said, "Lord Hokage, at present, we do not have suitable personnel to recommend. I know what you're worried about. It's fine. Just say if you have suitable candidates. I don't mind, as long as they are capable," Uchiha Akira said lightly. Hearing his words, both of them showed surprise on their faces. This fifth Hokage truly had no reservations. Is this the confidence brought by strong power? Nara Shikaku thought. Lord Hokage, then we will dare to recommend a few suitable candidates. Then, Nara Shikaku spoke up. You can go ahead. It's fine. Uchiha Akira nodded. The military department will mainly be responsible for national security in the future. It is the absolute main force in warfare and is the most critical department. Of course, it should be led by you, Lord Hokage. Only you can command respect, Nara Shikaku said. That works, Uchiha Akira nodded and said, "You may continue." Nara Shikaku said solemnly, "To replicate the village and even the security management department of the Land of Fire, the police department, Uchiha Fugaku, is very suitable. He has relevant experience, and it is very appropriate for him to manage this department. Uchiha Fugaku is indeed suitable to lead the new police department. Let him manage this new department," Uchiha Akira nodded. Seeing Uchiha Akira nod, Nara Shikaku gave Yamenka in Noichi a knowing glance. Yamenka in Noichi immediately understood and then spoke. Perhaps the education department can let the third Hokage take on the role temporarily? The third Hokage seems to have a lot of insights into education. Hearing his words, Uchiha Akira pondered for a moment before nodding. Sarutobi Hisashi is definitely capable, so I'm not worried about any issues if he takes charge. Seeing Uchiha Akira nod, Yamashiro Kaichi cautiously said, "As for the cultural department, perhaps we can let Jiraiya-sama manage it?" Jiraiya? Uchiha Akira raised an eyebrow, wondering if this guy would really mess up the cultural promotion department of Konoha. Jiraiya is indeed strong, but his style of doing things is hard to agree with. If he doesn't change his peeping habit, it definitely won't work. Jiraiya. After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Akira shook his head and said, "Let's pass on Jiraiya for now. This person is a bit unreliable. We'll observe him first." "I overlooked that," Yamashiro Kaichi said apologetically. "It's fine, continue. Let's aim to finalize the candidates today." Uchiha Akira waved his hand and said lightly. After considering for a while, Yamashiro Kaichi spoke up. "For the medical and health department, we believe Lady Tsunade is the most suitable candidate. Tsunade is a direct descendant of the Senju clan. If she returns to Konoha, there are both benefits and drawbacks. The benefit is, of course, gaining the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, which would lead to rapid development in the medical department and an explosion of various techniques. The drawback is that the former Senju clan's influence may have other intentions, and factional disputes could arise again. Tsunade is indeed the best candidate, but she seems unwilling to return to Konoha," Uchiha Akira said, while shaking his head. Looking at the troubled expressions of Nara Shikaku and Yamashiro Kaichi, Uchiha Akira said, "Let's temporarily set aside the issue of the medical and health department minister. You two try to invite Tsunade back and see what happens." "Yes, I'll send someone out shortly," Yamashiro Kaichi replied solemnly. Just as the three were discussing the various departments, a special person arrived at the entrance of Konoha. Standing in front of the Konoha gates, Tsunade sighed, "So this is Konoha. After so many years, it still feels so familiar. Lady Tsunade, is it really you? You finally returned." The two special jounin guarding the gate immediately recognized Tsunade and rushed over excitedly. "It's me." Tsunade waved her hand and said, "I'm just here to take a look. You all carry on with your work and don't delay anything." "Yes, Lady Tsunade." The two immediately returned to their positions, standing straight. "Shizune, let's go." Tsunade waved her hand and led Shizune into Konoha. As they crossed the gate, Tsunade noticed the busy personnel on the streets and the carving of the fifth Hokage's face on the cliff. "Looks quite lively. It's much better than when my teacher was in power." After observing for a while, Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. Then, she headed straight for the Hokage building with Shizune. Tsunade had been curious about the current fifth Hokage, Uchiha Akira, for a long time. This time she returned mainly to see how the current fifth Hokage was doing. She also knew a bit about Uchiha Akira, especially regarding the previous battle with the Cloud and Stone villages. In Tsunade's perception, Uchiha Akira might be a powerhouse not inferior to Uchiha Madara. "This is a ninja comparable to my grandfather." Chapter 179. Dispute. Just as Tsunade was heading to the Hokage building, Konoha Zumbu had already arrived at the Hokage's office to report this information to Uchiha Akira. Knowing Tsunade was coming, Nara Shikaku suggested, "Hokage-sama, why don't we take our leave first?" "No need. If Tsunade is coming, she can come. Today we need to finalize the candidates for each department minister. The reform needs to be implemented as soon as possible." Uchiha Akira shook his head. Hearing this, the two abandoned their idea of leaving. Soon, Tsunade rushed into the Hokage's office. The moment she saw Uchiha Akira, her heart tightened. She couldn't sense the boundary of Uchiha Akira's power. In the past, only her grandfather had given her this feeling. As for Uchiha Madara, she had never met him. Tsunade exclaimed, "Fifth Hokage, it's true that seeing is believing. Seeing you makes me feel like our generation is like relics of the old era." "Lady Tsunade." Uchiha Akira stood up and smiled. "You're back just in time. The village needs you now more than ever." Tsunade waved her hand and said, "Let's not talk about that for now. I heard you were planning to implement drastic reforms in the village." "That's right. The current administrative efficiency of Konoha is too low and doesn't align with the development trends of the times. Konoha needs to innovate to develop better." Uchiha Akira nodded. Tsunade didn't comment on his words, but instead said, "Can I see your reform plan?" "Of course," Uchiha Akira replied, gesturing for Nara Shikaku to pass the documents on the table. Tsunade took the document bag handed to her by Nara Shikaku and began to browse through it carefully. After a while, Tsunade frowned, as if she had seen something she was dissatisfied with. She suddenly looked up, staring at Uchiha Akira, and said solemnly, "You brat. Do you know what you're doing? You're denying the system of one nation, one village established by my grandfather. According to this detailed reform plan, after the reform, Konoha wouldn't need the so-called daimyo anymore and would directly become the de facto leader of the Land of Fire. A powerless daimyo would either be swept into the dustbin of history or become a mere mascot." Before Uchiha Akira could respond, Tsunade, with a grim expression, said, "Your ambition is quite large. Do you want to eliminate all the countries in the ninja world? Konoha would become the target of everyone in the ninja world. Do you want to be enemies with the entire ninja world? Do you want to drag the whole world into war? Do you want to destroy the entire world?" Nara Shikaku and Yamashiro Kaichi stood quietly to the side, observing the situation. They could clearly see Uchiha Akira's ambition, but given the current situation, they believed there might be a possibility of realization. At least there was a chance of achieving part of it, even if only part of it was realized. Konoha would become extremely powerful, completely surpassing other major countries and becoming a superpower. Uchiha Akira remained calm and said lightly, "Lady Tsunade, times are changing. The one nation, one village system established by the first Hokage may have been the most suitable system for the trends of that time, but today, decades later, it is no longer appropriate for the current era. On what basis do you say the one nation, one village system is no longer suitable for the current era?" Tsunade questioned. Uchiha Akira smiled and said, "Actually, I believe that the so-called one nation, one village system was unreasonable from the start. I cannot understand why the first Hokage established such a system. Why not sweep away the 5 great nations with a thunderous force and establish a unified regime?" "You." Tsunade's face turned red, pointing at Uchiha Akira and loudly saying, "Unifying by force won't have a good result. If my grandfather had done that, the regime he established after his death would inevitably collapse, and war would inevitably break out. Wouldn't there still be war if he didn't do that? Wars would break out regardless, wouldn't they?" Uchiha Akira said lightly. Tsunade was momentarily speechless. Moreover, The first Hokage distributing the tailed beasts to other villages objectively increased the intensity of war, didn't it? Although Uchiha Akira's voice was calm, his words pierced Tsunade's heart like a sharp sword. Uchiha Akira shrugged and said, if the first Hokage had not distributed the tailed beasts, the other ninja villages might not have dared to start a war. Objectively speaking, the establishment of the one country, one village system has raised the intensity of war to more than one dimension. In the Warring States period, children had to go to the battlefield. And now children still have to go to the battlefield, which is not essentially progress, right? Lady Tsunade, Uchiha Akira, said these heart-wrenching words in a calm manner. No, that's not the case. Tsunade shook her head fiercely and said, when the one country, one village system was established, the ninja world had a rare period of peace. This is an objective fact. Tsunade looked intently at Uchiha Akira and said, the one country, one village system established by my grandfather is definitely not as inadequate as you say. Uchiha Akira chuckled and said, Lady Tsunade, the reason for the peace during that time was not because the first Hokage was still alive. The first Hokage is the god of ninjas, possessing godlike powers. If he wanted peace in the ninja world, then the ninja world had no choice but to choose peace. Uchiha Akira ruthlessly tore away Tsunade's mental barrier of self-deception. She might not be unaware of this truth, but simply didn't want to face it. She didn't want to confront the fact that the system established by her grandfather was useless. In fact, what Uchiha Akira said was more correct. After the death of the first Hokage, the First Ninja World War immediately broke out. The power of the tailed beasts was quickly utilized by the major ninja villages. Lady Tsunade, face reality. The so-called one country, one village system is unreasonable and backward. Such a system will only hinder development. Uchiha Akira spoke calmly and firmly. Your thoughts are too dangerous. Such words will inevitably lead to an unprecedented war, and the whole world will be engulfed in flames. Tsunade said, feeling a bit dry in her mouth. Looking at Uchiha Akira, she said, have you ever thought about what if we lose? If we lose, then it's over. Better a short pain than a long one. Uchiha Akira remained calm and confidently said, we will not lose. This time we will definitely win. We must win. If we lose, the ninja world will truly be destroyed. Upon hearing Uchiha Akira's words, Tsunade's expression changed, and she questioned, what do you mean? Why do you say that? Are you saying that if we really lose, you will let the entire ninja world be destroyed? Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi also changed their expressions. Uchiha Akira's words were unexpected for them. Clearly, Uchiha Akira had a trump card they were unaware of. Chapter 180. Past History. Lady Tsunade, you are mistaken. Uchiha Akira shook his head and said, it's not me, it's Akatsuki. If we lose, the ninja world will inevitably be destroyed at the hands of Akatsuki. What do you mean? I know that Akatsuki is collecting the tailed beasts, but to say they will destroy the ninja world is a bit unrealistic. Tsunade questioned. Tsunade looked at him suspiciously and said, you aren't trying to scare us, are you? Lady Tsunade, do you know about the 10 tails? Do you know about the 10 tails Jinchuriki? Uchiha Akira asked. 10 tails? Aren't there only 9 tailed beasts? What is the 10 tails? Tsunade frowned and asked in confusion. Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi also cast puzzled glances. With their knowledge, they had never heard of such a thing as the 10 tails. Seeing this, Uchiha Akira smiled and said, this matter needs to start from the legendary goddess of the moon, Kaguya Otsutsuki. According to legend, in ancient times, there was a divine tree. Uchiha Akira briefly recounted some events from ancient times to the three of them, letting them know what had happened in the past. Are you saying that the moon goddess Kaguya Otsutsuki really exists? The divine tree is the 10 tails? And the sage of 6 paths is Kaguya Otsutsuki's child? He is also the first 10 tails Jinchuriki? Tsunade frowned, clearly not believing Uchiha Akira's words. Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi exchanged glances, their eyes flickering, also skeptical of Uchiha Akira's words. After all, Uchiha Akira's words sounded like a mix of some mythological tales combined with his own creations, lacking a sense of reality. Why doesn't Lady Tsunade verify the truth of my words with someone who experienced it? Uchiha Akira said lightly. Someone who experienced it? What a joke. So many years have passed. How could there be anyone who experienced it? At first, Tsunade shouted in anger, but then she seemed to realize something, and her voice became quieter. Clearly, she thought of who the so-called person who experienced it was. I understand. I will immediately verify with the slug sage from the wet bone forest. Tsunade no longer hesitated and immediately formed hand seals to summon. Summoning technique. Accompanied by a burst of smoke, a slug about 30 centimeters long appeared on the floor of the Hokage office. Lady Tsunade, 5th Hokage. The slug greeted gently as it appeared. I have met the sage. Uchiha Akira nodded in acknowledgement. Slug, I summoned you this time because I want to ask you some questions. Tsunade said solemnly. The slug replied softly. Lady Tsunade, please ask. I will certainly speak without reservation. Tsunade asked in a series. Slug, do you know about the moon goddess, the divine tree, the 10 tails, and the legendary 10 tails, Jinchuriki, and the sage of 6 paths? Lady Tsunade, these matters are lengthy to explain. They are very ancient histories. Back then, I was not as strong as I am now. The slug said with some emotion. What? Tsunade exclaimed in surprise, hastily asking. Slug, do you mean these figures really existed? Lady Tsunade doesn't know. The slug looked at Tsunade in surprise and said, I thought Lady Tsunade was already aware of these matters. Hearing the slug's words, Tsunade's face turned very ugly. Those mythical stories that seemed unbelievable actually existed in history. This extremely absurd feeling left her unable to adapt. Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka and Noichi exchanged glances, both seeing shock on each other's faces. Previously, Uchiha Akira mentioning this matter was certainly not a joke. These myth-like figures must have some connection to the current ninja world. Akatsuki? The two thought of the terrifying organization, Akatsuki, in unison. Slug, are the moon goddess, the sage of 6 paths, the divine tree, and the 10 tails really not fictional things? Tsunade asked stubbornly. Lady Tsunade, they obviously all really existed. The slug said softly. Then, it explained, the moon goddess is named Kagaya Otsutsuki. She is an otherworldly being, and her true origins are unknown. Her eldest son is named Hagoromo Otsutsuki, who is the sage of 6 paths and the ancestor of the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans. Her second son is named Hamura Otsutsuki, who is the ancestor of the Hyuga and Otsutsuki clans. The divine tree is older than Kagaya Otsutsuki, and I do not know its origins. But I know that the divine tree is strongly connected to the 10 tails and Kagaya, even existing as a trinity. At first, Kagaya Otsutsuki suppressed the entire world with unparalleled power, bringing peace to the world. However, perhaps due to her overwhelming power, she turned into a demon. Or perhaps her true nature was revealed. In any case, her 2 sons turned against her and sealed her away. After hearing this, Tsunade muttered to herself, the mythical legends that sound like fairy tales actually happened in history. For Lady Tsunade, it was a legendary story that sounded like a fairy tale, but for me, it was something I truly experienced. Back then, the sage of 6 paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, and his brother Hamura Otsutsuki fought against Kagaya Otsutsuki and the 10 tails, and the entire ninja world was on the brink of destruction. It was a battle beyond imagination. A battle that lasted 3 months. Speaking of the past, the slug also felt somewhat emotional. Hearing the words of the slug, Tsunade, Nara Shikaku, and Yamanaka and Noichi found it even more absurd and unreal. A war lasting for 3 months was simply beyond human capability. The battle between the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara lasted only 3 days, and now it had stretched to 3 months. They couldn't imagine the enormous chakra required to sustain such a level. This kind of power, even my grandfather wouldn't be able to compare, right? Tsunade looked at the slug uncertainly. Lady Tsunade, although the first Hokage was very strong, I must say that he was far from being a match for those few. The slug responded decisively. Then what about you, slug? As a sage that has lived since ancient times, if the terrifying beast, the 10 tails, were to reappear, would you take action? Tsunade asked. Lady Tsunade, you know I'm not good at fighting. I'm better at healing than combat. However, if it truly comes to a point where I must act, I will put up a resistance, the slug answered. Although it did not fully respond to Tsunade's question, she felt relieved after hearing the slug's answer. As a contract holder, she knew how powerful the slug was. In her view, the slug was undoubtedly as strong as her grandfather. Chapter 181. The situation must change in the ninja world. 5th Hokage. Tsunade exhaled and looked at Uchiha Akira, saying in a deep voice, You bringing up these topics with us surely isn't just for show. What is the specific situation? Stop keeping us in suspense. As far as I know, the Akatsuki is collecting tailed beasts, planning to resurrect the 10 tails, become its Jinchuriki, and ultimately plunge the entire world into the infinite Tsukuyami, Uchiha Akira said. The 10 tails resurrected? Slug, do you know the relationship between the 10 tails and other tailed beasts? What is this infinite Tsukuyami? Tsunade asked, looking curiously at the slug on the ground. The 9-tailed beasts in the ninja world now should be the lives created by the Sage of Six Paths after he divided the 10 Tails chakra. Therefore, to resurrect the 10 tails, the 9-tailed beasts are needed, the slug gently explained. The slug continued, as for the infinite Tsukuyomi, I don't know much about it. However, it is definitely not a good technique. Perhaps Gamamaru knows more. He is friends with the Sage of Six Paths, Gamamaru? Tsunade asked, puzzled. The Sage of Mount Mayaboku. That old toad, the slug explained. Forget it. Jiraiya is probably still recovering and I can't contact him. Tsunade shook her head and looked at Uchiha Akira, asking, Fifth Hokage, do you know the specifics? The infinite Tsukuyomi is a great illusion, a technique that can only be used by the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, allowing all living beings to fall into an independent illusionary world, Uchiha Akira explained. Tsunade frowned and pressed further. All living beings? The entire planet? Of course. Uchiha Akira nodded, saying, according to records, after becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, the one with the Eye of the Moon can approach the moon and activate this great illusion. According to records? What records? What is the Eye of the Moon? Tsunade asked in astonishment. Tsunade was shocked by Uchiha Akira's knowledge. These matters clearly seemed very secretive, and she didn't understand how he knew about them. Even the slug on the ground looked on with curiosity. Although it had lived for a long time and knew many things, there were still many aspects regarding the 10 tails that it did not know. Sensing the puzzled gazes from the others, Uchiha Akira smiled, saying, Our Uchiha clan has an ancestral stone tablet that is interpreted according to the levels of the Sharingan's ocular power, and it contains these records. Perhaps the Senju clan has something similar. Uchiha Akira said, giving Tsunade a deep look. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and asked, Then what is the Eye of the Moon? Is it some sort of special eye like the Sharingan or Byakugan? Uchiha Akira shook his head, saying, I don't know what the Eye of the Moon is, but it is most likely related to the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. After all, the infinite Tsukuyomi is an ultimate illusion technique that can only be used after becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Fifth Hokage, what happens if one is caught in the infinite Tsukuyomi? Tsunade asked this crucial question. To sink into an infinitely beautiful illusionary world, resulting in death. And the body will be transformed into something humanoid, Uchiha Akira said. Tsunade's expression darkened, and she clenched her fists, asking, so, if this illusion is truly activated, the entire ninja world is finished? Of course, all life will reach its end in this generation, and the entire planet will perish. Uchiha Akira said calmly. Tsunade muttered in disbelief. Is the leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato, insane? Who knows? Uchiha Akira shrugged, saying, perhaps he is disappointed with this world. He has already become a madman. Tsunade first glanced at the slug, then at Uchiha Akira, saying if it really comes to that, is there any possibility of resisting the so-called infinite Tsukuyomi? The Sharingan has strong abilities against illusions. Can your Sharingan resist it? Uchiha Akira shook his head, saying, that is impossible. The 10 Tails Jinchuriki possesses the power of the Sage of Six Paths, a power from another dimension, something we cannot withstand now. Is it really impossible? Tsunade frowned, unwilling to give up. Currently, normal resistance is impossible, Uchiha Akira said. Since we are facing such an enemy, why not unite with other ninja villages to deal with the Akatsuki? Instead, you are pushing other ninja villages into opposition? After all, dealing with the Akatsuki is just your excuse. Your true goal is to unify the ninja world, right? Tsunade questioned. Uchiha Akira smiled and said, they have no value in uniting. In dealing with the Akatsuki, their power is dispensable and won't affect the situation. Moreover, I don't want to waste too much energy coordinating these people. Is the Uchiha clan so arrogant? Tsunade exclaimed angrily. Do you really think you can suppress the entire ninja world by relying on yourself? Uchiha Akira smiled, saying, who says it's only me? Lady Tsunade, we in Konoha are not lacking in top-tier combat power. The current reform is merely to cultivate more qualified management personnel. Tsunade's expression changed, incredulously saying, are you saying that Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui can also reach your current level? Hearing Uchiha Akira's words, Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka and Noichi looked surprised for them. The stronger Konoha became, the better. The stronger Konoha was, the more likely they could achieve their goals. If Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui could reach Uchiha Akira's level in the future, then the prospects would be bright. At that time, Konoha's strength would reach a true peak, surpassing the early days of Konoha when it had two founders. It will take some time, but it won't be too long, Uchiha Akira affirmed. No wonder you have such confidence. If it were the teacher, he would probably have the same idea. Tsunade realized, all her doubts being answered. It was not Uchiha Akira's arrogance, but the confidence brought by true strength. The ninja world has been in constant chaos for years, and in just 50 years, there have been 4 large-scale ninja world wars. There can be war, but it cannot be continuous. We need to develop. Uchiha Akira said firmly. Perhaps what you say is true, Tsunade said, feeling dejected. From the current situation, Konoha does indeed have the ability to face the entire ninja world alone. Uchiha Akira said with a smile. So how about it, Lady Tsunade? Stay and help Konoha develop? As it stands, I can no longer stop you. Nor can I. Tsunade was silent for a moment before finally nodding. After all, I am from Konoha, so let me contribute my strength to Konoha. As she spoke the last words, Tsunade's voice gradually rose, her gaze locking onto Uchiha Mei, and she declared loudly, Kid, arrange a position for me as the Minister of Health, and just wait for a large amount of funds to flow into your pockets. Then I'll leave this department to you. Lady Tsunade, Uchiha Mei said. At this moment, Nara Shikaku smiled and said, Lady Tsunade, the position of Minister of Health was prepared for you from the start. It seems you have been planning for a long time. Tsunade muttered. Chapter 182. Coercion. After Tsunade stayed for a while, she soon left. In the office, Uchiha Mei, Nara Shikaku, and Yamamoto Kiba continued their discussions. The 3 of them discussed until the afternoon, finally finalizing the key personnel for each department. Just as the 2 were about to leave, Uchiha Mei spoke up. Shikaku, when you have time, draft a notice to be sent to Sunagakure and Takigakure. The general content should be that due to the existence and goals of Akatsuki being too dangerous, they should send the Jinchuriki of Ichibi and Nanabai to Konoha to protect the Jinchuriki and prevent the world from being destroyed. Narashikaku pondered for a moment and said, Lord Hokage, I'm afraid they won't be willing. Raza is an ambitious person, and while Takigakure has fallen, it once thrived. It's fine, it's just a try. It would be good if they could hide the Jinchuriki better. Uchiha Mei laughed. This is just a casual task. If they really send the Jinchuriki over, it would be a win-win situation. After all, for Uchiha Mei, as long as Akatsuki doesn't get the Jinchuriki, that's enough. If it weren't for Uchiha Mei being unable to sense the locations of the 2 Jinchuriki, he would have personally gone to bring them back. After all, Uchiha Mei hadn't recorded the chakra signatures of the 2 Jinchuriki in advance, so he couldn't use the spiritualization technique to sense them. I will implement this as soon as possible, Narashikaka said in a deep voice, still serving as the Hokage's advisor. After leaving the Hokage's office and returning to his own office, both Narashikaku and Yamamoto Kiba had smiles on their faces. Yamamoto Kiba said enviously, Shikaka, this time you hit the jackpot. I didn't expect the 5th Hokage to directly appoint you as the Hokage's advisor. This means you are now part of the village's core decision-making level. Narashikaku also showed a hint of a smile, saying, I didn't expect the 5th Hokage to give me such an important position. It was completely unexpected. Haha, but according to the 5th Hokage's style, you'll have a lot to do in the future, Yamamoto Kiba laughed. Aren't you here too? Do you think you can just relax as a senior advisor? Narashikaku patted Yamamoto Kiba on the shoulder. Hearing this, Yamamoto Kiba showed a wry smile, clearly realizing that the real busy times were yet to come. After the reforms, the Hokage delegated many powers, only handling major decisions. At that time, the truly busy ones would be those benefiting from the Hokage's delegated powers. They would undoubtedly be busy to the point of exhaustion. Yamamoto Kiba organized his thoughts and then asked seriously, What do you think about today's matters, Shikaku? The leader of Akatsuki, Nagato, undoubtedly intends to resurrect the Ten Tails and become its Jinchuriki, but I remain cautious about whether he will use the infinite Tsukuyomi, Narashikaku said. Yamamoto Kiba nodded and said, But even if he only becomes the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, that is unacceptable. We must do everything we can to stop him. According to Uchiha Mei and the Slug's words, the Ten Tails Jinchuriki possesses power from another dimension, which is absolutely beyond what the current ninja world can contend with. Even the current 5th Hokage, Uchiha Mei, and the 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama, are not opponents of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. That's why the 5th Hokage is trying to have Sunagakure and Takigakure send their Jinchuriki over. As long as the Jinchuriki is in our hands in Konoha, Akatsuki's plan to resurrect the Ten Tails cannot succeed, Narashikaka said. If only Konoha were ready now. I suspect the 5th Hokage might directly take action to bring back the Jinchuriki from Sunagakure and Takigakure, Yamamoto Kiba whispered. Narashikaku nodded in agreement, quietly expressing, without a doubt, this will happen. The 5th Hokage is not someone who adheres to the original rules of the game. He deeply understands that power comes from violence and enjoys using violence to break the rules and then establish new ones. I wonder if having such a person in power is good or bad for Konoha and the entire ninja world. Narashikaku felt somewhat confused. Yamamoto Kiba, however, did not feel confused and firmly said, "As it stands, we can only sail through the winds and waves on this ship of the new era, reaching the unknown shore." That evening, the notice to Sunagakure and Takigakure was sent out. This notice was not a public announcement, but a private letter from the Hokage to the Kazekage and the Takigage. The next day, in Sunagakure, Kazekage's office, looking at the private letter handed in by the staff, Raza showed a cold smile and disdainfully said, "That kid Uchiha just got into office and hasn't even settled into the Hokage position, yet he dares to covet our Ichibi? What an unrealistic dream. Ichibi has been our Sunagakure's tailed beast since ancient times. Konoha can't touch it," Raza said angrily, then crumpled the notice in his hand and tossed it directly into the trash can. "What's this about infinite Tsukuyumi and the 10 tails Jinchuriki? Does Uchiha think I'm a fool? Such things can't possibly exist. It's just an excuse to covet our Sunagakure's tailed beast," Raza sneered. He didn't believe anything mentioned by Uchiha. He thought that Uchiha and Akatsuki had the same goal, to collect all the tailed beasts and then start a war to unify the ninja world. However, I need to strengthen the defenses for Gaara. Akatsuki's goals are the same as Uchiha, and I must keep a close watch on Gaara to prevent him from going berserk, otherwise spies might find out Gaara's location. Thinking of this, Raza became vigilant. The Ichibi is a treasure passed down from our Sunagakure and absolutely cannot be lost. Unfortunately, the Ichibi Shikaku has the ability to control magnetism and sealing. And with our Sunagakure's sealing techniques, we can't seal the Ichibi properly. Rasa Sigid inwadably. The Ichibi Shikaku perhaps developed its abilities in magnetism and sealing because its chakra volume is not as great as other tailed beasts. This also led to the Jinchuriki in Sunagakure being very prone to going berserk. Previously with F, it was fine, although Shikaku frequently went berserk at first. He was ultimately a high monk, and later he was able to coexist peacefully with Shikaku. However, after F's death, the new Jinchuriki, Gaara, is very young, so it's naturally impossible for him to handle those situations. At this moment, Shikaku is constantly trying to break free from the seal, and the possibility of going berserk increases every day. With these thoughts, Raza bent down and began writing at his desk. A few minutes later, the letter Raza wrote was passed along, making its way towards Konoha. Chapter 183. Progress of various matters on the other side, in the land of waterfalls, Takigakure. The Takigage is an elderly man with white hair and beard, and as he looked at this private letter, he fell into a long silence. This fifth Hokage, who hails from the Uchiha clan, is completely different from the original first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. It feels like he has seen Uchiha Madara ascend to power. Unaccountably, the Taking seemed to see the same thing as Uchiha Madara back then. Taking shook his head and said indignantly, "He really has a good plan. Want to take back the tailed beasts, but how can there be such a logic? What belongs to us, Takigakure, is ours. There is no reason to take it back. What 10 tails Jinchuriki to get back the tailed beasts? He even weaves such a clumsy excuse. It's really laughable." The old man sneered repeatedly. "We can't provoke Konoha, but we can't give them the 7 tails either." Taking murmured and soon wrote a letter. The next day, the letter from Rasha and Taking was passed through layers of delivery and reached Konoha, ending up in Narashikaku's hands. Narashikaku did not open it. This was a letter from the Kazekage and Taking in a private capacity, not official business, and it had to be opened by Uchiha Akira himself. Uchiha Akira opened the 2 letters, casually scanned them, and then a smile appeared on his face. He said, "Isn't it interesting that both the Kazekage and Taking say their Jinchuriki died unexpectedly, leading to the death of the tailed beast as well? They must be afraid of us in Konoha, afraid of you, the 5th Hokage, which is why they can only come up with such a not-so-outrageous reason to respond." Narashikaku said with a hint of a smile. Uchiha Akira shook his head and instructed, "Forget them for now. Let our spies pay more attention to the tailed beast information." The reforms in Konoha had officially begun, and the entire village was bustling with activity. The village was about to undergo a new round of expansion and replanning. Of course, it was just the beginning. Various departments were still being established, and it would be a while before they could see real results. Training ground number 33. Mangekyō was walking on his hands, calling out loudly, "Kakashi, what mission did you get assigned to?" Kakashi lazily opened one of his dead fish eyes and calmly replied, "Eradicate all the mountain bandits and robbers within the land of fire, and expel the wandering ninjas. For a country to develop, a safe environment is essential. Therefore, those unstable factors Uchiha Akira would no longer tolerate." "Ah!" Might Guy yelled, dissatisfied. "I want to go on a mission too." "What mission do you have?" Kakashi asked in surprise. Might Guy weakly replied, "I was assigned to teach physical techniques at the Ninja Academy." "Ah!" Kakashi was taken aback and said, "Kai, I can't see you having the talent to be a teacher." "I don't have that talent," Might Guy mumbled, very unhappy with the task he was assigned. "It can't be a long-term mission, right?" Kakashi asked. "No, it's not." Might Guy shook his head. "Actually, it's not to teach students, but to teach the teachers at the Ninja Academy." Upon hearing this, Kakashi rolled his eyes, shrugged, and left the training ground. Teaching teachers is much better. The teachers at the Ninja Academy are at least Chunin, and their learning ability is above the normal standard. Clearly, the previous Might Guy made the higher-ups of the village pay attention to physical techniques and decided to start from the school, which is why Might Guy was assigned to teach physical techniques. From the current curriculum of the Ninja Academy, it can be seen that Konoha now places great importance on physical techniques. Originally, it was not easy for Might Guy to enter the Ninja Academy because he had almost no talent for ninjutsu. But now, even with only physical technique abilities, he could still enter the Ninja Academy. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. After receiving a large amount of compensation from Kumogakure and Awagakure, the initial reforms in Konoha were very smooth. After some adjustments, each department gradually began to demonstrate their capabilities and officially entered the right track. The medical and agricultural departments had already started to launch their products and began to impact the existing market. The medical department was doing well thanks to Tsunade's reputation, which had already formed a celebrity effect. The expanded Konoha hospital was packed every day with too many people coming from afar. During this time, the medical products launched by the medical department also managed to open up sales channels. The agricultural department, in comparison, developed a bit more slowly. The crops specialized through wood release were undergoing verification, allowing them to grow naturally to obtain real data. Agricultural products are different from others and require time to prove themselves. However, the agricultural department also took the opportunity to open up a large amount of land, preparing for large-scale planting. In fact, the construction and transportation departments were the two that developed the fastest, establishing their own reputations and initially forming brands. After all, the ninjas' abilities in construction and production were just too useful. Hiring the construction teams under Konoha's construction department not only costs less, but also improves efficiency, greatly shortening construction periods. At the Shinto Biological Research Institute, Uchiha Akira's private laboratory, it was now the 53rd year of Konoha. After 6 months, the progress of various experiments had significantly improved. Carefully sensing the condition of the clone's eyes, Uchiha Akira muttered to himself. Using non-blood relative's Mangekyō Sharingan to awaken the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan indeed progresses slowly. At this rate, it will take at least another year. From the actual performance, every evolution of Sharingan is a qualitative change, from the 3-tomo to the Mangekyō, and from the Mangekyō to the eternal Mangekyō. Each time is a qualitative change. Therefore, waiting is worth it. As for the Rinnegan, that's even more needless to say, because Hinata Hyuga's Byakugan does not match well with Otsutsuki Shin. Therefore, wanting her Byakugan to become Rinnegan will take even longer than awakening the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Based on the current evolution level of the Byakugan, it will take at least 3 years. Let's see how the so-called Sage Mode really works. Uchiha Akira said to himself as he approached the clone of J-Gon. Originally, he thought that the growth of this clone would not be very smooth, because from the original work, J-Gon's body naturally attracts natural energy. And once in a place rich in natural energy, J-Gon would lose control of his chakra due to excessive absorption of natural energy, leading to a rampage. At first, Uchiha Akira was worried that the clone would excessively absorb natural energy, causing it to mutate and resulting in the failure of the clone. However, in the end, the growth of this clone exceeded Uchiha Akira's expectations. Was it because the place where the laboratory was located lacked rich natural energy? Curious, Uchiha Akira's spirit body entered the clone. Once the spirit body entered the clone, Uchiha Akira immediately began to extract chakra. Chapter 184, Preliminary Mastery of Sage Mode. This is natural energy? Uchiha Akira's heart stirred. As he began to extract chakra, he immediately felt the presence of some ubiquitous energy. This energy was so vast, far exceeding anything he had seen in any person or object. Even the outer paths Geto he had once felt seemed small in the face of this energy. The quality of this energy was so high, and its quantity was so vast and boundless, as if facing a true starry sky. The original clone's body had no chakra, so natural energy entering the body would have no effect. After all, natural energy is everywhere. It can be said to exist in every place, in every person's body. Typically, people who cannot perceive natural energy cannot be influenced by it. Pure natural energy is harmless. Only when it merges with the body and spiritual energy will various problems arise. Since the clone had no spiritual energy, it naturally would not be affected. Natural energy. No wonder Sage Mode enhances a person's strength so much. This energy is so vast. Uchiha Akira sighed, as natural energy naturally entered the clone body. Uchiha May immediately felt certain parts of his body undergoing distortion under this natural energy. After a brief moment of feeling, the right arm of the clone body swelled up, as if some latent genes had been activated, becoming enormous. The spontaneously formed Sage Chakra was unstable, and this distortion was caused by the immense vitality contained within Sage Chakra. Uchiha May quickly realized the reason. Uchiha May concentrated, gathering all the natural abilities within his body, and readjusted the three energies of spirit, body, and nature in a 1:1 ratio. The stable Sage Chakra was refined by him, and in the next moment, the distortion on the clone body completely disappeared, returning to normal. The condition of the clone body of Zhongwu was exactly the same as before, with no abnormalities, completely indistinguishable from having entered Sage Mode. After entering Sage Mode, others would typically exhibit some obvious changes. However, Zhongwu's clone body showed no changes at all in appearance. Clearly, this was some sort of exceptionally perfect Sage Mode, achievable only by Zhongwu. Or perhaps this was no longer Sage Mode. It could be removed, and this was the true Sage. So-called Sage Chakra wasn't particularly difficult. Uchiha May muttered to himself. Uchiha May thought, indeed, if Zhongwu could autonomously control the generation of Sage Chakra, he could remain in the Sage state forever, just like the sages in the Summoning Beast Sanctuary. After synthesizing Sage Chakra, he already understood why the sages in the Summoning Beast Sanctuary lived so long. Just as he had previously speculated, Sage Chakra, or rather natural energy, possessed immense vitality. If one were to remain in Sage Mode at all times and truly become a sage, then their vitality would be replenished, resulting in prolonged lifespan. Let us give it a try. See if I can still sense natural energy when I return to my original body, to determine whether the inability to sense natural energy stems from the soul or the body. Uchiha May's mind moved, and he squandered all the Sage Chakra within the clone body, finally returning his spirit to his original body. Upon the return of his spirit, Uchiha May then closed his eyes, opened his mind, and began to concentrate on sensing. Time passed slowly, and soon an hour had gone by. 1 hour, 2 hours, and after 3 hours, Uchiha May opened his eyes, looking somewhat surprised. Uchiha May muttered thoughtfully, I sensed natural energy. This means that whether it's the body or the spirit, as long as one of them breaks through the barrier, then sensing natural energy will no longer be an issue. Yes, during these 3 hours, Uchiha May continuously tried and simulated the feeling he had in Zhongwu's body, and in the end, he finally sensed natural energy. However, the situation within his body was completely different from that of Zhongwu's clone body. Zhongwu's clone body was like a massive vortex, constantly attracting natural energy, unlike his own body, which required mental effort to draw natural energy in. Uchiha May thought, in terms of aptitude for sage arts, Zhongwu's talent was unparalleled. Then, Uchiha May quietly sensed, and after more than 10 minutes, black shadows appeared under his eyelids, and a black pattern resembling an eye emerged at the center of his brow, as if a third eye had grown. Clearly, his Sage Mode was not perfect, and the black patterns on his face were evidence of this. Is this what Sage Mode is? Indeed, in Sage Mode, one's personal quality undergoes a leap in enhancement. Feeling the powerful sage power within his body, Uchiha May slowly nodded. He was very satisfied with the strength in Sage Mode. Unfortunately, this current Sage Mode was still quite far from being truly practical and required continuous improvement. Uchiha May contemplated. At present, entering Sage Mode required Uchiha May to spend more than 10 minutes to refine Sage Chakra. Such a long preparation time clearly could not be considered practical. However, There was no need to worry too much. As long as he continued to practice, the preparation time would significantly decrease with increased proficiency. Sooner or later, he would be able to enter Sage Mode as quickly as later Naruto and Hashirama Senju. After completing the Ghost Luo Bud, he would be able to become a sage without needing to consider these issues. Next, he needed to figure out how to promote Sage Mode. Uchiha Mei thought, yes, that's right. Uchiha Mei would not monopolize Sage Arts. From the beginning, he planned to promote Sage Arts in Konoha. Of course, due to its special nature. Even with promotion, only a very small number of people would be able to learn it. The prerequisite for practicing Sage Mode is to have a vast amount of chakra. There are not many people in Konoha who meet this condition. Currently, the number of people in the village who might learn Sage Arts is limited. Aside from Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui, there's only Tsunade left. Counting them all, it won't exceed 5 people. Of course, the situation will be very different 3 years later. Due to the existence of the sublimation potion after 3 years, ninjas who continuously inject the sublimation potion will experience a significant enhancement in their physical qualities. Theoretically, the number of people qualified to practice Sage Arts will increase dramatically. The next day, Uchiha Mei called Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Fugaku, and Tsunade to the Hokage office. Chapter 185. Teaching Sage Mode Kid. What is going on? I'm very busy right now. The development of the new medicine has reached a critical point. If you don't give a reasonable explanation, I want to let this go. Tsunade, wearing a white lab coat, glared at Uchiha Mei without any courtesy. She hadn't even had time to change her clothes after receiving the notification. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui also looked at Uchiha Mei with curiosity. During this time, both of them had been in the agricultural department, cultivating new grain varieties using wood release under the guidance of professionals. Of course, it's something very important. Uchiha Mei smiled, not minding Tsunade's attitude. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and shouted, "What is it? Are you planning to strike first? Go to the land of rain and take out Nagato?" Lady Tsunade is joking. Uchiha Mei chuckled and shook his head. Not yet prepared. I called you here today because of Sage Arts. Sage Arts? Tsunade exclaimed. In her impression, the Uchiha clan did not pay much attention to powers other than the Sharingan. This impression stemmed from Uchiha Madara. That's right, Sage Arts, Uchiha Mei nodded. I have already mastered Sage Mode, and I called you here to plan to teach you Sage Arts. You've mastered Sage Arts. Tsunade was greatly surprised and asked, where did you learn Sage Arts? Sage Arts are extremely dangerous. Not only Tsunade, but Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui were also shocked. They certainly knew about Sage Mode. This special chakra mode could significantly enhance personal strength. In Sage Mode, the power of ninjutsu would increase several times or more. Originally, AJ Nin's strength would leap to that of a Kaga-level expert, and a very powerful one at that. I could say it's a Sage Mode that I created for myself. Uchiha Mei left. You created your own Sage Mode? Tsunade's eyes widened in astonishment. Created your own? Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku were greatly shocked. This was somewhat outrageous. Uchiha Mei nodded and said, that's about it. But I don't know if I can teach it to others. I'm not sure if the first Hokage ever tried to pass on the Sage Mode he created to others. Uchiha curious looked at Tsunade. Tsunade shook her head and said, in fact, my grandfather's Sage Mode was not entirely his own creation. It was actually derived from the sage of Whetbone Forest, inspired by the sage techniques passed down from there, which led him to develop his own Sage Mode. Upon hearing Tsunade's explanation, Uchiha Ming understood. Since Senju Hashirama's sage techniques were not fully developed independently, he did not teach them to others in Konoha. Just like Jiraiya, whose sage techniques came from Mount Myaboku, he also could not pass them on to others. However, the powerful abilities of Sage Mode are not easily mastered, even if my grandfather had taught it to others. At that time, the village probably only had my second grandfather qualified to learn it. Tsunade shook her head. Uchiha Ming nodded and then asked Tsunade-sama, have you learned Sage Mode in Whetbone Forest? No. Tsunade shook her head and said, my chakra amount does not meet the requirements, so I gave up. What? Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui were astonished, doubting if they heard incorrectly. Tsunade's chakra amount doesn't meet the requirements. She is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The chakra amount of the first Hokage is comparable to the Nine Tails. How could his granddaughter not meet the requirements to learn Sage Mode? Seeing the surprised expressions of the two, Tsunade said, my chakra amount is quite abundant compared to normal ninjas, but it indeed does not meet the conditions for Sage Mode. At least, not sufficient to practice the techniques of Whetbone Forest. If the chakra amount does not reach a certain level, Recklessly practicing Sage Mode will lead to being consumed by natural energy. The creation of the In Seal has something to do with this, Tsunade added. The In Seal, a powerful S-rank medical sealing technique that combines sealing and medical ninjutsu, can store chakra and allow the holder to remain youthful. So, fifth Hokage, I might not be able to learn the Sage Mode you created. Tsunade shook her head. Just because you couldn't learn it before doesn't mean you can't learn it now. Besides, don't you have the In Seal, Tsunade-sama? As long as you release the chakra within, there shouldn't be a problem with the chakra amount, Uchiha Ming said. Uchiha Ming wasn't worried about Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui. As members of the Uchiha clan, they inherently possess a large amount of chakra. Having opened the Mangekyō Sharingan and transplanted Senju Hashirama cells, their chakra amount was definitely sufficient. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and said, then it wouldn't hurt to try. I want to see how your Sage Mode differs from the Sage Mode of Wetbone Forest. Shadow Clone Technique. Bang bang with two muffled sounds. Uchiha Ming created two shadow clones. 10 minutes later, the shadow clones and the main body simultaneously completed refining the Sage Chakra and entered Sage Mode. Patterns resembling eyes appeared on their foreheads, with black shadowing at the ends. Seeing Uchiha Ming's appearance now, Tsunade thought, it's somewhat similar to my grandfather's. She then said, it seems your Sage Mode is not very skilled yet. The activation speed is slower than Jiraiya's, which makes it difficult to engage in actual combat. Indeed, as Tsunade-sama said, my Sage Mode is still not proficient enough. The activation speed is indeed too slow. Uchiha Ming nodded. He then looked at the three and said, next, I will inject my Sage Chakra into your bodies, and then guide the natural energy to enter your bodies. You just need to mix the Sage Chakra according to the agreed ratio. Previously, Uchiha Ming had already informed the three about some details of practicing Sage Mode. The reason for taking this step directly was that Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shursui, and Tsunade were all powerful ninjas, and there was no need to spend so much time letting them sense natural energy themselves. By directly taking this step, following the method of the White Snake Sage, guiding natural energy to break into their bodies, they could save the step of sensing. If they could synthesize Sage Chakra, they could slowly try to sense natural energy later. Overall, this follows the idea of the Dragon Cave Sage techniques. First, mastering Sage Chakra, and then gradually increasing proficiency to sense natural energy. We're ready, don't worry. The three said simultaneously. Uchiha Ming then approached the three and infused his Sage Chakra into their bodies. As the Sage Chakra entered their bodies, the three's expressions stiffened. Is this Sage Chakra? It is much stronger than normal chakra. Tsunade was astonished. She had once tried to practice Sage Mode, but could not synthesize Sage Chakra. Chapter 186. Difficult mastery. What powerful Sage Chakra. If I could master it, my strength would undoubtedly reach new heights. Uchiha Fugaku thought excitedly. Adapt well to the Sage Chakra. Carefully sense the differences between it and normal chakra. After you get used to it for a while, I will inject natural energy into your bodies. Uchiha Ming's voice reached the three. As time passed, the diamond-shaped mark on Tsunade's forehead changed, spreading into strange patterns that formed an odd imprint on her forehead. Tsunade released the chakra she had stored for many years as she unsealed the In Seal. There was so much chakra stored in the In Seal. Uchiha Ming showed a hint of surprise. With his Sharingan, he could naturally see the situation inside their bodies. The amount of chakra stored in Tsunade's In Seal far exceeded Uchiha Ming's expectations. Comparable to a tailed beast, Uchiha Ming thought. Indeed, with this, after Tsunade unseals the In Seal, she would have more than enough chakra to practice Sage techniques, and perhaps her Sage Mode's duration would be beyond imagination. Uchiha Ming thought. The duration of Sage Mode depends on the individual's chakra amount. The more chakra one has, the longer the duration. Ultimately, Sage Chakra is an energy synthesized from natural, spiritual, and physical energies. After a while, Uchiha Ming's serious voice rang out. Attention, I will inject natural energy now. The three, who had basically adapted to the Sage Chakra, nodded, signaling that they were ready. Seeing the three nod, Uchiha Ming concentrated, and the natural energy present everywhere surged toward him, entering the bodies of the three under his control through his palm. As the natural energy entered their bodies, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shursui, and Tsunade underwent noticeable changes. Their bodies began to distort significantly. Complex patterns appeared on Uchiha Fugaku's face, and large lumps bulged on his back, as if something were about to burst out. Uchiha Shursui grew long horns on his head, with dense patterns growing all over, and small flesh lumps rose on his hands. Tsunade's exposed skin was covered with black stripes, with bulges moving beneath her skin, looking horrifying. Uchiha Ming's crimson Sharingan watched them closely, keeping an eye on the situation inside their bodies. The current appearance was due to their inability to control natural energy and synthesize stable sage chakra in the correct proportions. Seeing their condition, Uchiha Ming thought, "Fortunately, I didn't inject too much natural energy at once. Practicing sage mode is indeed very difficult." After observing for a few minutes, Uchiha Ming nodded. Fortunately, they are all powerful ninjas with strong control over chakra. This little natural energy is not difficult for them. In his line of sight, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shursui, and Tsunade had initially adapted to natural energy and began to synthesize stable sage chakra. As the three stabilized their sage chakra synthesis, the abnormalities on their bodies gradually disappeared, returning to a normal appearance. Another 10 minutes passed, and the abnormalities on the three had completely vanished, leaving only black markings on their faces similar to those of Uchiha Itachi. Tsunade was the first to open her eyes. As the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, her control over chakra was also among the best. Tsunade looked at her delicate, fair hands and unconsciously clenched her fists, murmuring, "Is this sage mode? It's indeed powerful. I can easily defeat the two previous versions of myself." Uchiha Itachi smiled with satisfaction and said, "Congratulations, Lady Tsunade." In a very good mood, Tsunade smiled and replied, "Fifth Hokage, I have to thank you this time. Without you, I would never master sage mode in my lifetime. As Hokage, it's my responsibility to make the villagers stronger." Uchiha Itachi shook his head. TSK, TSK. A look of admiration appeared on Tsunade's face. If it were her, she wouldn't necessarily have the courage to teach the sage mode she created to everyone. After all, she was from the Senju clan, which had a deep-seated hatred with the Uchiha clan. "So, will you pass on sage mode to others in the village in the future?" Tsunade asked. "Of course." Uchiha Itachi nodded and said, "I will teach any ninja who has the potential to cultivate sage mode, as long as they are true ninjas of Konoha. You really have a broad mind and courage." Tsunade gave a thumbs up. Uchiha Itachi just smiled and said nothing. A few minutes later, Uchiha Fugaku also opened his eyes, successfully synthesizing stable sage chakra and entering sage mode. After opening his eyes, Uchiha Fugaku sighed. "Sage mode is really not easy. With your help, Itachi, I managed to master it with such difficulty. If I were to cultivate on my own, I really wouldn't have any confidence in achieving sage mode." Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Itachi with deep gratitude. Uchiha Itachi shook his head. "It's nothing. It's mainly because the teacher's innate talent is sufficient to master sage mode. Otherwise, even with my help, it wouldn't work." Teacher was the title Uchiha Itachi used for Uchiha Fugaku, who had already stepped down as clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku had no issue being called teacher, as it was Uchiha Fugaku's guidance that had allowed him to become strong quickly after his arrival. At this point, Uchiha Shursui also opened his eyes and entered sage mode. He was the youngest among them, and had an objective gap in experience compared to Tsunade and Uchiha Fugaku. His control over chakra was slightly inferior to the two, so it took him the longest time. "Thank you, Itachi. This sage mode is really powerful. I even doubt that in this state, I can evolve Susanoo into its complete form," Uchiha Shursui said excitedly. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and said, "The complete Susanoo cannot be achieved just by relying on sage techniques. It requires an enhancement of ocular power. Sage mode does not increase ocular power. It only enhances chakra quality." "What a pity," Uchiha Shursui said regretfully. He had no doubts about Uchiha Itachi's words. Nowadays, when it came to the complete Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi's words were authoritative. Focus on feeling the current situation and strive to master sage mode as soon as possible. "The current level of our sage mode cannot be put into real combat," Uchiha Itachi said solemnly. "In battle, the enemy wouldn't give them so much time to refine sage chakra. In battles between true masters, one must be able to enter sage mode instantly. Otherwise, it would be difficult to take on great responsibilities. Don't worry, this kind of thing doesn't need reminding." Tsunade waved her hand. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui nodded solemnly. The power of sage mode was very strong, and they naturally longed to truly master this powerful ability. Their hearts were eager to master the powers of sage mode along with the complete Susanoo. Using complete Susanoo in sage mode, that kind of power they could hardly wait. Chapter 187. Uchiha Light Awakens the Eternal. While Uchiha Itachi was teaching Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shursui, and Tsunade's sage mode, over an Mangekyō, Orochimaru's clone had officially developed. Uchiha Light looked at Black Zetsu, who resembled a pitcher plant, and questioned, Zetsu, this Uchimadara clone has not activated the Sharingan. Can it still be used to awaken the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan? Nagato stood beside Uchiha Light, also curiously looking at Black Zetsu. Over the past 6 months, he and Uchiha Light had nearly completed their training in Sage Mode and could basically put to use, significantly enhancing their strength compared to before. Especially Nagato. With the Sage Mode from the Dragon Cave combined with Sage techniques, he had uncovered some unexpected operations. Now, all that was left was for Uchiha Light to awaken the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Once she did, her strength would see another massive enhancement. At that time, capturing the Three Tails would become much more certain. Orochimaru, wearing a white coat, looked at Zetsu with curiosity, appearing more like a researcher than a powerful ninja. Originally, he thought there was a flaw in his cloning technique that caused this clone to fail to activate the Sharingan. But now it seemed that it was not as he had thought. There was another hidden truth. Black Zetsu smiled confidently and said, As long as you do as I say, this issue is not a problem. What should we do? Uchiha Light asked. This requires a little help for Nagato. Black Zetsu looked at Nagato. My help? Nagato asked in confusion, looking at Black Zetsu. What should I do? Black Zetsu did not answer immediately, but looked at Uchiha Light and asked, Miss Light, do you trust Nagato? If Nagato has ulterior motives, it would be very dangerous for you. Uchiha Light frowned, caught in a dilemma, with an intense internal struggle. Miss Light, please trust me, at least trust me for now. Nagato said to Uchiha Light with a serious expression. His meaning was clear. At least for now, he could be trusted. At least until they captured the tailed beasts. Uchiha Light quickly made up her mind. Okay, then I will trust you. Zetsu, you can explain how to operate now, Nagato said. Black Zetsu smiled and said, This is very simple. As long as you use the ability of the Hungry Ghost Path to extract Miss Light's soul and transfer her soul into Uchiha Madara's clone, that will activate the Sharingan of the clone. Upon hearing Black Zetsu's words, Orochimaru, who was standing by, suddenly felt as if a fog had cleared. So that's how it is. I see now. Ocular power is indeed a special type of chakra. The clone itself is not the problem. It's just lacking a certain special chakra. Orochimaru thought to himself, delighted. In that case, if I think of a way, it might be possible for me to obtain the Mangekyō Sharingan myself. Having created the curse mark and the 8-headed serpent technique, he also had deep knowledge. Approaching the clone, Uchiha Light prepared herself, and Nagato focused his Rinnegan, activating the ability of the Hungry Ghost Path. Without any resistance, Uchiha Light's soul was directly extracted. Following that, under Nagato's control, her soul was injected into Uchiha Madara's clone. In the next moment, Uchiha Madara's clone opened its eyes and fixed its gaze on Kaguya. Extract the chakra, just like you usually do to activate your Sharingan, Kaguya said calmly. As his words fell, the clone of Uchiha Madara's pitch-black eyes flashed with red light, revealing a pair of crimson Sharingan. In the eyes of the onlookers, this pair of crimson Sharingan began to change, 3 hollow tomo connecting end to end, forming a kaleidoscope pattern. Seeing this, Kaguya smiled with satisfaction. I was right, wasn't I? Mr. Kaguya has extraordinary insight. Nagato praised. This Kaguya is definitely not an ordinary person. It's too bizarre, Orochimaru thought to himself, feeling an inexplicable wariness towards Kaguya. Soon, under Nagato's operation, the soul of Uchiha Light returned to its body. Do you need me to perform the transplant surgery? Although I specialize in research, I also have some medical expertise, Orochimaru said with a smile. No. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan cannot simply be transplanted. It requires a special method to fuse the 2 pairs of eyes. Kaguya refused. Is that so? What a pity. Then I'll congratulate Miss Light on her success here, Orochimaru said, not hiding his regret. Are you here to help me? Uchiha Light looked at Kaguya. That's right. I'm here. Kaguya nodded. Then let's go quickly. I can't wait to obtain those eyes, Uchiha Light said, walking towards the room deep in the darkness. This little girl is still not as steady as an old man like me. Kaguya chuckled as he took the eyes from the clone's body, then entered the room as well. Orochimaru looked at Nagato and said, Leader, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to the lab. Mr. Orochimaru, I would like to ask you for a favor, Nagato said. Oh, Orochimaru was somewhat surprised and asked, What is it? Please go ahead, leader. I would like to ask Mr. Orochimaru to improve the Edo Tensei technique. Currently, the situation is not good for us Akatsuki. Even now, I don't have the full confidence to defeat Uchiha Akira. His space-time ninjutsu is too terrifying. We need someone who is equally proficient in space-time ninjutsu to restrain him, Nagato said solemnly. Orochimaru understood. Nagato meant that Akatsuki needed more high-end combat power. Since there was none in the ninja world, they would have to look to the Pure Land. I understand, Orochimaru nodded and smiled. In fact, I have been continuously improving the Edo Tensei technique. Its prospects are very promising. Nagato said seriously, thank you, Mr. Orochimaru. If you encounter any problems during the research process or have any needs, feel free to come to me. Watching Orochimaru completely disappear, Konan, who had been silent, spoke up. Nagato, after Uchiha Light activates the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, she will probably become even more unruly. Will you still be able to suppress her then? Also, I feel that Uchiha Light's intentions are not as simple as she claims. A woman's intuition tells me she is very dangerous. Konan said worriedly. Konan, don't worry. Nagato reassured her as he looked at her. My strength is enough to suppress her. The reason she was able to unleash astonishing power on the Iwagakure battlefield was due to her ocular techniques. She had prepared in advance using her ocular techniques. Essentially, her strength is not that great. Moreover, no matter what her intentions are, with my Rinnegan, I have the highest control over the outer path golem. As long as we have the golem in our hands, we don't need to worry about Uchiha Light having any ulterior motives, Nagato said confidently. Nagato, don't be careless. Konan still warned him solemnly. In the dark laboratory, Kagaya had already helped Uchiha Light complete the transplant surgery. Chapter 188. Unexpected discovery, looking at the sleeping Uchiha Light. He squinted and murmured, the fusion process of non-blood relatives' eyes is still too slow. Perhaps a little help is needed. Well, now she has gathered the powers of Indra and Ashura, and there's a chance she will be able to activate the Rinnegan in the future. So let us use Yin-Yang release to give her a little help. Kagaya muttered, his dark hands covering Uchiha Light's eyes. As the will of Kagaya Otsutsuki, Kagaya also mastered Yin-Yang release. Of course, his proficiency in Yin-Yang release is definitely not as good as that of the Sage of Six Paths and Kagaya Otsutsuki, as Kagaya is merely a being born in a critical moment for Kagaya Otsutsuki. He cannot be compared to the real Otsutsuki. However, even this level of Yin-Yang release is enough to accelerate the fusion of the Eternal Eyes and allow them to be born faster. Before long, Kagaya's hand left Uchiha Light's eyes, and he nodded in satisfaction, thinking, this way, it roughly reduced the time by half a year. It will only take a year now. Then, he woke Uchiha Light up. Feeling the changes in her eyes, Uchiha Light said unhappily, the fusion process seems very slow. At this rate, it will take at least a year. Why is it so slow? There's no helping it. Uchiha Madara is not your blood relative, and using the eyes of a non-blood relative to activate your eyes is inherently slow. Kagaya said calmly. So, Miss Light, during this year, please be patient. And it's best not to use any abilities related to the Sharingan, Kagaya warned seriously. Is that so? I understand. The current sage techniques combined with wood release should be enough, Uchiha Light shrugged, wrapping her eyes in bandages as she walked towards the outside of the laboratory. Although she could not see, she did not seem like someone who couldn't see at all. After transplanting the cells of Senju Hashirama, she gained sensory abilities. Although they were not on par with Nagato's, compared to ordinary ninjas, they were quite extraordinary. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 6 months had passed. After a year of reform, Konoha had begun to see initial results. The current prosperity of Konoha far exceeded any period in its historical past. The scale of the residential area had expanded more than threefold and was still undergoing continuous expansion. Each department had started to see results. The construction and transportation departments had begun to earn substantial profits. The medical and health department's product had started to dominate the market. With Tsunade, the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, the new drugs from the medical department were coming one after another, and their research capabilities could not be matched by any pharmaceutical company. In the Hokage office, Narashikaku looked at Uchiha Akira, who was standing in front of the window, and said solemnly, Hokage-sama, the feudal lord has sent another labor minister over. No need to pay attention to him. Just find some excuse to send him off. Uchiha Akira said calmly. Since the reforms began, the feudal lord had sent people over multiple times. However, Uchiha Akira had never met with them, only letting Narashikaku send them off casually. To him, what did the feudal lord of the land of fire matter? Sooner or later, they would be swept into the dustbin of history. Since the economy was autonomous and the military power was in hand, why care about him? I know. Hachi is hosting him, Narashikaku said with a hint of a smile. After a year of interaction, the current 5th Hokage's thoughts were basically graspable. knowing that he was not the kind of person who fussed over trivial matters. Those who often frequented the Hokage office no longer felt restrained. Their usual conversations felt more like discussions between friends. By the way, is there any new information about the revival of the Three Tails from the Mist Village? Uchiha Akira asked. Calculating the time, it was now the end of the year 53 in Konoha, and the Three Tails was about to be revived. Hokage-sama, our people have already detected clues. In a while, we should be able to accurately obtain the location of the Three Tails revival, Narashikaku responded. This matter must be expedited. Zhao's intelligence capabilities need to surpass ours. We must find the exact location of its resurrection before the Three Tails is truly revived. Uchiha, Mei said seriously. I will increase the investment in related areas, Narashikaku replied. Uchiha Mei nodded. Training spies is not achieved overnight. This matter cannot be rushed. He then continued to ask, are there any signs of resurrection for the Two Tails, Eight Tails, and Four Tails? These three-tailed beasts can be said to have directly died at the hands of Uchiha Mei. Of course, among them, the Two Tails and Eight Tails were mostly devoured by the Gedomazo and may not be able to be revived. Uchiha Mei tends to believe that these two-tailed beasts can no longer be revived. The Four Tails has also been taken away to a considerable extent, so it's hard to say whether it can be revived. Regarding the Four Tails, Uchiha Mei leans towards the possibility of revival. Currently, our people have not received any relevant intelligence, Narashikaku said frankly. We cannot let our attention to this matter slip. Uchiha Mei nodded. I will have the intelligence personnel pay attention, Narashikaku replied. At that moment, a series of crisp footsteps sounded. Fifth Hokage, I have made some unexpected discoveries in my research. The voice of Yakushi Nanoyu sounded somewhat urgent. I'll go busy myself now. Hearing this voice, Narashikaku excused himself. Uchiha Mei nodded and then said, come in. After the voice fell, Yakushi Nanoyu, wearing a white coat and black-rimmed glasses, hurried into the office. Uchiha Mei turned around and looked at the hurried Yakushi Nanoyu, asking, what is the matter that makes you rush over? Fifth Hokage, do you still remember the source of the sublimation potion? Yakushi Nanoyu asked. Uchiha Mei certainly remembered. It was the pseudo-god tree that grew from the bodily tissues that fell off the Gedomazo. What is wrong? I certainly remember. Was that little tree meant for you to jointly research with the medical department and technology department? What accident happened? Uchiha Mei asked. Yes. Now those pseudo-god trees are being jointly researched by the divine biological entity and the newly established medical and technology departments of Konoha. Uchiha Mei always felt that the pseudo-god tree was not that simple. Although it only possessed a tiny bit of the characteristics of the god tree, it should still have potential to be explored. Yakushi Nanoyu said in surprise. We extracted the genes from that little tree and implanted them into an experimental summoning beast. And we found that the summoning beast actually gained wood release. Uchiha Mei was astonished and asked, the implantation experiment was successful on the first try? And after the success, that summoning beast even demonstrated the ability of wood release? Exactly. Lady Tsunade is also present at the scene and can fully testify. Yakushi Nanoyu said solemnly. Uchiha Mei frowned. It was not surprising that implanting the god tree's genes would yield wood release, since the god tree itself possessed wood release, which is stronger than that of Senju Hashirama. What truly surprised him was how easily the genes extracted from the pseudo-god tree were successfully implanted. Chapter 189, The Great Toad Sage. It is known that even now, implanting Senju Hashirama cells into an ordinary person remains a significant challenge. It can be said that an ordinary person undergoing this implantation results in one death after another. Only individuals with strong spiritual energy have a chance of success when implanting Senju Hashirama cells. Currently, the implantation of Senju Hashirama cells does not possess universality. If implanting the genes of this pseudo-god tree is very easy, then the significance of this matter would be tremendous. The overall strength of Konoha will be raised another level. Let us go see what is going on, Uchiha Mei said, leading the way to the divine biological entity. Just as they arrived at the divine biological entity, Tsunade's voice rang out. Fifth Hokage, where did you get these meat chunks that look like little trees? After implantation, they can actually grant people the ability of wood release. With Tsunade's abilities, she could tell that these meat chunks resembling wood were not the bodily tissues of her grandfather Senju Hashirama, but rather some unknown biological tissue. Lady Tsunade, actually these meat chunks that look like wood are the bodily tissues of the Gedomazo, Uchiha Mei explained. It's actually the Gedomazo. Tsunade suddenly understood. If it's that kind of thing, then having the ability of wood release is not surprising. Subsequently, guided by Tsunade and others, Uchiha May arrived in front of a huge cage, inside which a monkey was imprisoned. This monkey is a summoning beast from a Wagakure, and after being captured, it became an experimental subject. Beside the monkey, a half-human tall green sapling broke through the hard laboratory floor and grew vigorously. Tsunade looked at the monkey in the cage and ordered, "Show us your wood release abilities." This monkey had long been tamed and obedient, and upon hearing Tsunade's words, it immediately pressed its hands on the ground. It used wood release in a way that was more instinctual rather than through hand seals. Crack, crack, crack. A crack appeared in the hard floor, and a small sapling emerged from the crevice. In just a few blinks, it grew into a small tree as tall as a person. Although it was very weak, there was no doubt that this was indeed wood release. Uchiha May nodded. Of course, it's wood release. This is my grandfather's bloodline limit. How could I possibly mistake it? Tsunade said matter-of-factly. Apart from having wood release, what other changes does this summoning beast have? Uchiha May looked at the people present. Let me speak. Tsunade stepped forward and said, besides having wood release, the most important change is that its chakra has also increased by about 30%, which is quite significant. The chakra amount increased by 30%? Uchiha May was surprised. Implanting Senju Hashirama SLs would also increase the chakra amount, but it did not increase by as much as 30%. Based on his experiences and observations, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shursui, and himself only saw a 20% increase in chakra after implanting Senju Hashirama cells. The wood release directly sourced from a god tree is indeed stronger than Senju Hashirama's wood release. Uchiha May thought to himself, that's right. It increased by about 30%, Tsunade nodded. Recruit volunteers. If this good thing can be promoted, let us promote it. Uchiha May said solemnly. I will arrange it as soon as possible to get results quickly, Tsunade said seriously. She was not opposed to this matter because this wood release was not like before, where they had to implant her grandfather's cells to obtain it. In today's Konoha, the stronger they are, the better. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, another month had gone by. In the deepest part of Myaboka Mountain, in a gigantic hall, the long-sleeping great toad sage opened its eyes. The future is in chaos. The original trajectory has been completely altered. War and destruction cover the ninja world. The Ten Tails Jinchuriki reappears. The child of destiny is among them. The great toad sage muttered to itself. The great toad sage is very special. It can see fragments of the future and make prophecies. What changes have occurred in the ninja world during my years of slumber? What has caused such a significant change in the future? The great toad sage's old face was filled with confusion. Soon, at its summons, the sage Shima and sage Fukusa, accompanied by nearly healed Jiraiya, arrived at the hall. Great sage, Jiraiya bowed respectfully. Old man, is there no sake left? Sage Shima was not polite at all. Old lady, be a bit more courteous to the great sage. Sage Fukusaku said discontentedly. Sage Shima glared at Sage Fukusaku and shouted, What great sage? Just an old fool who sleeps all day and only spouts nonsense. Hearing their words, the great toad sage showed no sign of anger and said with a smile, Although there is indeed no wine left, the real reason I called you here is not this. Then what is the reason? Shima sage asked suspiciously. In her impression, the great toad sage only talked about drinking or babbling nonsense. The future has changed. Blood and fire will engulf the ninja world. And the child of destiny can no longer control the direction of the ninja world, the great toad sage said with emotion. Hearing this, Jiraiya fell silent for a while, then reluctantly spoke. Great sage, can even the true child of destiny not change the current ninja world? Is the future of a ninja world destined to be one of war? The great toad sage raised an eyebrow and carefully scrutinized Jiraiya, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Old man, this is little Jiraiya. Shima sage shouted angrily, realizing that the old toad was losing his mind again. Oh, so it's little Jiraiya? The great toad sage exclaimed, then continued, I can't answer that question. The future I can see is limited. Each time I sleep, the fragments of the future I see are different, and the time points are also different. Perhaps I just saw a future where war is breaking out. Enough, enough. Old man, stop thinking about that broken future. Our Myobo cousin is neutral. Let humans solve their own problems. Don't think about making a child of destiny to solve all problems in one go. Shima sage crossed her arms, calling out angrily. In her view, Myobo cousin indeed had no need to interfere too much in human affairs. It was enough to be a sacred place for summoning beasts. If a contractor needed help, then help them, but don't get too involved in other matters. The more you do, the more mistakes you make, and you will inevitably face reckoning in the future. Grandma, The great sage is also for the peace of the ninja world, Jiraiya said softly. Peace. Since living beings gained intelligence, war has appeared. What peace is there? It's just mutual restraint, whether it's humans or summoning beasts. Looking at Jiraiya, she said earnestly, Little Jiraiya, having lived for decades, you should understand this truth. Jiraiya lowered his head in silence. Chapter 190. A glimpse of the future, all right. All right, old lady. Jiraiya is kind-hearted and longs for peace in the ninja world. He just wants everyone to be happy. Fukasaku Sage intervened. Seeing his expression, Shima Sage stopped talking. With her hundreds of years of experience, she had long seen through many things. Shima Sage then said, Old man, if there's nothing else, we should leave. What has happened in the ninja world during my sleep? The Great Toad Sage asked. Wow, why are you, old man, suddenly concerned about the affairs of the ninja world? Shima Sage was surprised. The former Great Toad Sage was completely uninterested in the ninja world, spending his time drinking and sleeping. After knowing that Jiraiya had become a contractor of Mayabo Kuzan, he had asked Jiraiya to find the so-called Child of Destiny, claiming it could bring peace to the ninja world. However, that was the extent of his concern. He didn't care about what was happening in the ninja world and wouldn't even inquire. The battles in my dreams are too terrifying. Their intensity almost surpasses the battles between Sage of Six Paths and his brother against Kagaya Otsutsuki, the Great Toad Sage explained. Sage of Six Paths? Isn't Kagaya Otsutsuki that rabbit goddess? Jiraiya and the others were inexplicably shocked. From the Great Toad Sage's words, it seemed that mythological figures were not fake. The Great Toad Sage shook his head slightly and said, The matters of ancient times are long to discuss. First, tell me the current situation of the ninja world. Shima Sage looked at Fukasaku Sage and said, Old man, you talk to this old toad. Great Sage, the current situation in the ninja world is as follows. Konoha is now under the control of the 5th Hokage, Uchiha Akira. Since he took office, a series of reforms have been implemented in Konoha. There is a terrifying organization in the ninja world called Akatsuki, led by Nagato, who was once Jiraiya's disciple and was once thought to be the Child of Destiny, possessing the Rinnegan. As Fukasaku Sage narrated, the Great Toad Sage gradually gained some understanding of the current ninja world. After hearing Fukasaku Sage's account, the Great Toad Sage remained silent for a long time. The person and 2 frogs below did not disturb his thoughts. After long, while the Great Toad Sage sighed, the Rinnegan, the 10 tails, as expected, looking at the surprised person and 2 frogs below, he asked, What do the people mentioned earlier look like? Although Jiraiya and the others were puzzled, they could only show the Great Toad Sage the appearances of the people mentioned earlier. With the use of sage techniques, the images of Uchiha Akira, Nagato, and Uchiha Hikari appeared before the Great Toad Sage. The Great Toad Sage's eyes locked onto Nagato, and he said softly, Indeed, it is the Rinnegan. No wonder little Jiraiya regarded him as the Child of Destiny. No wonder he would become the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. Although he is far from a state of the Sage of Six Paths, he is undoubtedly the true Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. In the fragments of the future he saw Nagato becoming the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. Unable to contain his curiosity, Jiraiya looked at the Great Toad Sage and asked, Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails? What exactly is going on, Great Sage? This matter needs to start from ancient times. The Great Toad Sage briefly narrated the history of ancient times. So, Nagato will become the biggest enemy in the ninja world and will destroy the ninja world. And the 5th Hokage will have to wage a war in the future to stop him. A war that is as large and intense as the ancient God Wars? Jiraiya asked. Perhaps what I see is merely a fragment, the Great Toad Sage said. Old man, is the 5th Hokage of Konoha that strong? According to your words. While the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails may not be comparable to the Sage of Six Paths, he is touching upon that level. How can he possibly resist? Shima Sage questioned. In the future scenes, that person called Uchiha Akira is indeed very powerful, the Great Toad Sage said. Hearing this, the person and 2 frogs present sighed in relief. If Nagato were truly unbeatable, it would undoubtedly be a very dire situation. They did not want to end up hanging on a tree, wrapped up like Zongzi, dying in their sleep. At this moment, Jiraiya looked at the Great Toad Sage with confusion. Great Sage, what should I do? Does the Child of Destiny still exist? Jiraiya, I can only tell you now that the Child of Destiny still exists and remains an important force that could determine the future's trajectory, the Great Toad Sage said. Hearing this, Jiraiya's expression gradually became resolute as he said, I understand. I will not give up on finding the Child of Destiny for the future of the ninja world. Then, he looked at Fukasaku and Shima and said solemnly, 2 sages, I must quickly report what the great Toad Sage just said to the Hokage so that he can prepare. It's fine, little Jiraiya, you can go back. Your injuries have almost healed anyway, Shima's sage said with a smile. One day later, in Konoha Village, Hokage's office. Jiraiya, do you have something to discuss with me? Uchiha Akira paused his work and looked at the Umbu not far away. Yes, Lord Hokage, Jiraiya-sama, said he has something very important to discuss with you. The Umbu said respectfully. Let him come in, Uchiha Akira nodded. Soon, Jiraiya arrived at Uchiha Akira's new Hokage office. Looking at the younger Uchiha Akira compared to Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya felt a deep sense of emotion. Uchiha Ming looked at Jiraiya and said with a smile, Lord Jiraiya, you look quite well. Jiraiya shook his head and replied, that attack from the Raikage, the Hell Stab, was no joke. I've just barely recovered. It's good that you can recover. Uchiha Ming nodded, then asked, I wonder why Lord Jiraiya is in such a hurry to find me? Upon hearing Uchiha Ming mention serious matters, Jiraiya's expression became serious. He looked at Uchiha Ming and said solemnly, Fifth Hokage, do you know about the great sage of Miyaboka Mountain? I have heard a little. It's said that he is the founder of Miyaboka Mountain and can see the future. Uchiha Ming replied, somewhat puzzled. Could it be that the old toad who can see the future has seen something new and made a prophecy? Hearing Uchiha Ming's words, Jiraiya nodded and said, that's right. The great sage can see the future, and not long ago he woke up from his slumber and told us that he saw a brand new future. Oh, Uchiha Ming became interested and asked, what kind of future is it? The great sage saw that Nagato becomes the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Jiraiya said gravely, Nagato becomes the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Uchiha Ming raised his eyebrows in surprise. The fifth Hokage knows about the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails? This time, it was Jiraiya who was shocked. He was about to explain the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, but seeing Uchiha Ming's expression, it was clear he already knew. I know about the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. The Uchiha clan has relevant records, and I have previously communicated with the Sage of Slugs in the Wet Bone Forest. So I have some understanding of the Ten Tails, Uchiha Ming said. I see, Jiraiya said, realizing. The Sage of Slugs and the Great Sage of Toads are sages of the same era, so knowing about the Ten Tails and its Jinchuriki is very normal. Chapter 191. Unlocking the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan 5th Hokage, we must stop Nagato from becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. According to the Great Sage of Toads, the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails possesses power close to that of the Sage of Six Paths and can destroy the ninja world. Jiraiya said seriously. The infinite Tsukuyomi technique is too dangerous. Jiraiya said heavily. You can rest assured about this. Our Konoha has been trying to stop Nagato from collecting the tail beasts. But Tsunagakure and Takigakure did not believe our words, Uchiha Ming said seriously. Unfortunately, Jiraiya said regretfully, in a future seen by the Great Sage of Toads, Nagato still becomes the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. The future is not set in stone. Lord Jiraiya, rest assured, things are in our hands. Even if Nagato becomes the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, he may not be invincible, Uchiha Ming said confidently. The Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails is indeed powerful, but he is not invincible. The tailed beasts that Nagato has currently collected are incomplete, so the resurrected Ten Tails will definitely be lacking in power. It will certainly not compare to the Ten Tails of ancient times, nor even to the Ten Tails from the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original story. Moreover, Uchiha Ming's side would soon unlock the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, taking his strength to another level. Even if Nagato becomes the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, it doesn't mean he can defeat him. Furthermore, it is not certain that Nagato will become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails during this period. The longer the time drags on, the more favorable it may be for us. The Rinnegan requires time to develop, and when the Rinnegan is born, Uchiha Ming is confident he can face the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails head-on. Seeing Uchiha Ming still very confident, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking, as the great sage said, Uchiha Ming is very confident and not afraid of Nagato becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. After a moment of thought, Uchiha Ming asked, did the great sage of Toads mention how far into the future he saw? No, the great sage did not know how long into the future it was. Jiraiya shook his head. According to the great sage of Toads, the future he saw was only fragments, with limited information, making it impossible to judge how long into the future it was. That's really a pity, Uchiha Ming said regretfully. Not long after Jiraiya left, Tsunade arrived at Uchiha Ming's office. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Ming and asked, I heard that idiot Jiraiya is back? That's right, Uchiha Ming nodded and said. and Lord Jiraiya brought back news from the great sage of toads. What news? From the looks of you, it's probably bad news, Tsunade frowned. In the future scene by the great sage of toads, Nagato becomes the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, Uchiha Ming said. What? Tsunade was startled and quickly asked, does that mean Konoha ultimately lost? Not necessarily, but Nagato has definitely acquired the chakra of the Nine Tails, Uchiha Ming said. That's really not good news, Tsunade said, her brows tightly furrowed, feeling very uneasy. Indeed, it's not good news. Given the current situation, we can only find ways to become stronger to cope with it. Uchiha Ming said solemnly. Tsunade took a deep breath, and some things she had been hesitating about suddenly made up her mind at that moment. It can only be this way, Tsunade sighed, then looked at Uchiha Ming and said, the results of the wood release experiment have come out. How is it? Uchiha Ming asked. The experimental results are very good. After meeting the conditions, the success rate of the transplant is almost 100, Tsunade said with a smile. Great. Uchiha Ming was overjoyed and said, quickly arrange for eligible personnel to undergo the transplant and strive to popularize wood release. Wood release is secondary. The main thing is to increase the amount of chakra and let the transplant recipients master earth release and water release on their own, Tsunade said. Uchiha Ming nodded in agreement. Just as Tsunade said, wood release is secondary. The main focus is still on increasing chakra and mastering water release and earth release independently. Chakra is the foundation of everything. With an increase in chakra, many jutsu that could not be used before can now be used. Mastering water release and earth release on their own is undoubtedly a huge boost. It should be noted that normal Nin generally master only 2 attributes. But now after a successful transplant, they can proficiently master both water and earth attributes out of thin air. As time passed, the year 54 came to an end, and a year and a half had passed since the reform. In the Divine Biological Laboratory, the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan has finally been born. Looking at the intricately patterned Sharingan in the mirror, Uchiha Ming's face revealed a delighted smile. The bright mirror reflected a pair of intricately patterned Sharingan. 3 solid tomo connected end to end, forming a ring. Within the ring, a triangular shuriken connected to the root of the solid tomo, together forming the complex pattern of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. After carefully feeling for a while, Uchiha Ming muttered to himself, as expected, the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan is indeed stronger in ocular power than before, far surpassing the ordinary Mangekyō. With similar characteristics to the Rinnegan, the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan also possesses extremely powerful ocular power and a vast amount of chakra. Uchiha Ming understood this as soon as he saw these eyes. The immense chakra within the Sharingan was so evident. After transplanting this eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Uchiha Ming's foundational qualities received another significant boost. Now, the ocular power of these eyes can finally support long-term combat. Even when using the shadow techniques with both eyes simultaneously, he can last for a considerable amount of time. Uchiha Ming thought to himself. He could clearly feel that he was different from before. It was a leap in improvement. Previously, after transplanting the ocular techniques, his ocular power was indeed strong, but he could not use the shadow techniques freely. This ocular technique consumed too much ocular power, and the Mangekyō Sharingan still struggled to bring it to its full potential. Now, he is able to fully demonstrate its power. The divine power hasn't changed much. It's still the same as before, as the divine power is indeed a transplanted eye technique. Uchiha Meishin felt for a moment, then had someone notify Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui to come. Not only has his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan matured, but the two of them have also successfully cultivated their eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Soon, the two excited individuals arrived at the laboratory after receiving Uchiha Meishin's notification. By the looks of it, it seems our new eyes have matured, Uchiha Fugaku said with a hint of excitement. That's right. Uchiha Meishin nodded and said, the new eyes have been fully cultivated. It's just a matter of transplanting them to you. Hearing this, the excitement on Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui's faces could not be concealed. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan is the true pinnacle of the Uchiha clan, capable of unlocking the complete body, Susanoo, and possessing the power to annihilate all. After some effort, Uchiha Meishin helped the two of them replace their eyes. Chapter 192. The resurrection of the Three Tails is imminent. After feeling for a while, Uchiha Fugaku sighed. Is this the power of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan? It's truly mesmerizing. The power contained within it is terrifying. His eternal Mangekyō Sharingan pattern resembled a 7-pointed dart, rather than a dart, it looked more like irregular gears. The ocular power and chakra contained in these eyes are immense. If they weren't fused from clones of our eyes, I might have been lost in this power. Uchiha Shursui remarked. In the ring, there was a four-pointed dart, which is the pattern of Uchiha Shursui's eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. His eternal Mangekyō Sharingan pattern is different from Uchiha Fugaku's, even though both are formed from the same type of eyes. However, since the main subjects are different, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes are based on his original Mangekyō, while Uchiha Shursui's eyes are naturally based on his own eyes. The resulting eternal Mangekyō Sharingan patterns are also different. You need to adapt for a while. The three tails will soon be resurrected during this time, Uchiha Meishin said seriously. It does require some time to adapt to these powerful eyes. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and then asked, have you found the location of the Three Tails resurrection? 2 months ago, our intelligence personnel reported to me the location of the Three Tails resurrection. Uchiha Meishin nodded. Are you planning to use the resurrection of the Three Tails to deal with Akatsuki? Uchiha Shursui asked. Uchiha Shursui certainly did not want to start a war or maintain peace through violence, as it contradicts his ideals of peace. However, he understood that the current situation is very dangerous, and the ninja world is at risk of upheaval. At such times, personal ideals need to be set aside for the greater good. The Mist Village cannot protect the Three Tails. It has to be up to us from Konoha to step in, so we can protect the Three Tails. At that time, Akatsuki will surely make a move, and a clash is inevitable. We'll do our best then, Uchiha Meishin nodded. Uchiha Shursui solemnly nodded. Nagato's Rinnegan left him with a profound impression, almost becoming a psychological shadow. Don't worry too much, Shursui. Your strength is not much different from Nagato's now. Taking a chance is not without hope, Uchiha Meishin smiled. What we need to consider is how to prevent them from escaping, Uchiha Meishin said confidently. Infected by Uchiha Meishin's strong confidence, Uchiha Shursui gradually relaxed. Will the Three Tails be resurrected? Uchiha Fugaku was not too nervous, as he had never faced Nagato directly. On a small island at the maritime border between the land of fire and the land of water, Uchiha Meishin said, why don't I go and drive away the Mist Village from the island, and use myself as bait to see if I can lure Akatsuki's people over? Uchiha Fugaku proposed. That's pointless. Uchiha Meishin shook his head and said, I've already marked that place. Space-time ninjutsu can reach it any time. Looking at the two, Uchiha Meishin continued. At this stage, you should still familiarize yourselves with your eyes. The resurrection of the Three Tails is still some time away. When the time comes, I will directly take you over to guard the Three Tails. Understood, the two replied simultaneously. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, Uchiha Meishin unexpectedly saw Tsunade and Jiraiya. Usually, Uchiha Meishin rarely encountered these two. Tsunade was busy most of the time in the medical department, overseeing research work. Jiraiya had returned to his original job, writing books, while also working as an intelligence officer. Therefore, most of the time, Jiraiya was actually not in Konoha. This time, Jiraiya also contributed to discovering the resurrection site of the Three Tails. The infiltration abilities of Mount Myaboku are indeed powerful. The information about the Three Tails resurrection site was obtained by Jiraiya during his infiltration of the Mist Village. Did you come together for something? Uchiha Meishin asked in confusion. Are you planning to take action against the Three Tails? Tsunade asked directly. Jiraiya said, the Three Tails will be fully resurrected in a few days. She continued, there is indeed such a plan. Uchiha Meishin nodded. There was no need to avoid such matters. The two might not agree with him politically, but they were not the type to betray Konoha's interests. Take us with you, Jiraiya said seriously. Uchiha Meishin looked at the two for a moment, shook his head, and said, Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade should stay to guard the village. Besides Nagato and Uchiha Kagami, Akatsuki has also gathered some rogue ninjas. Those rogue ninjas might come to Konoha to cause trouble. Tsunade snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, do those mere rogue ninjas dare to provoke us in Konoha? Now, after more than a year of recuperation, Konoha's vitality has recovered considerably. If a few rogue ninjas dare to come, they are simply courting death. In the face of a well-organized ninja army, only someone as strong as Uchiha Meishin or Nagato, who does not fear numbers, can ignore them. We need to be responsible for the safety of the people of Konoha. Times have changed. Konoha now needs to maintain a safe and stable environment. Uchiha Meishin shook his head. Hearing his words, Tsunade calmed down and thought carefully. Uchiha Meishin was indeed right. Konoha is currently focusing on economic construction and indeed needs a safe and stable environment free from disturbances. What a pity, My sage art with style has just become proficient. I wanted to see how it compares with the Rinnegan. Tsunade muttered in regret. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself that he had seen a ghost, recalling the scene not long ago when he sparred with Tsunade. Tsunade unleashed her full power, entered Sage mode after releasing her seal, and actually controlled a wooden puppet to use the Senju clan's secret technique with immense strength. With one punch, the heavens and earth shook. There will be other opportunities. This time, the village's safety will be entrusted to you. Uchiha Meishin smiled. After Tsunade transplanted the God Tree's genes, the vast chakra within her sealed state finally had a place to be utilized. With her full power unleashed, Tsunade's strength has increased dramatically compared to before, representing a qualitative change. If the previous 5 great shinobi villages Kage were called Kage-level powerhouses, then Tsunade is now a true super Kage-level powerhouse. And her strength at this level is not weak. How disappointing! Tsunade shrugged and said, "Forget it. You all go ahead. This time, the village's safety will be left to us." As she spoke, Tsunade crossed her arms and strode out of the Hokage's office. Jiraiya, seeing this, showed a helpless smile and followed Tsunade out. The Uchiha clan, once led by the clan leader's residence, is now home to Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the police department. Chapter 193. Nagato's actions. Fugaku, is there something urgent that made you call me over? Uchiha Makoto can clearly sense that her husband is in a very good mood. Makoto, this is a tremendous good thing. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan has been successfully cultivated. Uchiha Fugaku shares his joy with his wife. Look, this is the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. As he speaks, a pair of crimson eyes are revealed before Uchiha Makoto. These eyes are indeed beautiful and powerful. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's proud expression, Uchiha Makoto shakes her head helplessly. She is merely flattering her husband, and Uchiha Fugaku consciously retracts the ocular power and chakra of his eyes, making it impossible for Uchiha Makoto to feel the terrifying aspects of these eyes. Of course, possessing these eyes is equivalent to standing at the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan. This is the power of our clan's peak. Uchiha Fugaku says proudly, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's calm voice comes from the door. Today, Dad seems very happy, and it seems that something has changed about him. As soon as he enters, the perceptive Uchiha Itachi quickly notices that Uchiha Fugaku is somewhat different today than before. It is an indescribable feeling. Seeing his eldest son return, Uchiha Fugaku shows a gentle smile and asks, "Itachi, how have you been at school lately? Have you felt pressured?" The ninja school reform has been in place for over a year. Compared to the previous ninja school, the current curriculum is extensive and the teaching content is more profound. The number of students is also incomparable to before. Now, just one grade has nearly 1,000 students. The pressure of studying is incomparably greater. Uchiha Itachi shakes his head and says, "Father, I'm doing well at school. Although the courses have increased and become more complex, they're still not difficult for me." Hearing his son's words, Uchiha Fugaku's smile deepens. Soon, he becomes serious and says solemnly, "Itachi, don't be careless. Take the ninja school courses seriously." Uchiha Itachi looks at his father and calmly replies, "I understand, father, but I want to learn something deeper." Uchiha Fugaku remains silent for a moment and says, "In that case, let your mother teach you after school. Once I finish my busy period, I will teach you some advanced ninjutsu." Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Uchiha Itachi shows a joyful smile. The courses at the ninja school are not easy for others, but for him, they are child's play. With his mature mindset, his learning ability far surpasses others. In the land of rain, Mangekyō. Is this the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan? It really is powerful. Feeling the vast ocular power contained within her eyes, Uchiha Hikari's beautiful face reveals a joyful smile. In her blood-red eyes, a dark circular ring adorned with 3 equally dark tomo is present. This is her own Mangekyō Sharingan, which fused with Uchiha Madara's Mangekyō Sharingan to give birth to the eternal Mangekyō. "Congratulations, Miss Hikari," Nagato says with a smile. Now, Uchiha Hikari is tall and completely resembles an adult, no longer youthful. Enough of this nonsense. Uchiha Hikari glances at Nagato and says, considering the time, "The 3 tails should be close to being revived. We should set off, right?" Miss Hikari is correct. It is indeed so. Nagato nods, but then changes the subject, saying, "However, we don't need to hurry. We also have someone with space-time abilities on our side, so there's no need to rush." "Oh." Uchiha Hikari shows a surprised expression and asks, "Who has mastered space-time ninjutsu? Or have you recruited a ninja with space-time ninjutsu abilities?" No, Nagato shakes his head and says, it's Orochimaru's Edo Tensei technique. So that's how it is, using this forbidden technique. Uchiha Hikari realizes, Edo Tensei can summon the deceased to the ninja world to fight for oneself. It seems that Orochimaru has summoned a ninja with space-time abilities using this forbidden technique. Who is it? She asks curiously. The second Hokage of Konoha, Senju Tobirama. He is recognized as a master of forbidden techniques, and many of Konoha's forbidden techniques were created by him. The Flying Thunder God technique was also created by him. Nagato explains. Upon hearing Nagato's words, Uchiha Hikari shows a hint of surprise. This person sounds extraordinary. She is familiar with the Flying Thunder God technique, as it is a very powerful space-time ninjutsu. Seeing Uchiha Hikari's surprised expression, Nagato continues. In fact, Edo Tensei was also created by Senju Tobirama. Ha! Uchiha Hikari laughs and says, it's truly ironic to be controlled by the technique you created. Miss Hikari, at this moment, Nagato looks at Uchiha Hikari with a somewhat serious expression and says, Senju Tobirama is a dangerous person. Mr. Orochimaru wants you to use your ocular technique to provide a safeguard for the Edo Tensei. With the ocular power you possess now, even Senju Tobirama won't be able to break free, Nagato says with great certainty. Uchiha Hikari's lips curl into a beautiful arc as she confidently states, don't worry, he won't be able to break free. Subsequently, the two arrive at Orochimaru's laboratory in Mangekyō. Nagato looks at Orochimaru and says, Mr. Orochimaru, we can begin now. With Miss Hikari here, it will definitely be foolproof. Orochimaru nods, then begins to form hand seals. Edo Tensei. Gray-white dust rises from the ground, covering a white zetsu. The dust rises and transforms before the three into a person dressed in blue armor, with silver hair and 3 red markings on his face. It is none other than Senju Tobirama. This is Edo Tensei. The moment Senju Tobirama's consciousness awakens, he realizes something. Instinctively, he attempts to use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave this place and then break the Edo Tensei. However, in the next moment, his movements stiffen, and powerful chakra overflows from him. Not far away, Orochimaru forms hand seals and watches Senju Tobirama with a smile, controlling him to prevent his instant escape. Second Hokage, you didn't expect to find yourself in this situation, did you? Orochimaru's slightly triumphant voice rings out. Senju Tobirama's eyes shift, locking onto Orochimaru, and he coldly speaks. A traitor from Konoha? I will personally end you. As he speaks, Senju Tobirama slowly raises his hand, showing a tendency to forcibly break free from the control. Upon seeing this, Orochimaru's pupils constrict, thinking the higher the precision of Edo Tensei, the closer the strength of the Edo Tensei individual is to their original state. There's a risk of the technique being broken. Just as Senju Tobirama forms his first hand seal, he sees a pair of crimson eyes reflected in his own. This pattern is not an ordinary Mangekyō Sharingan. In the next moment, Senju Tobirama's consciousness falls into a state of chaos. Then, Senju Tobirama's red pupils transform into a purplish-black color. He has already been controlled by Uchiha Hikari's ocular technique. The 8,000 Spears. Chapter 194. Approaching events my control. Orochimaru is shocked, and then his expression becomes grim. The moment Senju Tobirama is controlled by the illusion, he loses control over the Edo Tensei body. Her ocular technique. Is this the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan? This strength is truly amazing. Orochimaru's eyes flickered with a hint of heat. Orochimaru, your improved Edo Tensei seems rather unsafe. It looked like Senju Tobirama was about to break free from your control just now. Uchiha Hikari's Sharingan fixed on Orochimaru. Under the gaze of those terrifying Sharingan, Orochimaru felt a chill deep within. This was a suppression of power. Orochimaru smiled and explained, this is because I have improved the Edo Tensei technique. Its precision has increased significantly, allowing the reincarnated individuals to regain some of their former strength, which is why Senju Tobirama could resist a bit. Looking at the two, Orochimaru continued, in fact, I still have a backup plan to directly control the reincarnated individuals. However, doing so would cause them to lose their self-awareness, which will be detrimental to their ability to exert their strength. Indeed, there is no perfect technique. Uchiha Hikari realized. Orochimaru-sensei. Nagato turned to Orochimaru and asked, how much of the power can the ninjas summoned by the current Edo Tensei exhibit? Orochimaru pondered for a moment and replied, the current Edo Tensei still has room for improvement. It is not yet perfect. At present, they can only exert about 70 to 80% of their former strength. 70 to 80%? That's still a bit lacking. Nagato expressed his disappointment. Although the difficulty of learning Edo Tensei is not high, improving it to perfection is still quite challenging, Orochimaru explained. As he spoke, he looked at Uchiha Hikari and reminded her, in any case, let's first send Senju Tobarama's flying thunder god Mark to the island where the Three Tails will be revived. Otherwise, he won't be able to teleport you there. Nagato looked at Orochimaru in confusion. Orochimaru glanced at Uchiha Hikari and smiled as he explained, Leader, after being controlled by Miss Hikari's Jinjutsu, Senju Tobarama's control has fallen into her hands. Upon hearing this, Nagato's eyes flickered with surprise. He only had a vague understanding of Uchiha Hikari's abilities. It must be the effect of her eye technique. Ordinary Jinjutsu cannot achieve such a thing. Nagato thought to himself. Miss Hikari, please, Nagato said earnestly to Uchiha Hikari. Uchiha Hikari asked, what should I do? Have Senju Tobarama imprint the Flying Thunder God mark onto White Zetsu. White Zetsu has the ability to move quickly. Although it is not as good as Space-Time Ninjutsu, it is still among the fastest. Nagato replied. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru showed an intrigued expression. Thinking to himself, White Zetsu is stronger than I imagined. There's great research value in it. As soon as Nagato finished speaking, a White Zetsu emerged from underground, appearing beside Senju Tobarama. After White Zetsu appeared, Senju Tobarama immediately reached out and pressed the Flying Thunder God mark onto White Zetsu. Can you teleport us both away at once? Uchiha Hikari looked at Senju Tobarama. Yes, although I can only exert about 80% of my strength now. Teleporting two people at once is still easy. Senju Tobarama nodded. Then what we need to do next is wait. Nagato nodded. Why not just go directly? Uchiha Hikari asked in confusion. We are different from Konoha. Nagato shook his head and explained, we need the revival of the Three Tails, while Konoha does not. The location of the revival has already been leaked, and Uchiha Akira must know. With only a few days left until the Three Tails is revived. I believe Uchiha Akira and the others may already be hiding on that island, Nagato said with a serious expression. Are you worried that Uchiha Akira will directly kill the revived Three Tails? Uchiha Hikari suddenly understood. Exactly. Nagato nodded and said solemnly. So, the outcome of this operation must be to obtain the complete Three Tails. At the very least, we must acquire the chakra of the Three Tails. Your plan is to teleport directly to the Three Tails and capture it at the first opportunity? Uchiha Hikari guessed. Nagato replied seriously, that's about it. I will rely on Miss Hikari to temporarily hold off Konoha's experts. I'll do my best. Uchiha Hikari shrugged. Then, she looked at Orochimaru and said, how many corpses can your Edo Tensei still summon to the present world? Bring me a batch. I have great use for them. In essence, there is no limit to the quantity. I've also collected quite a bit of genetic information from powerful ninjas during this time, Orochimaru said, looking at Nagato. Nagato immediately understood Orochimaru's meaning. This was a request for his approval. He spoke, I don't know what Miss Hikari needs the Edo Tensei bodies for. I need their infinite chakra for emergencies. Uchiha Hikari explained. Chakra? Nagato and Orochimaru were puzzled. This is the ability of my technique. As long as they're caught in my Jinjutsu, I can control them and extract their chakra for my own use at any time. Uchiha Hikari vaguely explained. I see. Orochimaru realized and said, if that's the case, then Edo Tensei bodies are indeed a perfect choice. Infinite chakra. Orochimaru sensei, I entrust this matter to you. The Three Tails is very important to our Akatsuki. Nagato said seriously. Orochimaru smiled and said, don't worry, as long as there are enough sacrifices. Using Edo Tensei is no trouble at all. Edo Tensei. As Orochimaru's hoarse voice echoed, coffin after coffin surged from the ground. Soon, hundreds or even thousands of coffins were densely arranged. In fact, just as Nagato had thought, Uchiha Akari had already brought Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku to the island where the Three Tails would be revived. The island was not large, only about 40 kilometers in circumference. In the center of the island was a wide lake, and the revival place of the Three Tails was at the center of the lake. In Uchiha Akira's perception, at the center of the lake, a vast chakra was gathering, with a rich life force surging. A chakra life was about to be fully birthed. As Uchiha Akira opened his eyes, Uchiha Shursui quietly asked, Akira, should we drive away the Mist Ninjas? No, we can't raise any alarms yet. Akatsuki spies must be hiding nearby, and even Nagato and Uchiha Akari are likely concealed nearby. Uchiha Akira shook his head. Uchiha Shursui discreetly glanced at the hidden Mist Ninjas and then nodded. For now, Everything was about the bigger picture. Akira, I think Akatsuki has definitely guessed that we from Konoha are coming. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Akira and suggested, why not kill the Three Tails as soon as it is revived? After all you need is the chakra of the Three Tails. Okay, Uchiha Akira note that reviving the 10 tails does not require the complete chakra of the tailed beast. Even partial chakra is enough for the 10 tails revival. However, weakening the 10 tails is a good thing. If it weren't for the fact that he also needed the chakra of the 3 tails, he wouldn't even let the 3 tails be revived. Chapter 195. Different sage techniques. Would release time pass slowly, and early the next morning, as the eastern sun rose, Uchiha Akira, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui jumped out of Uchiha Akira's Kimyui space, appearing out of thin air on the surface of the lake. Just now, they felt that the revival of the 3 tails was nearing its final step and would soon be completed. As soon as they appeared, the mist ninjas waiting on the lake immediately noticed and shouted, "Who are you? Dare to invade our land of water?" Our land of water? This island is clearly the territory of our land of fire. Uchiha Shursui retorted indignantly. Uchiha Fugaku solemnly reminded, Shursui, don't pay attention to them. Focus on the current situation. In just a few breaths, the 3 tails will be revived. I understand, Uncle Fugaku. Uchiha Shursui retracted his gaze, his pair of crimson Sharingan staring at the lake's surface beneath his feet. What is this? Uchiha Mei, Uchiha Shursui, and Uchiha Fugaku. Not far away, Yuzuki Izong was looking extremely grim. He recognized the newcomers. Damn, Konoha ninja. Before he could react, the mist ninja close to Uchiha Mei and the others charged forward with a loud roar. However, Uchiha Mei, Uchiha Shursui, and Uchiha Fugaku completely ignored him. Their 3 pairs of crimson Sharingan fixated on the eerie blue surface of the water, as if they could see through to the bottom of the lake. It's here. The 3 tails has been revived. In an instant, the lake's surface began to boil. Shinra Tensei, like Moses parting the sea, the water surged outward in all directions, centered around the 3 tails, under an invisible repulsion force. It was none other than Senju Tobarama directly using the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport Nagato to the location of the 3 tails. Susanoo, in an instant, amidst the thousands of waves, 3 differently colored pillars of light shot up into the sky. 3 forms of complete Susanoo, comparable in size to mountains, appeared. The black, green, and yellow Susanoo stood tall, unaffected by the crashing waves. After activating the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui were also able to use their complete Susanoo. The next moment, the 3 massive Susanoo simultaneously drew their swords. The piercing, buzzing sound echoed. The sword aura traversed the sky, landing right where Nagato was. Would release, Crimson Banner Technique. Nagato shouted. An enormous shield with a demon face and fangs emerged from the ground, enveloping both him and the 3 tails. Boom, the ground shook, and a shockwave, akin to the explosion of a tailed beast bomb, spread in all directions, obliterating not only the mist ninja, but also the lake water, giant trees, and mountains in the explosion. Would release, all-purpose bag technique. The next moment, huge wooden hands burst from the ground, slapping toward the 3 complete Susanoo. Inside the shattered crimson banner shield, Nagato's expression was extremely grim. Things had exceeded his expectations. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku had actually reached a brand new level. At this moment, Senju Tobarama appeared again, accompanied by Uchiha Akira. 3 complete Susanoo. Luckily I prepared in advance, otherwise this trip would have been in vain. Uchiha Hikari narrowed her eyes, her blood-red gaze filled with killing intent. 3 tails, watch closely. I'm coming. Uchiha Hikari leaped forward, red chakra erupting from her body. In an instant, a red warrior god appeared on the battlefield, matching the size of Uchiha Mei and the others' complete Susanoo. Shursui, let's go. Stop Uchiha Hikari and Nagato. Let Mei handle the 3 tails first. Uchiha Fugaku shouted, immediately manipulating his Susanoo to face Uchiha Hikari. Uchiha Shursui also hesitated no longer, controlling his Susanoo to charge at Nagato. Boom boom, in an instant, Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo collided with Uchiha Hikari's Susanoo, shaking the entire island. At this moment, Uchiha Mei had already disappeared, and when she reappeared, she was not far from Nagato. You won't succeed, Nagato scoffed, bringing his hands together. Would release, twin with dragon's technique. Roar. With a roar, 2 gigantic wooden dragons burst from the ground. One charging toward Uchiha Mei's complete Susanoo, the other racing toward the recently revived Three Tails. The Three Tails, just revived, was bewildered and then fell into immense fear. ZZ Uchiha Mei's hand crackled with black lightning as she looked at the incoming wooden dragons, and with a swift motion, she struck. Amidst the crackling lightning, the wooden dragon, capable of binding the Nine Tails, was instantly severed. The Three Tails was not so fortunate, being bound up like a dumpling by the wooden dragon. It had no room to struggle. Even the Nine Tails couldn't escape, let alone it. Seeing this, Nagato did not hesitate and immediately entered Sage Mode. Sage Art. Would release. Wooden Man Technique. In an instant, a gigantic wooden man, entwined with ferocious wooden dragons and towering above the mountains, appeared on the battlefield. Then, Nagato changed the hand sign and unleashed the Dragon Cave Sage Art. Sage Art. Inorganic Rebirth. Vast sage chakra poured into the wooden man beneath his feet. Roar. The wooden man let out a roar as if it had gained its own life. Then it broke away from Nagato and autonomously charged toward Uchiha Mei. This was a sage technique developed by Nagato after learning sage arts, combining wood release with the Dragon Cave Sage technique. The inorganic rebirth technique granted the wooden man life, allowing it to fight on its own. What is this? Uchiha Mei was slightly shocked, not expecting Nagato to have such a trick up his sleeve. The next moment, her eyes narrowed, and her past and future selves appeared simultaneously. Two more black pillars shot up from the ground, and two more black Susanoo emerged. What? During the previous battle, Uchiha Mei had actually kept a card up her sleeve. Nagato's expression darkened. Uchiha Mei could have two clones with the same abilities as her original, something he had not anticipated. The next moment, the three massive Susanoo moved simultaneously, launching attacks toward Nagato and the Three Tails. On the other side, Uchiha Shirsue's expression was grim. He was blocked by Uchiha Hikari's Susanoo. Yes, only Susanoo. Her Susanoo seemed to have a life of its own. A sage technique that could give life to inanimate objects? This is the sage art of the Dragon Cave. Uchiha Shirsue took a deep breath and also entered Sage Mode. At such a distance, it was impossible to use Kotoame Tsukumi on her. During the battle, Uchiha Shirsue thought regretfully. In fact, Uchiha Hikari had been on guard against Uchiha Shirsue's ocular techniques. From the last battle, she had roughly guessed the effect of Uchiha Shirsue's ocular techniques. Therefore, she did not dare to let her guard down at all. She certainly did not want to inexplicably become a person from Konoha. Chapter 196. A Failed Endeavor. On the other side, Uchiha Fugako looked at the sage wooden man in front of him, his expression also grim. The two of them had been stopped by Uchiha Hikari alone. Is this the true power of wood release? Truly impressive power. Standing atop the wooden man's head, Uchiha Hikari crossed her arms and laughed heartily. Chakra. I need more chakra. The current chakra is not enough to use that technique. Uchiha Hikari's smile was wild, with a twisted beauty. The sage wooden man clashed with the sage Susanoo, both sides equally matched. Damn, she is only about the same size as Shirsue. How does she have so much chakra to simultaneously use the wooden man technique and complete Susanoo? Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened. What he did not know was that when Uchiha Hikari arrived on the battlefield, she had used the 8,000 spears to absorb a wave of chakra from the Edo Tensei bodies. Now, Uchiha Hikari's chakra was indeed abundant. On the other side, Nagato's sage wooden man only blocked one Susanoo, while two others were coming in. Seeing this, Nagato gritted his teeth and brought his hands together. Sage art. Would release. Wooden dragon technique. Another sage wooden dragon shot up from the ground. Then, under the Dragon Cave Sage technique, this wooden dragon charged toward one of the Susanoo. Useless, no matter what. You will not be able to defeat the three of me. Accept your fate. Uchiha Mei's indifferent voice echoed. The Susanoo's black divine might thunder spread, and at the moment of collision with the wooden man, it shredded a significant portion of its body. However, in the next moment, a cracking sound was heard. The severed part rapidly healed under the life-filled sage chakra. The Dragon Cave Sage technique is indeed troublesome. Uchiha Mei's eyes narrowed. In an instant, strands of divine might black thunder spread across the entire Susanoo. ZZ. The black light blade entwined with the divine power of thunder fell. Wood chips flew, and the upper half of the wooden figure was directly severed. After being infused with divine power, this became the strongest attack in the world. Sage art. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. In the next moment, a wood dragon burst out from the shattered wooden figure, wrapping around the massive Susanoo. Just as a Susanoo was about to approach the Three Tails, Nagato raised his hands. Universal pull. In the vast and boundless gravitational force, Uchiha Akira's past self had to stop in its tracks. With the universal pull used by Nagato at his current strength, even he could not ignore it. The next moment, the voice of Pain Hans echoed beside the three tails. Almighty push. Boom. Endless dust was lifted, enveloping a large area of the battlefield. Summoning technique, outer path, Geto-Mazo. At the position of the three tails, thick smoke billowed up. It was indeed Pain Hans summoning the Geto-Mazo. Sage art. Wood release. Flower tree world descends. Sage art. Tree world wall. Nagato clasped his hands together, using two sage techniques in succession. Countless huge tree roots broke through the ground, spreading wildly. And in just a few breaths, the entire island was overtaken by trees. Countless trees intertwined, forming solid barriers that cut through the earth, creating countless roofless cages. Here comes that move again. Uchiha Akira's eyes narrowed. The Susanoo dissipated, and he entered the Kamui space. When he reappeared, he was already not far from the three tails. Time-space ninjutsu. Nagato's eyes were filled with killing intent as he waved his hand, causing a large number of wooden spikes to shoot out from behind. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wooden spikes fell like raindrops, passing through Uchiha Akira's body without obstruction. Uchiha Akira disregarded everything, activating his intangibility and moving closer to the three tails. At this moment, the three tails was entangled with a ghostly blue aura, being pulled by the Geto-Mazo, and was about to be swallowed whole. Susanoo. In an instant, the black complete body, Susanoo, reappeared. In a flash, a black line cut through the sky, striking at the Geto-Mazo. Not good. Nagato's pupils constricted. If this blade hit, the Geto-Mazo would likely be split in two. The blade was clearly entwined with the black divine power thunder. Almighty push. Without time to think, Pain Hans raised his hand to unleash the strongest almighty push without any charge. At the same time, countless tree roots, like living creatures, transformed into sharp swords stabbing into the Susanoo. Boom, the black long blade and the invisible repulsive barrier held for a brief moment. The next moment, a deafening explosion echoed through the heavens and the earth. Pain Hans's almighty push could not withstand the power of this blade, and he was repelled, flying backward like a rolling gourd for hundreds of meters. However, it was also this brief moment of stalemate that bought the Geto-Mazo some time. In an instant, the intertwining trees rose up like agile, swimming dragons, wrapping around the massive Susanoo. Divine power. A cold voice came from the center of the Susanoo's forehead. An invisible spatial vortex appeared around the three tails. The massive three tails was absorbed at an extremely rapid speed, as if it were fluid. The absorption speed is so fast. Nagato's heart sank, raising his hands and shouting. Universal pull. Under the vast gravitational force, the three tails, which was about to be completely swallowed by the divine power, was actually pulled out little by little, on the verge of returning completely to the ninja world. Damn Rinnegan. Uchiha Akira kuset inwali. Sometimes the abilities of the Rinnegan were truly annoying, especially when it came to absorbing large objects. Although divine power was strong, absorbing large objects could not reach the almost instantaneous speed of absorbing smaller items. Forced to do so, Uchiha Akira had to shut down the Kamui space channel on the spot. Roar accompanied by an extremely mournful scream. The massive body of the three tails was severed by the closed time-space channel. It died on the spot, with a muffled sound. About half of the three tails' body was pulled by Nagato's universal pull. Clang, the chains of the Geto-Mazo rattled, and the body of the three tails was swallowed into its belly without obstruction. Roar! In the next moment, the Geto-Mazo let out a world-shaking roar, and another tightly closed eye opened at its head location. The invisible sound waves transmitted, and gusts of wind ravaged the earth. Seeing this, Nagato breathed a sigh of relief. At least the chakra of the three tails was secured. At the center of the Susanoo's forehead, Uchiha Akira sighed in his heart. In the end, that guy Nagato still got the chakra of the three tails. Although divine power was strong, it could not kill enemies of the same level in a very short time. It could gain an advantage, but to achieve a complete kill would certainly require a long tug of war. Although his past and future selves had beaten the two wooden figures back, they still could not completely destroy them. The sage art of the Dragon Cave combined with Wood Release and its regeneration ability was extraordinarily powerful. In terms of regeneration ability, it had already surpassed Senju Hashirama's Wood Release. Sage art, Fire Release, Ashen Haze Technique. Nagato opened his mouth and spewed out a large amount of fiery ash. In an instant, The area of several thousand meters was covered in gray-black flames and dust. A gust of wind blew, scattering the smoke and dust. On the battlefield, Nagato and the Gedo Mazo had already disappeared. Looking at the empty battlefield, Uchiha Akira took a deep breath. At this level of ninja, it was indeed impossible to stop them if they were determined to leave. Chapter 197. The perfect combination of Senju and Uchiha on the other side. The situation was very tense. It presented a trend of being evenly matched. Uchiha Kei was relying on her nearly infinite chakra, using sage techniques as if she had no chakra to spare. That battlefield was completely enveloped by the flames of Amaterasu. The combination of Amaterasu and the Jik SH may cause great interference to Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku. Although the complete body Susanoo, combined with the sage art of the Dragon Cave, was at an absolute disadvantage in the battle against Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Shursui could not completely defeat that autonomous complete body Susanoo. In addition to the interference from Wood Release and Amaterasu, the battle situation became tense. Uchiha Fugaku only managed to maintain a stalemate against the sage art wooden figures. Just like the previous battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the wooden figures and Susanoo, when empowered by sage art, were no different from when they were not empowered. They were equally matched. I didn't expect you to reach this level. That's really impressive. At the head of the wooden figure, Uchiha Kei let out a carefree laugh. This battle had truly satisfied her. Damn it. At the center of Susanoo's forehead, Uchiha Fugaku's face darkened. He had thought that this battle would allow him to clear his past grievances, but reality had hit him hard, leaving him extremely frustrated. This girl, about the same age as Shursui, was actually able to take on two opponents. What an absurd thing. To put it bluntly, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui's strengths might differ from Uchiha Madara's back then, but it wouldn't be too great. It was not an essential gap, but rather an experience gap. They could be said to be on the same level as Uchiha Madara back then. However, this Uchiha Kei could actually hold off both of them. Such strength, perhaps even Uchiha Madara back then, and Senju Hashirama, who was known as the god of ninjas, could not achieve. Boom! Like the sound of thunder, the entire island trembled, as the yellow complete body Susanoo collided violently with the grotesque wooden figure. In an instant, it was like a comet falling, and the world turned white, comparable to the shockwave of a tailed beast bomb exploding, sweeping everything away. Crack the clear sound of breaking echoed, and a corner of this not-so-small island began to collapse, sinking into the sea. This level of battle could be called a true mountain-crushing catastrophe, with the earth being devastated at every turn. Uchiha Fugaku's brow furrowed, and his eyes narrowed as the sage chakra surged wildly from his body, merging into his complete body Susanoo, determined to gain the upper hand in the struggle. Opposite him, Uchiha Hikari's black hair fluttered, a wild smile on her lips, as the overwhelming life force of sage chakra surged from her, merging into the wooden figure beneath her feet. Roar suddenly. The wooden dragon on the wooden figure let out a roar that echoed through the sky, opening its sharp mouth to strike directly at the brow of Susanoo. Uchiha Fugaku seemed to have anticipated this, as the wings of Susanoo spread wide, and a hand hidden beneath the wings reached out to grab the incoming wooden dragon. At the same time, another hand swung a fist towards Uchiha Hikari's head on the wooden figure. Roar! Another dragon's roar erupted as a dragon's head appeared on the wooden figure, immediately biting down on the fist of Susanoo. Damn it, Wood Release! Uchiha Fugaku cursed inwardly, finally experiencing the pain Uchiha Madara had once felt. Unlike Susanoo, the forms of Wood Release could change unpredictably, as desired. The wooden figure before him, as long as Uchiha Hikari was willing to expend chakra, could completely transform into other Wood Release techniques, whether for defense or offense. Although Uchiha Fugaku could also use Wood Release, his chakra reserves could not be squandered as freely as Uchiha Hikari's. However, he had no idea that Uchiha Hikari had previously absorbed a wave of chakra from the reincarnated individuals. At that moment, the entire earth trembled violently, and thick tree roots burst forth from the ground. They either climbed up the complete body Susanoo or transformed into sharp and sturdy spears aimed at it. Uchiha Hikari's Wood Release covered both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui. As the ground shook violently, Uchiha Shursui swung his spiral sword, shattering the incoming wooden vines. However, the red complete body Susanoo, though damaged, still wielded its chakra blade, striking down towards Uchiha Shursui. Ultimately, it was just an unmanned Susanoo, and Uchiha Shursui managed to defend in time. Boom! The green spiral sword and the red long blade collided with a thunderous sound. unleashing a burst of sword energy that tore the earth apart and left invisible scars in the sky. On the other side, Uchiha Fugaku was attacked by a barrage of wooden spikes and vines, causing the massive complete-body Susanoo to stagger backward several steps. Seeing this, Uchiha Hikari immediately controlled the wooden figure, delivering a powerful punch that sent the massive complete-body Susanoo flying horizontally into the ocean thousands of meters away. However, just as she intended to pursue her advantage, the figure of Senju Tobarama suddenly appeared beside her. The battle over there has already ended. Nagato has obtained most of the Three Tails chakra, and he asked me to remind you that it's time to leave, Senju Tobarama said quickly. Suddenly, Uchiha Hikari's expression changed, and she turned her head to stare solemnly at Uchiha Akira, who had appeared out of nowhere. Glancing at the unscathed Uchiha Akira, Uchiha Hikari let out a dissatisfied tssitch and said, "That guy Nagato is really useless. He couldn't even manage to get you hurt." Uchiha Akira's pair of crimson Sharingan gazed at her calmly, and he said, "Perhaps you could do it. Why not stay and give it a try?" Uchiha Hikari could sense the killing intent hidden beneath his calm words, but she didn't care, sneering. "If you don't use space-time ninjutsu, then it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. What if I really don't use it? Why not give it a shot?" Uchiha Akira said with a smile. Uchiha Hikari chuckled lightly, then disdainfully said, "Do you think I'm a fool? Just wait the next time we meet. Even if you have space-time ninjutsu, it won't matter. By then, even space-time ninjutsu won't be able to bridge the gap between us." Uchiha Hikari sneered. Then, as her voice fell, she and Senju Tobarama vanished without a trace. Flying Thunder God technique, what a nuisance. Uchiha Akira thought to himself. He had no real solution against the Flying Thunder God technique. If the user attacked him using the technique, he could attempt to counter it with his superhuman reflexes. But when it came to escaping, the Flying Thunder God technique was unbeatable. Chapter 198 Worst Case Scenario. As Uchiha Hikari left, the damaged red complete body Susanoo lost its source of chakra and controller, and instantly collapsed and disappeared. At the same time, the wooden figure also stopped moving, becoming a lifelike wooden statue, standing still. Boom! The roaring ocean surged with waves, as Uchiha Fugaku controlled the complete body Susanoo to fly up from the boiling sea. It descended from the sky, landing in front of Uchiha Akira. Following that, Uchiha Shursui also separated from the heavy Amaterasu flames, coming near the two. "It seems our operation has failed." Uchiha Akira spoke first, saying, "I didn't expect them to learn the sage art of the Dragon Cave. And the combination of the Dragon Cave sage art with would release and Susanoo would have such an effect. Did Nagato still obtain the chakra of the Three Tails?" Uchiha Fugaku appeared somewhat disheveled. "That's right, they came specifically for the chakra of the Three Tails. All of Nagato's actions were to obtain it." Uchiha Akira nodded. "So that means the Akatsuki is now left with only the one-tailed, seven-tailed, and nine-tailed beasts." Uchiha Shursui's expression was grave. After obtaining the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, he had completely deciphered the stone tablet at the shrine and knew that Uchiha Akira had not been exaggerating. The stone tablet indeed recorded the matters of the Ten Tails. The Ten Tails Jinchuriki and the infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Fugaku said with regret, "It's a pity that Sunagakure and Takigakure didn't cooperate. Otherwise, with these three-tailed beasts, Nagato would definitely not have been able to touch them. In any case, we must not let the Nine Tails go wrong." Uchiha Akira spoke, his tone serious. "The Nine Tails is the strongest of the tailed beasts. Even if they somehow collect some Nine Tails chakra to revive the Outer Path Gedomazo, the revived Ten Tails will definitely be far inferior to the original Ten Tails, and its strength will undoubtedly be greatly diminished. At that time, we won't be without a fighting chance. For now, this is all we can do." Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui nodded. After a brief discussion, the three returned to Konoha, appearing in the Hokage's office. As soon as they arrived, Tsunade rushed into the office. Seeing Uchiha Akira and the others, Tsunade impatiently asked, "How did it go? What's the situation?" "It was a failure. Nagato still obtained a considerable portion of the Three Tails chakra," Uchiha Akira replied. "You three combined couldn't stop Nagato from getting the Three Tails chakra? Has Nagato's strength reached such a level? Even my grandfather in his prime would find it hard to withstand any two of you." Tsunade was astonished upon hearing Uchiha Akira's words. Although Nagato's strength was formidable, it wasn't exaggerated to that extent. The real surprise was Uchiha Hikari. Uchiha Akira explained. "Uchiha Hikari? Is that the Uchiha clan member from the Warring States period who was sealed until now?" Tsunade was very surprised. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui could only smile wryly and nod. Their mission had indeed gone poorly, and they were extremely frustrated. Uchiha Akira then explained, compared to the first Hokage, Uchiha Hikari is more like a perfect combination of Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage. Whether it is the complete body Susanoo or the wood release technique, she has perfectly utilized them in her hands. Moreover, Nagato and Uchiha have both mastered the sage art of the Dragon Cave. Uchiha Fugaku added, "Damn Orochimaru." Tsunade's eyebrows raised, and she was furious. The sage art of the Dragon Cave could only be learned with Orochimaru's help. That guy Orochimaru also used the impure world reincarnation technique to summon the second Hokage into the ninja world. After that, Uchiha Akira added, "What? That bastard Orochimaru. I want him dead." Tsunade's anger was ignited like flames, and her golden hair fluttered with the surging chakra. After a while, Tsunade took a deep breath to calm down, sighed, and said, "No wonder with the strength of the three of you, Nagato was still able to steal the chakra of the three tails. With my great-grandfather's help. It makes sense. The strength of the second Hokage is indeed vastly different from that of Uchiha Akira and the others. But if his Flying Thunder God technique is used to assist, it would be invincible. Now what do you plan to do? Akatsuki only needs 3 more tailed beasts, and Suna and Kiri definitely won't let us guard the tailed beasts." Tsunade looked at Uchiha Akira with a furrowed brow. "We can only respond to their moves. I've already informed Suna and Kiri, and their response was that the Jinchuriki went berserk and the tailed beast has died." Uchiha Akira said with a hint of a cold smile, "It's dangerous. According to your statement, Nagato's intelligence capability is stronger than our Konoha's intelligence department. Their Jinchuriki won't be able to hide for long," Tsunade said worriedly. She naturally couldn't believe that the Jinchuriki had gone berserk and that the tailed beast was dead. When a tailed beast goes berserk, the commotion is immense. Even if they wanted to cover it up, the intelligence departments of the major villages would definitely notice. Akatsuki's intelligence capabilities are pervasive. They definitely won't be able to hide for long. Uchiha Akira nodded in agreement, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. If the Ten Tails Jinchuriki is born, with Konoha's current strength, we really can't resolve it. Becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and stepping into the realm of the Sage of Six Paths will lead to a qualitative leap and an all-around enhancement. Even if all the high-end combat power of Konoha were deployed, it would probably just barely maintain a stalemate. Moreover, the Ten Tails Jinchuriki has one ultimate trump card against them, Infinite Tsukuyomi. Once Infinite Tsukuyomi is cast, apart from Uchiha Akira, the others would have no chance of resistance. This is a dojutsu used by the Rinnegan, and whether the Rinnegan can resist, it is still unknown. From Kuro's words, it seems that Uchiha Sasuke's Rinnegan with 6 Tomo is not ordinary. It's highly likely that the Rinnegan granted by the Sage of Six Paths is very special and powerful, so it can activate Susanoo to resist the brilliance of Infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Akira is not afraid of Infinite Tsukuyomi because of the existence of Kamui space. No matter how powerful the light of Infinite Tsukuyomi is, it cannot penetrate the world and shine on Uchiha Akira from another world. Theoretically, it is possible to place high-end combat power into Kamui space to avoid the light of Infinite Tsukuyomi. However, once the great battle breaks out, the feasibility of actual operation is extremely low. There won't be so much time to gather a crowd. If Nagato really becomes the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, it would be disastrous. The whole world would be doomed. Tsunade was very worried. Konoha is the foundation built by her grandfather, and she doesn't want to see Konoha and the entire ninja world perish. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Akira. "Fifth Hokage, do you have a way? What if Nagato really becomes the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and releases Infinite Tsukuyomi? Is there any way to avoid it?" Not only Tsunade, but Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui also looked at Uchiha Akira. The current situation is extremely dangerous. The world is on the brink of collapse. Considering a way out is a must. Chapter 199. Taking risks. There is a way to avoid Infinite Tsukuyomi, but in a critical moment at most. "I can only take a few people away," Uchiha Akira said. "Why?" Tsunade asked in confusion. Upon hearing Uchiha Akira's words, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui almost simultaneously thought of something and showed a thoughtful expression. When my Mangekyō Sharingan dojutsu was born, it came with a different world space, which is essentially another world, so it can block the light of Infinite Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Akira briefly explained. Upon hearing his words, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui showed a look of realization. Previously, they had been brought into that space full of square pillars by Uchiha Akira. You opened your Mangekyō Sharingan, and it came with a space. Tsunade was shocked. This was indeed a bit abnormal. This was completely beyond her imagination. Soon, Tsunade understood why Uchiha Akira said that in a critical moment, he could only take a few people away. There wouldn't be enough time to transfer everyone. A few people is better than nothing. If that time really comes, you can take away the strongest few. That way, there's still hope. Tsunade breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least there was some hope. Rest assured, at that time, I won't hesitate, Uchiha Akira said solemnly. Then he said, I won't let this worst-case scenario happen. If it comes to that, I can only take risks. Do you have any other plans? Tsunade asked with a serious expression. From Uchiha Akira's demeanor and tone, it was clear that the risky method he mentioned was definitely one with great risk and uncertainty. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui also showed serious expressions, looking at Uchiha Akira with confusion. Things have come to this point, and they have completely interpreted the content of the Shrine Stone Tablet. From the interpreted content, there seems to be no method to resolve the current predicament. Not to mention the current predicament, there isn't even a method that can bring a glimmer of hope. Do you remember what the source of the sublimation potion was? Uchiha Akira asked rhetorically. Isn't it the body tissue of the outer path golem that you brought back, which grew into little trees after subsequent cultivation? And the potion extracted from the fruit of those little trees? Tsunade said with confusion. As the head of the medical department, Tsunade was very clear about the source of the sublimation potion. That's right, Uchiha Akira nodded, then asked meaningfully, I wonder if Tsunade-sama knows about the Nine Tails? Nine Tails? What does that have to do with this? Tsunade asked in confusion, shaking her head. I wasn't in the village during the Nine Tails rampage. I only learned about it after I returned. Hearing Uchiha Akira's words, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui seemed to think of something and showed a thoughtful expression. That night, after the battle, the Nine Tails split itself into three. The main body was sealed into the fourth Hokage's son. One of the split bodies was sealed into Fugaku Sensei's son, Uchiha Sasuke, and another split body was sealed into Uzumaki Karen. Uchiha Akira explained. The Nine Tails actually split into three. Tsunade exclaimed in shock. This was something she had never considered. After returning to the village, she had not paid much attention to the Jinchuriki situation. She had plunged into the research of the medical department, and now hearing Uchiha Akira's words made her feel very surprised. Soon, Tsunade showed a look of realization and stared at Uchiha Akira in shock. So you are targeting the 10 tails. You must still have the body tissue of the outer path golem. The 9 tails can split, so it is inevitable that the 10 tails, as the source of the 9-tailed beasts, also possesses the ability to split. Combining this with Uchiha Mei's words, Tsunade immediately thought of his true intentions. Uchiha Mei nodded calmly and said, I do indeed have the body tissue of the golem. His words were tantamount to confirming Tsunade's guess. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui exchanged glances, both seeing the same expression of realization on each other's faces. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Mei with confidence. The golem body tissue you have must be substantial, right? If it's too small, it definitely won't work. There's no time to slowly nurture it to grow, and it may not even be possible to cultivate another 10 tails. She had studied the golem body tissues in the laboratory and understood the 10-tail shell and the outer path golem. Uchiha Mei nodded and said, It's an arm and outer path golem. After thinking for a while, Tsunade responded, If it's an arm, then your idea is indeed worth trying. Injecting the tailed beast chakra into this arm could likely revive the power of the 10 tails, allowing it to become a partial human pillar of the 10 tails, thus possessing the power of the Sage of Six Paths. At that point, it might not be impossible to fight against Nagato. Tsunade stroked her chin, speaking slowly. At this moment, Uchiha Mei spoke up. Actually, I have another method that might allow us to possess the power of the 10 tails, and not just for one person. But it is extremely dangerous, and the power obtained will definitely not be as strong as that of the 10 tails human pillar. Upon hearing this, the three present exchanged glances, clearly intrigued. The power of the 10 tails is at the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Even if it is not as strong as that of the 10 tails human pillar, it is still the power of the Six Paths. With that kind of power, a group working together might be able to contend with the 10 tails human pillar. What method? Tell me, at a time like this, danger is just danger, Tsunade pressed. Do you still remember the Gold and Silver brothers? Uchiha Mei asked. Of course, if it weren't for them, my great-grandfather wouldn't have died. These two possessed the power of the 9 tails, and it was because my great-grandfather was old that he died. Tsunade said coldly. Uchiha Mei continued. Yin Hidden once secretly captured the 9 tails, and their main force was these two. They were once swallowed by the Nine Tails, but did not die. Instead, they feasted inside the Nine Tails and were later spat out when the Nine Tails felt pain. After consuming a large amount of the Nine Tails' flesh and blood, they gained the power of the Nine Tails and could even partially transform into a tailed beast and use tailed beast bombs and other abilities. Fifth Hokage. I understand your thinking now. You want to emulate the Gold and Silver Brothers by consuming the resurrected flesh and blood of the Ten Tails to gain its power? Uchiha Mei's words made everyone present understand. That's the idea. Uchiha Mei nodded calmly. Your idea is good, but the possibility of it being realized is extremely low. Tsunade shook her head and said, when Yin Hidden learned that the Gold and Silver Brothers had the power of the Nine Tails, the Third Raikage organized people to do something similar, allowing many Yin Hidden ninjas to consume the flesh and blood of the Eight Tails, and they all died. It's not the same. Uchiha Mei shook his head. What's different? Tsunade frowned. The Gold and Silver Brothers are special. They're descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, while others are not. So they failed, Uchiha Mei said solemnly. One person can be explained by luck, but two people are hard to explain by luck. Chapter 200. Multiple preparations. Are you saying that the descendants of the Sage of Six Paths are better suited to adapt to the power of the tailed beasts and even the Ten Tails? Tsunade asked. It's just a fact. The first Ten Tails human pillar was the Sage of Six Paths. The Uzumaki clan's physique is very suitable for becoming human pillars, and their clan's abilities restrain tailed beasts. Our Uchiha clan is the same. The Mangekyō Sharingan is a nemesis to tailed beasts. From this perspective, isn't it? Uchiha Mei said confidently. What you say does make sense. Tsunade pondered for a moment and had to admit that Uchiha Mei's words were quite reasonable. So, are you planning to have us directly consume the resurrected flesh and blood of the Ten Tails like the Gold and Silver Brothers? Tsunade said, her face showing obvious disgust. Thinking about holding a pile of writhing Ten Tails flesh and having blood all over her mouth made Tsunade feel nauseous. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui also seemed somewhat uncomfortable. That's right, Uchiha Mei nodded, but the flesh of the Ten Tails is definitely not comparable to the 9 major tailed beasts. So even with your current strength, there's still a certain risk. It's already this far. If we're going to take risks, we might as well go for it. If we succeed, there will still be a chance of survival. But if we don't take the risk, we will definitely die. Tsunade shrugged, forcing herself not to imagine that bloody scene. So, the question arises, Fifth Hokage, what do you plan to do about the chakra of the One Tail and the Seven Tails? Tsunade asked. Now, the Sand Hidden and the Waterfall Hidden won't change their stance, Tsunade continued. From Uchiha Mei's words, it was clear that he had been preparing for the Ten Tails for a long time. From various signs, it seemed that the only chakra he lacked was that of the One Tail and the Seven Tails. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Are you planning to act now and directly attack the Sand Hidden and Waterfall Hidden alone? No, Uchiha Mei shook his head. Attacking them now would only create an opportunity for Nagato. The mobility of the Flying Thunder God technique is too strong. They could appear at any time. And I'm afraid that their human pillar might just show up and not even make it to the battlefield before being captured by Nagato. Hearing his words, the three present nodded. Given the Akatsuki's intelligence capabilities, the probability of such an event occurring during a major battle was very high. Before they could ask further, Uchiha Mei continued. The ancient country of Lulan has a dragon vein. The power of the dragon vein is immense and can penetrate time and space, allowing one to return to the past. Are you crazy? Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Uchiha Mei. Tsunade stared at Uchiha Mei and said loudly, you actually intend to go back to the past to capture tailed beasts. Do you know what consequences this could bring? The impact would be too great. You might just disappear. In terms of the scale of time and space, the butterfly effect could become very terrifying. At least that's what Tsunade believed. Going back to the past, even if it was just an appearance, could potentially trigger very serious consequences. These consequences are often unbearable. A series of chain reactions could lead to an unpredictable outcome for the entire world. Uchiha Shursui had a serious expression and spoke to dissuade him. Brother Mei, this is too dangerous. It's best not to do this. However, Uchiha Fugaku showed a contemplative expression, as if he had thought of something. It may not lead to anything significant. As far as I know, the fourth Hokage encountered someone who could travel through time when sealing the dragon vein of Lulan. Uchiha Mei said calmly. How do you know? Tsunade was shocked. Such a thing was something Uchiha Mei should not have known. Uchiha Mei shrugged and said, when I learned that Orochimaru had escaped, I summoned the fourth Hokage using the impure world reincarnation technique, just in case. You really are. Tsunade was speechless, originally wanting to say something, but upon remembering that her great-grandfather had been summoned by Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation, her thoughts changed. It seemed that this action was not wrong after all, but that won't work. Going back to the past to act against the tailed beast would have too great of an impact. The people the fourth Hokage encountered definitely did not do anything out of line. Tsunade still expressed her concerns. Changing the past is too crazy of an idea, leaving one with no sense of security at all. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku spoke up, saying, perhaps going back to the past is not something that cannot be done. Changing the past may not necessarily change the present future. Upon hearing this, the three people present turned their attention to Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku, what do you mean by that? Tsunade asked, puzzled. Uchiha Fugaku gave her the impression of being a very composed person, someone who generally wouldn't speak carelessly, especially about something so dangerous. Uchiha Fugaku pointed to his right eye and explained in a deep voice, my right eye's dojutsu is called Tenaru no Kami, which allows me to see different futures. These futures are not from a single timeline, but from different timelines. They're the futures of parallel worlds. Hearing his words, even Uchiha Itachi showed a look of surprise. There was no doubt that Uchiha Fugaku's dojutsu was incredibly powerful. The technique is strong, but depends on how it is used. One must not be disturbed by certain future images and make incorrect judgments. Otherwise, one could very well suffer the consequences. Tsunade furrowed her brows and said, so what you mean is, even if we go back to the past and interfere with it, it would only create a new parallel world and wouldn't affect the current ninja world? That's right, Uchiha Fugaku nodded, saying, based on the effects of my dojutsu, this is what I believe. From the limited use of my dojutsu, I have seen that every choice we make gives rise to different futures. Uchiha Itachi then said, from the effects of the dojutsu, there indeed exist parallel worlds. Tsunade fell into obvious hesitation. Changing the past was too dangerous. Even with the proof of the Sharingan, she found it hard to make a decision. She also knew that Uchiha Itachi and the others truly regarded her as one of their own, which is why they shared such matters with her. If it were Hiruzen Sarutobi in power, he would definitely not have discussed such things with the Uchiha clan. This was a show of respect and trust toward her. She did not hesitate for too long and soon made up her mind, saying, well, since things have come to this, we can only proceed this way. No matter how bad the outcome, it can't be worse than Nagato becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and unleashing infinite Tsukuyomi, destroying the ninja world. Upon hearing her words, Uchiha Shursui, who had been somewhat conflicted, suddenly felt relieved, thinking, yes, even if the outcome is bad, can it really be worse than the destruction of the ninja world? After hearing her words, Uchiha Itachi slowly nodded, revealing a faint smile. In his plan, multiple preparations and safety measures were necessary. His Gori no Jutsu was one form of insurance. Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui imitated Kinkaku and Ginkaku, devouring the flesh and blood of the Ten Tails to gain its power as another form of insurance. Even the Ten Tail split Jinchuriki was a form of insurance. The reincarnations of Indra and Ashura's chakra were also considered a form of insurance. Finally, even the Rinnegan was a form of insurance. Now, they were only missing the chakra of the One Tail and the Seven Tails to complete these multiple preparations. Chapter 201. Back to the past originally. Uchiha Itachi had certain concerns about going back to the past, but in a critical moment, he couldn't afford to think too much. However, after Uchiha Fugaku mentioned the effects of his dojutsu, most of his concerns dissipated, and he felt much more at ease. Given the situation, it was better to take a risk and give it a try. The information-gathering ability of White Zetsu was truly formidable, Uchiha Itachi thought to himself. The situation had indeed developed beyond his control. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Itachi and asked, when do you plan to take action? First, I'll gather information on where the One Tail and the Seven Tails historically resided, as well as the locations of their previous Jinchuriki, and then I'll set off, Uchiha Itachi replied. You are quite considerate, Tsunade nodded. Uchiha Itachi simply smiled at her praise. His orders were passed down, and Konoha's intelligence department immediately became busy. The data regarding the tailed beasts and the Jinchuriki had been sealed, and now it was just a matter of retrieval. Just as Uchiha Itachi awaited feedback from the intelligence department, in a cave somewhere in the Land of Rain, a humanoid demon statue sat cross-legged inside the cave. Uchiha Light and Nagato each stood beside one of the statue's hands. Looking at the 6 eyes of the statue that had opened, Uchiha Light asked, have there been any updates on the One Tail and the Seven Tails? As of now, no. Sunagakure and Takagakure have hidden them quite well. Nagato replied calmly. In today's battle, he had basically achieved his goal. Most of the chakra from the three tails had been acquired and sealed into the demon statue. At this moment, the statue was only missing the chakra of the 1 tail, 7 tails, and 9 tails to be revived as the 10 tails. What do you plan to do about the 9 tails chakra? Given the current situation, without becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki and obtaining the power of the Sage of 6 Paths, we cannot possibly be a match for Konoha. You saw the outcome of today's battle, Uchiha Light asked. Nagato was silent for a moment before saying, the 9 tails chakra can only be handled with a backup plan. Backup plan? Uchiha Light questioned, confused. Kinkaku and Ginkaku once devoured the flesh and blood of the 9 tails and permanently acquired its chakra. They can be used to resurrect the 10 tails. Nagato said in a deep voice. This backup plan was not something he had thought of, but was mentioned in the legacy of Uchiha Madara. So it's the impure world reincarnation technique. Uchiha Light realized. Exactly. According to Orochimaru, the precision of the impure world reincarnation technique will soon reach a new level. And at that time, we can summon Kinkaku and Ginkaku, Nagato nodded. Then it seems we need to wait a while longer, Uchiha Light murmured softly, her black hair falling down to conceal her face. In the land of water, Kirigakure's third Mizukage, after learning about the 3 tails, became stooped and his spirit seemed to vanish. The losses for Kirigakure were extremely severe this time. Kirigane Yagura led his trusted subordinates to capture the 3 tails and become its Jinchuriki. However, due to the battle between Nagato and Uchiha Itachi, this group of elite ninjas from Kirigakure did not return alive. All of them perished in the aftermath of the battle, including Kirigane Yagura himself. Kirigakure was the only force that suffered damage in this operation. Heaven wants to destroy Kirigakure. The third Mizukage trembled as he uttered this phrase, looking as if he could die at any moment. Although Kirigane Yagura and he were not on good terms, he was indeed a rare shadow-level powerhouse within Kirigakure. His subordinates were also elite ninjas, an extremely important part of the village. Now, over 100 elite Kirigakure ninjas had died in the aftermath of the battle. How sad and lamentable. Before Konoha, the so-called great nations and ninja villages seemed so insignificant. A helpless sigh escaped the third Mizukage's lips. After 3 hours of sorting by the intelligence department, Konoha had all the information regarding the 1 tail and the 7 tails laid out on Uchiha Itachi's desk. This information was very detailed, including where the 2-tailed beasts roamed in the wild, the identities of their Jinchuriki after being sealed, and comprehensive details about their usual locations. Half an hour later, Uchiha Itachi disappeared from the Hokage's office. When he reappeared, he was already at the ruins of the Longmai in the ancient country of Lulon. Deep in the desert, a series of purple-black ceiling runes locked the massive altar, with a flying thunder god Kanai inserted in the center of the altar. This was the place where Minato Namikaze had sealed the Longmai. As long as the seal was undone or triggered, it would activate the power of the Longmai. The power of the Longmai was incredibly strong, capable of transcending time and space, allowing one to return to the past. For Fangming, unsealing the original wave and wind gate is an easy task. As he presses his hands on the center of the altar, the black and purple sealing runes on the altar instantly emit a blue glow. With a loud rumble, a terrifying wave of energy erupts from the ground. In the next moment, a towering purple light column shoots up from the earth, engulfing everything. This purple light column is so vast, containing such terrifying energy, that it not only pierces the atmosphere and enters the depths of the universe, but also directly penetrates time and space, connecting to the past. Under the cover of the purple energy column, Uchiha Ming's figure becomes blurry and then disappears without a trace. Uchiha Ming feels a purple halo appear, and then everything in front of him transforms into a completely different scene. Before him is a lush landscape. Gone is the previously endless yellow sand, replaced by a vibrant and fertile primordial forest. What era have I been sent to? Looking at the primordial forest, Uchiha Ming's mouth twitches, a sense of unease rising in his heart. The ancient country of Lulon is located in the Land of Wind, which is a place dominated by yellow sand and is quite barren. Clearly, the situation in the Land of Wind cannot be formed in just a year or two under natural conditions. Such a dramatic change would take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Of course, in a world with the extraordinary power of chakra, it might not take that long. A battle of super strong beings could permanently alter the landscape. Damn it, looking at this scene, could it be that I've been sent back to the time when Otsutsuki Kagaya was still around? Uchiha Ming thought inexplicably. He couldn't help but think of this mainly because the environment of the Land of Wind is too reminiscent of a scene formed after a great battle. Or perhaps the vitality of the land was once extracted. Combining the known information, the former divine tree might have been planted on the Land of Wind. Don't mess with me, Uchiha Ming muttered in his heart, then released his perception. As he opened his perception, Uchiha Ming immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this primordial forest is not large. It can only be considered an oasis in the desert, not the endless forest of the Land of Fire. Thankfully, it's not the worst-case scenario, Uchiha Ming thought. Right now, he does not want to face Otsutsuki Kagaya. Chapter 202. True Ancient Era. Suddenly, Uchiha Ming raised his head sharply, looking in a certain direction, his expression extremely serious. What is that? It gives me a feeling comparable to the vastness of natural energy. In his memory, only the resurrected Ten Tails could give a feeling as vast as natural energy. This was the real situation Naruto sensed when he entered Sage Mode during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Now, Uchiha Ming sensed this situation as well. Damn it! Uchiha Ming cursed softly. Obviously, the worst-case scenario has occurred, directly sending him back to the ancient era when the Ten Tails was still a divine tree. Now, he can forget about the chakra of the One Tail and Seven Tails. Uchiha Ming thought helplessly. Suddenly, the entire ground shook, accompanied by the sound of the earth cracking, and an enormous tree root emerged from the ground like a rising mountain. What's going on? Amidst the flying debris, Uchiha Ming leaped and rushed into the distance. Boom! After the massive tree root broke through the surface, it began to writhe and transform into something resembling a tail. Holy shit! It's actually the tail of the Ten Tails. Uchiha Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. In his perception, the main body of the Ten Tails was hundreds of kilometers away, and this tail extending so far truly startled Uchiha Ming. As the tail withdrew, the area returned to calm. Uchiha Ming stood before the chaotic ruins, holding his breath and entering Sage Mode. Soon, Uchiha Ming's expression turned extremely serious, shock appearing in his Crimson Sharingan. Hundreds of kilometers away, the battle was unimaginably fierce, far surpassing the fight between Uchiha Ming and Nagato in the past. Looking up, he could see the sky over there beginning to change. Dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and it looked like the end of the world was near. Boom! A deep, thunderous sound rang out, followed by a shockwave comparable to a super hurricane. In an instant, all the trees in this oasis were uprooted, no different from straw in a gale. In the endless storm, Uchiha Ming's robes remained completely still, as if he did not exist in this world. Three powerful chakras were colliding fiercely, each collision causing the heavens and earth to tremble, splitting the ground and completely changing the current environment. There's no choice. Fortune favors the bold. Since I'm here, I might as well give it a try. With Kamui activated, there is still a chance. Uchiha Ming's thoughts raced, and his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the battlefield hundreds of kilometers away. Upon arriving here, he truly witnessed the battle between Otsutsuki Yui and Otsutsuki Kinshiki against the Ten Tails. It was pure violence, completely devoid of any technique. Their bodies were incredibly strong. The two brothers clashed head-on with the gigantic Ten Tails, not losing any ground. The size of the Ten Tails was terrifying, robust, and majestic, its muscles bulging. When its massive hand swung, it truly caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. Compared to the Ten Tails, Otsutsuki Yui and Otsutsuki Kinshiki were smaller than ants. However, the two were not at a disadvantage in their struggle against the Ten Tails. On the contrary, the massive Ten Tails was often at a disadvantage in a clash with the two. Buzz the humanoid Ten Tails opened its mouth, unleashing a tailed beast ball attack capable of annihilating hundreds of miles of landscape. Otsutsuki Yui and Otsutsuki Kinshiki raised their hands, and the truth-seeking balls behind them flew out, transforming into black staffs. The staffs slashed horizontally, dividing the tailed beast ball shot by the Ten Tails into four. Boom! Amidst the endless brilliance and explosion sounds, large swathes of mountains vanished, obliterated by the tailed beast ball. Big brother, someone is coming. In the heat of battle, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's Byakugan narrowed as he immediately spotted Uchiha Ming. Although Otsutsuki Yui did not have Byakugan, his strength allowed him to sense Uchiha Ming's arrival as well. This person's power. Otsutsuki Yui furrowed his brow, casually knocking away a giant-tailed beast ball and muttering to himself, "It seems we have some connection. Those eyes seem to have inherited our mother's power. Big brother, should we stop him?" Otsutsuki Kinshiki asked, raising his hand to send the massive ten tails tumbling. Let us first see what he is here for. Otsutsuki Yui shook his head. On the other side, Uchiha Ming headed straight for the ten tails. He had no intention of conversing with Otsutsuki Yui and Otsutsuki Kinshiki. The main reason is that these two are too strong. If they think Uchiha Ming has ill intentions and a conflict arises, even with Kamui, it wouldn't be safe. With their current strength, they could easily maintain an unending assault on Uchiha Ming. Once the time for Kimui's intangibility runs out, he would be in danger. All the while, he activated Kimui's intangibility, ignoring all attacks. This ability is very powerful. Is it a spatial ability? Otsutsuki Yui's expression changed. The space-time ability was something they had seen when they fought against Otsutsuki Kagaya before, who had displayed extremely strong space-time abilities. In the previous battle, the two were pulled into a strange world. There were glaciers, deserts, lava, and so on, resembling independent worlds. Of course, the two brothers also possessed abilities related to time and space. After battling for quite some time in that world, the three returned to the Shinobi world. Then, the Ten Tails appeared and caused a riot. Big brother, this person seems to be here to help us, Otsutsuki Yumura said. On the other side, Uchiha Akira, controlling his complete body Susanoo, rushed toward the enormous Ten Tails. Originally, the complete body Susanoo, which exceeded 200 meters and was comparable to a small mountain, now seemed like an infant in front of the Ten Tails. His power was considerable, but still insufficient to harm the Ten Tails. Yumura, let's go too, Otsutsuki Yui said, rushing toward the Ten Tails. For now, the main task was to deal with the Ten Tails. Anyone who was here to fight the Ten Tails could be a potential ally. Although Uchiha Akira had a mysterious background, his hard power was not that impressive to them. Roar! Seeing such a weak existence daring to attack him, the Ten Tails let out an angry roar. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed, the ground shook and cracked, thunder rumbled from the sky, tornadoes ravaged, and floods surged from beneath the earth. This was an attack triggered by the Ten Tails manipulating natural energy. Uchiha Akira, possessing divine power, completely ignored these attacks. The black divine power thunder spread across the complete body Susanoo. With this strike, Uchiha Akira was determined to achieve the desired results. The wings of Susanoo flapped, and even its ethereal state, it rapidly approached the Ten Tails. Otsutsuki Yui and Otsutsuki Yumura, who were racing toward the Ten Tails, showed surprise at this scene. This suddenly appearing mysterious person, with such an ability to nullify attacks, made even them feel it was incredibly powerful. ZZZ during the flight. The black Susanoo drew out a long knife, and with a crackling thunder sound, the divine black thunder covered the long knife. The dual blades crossed the air, and the black complete body Susanoo struck directly at the massive head of the Ten Tails. Chapter 203. Severing the Ten Tails with one hand, looking at Uchiha Akira attacking with the complete body Susanoo. The Ten Tails' enormous head showed a mocking expression through its Rinnegan. To it, this ant relying on some peculiar abilities dared to attack him, truly ignorant of his own mortality. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, the Ten Tails raised its right hand, as if swatting a fly, to strike at Uchiha Akira's complete body Susanoo. A flash of black blade light passed by, and a piercingly shrill roar echoed through the skies as the Ten Tails' right hand, comparable to the complete body Susanoo, was completely severed. Bang! The Ten Tails' right hand fell to the ground, kicking up a large cloud of dust. In the mist, one could faintly see that the enormous right hand continued to twitch, with a yellowish liquid flowing from a wound. The power of time and space. No wonder he is so confident. With such strength, he dares to join the battle. It turns out he possesses such powerful time and space abilities. Otsutsuki Yui and Otsutsuki Yumura were somewhat surprised upon seeing this. In terms of pure attack, even we cannot withstand his assault, or rather, no one can stop his attacks. Otsutsuki Yumura analyzed. With one hand severed, the Ten Tails retreated repeatedly, and massive tentacles extended from its body, launching a furious attack against Uchiha Akira. In an instant, Uchiha Akira could only activate his ethereal state to dodge the Ten Tails' attacks. The next moment, two white beams of light flashed and struck fiercely against the Ten Tails. It was the attacks from Otsutsuki Yui and Otsutsuki Yumura. Bang bang, two muffled sounds rang out, and the massive Ten Tails was sent flying like a beach ball, crashing into the mountains and collapsing dozens of peaks. At this moment, dust billowed like the sea. Subsequently, Otsutsuki Yui smiled at Uchiha Akira and gave him a thumbs up. Clearly, This was a sign of recognition for Uchiha Akira. Not far away, Otsutsuki Yumura also showed a smile. Then, the two transformed into streaks of light and charged toward the Ten Tails, which was launching its most violent attack. Uchiha Akira watched as the two left, controlling Susanoo to land on the severed hand of the Ten Tails. The dark sealing runes spread from the black complete body, Susanoo. The sealing runes spread over the severed hand, transforming into dark chains that locked it in place. With the formation of the sealing chains, the severed hand also quieted down, as if it had become a lifeless object. Then, the space rippled with vortexes, and the severed hand of the Ten Tails, larger than the complete body, Susanoo, flowed into the divine power of time and space. Boom! The black complete body, Susanoo, flapped its wings and rushed toward the constantly shifting battlefield. Uchiha Akira was not satisfied with just one hand of the Ten Tails. In the battlefield ahead, the sound of thunderous clashes and the roars of the Ten Tails echoed continuously. The entire land trembled. After losing one hand, the Ten Tails fell into an absolute disadvantage. It was pushed back repeatedly by Otsutsuki Yumura and Otsutsuki Yui, with ghastly wounds appearing all over its body. However, these wounds appeared quickly and healed just as fast, almost recovering in the blink of an eye. What terrifying vitality! Uchiha Akira couldn't help but marvel at this scene. Rumble, a booming sound came, and a terrifying red torii descended from the sky, pinning the massive Ten Tails to the ground. Its tail, head, limbs, and various parts of its body were firmly restrained by the red torii. An extremely furious roar erupted from the Ten Tails' mouth. The terrifying sound waves surged like monstrous waves, and in an instant, a mountain in front of the Ten Tails crumbled. Big brother, what do we do now? This guy's vitality is too strong. The hand that was just severed is already regrown. Otsutsuki Yumura looked at Otsutsuki Yui. Otsutsuki Yui's purple Rinnegan was filled with seriousness as he looked at the struggling Ten Tails and said in a deep voice, "Its vitality is too strong. Normal methods cannot kill it at all. What if I use my time-space ninjutsu?" Uchiha Akira, who was not far from the two, happened to overhear their conversation. Otsutsuki Yui shook his head and said, "It's useless. Its vitality is too strong. Even if we cut it into many pieces, they will regroup and return to their current form. Moreover, for some special reason, I also do not wish to truly kill it." Otsutsuki Yui continued. "Special reason?" Uchiha Akira was puzzled. "It is not only a monster, but also our mother." At this moment, Otsutsuki Yumura explained. Uchiha Akira showed an expression of surprise. He originally thought that these two did not know about Otsutsuki Kagaya and the Ten Tails having merged into one. But now it seemed they were aware of this. Is it his Byakugan ability? Has his Byakugan's ocular power reached the level of seeing the essence? Uchiha Akira was greatly shocked. In fact, regarding Otsutsuki Yumura, Otsutsuki Yui's brother, Uchiha Akira had held a slight contempt in his heart, believing he was just a freeloader brought along by his brother. After all, he was just a Byakugan user. Even though he had seen him fight against the Ten Tails before, Uchiha Akira's thoughts had not changed. But now his perspective had shifted. Before Otsutsuki Yui became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, their strengths might have been equal. "I see." Uchiha Akira nodded and said nothing more. At this moment, Tsutsuki Kagaya looked at Tsutsuki Yuki. "Yuki, there's no other way. We must quickly perfect that technique. It had to be done, otherwise there would be no way to separate the Ten Tails from their mother." Tsutsuki Yuki nodded. Hearing their conversation, Uchiha Akira suddenly realized, if nothing went wrong, the technique they were referring to should be the Six Paths, Heavenly Obelisk. The Six Paths, Heavenly Obelisk. The strongest sealing technique, bar none. Once caught, one's own chakra would be stripped away, leaving them completely unable to resist. Crack! A crisp shattering sound came, accompanied by the roar of the Ten Tails, as the red torii that suppressed the Ten Tails immediately shattered, torn apart by the enraged Ten Tails, turning into a pile of splinters. The winds surged and a super gigantic tailed beast ball, weighing over several kilometers, rolled in with immense might. Seeing this super gigantic tailed beast ball approaching, the two Tsutsuki Kagaya and Tsutsuki Yuki behind it trembled, instantly fusing into a black sphere, wrapping around the two. Uchiha Akira stood motionless, allowing the tailed beast ball to fall. Boom! At this moment, the heavens and earth collapsed, and a super mushroom cloud, thousands of kilometers high and nearly 1,000 kilometers wide, appeared. Boundless radiance enveloped the land, as if a second sun had fallen to earth. In a single blast, everything within a radius of several hundred kilometers was destroyed. 2 minutes later, The brilliance produced by the explosion of the tailed beast ball faded, and the two's fused sphere was completely unharmed. The two emerged unscathed from the tailed beast ball. Uchiha Akira was naturally unharmed as well. His entire body had long since shifted to Kimui's spacetime, and even his hearing was shielded by special means. In contrast, the Ten Tails was covered in char marks, looking like charcoal. Chapter 204. Targeting the tail, seeing that the three were unscathed, the Ten Tails let out a furious roar. Bang bang, the bare earth trembled as the colossal Ten Tails charged forward. Behind it, 10 enormous tails swung. With each lash, a sharp explosive sound echoed, as if the entire sky was being shaken. Watching the approaching 10 Tails, Uchiha Akira had no intention of retreating. A surge of black chakra erupted from him. In the fourth stage, Susanoo manifested. Unlike Uchiha Akira, Tsutsuki Yuki and Tsutsuki Kagaya moved at blinding speed, transforming into two streaks of white light that struck the Ten Tails. Under the relentless assault from the two, even the Ten Tails could only retreat repeatedly. The fourth stage Susanoo had exceptional mobility, far exceeding its complete form. The black humanoid Susanoo leapt into the air, attaching itself to the Ten Tails' abdomen. Zzz, accompanied by a noisy, buzzing sound. The black lightning of Kimui enveloped the Susanoo's sword, which was over 100 meters long. Swish! In a flash, the sword cut through a massive piece of flesh from the Ten Tails' abdomen, several dozen meters in size, which fell to the ground. Roar! Feeling intense pain, the Ten Tails became agitated, lumps protruding from its body. In a frenzy, grotesque, split bodies surged forth, charging at Uchiha Akira. Uchiha Akira completely ignored the attacks of these split bodies, focusing instead on the piece of flesh in the dust, thinking, too little. This one do. The dragon vein has sent me back to such a distant era. Perhaps my time here is very limited, so I must seize the opportunity to obtain more flesh from the Ten Tails. With this in mind, Uchiha Akira no longer hesitated and dashed towards the Ten Tails' back. His target was the Ten Tails' tail. The other parts of the Ten Tails were too massive, and even the complete Susanoo would have difficulty severing them. Given the length of the complete Susanoo's chakra sword, besides the two front legs, only the tail had a greater chance. Compared to the two front legs, the tail was more elongated. According to Uchiha Akira's perception, the chakra contained in the Ten Tails' tail was greater than that in its front legs. Facing attacks from both Tsutsuki Kagaya and Tsutsuki Yuki, the Ten Tails could not effectively prevent Uchiha Akira. Soon, Uchiha Akira, riding on Susanoo, arrived at the Ten Tails' back, racing towards its tail. Boom! Just then, either Tsutsuki Yuki or Tsutsuki Kagaya's attack struck the Ten Tails' front legs, causing it to slump forward, its rear, especially the hindquarters, raised high. Good opportunity, Uchiha Akira whispered. The eye technique time shadow activated, bringing forth past and future bodies simultaneously. Boom boom, 3 complete Susanoo appeared. The Susanoo spread its wings and leaped into the air, followed by the black long sword's black lightning spreading. The two swords crossed in the air, and the 3 black Susanoo struck the Ten Tails' hindquarters from different directions. With a whoosh, 6 Susanoo long swords pierced into the Ten Tails' hindquarters from different angles without obstruction. In an instant, 6 high-raised tails fell to the ground almost simultaneously, kicking up large clouds of dust. Without hesitation, the complete Susanoo continued to swing its swords, aiming to sever all of the Ten Tails' tails. However, the Ten Tails, severely injured in its hindquarters, let out an extremely mournful scream. Then, the 4 remaining tails of the Ten Tails swung wildly, producing sharp explosive sounds in the air. The so-called absolute defense of Susanoo seemed as fragile as paper under the Ten Tails' attack, shattering like black glass. Just in time, Uchiha Akira used Kimui's intangibility ability at a critical moment. However, the past and future bodies, which fought desperately to achieve greater results, were simultaneously shattered along with Susanoo by the Ten Tails. At this time, the Ten Tails appeared somewhat comical. Its once densely packed tails now only had 4 flailing about. Compared to its originally dense state, it now looked inexplicably sparse. Bang bang, 2 streaks of white light flashed, followed by 2 muffled thuds. As the enraged Ten Tails was knocked high into the air, flying like a soccer ball for over 10 kilometers. Taking advantage of the Ten Tails' severe injuries, Tsutsuki Kagaya and Tsutsuki Yuki wasted no time launching their most ferocious attacks against it. Amid the ocean-like dust, the sounds of the Ten Tails' painful and angry howls echoed continuously. After losing 6 tails, the Ten Tails' aura significantly diminished. Clearly, Losing 6 tails dealt a severe blow to the 10 tails, whose chakra was comparable to natural energy. For a time, the 10 tails could only passively endure the assaults of Tsutsuki Kagaya and Tsutsuki Yuki, unable to resist. In fact, even without Uchiha Akira using Kamuyui's power to sever the 10 tails' tails, the not-so-intelligent 10 tails would still be no match for the two. In this state, the 10 tails could not compare to the Jinchuriki form, let alone the state of Tsutsuki Kagaya. Over 10 kilometers away, the sound was deafening, as sound waves crashed in like a million tsunamis. Uchiha Akira did not approach. For him, the primary focus was still on the 10 tails. He landed on the severed tail of the 10 tails, and black sealing symbols transformed into chains, temporarily sealing the 10 tails. The severed tails were not split into 6, but rather were a large piece of flesh connecting to the 10 tails' hindquarters, which Uchiha Akira had cut off. These 6 severed tails were each over a kilometer long, resembling 6 gigantic dragons. Although they had fallen from the 10 tails, they still writhed as if alive. Bang bang, with the thrashing of these tails, the ground rumbled with deep sounds, akin to mountains collapsing and the earth cracking, even with Uchiha Akira's current chakra volume. Sealing such a massive object was no easy task. With the naked eye, droplets of sweat were emerging from his forehead. Although it was only 6 tails of the 10 tails, its size was incomparable to the 9-tailed beasts. After nearly 10 minutes, Uchiha Akira finally completed the seal, calming the 6 severed tails. Without hesitation, Kamui was immediately activated. The invisible space rippled like a whirlpool, and the 6 tails of the 10 tails, each over 1,000 meters long, were gradually absorbed into the Kamui dimension by Uchiha Akira. It was not easy, Uchiha Akira murmured to himself, filled with emotion. At the same time, the heavy stone in his heart was finally lifted. Despite some unexpected events during this operation, he had still achieved his goal. In a sense, he had even exceeded his objectives. With a flash, Uchiha Akira appeared near a chunk of flesh as large as a small mountain, pulsating with blood like a beating heart. This was a piece of flesh he had extracted from the 10 tails. Since there was still time, he decided to take all his spoils with him. In sage mode, Uchiha Akira could sense that this piece of flesh from the 10 tails contained a massive amount of chakra. In both quantity and quality, it far exceeded his own. It was the power of another dimension. This was the so-called 6 Paths power. Chapter 205. Kagaya Otsutsuki appears, chains of sealing runes spread out. And then the pulsating piece of flesh calmed down, becoming like an ordinary piece of meat. After transferring this piece of 10 tails flesh to the Kamui dimension, Uchiha Akira's gaze shifted to the battlefield over 10 kilometers away. More than 10 minutes passed, and the severed tails of the 10 tails had not recovered. They still looked as they did moments ago. It seemed that for the 10 tails, losing 6 tails at once was not something that could be easily recovered from. Uchiha Akira thought, just a moment ago, one of its hands had been severed, and within a few breaths, it had returned to normal. Now, after more than 10 minutes, those 6 tails still showed no signs of recovery. Uchiha Akira squinted his eyes, then vanished. When he reappeared, he was already near the battlefield. As soon as he appeared, Uchiha Akira felt that something was wrong. The battlefield had abruptly fallen silent, and the 10 tails had suddenly quieted down. The crimson rinnegan on the 10 tails' head kept spinning, scanning Kagaya Otsutsuki and Himura Otsutsuki. A human-like emotion emerged, filled with sadness, anger, and confusion, completely different from before. Previously, the 10 tails rinnegan was filled with brutality and ferocity. Although it wasn't entirely mindless, it was practically brainless. Now, the 10 tails gave off a feeling of facing an intelligent being entirely different. In the next moment, the enormous body of the 10 tails collapsed inward like a liquid, swirling around. In the blink of an eye, a slender and beautiful figure appeared. She had long blue-white hair, white eyes, a rinnegan on her forehead, 2 horns, and wore a white robe embroidered with black magatama. It was Kagaya Otsutsuki. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura spread from her. In an instant, Uchiha Akira felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest, giving him a sense of suffocation. This feeling was completely incomparable to the 10 tails. Uchiha Akira's face turned pale, feeling as if he was facing a deity. Now he understood why Kagaya Otsutsuki had fought against Kagaya Otsutsuki and Himura Otsutsuki for 3 months. Uchiha Akira now felt that it would not be easy for them to win this battle. Now, Kagaya Otsutsuki had merged with the 10 tails, consumed the chakra fruit, and was also a member of the Otsutsuki clan. There was no doubt that Kagaya Otsutsuki was now at her peak. The reason she was not at her peak was that she had given birth to Kagaya Otsutsuki and Hamura Otsutsuki, sharing her powers with them. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely oppressive. Big brother, our mother is much stronger than before, completely different. We must be careful, said Hamura Otsutsuki with a serious expression. Kagaya Otsutsuki nodded and said solemnly, Hamura, be careful too. He then looked at Uchiha Akira, saying seriously, be careful, don't be careless. And don't think you can use the same tactics against our mother as you did with the Ten Tails. Her reaction speed is not something the Ten Tails can compare with. The Ten Tails' power is perfectly utilized by my mother, plus her original strength. Your Kimui ability will definitely be countered by her. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Uchiha Akira responded thoughtfully. Hamura, Kagaya. Kagaya Otsutsuki looked at her two sons, her face filled with sadness. Why betray me? Mother, I'm sorry. Kagaya Otsutsuki said, showing a sad expression as he thought of those affected by the infinite Tsukuyomi and the consequences of continuing to plant the God Tree. His expression quickly firmed up. I cannot stand by and watch your actions. Please do not plant the God Tree anymore. It will lead to the death of this planet. Kagaya Otsutsuki said firmly. Kagaya Otsutsuki felt a surge of anger in her heart and coldly said, Hamura, I do this for you. There are still enemies in this world. Why don't you understand me? Kagaya Otsutsuki looked at Kagaya Otsutsuki and said solemnly, Mother, if there are really enemies, Hamura and I will face them with you. Please do not continue to plant the God Tree, and do not continue to use the infinite Tsukuyomi to turn humanity into soldiers. That's right, Mother. Hamura Otsutsuki spoke up at this moment. If these are enemies that require careful consideration, the soldiers transformed by the infinite Tsukuyomi are of no use. Please stop, Mother. Kagaya. Hamura. Kagaya Otsutsuki's white eyes narrowed, and she said coldly, You don't understand how strong the enemy is. Only by continuing to plant the God Tree and letting it blossom and bear fruit, only by consuming more chakra fruits can we hope to resist them. This planet is special. Its life is so vigorous that after the birth of chakra fruit, there are no signs of exhaustion or death. Perhaps if we continue to plant the God Tree, we can obtain a second or even a third or fourth chakra fruit. As she said this, a hint of temptation appeared on Kagaya Otsutsuki's beautiful face. The last chakra fruit born on this planet was consumed by her, and it was after eating this chakra fruit that her strength advanced further, becoming nearly immortal. Moreover, who said that the soldiers transformed by the infinite Tsukuyomi had already reached their growth limit? They are still just preliminary products that require a long time to cultivate. Kagaya Otsutsuki said softly. Kagaya Otsutsuki explained, the truly mature forms, while not as powerful as us Otsutsuki, are still sufficient to interfere with true Otsutsuki and can serve as soldiers without any problem. I'm sorry, Mother. Kagaya Otsutsuki closed his eyes, then opened them again, calmly saying, I cannot accept this. I cannot accept the death of a planet and all its life as the price for an illusory hope. Kagaya Otsutsuki's gaze turned cold as she looked at Hamura Otsutsuki, questioning, Hamura, have you also decided to follow your brother against me? I'm sorry, Mother. Hamura Otsutsuki lowered his head. Stubbornness. Kagaya Otsutsuki's expression completely turned cold, and she said with hatred, You who are obstinate will ultimately suffer the consequences. They are coming. This planet will still be replanted with the God Tree and will be destroyed. In an instant, a shocking battle broke out. From start to finish, Kagaya Otsutsuki never glanced at Izumi Uchiha. Such a weak existence, although she didn't understand why they had gained the power of chakra. This power was so weak to her that it wasn't even worth a second look. Despite possessing incredible space-time abilities, using them against the mindless Ten Tails was one thing, but using them against her would be a path to destruction. Kagaya Otsutsuki raised her palm, and countless refined chakra fists were unleashed, shaking the entire sky. 80 gods airstrike. In an instant, the fist light engulfed the entire sky and earth. In the face of Kagaya Otsutsuki's attack, Kagaya Otsutsuki and Kagaya Otsutsuki did not dare to be careless, simultaneously launching their own chakra fists to clash with the 80 gods' airstrike. Boom, 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 the roaring sound was like divine thunder, becoming the only sound in the world. Chapter 206. Return where the 3 chakra fists collided. Izumi Uchiha clearly saw the space distort, with irregular ripples bending and rising. Such power was unprecedented for Izumi Uchiha. Kagaya Otsutsuki and Kagaya Otsutsuki's expressions were grave, not daring to be distracted in the slightest, their chakra completely boiling. Izumi Uchiha, on the other hand, was the most relaxed one, activating his Kamui, rendering these attacks non-existent to him. There was completely no room for intervention. Izumi Uchiha's Scarlet Sharingan kept observing, and he had to admit this fact in the end. The 80 Gods airstrike was both an attack and defense. The strongest of both. Enveloped by the 80 Gods airstrike, Izumi Uchiha had only the option of phasing out. Boom accompanied by a muffled sound. The three retreated several hundred meters, only stabilizing themselves in midair after releasing the force. It was a tie. Kagaya Otsutsuki and Kagaya Otsutsuki combined their efforts and surprisingly matched Kagaya Otsutsuki's strongest attack, the 80 Gods airstrike. Suddenly, Izumi Uchiha's expression changed. He felt an inexplicable summoning force, a strange pulling sensation. In an instant, he understood what was happening. The original space-time was summoning him. The dragon vein had sent him to such a distant era, and it was already difficult to sustain, impossible to maintain for as long as 100 feet. There was no time to think. Izumi Uchiha looked at Kagaya Otsutsuki and Kagaya Otsutsuki. There are other members of the Otsutsuki clan on this planet. Hearing Izumi Uchiha's words, Kagaya Otsutsuki seemed to think of something, her complexion changing as if she remembered something. Kagaya Otsutsuki and Kagaya Otsutsuki exchanged glances, their expressions serious, judging from Kagaya Otsutsuki's reaction. Izumi Uchiha's words were not unfounded. Izumi Uchiha was just about to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he vanished in a thin air before Kagaya Otsutsuki. Kagaya Otsutsuki and Kagaya Otsutsuki. Space-time ability? Kagaya Otsutsuki frowned as she looked at the spot where Izumi Uchiha had disappeared, muttering to herself, "No, it's not a space-time ability. What's going on?" What Izumi Uchiha mentioned was merely a small episode amidst the fierce battle between Kagaya Otsutsuki, and Kagaya Otsutsuki. His sudden disappearance did not affect their battle. After Izumi Uchiha left, a more intense fight broke out, with the three using all their strength in fierce combat. However, none of this concerned Izumi Uchiha anymore. He only felt a flash before his eyes. And then familiar scenes appeared before him. Yellow sand filled the sky, dust flying, and the air was extremely dry. Izumi Uchiha released his perception and instantly sensed familiar things. "I'm back to my era." Izumi Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure from Kagaya Otsutsuki, and Kagaya Otsutsuki had been terrifying. As his thoughts flowed, Izumi Uchiha disappeared from the ninja world and appeared in the space-time of Kamui. Looking at the 6 tails of the 10 tails and the severed hand and flesh on the giant square pillar, a satisfied smile appeared on Izumi Uchiha's face. This time, the gains were completely beyond expectation. The flesh of the 10 tails has returned with me. When Izumi Uchiha reappeared in the ninja world, it was already in the Hokage office. After returning to the Hokage office, Izumi Uchiha had just sat down for 2 minutes when Tsunade, Fugaku Uchiha, and Shursui Uchiha arrived at the office. Tsunade entered and immediately asked, "Why did it take you so long to come back?" "So long?" Izumi Uchiha was puzzled. It had clearly been less than half an hour. A whole week has passed, and it's still not long. Just capturing 2-tailed beasts took this long? If you didn't show up soon, it would be hard for us to hide this from Kakashi and the others. Tsunade said impatiently. A week has passed. I was there for clearly less than half an hour. Izumi Uchiha was astonished. But almost a week had passed here. Fugaku Uchiha spoke up, sighing. Time is truly unpredictable. Forget it. Never mind that. Tsunade waved her hand, looking at Izumi Uchiha. You got the chakra of the 1 tail and 7 tails, right? No. Izumi Uchiha shook his head. No. Tsunade raised her voice, asking, "What happened? With your strength, the 1 tail and 7 tails shouldn't have any power to resist." Hearing her words, Izumi Uchiha smiled and said, "Lady Tsunade, don't rush. I haven't finished speaking yet." Tsunade rolled her eyes, angrily saying, "What are you talking about? Without the tailed beast chakra, this is all over." Izumi Uchiha smiled and slowly said, "Although I didn't obtain the chakra of the 1 tail and 7 tails, I directly obtained the flesh of the 10 tails." Directly obtained the flesh of the 10 tails? Tsunade was stunned. Not just her, but Fugaku Uchiha and Shursui Uchiha were also shocked. "Ming, what on earth happened?" Fugaku Uchiha quickly asked. "The dragon vein sent me back to the ancient era." where I witnessed and participated in the battle between Sage of Six Paths Kagaya Otsutsuki and his brother Kagaya Otsutsuki against Kagaya Otsutsuki. It was during this battle that I obtained the flesh of the 10 tails, Izumi Uchiha explained. Upon hearing his words, the three showed expressions of disbelief. Going back to ancient times and participating in the battle between Sage of Six Paths Kagaya Otsutsuki and his brother Kagaya Otsutsuki against Kagaya Otsutsuki was so absurd that they thought Izumi Uchiha was speaking nonsense. However, Izumi Uchiha looked serious, showing no signs of joking. Seeing this, the three had to believe this fact. They all knew that the 10 tails belonged to Kagaya Otsutsuki and might be an integrated existence. So obtaining the 10 tails during the battle against Kagaya Otsutsuki was entirely normal. Next, Tsunade quickly asked, "Fifth Hokage, how strong is Kagaya Otsutsuki?" Known as the goddess of the rabbit, just as her title suggests, she is as powerful as a true deity, capable of causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter with a wave of her hand. Her chakra is vast and boundless like natural energy. Any conventional ninjutsu has no effect on her, Izumi Uchiha said with a hint of seriousness. So terrifying? How did the Sage of Six Paths and his brother fight Kagaya Otsutsuki? Tsunade was astonished. Their fighting style was much closer to physical techniques rather than ninjutsu. Their physical abilities were astonishingly strong. Izumi Uchiha explained. So that is how they fought. The three couldn't help but express their admiration. They hadn't expected that such a battle, which could be called a divine battle, would be conducted using physical techniques. This experience is worth noting. Knowing that the Rinnegan can absorb ninjutsu, once Nagato becomes a Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, perhaps this ability will receive a tremendous boost. And we must pay attention to this matter, Fugaku Uchiha said with a serious expression. It is indeed something to pay attention to, but it doesn't mean that all ninjutsu are ineffective against Kagaya Otsutsuki. She cannot ignore sage arts beyond a certain level, Uchiha Akira reminded. Upon hearing Akira's words, the three people present showed a hint of joy. Finally, they had heard some good news. Chapter 207. Preparing to eat the 10 tails flesh raw. In a huge, spacious laboratory of the Kanda Biological Research Institute, the four who had rushed from the Hokage office gathered here. Currently, the Kanda Biological Institute had already expanded, its scale more than 10 times larger than before. This laboratory was specifically constructed as a giant room on Uchiha Akira's orders. Around the room, a faint purple light curtain rose, which was a defensive barrier evolved from the Four Purple Flames formation. It did not require constant maintenance by people like the Four Purple Flames formation. This modified barrier, similar to scientific ninja tools, only needed chakra to function. Currently, important places in Konoha, where significant research was conducted, were all covered by such barriers. Fifth Hokage, this place is too big. After entering this giant room, Tsunade crossed her arms and exclaimed. This room was truly enormous, nearly a kilometer in length, width, and height. A super giant hollow. Of course, such a spacious room must be underground. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous. Lady Tsunade, you'll soon understand why I built this room so large, Uchiha Akira smiled. He then looked at the three people and said, "Attention, I'm about to release the flesh of the 10 tails. Just release it. It's just a bit of 10 tails flesh." Is it that serious? Tsunade raised an eyebrow and muttered as she stepped back more than 10 meters from Uchiha Akira. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui also walked over to Tsunade's side upon seeing this. Looking at the three, Uchiha Akira shook his head, then activated Kimui in an empty direction. An invisible space rippled in a vortex state, and the flesh of the 10 tails emerged like a flowing substance. After a few breaths, a mass of flesh several dozen meters tall, covered in black sealing chains, appeared in the room, its size far exceeding that of a normal-tailed beast. Staring at this mountain-like mass of flesh, Tsunade's eyes widened, and her mouth twitched uncontrollably. Then, suddenly thinking of something, her fair and rosy face turned pale. Not just her, but Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui also turned pale as they looked at the mountain-like flesh. Fifth Hokage, is there something wrong? Tsunade, her face pale, pointed at the 10 tails flesh mountain with a trembling finger and said, "Such a huge mass. Are we really supposed to eat it? Even if we ate until we died, we wouldn't finish it." Thinking about having to eat the flesh of the 10 tails raw every day in the future, living a life of drinking blood and eating flesh, Tsunade suddenly felt a chill, her body stiffening. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui were not in much better shape, especially Uchiha Shursui. He felt that his future life at 17 would be bleak, plunged into endless darkness. He was only 17, and he would have to eat this thing raw for decades to come. Just thinking about it was enough to bring despair. Uchiha Akira shook his head and said solemnly, "It's not about eating for a lifetime, but about finishing it within a year or two. We must hurry." Tsunade swallowed hard and stammered, "A year or two? That's right. The more we eat, the more power we gain from the 10 tails, and our strength will increase." Uchiha Akira nodded. "This flesh is the size of a small mountain. We're not gluttons. How could we possibly finish it?" Tsunade shook her head. "We all know that tailed beasts are essentially chakra creatures, and their flesh is a solidified form of chakra," Uchiha Akira explained. "So actually, the 10 tails as the source is also a chakra creature, just more advanced than the 9-tailed beasts and possessing more abilities." After a pause, he continued, "So as long as you can withstand the power of the 10 tails, you can keep eating. Moreover, as you become more familiar with the power of the 10 tails, your appetite will increase daily. It is possible to finish it within a year or two." Upon hearing Uchiha Akira's words, Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shirsue's reactions were not joy but panic. Their faces turned even paler. The thought of spending most of their time eating this thing raw made their anger towards Nagato peak. Looking at the three, Uchiha Akira smiled and said, "If the other people in the village with the 6 paths bloodline weren't so weak, I would have called them to join this feast." "You call this a feast?" Tsunade glared fiercely at Uchiha Akira. This guy was just relishing their misfortune. Just looking at the dark yellow flesh, she knew it must be extremely unpalatable. "Lady Tsunade, there's a saying that one cannot judge a person by appearance. Perhaps this saying also applies to the flesh of the 10 tails? Just because it looks unappetizing, what if it actually tastes good?" Uchiha Akira said with a smile. Tsunade snorted coldly and said, "Based on my decades of life experience, if this thing is good to eat, I'll eat it upside down from now on." Hearing her words, Uchiha Akira smiled and then said, "Lady Tsunade, you'd better pray that it isn't too unpalatable. That's not all." "What?" Tsunade stepped back in alarm and asked, "You have more?" "Of course." As his words fell, the invisible space rippled again. After a few breaths, a hand larger than a tailed beast appeared next to the mass of flesh. Like the mass of flesh, this severed hand was also covered in black sealing chains. Looking at the severed hand that appeared, Tsunade and the others opened their mouths but couldn't say anything. It was obvious that this severed hand was also prepared for them. Uchiha Akira turned to the three and said, "If you eat quickly, you might as well eat this severed hand too." No, my instincts tell me that the mass of flesh is enough for us to share. You should enjoy this severed hand yourself. You should also eat a bit of the delicious food you worked hard to obtain. Good things are meant to be shared." Tsunade gritted her teeth and said. Hearing her words, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shirsue nodded repeatedly. Seeing their expressions, Uchiha Akira smiled. "Don't worry. I prepared a big one for myself too." Hearing his words, the three were stunned, not expecting Uchiha Akira to have more. Tsunade teased, "Fifth Hokage, your achievements are quite impressive. Did you dismember the 10 tails?" Uchiha Akira smiled wryly and shook his head. "If the 10 tails were that easy to deal with, that would be great. I only took advantage of its unfamiliarity with my abilities to achieve results one after another." As they spoke, the space ahead rippled again, and then dark yellow liquid gushed out of the vortex, landing on the ground and transforming into several 1,000-meter-long tails resembling giant dragons. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shirsue, and Tsunade looked at the 6 tails displayed in front of Uchiha Akira. Their eyes widened, and their expressions were shocked to the point of losing control. Chapter 208. Eliminating the 10 tails spiritual body. The size of the 10 tails is simply too large, isn't it? No wonder the previous mass of flesh and the severed hand were so big. Uchiha Fugaku murmured. This kind of size is indeed the embodiment of world-destroying monsters. Tsunade muttered to herself. What a terrifying existence. Uchiha Shirsue shook his head, a worried look on his face. Of course it is terrifying. Uchiha Mei spoke up, saying, with the power of the 10 tails, if it were to gather strength, a single-tailed beast bomb could destroy a great nation. The entire planet could be annihilated. Upon hearing his words, the three of them looked shocked and were left speechless. After a long silence, Tsunade sighed and made up her mind. Looking at Uchiha Mei, "I'll try it first. As a medical ninja, I have better control over my body and can handle unexpected situations better." "Hold on." Uchiha Mei interrupted her, continuing, "The 10 tails is an immortal creature. Its flesh contains an incredibly powerful life force. I suspect that its soul exists within its blood and flesh, and consuming it directly could pose significant risks. So you plan to use the spirit transformation technique to eliminate the possible spirit of the Ten Tails? Tsunade immediately thought of a solution. That's right. I plan to give it a try. Uchiha nodded. Then go ahead. It would be best to eliminate any potential risks. Tsunade agreed. Even a small fragment of the Ten-Tailed spirit would be extremely dangerous for them. Coexisting with it for a long time would inevitably lead to influence, and prolonged effects could result in drastic personality changes in the future. Be careful, May Uchiha Fugaku reminded. Beside him, Uchiha Shursui also nodded at Uchiha May. Uchiha May nodded and said, "Don't worry, it's just a fragmented and weakened spirit." Without further hesitation, Uchiha May immediately activated the spirit transformation technique. A hazy white light emanated from his body as his spirit emerged, stepping forward and merging into the mound of flesh. In the boundless darkness of the spiritual space, Uchiha May's hazy white spirit appeared. This was the Ten-Tail spiritual space, and upon arriving, he realized that remnants of the Ten-Tail spirit indeed existed within its flesh. As expected, with Uchiha May's spirit entering, the spiritual space immediately reacted. A massive roar echoed throughout the dark spiritual space, and a seemingly ethereal Ten-Tails appeared several thousand meters away from Uchiha May. This Ten-Tails looked enormous, identical in size to the real Ten-Tails from the outside. Appearing in its third state, its muscles bulged, exuding immense power. Upon seeing an intruder, the Ten-Tail single Crimson Rinnegan became extremely violent, and after letting out a roar, it charged directly at Uchiha May. Shinra Tensei. Uchiha May glared with his crimson, eternal Mangekyō Sharingan and immediately activated Shinra Tensei. Even in a spiritual state, he could still use his ocular techniques. As the ripples of the spatial vortex appeared, the Ten-Tail's massive head began to twist. Sensing danger, the Ten-Tails quickly started to run, trying to escape the range of Shinra Tensei's space. However, it was too far from Uchiha May, and there were no obstructions in the spiritual space. No matter how much it ran, it couldn't escape Uchiha May's line of sight. With a thud, the Ten-Tail's massive head was twisted off by Shinra Tensei and sucked into the space of Shinra Tensei. The Ten-Tail spirit, having lost its head, did not die immediately. It still possessed terrifying life force and became even more frenzied. However, after losing its head, its aura significantly dropped, and its current frenzied state resembled a struggle as it faced its demise. Dealing with the headless Ten-Tail spirit was quite easy for Uchiha May. Seizing the opportunity, he completed the Susanoo and slashed down, soon turning the Ten-Tails into a pile of fragments. Then, Uchiha May used the spirit transformation technique to specifically attack and eliminate all remnants of the Ten-Tail spirit. As the Ten-Tail spirit perished, the spiritual space also crumbled and disappeared. A flash of white light passed, and Uchiha May's spirit returned to his body. Upon seeing Uchiha May return, the three people present immediately asked, "How was it? Was the Ten-Tail spirit eliminated?" "The Ten-Tail spirit has been eliminated," Uchiha May nodded, then shook his head, "but I still don't know if it was truly eradicated completely." "Do you suspect it can regenerate?" Tsunade inquired. "Yes," Uchiha May nodded. He then walked to the mound of flesh and placed his hand on it, carefully sensing it. With Sage Mode activated, his perception was pushed to the limit, and Uchiha May continued sensing for about an hour. After withdrawing his hand, Uchiha May frowned, his Crimson Sharingan constantly scanning the mound of flesh before him. Seeing Uchiha May's expression, Tsunade and the others knew it wasn't good news. It was highly likely that the Ten-Tail spirit within that piece of flesh had not been completely eradicated. Uchiha May turned back and said, "It seems you guessed correctly. The Ten-Tail spirit has not been completely eliminated, or rather, its spirit will continuously resurrect as long as the flesh exists." "That's really not good news." Tsunade's expression was serious. If they consumed the Ten-Tail's flesh, in some sense, they were merging with it. This meant that the Ten-Tail spirit would continuously resurrect within their bodies, inevitably affecting them significantly. "It seems that regardless, you all need to learn the spirit transformation technique. This technique can address your issues to the greatest extent," Uchiha May stated. Uchiha Shursui scratched his head and said, "Brother May, I heard that the spirit transformation technique is extremely difficult to master. We might not be able to learn it." "That kid is right." Tsunade nodded in agreement, saying, "I've seen the spirit transformation technique with my boyfriend, Cat Dan. I simply don't meet the requirements to learn it." "I know. Under normal circumstances, it's indeed difficult for most people to learn. However, those who have activated the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan are exceptions, as they perfectly meet the learning criteria, Uchiha Mei explained. Upon hearing Uchiha Mei's words, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui displayed joy on their faces. As someone who had mastered the spirit transformation technique, Uchiha Mei's words carried authority. Subsequently, Uchiha Mei looked at Tsunade and said, "Lady Tsunade, as I mentioned, under normal circumstances, most people cannot learn it, but you're not an ordinary person, and this is not a normal situation. As long as you consume the Ten Tails flesh, with the enhancement of the Six Paths power, learning the spirit transformation technique won't be difficult." Tsunade felt relieved upon hearing this, and then asked, "Didn't you say the Ten Tails spirit is resurrecting? Does that mean its resurrection speed is not fast?" Exactly. The speed of the Ten Tails spirit's resurrection is indeed not fast. Although it's much faster than the resurrection speed of tailed beasts, that's only relatively speaking. In my estimation, the Ten Tails spirit within the flesh will take at least a year to fully resurrect. Furthermore, after you divide and consume it, the reduced size will slow down the resurrection speed significantly, Uchiha Mei added. Once this was said, the three people present felt entirely relieved. Given the current situation, they had ample time to train in the spirit transformation technique. Of course, the premise was that Nagato's movements weren't too swift. Chapter 209. Enjoying the delicacy following this. Uchiha Mei replicated the process and eliminated the spirits within the Ten Tails' severed hands and tails. Of course, the spirits contained within the 6 severed tails of the Ten Tails were extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing that of the flesh and the severed hands. The reason was simply due to their massive size. However, no matter how large they were merely ferocious creatures with little intelligence. Even if their raw strength was inferior, Uchiha Mei had ways to grind them down. Uchiha Mei utilized Shinra Tensei and his own shadow techniques. After a fierce battle, he ultimately succeeded in eliminating the spirit within the severed tails. I have to say, the spirit of the Ten Tails and the severed tail is indeed powerful. Even without much intelligence, just relying on its instinct to attack made it a tough battle. After returning from the severed tail of the Ten Tails, Uchiha Akira opened his eyes and saw Tsunade holding a white plate, looking conflicted at the sliced Ten Tails flesh on the plate. To be honest, eating this stuff really requires courage. It feels completely alive. While speaking, Tsunade gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and directly picked up a piece with chopsticks and put it in her mouth. After chewing quickly a couple of times, her face turned extremely unpleasant, looking like she wanted to vomit but was desperately holding back the urge. Seeing her like this, Uchiha Akira and the others changed their expressions, thinking something serious had happened. Ugh. In the end, Tsunade couldn't hold it back and started gagging. However, she didn't throw up anything, only some sparkling saliva. Tsunade was panting and after a while said, "This thing is too disgusting. I've never encountered something this inedible. I can't even describe the taste." Hearing Tsunade speak, Uchiha Akira and the others felt relieved. It wasn't the worst situation. "Fugaku, Shursui, you guys better prepare yourselves. Tough days are coming," Tsunade said to Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui. Hearing her words, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui showed difficult expressions. From Tsunade's performance, this thing must be extremely disgusting. "How do you feel? Any discomfort?" Uchiha Akira asked. Tsunade shook her head and said, "So far, there's no problem. The power of the Ten Tails and the 6 paths contained in this flesh is incredibly strong, far beyond what our chakra can compare to. If there's nothing wrong, then I can relax." Uchiha Akira nodded. "No big deal, don't worry." Tsunade showed a smile. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui, she said, "Come on. Since we have to eat it sooner or later, let's all give it a try." As she spoke, a small tree sprouted from her arm, and then she broke it off, making 2 pairs of chopsticks. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui had no choice but to take the chopsticks, pick up a piece of Ten Tails flesh from the plate, close their eyes, and put in their mouths, chewing. Soon, the 2 of them exhibited the same reaction as Tsunade had before. Their faces looked as if they were wearing masks of pain, completely distorted. This taste, Uchiha Fugaku blinked, feeling like his life had been turned upside down. How can something be this disgusting? Uchiha Shursui looked at the mound of meat, feeling darkness before his eyes. Seeing their expressions, Tsunade immediately laughed. Then she looked at Uchiha Akira and smiled. "Fifth Hokage, do you want to give it a try? This is a delicacy you brought back with great effort." No, you all take your time to savor it. I have something to do, so I'll leave first." Uchiha Akira shook his head repeatedly and immediately used Kimui to leave. What a joke. All three of them were wearing masks of pain. He had no intention of trying that taste. Besides, he really had things to do, not just making excuses. After Uchiha Akira disappeared, Tsunade sneered, then closed her eyes and swallowed another piece of Ten-Tail's flesh. Back in his laboratory, Uchiha Akira placed a severed arm and a piece of flesh several meters long obtained from the outer path golem into the Kamui space. Then he returned to the huge room where the Ten-Tail's flesh was stored. He released the body tissue of the golem and placed it at the site of the Ten-Tail's severed tail. As the golem's body tissue appeared, the severed tail of the Ten-Tails immediately reacted. Numerous yellow meat buds surged from the cut area, transforming into vines extending toward the golem's body tissue. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Akira's pupils constricted, exclaiming, "It's surprisingly easy to break the seal. The power of the six paths is indeed formidable." In just a few breaths, the severed arm and a piece of body tissue of the golem were immediately wrapped in countless meat buds. Then, these meat buds dragged them slowly toward the wound. Finally, the two masses of the golem's body tissue completely merged into the wound, disappearing. They were swallowed by the Ten-Tail's tail. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Akira wasn't too surprised. The two were essentially the same thing, just reuniting now. After observing carefully for a while, Uchiha Akira applied layers of seals to the severed tail and severed hand of the Ten-Tails again. He planned to use the severed tail himself, while the severed hand was kept as a backup in case of emergencies. Then he watched with suppressed laughter as Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui struggled with the Ten-Tail's flesh for a while before he left. Shortly after Uchiha Akira left, Tsunade and the others, enduring extreme discomfort. Each ate nearly 10 pounds of Ten-Tail's flesh before finally reaching their limit. "I can't take it anymore. I need to digest for 2 days to adapt," Tsunade said, her face pale and feeling dazed. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui were in a similar situation, just as bad as Tsunade. They had indeed become much stronger, but the process was truly unbearable to watch. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and slowly said, "It's just about time. It just tried to go back and adapt for 2 days." Then the three of them left, returning to their homes. As soon as Uchiha Fugaku got home, he saw Uchiha Makoto had prepared a rich dinner, seemingly waiting for him to return. Uchiha Itachi was holding Uchiha Sasuke, sitting at the edge of the table. When he saw Uchiha Fugaku come back, his eyes lit up and he said, "Father, you're finally back. Can you guide me in my training later? The school curriculum is still too easy for me." Uchiha Fugaku's face was still pale, and the taste of the Ten-Tail's flesh had not dissipated, lingering in his mouth. Hearing his eldest son's request, he forced a smile and said, "Itachi, I'm sorry, I'm quite tired today. Next time, I will definitely guide you well." At that moment, Uchiha Makoto came out of the kitchen with a large bowl of fragrant soup. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's pale face, she asked worriedly, "Fugaku, what's wrong? Were you injured?" Looking at the delicious food on the table, Uchiha Fugaku had completely lost his usual appetite. Although the essence of the Ten-Tail's flesh was chakra, it still gave him a strong sense of fullness. Chapter 210. The Caged Bird Situation. Hearing Uchiha Makoto's question, Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and said, "No, I just ate something very disgusting. Makoto, I won't have dinner. You all eat by yourselves. My stomach is uncomfortable," Uchiha Fugaku said with a forced smile. Watching her husband walk into the study, Uchiha Makoto shook her head, feeling that he was a bit strange today. She knew that her husband's strength was among the top in the ninja world, and his physique was also very strong. What kind of food could upset his stomach? However, looking at his appearance, it didn't seem like there was any serious problem, so Uchiha Makoto didn't think much of it. After dinner, Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Makoto. "Mom, I want to go find Shursui to guide me in my training." "Go ahead, but don't train too late. At your age, you need to balance work and rest," Uchiha Makoto said with a gentle smile. After getting permission, Uchiha Itachi quickly arrived at Uchiha Shursui's residence. "Shursui, I'm here." Pushing open the door, Uchiha Itachi saw Uchiha Shursui sitting under the eaves with a pale face and a somewhat dazed expression, staring blankly at the water basin. Seeing him like this, Uchiha Itachi immediately thought of his father's appearance, and he quickly asked, "Brother Shursui, what happened to you?" Upon seeing Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shursui forced a smile and said, "Itachi, I'm fine. I just have a stomachache from something I ate." Then, with a hint of apology, he added, "I'm sorry, Itachi, I can't train with you today. Let's do it next time, definitely." "Really?" Uchiha Itachi murmured softly. "Father's like this, and now you are too." Ha! Uchiha sure sway managed a smile. But today's experience was truly unpleasant. On the other side, Tsunade had just returned home when she saw Jiraiya leaning against the yard fence, looking like he had been waiting for a long time. Tsunade, you finally got off work. Let's go out. Today I'll treat you to food and drinks. Jiraiya said with a big smile, very enthusiastic. Tsunade, however, had no mood to drink at the moment and waved her hand, saying, You go by yourself. I have a stomachache and can't drink, not recently. Stomachache? Jiraiya looked at her suspiciously and said, Aren't you the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world? How can you have a stomachache? Tsunade sneered and said, I don't want to eat that stuff, but I have to. Jiraiya was astonished, wondering what it was that Tsunade had to eat. All right, Jiraiya, I can't tell you what it is for now. You'll know later. Tsunade waved her hand, as she just wanted to study and see if there was a way to temporarily disable her sense of taste. Is there something I can't know? Jiraiya, feeling disappointed after coming with high hopes, had to go off and drink alone. Meanwhile, Uchiha May had not finished work, but had someone notify the Hyuga clan, asking Hyuga Hisashi to bring Hinata to the Hokage's office. The reasons for calling them over were simple. First, to resolve the historical issues of the Hyuga clan. He didn't know what other Hokage thought, but Uchiha May allowed the village to treat people as slaves, as at least in terms of personality, everyone should be equal. Calling Hyuga Hisashi over was for this matter. Secondly, regarding the reincarnation eye, if he remembered correctly, Hinata had once been on a mission with him, and her Byakugan was very strong, far exceeding that of the normal main family. Uchiha May believed she might have the potential to awaken the reincarnation eye. Concerning the future, Uchiha May felt it was good to make more preparations. Having an extra pair of reincarnation eyes could increase their chances of winning in the future, as the enemies were not just Nagato, but potentially Uchiha Madara, and even the Otsutsuki from outside and the hidden Otsutsuki on Earth. Increasing their combat power as much as possible was necessary to avoid having to handle everything personally in the future. Even with shadow clones, it would be difficult to deal with so many enemies. Upon receiving the Hokage's notice, Hyuga Hisashi did not dare to be negligent and immediately led Hinata to the Hokage's office. On the way, Hinata was filled with doubt, wondering why the Hokage specifically called for her, a small branch family member. Although she had once been on a mission with the Hokage, she didn't think there was anything about her that warranted special attention from the current 5th Hokage. The current 5th Hokage was too strong, and all of Konoha believed that the 5th Hokage was the strongest Hokage in history, even stronger than the 1st Hokage. After the details of the battle from a week ago were revealed, the people of Konoha stood tall in front of people from other countries. Konoha was now the strongest it had ever been in history. Lord Hokage. After Hyuga Hisashi and Hinata entered the Hokage's office, they respectfully greeted him. Although the current 5th Hokage was not particular about formalities, as a clan of the Hyuga, they still had to adhere to certain customs. Hisashi, Hinata. Uchiha May looked at the two and smiled, saying, There's no need to be formal. The main reason I called you here today is for two matters. Please, Lord Hokage, as long as it involves our Hyuga clan, we will do our utmost and will not let you down, Hisashi said eagerly. He believed that perhaps an opportunity for their Hyuga clan had come. Konoha's reforms had been in place for 2 years, yielding remarkable results and achieving great success in many areas. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Uchiha clans, as well as the Sarutobi clan, which actively participated in the reforms, had all benefited greatly. However, the Hyuga clan had been too conservative, with the main family being too rigid, and thus had not gained much from this transformation. Other clans were progressing, while the Hyuga clan was falling behind, which was something Hisashi, as the clan leader, could not tolerate. Unfortunately, the old folks in the clan were all very stubborn, like rotten stones in a cesspool. Uchiha May got straight to the point and said seriously, Hisashi, the first matter is about the caged bird. After investigation, I believe that the caged bird should not be used on our fellow villagers. It is an insult to their dignity. Those marked with the caged bird have essentially become slaves, and I plan to abolish the caged bird. Hearing Uchiha May's words, Hisashi's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly said, Lord Hokage, the caged bird was created to ensure the safety of the Byakugan. It is not meant to enslave the branch family. Without the protection of the caged bird, the Byakugan would surely be leaked. Hisashi continued, Moreover, Lord Hokage, this is our Hyuga clan's own matter, and the village has no reason to interfere in our affairs. Beside him, Hinata showed an expression of disbelief, and genuine joy surged within her. This sudden surprise almost made her feel like she was in a dream. The caged bird. which had been a part of the Hyuga clan for thousands of years, might be abolished under this fifth Hokage, and she would also become a complete person in Konoha, no longer a vassal or slave of the Hyuga main family. Chapter 211. It's a command, not a discussion. Hizashi. Uchiha Mei's voice turned cold, and his gaze fixed on Hyuga Hizashi as he said solemnly, "There's no denying that the caged bird does objectively protect the Byakugan, but ask yourself, is the caged bird really just for protecting the Byakugan from leaking? If it is to protect the Byakugan, then why can the main family control the life and death of the branch family through the caged bird? This makes no sense," Uchiha Mei stated emphatically. "Since the caged bird can control the life and death of the branch family, then objectively, the branch family has already become your main family slaves." Hearing Uchiha Mei's words, Hizashi opened his mouth but couldn't refute him. This was indeed a fact. No matter how beautifully they spoke in the Hyuga clan, the branch family would always be inferior to the main family. In terms of inheritance, certain jutsu could only be learned by the main family, such as the Heavenly Spin, which was the main family's secret technique, and the branch family had no qualification to learn it. In terms of status, even Hizashi's own brother had to show utmost respect to him in daily life, and if he made a mistake, he would have to kneel and bow. Rather than being called a branch family, it would not be an exaggeration to say they were slaves. Their lives and deaths were completely in the hands of their thoughts. Looking at him, Uchiha Mei said coldly, "Hizashi, don't forget that this is not just a matter for your Hyuga clan. The branch family members are also ninjas of Konoha and members of our village. To tame your fellow villagers into slaves, I don't care what the previous Hokage thought, but this is absolutely something I will not allow. Lord Hokage, this is a tradition of our Hyuga clan for thousands of years. You cannot." Hizashi's words were cut off by Uchiha Mei. "I am not discussing this with you. This is a notification. You Hyuga clan only need to execute it," Uchiha Mei said coldly. At an unknown time, Uchiha Akira's pitch-black eyes turned crimson, the tomo swirling within them. His gaze felt almost tangible as it fixed on Hyuga Hizashi. "Hizashi, if you don't comply, as Hokage, I can execute on your behalf. As for the consequences, think it through yourself." Hyuga Hizashi felt parched, unable to comprehend Uchiha Akira's actions, as the former fourth Hokage had never intervened in the affairs of the Hyuga clan. He had never prepared for this. It was something he hadn't even considered. Beside him, Hinata's face was filled with undisguised joy, as today's events were the most wonderful he had encountered since her birth. In that moment, the fifth Hokage, Uchiha Akira, rose to a position in her heart that even her parents could not compare to. To her, Uchiha Akira was her reborn parent. From him, she had gained a new life. After a while, Hyuga Hizashi hesitantly spoke, "Hokage-sama, if you do this, what will happen if the Byakugan spreads to other ninja villages in the future?" Upon hearing his words, Uchiha Akira sneered, "Hizashi, soon there will be no other ninja villages left. Before long, the entire ninja world will consist of only Konoha." Upon hearing Uchiha Akira's words, Hyuga Hizashi swallowed hard, feeling as if the air around him had solidified. Moreover, losing the Byakugan is just a loss. "There's no need to be so anxious," Uchiha Akira said nonchalantly. "I understand, Hokage-sama. However, even for our Hyuga clan, we do not have a corresponding method to the cage bird technique. I will bring the technique to you after I return," Hyuga Hizashi said, suddenly feeling light as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Uchiha Akira nodded, saying, "Just give me the technique, and I will have the sealing team study it. As long as it's a sealing technique, there must be a corresponding method." Even the Six Paths Earth explosion star was unsealed through loopholes, let alone the mere caged bird. "Yes," Hyuga Hizashi nodded, then added, "Hokage-sama, if there is nothing else, I will return to the Hyuga clan to announce this matter and bring the caged bird technique to you." "Not so fast, there is still something else," Uchiha Akira said. Hyuga Hizashi respectfully replied, "Hokage-sama, please give your orders." "Do you know about the reincarnation eye?" Uchiha Akira asked. "The reincarnation eye?" Hyuga Hizashi showed a puzzled expression. Since Uchiha Akira was asking him, it indicated that the reincarnation eye must be related to the Hyuga clan. However, as the head of the Hyuga clan, he believed he knew the clan very well and could confirm that the clan's records had never documented a technique called the reincarnation eye. "Sorry, Hokage-sama, I have never heard of a technique called the reincarnation eye." Hyuga Hizashi shook his head. Uchiha Akira nodded and asked, "Does your Hyuga clan still possess any Byakugan?" Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hizashi's expression changed. After hesitating for a while, he finally said, "Hokage-sama, our clan indeed still has some Byakugan preserved for emergencies." "How many?" Uchiha Akira continued to inquire. Hyuga Hizashi, feeling hopeless, directly answered, "Not many. We have used some in the past, and only 10 pairs remain." 10 pairs? Too few. Uchiha Akira shook his head. Looking at Uchiha Akira, Hyuga Hizashi gathered his courage and asked, "Hokage-sama, could it be that these Byakugan are related to the reincarnation eye?" "It is related. I don't mind telling you that one of the ways to create the reincarnation eye is by fusing a large number of Byakugan," Uchiha Akira explained. "The reincarnation eye is on the same level as the Rinnegan. The people who infiltrated and stole your clan's Byakugan aim to awaken the reincarnation eye," Uchiha Akira continued. Upon hearing Uchiha Akira's words, Hyuga Hizashi's face changed drastically, trembling as he said, "Does this mean that Hinata's eyes were used to awaken the reincarnation eye?" "Exactly." Uchiha Akira nodded. "This is terrible." Hyuga Hizashi's expression darkened. From Uchiha Akira's words, it was not hard to deduce that those who stole the Byakugan had a certain connection with the Hyuga clan and might even be from the same lineage. If they succeeded in awakening the reincarnation eye, the Hyuga clan would surely be in danger. I won't hesitate to tell you that the group who stole the Byakugan possesses a great reincarnation eye, whose power is enough to easily destroy the ninja world. And their goal is precisely to annihilate the ninja world," Uchiha Akira said indifferently. Upon hearing Uchiha Akira's words, Hyuga Hizashi was stunned. That group was indeed related to the Hyuga clan, and they understood the Byakugan even better than the Hyuga themselves. If our Hyuga clan also possessed the reincarnation eye, once that thought emerged, it spread like wild grass, impossible to eradicate. Finally, Hyuga Hizashi gathered his courage and asked, "Hokage-sama, may I ask how many Byakugan are needed to fuse in order to obtain the reincarnation eye?" Uchiha Akira thought for a moment and replied, "If you gather all the Byakugan from your Hyuga clan, that should be about enough." He then shrugged and added, "Unfortunately, your clan now has the cage bird in place. Even if you have the intention, it's impossible." Hyuga Hizashi smiled wryly. In a way, this was truly shooting oneself in the foot. Without the cage bird, the Hyuga clan would still have the possibility of turning the tables in a crisis. Chapter 212. Hyuga Hizashi's flexible thinking. "Hokage-sama, there should be other methods to awaken the reincarnation eye, right?" Hyuga Hizashi said, glancing at Hinata discreetly. If he had previously wondered why Uchiha Akira specifically asked him to bring Hinata, he was now almost certain. However, this thought did not fill him with excessive joy. Instead, he was filled with panic and even fear. If he guessed correctly, the fifth Hokage, Uchiha Akira, believed that Hinata, a branch of the Hyuga clan, had the potential to awaken the reincarnation eye. This was not good news for Hyuga Hizashi or the entire Hyuga main family. The branch families, aside from those who had been thoroughly brainwashed, undoubtedly held great resentment towards the main family, even to the point of wanting to swallow them whole. Long-term oppression had made these branch families hate the main family to the bone. Even his younger brother, Hyuga Niji, had once harbored murderous intent towards his daughter Hinata. Not to mention the other branch families. Hinata, without a doubt, was the type to bury her resentment towards the main family deep within her heart. Hyuga Hizashi believed he could still see this. Beside Hyuga Hizashi, Hinata suddenly looked up, her beautiful face unable to hide her joy. At this point, she had her own speculations. Just thinking about this possibility made her heart race, and her lovely face flushed. There are indeed other methods, but they have a high demand for the purity of the Byakugan and may not necessarily succeed, and they carry a significant risk, Uchiha Akira said. "Hokage-sama, I wonder if there is anyone in our Hyuga clan who can meet the requirements?" Hyuga Hizashi asked. "As for the danger, everything has its risks. The current Hyuga clan must take risks. Otherwise, the future situation is hard to say. Originally, there were 2 people in your Hyuga clan who had the potential to awaken the reincarnation eye, but now only Hinata remains," Uchiha Akira said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hizashi's face turned pale, and his fists clenched tightly as he thought of the incident where his daughter's Byakugan was stolen. Although they had later reimplanted a pair of Byakugan, it could not compare to Hinata's original Byakugan. At this moment, Hinata Hizashi was filled with boundless resentment, as the Hyuga clan had missed a significant opportunity for rebirth. Hinata Kyuka, upon hearing this, showed an incredibly bright smile, and the heavy stone in her heart was finally lifted. Uchiha Akira looked at Hinata Kyuka with a serious expression. "Opening the reincarnation, I will come with considerable risks. Kyuka Jonin, are you willing to take the risk? Don't rush to nod." Just as Uchiha Akira saw her about to nod, he quickly intervened, solemnly stating, "This matter is not trivial. You must think it through. If you successfully open the reincarnation eye, You will gain supreme power, but you must also shoulder corresponding responsibilities. The enemies you will face in the future will be extremely dangerous. Even possessing the reincarnation does not guarantee survival. After hearing Uchiha Akira's words, Hinata Kyuka did not hesitate at all and immediately said, "Hokage-sama, regardless of the dangers, I am willing to face them, even if it costs me my life." "Good." Uchiha Akira nodded and then said, "Then you will come with me shortly. I will take you to attempt it." "Yes." "Hokage-sama." Hinata Kyuka revealed a sincere smile. "Hokage-sama, I wonder if my daughter still has the possibility of opening the reincarnation eye?" Hinata Hizashi asked stubbornly. Uchiha Akira shook his head, saying, "Currently, there is no such possibility." After hearing this, Hinata Hizashi lowered his head, his expression dark, filled with unwillingness. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply and said, "Hokage-sama, what if we successfully retrieve my daughter's Byakugan?" "That is naturally possible." Uchiha Akira nodded. Then, Uchiha Akira looked at him curiously. "Has Hizashi Jonin found the location of the group that took the Byakugan?" "No." Hinata Hizashi shook his head and then explained, "I remember that the village's cloning technology has made a breakthrough, so I plan to use cloning technology to obtain a pair of Byakugan identical to my daughter's original eyes. In this way, my daughter will regain that possibility." "Hokage-sama, this is also feasible, right?" As Hinata Hizashi spoke, a glimmer of fervor flashed in his eyes. "This is a dojutsu of the same level as the Rinnegan, and its possessor will undoubtedly be an earth-shattering powerhouse. The Hyuga clan has longed for such a powerhouse to emerge for too long." Hearing his words, Uchiha Akira showed a hint of interest. Hizashi was not rigid and was quite flexible. Immediately, he nodded and said, "Yes, but you need to carry this out privately. It must not be made public. And do not let too many people know." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Hinata Hizashi was overjoyed. "Hokage-sama, if there are no further matters, I will go back to prepare for the caged bird matter. The caged bird curse seals technique will appear on your desk by tomorrow night at the latest." Hinata Hizashi respectfully said, "You may go." Uchiha Akira waved his hand, signaling that he could leave. In the corridor, Hinata Hizashi walked briskly, suddenly thinking of something. He muttered to himself, "Since Hinata has this possibility, if I have another child, would they also have this possibility?" Thinking of this, Hinata Hizashi's heartbeat quickened. If the Hyuga clan were to have 2 or even 3 individuals who could open the reincarnation eye, then in the future, they might not be unable to eye the position of Hokage. As for the caged bird matter, he had long since put it aside. He was not satisfied with this thing. The brother he once shared everything with now felt like an enemy because of the caged bird. Perhaps if the caged bird were abolished, my relationship with Hizashi could also greatly improve. With this thought, Hinata Hizashi walked toward the place where his clan resided. Now that he had the support of the Hokage, he felt fully confident in dealing with other clans. On the other side, Hinata Kyuka followed Uchiha Akira into a private laboratory belonging to him at the Kanda Biological Research Institute. After becoming Hokage, Uchiha Akira had long since had more than one private laboratory. There were laboratories for storing tailed beast bodies, cultivating tailed beast chakra, cultivating clones, and preparing for the ghostly sprout technique. As the number of things to store increased, so did the number of his laboratories. The laboratory that he and Hinata Kyuka arrived at was quite spacious, containing only some simple experimental equipment without much clutter. Pointing to the experimental table, Uchiha Akira said, "Kyuka Jonin, lie down. I want to see the purity of your Byakugan." Hinata Kyuka hesitated not at all at this moment. She completely trusted Uchiha Akira and obediently lay down. Uchiha Akira discreetly glanced at Hinata Kyuka's prominent chest and thought, "Isn't this development a bit off?" Then he quickly shifted his gaze and carefully examined her Byakugan. "Indeed, your Byakugan purity is very good." Uchiha Akira nodded with satisfaction. Hinata Kyuka's Byakugan purity was quite good, even higher than Hinata Hyuga's eyes. Currently, among the entire Hyuga clan, her Byakugan purity was the highest. If it weren't for the caged bird's existence, the Otsutsuki clan on the moon would surely have their sights set on her Byakugan. Of course, her high Byakugan purity did not mean that she was the best match for Otsutsuki Kagaya. Such things depend on mutual compatibility. A one-sided match is not enough. However, regardless, this high-purity Byakugan indeed possesses the potential to open the reincarnation eye. Even if the compatibility is not perfect, as long as more time is spent, there's still a great chance to awaken the eye. Hinata Kyuka sat up with a flushed face, her expression filled with joy, whether from excitement or another reason. However, due to the existence of the caged bird, your Byakugan still has some flaws and will need to wait until the caged bird is lifted before it can truly begin. Uchiha Akira continued. The caged bird. Speaking of the caged bird, Hinata Kyuka's face was filled with rage. Don't worry, as long as the caged bird technique is available. This curse seal can be lifted quickly. Uchiha Akira comforted her. Hinata Kyuka lowered her head and softly said, I understand, Hokage-sama. It's just that I am about to gain precious freedom, and I can't control myself. You can go back for now. Once the caged bird is lifted, we will officially begin, Uchiha Akira said. Hinata Hizashi acted faster than expected. Early the next morning, he arrived at the Hokage's office and submitted the caged bird technique to Uchiha Akira. It was reported that a serious conflict occurred within the Hyuga clan that night. That night, several elders from the Hyuga clan were sent overnight to the Konoha hospital. They were severely injured, with some even gravely so. This shows that in order to achieve internal unity, Hinata Hizashi must have used thunderous means. It wasn't very complicated. If the fourth Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki were still around, they might have been able to crack this technique in a day. Uchiha Akira thought to himself. For him, this technique was not too difficult. But his sealing technique skills were certainly not as good as those of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Forget it. He could only provide a general idea for cracking it and then hand it over to the sealing team to improve upon. Uchiha Akira shook his head. He did not want this matter to occupy too much of his time. He had many things to do now, and he needed to pay attention to the Ten Tails tail severing. Although the spiritual entity had been eliminated, the enormous size made the resurrection speed of the spiritual entity extremely fast. Regarding the Ten Tails, Uchiha Akira did not want any accidents to occur. He must not allow Kagaya to exploit any loopholes. That afternoon, the sealing team came to take away the caged bird sealing technique and its cracking ideas. Currently, the head of the sealing class is Uzumaki Rika, who was brought back from the grass-hidden village by Uchiha Mei. Although her sealing techniques cannot compare to those of Uzumaki Kushina, she has certainly inherited some of the legacy of the Uzumaki clan. After Uchiha Mei became Hokage, she opened up many sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan to her. Nowadays, in the entire Konoha village, Uzumaki Rika's sealing skills are also among the best, second only to Uchiha Mei and Tsunade. Indeed, Tsunade is also highly skilled in sealing techniques. But her sealing techniques are not of the usual kind. Her sealing techniques, combined with medical ninjutsu, can be referred to as medical-type sealing techniques. A representative work of hers is the S-rank Yin sealing. With Uzumaki Rika around, there is no need for Uchiha Mei to personally handle the matter of breaking the caged bird seal. Uzumaki Rika did not keep Uchiha Mei waiting too long. 3 days later, she placed the technique for breaking the caged bird seal on Uchiha Mei's desk. Not long after, Hyuga Hayashi arrived at the Hokage's office. Hayashi, this is the technique to break the caged bird seal. Take it back immediately and pass it on to the branch family without delay, Uchiha Mei said solemnly. Hyuga Hayashi took a deep breath, trembling as he picked up the scroll from the desk, and said in a deep voice, Yes, Hokage-sama, you may go. Uchiha waved his hand. Thus, the Hyuga clan's 1,000-year-old barbaric custom was completely ended, and the main house and branch house finally achieved true equality. The matter of lifting the caged bird curse mark did not cause much of a stir in Konoha. This is because not many villagers knew about it. Generally speaking, only ninjas were aware of the Hyuga clan's fine tradition. For the non-ninja villagers, their impression of the Hyuga clan was actually not bad. In a huge underground room filled with the 10 tails, severed hands, and flesh, Tsunade looked pale as she sat at a wooden table, where a plate of thick 10 tails flesh was placed. She looked at Uchiha Mei with some surprise and said, Fifth Hokage, I didn't expect you to take action to abolish the Hyuga clan's fine tradition. Uchiha Mei shrugged and replied, This so-called fine tradition should have been abolished long ago. Who treats their own kin as slaves? I've never liked them. Tsunade nodded and said, You've done well on this matter. The Hyuga clan is too unambitious, and the caged bird is one reason for that. I heard that you brought a girl from the branch family to this place alone the other day. Tsunade said with a sly smile, teasing, Could it be that our Hokage-sama is planning to find a Hokage wife? Mei, you're definitely not young anymore. You should find a suitable girl. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku spoke with a hint of a smile, saying that girl named Hinata is indeed good. If it were in the past, I wouldn't agree to you marrying a branch member of the Hyuga clan, but now that the caged bird is gone, it doesn't matter much. Our Uchiha clan doesn't have so many taboos. Uchiha Fugaku said with a face full of smiles. Uchiha Shursui, who was in a fierce battle with the Ten Tails flesh, heard their conversation and immediately cast a curious glance at Uchiha Mei. He was still relatively young, far from age to worry about such matters. What are you talking about? Uchiha Mei shook his head and said, It's that girl from a Hyuga clan who has special potential. I brought her over just for testing purposes. Hey, isn't that even better? Tsunade exclaimed in delight, her eyes seeming to shine. A strong alliance. She is a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, brother, and you are a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths. The children born from you, too, might surprise us all. That's enough. Uchiha Mei laughed and said, Tsunade-sama, you're the one who should be getting married and having children. So don't let the bloodline of our Konoha's first Hokage die out. I. Tsunade stammered. Seeing this, Uchiha Mei sneered and continued. I think Jiraiya would be a good match. After all, you two have been old friends for many years and know each other well. Tsunade surely had feelings for Jiraiya. But unfortunately, that guy was a bit clueless and spent all his time in the red light district. If it were said that he was untainted by the mud, Uchiha Mei would not believe it. Jiraiya is definitely an old lecher. Chapter 214, revealing the reincarnation if he could correct his ways. He might be able to get on the right track with Tsunade. That old lecher Jiraiya. Tsunade snorted coldly, with anger flashing in her eyes. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku spoke up to change the subject, asking Mei what is so special about that girl that is worth you personally bringing her over. Her Byakugan purity is very high, and she has the potential to awaken the reincarnation eye, Uchiha Mei explained. Reincarnation eye? As soon as these words were spoken, the three people present were stunned. The reincarnation eye and the reincarnation eye. Just hearing the name makes it clear that it is likely a bloodline technique of the same level as the Rinnegan. What kind of bloodline eye technique is this? Could it be the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, brother? Uchiha Fugaku asked. The teacher was not wrong. The reincarnation eye is indeed the eye of the Sage of Six Paths, brother. Uchiha Mei nodded. So, this is a bloodline eye technique that is not inferior to the Rinnegan? Tsunade asked, looking somewhat surprised. Uchiha Mei nodded and said, in my personal opinion, in terms of attack power, the reincarnation eye is even stronger than the Rinnegan. So powerful? Tsunade was taken aback. That's right. Uchiha Mei nodded and said, like the Rinnegan, the reincarnation I can also manipulate repulsion and attraction. In the reincarnation, I can also enter a special reincarnation eye chakra mode, which is an extremely powerful chakra mode, far superior to the lightning chakra mode of the Cloud Hidden Village. If that's the case, then undoubtedly, this is good news for us. Tsunade showed a joyful expression. She was genuinely happy about Konoha preparing to have another top-tier combat power in the future. From Uchiha Mei's description, it was clear that a person with the reincarnation I would undoubtedly be an extremely powerful ninja. This point could be seen from Nagato now. The next day, Uchiha Mei once again brought Hinata to his laboratory. There are two methods to awaken the reincarnation eye. One is to obtain it through the fusion of a large number of Byakugan. The other is to combine the Byakugan of the main branch of the Hyuga clan with the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan. The key to distinguishing the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan is the caged bird. Other than that, there is no essential difference. Now that the caged bird of the Hyuga clan has been completely lifted, everyone is part of the main family. What Uchiha Mei needs to do now is similar to what Uchiha Madara once did. Uchiha Madara transplanted the flesh of Senju Hashirama to obtain Ashura's chakra. The combination of Indra and Ashura's chakra led to the awakening of the Rinnegan for Uchiha Madara. What Uchiha Mei needs to do is transplant Otsutsuki Kagaya's cells to Hinata, allowing her to gain the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan. According to Uchiha Mei's experiments, Otsutsuki Kagaya's cells do not possess the unparalleled corrosive ability like Senju Hashirama's cells. This means that Otsutsuki Kagaya's cells can be successfully transplanted relatively easily. He didn't know if it was just Otsutsuki Kagaya's cells that were like this, or if it was the same for all members of the Otsutsuki clan. Hinata took a deep breath and looked at Uchiha Mei, saying, Hokage-sama, I am ready. Uchiha Mei nodded, then activated Kimui, and a glass bottle appeared. Inside the filled bottle was a white eye radiating a faint glow, looking like stars in the night sky. This white eye was the special Byakugan that Uchiha Mei had obtained to verify his thoughts. Compared to an ordinary Byakugan, this Byakugan has undergone a certain degree of evolution and is evolving towards the Rinnegan. Hinata's gaze was immediately drawn to the Byakugan in the glass bottle. However, she didn't ask anything, only looked on with curiosity. Observing her, Uchiha Akira said, this Byakugan has already undergone a certain degree of evolution. It is a product of experimentation. In the future, It will be your eye, which may save you a lot of time. Hinata nodded and replied, I understand. The Byakugan fusion surgery and cell transplantation surgery were very successful. Within half an hour, Uchiha Akira had completed both procedures. How do you feel? Uchiha Akira asked, looking at Hinata, whose right eye was covered with bandages, revealing only her left eye. Hinata carefully felt the changes in her body and then revealed a beautiful smile. Lord Hokage, I feel better than ever. My power is surging continuously. Moreover, the state of this right eye is so wonderful and peculiar. It feels as if it has its own life, pulsating. As she spoke, a hint of intoxication appeared on Hinata's face. Uchiha Akira nodded and said, That's right. Next, you just need to wait for the moment of true transformation to arrive. Hinata said solemnly, I understand, Lord Hokage. I will not disappoint your expectations. After sending Hinata off, Uchiha Akira went to the huge room where the Ten Tails-related materials were stored. Upon entering, he saw Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui devouring the flesh and blood of the Ten Tails. How do you feel after several days? Uchiha Akira asked curiously. Although he didn't know how long it took for the Nine Tails to digest the gold horn and silver horn, it couldn't have been too long. In Uchiha Akira's view, the amount of Ten Tails flesh and blood consumed by Tsunade and the other should be more than what the Nine Tails consumed at that time. Logically speaking, after consuming so much Ten Tails flesh and blood, they should have gained considerable power from the Ten Tails, resulting in significant changes in strength. After pondering for a moment, Tsunade replied, I can only say that there has been some improvement in strength, but it hasn't reached the kind of leap we imagined. Strange. Uchiha Akira Fudawen. Theoretically, the gold horn and silver horn could not have consumed too much of the Nine Tails flesh. However, even so, they were able to enter a semi-tailed beast transformation, sprouting 6 tails and using tailed beast bombs. Seemingly sensing Uchiha Akira's confusion, Tsunade shrugged. What's so strange about it? The Ten Tails is not the Nine Tails. Although the source of the Nine Tails' power is the Ten Tails, there is still a fundamental difference. Compared to the Ten Tails, the flesh and blood we have eaten are negligible. It seems like we've consumed a lot, but in reality, the amount of chakra contained is not as much as we imagined. Tsunade continued. Let me give it a try. Uchiha Akira walked up to the mound of Ten Tails flesh. He summoned dazzling lightning in his hand and lightly slashed, causing a piece of Ten Tails flesh to fall into his palm. Looking at the yellowish meat slice in his hand, Uchiha Akira closed his eyes and tilted his head to swallow it. Instantly, his expression changed, and his handsome features twisted together. It was an indescribable taste. It was no longer just a matter of being unappetizing. Seeing Uchiha Akira's reaction, Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui all smiled. Finally, they were no longer the only ones experiencing that kind of suffering. After swallowing the Ten Tails flesh, Uchiha Akira began to sense carefully. After a while, his expression revealed understanding, and he exclaimed, So that's how it is. Chapter 215, Tails Severance Mutation. Just like other tailed beasts, the Ten Tails is essentially a chakra-based life form. Its flesh and blood are chakra. However, the quality of the Ten Tails chakra is too high. A portion of chakra from the Ten Tails, when transformed into flesh, is much larger than that of other tailed beasts. For the same amount of chakra, the flesh derived from the Ten Tails is significantly larger than that from other tailed beasts. Therefore, even though Tsunade and the others have consumed a lot of Ten Tails flesh over the past few days, they haven't actually gained much power from the Ten Tails. To truly acquire a certain degree of Six Paths power, they need to consume more Ten Tails flesh. Although the Six Paths power is formidable, having too little of it is also useless. What they currently have is far from enough. Now you understand, right? Tsunade shrugged, looking at the mound of meat with a frown. The power of the Ten Tails is immense, with a large quantity and high quality, so correspondingly, the Ten Tails is also quite large. The 3 of them will need to eat Ten Tails flesh for a long time to gain a certain level of Ten Tails Six Paths power. Looking at the troubled faces of the 3, Uchiha Akira showed a sympathetic expression. The flesh of the Ten Tails is truly not something humans should eat. After Tsunade ate another piece of flesh, she seemed to think of something and looked at Uchiha Akira. By the way, how was that Hinata girl doing? Uchiha Akira, not understanding, replied, This has just started. It's still far from the birth of the Rinnegan. According to your theory, the Hyuga clan, our Senju clan, and your Uchiha clan are all theoretically from the same ancestor, so... As Tsunade spoke, a strange smile appeared on her face. Lady Tsunade, Are you hoping for her to come and share the delicacies with you? Looking at Tsunade's strange smile, Uchiha Akira finally understood her intentions. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Of course. Good things should be shared. How can one eat alone? Fifth Hokage. As she spoke, she looked at the mound of Ten Tails meat, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. Look at this thing. We're consuming it, but it's growing faster than we can eat. Even as mere flesh, it is constantly absorbing natural energy, growing and multiplying. Of course, just like cultivating tailed beast chakra, there's also a limit to this. It cannot increase infinitely. However, at present, Tsunade and the others' consumption speed indeed cannot keep up with the growth speed. After entering Sage Mode, they could clearly feel that a massive vortex seemed to have appeared here, with natural energy flooding in like a deluge. Perhaps the power of the Ten Tails could help the Rinnegan be born faster, Tsunade continued. Uchiha Akira shook his head, looking at Tsunade with a half-smile. Lady Tsunade, you just want another person to share the food with you and experience the suffering together, right? Who said that? Am I that kind of person? Tsunade said solemnly. My grandfather is the first Hokage. As his granddaughter, it is my duty to make the village stronger. Fine. If you say so, then it is. Uchiha Akira shook his head. Although he didn't believe that the power of the Ten Tails could accelerate the birth of the Rinnegan, it was certain that it could enhance strength. The Rinnegan is different from the Sharingan. The Rinnegan is more inclined towards the Ten Tails as a life form, while the Rinnegan is based on the evolution and mutation of the Byakugan, leaning more towards the Otsutsuki. Of course, after transplanting the cells of Otsutsuki Kagaya, Hinata would definitely be able to withstand the power of the Ten Tails to a certain extent. After all, the Otsutsuki bloodline is purer than that of Indra or Ashura. As a vessel for the power of the Ten Tails, she is the best carrier. Others can't compare to her. Following Uchiha Akira's notice, Hinata quickly arrived at this enormous room. Upon entering, seeing the severed tail of the Ten Tails and the blood and flesh, Hinata was in a daze for quite a while. However, soon after seeing Uchiha Akira and Tsunade along with the four others, she became excited. She knew that she had officially entered the core of Konoha. That terrifying thing was clearly something only the true core of the village could come into contact with. Lord Hokage, Lady Tsunade, Minister Fugaku, Jonin Shursui. After entering, Hinata, Katsu greeted each of them. Tsunade and the others responded with smiles while carefully observing her. Especially Uchiha Fugaku, after scrutinizing her for a moment, gave a barely noticeable nod. This made Hinata Katsu feel puzzled. Although Fugaku's action was small, as a Jonin, he must have sensed something. Uchiha Akira nodded, looking at Hinata Katsu, and pointed to the tray of food on the solid wood table, saying, "This is what you will be doing from now on. Eat the flesh on the tray." Looking at the pale yellow flesh on the tray, Hinata Katsu glanced at the mountain of meat and had a guess in her heart. "I understand, Lord Hokage." Hinata Katsu nodded and walked toward the table. The flesh on the tray came from the Ten Tails, and the Ten Tails is. Uchiha Akira briefly explained, then pointed to the scroll on the table. The specifics are recorded in that scroll. You should take a look first. After hearing this, Hinata Katsu said earnestly, "I understand, Lord Hokage." After skimming through the scroll, a complex expression appeared on her face as she murmured, "So this world is already in grave danger. Really, I just became a free bird." Without hesitation, she picked up a piece of flesh and began to chew it. In an instant, her beautiful face twisted, her features scrunched together as if enduring immense pain. "Why does it taste so bad?" After a long while, Hinata Katsu managed to squeeze out those few words. Looking at her, Tsunade smiled, "Jonin Katsu, do you see that mountain of meat? The task given to us by Lord Hokage is to finish that delicacy that looks like a small mountain. Finish it." Hinata Katsu looked at the truly mountain-like pile of meat, her complexion growing paler. "Don't worry, we are here too," Tsunade replied with a bright smile. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed. Instantly, the 5 people present turned to look in the direction of the sound. Uchiha Akira was the first to appear at the source of the sound. The source was where the Ten Tails' severed tail connected to its body. The sound was caused by a massive tree emerging from a wound. Visibly, this giant tree was continuously writhing and growing upwards. In just a few breaths, a giant tree towering over 1,000 meters appeared in the room. This tree was completely bare, with only a few large leaves at the top. Upon closer inspection, one could faintly see purple buds. Chapter 216. The Jinchuriki's location exposed suddenly. The 6 enormous severed tails moved, writhing and eventually transforming into 6 thick roots that plunged into the ground. Fortunately, when Uchiha Akira ordered the construction of this room, enough space was left Otherwise, a collapse would have occurred by now. What is happening? Looking at the giant tree that was nearly breaking through the roof, Tsunade showed a shocked expression. Uchiha Akira gazed at the giant tree and said, perhaps this is another state of the Ten Tails, the God Tree. God Tree? Is that the final form of the Ten Tails transformation? Tsunade looked at Uchiha Akira. Perhaps. Uchiha Akira said uncertainly, this is just a fragmented body of the Ten Tails. How could it transform into the God Tree? Tsunade was puzzled. The Ten Tails is the God Tree, and the God Tree is also a tree. Perhaps it possesses certain characteristics of trees in nature, Uchiha Fugaka said, looking at the giant tree with some uncertainty. In nature, many trees can propagate directly from branches. He speculated that the God Tree might also have a similar reproductive ability. But that is the God Tree, not a willow tree by the riverside. Tsunade shook her head, not agreeing with this statement. At this moment, Uchiha Shursui, who had entered Sage Mode, spoke up. It is absorbing natural energy. Uchiha Akira, also in Sage Mode, said, it's still too early to draw conclusions. It is still growing. The fifth Hokage should have utilized it as a pseudo-Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails before it underwent transformation. Tsunade frowned while looking at the giant tree. Now that the Ten Tails body was undergoing changes, it was uncertain whether it was good or bad. In her view, it should have been made into a pseudo-Jinchuriki earlier. A pseudo-Jinchuriki is always just a pseudo-Jinchuriki. It will definitely not be as effective as the originally planned split Jinchuriki, similar to the Nine Tails. Uchiha Akira shook his head. Moreover, he did not intend to make it a split Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. That was merely a backup plan when he didn't have time to use the ghostly law technique. What he wanted was to treat the split of the Ten Tails as fusion material for the ghostly law technique. According to the original plan, after the clone of Otsutsuki Kagaya was reborn, he would use Yin-Yang release to give life to this fragmented Ten Tails body, thus obtaining a split Ten Tails similar to the original Nine Tails. Finally, he would fuse all the materials using the ghostly law technique to achieve a qualitative leap. However, now that the rebirth had not yet appeared, the fragmented Ten Tails was changing on its own. For now, they could only take it one step at a time. Tsunade shook her head, looking at the unchanged severed hand of the Ten Tails, revealing a look of relief. Fortunately, there was still a severed hand of the Ten Tails. It was not the worst-case scenario. It might not necessarily be a bad thing, Uchiha Akira said, not showing too much panic. The existence of that severed hand gave it a solid foundation. Time passed day by day, and soon half a year went by, quickly approaching the 55th year of Konoha. Another half a year passed, and the effects of Konoha's reforms became more and more significant. After the expansion, Konoha was now thriving, completely no longer resembling the village it had been before. Konoha now looked like a big city, not inferior to the big cities of the Land of Fire. After the reforms, Konoha developed vigorously in all aspects. The companies established by the construction and medical departments had already become giants in their respective industries and were moving toward monopoly. The agricultural department started the latest, but had already begun promoting high-quality food varieties and was starting to occupy the market. It has been proven that using wood release to cultivate good varieties is absolutely a powerful tool. Under the training of wood release ninjas, various grains, fruits, and vegetables all had new high-quality varieties. It can be foreseen that before long, the agriculture of the Land of Fire will be controlled by Konoha. Or rather, not just the Land of Fire. The agriculture of the entire ninja world will be under Konoha's control. From a source, nothing can escape Konoha's grasp. While Konoha's reforms were in full swing, Nagato from the Rain Country's Mangekyō finally received rare good news from White Zetsu. A white Zetsu emerged from the ground, looking at Nagato, who stood by the window watching the rainfall. Leader, we have discovered the hiding place of the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. Upon hearing White Zetsu's report, Nagato turned around suddenly, a smile appearing on his face. This was truly a rare piece of good news for him. Now, only one tail and the Seven Tails remained to resurrect the Ten Tails. As long as they obtained their chakra, the resurrection of the Ten Tails was within reach. Nagato asked, where exactly is it? White Zetsu said with a smile, the Seven-Tailed Jinchuriki is just a little girl. We searched for a long time before finding her. She is in Takigakure, raised as an ordinary person. It's our oversight. So that's how it is. The most dangerous place is indeed the safest place. This statement holds true. Nagato realized. Leader, when are we going to capture the Seven Tails? White Zetsu asked. Not in a hurry. Wait until you find out where the One-Tailed Jinchuriki is hiding. Then we can talk. You continue to observe the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. Nagato waved his hand. Since things have come to this point, we must be cautious. There can be no mistakes. If news of the Seven Tails being captured spreads, Sunagakure will definitely relocate the One-Tail Jinchuriki. And all the efforts made during this time will be wasted, requiring us to start infiltrating again. Rest assured, the news about the One-Tail Jinchuriki will come soon. Raza can't hide it for too long, White Zetsu said with a grin. The One-Tail, Shikaku, is different from other tailed beasts. It possesses sealing abilities itself, making it relatively difficult for Sunagakure's sealing techniques to seal Shikaku. Not to mention the rampage. Leaking chakra is a common occurrence. Once or twice it's fine, but after multiple times, with White Zetsu's keen senses, he will eventually notice. In fact, just a week after discovering the Seven Tails, White Zetsu found the hiding place of the One-Tail Jinchuriki. Once the hiding places of the two major Jinchuriki were discovered, Nagato immediately summoned the members of Akatsuki to prepare for action. In the bright conference room, all the current formal members of Akatsuki were present. Nagato, Konan, Uchiha Hikari, Orochimaru, Sasori, Kakuzu, and Zetsu, totaling 7 people. Leader, with this setup, do you plan to launch a full-scale attack? Are we attacking Konoha or another ninja village? Sasori calmly looked at Nagato. Since joining the Akatsuki organization, these members had not really exerted themselves. If this were a company, it would be too enjoyable. No. Nagato shook his head and said, Zetsu has found out where the One-Tail and Seven-Tail Jinchuriki are hiding. This time our goal is to bring back both Jinchuriki. Do we finally find them? We've been waiting for so long. Uchiha Hikari revealed a bright smile, her crimson Sharingan filled with cold light. Chapter 217. One-Tail and Seven-Tails captured. Nagato nodded and looked at Uchiha Hikari. Miss Hikari, I will leave the Seven Tails to you. I will handle the One-Tail. Just the Seven Tails. Uchiha Hikari scoffed. Miss Hikari, please act quickly. The later Konoha finds out, the better, Nagato instructed. Uchiha Hikari shrugged and said, just a tailed beast under my Sharingan. It's just a powerless beast. Nagato nodded and continued. This time, I will also trouble Miss Hikari to have Senju Tobarama send me to Sunagakure. White Zetsu has already taken the Flying Thunder God mark over there. No problem. Uchiha Hikari nodded. Seeing that the two had finished their arrangements, Sasori expressed some dissatisfaction. Leader, what about us? Do we come here just to listen to your arrangements? Sasori, don't rush. It's not your time to exert yourselves yet. There will be plenty for you to do in the future, Nagato said meaningfully. These formal members of Akatsuki had other uses for Nagato. In the future, when they become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, the existing order of the ninja world will inevitably need to be rewritten, and at that time, the 5 great ninja villages will surely be destroyed. The destruction of the ninja villages does not mean that the ninjas from those villages will all be wiped out. At that time, Akatsuki will become the ruler of the ninja world. The uses for Sasori, Kakuzu, and Orochimaru will then emerge, allowing them to deal with the remnants of the 5 great nations who refuse to submit and hide underground. Regarding the future, Nagato already had a vision and plan in mind. In the future? That's fine. After all, I have already obtained eternity. Do as you please. Sasori shrugged, completely indifferent. Orochimaru and Kakuzu were also unconcerned. They too had obtained eternal life, and their experiences in Akatsuki were merely a temporary stop in their eternal lives. Then, Nagato looked at Orochimaru. Mr. Orochimaru, how is the progress on the improvement of the Edo Tensei? A smile appeared on Orochimaru's pale face as he said, Leader, it will take a bit more time. Although the learning difficulty of this forbidden technique is not high, it's not easy to improve it to the level where the Edo Tensei can exhibit the strength of its living form. Nagato nodded and calmly said, Mr. Orochimaru, just do your best. We still have time. The brief meeting concluded, and under Uchiha Hikari's control, Senju Tobarama appeared, taking Nagato and herself away. In the Land of Wind, at a hidden base of Sunagakure. This was one of several bases of Sunagakure in the Land of Wind, a large base housing hundreds of Sunagakure ninjas. On a 3-story building, Nagato and Senju Tobarama appeared in black cloaks with red clouds. After bringing Nagato here, Senju Tobarama left immediately. Looking at this hidden base among the mountains, Nagato expanded his perception. As he did so, he immediately sensed the chakra of the One-Tail Jinchuriki. To Nagato, the chakra of the One-Tail Jinchuriki was so obvious, like a candle in the night sky. Just a child, huh? Sorry, but for peace, I can only sacrifice you. Nagato murmured. Then he clasped his hands together and shouted, Shinra Tensei. Boom! The invisible repulsive force erupted, sending all the buildings and ninjas within 100 meters of the base flying like straw. At present, Nagato's Shinra Tensei was far more powerful than before. With just one strike, Nagato eliminated all the ninjas in this Sunigakure base. Watching the smoke and dust spread after the repulsive force dissipated, Nagato formed hand seals. Crack a thick tree root broke through the hard ground, surging into the smoke like a swimming dragon. The root continued to extend and shake, and, after a few breaths, it stopped extending and retracted from smoke. At the tip of the root, a small boy about 4 or 5 years old with red hair was wrapped up. He was none other than Gaara, the son of the 4th Kazekage of Sunigakure. Looking at the tailed beast chakra continuously surging from the boy, Nagato murmured, "The one tail is indeed weak. It can't even break free from such would release." Although the one tail was relatively weak, its chakra was a necessary condition for reviving the 10 tails, like a piece of a puzzle. "Stay still." Nagato's gaze sharpened, and a golden sealing chain shot out from his body, instantly binding Gaara like a rice dumpling. This was a secret technique of the Uzumaki clan, the Diamond Lock, which had a great restraining ability against tailed beasts, and Nagato had only recently mastered it. Holding a kunai inscribed with the flying thunder god mark, Nagato carried the bound Gaara away from this base of Sunigakure. Under the earlier Shinra Tensei, only the Jinchuriki survived in this base, while all others, whom Nagato had focused on, were killed. The reason for leaving was merely precautionary. With Uchiha Hikari possessing space-time ninjutsu, Nagato had fought her multiple times without gaining an advantage, and he was extremely wary of her. On the other side, Uchiha Hikari did not act as vigorously as Nagato in Takigakure. Senju Tobarama directly brought her to the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Fu. The rest was simple. Uchiha Hikari's crimson Sharingan glared, and the young Jinchuriki immediately lost her self-awareness. Not being a perfect Jinchuriki, she had no connection with the tailed beast, so naturally, there was no tailed beast to help her break the illusion. The next moment, Senju Tobarama took Uchiha Hikari and the Seven Tails Jinchuriki back to Amigakure. From the appearance to the capture, it took less than a minute. Even the people of Takigakure did not know where their village's Jinchuriki had gone. To avoid attracting attention, Takigakure did not keep a strict watch over the Jinchuriki. In such extraordinary times, strict supervision would only increase the chance of exposure. At present, it will take some time to truly confirm the disappearance of the Jinchuriki in Takigakure. After sending Uchiha Hikari back to Amigakure, Nagato quickly returned to Amigakure with Gaara's help. Deep within the dark cave, Nagato and Uchiha Hikari stood on one of the hands of the Gedomazo. They each formed hand seals, and below the statue, Gaara emitted a tremendous amount of tailed beast chakra from his 7 orifices. For someone of their strength, sealing the tailed beast into the statue's body was a simple task. As the resurrection of the Gedomazo progressed, the speed of sealing the tailed beasts also accelerated. In less than 2 hours, the 1 tail and 7 tails were sealed inside the Gedomazo. Finally, Nagato watched as the 8 eyes on the statue's head spun around excitedly, feeling an overwhelming sense of excitement in his heart. The Gedomazo was just 1 step away from fully resurrecting as the 10 tails. As long as they sealed in the chakra of the 9 tails, Nagato's long-cherished wish would be fulfilled, to become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, with invincible power, crushing the entire ninja world, and creating a peace era that belonged to Nagato himself. Chapter 218, Urgent Situation at this moment. Uchiha Hikari's cold voice echoed. "Are you really not going to try to go to Konoha and retrieve the 9 tails?" Nagato's daydreams about the future were interrupted, and he shook his head, saying, "We don't even know who the 9 tails Jinchuriki is. Who else could it be? The only ones in Konoha qualified to become the 9 tails Jinchuriki are those 2. Uchiha Hikari replied coldly, with the presence of white Zetsu. Although they did not know the specific candidate for the 9 tails Jinchuriki, they had basically narrowed it down. Currently, in Konoha, the only candidates were the children of the 4th Hokage couple and that member of the Uzumaki clan named Uzumaki Karen. After the battle back then, Nagato clearly knew that the children of the 4th Hokage couple had not died. In terms of being a Jinchuriki, the Uzumaki clan was the best. The candidates for the 9 tails Jinchuriki would undoubtedly be one of those 2. After pondering for a long time, Nagato finally spoke. "Forget it with our current strength. Forcing our way into Konoha would lead to a bad outcome. During the battle to capture the 3 tails, we took advantage of the situation, but if they are truly prepared, we would be in great danger. Do as you please. Anyway, the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails is you." Uchiha Hikari shrugged, leaping off the statue's hand and disappearing into the darkness. Watching the direction in which Uchiha Hikari vanished, Nagato shook his head and left as well. The news of the disappearance of the One-Tails and Seven-Tails Jinchuriki quickly reached Konoha. After learning that the One-Tails and Seven-Tails had been captured, Uchiha Akira, Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shursui, and Hinata Hanabi gathered in the conference room to discuss the matter. The situation was extremely critical. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Akira, her expression serious. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, stating solemnly, "At this point, Nagato only needs the chakra of the Nine Tails to resurrect the 10 Tails. The situation is very unfavorable for us. From various signs, even just a part of the Tail Beast chakra could allow the 10 Tails to resurrect. They could easily guess this. Since only part of the chakra was needed to resurrect the 10 Tails, it was likely that Nagato would need to come to Konoha to seize the Nine Tails chakra. With Orochimaru around, he could use the Edo Tensei technique to summon the Gold and Silver brothers' bodies to the ninja world. In this way, Nagato would have gathered the chakra of all nine-tailed beasts. The situation was indeed very unfavorable for us. Uchiha Akira's expression was grave. Considering the current situation, Nagato was indeed one step ahead of them. After obtaining the One-Tails and Seven-Tails, Nagato could become the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails at any moment. Uchiha Akira did not believe that after Uchiha Obito's death, Kurizetsu would fail to inform Nagato about the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. The infinite Tsukuyomi was still uncertain, and Nagato's character might not lead him to use this technique. However, given the current circumstances, a Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails would undoubtedly be born. Once the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails appeared, it meant that Kagaya Otsutsuki could be resurrected at any time. If Kagaya Otsutsuki were to resurrect, the infinite Tsukuyomi would inevitably follow. In short, the current situation was highly unfavorable for Uchiha Akira and the others. Unfortunately, we are not prepared yet. Tsunade's face was full of regret. Half a year had passed, and the four of them had each consumed a large amount of the 10 Tails' flesh and blood. As time went by, their adaptability to the 10 Tails' flesh and blood grew stronger, and the amount they consumed daily increased as well. However, even so, they had not been able to completely finish off the massive chunks of meat. According to their current pace, it would take at least another 6 months to completely consume the 10 Tails' flesh. Currently, their strength had made significant progress, much stronger than 6 months ago. However, the stronger they became, the deeper their understanding of the 10 Tails' power. Just a portion of the flesh had granted them considerable increases in strength. The complete Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails would undoubtedly possess power beyond their imagination. They knew that with their current strength, they could not compete with a true Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. Uchiha Akira spoke. There's no need to be too pessimistic. Even if the 10 Tails were to resurrect now, its power wouldn't be comparable to that of the 10 Tails from ancient times. We do have the ability to resist. Just as he said, the current 10 Tails was indeed far weaker compared to the 10 Tails of the past. Currently, the only tailed beasts sealed within the 10 Tails body were the 1 Tails and the 7 Tails. The remaining 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and even the 9 Tails were incomplete. Among them, the 5 Tails and 6 Tails were in relatively good condition, while the others were much more incomplete, especially the 9 Tails. The 10 Tails resurrected with incomplete tailed beast chakra would be greatly affected in its state, and its power would certainly be far inferior to that of a truly complete 10 Tails. When Uchiha Obito became the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails in the original story, the state of the 10 Tails was better than Nagato's current 10 Tails. However, even so, Naruto and Sasuke at that time had the strength to fight. Although Obito was ultimately defeated due to ideological reasons, they at least had the power to engage in battle. There was no reason for them not to be as capable as Naruto and Sasuke back then. This is also true. The state of the 10 Tails will definitely affect the power of the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, so our situation may not be as dire as we imagined. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. They had just compared their current strength to that of the truly complete 10 Tails, which made them feel a sense of despair. However, they could not let their guard down. We must be cautious of the infinite Tsukuyomi of the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, Tsunade said solemnly. Rest assured, we must be prepared for the infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Akira note that they were all clear about the method and process of casting the infinite Tsukuyomi. There are 2 methods to perform the infinite Tsukuyomi. The first is to become the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails, summon the God Tree, let the God Tree's flower buds bloom, reveal the Rinne Sharingan, and project the power of the Rinne Sharingan onto the moon to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi. The second is to absorb the God Tree, causing Kagaya Otsutsuki's Rinne Sharingan to appear, then approach the moon and project the ocular power onto the moon to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi. Without the Rinne Sharingan, only the first method can be used, which requires a certain waiting time. The waiting time is related to the state of the Ten Tails. Essentially, both methods are performed through the Rinne Sharingan. The key lies in whether the Ten Tails Jinchuriki possesses the Rinne Sharingan. The activation of the Rinne Sharingan requires absorption of the God Tree. The key point is the relationship between the Ten Tails and the God Tree. The subtlety of this is something Uchiha Akira and the others do not fully understand. In short, in the original work, Uchiha Obito becomes the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and then spits out the Divine Tree. Logically, the Outer Path Golem is the sprout of the Divine Tree, and the Ten Tails is the Divine Tree, but based on his performance, it seems to be something else. After all, after Uchiha Obito's defeat, the tailed beasts were extracted, yet the Divine Tree still exists, unaffected. Chapter 219, Birth of the Rinnegan. Given the current situation, even if Nagato plans to use infinite Tsukuyomi, we have a little time to react and make final preparations. Tsunade said, her serious expression easing somewhat. Uchiha Akira said solemnly, so, there's no need to panic too much. With the current incomplete Ten Tails revived using the tailed beast chakra, even if he wants to use infinite Tsukuyomi, we still have time to try to stop him. In any case, we must be ready for a decisive battle with Nagato. Uchiha Akira looked sternly at the four people. Tsunade shrugged and said, you can rest assured about that. Fifth Hokage, we have been prepared for a long time. For now, we still cannot be careless about the Nine Tails Jinchuriki's safety to avoid being caught off guard by Nagato. Uchiha Fugaka reminded. Currently, Akatsuki has Senju Tobarama, and with the Flying Thunder God technique combined with the ever-present Black Zetsu, plus Uchiha Hikari's eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, once they discover the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, they could likely succeed in taking the Jinchuriki away in less than a minute. At that time, the situation will inevitably worsen. Uchiha Akira nodded. Please keep a close watch on the Jinchuriki. I understand. Leave Sasuke to me, no problem. Uchiha Fugaka nodded seriously. For Uzumaki Karen and Naruto. Shursui and I are enough. Tsunade nodded. Beside them, Uchiha Shursui added, don't worry, Akira. As long as I'm alive, no one can take Naruto and Karen away. Yes, I trust you with this. Uchiha Akira nodded, and finally looked at Hinata, saying, Hinata, please continue to use your Byakugan to monitor the village. If you see any suspicious individuals approaching the Jinchuriki, report to us immediately. After half a year, Hinata's Byakugan has undergone significant evolution. Although it is still far from the Rinnegan, its observation range is already sufficient to cover the activities of the Jinchuriki. I understand, Hokage-sama. Hinata nodded seriously. After discussing some specifics, the meeting concluded. With the end of the meeting, Uchiha Akira went to his clone laboratory. He visits this lab every day, not only to check the status of the clones, but also to inhabit the clone of Otsutsuki Kagaya to extract chakra for the final evolution of the Byakugan. Yes, Uchiha Akira could sense that the Byakugan in Otsutsuki Kagaya's eyes has reached the final step and is about to make the last leap to become the Rinnegan. This is one of his sources of confidence. Once the Rinnegan is born, and assisted by Sage Mode, even the Ten Tails Jinchuriki will have the power to contend. After checking the status of all the clones and confirming that there were no abnormalities, Uchiha Akira stepped forward with his spiritual body and entered the clone of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Once inside this body, Uchiha Akira skillfully began to extract chakra. It must be said that the quality of the Otsutsuki clan's chakra is indeed high. According to Uchiha Akira's observations, even after consuming a considerable amount of Ten Tails flesh, Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui still fall short compared to Otsutsuki Kagaya. It's known that their chakra already contains the chakra of the Ten Tails, which is the power of the Six Paths. However, even so, in terms of quality, it cannot compare to Otsutsuki Kagaya. As Uchiha Akira's spiritual body entered the clone of Otsutsuki Kagaya, a continuous stream of Otsutsuki chakra was extracted, promptly supplied to the eyes that were ready to evolve. The energy of this clone's body seemed inexhaustible, no matter how much chakra Uchiha Akira extracted. The body's energy always flowed endlessly. His own body, in terms of energy, is far inferior to this clone. About half an hour later, Uchiha Akira extracted enough chakra for the Byakugan's daily consumption. Just as he was about to leave this clone, the chakra within the clone suddenly surged towards the eyes like a river bursting its banks. In an instant, The eyes devoured a quarter of the chakra from the clone's body and continued to consume the remaining chakra. Without hesitation, Uchiha Akira extinguished his thoughts of leaving and continued to extract chakra vigorously to supply the eyes. He knew the critical moment had arrived. The Rinnegan was about to appear. Thus, an hour later, under the control of Uchiha Akira's spiritual body, the clone of Otsutsuki Kagaya opened its eyelids, revealing a pair of sapphire blue eyes. These eyes were so different and beautiful, resembling a beautiful sapphire. A black pupil with blue and bright white hexagonal ice crystals forming the iris made these eyes look incredibly beautiful. Rinnegan. After nearly 4 years of cultivation, Uchiha Akira finally brought these eyes into existence. Looking at the sapphire blue Rinnegan in the mirror, the clone showed a hint of intoxication. In terms of appearance, these eyes were indeed much stronger than the Sharingan. Looking at the mirror, Uchiha Akira thought. A green light burst forth from him, instantly transforming into a green chakra cloak that enveloped the clone. Rinnegan chakra mode activated. The air trembled slightly, and black orbs appeared, arranged in a circular formation behind Uchiha Akira. These are the special truth-seeking balls produced in the Rinnegan chakra mode. Such powerful strength. Uchiha Akira exclaimed after sensing it for a while. The power of the Rinnegan chakra mode was even stronger than he had imagined. If it weren't for the Kamui, a visual jutsu that could be considered a bug, he was confident he could easily defeat himself. According to Uchiha Akira's calculations, after entering Rinnegan chakra mode, he was confident he could simultaneously defeat Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui, who had already consumed a large amount of Ten-Tail's flesh. This is the power of the Rinnegan. With a thought, a dark truth-seeking ball floated over and landed in his palm. The truth-seeking ball, created using yin-yang release combined with 7 attributes of chakra, contains incredibly terrifying power and can easily destroy a vast forest. Without the power of the 6 paths, one cannot even touch the truth-seeking ball infused with yin-yang release. With a thought, natural energy surged in, and Uchiha Akira controlled the clone to enter Sage mode. After adjusting for a while, Uchiha Akira nodded. Indeed feasible. At this moment, his state was the Rinnegan chakra mode combined with Sage mode. Entering Sage mode, black patterns and the unique eye markings of Sage mode appeared on his face, although they were not very noticeable under the Rinnegan chakra mode. The combination of these 2 powerful modes made Uchiha Akira distinctly feel that his strength was stronger than in pure Rinnegan chakra mode. Perhaps in this state, he had truly stepped into the threshold of the 6 paths. Uchiha Akira thought. As for what level constitutes the 6 paths, Uchiha Akira did not have a clear understanding and could only rely on instinct to discern. After all, there is no objective division. It is merely a human-made classification. Chapter 220. Divided Ten-Tails. After studying the Rinnegan for a while, Uchiha Akira exited the Rinnegan chakra mode. The Rinnegan had just been born and was not yet truly stable. It needs to go through 3 movements before the Rinnegan can be considered truly formed and stable. The current state is only temporary. Excessive use will cause it to regress. After the spirit returns to the body and the Rinnegan is born, Uchiha may truly feels confident. Even if Nagato becomes the Jinchuriki of the Ten-Tails and possesses the Rinnegan, he will have the confidence to confront him. As days pass, Uchiha Mei and the others keep a close watch on the movements in the ninja world and the situation with the moon. They initially thought Nagato would quickly become the Jinchuriki of the Ten-Tails, but things did not develop as they imagined. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the year in Konoha's 55th year, and nearly half a year had passed. The ninja world remained peaceful, and, evidently, Nagato had not become the Jinchuriki of the Ten-Tails. At first, Uchiha Mei and the others were puzzled, but they soon figured it out. Most likely, he was stuck on the Edo Tensei technique. Given the current precision of the Edo Tensei technique, it was probably still insufficient. It was not difficult to guess what cards Nagato had up his sleeve. Uchiha Mei basically knew. However, Uchiha Mei did not let his guard down. With so much time passed, Orochimaru's abilities had likely allowed him to improve the Edo Tensei technique. In that empty room, Uchiha Mei, Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shursui, and Hinata Kurenai gathered. In the spacious room, the mound of flesh from the Ten-Tails had already been consumed by the 4 of them. Now, compared to when they first started, the strength of Tsunade and the others had undergone a qualitative leap. Even a piece of flesh from the Ten-Tails contained the power of the 6 paths, which had transformed their strength. At this point, they had surpassed Uchiha Mei in terms of raw power. After 6 months of training, they had also mastered the technique of spiritualization, allowing them to effectively deal with the resurrection of the ten-tailed spirit. It could be said that Konoha was already prepared for the outbreak of war. Tsunade looked at Uchiha, Mei, and asked, "Fifth Hokage, how are your preparations going?" Everyone present knew that Uchiha, Mei had his own plans. They did not inquire too much about the Hokage's matters, as it was related to his trump cards. The less they knew, the better. "I'm almost ready. I just need to wait for the right time," Uchiha Mei said. Uchiha Mei had nearly completed his preparations and just needed the right timing next year to perform the ritual for the Kyubi no Yoru, achieving a breakthrough. "That's good." Tsunade nodded and did not ask further. Uchiha Mei turned to Hinata Kurenai and asked with concern, "Kurenai, how is your Rinnegan coming along? Any signs of awakening?" Hinata Kurenai shook her head. "There are still no signs of awakening. My ocular power is still growing. I probably won't be able to fight alongside you, Hokage." Everyone present knew that the battle with Nagato could erupt at any moment. Their instincts told them that day was very near. "It's okay. Such things cannot be rushed. Our preparations are almost complete." Uchiha Mei smiled slightly, not overly concerned. "Fifth Hokage, what are your plans for the god tree that formed from the ten-tailed severed tail?" Tsunade turned to look at the giant tree. After half a year, the giant tree had undergone significant changes. Originally having only 6 massive roots, it had grown 4 more enormous roots after absorbing a large amount of natural energy. At the top of the tree, the flower bud had fully bloomed, revealing a crimson fruit. This was not a chakra fruit. It resembled the Rinnegan almost exactly. Unlike the Rinnegan, this fruit had only 3 tomo instead of 9. Clearly, this tree could not be compared to a complete god tree. Uchiha Mei had long suspected this. He believed that the fruit was essentially an eye. Uchiha Mei said confidently, "Don't worry, I have arrangements for this tree." With the Rinnegan in hand, Uchiha Mei naturally had a way. He could directly use yin-yang release to forcibly shape it and then give it life. This was not difficult for him, who possessed the Rinnegan. It would be best to do it quickly. Nagato might act soon. Tsunade nodded, not asking further. "Rest assured, there should be enough time," Uchiha Mei replied. At this point, there were less than 2 days left until Konoha's 56th year. In 2 days, the right time for the Kyubi no Yoru ritual would arrive. When both the right time and place coincided, he could complete the ritual for the Kyubi no Yoru. The small gathering quickly ended, and after everyone left, Uchiha Mei summoned a space-time vortex. He transferred the clone of Otsutsuki Kagaya from the Kamui dimension into the room. With a thought, Uchiha Mei's spirit merged into the body of the Otsutsuki Kagaya clone. In an instant, the clone opened its eyes, revealing the deep blue Rinnegan. At this moment, after 3 cycles of rebirth, the Rinnegan had completely evolved, with no risk of reverting to the Byakugan. Approaching the giant tree, Uchiha Mei entered the Rinnegan chakra mode. The green Rinnegan chakra enveloped him, and the chakra orbs appeared behind him. Uchiha Mei extended his hand and placed it on the trunk of the giant tree, while his deep blue Rinnegan fixed its gaze on the god tree. After a wave, Uchiha Mei suddenly realized, so that's how it is. In Rinnegan chakra mode, Uchiha Mei used the overwhelming ocular power of the Rinnegan to see its essence. For this god tree, it was indeed just a different form of the Ten Tails at a certain stage. The reason it could not transform into the Ten Tails form was that its spirit had been destroyed, causing it to revert to the form of a tree. As long as its spirit was revived, it could naturally change back into the Ten Tails form. Uchiha Mei had consciously been destroying the spirit of the Ten Tails, which was why it had remained in the form of a tree. Uchiha Mei murmured, "Since that's the case, it saves me a step. I don't need to shape it specifically, just create its spirit." He originally thought he would need to use yin-yang release to shape it, and then give it consciousness. Now it seemed that he only needed to provide consciousness. Uchiha Mei extended his hand, covered in Rinnegan chakra, and pressed it against the massive god tree, activating yin-yang release. Over the past 6 months, Uchiha Mei had become familiar with using the various abilities of the Rinnegan. Naturally, using yin-yang release was no problem. As his consciousness was injected, the enormous god tree began to change, trembling continuously, shaking the entire underground space. With a loud rumble, a massive root rose from the ground, transforming into a tail that waved like a yellow dragon. Chapter 221. The storm is coming with continuous roars. Massive roots writhed, emerging from the ground and transforming into long tails. As the roots pulled out of the ground, the entire massive room began to shake, almost collapsing. However, this room had long been reinforced by Uchiha Mei and the others. Although it shook violently, it was just shaking. As the tails appeared, the giant god tree seemed to morph into a fluid, flowing like a torrent from top to bottom. The earth-colored liquid form of the god tree continually changed, gradually transforming into the humanoid form of the ten tails that Uchiha May had seen before. The earth-colored liquid that had taken the shape of the god tree began to writhe. And soon, a humanoid ten tails emerged in the massive room. At first glance, this ten tails looked no different from the one Uchiha May had seen in ancient times, with bulging muscles and ten tails flying behind it. However, Uchiha May could immediately tell that this ten tails was vastly different from the one in ancient times. In ancient times, the ten tails possessed the Rinnegan with 9 tomo and had a body size exceeding a kilometer, truly a colossal being. The ten tails under Uchiha Akira has only 3 tomo in its red eye, indicating a significant disparity in power between the two. Moreover, this ten tails is smaller than the ancient one by 2 circles. Roughly estimated, its size is only about 2/3 of the complete ten tails from ancient times. This is after Uchiha Akira fed most of the tailed beast chakra he had to it to help it grow to its current state. Without the tailed beast chakra given by Uchiha Akira, it would be quite remarkable if it reached half the size of the original ten tails. Watching the god tree fully transform into the ten tails, Uchiha Akira returned his spirit form to his body and recalled the clone of Otsutsuki Kagaya back to the Kamui dimension. The critical moment was approaching, and he did not want any unexpected incidents to occur. Just as he had recalled the clone of Otsutsuki Kagaya, Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shursui, and Hinata Kurenai rushed to the scene. Sensing the disturbance, they hurried over immediately. Upon entering the area, the 4 were instantly petrified. The enormous ten tails sat cross-legged on the ground like a monk, hands pressed together. It was very quiet, with no violent emotions in its single scarlet Tomo Rinnegan. 5th Hokage. What's going on? After a while, they finally regained their senses. Uchiha Akira smiled and looked at the 4. As you can see, this is the ten tails transformed from that god tree. You actually created a ten tails. When I saw it, I thought you had stolen Nagato's ten tails. Tsunade said in shock. Akira, so this is your preparation? Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed. If that's the case, then it was indeed worth the wait. In their perception, the power of this ten tails was like an endless ocean, unfathomable and vast, giving a feeling akin to nature itself. Uchiha Akira shook his head. This is not a truly complete ten tails. A truly complete ten tails is much stronger than this one. How strong is the real ten tails? Uchiha Shursui showed a look of shock. In his view, this ten tails was already incredibly powerful. Just how strong is the real ten tails? He couldn't even begin to predict. In any case, it is much stronger than mine. You can tell just by looking at the eyes. There is a significant gap between them. Uchiha Akira pointed at the ten tails' head and said, A Rinnegan with Tomo? Is this the Rinnegan? Hinata Kurenai showed a puzzled expression. As core members of the village, Uchiha Akira and the others had shared most of their knowledge with her, so she was also aware of the ten tails. Uchiha Akira shook his head. I don't know if this counts as a Rinnegan. As far as I know, the Rinnegan has 9 tomo, and I don't know if this counts as one. Even if it doesn't, I feel it is stronger than the Rinnegan. Uchiha Fugaku spoke. Looking at the eye on the ten tails' head, his face filled with seriousness. He could feel the immense power contained within that eye, far surpassing the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Moreover, it was an eternal Mangekyō Sharingan empowered by the 6 paths. In any case, this is a good thing. Tsunade looked at the ten tails, her worries eased. With this ten tails present, the situation wouldn't deteriorate to the worst extent. They now had some confidence in defeating Nagato. In front of the 4, Uchiha Akira used Kamui to transfer the ten tails to the dimension. Afterward, he looked at Tsunade and the others. From now on, the village's safety is in your hands. I need to make the final preparations, which may take about 3 days. Tsunade said seriously, You go ahead, we will take care of things here in the village. After seeing the 4 nod, Uchiha Akira concentrated his thoughts and disappeared before them. When he reappeared, he was already in a place in the ninja world called Mount Sumeru. This place is located within the Land of Frost, and he needed to wait for the solar eclipse to arrive at Mount Sumeru. Then, under favorable conditions, he would hold the Jiroya ceremony, using celestial phenomena and earth power to complete the ritual and merge the 5 major materials for his transformation. Inside the vast and empty belly of Mount Sumeru, Uchiha Akira's figure appeared. When he found this place, he noticed that it had already been simply renovated by Obito. In the center of the mountain belly, there was a huge altar with 5 pillars standing around it. The pillars were meant to hold the materials needed for the Jiraiya ceremony and also to enhance the sense of ritual. However, for Uchiha Akira, the pillars were unnecessary. The Ten Tails is so large that those small pillars were even smaller than a single hair of the Ten Tails. With his thoughts flowing, the Kamui vortex appeared, and the materials for the Jiraiya technique began to emerge one by one from the Kamui dimension. The clone of Yugo, belonging to the Sage Body. The clone of Senju Hashirama, belonging to Yang Release. The clone of Otsutsuki Kagaya, belonging to the Otsutsuki clan, the Ten Tails, and the Rinnegan. These are the 5 major materials required for Uchiha Akira's Jiraiya ceremony. As they appeared, the enormous mountain belly became somewhat crowded. Uchiha Akira looked up and saw the moon through the opening above the mountain belly. Everything is ready, only waiting for the east wind. Next, what he needed to do was wait for the year 56 of Konoha to arrive, and then complete the Jiraiya ceremony in one go. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the last day of the 55th year of Konoha. As night fell, Uchiha Akira's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. At this moment, in the rain country, in the hidden rain village, in the dark, empty mountain belly, a massive outer path golem stood tall. All the official members of the Akatsuki organization gathered here. Impure world reincarnation. Accompanied by Orochimaru's hoarse voice, gray-white dust surged from the ground, swirling and covering the 2 white Zetsus. After a writhing motion, 2 figures emerged. One had yellow hair, and the other had gray hair, both having 2 horns and 6 whiskers on their faces. They were the brothers Kin and Jin. At this moment, the impure world reincarnation had been improved by Orochimaru, reaching an extremely high level of precision, almost perfectly restoring the power of the deceased in life. After Kin and Jin appeared, a clattering sound followed, and chains of ghostly blue burst from the golem's mouth, binding the 2. Amid their roars and curses, Kin and Jin were swallowed by the golem. Chapter 222. The Resurrection of the Ten Tails. The moment Kin and Jin were swallowed, the last eye of the outer path golem, which had its head tightly closed, opened. In an instant, the atmosphere in the cave changed, and a certain terrifying and extremely brutal will surged from the golem. This will was so vast and terrifying, filled with brutality, devoid of any rationality. Everyone present felt the hair on their bodies stand on end, covered in goosebumps. A roar that could shatter gold and split stone erupted, as the mountain-like golem raised its hands, covering its head and letting out a tremendous roar. The sound wave shook, and the entire cave trembled violently, with large rocks tumbling down. What a terrifying power! Orochimaru looked at the roaring golem, a hint of pain appearing on his face. Even with his strength, he felt incredibly oppressed and uncomfortable, and this was only the beginning of its resurrection. I really want to dissect it little by little and study it thoroughly in the laboratory. Orochimaru extended his long tongue, a flash of greed passing through his golden eyes. This level of power is far beyond even the original Senju Hashirama. Kakuzu's green eyes were filled with shock. Even the usually calm Scorpion, who seemed unfazed by anything, showed a hint of shock in his eyes. Beside Nagato, Conan looked at the giant roaring Gedomazo and smiled. Now, peace was just a step away. They only needed to wait for the Ten Tails to be fully revived before Nagato could become its Jinchuriki. Once Nagato became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he would gain power equivalent to that of the Sage of 6 Paths. At that time, Nagato would be able to implement his vision of peace with his unmatched strength. No one would be able to stop him. Not far away, a pair of Crimson Sharingan were watching the reviving Gedomazo, and Uchiha Itachi smiled slightly. Kagaya watched the roaring Gedomazo with a hint of excitement on his face. After a long wait and planning, the moment of truth was finally at hand. Even with Kagaya's patience, he felt an inexplicable thrill. In the trembling cave, Nagato looked at the members of the Akatsuki and said solemnly, "I ask for your help." After hearing Nagato's words, Conan, Kakashi, Scorpion, and Orochimaru nodded, then instantly moved to the 4 corners of the cave. Next, they formed hand seals and shouted for Crimson Ray formation. A slightly transparent crimson barrier rose from the ground, enveloping the reviving Ten Tails. This was a precaution. If the revival of the Ten Tails caused too much commotion and attracted attention from Konoha, leading to Uchiha Obito's interference, it would be problematic. Thus, Nagato devised this plan. Nagato gazed at the roaring Gedomazo and marveled. Such shocking power! It hasn't even fully revived, and its strength is already so immense, completely unfathomable. This power was indeed incredibly strong. Uchiha Itachi squinted at the Geto Mazo, slowly nodding. The roar of the Geto Mazo did not last long. It had gathered the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts, meeting the conditions for the Ten Tails revival. A few minutes later, the Geto Mazo underwent a tremendous transformation, its form expanding wildly and becoming immense. At the same time, the protrusions on its back extended madly, transforming into long tails resembling azure dragons, with a small mountain forming on its back. Its mouth, which had previously resembled that of a human, split open into a terrifyingly large maw. And above the maw, a crimson Rinnegan opened, brutally gazing at those present. Is this the revived Ten Tails? Its size is astonishing. The four maintaining the four crimson ray formation looked at the Ten Tails in awe. At this moment, the Ten Tails was unimaginably large, dwarfing even the tailed beasts in comparison. Its palm alone was larger than them. How terrifying! Conan shivered at the sight of the Ten Tails' monstrous maw and its crimson Rinnegan. The Ten Tails was not only colossal, but its power was vast and immeasurable. Is the power of the Sage of Six Paths derived from this terrifying beast? How is such a creature even born? Is it truly a primordial species that originated on this planet? Orochimaru looked at the Ten Tails, his face filled with eager curiosity. This is the Ten Tails. Uchiha Itachi appeared somewhat dazed. The form the Ten Tails exhibited after its true revival exceeded her expectations. Nagato looked at the Ten Tails, his face showing a hint of excitement. What terrifying power! Looking at the Ten Tails, both Nagato and Uchiha Itachi leaped onto its enormous head. Next, they needed to control the transformation of the Ten Tails. Its current state was not yet suitable for becoming its Jinchuriki. At this moment, the Ten Tails' power could still increase. This was not its peak state. With a soft sound, two tubes extended from the Ten Tails and entered their heads, connecting the three of them, even without the Rinnegan. Uchiha Itachi, possessing Senju Hashirama cells and the power of the Uchiha clan, could still control the Ten Tails. Boom! Suddenly, the Ten Tails' massive forelegs lifted, taking a step forward, causing the entire cave, along with the barrier, to tremble. On the enormous head of the Ten Tails, Nagato frowned. The Ten Tails is indeed difficult to control. Uchiha Itachi crossed her arms and smiled. I really want to test the power of the Ten Tails' tailed beast bomb. Do you think it could wipe out a country in one go? Uchiha Itachi suddenly looked at Nagato, feeling the seemingly endless power of the Ten Tails increasing. Nagato nodded solemnly. If it charges up, it definitely could. Uchiha Itachi raised an eyebrow and said, I'm talking about a large nation, not some small one. It probably wouldn't be enough to make an entire large nation disappear. Nagato shook his head, then deeply looked at Uchiha Itachi, warningly saying, Miss Itachi, your thoughts are too extreme. I won't let you do that. TCH, how boring. Uchiha Itachi said dismissively, somewhat regretfully. I was thinking of directly controlling this guy to unleash a charge-tailed beast bomb on Konoha. If it were a charge-tailed beast bomb, even Uchiha Bito's space-time ninjutsu wouldn't be able to transfer such a massive tailed beast bomb in time. Uchiha Itachi looked eagerly towards the direction of the Land of Fire. Konoha. Nagato shook his head, saying, Miss Itachi, I won't let you do that. My peace should include a part of the people of the Land of Fire, not their complete annihilation. Uchiha Itachi shrugged, dissatisfied. TCH, sometimes you're really rigid and boring. Nagato remained silent, focusing on controlling the Ten Tails beneath him to allow it to recover faster. Soon, under their control, the Ten Tails' form changed again. First, it transformed into a slender, standing humanoid shape. Then, the Ten Tails' muscles swelled, becoming incredibly robust. At this moment, the Ten Tails resembled the one that Uchiha Bito saw in ancient times. Its muscles bulged, sitting cross-legged like a monk with its 10 long tails swaying slightly behind it. An overwhelming and terrifying aura spread, causing even the barrier formed by the four crimson ray formation to tremble and ripple. Chapter 223, divided in two as the Ten Tails was completely revived. The weather in the Land of Rain changed dramatically. The sky was filled with rolling dark clouds, and thunder roared continuously as these clouds spread outwards at an incredibly terrifying speed. Soon, the entire Land of Rain was covered by the dark clouds. These clouds did not stop, but continued to expand rapidly in all directions. Boom! Thunder rumbled through the sky, and the clouds flashed with lightning. This was the natural phenomenon triggered by the Ten Tails revival. Konoha. The moment Tsunade and others, who were keeping an eye on the movements in the ninja world, sensed something was off. This is, standing by the window, Tsunade looked at the churning black clouds with an extremely serious expression. Tsunade glanced towards the Land of Rain and murmured, the thunderclouds coming from the land of rain? Is it the movement of the Ten Tails revival? Or has the Ten Tails Jinchuriki already appeared? At that moment, two figures rushed over and landed beside Tsunade. It was Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui. Clearly, they had also noticed the changes in the world and connected them to the Ten Tails. Tsunade looked at the ever-expanding clouds in the sky and said solemnly, "Fugaku, Shursui, let's prepare. A great battle is about to begin." Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui both nodded seriously. Their shadow clones had already given orders for the villagers of Konoha to take shelter in the pre-prepared protective structures. Looking at the continuously spreading dark clouds, Uchiha Fugaku showed a grave expression. This power is truly terrifying. The land of rain is over 1,000 kilometers away from us. Is this the power of the Ten Tails? Even without being resurrected with a complete tailed beast chakra, it possesses such terrifying power. Calling it divine is not an exaggeration. Uchiha Shursui exhaled deeply. Tsunade said solemnly, "No matter what, for now, we still have the strength to fight." Meanwhile, in the land of rain, in that huge and empty cave, Nagato saw that the time was right and looked at Uchiha K. "Miss K, it's almost time. You can leave the next steps to me." Uchiha K shrugged, severed the tube connecting her to the Ten Tails, and then leaped down to the ground. At this moment, the Ten Tails sat quietly like a monk on the ground, much calmer under Nagato's control. Seeing Uchiha K walk away, Nagato took a deep breath and looked at the Ten Tails beneath him, his face showing a fervent expression. "Ten Tails, merge with me. Let me become the second sage of 6 paths." Then, he took a deep breath and quickly formed the necessary hand seals. This is the 6 paths Ten Tails coffin seal, the seal required to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. At that moment, on the massive head of the Ten Tails beside Nagato, two figures appeared out of thin air, Uchiha K and Senju Tobarama. Upon closer inspection, Uchiha K's previous position had a flying thunder god mark. Looking at Nagato, not far away, Uchiha K's lips curled into a breathtaking smile. Her hands continuously formed seals, revealing that she was also using the 6 paths Ten Tails coffin seal. She and Nagato completed the 6 paths Ten Tails coffin seal almost simultaneously. Clearly, she was well prepared. Nagato suddenly turned his head, his purple Rinnegan filled with cold light, loudly questioning, "Miss K, what do you mean by this?" Uchiha K let out a clear laugh. "The Ten Tails Jinchuriki doesn't have to be you, does it?" Nagato snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, "Humph. Why do you have to compete with me without the Rinnegan?" He. Uchiha K chuckled lightly and said, "Becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki doesn't necessarily require the Rinnegan. Just watch." As her voice fell, the Ten Tails beneath her trembled, its flesh turning into fluid, rushing like a torrent towards Uchiha K and Nagato. Under the influence of the 6 paths Ten Tails coffin seal, they simultaneously merged into their bodies. Boom, the entire cave and barrier trembled, the enormous Ten Tails transforming into liquid, surging like a raging river towards Nagato and Uchiha K. The flesh of the Ten Tails twisted and spiraled, wrapping around both Uchiha K and Nagato. Upon closer inspection, the two streams of Ten Tails' essence were of different sizes. The smaller one rushed towards Uchiha K, while the larger one headed toward Nagato. Although the Rinnegan is not a necessity to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, it requires innate adaptability and acquired mental strength. However, compared to the Rinnegan, the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan is still lacking in adaptability and compatibility. Under both of their 6 paths Ten Tails coffin seals, the previously vast Ten Tails quickly vanished without a trace. In midair, 2 white round cocoons floated, an immense and terrifying aura brewing within. Mom, there are now 2 moms. Below, Black Zetsu stared dumbfounded at the 2 white round cocoons in the sky. Within the 2 white cocoons, an incredibly pure and dense power of the Ten Tails was spreading. Although the aura of the cocoons surrounding Uchiha K was significantly weaker than that of Nagato's, it was undoubtedly the purest power of the Ten Tails and 6 paths, damn it. These 2 guys actually used the 6 paths Ten Tails coffin seal simultaneously, splitting the Ten Tails in 2. Black Zetsu cursed inwardly, regretting giving Uchiha K the inheritance from Uchiha Madara. If it weren't for that, Uchiha K wouldn't have known the 6 paths Ten Tails coffin seal, and this situation wouldn't have occurred. He intended to keep a hand, but ended up digging his own grave. Mom, who should I choose now? Black Zetsu stared blankly at the 2 white, round cocoons in the sky. Not only was Black Zetsu dumbfounded, but even Conan, who was maintaining the 4 red sun formation, and the others were equally astonished, their faces filled with shock. Looking at the 2 circular white cocoons in the sky, Orochimaru was taken aback, then smiled. This is really interesting. I never thought such a thing was possible. Crack crack. At this moment, a crisp cracking sound came from the sky. Cracks appeared on the 2 white cocoons floating in the air. With a loud crash, the 2 white round cocoons shattered simultaneously, revealing the 2 individuals inside. At this moment, the appearances of the 2 had changed drastically, especially Nagato. His original red hair turned silver white, with 2 short horns protruding from the silvery strands. His upper body was completely white, revealing strong muscles. Below his neck, 6 white spikes protruded, and at his waist, a white cloak split down to his ankles. Behind him, 6 fist-sized black orbs floated in a semicircle, and he held a black staff, clearly made of the same material as the black orbs behind him. Compared to Nagato, Uchiha Akira's changes were not as significant. The most noticeable change was that her long black hair turned silver white, enveloped in a white chakra cloak. The chakra cloak enveloping Uchiha Akira resembled Nagato's current appearance, with a row of tomo on her chest and 2 horns, much like the chakra cloak formed from Nagato's current form. Behind her, 3 fist-sized black orbs floated, and she held a spiraling Amaterasu long sword. Chapter 224. The Clash of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki with such power. Nagato took a deep breath, feeling so powerful at this moment, as if he could do anything. Next, Nagato looked at Uchiha Akira opposite him, a glint of greed and desire flashing in his purple Rinnegan, the meaning self-evident. Without the Rinnegan, it's clear that I can't compete with that guy Nagato. Uchiha Akira, holding the Amaterasu long sword, looked warily at Nagato. Compared to Nagato, without the Rinnegan, she had only gained about 30% of the Ten Tails' power, far inferior to Nagato. Miss K, you'd better give up resistance. This is my final warning to you. Nagato's indifferent voice echoed. He floated in the air, his Rinnegan coldly gazing at Uchiha Akira, like a god looking down, an immense aura rolling and crushing down. Uchiha Akira scoffed, disdainfully saying, "Who can't talk big? So what if you absorb more of the Ten Tails? The strength still depends on how one uses it." Uchiha Akira also floated, a trivial ability of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. An equally terrifying aura erupted from her, colliding violently with Nagato's chakra aura. Boom, a light tremor. The 4 red sun formation creaked and swayed. On the ground, dark cracks appeared, and stones in the cave floated up in the clash of their auras, ultimately exploding into pieces with a bang. Suddenly, the 4 red sun formation collapsed, turning into countless red flames that vanished. Conan, Kaku, Orochimaru, and Scorpion, who were maintaining the barrier, saw that a great battle was about to erupt, and without hesitation, abandoned the 4 red sun formation, rushing towards the cave exit. Judging from the auras erupting from the 2, they had no confidence in the 4 red sun formation. If the barrier collapsed during the battle, this massive mountain would undoubtedly collapse. This mountainous cave alone was over 1,000 meters deep, and its overall height exceeded 4,000 meters. With such a mountain collapsing, even if they were shadow-level powerhouses, they would not escape death. The standoff between Uchiha Akira and Nagato did not last long. As the barrier collapsed and Xiao Nan and the others left, Nagato, who had gained more power from the Ten Tails, moved. Holding a staff, he lightly swiped at Uchiha Light. Opposite him, Uchiha Light's crimson Sharingan narrowed, showing no hesitation as he instantly shifted several dozen meters. An invisible attack crashed down, shattering the cavern below, as if some formless terrifying entity had crushed it. The entire mountain trembled, rocks flew through the air, and countless boulders surged toward Uchiha Light. A powerful sense of impact enveloped him, striking his mind with great force. "Miss Light, I'm sorry. It seems the angle wasn't adjusted correctly. My apologies. But it's okay. It won't happen next time." Nagato looked at Uchiha Light with a cold expression, his purple Rinnegan flickering with a faint purple light, as if a silver-haired deity was looking down. Uchiha Light scoffed, coldly saying, "Don't get too arrogant. Do you really think you're a god? You're far from it. How could she be intimidated by such a show of force?" As her words fell, Uchiha Light wielded her Ama no Murakumo sword and leaped into the air, swinging down at Nagato. Boom! The black Ama no Murakumo sword clashed with Nagato's descending black staff, producing a continuous, melodious metallic resonance. Where the Ama no Murakumo sword and the 6 paths staff collided, ripples spread out, continuously expanding outward. Clang, 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 Uchiha Light swung her sword, each strike faster than the last, creating a fierce wind even from the motion of the sword itself. Nagato continuously wielded the six-path staff, his Rinnegan glowing purple, blocking each of Uchiha Light's strikes. Where the Ama no Murakumo sword and the six-path staff met, ripples spread through space, like stones thrown into a calm lake. Boom, 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 as the two fiercely clashed, the entire cavern trembled, with massive boulders crashing down with a woeful sound. However, Nagato and Uchiha Light completely ignored the falling boulders, continuing their intense close-quarters combat. The metallic clashing sound was incessant, and a white storm spread from their battle, shaking the entire cavern. Suddenly, with a bang, the six truth-seeking orbs behind Nagato shot out like cannonballs, striking toward Uchiha Light with unmatched power. Where the truth-seeking orbs passed, space rippled as if distorted. Ding ding. Three crisp sounds rang out as three truth-seeking orbs behind Uchiha Light also shot out, colliding with Nagato's orbs and causing them to bounce away. Boom boom, the Ama no Murakumo sword, engulfed in blazing black flames of Amaterasu, slashed downward, sending the remaining two truth-seeking orbs flying, and continued its downward momentum toward Nagato. Ding, a melodious tremor rang out as the six-path staff met the Ama no Murakumo sword. In an instant, a dazzling light radiated from where the two weapons collided. Boom, boom, boom. An explosion far beyond that of an ordinary tailed beast erupted. Endless light and heat burst forth, rapidly expanding from the point of impact in all directions, instantly filling the cavern. However, the annihilating light did not stop but continued to spread outward. To the naked eye, the massive mountain began to disintegrate in the blinding light. At this moment, Xiao Nan and the others, who had fled to the mountain's exterior, widened their eyes in disbelief as they gazed at the towering mountain over 10 kilometers away, its peak nearly invisible. Cracks appeared on the massive mountain, and blinding light spread from these fissures. Then, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. In the endless light, the thousands of meters high mountain completely vanished. Amidst the endless brilliance, the sound of metal clashing and thunderous explosions resonated. It felt as if the entire world was trembling. They dared not hesitate, each using their strongest defensive techniques to withstand the impending shockwave. As the blinding light dissipated, a cold voice rang out. Amaterasu, boom boom, the Amaterasu, born of sage power and the 10-tail six paths power, erupted, igniting the sky. In an instant, terrifying heat spread, and Uchiha Light's Amaterasu seemed to truly embody the title of the strongest fire technique. At this moment, it was as if a black sun appeared on the battlefield. The black flames spread rapidly, transforming into various forms, whether spikes, tailed beast forms, or even humanoids, launching the fiercest attack against Nagato. In response, Nagato narrowed his Rinnegan, unleashing his vast ocular power with a low shout. Shinra, Tensei. Boom! An invisible repulsive force erupted, instantly shattering the darkness in the sky and transforming it into sparks that fell onto the mountains below. Boom, 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 the black flames that fell onto the mountains exhibited the property of igniting everything. In an instant, fierce black flames erupted from the earth, igniting peaks and forming clusters of raging fire mountains. Uchiha Light's attack surged again, with three truth-seeking orbs emitting a woeful sound as they crashed toward Nagato. This was the cooling period of Shinra Tensei, a fact Uchiha Light was well aware of. Chapter 225. The Great Collision Bang. Three muffled sounds rang out as the three truth-seeking orbs struck what felt like a thick wall and were sent flying high into the air. With the influence of the six paths power, did the cooling time or duration of Shinra Tensei change. Uchiha Light's crimson Sharingan turned, realizing the truth in her heart. However, her goal had already been achieved. Uchiha Light swung her Ama no Murakumo sword, and countless black flames of Amaterasu surged wildly below, with enormous fire serpents spewing forth, countless black flames erupting from their mouths. In an instant, perfectly condensed black spheres appeared. The terrifying heat spread, and the aura of destruction rippled outwards. Undoubtedly, this Amaterasu fire technique from Uchiha Light, when unleashed, could completely erase a massive city. Nagato's pupils suddenly constricted. His earlier Shinra Tensei had inadvertently contributed to Uchiha Light's technique. This was definitely beyond the absorption range of the Rinnegan's Predapath. If he carelessly attempted to absorb it with Predapath, the outcome would be disastrous. Instinctively, the six floating truth-seeking orbs behind him fused together, forming a massive sphere that enveloped Nagato. In the next moment, countless black spheres shot through the air, crashing down onto the spherical shield formed by Nagato. Boom boom, the black spheres formed from Amaterasu flames exploded like tailed beast bombs, radiating a brilliance brighter than the sun, making the night sky appear as if it had an enormous sun. An overwhelming and terrifying hot windstorm swept across the land, turning the ground a fiery red, as the high temperature melted rocks into lava. In an instant, this land seemed to have fallen into a fiery hell, all ablaze with rivers of molten rock flowing. In the remnants of a not-quite-faded light, two figures intertwined, each collision causing the void to tremble, sparking fireworks of embers. At this moment, Nagato was entirely charred, with a corner of his forehead burned off and his white skirt melted. Even the truth-seeking orbs could not completely block Uchiha Light's terrifying attack, which fused Sage power with the Six Paths power. As they clashed again, Nagato found himself at a disadvantage. However, such injuries were trivial for Nagato, who had already become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Visible to the naked eye, his wounds healed at a terrifying speed. After just a few collisions, he returned to his previous state. Moreover, after healing, his aura not only did not diminish, but even improved significantly. It is evident that Nagato has better integrated the power of the Ten Tails within him, further enhancing his strength. Boom, with a thunderous sound, Nagato shook the Rinnegan staff, deflecting Uchiha Hikari's Ama no Murakumo sword, while simultaneously shouting, "Shinra, Tensei!" Bang, with a muffled sound, Uchiha Hikari was hit by an invisible and immense repulsive force, transforming into a white light that crashed down into the burning mountains below. Rumble, the mountains collapsed, countless rocks shattered. After becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, the power of the Rinnegan underwent a qualitative leap. Clap! A crisp sound echoed as Nagato brought his palms together. In an instant, the ground rumbled, and numerous massive, mountain-like, sharp peaks resembling giant bamboo shoots erupted from the earth, curving like sharp spears aimed at Uchiha Hikari, who was trapped among the peaks. Rumbled dust and debris spread out in all directions like a tsunami. It was not over yet. The magma had not cooled, and the already crimson land split open with massive cracks. Thick tree roots like javelins pierced toward Uchiha Hikari. Rumble, a scarlet pillar of light shot up from the ground, and a red warrior god rose like a deity. The complete Susanoo appeared, holding the Ama no Murakumo sword. This Susanoo lightly slashed, causing all the incoming stone spikes and tree roots to break simultaneously. The black sword energy cut through the air, leaving a dark scar in the void. Nagato's gaze sharpened. He did not dare to confront it head-on and swiftly moved away. The sword energy swept through the air, dividing heaven and earth, splitting mountains along its path. With the power of the Six Paths augmenting it, Uchiha Hikari's complete Susanoo, although not larger in size, was far more powerful than the original complete Susanoo. Hiss! The red warrior god continuously swung its sword, with waves of sword energy spreading and dark cracks appearing, turning the entire ground into a wasteland. Shinra Tensei! With no way to evade, Nagato shouted, unleashing boundless repulsive force that collided with the incoming sword energy. The sword energy was unbeatable. Not even the maximum power of Shinra Tensei could truly counter it. Nagato's body trembled, and he transformed into a streak of light, flying backward. Boom, the streak of light that was Nagato crashed into the ground, shattering the earth within a radius of several hundred meters, dust spreading and rocks flying. Buzz, a muffled sound echoed as a grotesque wooden figure, not inferior to the complete Susanoo, rose from the ground. Nagato stood atop the wooden figure, his cold gaze locking onto Uchiha Hikari's forehead. As their gazes collided, their ocular powers clashed violently. Uchiha Hikari let out a muffled groan from her forehead, as if struck hard, and the massive Susanoo trembled slightly. Despite the enhancement from the Six Paths power, her eternal Mangekyō Sharingan's ocular power was ultimately inferior to the augmented Rinnegan. Clap! Nagato brought his hands together, and 4 wooden dragons erupted from the ground, opening their fierce mouths to bite down on the Susanoo. Amaterasu! Uchiha Hikari quickly recovered, her crimson eyes glaring, and black flames ignited on the Susanoo. In an instant, the black flames spread, igniting the 4 wooden dragons. Add-on, Shinjutsu! The crimson Sharingan trembled, and the black flames transformed into incredibly sharp blades. With a slash, the wooden dragons were instantly severed. Amaterasu! The crimson Sharingan locked onto the charging Nagato, and Uchiha Hikari glared fiercely. Boom boom, in an instant black flames blazed, engulfing Nagato completely. Hungry Ghost Path. Nagato remained calm, and in an instant, all the black flames were absorbed by an invisible vortex, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Nagato raised his hand and shouted, "Bansho Tenin!" Rumble the Red Warrior God charged towards Nagato without stopping. Faced with this situation, Uchiha Hikari showed no sign of retreat, instead revealing a wild and carefree smile, as if reveling in the thrill of battle. The Red Complete Susanoo, wielding the Ama no Murakumo sword, lunged towards Nagato under the influence of this gravitational pull. With Nagato's current strength, using Bansho Tenin again was naturally incomparable to the past. Augmented by the power of the six paths, even Uchiha Hikari found it difficult to escape such terrifying repulsive force. Watching the complete Susanoo drawing closer, Nagato's expression remained calm, extending another hand, as the power of the Ten Tails and Rinnegan ocular power gathered for a brief moment. Six Paths, Shinra Tensei. Chapter 226. The betrayal of Kagaya, the boundless and terrifying repulsive force erupted, forming a visible white light. Rumble the white light surged forward, causing the earth to quake. In the complete Susanoo facing Nagato's charged six paths, Shinra Tensei disintegrated immediately. At the forehead of Susanoo, the three truth-seeking orbs behind Uchiha Hikari fused together, transforming into a shield to block the attack just before Susanoo collapsed. Crack! A crisp sound came from the truth-seeking orb shield, and Uchiha Hikari's eyes narrowed. However, there was no time to react. The sound of shattering echoed, followed by an overwhelming repulsive force crushing down. A mouthful of blood gushed out as Uchiha Hikari transformed into a streak of light, falling into the mountains. Boom, boom, boom in the boundless white light. Uchiha Hikari's figure crashed down, turning the mountains into dust along the way. It was not over yet. Nagato's expression remained indifferent, and then he raised his right hand, shouting, "Daitapa!" A black gravity core the size of a human head appeared in his hand. The gravity core shook and appeared among the mountains. Rumble. Crack, crack. The entire world trembled as massive boulders, like mountains, rose from the ground, drawn by the immense gravity, making a whistling sound as they soared towards the sky. Even entire mountains were forcibly pulled from the earth, flying upwards. Huge boulders, now resembling raindrops, were not falling down, but instead ascending into the sky. A massive boulder shot upward, and Uchiha Hikari, severely injured, had half of her body obliterated by the terrifying repulsive force. Her pale flesh continuously surged and regenerated, her injuries healing at a visible speed. Compared to Nagato, Uchiha Hikari's healing speed was significantly slower, as she had not absorbed as much power from the Ten Tails as Nagato. Immortal body. Quite impressive. Uchiha Hikari's crimson Sharingan spun as she looked at her current state, showing no fear on her face. As her voice fell, a figure appeared beside Uchiha Hikari. It was Senju Tobarama. Then, Uchiha Hikari floated up, looking at Nagato, her cold voice resonating. "Nagato, this time you won the battle. But next time, it may not be the same." Seeing Senju Tobarama appear, Nagato's expression darkened, muttering, "Damn it." Without a sound, Uchiha Hikari and Senju Tobarama vanished. And even Nagato, the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, could not stop the Flying Thunder God Technique's teleportation. Boom, boom, the massive boulders, resembling mountains, continued to soar into the sky, still being attracted by the gravity core of Daitapa. About a minute later, a stone sphere with a diameter of over 10 kilometers, resembling a giant meteorite, floated in the air, exuding unparalleled pressure. Such exaggerated power. This kind of strength could certainly be called divine. At the edge of the battlefield, Orochimaru gazed at the enormous stone sphere, his golden eyes filled with shock. A white flow of light flashed by, and Nagato descended from the sky, holding the Rinnegan staff. Landing in front of Zhao's group, Conan approached, looking worried at Nagato. "Are you okay, Nagato?" Understanding Conan, a hint of a smile appeared on Nagato's indifferent face. "Conan, don't worry. I'm in an unprecedented state right now. I am equivalent to a second sage of six paths. No one in this world can be my opponent. Nagato, I must remind you that you cannot be equated to the original sage of six paths. Your Ten Tails is incomplete and has had a significant part taken by Uchiha Bido." At this moment, Black Zetsu's voice echoed. Nagato turned to look at Black Zetsu, who was approaching from behind, his purple Rinnegan slightly moving, and said, "Zetsu, do you have a way to restore the Ten Tails?" "Of course there's a way," Black Zetsu said confidently in a deep voice, "Infinite Tsukuyami." As long as you use infinite Tsukuyomi to gather the chakra of the entire world, not only can the Ten Tails not be restored, but it can also evolve further, allowing you to achieve true eternity. Glancing at Zetsu, Nagato decisively shook his head. I will not use infinite Tsukuyomi. It goes against my ideals. Black Zetsu smiled slightly at this and took a couple of steps forward, standing in front of Nagato, looking at him. Nagato, what I mean is to temporarily use infinite Tsukuyomi. After absorbing the chakra, you can cancel it. This is to completely restore the Ten-Tail state. As long as you use infinite Tsukuyomi and gather the chakra of the entire ninja world, the Ten-Tails can indeed be fully restored and even evolve further. This is not a lie from Black Zetsu. In the current ninja world, the number of people with chakra is much greater than in ancient times. And there are far more humans than in ancient times, so the total amount of chakra that can be extracted will also be greater. Tsutsuki Kagaya spread chakra, making the total amount of chakra in the current ninja world much greater than in ancient times. If the God Tree were to be planted in this era, the speed at which it blooms and bears fruit would undoubtedly be faster than in ancient times. Temporarily, using infinite Tsukuyomi, Nagato's Rinnegan moved slightly, revealing a hint of temptation. Caught in a dilemma. That's right, infinite Tsukuyomi is a genjutsu released through the Rinnegan, and since you have the power of the Ten Tails and the Sage of Six Paths, releasing or canceling this technique is easy for you, Black Zetsu said meaningfully. Hearing Black Zetsu's words, Nagato became even more tempted, his face showing clear contemplation, as if he had fallen into deep thought. Seeing this, Black Zetsu's dark face revealed a barely perceptible smile. Watching Nagato lost in thought, Black Zetsu suddenly moved, raising his hand directly to stab Nagato's chest. His goal was never for Nagato to use infinite Tsukuyomi, but to resurrect Kagaya Tsutsuki. As long as Kagaya was resurrected, using infinite Tsukuyomi would be a natural consequence. Nagato suddenly raised his head, his purple Rinnegan filled with cold light, devoid of contemplation. The corner of his mouth lifted, forming a disdainful smile. Shinra Tensei, an immense and terrifying repulsive force erupted, violently striking Black Zetsu. Bang! With a muffled sound, Black Zetsu was blasted away by Nagato's Shinra Tensei, like a rubber ball, hurtling backward and crashing through countless rocks, finally embedding into a giant rock hundreds of meters away. This sudden scene left Konan, Orochimaru, Sasori, and the others present wide-eyed and speechless. This was an outcome they had never anticipated. Previously, Nagato had trusted Zetsu immensely, delegating all matters of the Akatsuki organization to him, especially those concerning intelligence. And Zetsu suddenly attacking Nagato was even more unexpected for them. Suffering from Nagato's strike, White Zetsu died on the spot, while Black Zetsu was largely unscathed, as that terrifying repulsive force seemed non-existent to him. Chapter 227. Heading straight to Konoha, Black Zetsu separated from White Zetsu, looking at Nagato with regret on his dark face. I didn't expect you to be on guard. It's really surprising. I didn't think you still didn't fully trust me. Nagato snorted coldly, saying, how could I completely trust you unknown entities that suddenly appeared? Looking at Black Zetsu, Nagato sneered, mocking, did you not expect it? After Obito left his words on me, I immediately discovered it after becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. It turns out to be the effect of the sage's power. That guy really shot himself in the foot. Black Zetsu's words were filled with regret. If it weren't for Obito leaving a backup when he transplanted Senju Hashirama's cells, he might have succeeded just now. Countless calculations still couldn't compare chance. Nagato stared at Black Zetsu with murderous intent, asking in a deep voice, who exactly are you? What did you want to do just now? Who I am does not need to be told to you. Black Zetsu said, his body flowing like liquid, seeping into the cracks in the ground. You won't escape. Nagato's gaze turned cold, raising his hand and shouting, Bansho Tenin. The power of the Rinnegan erupted, and boundless gravitational waves shook, pulling Black Zetsu, who was seeping down like liquid, towards Nagato. Pucci, 4 black rods transformed from the truth-seeking balls behind Nagato shot out, piercing Black Zetsu's limbs, firmly nailing him to the ground. The truth-seeking balls seem to have no effect on you. You really are special. Normal people would be obliterated upon contact with the truth-seeking balls. Looking at Black Zetsu, who was pinned down, Nagato showed an unexpected expression. Black Zetsu let out a mocking laugh. It's just the truth-seeking balls. If you want to kill me, you'd better give up. You can't do it. Can't do it? Nagato raised an eyebrow, revealing a cold smile. I don't need to kill you. For a schemer like you, there's a method that suits someone like you perfectly. As he spoke, a black sphere the size of a fist appeared in the palm of Nagato's right hand. The black sphere floated and instantly ascended to the sky. In an instant, the earth shattered, with chunks of giant rocks rising like straw towards the black sphere in the sky. Seeing the celestial body, known as Daidar's heaven, Black Zetsu's expression changed dramatically, revealing a look of horror. Seeing this, Nagato smiled coldly and then lightly waved his left hand. Black Zetsu, who was pierced by the truth-seeking balls, was attracted by an invisible gravitational force and thrown into the sky by Nagato. Watching Black Zetsu drifting towards the sky, Nagato said indifferently, "Who you are and what your purpose is, none of that matters anymore." In midair, Black Zetsu looked down at Nagato with despair. Not expecting Nagato to be so cautious, not even attempting to use the Hell Path's ability to gather information. If Nagato had used the Hell Path, he would have certainly fallen into a trap. Black Zetsu was not someone whose memories could be pried into. He was the third child of Kaguya Tsutsuki, not someone like Nagato, a flawed Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, could pry into. If Nagato used the Hell Path, Black Zetsu could have taken the opportunity to possess Nagato, thereby resurrecting Kaguya Tsutsuki. What a pity. Fortunately, I was prepared, Black Zetsu thought with a sigh. Boom, as chunks of giant rocks fell. A sphere with a diameter of several kilometers reappeared in the sky. The others on the ground, including Konan, felt no sense of the terrifying pull of the celestial body due to Nagato's intentional use of chakra links. Looking at the sphere in the sky, Nagato raised both hands, aiming at the sphere, and shouted, "Shinra Tensei!" This time, the repulsive force erupted continuously, appearing very gentle, unlike the previous terrifying explosion used against enemies. Under the push of this repulsive force, the massive stone sphere shot upward at high speed, quickly turning into a black dot. In just a few breaths, the stone ball disappeared from the eyes of everyone present. After a while, Nagato lowered his raised hands, looked at the empty night sky, and revealed a cold smile as he muttered to himself, "Ju, you mysterious conspirator, may you forever drift in space." Nagato's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. From Nagato's implication, it seemed that he had used Shinra Tensei to push the Black Zetsu's stone ball into outer space. What an astonishing divine power. Such a feat was absolutely beyond the capabilities of any ninja. Jiao Du, looking at the dark clouds gathering in the sky again, sighed. What a pitiful fellow. This is what he deserves. Konan's expression was cold. She had been startled when Black Zetsu suddenly attacked. Fortunately, Nagato had deliberately led him to act, which eased the worry that had been hanging over her. Konan looked at Nagato and asked, "Nagato, should we head directly to Konoha, or should we first deal with Uchiha Kagami and retrieve the Ten-Tails from her?" As soon as Konan finished speaking, the other members of the Akatsuki organization also looked toward Nagato, waiting for his orders. Hearing her words, Nagato fell into deep thought and after a moment said, "Let's go to Konoha first. We need to prevent the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from being taken by Uchiha Kagami. If she absorbs the Nine-Tails and becomes even stronger, it will be even harder to deal with her." Looking at Konan and the others, Nagato said gravely, "This time, I'll go by myself. You all stay hidden. Uchiha Kagami's character is unpredictable, and she may attack you, so you must be cautious." "We understand," Konan nodded seriously. Nagato nodded, then raised his hand toward Konan and the others, releasing a mysterious wave. In an instant, white lumps began to swell on Konan and the others, which then transformed into white Zetsu. Nagato spread his 5 fingers, and more than a dozen white Zetsu were immediately attracted to him, their chakra instantly drained. After eliminating this hidden danger, white light spots flew out from Nagato's body and entered the bodies of those present. Nagato looked at them and said, "This should be fine." Even without the disguise of white Zetsu, the shape-shifting technique won't be able to detect your presence. After doing all this, Nagato leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of light, and speeding toward the land of fire, Konoha. In the land of fire, Konoha, Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui stood solemnly in front of the village gate, gazing seriously toward the direction of the land of rain. Their faces were grave, and their eyes seemed to pierce through space, staring thousands of kilometers away at the land of rain. Tsunade said solemnly, "The commotion coming from the land of rain is significant. It doesn't seem like it could be caused by the resurrection of the Ten-Tails, but rather resembles an incredibly terrifying battle. Currently, the strength of the 3 of them had taken a leap, and with the enhancement of the 6 Paths' power, their perception range was extraordinarily powerful. Even from thousands of kilometers away in the land of rain, They could vaguely sense the activity there. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. It's a terrifying battle, earth-shattering. As if gods were in conflict. Uchiha Shirsue's expression was tense as he murmured, "What exactly has happened over there? How could such a terrifying war break out that we can even feel slight tremors here? Who is fighting?" After becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Kagami's and Nagato's chakra had completely changed, making it impossible for Tsunade and the others to identify them accurately. Has the fifth Hokage not prepared yet? Soon it will be the next year, Tsunade said, looking at the rolling dark clouds in the sky, feeling somewhat worried. I trust the fifth Hokage, no matter what. He still has a portion of the Ten Tails in his hands. Even in the worst-case scenario, there's no need to fear, Uchiha Fugaku said solemnly. At this time, we can only trust him, Tsunade replied seriously. On the other side, in Mount Sumeru, Uchiha Akira, although lacking the Six Paths power, could not help but speculate due to the immense commotion coming from the Land of Rain. This kind of disturbance did not seem like a confrontation between Tsunade and Nagato. What exactly had happened in the Land of Rain? Who was fighting? Who in the ninja world could battle Nagato, who had already become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? To such an extent, Uchiha Akira was filled with confusion and disbelief. After becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Nagato's strength had undoubtedly undergone a qualitative change, reaching an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, Nagato's strength before becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki was already much stronger compared to the original Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito's Ten Tails lacked a significant portion of the Eight Tails and Nine Tails chakra, while Nagato's Ten Tails Beast chakra, though also lacking, still contained a lot of Eight Tails chakra. The gap between the two Ten Tails would not be too great, and Nagato's personal strength surpassed Uchiha Obito's, along with sage techniques. Theoretically, Nagato, as the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, should have a higher power level than Six Paths Obito. Who was fighting against Nagato? Could it be Otsutsuki Ishiki's Kagaya? Uchiha Akira frowned, filled with confusion. Kagaya's current state could be equated to Otsutsuki Ishiki. Saying it was Otsutsuki Ishiki would not be wrong. In his understanding, at this time in the ninja world, only Otsutsuki Ishiki would have the strength to engage with Nagato, who had become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Nagato might not even be a match for Otsutsuki Ishiki. Forget it. No matter who is fighting, the most crucial moment for us is approaching. Uchiha Akira shook his head, clearing the chaotic thoughts from his mind. At this moment, there was less than half an hour left until the arrival of the year 56. Once the year 56 arrived, the Golden Ring eclipse would immediately occur, and the Ghost Luoya ritual would need to be performed. In this situation, Uchiha Akira could not afford to be too distracted. Time passed little by little, and before the Golden Ring eclipse arrived, Nagato had already flown at an extremely fast speed toward Konoha. Outside the gates of Konoha, a white streak of light descended from the sky and crashed to the ground. Boom! In an instant, rocks flew through the air, and hundreds of meters of the ground shattered, with dust and smoke spreading like a sea. A gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, blew away the clouds of dust, revealing Nagato, who was pale and holding the six-path staff. Behind him floated six-tailed beast balls created using the power of the Ten Tails. On the opposite side, Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shirsue felt a chill in their hearts upon seeing Nagato's current appearance. Nagato's form had completely changed, and his aura was terrifying to the extreme. Fearsome beyond measure. No one from their memories could compare to him. Looking at Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shirsue, who were hundreds of meters away, Nagato's expression showed some surprise. His purple Rinnegan scanned back and forth as he softly said, "The aura of the Ten Tails? It seems you have obtained the power of the Ten Tails through some method, but it doesn't appear that you are Jinchuriki." With his current strength, he naturally detected some clues, forming a certain hypothesis in his mind. Without waiting for the three to respond, he continued to speak to himself. "From the aura on you. It should be similar to how Kinshiki and Momoshiki obtained the chakra of the Nine Tails, by devouring flesh and blood." Uchiha Fugaku looked at Nagato and said solemnly, "What method is not important. Becoming a Jinchuriki is not necessarily the best way to use tailed beast power. It's merely stealing some trivial power of the Ten Tails." Nagato showed a look of disdain. "Only six-tailed beast balls? Why not nine? Aren't you as powerful as you claim?" Tsunade looked at Nagato and scoffed. "Can't you, as the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, perfectly control the Ten Tails? Or is your Ten Tails too severely incomplete?" Regarding the information about the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, the Uchiha clan had already revealed it to them. Therefore, the three were not unfamiliar with the information about the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Nagato's expression remained unchanged. The overwhelming aura of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki surged around him, and cold words escaped his lips. How impressive. Let's see the real skills under your hands. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 streaks of light flashed across the shattered ground, colliding with each other in an instant. Boom, the muffled sounds echoed through the sky. The earth shattered, and huge rocks crumbled into powder amidst the continuous collisions of the 4. Tsunade's fist glowed with a shimmering green light, and as her fist struck down, the air trembled continuously. It was evident how terrifying Tsunade's punch was at that moment. Even Might Guy, who had opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates of life, could not compare to Tsunade now. Moreover, by merging the powers of the 6 paths with Sage Power, Tsunade confronted Nagato directly without using any ninja tools. Unafraid of the Rinnegan, Nagato wielded the 6 path staff and moved to block her. When their fists and staff met, the tremendous force pressed down, bending the 6 path staff into a bow shape. What immense strength! Nagato's pupils constricted, feeling a chill in his heart. 2 dazzling flames flickered as Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui swung their flaming kunai downwards, aiming for Nagato's head. When the metallic tremor sounded and 2 Rinnegan orbs shot out, colliding with Fugaku and Shursui's kunai. Get away from me! At that moment, a low shout came, and before Nagato could react, he felt a tremendous force coming from his staff. This power was so terrifying that even he, as the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, found it hard to resist. Unable to hold his ground, bang with a muffled sound, Nagato staggered back several dozen meters, leaving a long mark on the ground. Amaterasu, before Nagato could steady himself, Uchiha Fugaku's crimson eternal Mangekyō Sharingan locked onto him, and boom, the black flames of Amaterasu ignited fiercely, instantly engulfing Nagato under the enhancement of the 6 paths power and Sage Power. Amaterasu, huh? Unfortunately, it's still far behind Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu. Nagato's indifferent voice rang out. In an instant, all the black flames of Amaterasu were absorbed by his hungry ghost path sealing technique like flowing water. It really is useless. Uchiha Fugaku narrowed his eyes. Not surprised. Follow the original plan. Tsunade strode forward, her tea-green coat rustling. Chapter 229, Joint Battle against Nagato. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui nodded. Then their figures flickered and appeared before Nagato in an instant. Clash! The fiery long knives struck down, colliding with the Rinnegan orbs launched by Nagato, producing a melodious tremor. Good speed, but unfortunately not enough power. Nagato's expression was indifferent as he watched the 2 retreat, and 2 more Rinnegan orbs flew out, shooting towards them. Hiss! Suddenly, the movements of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui as they swung their knives changed, the hissing sound ringing out, resembling not a knife strike, but more like the sound of heavy objects being swung down. Indeed, with a puff, 2 flames flashed, and the Rinnegan orbs shot towards Nagato were forcibly split in 2 by a single knife strike. After splitting the Rinnegan orbs, the fiery long knife continued its momentum, aiming directly for Nagato's body, almost as if it intended to chop him to pieces. Their strength is also so formidable. Nagato's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Shinra Tensei, Nagato shouted, and a white, misty, repulsive force erupted violently, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. Bang bang, 2 muffled sounds echoed. As the kunai wielded by Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui struck what felt like an unimaginably thick wall. Huh! Both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui shouted in unison, their chakra erupting, yellow and green light enveloping them, clearly aiming to break through Nagato's repulsive barrier. You're still far from it. Nagato's purple Rinnegan flickered, and the repulsive force that erupted instantly surged. The continuous shockwaves of the Rinnegan's repulsive force produced thunderous explosions, sending Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui flying back hundreds of meters, crashing into the ruins and raising a large cloud of dust. At that moment, accompanied by a fierce shout, a figure leaped into the air, its fists smashing down, the air crackling as if a giant meteor were falling from the sky. Good. Let you see what true 6 paths power is. Nagato shouted, his eyes glaring, swinging the 6 path staff with a crash, intending to have a hard clash with Tsunade. Boom! A dull sound reverberated, and then blinding light erupted from the point of collision between the 2. Like a tailed beast bomb explosion, the dazzling light caused the ground to crack and vanish, and a boundless storm spread in all directions, rumbling amidst the intense, booming sounds. As the light faded, a massive pit several hundred meters in diameter appeared. Nagato, holding the six-path staff, left a 100-meter-long scratch in the pit, his hands trembling continuously, breathing heavily. Tsunade's expression was cold. The Yin seal on her body had been released. No wonder you are the descendant of the first Hokage. You have pushed the Senju clan's secret techniques of brute strength to the extreme. Nagato's aura quickly stabilized, and his expression returned to indifference. Tsunade scoffed, disdainfully saying, "From the looks of you, it seems you really think of yourself as the second sage of six paths." Hiss. At that moment, two streaks of flames flashed. An Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui, wielding fiery red kunai, emerged from underground, stabbing towards Nagato. Clash! The six paths staff swung, and Nagato effortlessly blocked their attack. "Shinra Tensei!" Nagato shouted, and the white repulsive force erupted violently, sending Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui flying. Bang bang! The two sent flying by the repulsive force turned into a puff of smoke and vanished. Shadow clone? Nagato was taken aback, and before he could react, a yellow light and a green light came in a pincer attack, clearly the offensive from Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui. Susanoo, strength punch. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui were enveloped in a ribcage-shaped Susanoo. A hand completely formed of bones clenched into a fist, crashing down on Nagato with a thunderous sound. They understood that for the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, this kind of physical attack was the most effective means of inflicting damage. "Come on," Nagato shouted, revealing a cold smile. With a clang, the six-path staff plunged into the ground, and then he clasped his hands together, shouting, "Shinra Tensei!" The repulsive white light erupted violently, surging like a tsunami. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui were like birds caught in a storm, unable to maintain their form, flying away like straw. Even Tsunade, far away, had to use wood release, erecting a row of wooden barriers to intercept the terrifying repulsive force unleashed by Nagato. As the dust settled and everything calmed down, Nagato leaped into the sky. Looking down at the four below, Nagato's indifferent voice rang out. "The farce should be over. You who have merely stolen a bit of the Ten Tails power cannot be my opponents." As he spoke, Nagato raised his right hand high, a dark gravitational core materializing. However, at that moment, Uchiha Fugaku's cold voice rang out. "Amaterasu!" Boom boom, the black flames of Amaterasu, birthed by the fusion of Six Paths power and Sage Chakra, instantly ignited the core in Nagato's hand. At this moment, Amaterasu truly possessed the property of burning everything. Even the gravitational core created by the Rinnegan could only be consumed by the flames. In just a few breaths, the all-consuming black flames had burned away the gravitational core completely. The kaleidoscope Sharingan's technique is truly troublesome, Nagato muttered under his breath, unleashing a powerful repulsive force that shook off the encroaching black flames. Boom! At this moment, the sky rumbled, and a towering green pillar of light burst forth. With Uchiha Shursui riding the completed Susanoo, wielding a spiral sword that came crashing down. "A Susanoo? It's nothing special," Nagato shouted, raising his hand as a vast repulsive force erupted, engulfing Uchiha Shursui's completed Susanoo like a storm. Creak creak. The massive Susanoo, resembling a mountain, emitted a shimmering green light as it swung the spiral sword, trying to cleave through the repulsive force. However, the repulsive storm was not easily cut through. Under this repulsion, the completed Susanoo could only descend. Finally, with a loud bang, the completed Susanoo landed on the ground. Crack! At that moment, the earth split open with cracks. Then, the sound of dragon roars echoed across the land as wooden dragons burst from the ground, sweeping out in all directions. In an instant, Uchiha Shursui's completed Susanoo was entangled by two massive wooden dragons. Uchiha Fugaku was also ensnared by two wooden dragons, and Tsunade was in the same situation. After becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, Nagato's would release power far surpassed that of the original Hashirama Senju. Subsequently, accompanied by two loud bangs, a massive yellow completed Susanoo and a grotesque wooden figure appeared. Pure wooden dragons were naturally no match for the completed Susanoo and the wooden figure. Boom boom, the entire ground trembled. The Susanoo swung its sword down, the sword energy tearing through the air as if it were going to cut the entire world apart. In just a few strokes, the wooden dragons were sliced into pieces by the wooden figure and the completed Susanoo. Chapter 230, True Thousand Hands Clash. Boom, the two massive completed Susanoos took flight, rushing towards Nagato, brandishing chakra long swords for a slashing attack. Faced with the completed Susanoo birth from the combined powers of the six paths and Sage Mode chakra, even Nagato did not dare to underestimate them. He alternated between repulsion and attraction, constantly shaking off or diverting Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shirsue's attacks. At the same time, he utilized the abilities of the Azura Path, occasionally launching missiles at them. As for the Hungry Ghost and Hell Paths, he had no opportunity to use them. The last animal path was needless to mention. In front of Uchiha Fugaku's Amaterasu, no amount would be enough to burn. On the ground, Tsunade controlled the wooden figure as it charged forward, continuously shooting sharp wooden spikes towards Nagato. At this moment, the immobile wooden figure was at a disadvantage, unable to pose an effective threat to Nagato. Facing the incoming wooden spikes, the truth-seeking orb behind Nagato fused into a shield, easily blocking the incoming wooden spikes. However, against the attacks of the two completed Susanoos, he could not remain so relaxed. He had to stay vigilant. These completed Susanoos were constructed using the powers of the six paths and Sage power, and he did not want to be hit directly by their attacks. The four engaged in a chaotic battle, pushing further away, quickly breaking out of Konoha, and continuing their fierce fight into the vast mountains. Enough! Suddenly, Nagato shouted, then pointed both hands at the two Susanoos, commanding, "Universal pull." The gravitational force erupted, instantly binding Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shirsue's completed Susanoos. "Go down!" Nagato shouted, and his body shot towards the ground like a streak of light, slamming the two completed Susanoos down with a thunderous crash. Boom boom, the mountains trembled, an overwhelming shockwave spread out, and blinding light engulfed everything, causing peaks to vanish in the brilliance. A massive pit appeared, replacing the previously continuous mountain range. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shirsue's completed Susanoos had already dispersed, barely maintaining skeletal forms. However, although blood flowed from their eyes, they did not appear gravely injured. The Ten-Tails Jinchuriki is truly formidable. Uchiha Shirsue wiped the blood from the corner of his eye, narrowing his gaze. Although the battle did not last long, he felt extremely strained. It seemed like a back and forth, but they had not inflicted any damage on Nagato. Boom boom, at this moment, a massive wooden figure finally arrived at the scene. Compared to the flying, completed Susanoos, the wooden figure's speed was indeed much slower. Looking at the late arriving Tsunade, Nagato's expression turned cold as he said, "Good, although I don't know what Uchiha Akira is planning. It doesn't matter. No matter what he does, he cannot be my opponent. I will completely eliminate you here today." Clap. Nagato's hands came together abruptly, and an overwhelming chakra erupted from him, instantly sinking into the ground. Sage Art would release True Thousand Hands, accompanied by Nagato's shout. A statue of cannon with over 1,000 arms, towering over a kilometer, broke through the ground and appeared before the three. "TCH, is this my grandfather's ultimate move?" Tsunade's eyes narrowed, a chill running through her heart. She knew that although the external appearance was the same as her grandfather Hashirama Senju's True Thousand Hands in Sage Mode, it was not comparable. Being the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and also mastering Sage Art, Nagato's move would definitely far surpass her grandfather's. There's no choice but to fight it out now. Escaping the range of True Thousand Hands attack is unrealistic. Tsunade's eyes turned upside down, and the chakra stored in her Een seal erupted violently. Instantly, a vast green chakra burst forth from her, formed by the fusion of her long-accumulated Sage chakra and the stored Six Paths power. This vast chakra surged, merging into the wooden figure beneath her. Accompanied by a gust of hurricane-like air and a loud rumble, another statue of cannon over a kilometer tall stood on the ground. The two towering statues of cannon faced off, an immense cold aura spreading, causing the air to feel as if it were about to solidify. The two statues emitted creaking sounds, and the atmosphere became nearly frozen. It was at that moment that two figures flickered and jumped onto Tsunade's statue of cannon. It was Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shirsue. "Sorry, we're a bit late." Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shirsue panted, showing a hint of apology. "Not too late." Tsunade shook her head, her gaze fixed on Nagato, her expression serious. "Let's go according to plan and try that idea." Uchiha Fugaku said seriously, "I'm ready. I can go at any time." Uchiha Shirsue nodded earnestly. "Good, let that kid try that move." Tsunade said coldly. "Ridiculous." Nagato looked at all this with indifference, allowing them to execute their plan. "Feel free to use any means you have. It just so happens that I haven't had enough fun today, and a little more amusement is nice at times like this." Nagato's expression was indifferent, as if he were a god looking down on them. What an arrogant little brat, so inflated. I really want to tear that face of his apart. Tsunade's face was filled with displeasure. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui exchanged glances, then nodded simultaneously. Boom! 2 chakra pillars, one yellow and one green, burst forth, enveloping the statue of cannon beneath them. The sound of cracking filled the air as layers of yellow-green Susanoo armor spread out, quickly covering the towering statue of cannon over a kilometer tall. Susanoo wraps the great Buddha. This is one of the moves they conceived together. What is this? Nagato squinted his eyes, recalling a technique once used by Uchiha Akira. Is this one of the transformations of Madara's ultimate technique, the Beast's Dilemma? It's quite interesting. Nagato remained indifferent. The gap in the 6 paths power they possessed had already determined the course of this battle. Creak, creak. The 2 colossal statues of cannon, each over 1,000 meters tall, simultaneously gazed at each other, densely packed, as they slammed down. One by one, the Buddha hands, resembling small hills, crashed down with terrifying sonic booms echoing throughout the land. Boom, boom. A continuous rumble of explosions sounded. The entire world seemed to tremble, the ground shaking incessantly. The scale of the battle was unimaginable. The ongoing explosions and blinding light engulfed everything. The ground within a radius of several hundred kilometers was shaking. Just as the 2 cannon statues collided, time passed, reaching the year 56 of Konoha. Inside Mount Sumeru, Uchiha May opened his eyes. As the time came, he felt a sense of intuition and continuously formed hand seals. In an instant, the seals for the Oni Luoya technique were completed. Chapter 231. Completing Oni Luoya. As soon as the seals for the Oni Luoya technique were completed, Uchiha May felt a strange sensation. He sensed 2 extraordinary powers rushing towards him. They were similar to natural energy, but not entirely the same. Similar, yet different. One originated from the earth beneath his feet, while the other came from the vast starry sky, from countless stars in the cosmos. These 2 forces were so vast and powerful that compared to natural energy, they were simply incredible. If one were to compare these 2 forces, Uchiha May sense that the energy from the starry sky was stronger than that from the earth below, and it was significantly stronger. This was merely due to the favorable timing, drawing upon the power of stars from the cosmos. Uchiha May couldn't think too much about it. With the activation of the Oni Luoya ritual, the 5 fusion materials for the technique emitted light and transformed into a torrent that flowed into Uchiha May's body. The different materials comprising the ritual displayed different forms. Heavy Uchi's clone became a white torrent. Otsutsuki Shuren's clone became a blue-white torrent. Senju Hashirama's clone became a purple torrent. The rebirth I became a blue torrent. And finally, the 10 tails transformed into a red torrent. 5 torrents of different colors surged in, engulfing Uchiha May. Under the golden ring solar eclipse, with the favorable timing and location. The 2 energies drawn from the earth and the endless starry sky also manifested as black and white torrents, merging into Uchiha May's body. This state didn't last long. Just a few breaths later, the 7 torrents vanished without a trace. The Oni Luoya ritual was successful. At this moment, a beam of starlight pierced through the clouds, landing on the altar, illuminating a gray-white cocoon suspended in the air. Crack, crack accompanied by the crisp sound of cracking. Cracks spread across the outer shell of the gray-white cocoon. With a loud crash, the human-sized gray-white cocoon shattered, revealing Uchiha May inside it. At first glance, Uchiha May looked almost the same as before the Oni Luoya ritual, except for an additional mark on his forehead. Suddenly, Uchiha May, 3 feet above the ground, opened his tightly closed eyes, revealing a pair of completely different eyes. His right eye resembled a sapphire. At first glance, it seemed no different from the previous rebirth eye. But upon closer inspection, one would find the patterns were not the same. The current rebirth eye was hexagonal crystalline, while now it had formed into a 12-sided crystalline shape, completely merging the rebirth eyes together. His left eye was a deep crimson, with intricate patterns, entirely composed of the 2 eternal Mangekyō Sharingan patterns stacked together. The 2 rings interlocked, with dark patterns connecting the tomo. Then, the mark on Uchiha May's forehead trembled slightly, and then, like an eye, it split to reveal a blood-red pupil. This blood-red eye was filled with ripples, with 3 black tomo adorning the area near the pupil. This blood-red eye was identical to the one split from the 10 tails. Is this what I look like after completing Oni Luoya? What a great feeling! Uchiha Mei felt the changes in his body and smiled. At this moment, he felt incredibly powerful, as if with just a slight movement, he could make this world tremble, split the earth, and cause mountains to collapse. The sky felt within reach, and the earth no longer felt heavy, as if he could easily destroy everything. What a marvelous feeling. Uchiha Mei sighed. He knew that his feelings couldn't be entirely real or entirely false. They could only be described as 7 parts real and 3 parts false. With his current strength, it would indeed take some time to destroy this land. The battle on the Konoha side seemed intense. Tsunade and the others were at an absolute disadvantage. Uchiha Mei turned his head, looking towards Konoha, his gaze seemingly capable of crossing 1,000 miles to see the battle there directly. As his words fell, Uchiha Mei's figure vanished, as if he had never been there. When Uchiha Mei reappeared, he was already on the battlefield where Nagato and Tsunade were fighting. At this moment, the battlefield was a scene of devastation, with a radius of dozens of kilometers in complete disarray. Mountains were shattered, the ground was broken, and all that could be seen were broken boulders scattered across the ruins. On the shattered ground lay large wooden debris scattered chaotically. One of the 2 colossal cannon statues, each over 1,000 meters tall, had already disappeared. The remaining statue belonged to Nagato as the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. His chakra level was unmatched by Tsunade and the others. With Nagato's chakra supply, the regenerative speed and endurance of his true thousands of hands far exceeded that of Tsunade and the others. Even after donning 2 complete Susanoo forms, the 3 were continuously overwhelmed in hard clashes. Nagato's white hair fluttered, his expression indifferent, with 6 chakra orbs floating behind him, standing atop the half-destroyed cannon statue. He bore no injuries, his aura steady without any fluctuations. Finally, Uchiha Mei has arrived. Seeing Uchiha Mei appear in the center of the battlefield, Nagato's expression remained indifferent as he proclaimed, "No matter what you have done, you cannot be my opponent. I am now the 2nd sage of the 6 paths." Upon appearing on the battlefield, Uchiha Mei did not reveal any special traits, not even opening his Sharingan. The 2nd sage of the 6 paths? Uchiha Mei looked at Nagato's current appearance, momentarily taken aback, then revealed a strange smile. Scanning Nagato, Uchiha Mei shook his head, a smile on his face. "Nagato, you, as the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails, seem to be quite severely incomplete. In such a state, you dare to compare yourself to the sage of the 6 paths? How ignorant!" Hearing Uchiha Mei's words, Nagato's expression immediately darkened. After 2 fierce battles, he had increasingly fused with the 10 Tails within him, and his strength had risen dramatically. As his power increased, his mindset changed as well. Originally, Nagato had been somewhat reserved. After defeating Uchiha Kei and then Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui, he had completely regarded himself as a descending deity. Before he could speak, a voice suddenly came from the ruins. "5th Hokage, don't underestimate him. This guy is really strong." At this moment, Tsunade was covered in charred marks and blood, looking quite tragic, clearly having sustained serious injuries. Not only Tsunade, but Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui were not in much better condition, with their bodies marked by burns. The chakra of the 3 had plummeted to the lowest point, panting heavily, and they were basically at their limit. However, despite their miserable appearance and severe injuries, none of them were in life-threatening danger. After consuming a large amount of the 10 Tails' flesh and blood, although they could not compare to the immortality of the 10 Tails Jinchuri, their recovery abilities were far beyond those of ordinary ninjas. Even if Senju Hashirama were to be resurrected, he would not surpass the recovery abilities of these 3 right now. Chapter 232. Confrontation with Nagato. Uchiha Fugaku gasped for breath and solemnly warned, "Ming, be careful. Nagato is very powerful. Brother Ming, watch out for that guy. Don't be careless." Uchiha Shursui's dark face was filled with seriousness. "Don't worry," Uchiha Ming nodded, looking at Nagato, saying this guy is strong. But to say he is the 2nd sage of 6 paths is a joke. Even without becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuri, the sage of 6 paths is much stronger than the current Nagato. This is a fact. Before becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuri, both Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Hagoromo were stronger than the current Nagato. From what Uchiha Ming had personally witnessed, let alone Nagato being an incomplete 10 Tails Jinchuri, even a complete 10 Tails Jinchuri would not compare to those 2. Likewise, Uchiha Ming was not as strong as Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Hagoromo back then either. After completing the Kuroya technique, his strength had undergone a qualitative change, but he had not fully tapped into the potential of this new body. Having just completed the Kuroya technique, Uchiha Ming was merely standing at a new starting point. After training, how far this brand new body could ultimately reach was something even Uchiha Ming himself found hard to predict. Nagato, with his pair of purple Rinnegan, continuously scanned Uchiha Ming. And finally, a cold smile appeared on his face. Uchiha Ming, no matter what preparations you've made, they are futile in my presence. I told you, I am now equivalent to the sage of 6 paths from back then. You, who are not a 10 tails Jinchuri, cannot possibly comprehend this power. Nagato's demeanor was arrogant, looking down on the 3 below him as if he were a god. One inflated ego. Uchiha Ming shook his head, and his dark eyes changed. With the change in Uchiha Ming's eyes, the air behind him trembled lightly, and 9 black, truth-seeking balls appeared behind him. A gust of wind blew, and Uchiha Ming floated up, his blue and red eyes meeting Nagato's gaze. Truth-seeking balls? What kind of eyes are those? Seeing Uchiha Ming's current appearance, Nagato's heart tightened. The red eye was one thing. Its pattern was very complex, and its ocular power was frightening. However, it still could not compare to his Rinnegan. But the sapphire-like blue eye gave Nagato an entirely different feeling. The ocular power contained within it was not inferior to his Rinnegan. In terms of ocular power, Uchiha Ming's eyes had completely surpassed his Rinnegan. What is going on with his truth-seeking balls? Why do I sense something akin to the 10 tails from him? Gradually, Nagato's expression became serious. Suddenly, Nagato's body trembled, feeling as though he had been completely seen through, as if he were being peeled like an onion. In an instant, Nagato's gaze locked onto Uchiha Ming's blue glowing eye. Is this feeling related to the Byakugan? Is it an eye evolved from the Byakugan? It actually pierced through the 6 paths, 10 tails seal. Nagato felt a chill in his heart. Just now, he sensed the gaze penetrating through numerous obstacles. Seeing through the seal of the 6 paths, 10 tails, directly gazing at the 10 tails sealed within. That eye, Nagato's eyes narrowed, and his purple Rinnegan became exceptionally deep. All contempt erased. On that sapphire-like eye, Nagato felt a deep-seated threat. At this moment, Uchiha Ming's voice, filled with realization, came, I see. After merging his 2 Rinnegan, the special Rinnegan locked onto Nagato, penetrating through numerous barriers and seeing the 10 tails in some sealed space. In a pitch-black sealed space, the 10 tails, over a kilometer in size, sat cross-legged like a monk, its crimson Rinne Sharingan constantly spinning. So that's how it is. Part of your 10 tails was taken away by someone. Uchiha Ming looked at Nagato with curiosity, wondering who had such power. I guess it's not an ordinary person. Ordinary means wouldn't he achieve this. The 10 tails must have been divided using the 6 paths, 10 tails seal, right? Hearing Uchiha Ming's words, Nagato's expression darkened. Hokage, you talk too much. As soon as the words fell, Nagato wielded the 6 paths staff and stepped into the air. The 6 paths staff slammed down, creating a sharp, explosive sound in the air, and a white wave of energy spread out like a tide. Uchiha Ming remained unfazed, allowing Nagato to swing the 6 paths staff down. Unsurprisingly, the staff passed through Uchiha Ming's body without causing him any harm. This was only natural. With his senjutsu, such an attack could not take effect. Boom! The air wave generated by the staff hit the ground, creating a thunderous explosion that echoed through the heavens and earth, shaking the ground violently. A massive pit was blasted into the ruins. Below, Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui had already moved far away from the battlefield. As expected, his spatial abilities are still intact, and the other strange red eye should be the result of his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan merging. Having passed through Uchiha Ming's body, Nagato stepped into the air, pondering Uchiha Ming's current state with some speculation. His speed and power are impressive. Uchiha Ming nodded, not deliberately looking down at the ground. For him, who possessed Rinnegan, everything on the battlefield was clear to him. The Rinnegan has all the abilities of a regular Byakugan. Now it's my turn. Uchiha Ming's calm voice rang out. Swish! Nagato felt a flash before his eyes, and suddenly Uchiha Ming's figure appeared in front of him. So fast, Nagato's Rinnegan focused. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately swung the staff to strike Uchiha Ming's incoming fist. Bang! A dull sound erupted, and the 6 paths staff bent like a bow, creaking as if it might shatter at any moment. Suddenly, at the same time, Nagato's purple glowing Rinnegan and Uchiha Ming's blue glowing eye trembled violently. Boom! A white repulsive force erupted explosively. 2 completely different repulsive forces surged simultaneously, colliding in an instant. Like a tornado, or a tsunami in a storm. The white repulsive force spread out from the two as the center, radiating in all directions. In an instant, both Nagato and Uchiha Ming were sent flying hundreds of meters, tracing long arcs in the sky. He can also manipulate repulsion. Nagato's eyes narrowed in surprise. Not good. Suddenly, his pupils contracted as he saw Uchiha Ming raise his right hand toward him. Before he could react, a terrifying, boundless gravitational force surged forth, making it impossible for Nagato, who was standing in midair, to stabilize his form, and he was uncontrollably drawn toward Uchiha Ming. He can even control gravity. Nagato's mind raced, and the truth-seeking balls behind him shot out like cannonballs. Before Uchiha Ming's truth-seeking balls collided with his own, a low shout came from Nagato's mouth. Explode. In an instant, the SZ no Tamashi, unleashed by Nagato, emitted a white light. Boom! It was comparable to the explosion of a tailed beast ball, as if a blazing sun appeared in the night sky, engulfing both Nagato and Uchiha Akira in endless flames. Chapter 233. Victory the next moment. An infinite repulsive force expelled the flames, which then violently collided together, pushing both Nagato and Uchiha Akira away. The hazy repulsive force swept across the battlefield like a storm, forcing Tsunade and her companions to continuously use would release or Susanoo to resist this repulsive storm. What is wrong with the fifth Hokage's eyes? Tsunade looked up towards the battlefield, her voice filled with surprise. Such powerful ocular ability, far surpassing our eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, even comparable to Nagato's Rinnegan. Uchiha Shursui was equally astonished. Nagato's Rinnegan was not something that had just been born a day or two. It had been honed by Nagato for a long time. Theoretically, Nagato's Rinnegan was now stronger than when it just awakened. This situation was similar to the Uchiha clan's Mangekyō Sharingan, where the ocular power gradually increases rather than appearing all at once. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at the two individuals clashing in the sky, muttering to himself, perhaps this is what the fifth Hokage looks like after completing his preparations. One of his eyes gives me the feeling of a Sharingan, but the other is something I cannot comprehend. Perhaps it is the Rinnegan. At this moment, Tsunade spoke up, seemingly pondering. That right eye feels similar to Hinata's eyes. The Rinnegan? Uchiha Fugaku nodded, a hint of joy appearing on his serious face. Booming sounds echoed in the sky, like thunder cracking. Two terrifying chakra forces clashed, causing not only the sky to tremble, but even the entire ground to shake. Continuous explosions erupted in the sky, resembling blazing suns, dazzling beyond compare. Intense energy fluctuations rippled, changing the expressions of the spectators below. Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui. Silver Wheel Rinnegan Blast. Suddenly, a low shout came from Uchiha Akira. A terrifying chakra surged, almost suffocating. In the air, behind Uchiha Akira, 9S no Tamashi formed a string, creating a circle like a giant prayer bead. Uchiha Akira raised his hand, and boundless green light surged forth, expanding the prayer bead-like circle to a height of a person. In the next instant, a terrifying gray-white tornado storm erupted from the circle formed by the SZ no Tamashi. The entire world was filled with the storm, the sky trembling, as if even the void itself was twisting. Not good. Nagato's purple Rinnegan pupils narrowed, and the SZ no Tamashi behind him instantly fused, transforming into a gigantic shield that hovered before him. In an instant, the boundless, terrifying storm engulfed Nagato. Crack! The clear sound of shattering echoed in Nagato's ears. Visible to the naked eye, cracks appeared on the shield formed by the SZ no Tamashi. Behind the shield, Nagato clasped his hands together, watching the spiderweb-like cracks appear on the SZ no Tamashi shield. His purple Rinnegan widened, and both the power of the six paths and ocular power erupted simultaneously. Six paths, Shinra Tensei. Boom! In an instant, an overwhelming repulsive force erupted, like 1,000 tsunamis surging, resembling a super volcano erupting, as the sky trembled and the space distorted. The boundless, terrifying gray-white storm seemed to collide with the invisible ground, continuously producing booming sounds. Nagato's eyes widened. His expression contorted, clearly using all his strength. Go back. Nagato extended his hands, as if trying to push the terrifying storm back. As he reached out, that terrifying tornado was indeed slowly pushed back. This ends here. At that moment, Uchiha Akira's cold voice sounded. Immediately after, a golden beam streaked across the sky, cutting through the air. With a whoosh, The golden light flashed, slicing through the storm, severing the repulsive force, and then passing through Nagato's body. The golden light was brilliant, disappearing in an instant, as if it had never existed. Of course, if nothing changed on Nagato, it would seem even more like it had never appeared. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as a large portion of Nagato's body fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. He was cut in half by the golden light that had just streaked across the sky, with most of his body now lying on the ground. Golden Wheel Rinnegan Blast. This was the strongest attack from the Rinnegan, powerful enough to split the moon in two. Of course, Uchiha Akira did not cut vertically. He cut horizontally. With his current strength, if he were to use this move recklessly, there was indeed a risk of destroying the earth. If he were to slice the earth in half, it would truly be a grave consequence. Uchiha Akira stepped through the air, looking at the panicked Nagato, who was continuously retreating. This ends here, with a thought. The Ten-Tails Jinchuriki behind him had already obtained an immortal body. Such injuries could be recovered quickly for Nagato. Uchiha Akira, having become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, had previously been cut in half, including his head, before fully subjugating the Ten-Tails, yet he faced no life-threatening danger. Now, although Nagato's Ten-Tails was flawed, he also possessed immortality. Such injuries would not take long to recover, and he would not show any significant weakness. However, Uchiha Akira would not give him the opportunity. The SZ no Tamashii behind Uchiha Akira transformed into 4 sharp black rods, piercing through the air. Naturally, Nagato could not sit idly by. For him, just holding out for a few breaths was enough to turn the situation around. At this moment, his SZ no Tamashii had just been consumed, and he could not create more in time, only able to use Shinra Tensei to deflect the incoming black rods. Clang! Clang! A few vibrating sounds rang out as the 4 black rods flew back, disappearing into the sky. However, just then, 5 more black rods came piercing through the air. Not good. Nagato's pupils contracted, his heart tightening. Universal Pool. Nagato spread his 5 fingers, releasing overwhelming gravitational force that drew the 5 black rods towards him. With a whoosh, Nagato's extended right hand was immediately pierced by the 5 black rods. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Uchiha Akira's lips curled up as his figure flashed, almost teleporting to stand before Nagato. Nagato's pupils contracted, just as he was about to make a move. He heard a whoosh. Then he felt a sharp pain in his body. Uchiha Akira launched a surprise attack, instantly pulling out the black rod embedded in his arm and stabbing it into his chest. With a whoosh, continuous sounds of piercing echoed as all 5 black rods were thrust into Nagato's body. 2 in the chest, 1 in each arm, and 1 in the head. The 5SZ no Tamashii pierced in, greatly interfering with Nagato's recovery. Even though Nagato had become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, regarded as immortal, he could only remain stiff in place at this moment. Chapter 234. Attempt to separate We Won. As expected of Brother Akira. Great. With this, the war comes to an end, and we Konoha officially achieve victory. In the ruins below, Tsunade and her companions saw Uchiha Akira confining Nagato and immediately revealed smiles. With the temporarily restrained Nagato, Uchiha Akira descended from the sky, landing before Tsunade and her companions. Looking at Uchiha Akira's appearance at this moment, Tsunade and the others showed expressions of surprise. During the previous battle, it was not as clear and evident. Uchiha Mei finally landed beside them, and she could see everything clearly. Uchiha Mei looked at Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui, and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. This kind of injury is nothing to me. Even without the power of the Ten-Tails, I won't be in any danger," Tsunade replied, shaking her head with complete confidence. As the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, she had every reason to be confident. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui shook their heads. After consuming a large amount of the Ten-Tails' flesh and blood, their recovery abilities had greatly increased. Although they weren't immortal, ordinary serious injuries were nothing to them. "Mei, what do you plan to do about this guy?" Uchiha Fugaku looked at Nagato, who was trapped by the Rinnegan, with a serious expression. "Brother Mei, it seems that the seal created by the Rinnegan alone cannot completely restrain him. He's slowly breaking free from the seal," Uchiha Shursui said, looking at Nagato with a surprised expression. Indeed, even the seal formed by the Rinnegan couldn't completely seal Nagato, depriving him of all his mobility. At this moment, Nagato, who was pierced through by the Rinnegan, was still continuing to recover, although the recovery speed was very slow and incomparable to before at the current rate. He would fully recover in about 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, Nagato would be completely back to normal. Moreover, the vast chakra belonging to the Ten Tails was repelling Uchiha Mei's Rinnegan, continuously squeezing it out of his body. This level of recovery ability was truly akin to being immortal. Tsunade stared at Nagato, showing a look of admiration. As a medical ninja, she understood better than anyone what Nagato's condition meant. She also knew how difficult it was to reach this point. This was a state that existed only in theory. Uchiha Mei gazed at Nagato and said solemnly, "We need to find a way to extract the Ten Tails from him. Is there any way?" Tsunade quickly asked upon hearing Uchiha Mei's words. Uchiha Mei shook his head and said, "No, the Ten Tails Jinchuriki is different from other tailed beasts. Conventional methods won't work. And the Six Paths Ten Tails coffin is not an ordinary seal." Oof. At that moment, Nagato's disdainful voice came through. "Hokage, as the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, I have already attained true immortality. You have no way to stop me." Uchiha Mei's expression remained unchanged, his mind racing. For him, it was not that there was no way. He simply did not want the Ten Tails to disappear. The Ten Tails held immense value for Konoha and the entire ninja world. Whether for the present or the future, the Ten Tails needed to be preserved as much as possible. Its power could serve as a trump card, a card to counter that suits Suki. Moreover, the role of the Ten Tails was not just to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. It was also related to a path to godhood. This was a path that had been proven to be viable, a true path to becoming a deity. For Uchiha Mei, for Konoha, and for the ninja world, it held unimaginable significance. "Oh," Uchiha Mei's lips curled into a cold smile as he said, slowly, "I wonder what would happen if I were to finally chop you up into pieces and seal each part separately." Upon hearing this, Nagato's expression changed, revealing a hint of panic. The Ten Tails Jinchuriki was indeed considered immortal, but if Uchiha Mei really did cut him into pieces, Nagato had no confidence whatsoever. Not to mention what Uchiha Mei mentioned about sealing each piece separately. Sealing techniques had always been the nemesis of all immortal beings. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, Nagato was also a master of sealing techniques, and he knew this better than anyone. If he were in perfect condition as the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he would naturally not fear any sealing techniques currently existing in the ninja world. However, if he were truly cut and sealed separately, Nagato had no assurance. Looking at Nagato's current state, Uchiha Mei scoffed. "Looks like you understand the consequences. Fifth Hokage, are you really planning to do that?" Tsunade said, revealing a strange expression. Based on her understanding of Uchiha Mei, she believed that his words were just meant to scare Nagato. The Ten Tails was something Uchiha Mei could never afford to miss. If there really is no way, then we have no choice. The threat of a Ten Tails Jinchuriki is simply too great, Uchiha Mei shrugged. At present, there really wasn't a good way to deal with Nagato. The probability of successfully pulling out the tailed beast chakra was extremely low, almost non-existent. First, Nagato's was resolute. In terms of compatibility, Nagato had a higher compatibility than Uchiha Bido. Second, without the help of the tailed beasts, they couldn't pull out the tailed beast chakra. In the state of being the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Mei did not feel that he could overpower Nagato, who was already in the Jinchuriki state and had subdued the will of the Ten Tails. "Well, hot potato." Uchiha Fugako looked at Nagato with a serious expression. Uchiha Mei stroked his chin and said softly, "This might not just be a hot potato. It feels more like one of those timed bombs developed by the technology department." What was initially a joke was met with Tsunade's agreement as she nodded. "This guy is no ordinary bomb. If this thing blows up, it could wipe out the land of fire. Fifth Hokage, it's about time to make a decision. Your Rinnegan seal is about to give out, and once Nagato's body fully recovers, sealing him will be even harder," Tsunade reminded solemnly. Uchiha Mei shook his head and looked at Nagato, saying in a deep voice, "There's still some time. I'll try a certain method." "Oh, what method do you have?" Tsunade and the others looked at Uchiha Mei in surprise. "Just watch. Even if I can't extract the Ten Tails, I should be able to effectively weaken Nagato." Uchiha Mei smiled slightly and took 2 steps forward to stand in front of Nagato. Feeling Uchiha Mei's approach, Nagato's heart sank, and a sense of foreboding arose. With a plop, Uchiha Mei's right hand plunged directly into Nagato's chest, as if searching for something. Nagato let out a muffled groan, his expression changing. He could feel that something inside his body had been found and grasped by Uchiha Mei. Uchiha Mei looked at Nagato's very grim face and gently leaped back. His hand transformed into pure chakra, linking with Nagato's chest. Inside Nagato's body was an endless ocean of chakra. At the bottom of this ocean, Uchiha Mei's right hand transformed into a chakra claw, plunging into the chakra sea, pulling up the tailed beast chakra that was submerged at the bottom, constantly tugging it outward. Sensing Uchiha Mei's movements, Nagato sneered, his worries disappearing. Uchiha Mei was destined to gain little. At most, he would only obtain some chakra from the one tail and the seven tails. The other tailed beasts had long been devoured by the demonic statue and had already reintegrated, making it impossible to turn back in a separate tailed beast chakra. As expected, accompanied by a splash of water, Uchiha Mei only managed to pull out part of the one tail and seven tails chakra. The chakra of the other tailed beasts remained completely unmoved. As expected, Uchiha Mei looked at the miniature Shikaku and Mei floating in the palm of his hand, his face showing little surprise. This was something he had anticipated. Those tailed beasts had been sealed for so long. It was likely they had already refused with the 10 tails, and their chakra had returned to the 10 tails, losing their own consciousness. Tsunade looked at the two-tailed beasts in Uchiha Mei's palm and shook her head. Fifth Hokage, it seems you have failed. It is obvious that while the amount of tailed beast chakra from those two miniature tailed beasts is considerable, they are far from being true tailed beasts. They are merely fragments of tailed beast chakra that Uchiha Akira forcibly took for Nagato. So, when are we going to chop Nagato up and seal him away? Tsunade said, her face showing an eager expression. Too late. As soon as Tsunade's voice fell, Nagato's slightly proud voice echoed. Shinju, the divine tree, descends. Boom, a violent rumbling sound erupted as massive tree roots erupted from the lower half of Nagato's body, where it had been cut. Instantly, these gigantic tree roots shot up into the sky, forming an enormous tree. Boom, 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 the enormous and thick tree roots spread across the ruins, quickly covering the battlefield that spanned several dozen kilometers. In the center of the battlefield stood a massive divine tree, towering into the clouds. Nagato's long-accumulated power was finally released, using this technique to implement the infinite Tsukuyomi. At the same time, he also used this jutsu to break free from Uchiha Akira's sealing of the truth-seeking orbs. Once he broke the seal, Nagato's lower body visibly grew back. In just a few breaths, Nagato was fully restored. To think he had such a trick up his sleeve. I underestimated the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. In midair, Uchiha Akira squinted his eyes, feeling more surprised than angry. After the recent clash, he had basically grasped Nagato's strength. Hokage, the real battle is just beginning. Nagato looked at Uchiha Akira, his expression cold, regaining his confidence. As he stared at Uchiha Akira, a powerful aura emanated from Nagato, causing even the sky to tremble. Uchiha Akira, what do you mean? Suddenly, Nagato's anger surged. He realized that Uchiha Akira completely ignored his intentions and instead turned around, standing still and staring at the ground below. Don't make noise. Uchiha Akira's indifferent and calm voice came through. Now is not the time to deal with you. Hearing this, Nagato instantly flew into a rage. After becoming the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, he considered himself akin to a deity, and Uchiha Akira's attitude now infuriated him. Come out. I see you. Uchiha Akira's gaze shifted, locking onto a gigantic tree root in the battlefield below. Oh, interesting, that blue eye. Is it a mutation of the Byakugan? Not bad. A surprised voice rang out. Following that, a man dressed in a white haori with long braids leaped up, standing on the massive tree root, looking at Uchiha Akira with mild surprise. He had come to observe the situation in the ninja world, but was drawn in by the commotion of the battle between Uchiha Akira and Nagato, so he came to take a look. He had thought that with the Tsutsuki clan's ability to conceal chakra, he could observe silently. However, he did not expect to be detected by Uchiha Akira, the Hokage, as soon as he appeared. Looking at the middle-aged man standing on the tree root, Uchiha Akira's expression grew serious. He recognized who this person was. Chizen, the vessel of Tsutsuki Ishiki. The consciousness of Tsutsuki Ishiki had fully awakened, and the man named Chizen could be considered Tsutsuki Ishiki. The truly important thing was that Tsutsuki Ishiki's strength was formidable, and he also possessed the ability to manipulate space and time, moving freely. At this moment, Uchiha Akira had no confidence in defeating Tsutsuki Ishiki. Interesting, Chizen scanned the sky where Uchiha Akira was, showing a rare hint of surprise. I can sense both your clan's aura and the aura of the 10 tails from you. How strange. Clearly just an indigenous person of Earth. How did you manage that? Chizen displayed a puzzled expression. Yes, he could actually sense the aura of the Tsutsuki clan from Uchiha Akira. Moreover, in addition to that, he also sensed the purest aura of the Ten Tails from Uchiha Akira. They were completely fused together, indistinguishable from one another. Same clan? Are you of the Tsutsuki clan? Uchiha Akira squinted his eyes, following Chisen's line of thought to pose his question. On the other side, Nagato looked at the suddenly appearing person below, his face darkened. But he said nothing. His intuition told him that this person was far from ordinary. The Tsutsuki clan, in Nagato's limited understanding. He only vaguely knew that the Sage of Six Paths belonged to this clan. You know about the Tsutsuki clan? Chisen's expression slightly changed, and he began to take Uchiha Akira a bit more seriously. Of course I know. Uchiha Akira's expression remained calm as he looked at Chisen below, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Not only do I know, but I've also interacted with Tsutsuki Kagaya, Tsutsuki Kinshiki, and Tsutsuki Momoshiki. Perhaps I have already guessed your identity. Head Chisen chuckled lightly, looking at Uchiha Akira with interest. My identity? Go on, tell me. Uchiha Akira chuckled lightly. Are you sure? Go ahead and say it. Chisen smiled lightly. His identity was an absolute secret. No one else in this world could possibly know except for him. Looking at Chisen below, Uchiha Akira smiled and said, Tsutsuki Ishiki. Seeing Chisen's face change dramatically, Uchiha Akira continued with a smile. Right? Although you are not completely equivalent to Tsutsuki Ishiki yet, in certain circumstances, you are indeed Tsutsuki Ishiki. Chapter 236. Chisen's face darkened like water, a cold aura emanating from him as he stared fixedly at Uchiha Akira. Under normal circumstances, you shouldn't know this. Why do you know? Guess why I know. Is it just me who knows? Uchiha Akira's smile remained. Hearing this, Chisen's heart sank, and he quickly began to think. The fact that I am still alive is something only Kagaya might know, but even that is just a possibility. Logically speaking, I should be considered dead in Kagaya's eyes. But if this person knows my identity, it means Kagaya must know that I'm not dead. Chisen's thoughts raced, and he formed some guesses. Is it Kagaya? Was she not sealed by her two sons working together? Did she tell everything to her two sons? Chisen's eyes narrowed, feeling that the development of events was beyond his control. The reason he appeared recklessly in the ninja world was precisely because Tsutsuki Kagaya had already been sealed, and her two sons, Tsutsuki Kinshiki and Tsutsuki Momoshiki, were already dead. Essentially, there was no one in the ninja world who could stop him or pose a threat to him. But now, he felt as if he had stepped into a trap. Chisen was exceptionally wary of Tsutsuki Kinshiki and Tsutsuki Momoshiki. Those two had immense strength. Born after Kagaya consumed the fruit of the divine tree, they inherently possessed a portion of the divine tree's power, and after subsequent training, their strength reached a terrifying level. Even he had to approach them with caution. They were not ordinary Tsutsuki. Chisen glanced at Nagato, then made a decision. Regardless of whether it was a trap, he had to take action. He needed to know who the enemy truly was. If it were Tsutsuki Kagaya or her two sons, he would have to be cautious and well-prepared. If the person behind this was indeed Tsutsuki Kinshiki or Tsutsuki Momoshiki, then Chisen would have to consider the possibility that they were still alive somewhere in the ninja world. As a member of the Tsutsuki clan, he was all too familiar with their abilities. He had to clarify this matter. Even if it was a trap, he was not afraid, possessing space-time abilities. And once he had taken precautions, if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. He looked at Uchiha Akira, his expression indifferent. None of this is important. As long as I defeat you, I can learn anything I want to know. Oh, the defeated underling of Otsutsuki Kagaya dares to boast? You don't seem to be in a good state right now, do you? The compatibility of this vessel with you doesn't seem very good. Uchiha Akira chuckled lightly, showing no fear. With Kamui activated, Uchiha Akira had no fear of Jigen. Even if Otsutsuki Ishiki were to resurrect in complete form on Jigen's body, he would still not be afraid. Hearing Uchiha Akira's words, Jigen lost the indifference he had moments ago. His eyes narrowed, and killing intent spread. The fact that this native was aware of his situation to such an extent was unsettling. Jigen was originally just a monk, and it was only because of the existence of the Shinju that he was able to live from ancient times to the present. The Shinju, a unique ability of the Otsutsuki clan, could replicate oneself, digitize, and then implant into a suitable vessel, thus achieving resurrection. As long as the Shinju exists, the Otsutsuki clan can continuously resurrect, making them virtually impossible to kill. However, the vessel that bears the Shinju has extremely high requirements. Not everyone can withstand the Shinju of the Otsutsuki clan. Since ancient times, Ishiki has never truly found a vessel suitable for himself, which is why he has always resided in Jigen. Dealing with you in this state is more than enough. Jigen's expression turned cold, and as he spoke, red patterns appeared on his body, spreading rapidly across him. In an instant, these red patterns cooled down like charred wood, transforming into black patterns. Jigen reached out, and a black rod, more than a person's height, appeared in his hand. With a swoosh, a whooshing sound filled the air as Jigen leaped into the air, stepping on nothingness, and brought the black rod down, distorting the very air around him. Such a slow speed? Are you underestimating my Sharingan? Uchiha Akira pulled his hand, and the truth-seeking orb behind him shot out like a cannonball, instantly crashing into Jigen's black rod. With a metallic clang, Jigen was sent flying back dozens of meters, repeatedly retreating. Before he could steady himself, Uchiha Akira also charged forward, wielding a rod made from the truth-seeking orb. The black rod came crashing down, shaking the entire sky as if it were being smashed down by Uchiha Akira, when a resounding clang echoed through the heavens, and Jigen fell to the ground like a cannonball. A loud explosion broke the roots of the god tree, and the already shattered earth became even more fragmented, with huge cracks appearing. TCH, as expected, not an ordinary person. Jigen's eyes narrowed slightly as he half-squatted in the deep pit created by the impact, completely unscathed. As the vessel of Otsutsuki Ishiki, Jigen's data had already been significantly unfrozen, but due to his qualifications, he couldn't withstand the full power of Ishiki. However, even so, ordinary attacks were difficult to breach his defenses. If ordinary ninjas have high attack and low defense, then Otsutsuki Ishiki possesses both high attack and high defense, with an essential difference. Is this level of strength worth your attention? Nagato floated in the air, looking at Jigen in the pit with confusion. He admitted that he was indeed taken aback by Jigen at first, thinking he was some extraordinary being. After all, from the information inferred from Uchiha Akira's conversation, this person should be remarkable. Moreover, judging by this person's words, he seemed to be extremely confident in his own strength, just like himself. However, after their recent skirmish, Nagato realized that this person was merely a facade. His true strength was not impressive at all, even inferior to Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui. Looking at Nagato, who had approached nearby, Uchiha Akira smiled slightly. Since you think his strength is lacking, why not you deal with him instead? Why should I help you deal with your enemy? Nagato sneered. My enemy? Uchiha Akira revealed a strange smile and said, Do you really think he would be your ally? Hokage, what do you mean by that? Nagato's expression changed slightly. Uchiha Akira's words definitely carried deeper meaning. The person below is essentially of the Otsutsuki clan, the enemy of all life on this planet. You just need to understand this. Uchiha Akira said in a deep voice. Nagato's expression changed, saying, According to your statement, the Sage of Six Paths is also our enemy? Uchiha shook his head, saying, The Sage of Six Paths is different. He is not our enemy. That's about enough. Jigen stood up from the deep pit, a red light flashing above his head, and then a long, spiraling horn appeared on his head. Without absorbing the Ten Tails chakra, Jigen finally entered the second state of Shinju. Looking at Uchiha, Akira, and Nagato in the sky, Jigen's expression was indifferent. The Ten Tails, huh? It's just right to reclaim that Ten Tails today. Chapter 237. Nagato and Jigen hearing this. Nagato's expression was indifferent, showing no change, but a surge of anger rose within him. First, he was captured by Uchiha Akira and almost eliminated, and now he was being disregarded by a so-called Otsutsuki clan member, treating himself as a second sage of six paths, which inevitably sparked his fury. A pair of purple Rinnegan glowed with purple light as he looked at Jigen in the deep pit, and Nagato coldly said, Very well, then I'll deal with you first. I want to see what strength you have as a member of the Sage of Six Paths. Then, Nagato turned to Uchiha Akira, fifth Hokage, if you wish. You can join in with this so-called Otsutsuki. Looking at Jigen in the pit and glancing at Nagato, Uchiha Akira chuckled lightly and directly sped away towards the location of Tsunade and the others. You won't escape. Jigen's eyes widened, and he instantly leaped into the air, charging towards Uchiha Akira. Jigen waved his right hand, and black rods appeared out of thin air, shooting out with a whooshing sound. However, Uchiha Akira paid no attention to these black rods. Kimui activated, and the black rods passed through his body, shooting into the sky and disappearing without a trace. Your opponent is me. Nagato floated into the air, appearing beside Jigen. The Six Paths staff swung, creating a sharp explosive sound in the air. Jigen raised his hand, and a black rod appeared, blocking in front of him. When the sound was crisp and melodious, echoing continuously. No, his power is off. Nagato's pupils constricted as he keenly sensed the significant difference between Jigen now and just moments ago. The Otsutsuki clan possessed the ability to conceal their chakra, making it difficult to assess their strength based on appearance and aura. Even Nagato, with his Rinnegan, could only confirm this through combat. How annoying. Jigen looked at Nagato, his pitch-black eyes glaring. With a few piercing sounds, Nagato let out a muffled grunt as black rods pierced through his body. Jigen raised his leg and swept, the air producing a sharp explosive sound, striking Nagato's chest with a bang. Boom, like a meteor crashing into the earth, the ground shook violently, demonstrating the immense force Jigen possessed in this state. This was enough force to kick apart a complete Susanoo, easily capable of destroying a mountain. However, for Nagato, this heavy blow that could instantly kill an ordinary person was merely a trivial matter, not enough to cause him significant harm. The physique of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki is more abnormal compared to the Otsutsuki clan, at least in terms of immortality, far surpassing Jigen. Not to mention Jigen. Even the complete Otsutsuki Ishiki cannot compare to the immortality of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. In ancient times, Otsutsuki Ishiki was ambushed by Otsutsuki Kagaya and lost half of his body, having to reside in Jigen. However, such injuries would not even be considered wounds for a Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Boom, the earth trembled slightly as Nagato raised the six-path staff, breaking through the smoke and soaring into the sky. As Nagato charged towards him, Sishin squinted slightly, pondering, is there really this level of immortality from using the power of the Ten Tails as a Jinchuriki? The people of this planet aren't entirely without merit. They have developed this method, which is significantly stronger than merely absorbing the chakra of the Ten Tails. Suddenly, a metallic resonance echoed continuously as the sky trembled, and one could vaguely see ripples forming in the sky from the continuous collisions. These were the void fluctuations generated by the ongoing clashes between the two. In the second state of the wedge, Sishin was much stronger than in the first state, and Nagato was subtly at a disadvantage in their confrontation. Sishin's taijutsu abilities were extraordinarily powerful, and as a battle elite tempered through countless trials, Nagato could only rely on his superior physique to hold his ground against Sishin. Watching the fierce battle in the sky between Sishin and Nagato, Tsunade turned to Uchiha Akira with a puzzled expression. Fifth Hokage, who is that person? You seem to know him quite well. The Otsutsuki Ishiki, from the same clan as Kagaya Otsutsuki, the mother of the Sage of Six Paths, is incredibly powerful. When complete, he might not be weaker than the Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha Akira analyzed the battlefield, continuously assessing Sishin's strength. Is this what the Otsutsuki clan is like? Uchiha Shursui was astonished and quite surprised. It wasn't just him. Even the usually serious Uchiha Fugaku was somewhat taken aback. This was different from their imagined Otsutsuki clan. They had envisioned the Otsutsuki clan to resemble Nagato, possessing some sort of sage intent. Above, although Sishin was very strong, he wasn't exaggeratedly invincible. Their eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, enhanced by the power of the Sage of Six Paths, could still track his movements. No, Uchiha Akira shook his head and said, that person is merely a vessel for Otsutsuki Ishiki. His current state can be said to be borrowing the power of Otsutsuki Ishiki, not the true Otsutsuki, nor the true power of Otsutsuki Ishiki. Vessel? What is that? Tsunade looked at the battle in the sky, her expression puzzled. That is a unique ability of the Otsutsuki clan, a contingency plan that allows for continuous resurrection. It can digitize one's self, replicate, find a suitable person, and insert this data into that person's body. This is the wedge. As time passes, the wedge will gradually unfreeze, and upon completion, the Otsutsuki himself will resurrect. This process can be infinitely repeated. So in a sense, the Otsutsuki clan can live forever. Uchiha Akira briefly explained to the three. The Otsutsuki clan actually has such a capability? Tsunade exclaimed in shock, sighing. So, all members of the Otsutsuki clan are immortals? Theoretically, yes, Uchiha Akira nodded, then shook his head, saying, but in practice, it's impossible. There are too few suitable vessels to mature the wedge. Otsutsuki Ishiki has been on Earth for thousands of years and hasn't found a suitable vessel. Sishin currently lacks that qualification. So Otsutsuki Ishiki has been unable to complete his resurrection for thousands of years. How strong would he be if he were to fully resurrect? Uchiha Fugaku's already serious expression became even more grave. If he were to face Seishin alone, let alone defeat him, he wouldn't even have the confidence to survive. Watching the intense battle above, Uchiha Akira said, he would be stronger, but it won't be an insurmountable difference. Seishin's current state is already very close to the true Otsutsuki Ishiki. Hearing Uchiha Akira's words, Tsunade and the others visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Although Seishin was formidable at this moment, he was not beyond their capacity to contend with, still within the realm of understanding. Chapter 238. The enigmatic Otsutsuki Tsunade suddenly seemed to recall something and looked sharply at Uchiha Akira. Fifth Hokage, according to your words. Isn't it possible that the Sage of Six Paths, his brother, and even their mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, might still be alive? I can't be certain of their current state. They might still be alive, or they might have already died. It's hard to judge. Uchiha Akira shook his head. Kagaya Otsutsuki is confirmed to be alive, sealed away. However, the statuses of Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki are truly uncertain, especially Otsutsuki Kinshiki. I've never seen a dead person with such powerful strength and chakra. Just the chakra allotted to his reincarnated son is enough to seal Kagaya Otsutsuki again. Originally, it required a 3-month battle with his own brother to achieve that. After thousands of years, merely dividing 2 portions of chakra was enough to seal Kagaya. Undoubtedly, there were many coincidences involved, but the 2 portions of chakra he divided are certainly sufficient to contend with Kagaya Otsutsuki. Uchiha Akira had no doubt that if the original Naruto and Sasuke had failed, he would have risen from the dead and personally sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki again. As for Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Uchiha Akira could also conclude that he was in a state where he could resurrect at any time. Even if they were dead, their chakras could still traverse between the Pure Land and the ninja world, unlike ordinary people who would be completely oblivious to the ninja world upon death. I thought you knew everything, Tsunade said with a hint of regret. Beside her, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui also had expressions of disappointment. Uchiha Akira shook his head. How could I know everything? There are many things I don't know. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku looked at the stalemate battle and couldn't help but ask, Akira, have you seen Kagaya Otsutsuki, the Sage of Six Paths, and his brother? Compared to them, do you think this Otsutsuki Ishiki is stronger, or are they stronger? Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's question, Tsunade and Uchiha Shursui also turned their attention to him. In the sky at that moment, amidst the continuous rumbling, the clashes between Nagato and the second state of Seishin had generated a pale storm. After a period of stalemate, Nagato gradually caught up with Seishin's fighting rhythm and was no longer merely on the receiving end. Watching the fierce battle between the two, Uchiha Akira didn't hesitate much and said, in this state, Seishin is not as strong as Kagaya Otsutsuki, nor is he as strong as the Sage of Six Paths and his brother, Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki. The Sage of Six Paths family is that strong? Tsunade was extremely surprised and muttered in confusion. Who is the father of the Sage of Six Paths? His father must also be a terrifying existence within the Otsutsuki clan. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Uchiha Akira displayed a peculiar expression and inexplicably smiled. Fifth Hokage, what's so funny about that? Is there something wrong with the identity of the Sage of Six Paths' father? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, clearly puzzled. It wasn't just her. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui also showed looks of confusion. In their understanding, outstanding bloodlines always have an exceptional source, just like the Senju clan, Uchiha clan, Uzumaki clan, and so on. Uchiha Akira chuckled lightly and said, the Sage of Six Paths and his brother have no father. No father? Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Akira, frowning. No father? How did the Sage of Six Paths brothers come into existence? According to the prevailing narrative, Kagaya Otsutsuki, after becoming the goddess of the moon, was blessed by the people, and from that blessing, Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki were born, Uchiha Akira explained. Blessed by the people? Tsunade was taken aback. Then, as if realizing something, she pressed on. Is this blessing a genuine blessing? Hearing her words, Uchiha Shursui looked completely bewildered, not understanding the implications of the statement. In contrast, Uchiha Fugaku's serious expression twitched to the corners, and his face showed a strange look. Konoha Tsunade's thoughts are far-reaching. And even Uchiha Fugaku, a father of 2 children, couldn't keep up. Uchiha Itachi was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted and chuckled. Of course. It's a serious blessing, not that kind of blessing. Hearing Itachi's words, Tsunade sighed. To be able to do such things, one can already be called a deity. No wonder she, is the goddess of the moon in the myths. Both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui showed expressions of admiration. This ability indeed exceeded ordinary understanding and was no different from mythology. Itachi, since it's the surface-level explanation, is there another explanation? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Itachi and voiced his doubts. Of course, but it's just my speculation and may not be reliable, Itachi nodded. Let us hear it. Tsunade said with curiosity. You all know about the god tree bearing fruit, right? Itachi asked. Tsunade nodded and said solemnly. Of course, we all know about it. And we can glimpse a part of it from the false god tree. The chakra, fruit born from the god tree, must possess unimaginable power. I suspect that the sage of six paths and his brother actually gave birth because they couldn't digest the chakra fruit after Kaguya Tsutsuki consumed it due to the fruit's overwhelming power, which led to their birth. Uchiha Itachi expressed his speculation. Tsunade was taken aback, then said, So you believe that the sage of six paths and his brother are essentially part manifestations of the god tree's fruit? It's precisely because they're the fruit of the god tree that they are so powerful? Not exactly. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and said, I believe they are not only manifestations of part of the god tree's fruit. Similarly, they are also Tsutsuki, possessing the unparalleled innate abilities of the Tsutsuki clan. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui all showed thoughtful expressions. Uchiha Shursui stroked his chin and said, I think Itachi's explanation aligns better with our understanding. Indeed, Uchiha Fugaku nodded. The true facts may only be known to Kaguya Tsutsuki herself. Tsunade shook her head and continued. Perhaps the truth lies in a combination of both explanations. That possibility cannot be ruled out, Itachi nodded. Let us set aside these ancient matters for now. The main issue is how to deal with the two above. Uchiha Fugaku looked up at the sky. In the sky, the battle between Nagato and Chikage was still extremely intense. Both sides were exchanging blows, appearing very spectacular. Overall, Nagato was still at a disadvantage. Chikage's abilities were hard to defend against, making it difficult for even Nagato to make effective predictions. The Rinnegan is not the Sharingan. It lacks the powerful insight and action-capturing ability of the Sharingan. When facing Chikage's unique techniques, Nagato would often fall victim easily. Fortunately, Nagato had the existence of his immortality. Chikage's black rods could not cause significant harm. Chapter 239, Fierce Battle with Chikage. Moreover, after being captured by Uchiha Itachi earlier, Nagato was very cautious about similar situations. With the power of the six paths, enhancing his Shinra Tensei and Universal Pull, he caused considerable trouble for Chikage. However, ultimately, Nagato was only barely maintaining an undefeated stance. If time dragged on, his defeat would be inevitable. Most of his attacks were physical techniques, and the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki's immunity to ninjutsu had no place here. Uchiha Itachi watched the battle in the sky and said solemnly, Nagato is not to be feared. The important thing is that Tsutsuki is Shiki. Chikage is not at her strongest state yet. What should we do? We've recovered enough. You give the orders, Itachi. Uchiha Shursui looked at the battlefield, his expression eager. Let's deal with Tsutsuki Ishiki first. Itachi glanced at the three and then said, What happens between us and Nagato is a matter for the Earthlings. Ishiki is an outsider. We should prioritize dealing with him. Just as Uchiha Itachi issued his command, a violent rumble echoed in the sky. Hearing this sound, Itachi and the others immediately looked up at the sky. The entire sky was trembling. In its second state, Chikage swung the black rod in her hand, continually striking down on Nagato. Each strike was faster and heavier than the last. In the end, just swinging the black rod itself stirred up a white, hazy whirlwind. At first, Nagato could barely defend with the six-path staff, but as Chikage intensified her attacks, he could no longer withstand it. Boom! The sky trembled and distorted, as if the whole area were breaking apart. Bang! A muffled sound, like thunder exploding. A white light fell from the hazy storm, rushing towards the god tree. Boom! Accompanied by an immense sound, a cloud of dust shot up, and the gigantic god tree shook violently, as if it might break. Chikage stood high in the sky, looking coldly at Nagato, who was half embedded in the tree's branches, struggling to recover his body. She raised her right hand, aiming at Nagato. With a series of soft sounds, numerous black rods pierced Nagato's body, pinning him to the cracked branches of the god tree. Looking at Nagato pinned to the tree, Chikage spoke in a calm tone. The ability of immortality is truly troublesome, but even if you are immortal, you cannot cause me trouble like this. Then Chikage turned her gaze downwards to Uchiha Itachi and the others. Next, Let's deal with the Hokage of Konoha, then retrieve this 10 tails. Below, Tsunade and the others were taken aback upon seeing Nagato defeated in an instant. What happened to that guy? How did he get defeated so quickly? Tsunade looked at Nagato, who was pinned to the god tree and struggling to recover his body, filled with astonishment. On the tree trunk, Nagato, pinned by Chikage's black rods, could not tell whether he felt more anger or panic. These black rods were similar to Itachi's truth-seeking balls, greatly suppressing chakra flow. Even the 10 tails Jinchuriki's immortality was severely limited. He's coming, watch out. Uchiha Fugaku's serious voice rang out. Uchiha Itachi stepped forward and said solemnly, "Be careful. This person can absorb ninjutsu, and his related abilities are stronger than Nagato's, but like Nagato, he cannot move quickly while absorbing ninjutsu, so we can use ninjutsu to feint." "We understand," Tsunade and the three nodded, preparing for battle. "You figured out his sudden ability to summon black rods, right?" As Itachi spoke, the truth-seeking ball behind him transformed into a black rod that fell into his hand. "Of course." Uchiha Shursui nodded and said, "His ability is quite simple. It should be the ability to shrink objects and restore them, but he probably cannot change living objects." Uchiha Itachi nodded and instructed, "Exactly, just feint for now. I will be the main attacker." In the sky, hearing the conversation below, Chikage's expression darkened. Her abilities had indeed been seen through. "The Sharingan, huh? Such a troublesome thing. But even if you know, so what? Can you react in time?" Chikage's expression was cold as she stepped into the air holding the black rod. Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes and shot up like a cannonball, racing towards Chikage. Clang! A melodious metallic resonance rang out, followed by a surge of white mist erupting from the point of collision, sweeping in all directions. Watching Uchiha Akira, who was locked in a stalemate with him, Zichien's dark eyes widened. "My Baikuna, activate." 9 black rods appeared out of thin air, instantly piercing through Uchiha Akira's jutsu. As the black rods passed through Uchiha Akira's body, he charged forward, passing through Zichien's body as well. However, the My Baikuna, which had been effective against Nagato, had little effect on Uchiha Akira. His Sharingan spun, easily seeing the black rods that were invisible to ordinary people. Coupled with the power of Kamui, Uchiha Akira effortlessly dodged what was a deadly attack to others. Zichien turned around, his expression slightly grim, staring at Uchiha Akira. "Is it a space-time ability? Compared to the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, you are the real trouble. Your ability is simple, but combined with your strength, it's quite powerful." Uchiha Akira looked at Zichien with a serious expression. Undoubtedly, although he was only in the second stage of the wedge, Zichien was still very strong. While he wasn't necessarily stronger than Nagato in raw power, his abilities were superior. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, Uchiha Akira and Zichien disappeared. The sky was filled with invisible ripples, and a white, misty hurricane spread out. The two erupted into a fierce battle in the sky. Compared to Nagato, Uchiha Akira relied on Kamui to launch the most ferocious attacks against Zichien. Each time the black rods of the My Baikuna fell, it was as if they were striking down from the entire sky onto Zichien. This was because Uchiha Akira had unleashed the Senju clan's secret power, making his strength far exceed that of Nagato. Every time Zichien clashed head-on with Uchiha Akira, he would be forced back, his hands trembling, barely able to hold onto the black rods. Bang! With a muffled sound, the black rod in Uchiha Akira's hand slammed down, crushing the black rod Zichien held in front of him and striking him hard. Boom! After taking a hit, Zichien fell to the ground, causing the earth to tremble and raising a cloud of dust. Without giving Zichien a chance to catch his breath, Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui, who had been waiting on the ground, erupted with chakra and charged towards Zichien in the deep pit. It was the perfect opportunity to strike a drowning dog. Chapter 240. Teaming up against Zichien, the strongest and fastest to burst forth was Tsunade, who made the first ambush. "Take this, you old hag." A flash of green light appeared as Tsunade's large foot, enveloped in green chakra, came crashing down on Zichien's head. What a troublesome little ant. Zichien, just getting up, took a half step back, and a black rod appeared out of nowhere, which he caught with both hands to block in front of him. Bang! With a muffled sound, Zichien's face changed dramatically as a tremendous force surged towards him, followed by a series of cracking sounds. With a clatter, the black rod in Zichien's hand broke, and then a large foot glowing with green light appeared before him. With his black rod shattered, Zichien changed his defensive stance, raising his left elbow to meet Tsunade's Tenzin kick. Bang! The sound resonated like thunder, and the misty storm spread out as the ground beneath Ziqian cracked and shattered, sending large stones flying. Ziqian's eyes widened. My Baikuna, activate. Just at that moment, Tsunade's old strength had faded, and her new strength had yet to be born. The sudden attack caught Tsunade, who lacked Sharingan, completely off guard. With a series of piercing sounds, 6 black rods pierced through Tsunade's body, erupting from her back and sending her flying backward for dozens of meters. Cough! Tsunade spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and staggered back. Ziqian, taking advantage of his momentum, leaped into the air and appeared right in front of Tsunade, raising his leg to sweep her. Just then, 2 streaks of yellow and green light rushed in, 2 fiery red long knives slicing through the air, making a hissing sound. What nuisance! Ziqian's eyes moved slightly, shifting from attack to defense, as the black rods danced in his hands, blocking the incoming long knives. Clang! The sound of metal resonated throughout the heavens and earth, as large chunks of the ground shattered. Ziqian staggered back several steps before finally stabilizing himself. Facing the attacks of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui simultaneously, even he found it challenging. Ding! A crisp sound rang out as Tsunade expressionlessly pulled out the black rods embedded in her body and threw them to the ground. Then strode towards Ziqian. Ziqian, who was in a fierce confrontation with Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui, narrowed his eyes at this scene. Another one with a seemingly immortal body? Damn it, Konoha! I underestimated these natives too much. Stop looking around. Tsunade's green long robe rustled as her right foot slammed down, causing the air to explode and tremble, like a massive meteor crashing down. Boom! As her foot landed, the heavens and earth shook, countless large stones flew, and the entire ground shattered. In the endless cloud of dust, Ziqian was sent flying out, leaving a long trace on the broken ground. Remarkably, he suffered no injuries from the blow. His physical strength was astonishing. Before Ziqian could regain his footing, a flash of blue lightning appeared, as Uchiha Akira's right hand was enveloped in black lightning, aiming directly for Ziqian's head. With Byakugan, Ziqian naturally saw Uchiha Akira's attack and the crackling black lightning. His pupils contracted as he instantly leaped into the sky. Ziqian didn't even consider using his absorption ninjutsu to absorb Uchiha Akira's attack. Uchiha Akira wasn't foolish. He knew that Ziqian would definitely know about his abilities. If he dared to use ninjutsu against him, it meant that the technique was very special, likely one that couldn't be absorbed, and it would definitely cause effective damage. Just as Ziqian ascended, he heard the whooshing sound of air being sliced. It was Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui wielding their ninja blades, launching a surprise attack from the air. Possessing the power of the 6 paths, they too could fly. As the fiery red, long knives slashed down, they created a vacuum area. Facing the powerful and heavy onslaught from both sides, Ziqian didn't even look, extending his hands. My Baikuna, activate. Instantly, a series of black rods, invisible to the naked eye, began to appear one after another. Clang! Continuous metallic vibrations rang out as Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui were forced to shift from attack to defense, constantly fending off the suddenly appearing black rods. With a series of piercing sounds, almost simultaneously, the arms of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui, which were swinging their blades, were pierced by the black rods, causing them to stagger back. Even their Sharingan could not accurately capture all the suddenly appearing black rods. Boom! Tsunade stepped forward, unleashing her full power, causing the air to roar. However, before Tsunade's attack could reach, Uchiha Akira had already rushed to Ziqian's side. He was surrounded by flickering blue lightning, maximizing his speed. So fast, Ziqian felt a chill in his heart. He realized that Uchiha Akira had been holding back earlier. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a hand wrapped in black lightning appeared before Ziqian's eyes. Not good. Ziqian's pupils contracted, and in an instant, a dark space-time vortex emerged, engulfing his entire being. Dozens of meters away, a splash echoed as Ziqian fell from the dark space-time vortex, still shaken. His space-time ability activated that quickly. Uchiha Akira looked at Ziqian, who was dozens of meters away, with slight surprise. At this speed, if he truly wanted to escape, there would be no way to stop him. Thinking this, Uchiha Akira felt Ziqian was increasingly troublesome. Unless he had the power of the 10 hands, it was truly impossible to keep him here. What a difficult opponent. Looking at Uchiha Akira, Chisen's hand once again manifested a black rod. Holding the black rod, Chisen strode forward with a cold expression. Now I really have to get serious. Is that so? I want to say the same to you. I will also get serious from here on. Uchiha Akira's expression was calm as he walked toward Shizen. As Uchiha Akira approached, the crimson left, I trembled slightly, and then the air rippled faintly, with two Uchiha Akiras appearing out of thin air, as if they were transported here through some space-time ability. The time shadow of the kaleidoscope Sharingan summoned the past and future selves. Shadow clone? Shizen sneered disdainfully. What a boring trick. The black rod in his hand spun, and the ground beneath Shizen shattered with a loud boom, shooting towards Uchiha Akira like an arrow. Uchiha Akira, blue electric sparks appearing around him. Zzz, the electric sparks crackled, and the three Uchiha Akiras vanished simultaneously. Boom! A violent roar echoed as large patches of ground shattered, dust erupting like a tsunami. The three Uchiha Akiras collided with Shizen almost simultaneously. One attacked head-on, clashing with Shizen, while the other two launched side attacks. No, this is not a shadow clone at all. Shizen's pupils constricted, and with a slight collision, he realized the situation was dire. Zzz, two blue electric sparks suddenly appeared, and two large feet kicked towards him, rippling the space and distorting it. Chapter 241, Battlefield Anomaly. With his Byakugan, Shizen naturally sensed Uchiha Akira's attack. With a thought, he activated the My Byakugan. Hiss! Countless black rods shot out in all directions from Shizen's center, aiming to exchange injury for injury with the three Uchiha Akiras. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, he had complete confidence in his physical prowess. Bang! Shizen and Uchiha Akira's attacks hit each other almost simultaneously. Struck head-on by the two Uchiha Akira's feet, Shizen's body bent like a bow, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, the two Uchiha Akiras attacking Shizen were filled with black rods, turning them into hedgehogs. Zzz, suddenly, another ear-piercing sound of electricity rang out. A blue-black intertwined electric spark rushed towards him, as one Uchiha Akira, with black lightning in hand, sped towards Shizen at breakneck speed, appearing right in front of him in an instant. No, the speed is too fast. He must have been holding back. Shizen's pupil shrank, and he activated his space-time ability in an instant. With a flash of black light, Shizen disappeared. With his Byakugan, he was not afraid of attacks from any direction. As long as he had not lost the ability to act, he could respond. Dozens of meters away, a dark space-time vortex appeared, and Shizen emerged with a grim expression. Clang! Continuous sounds of metal clashing rang out as the two Uchiha Akiras, filled with black rods, pulled them out of their bodies as if nothing had happened. No blood flowed from their bodies, and the wounds healed almost instantly. Their recovery speed was even faster than Nagato after becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Seeing this scene, Shizen's face darkened, and an ominous intuition surged in his heart. I wonder how long you can maintain this state. But even if you can last indefinitely, you're still no match for me. As he spoke, the three Uchiha Akiras approached, vaguely forming a circle to surround Shizen. At the same time, Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui also strode over, and the six surrounded Shizen. Damn it! Shizen cursed inwardly. Things had escalated to this point, infuriating him to no end. The last time he was this angry was when Otsutsuki Kagaya successfully ambushed him, breaking half of his body. Now, he was once again experiencing that burning rage. Looking at the enraged Shizen, Uchiha Akira smiled. Perhaps you should try to fully unleash your power. Maybe you could defeat us all. Shizen snorted coldly, opening his right hand to reveal a black rod. In his disadvantaged position, saying anything more would only be self-deprecating. Fully unleashing his power would be equivalent to choosing to revive in Shizen's body. Shizen's body could not completely withstand his data. Choosing to revive in this body would be tantamount to suicide. Things had not developed to that extent yet. Tsunade looked at Shizen and said coldly, "Fifth Hokage, stop wasting time with him. Let's all attack together and take this guy down." Uchiha Akira naturally understood this logic. He was stalling for time to consume Shizen's ability to maintain the Wedge 2 state. In Uchiha Akira's understanding, as the vessel implanted with the Wedge, with each battle, the Wedge's data would gradually thaw. This meant that as the battles became more intense, the data of the Otsutsuki technique would eventually thaw completely, allowing him to fully revive in Shizen's inadequate vessel. Now, he just needed to verify if his thoughts were correct. Bang! A series of dull sounds erupted as the three Uchiha Akiras launched their fiercest assault on Shizen simultaneously. Surrounded by electric light, in an instant, Shizen was struck by the black rods transformed from the truth-seeking orbs. Faced with the attack from the three Uchiha Akiras, Chi-Zen in the Wedge 2 state was utterly powerless to resist. Seeing Chi-Zen in an absolute disadvantage, Tsunade and the others who intended to strike immediately halted, switching to a defensive posture to prevent Chi-Zen from escaping. Rumble the ground shattered continuously as the three Uchiha Akiras worked together, hitting Chi-Zen like a ball, causing the ground to break apart repeatedly. However, it must be said that Chi-Zen's physical strength was terrifying. Even in this situation, his body remained undamaged. Damn it! Chi-Zen gritted his teeth, and with a thought, activated the SH my Bikuin, with countless black rods raining down. Uchiha Akira completely ignored the incoming black rods, activating Shinjutsu, and allowing the black rods to fall. Clang clang. Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui continuously used ninja tools to deflect the black rods. Boom! Before Chi-Zen could catch his breath, Uchiha Akira charged in again, engaging him in the most intense close-quarters combat. Meanwhile, on the other side, pinned to the god tree, Nagato watched the fierce battle below, filled with indignation and unwillingness. It was clear that Uchiha Akira had not used his full strength in the previous battle. If Uchiha Akira had used the eye techniques against Chi-Zen from start, Nagato would have already been defeated. Watching the battle below, Nagato thought with frustration, "Damn it, it shouldn't be like this. I am the second sage of 6 paths, and no one should be stronger than me." Absorbing the god tree, absorbing the 10 tails, true immortality and eternity. Suddenly a low, hoarse voice entered Nagato's mind. Hearing this voice, Nagato's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, Who are you?" However, the response to Nagato was still that phrase, absorb the god tree, absorb the 10 tails, obtain true immortality and eternity. What does it mean? The god tree, the 10 tails? Hearing the mysterious voice again, Nagato was filled with confusion. Absorb the god tree, absorb the 10 tails, obtain true immortality and eternity. The hoarse and eerie voice echoed again. Upon hearing this voice, Nagato suddenly had an epiphany. A pair of Rinnegan glowing with purple light turned, and Nagato's gaze locked onto the giant tree behind him. Nagato murmured to himself, "So that's it, I understand now." As the voice fell, the divine tree behind Nagato seemed to transform into a flowing torrent, continuously merging into his body. Boom! The massive roots of the divine tree rose from the ground, turning into streams that entered Nagato's body. Such a huge commotion naturally couldn't escape the attention of Uchiha Akira and others. Tsunade, witnessing this scene, exclaimed in surprise, "What happened over there with Nagato? How did he absorb the divine tree he released?" Something felt off. Uchiha Fugaku frowned. The aura transmitted from Nagato gave him a very ominous feeling. Absorbing the divine tree? Could it be that Kagaya Otsutsuki's consciousness has begun to awaken? Uchiha Akira, seeing this scene, immediately had a guess. That 10 tails Jinchuriki absorbed the divine tree again? Sigon, who was in the midst of battle, felt confused. The way their Otsutsuki clan used the 10 tails was different from that of Earth. This was his first encounter with the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Boom! The air exploded with a series of blasts as Nagato descended from the sky, crashing into the ground and separating Uchiha Akira and Sigon. Nagato stared at Sigon, coldly saying, "Hokage, let me handle this. I, who have obtained true eternity and immortality, need to use this person to wash away the shame of my earlier defeat." Chapter 242 Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Akira's eyes moved slightly, revealing a hint of surprise on his face. At this moment, Nagato's aura was much stronger than before, and his appearance had changed. If the previous Nagato was similar to the sage of the 6 paths of Ito, then the current Nagato resembled the sage of the 6 paths Madara. His upper body was no longer exposed, clad in the same white cloak. Similarly, at this time, 9 truth-seeking orbs floated behind Nagato. Unlike the sage of the 6 path Madara, Nagato had a scar-like mark on his forehead, identical to the one on Uchiha Akira's forehead. Observing Nagato's current state, Uchiha Akira's heart stirred, thinking, has he become stronger after absorbing the divine tree? Or has Kagaya lent him more of her power? Suit yourself. Uchiha Akira shrugged, not concerned. Just wanted to see how Nagato's strength changed after absorbing the divine tree. He stepped back, allowing Nagato and Sigon to confront each other. Sigon, seeing this, felt infuriated. These lower beings actually dared to treat him this way, which truly angered him. Watching Sigon, the mark on Nagato's forehead trembled, splitting apart to reveal a single crimson eye. It was indeed a Rinnegan with 6 tomo. That eye? Sigon immediately recalled a particularly unpleasant memory upon seeing the eye on Nagato's forehead. The eye on Nagato's forehead bore a high resemblance to the Rinnegan possessed by Kaguya Otsutsuki. Is it the Eye of the Ten Tails? He sensed no aura of Kaguya from him, and the appearance was also different. Sigon's thoughts flowed, and he considered another possibility. Of course, the Ten Tails only had 6 tomo, which was still somewhat different from Kaguya's Rinnegan. Most importantly, Sigon did not sense Kaguya's aura on Nagato. Suddenly, Nagato moved. With a roar, the ground shattered beneath his feet, launching toward Sigon like a cannonball. He swung his staff, striking down, causing the space to twist continuously, and the air emitted a sharp explosion. This scene showed that Nagato's strength at this moment was much greater than before. In an instant, Sigon also moved, wielding his black staff, unafraid as he faced Nagato head-on. Clang, 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 the sound of metal clashing echoed across the battlefield. The two moved at incredible speeds, ordinary ninjas unable to capture their movements. All that could be seen were flashes of sparks, followed by the scene of mountains collapsing and the earth splitting. Their speed surpassed even sound. Such speed? Tsunade's expression changed. Even she could only barely catch a glimpse of their battle traces. Uchiha Fugaka's expression was serious, watching the fierce battle with great solemnity. Beside him, Uchiha Shirsue's crimson Sharingan spun continuously, his gaze locked onto the battlefield ahead, his expression tense and grave. Their Sharingan clearly saw the fight, and it was precisely because they could see it so clearly that they displayed such a serious demeanor. Clang. Nagato swung his staff, knocking away the suddenly appearing black staff, while at the same time, the truth-seeking orbs behind him fell like cannonballs, causing the air to emit sharp explosions. With a soft tremor, black staffs appeared out of nowhere, striking Nagato's truth-seeking orbs away. With that eye, his insight and dynamic vision had undergone a qualitative leap. Already able to predict my moves? Sigon's eyes narrowed slightly, swinging his black staff to deflect Nagato's incoming staff, simultaneously using the force to retreat several meters. You're not as impressive as I imagined. The Rinnegan on Nagato's forehead rotated, a cold smile appearing on his face. It seems that in front of me, who has already obtained true eternity, you are nothing. Sigon's expression was cold, disdainfully saying, ignorant native, merely forcing the power of the divine tree. How dare you be so arrogant? Nagato snorted coldly, wielding the six-path staff and charging out again, engaging Sigon in a fierce battle. On the other side, Uchiha Akira stood calmly at the edge of the battlefield, hands behind his back, watching the two fight intensely. The other two Uchiha Akira had already vanished. On the Konoha battlefield, the fighting was extremely intense, while on the other side, Black Zetsu silently infiltrated Orochimaru's laboratory. Watching Orochimaru immersed in his experiments, Black Zetsu smiled silently. As the third child of Kaguya Otsutsuki, Black Zetsu, though not a complete Otsutsuki, possessed some traits of the Otsutsuki clan. He also had the ability to conceal his own chakra. Quietly, Black Zetsu appeared behind Orochimaru. With a splash, he covered Orochimaru entirely like a liquid. After writhing for a moment, half of Orochimaru's body was enveloped by the black liquid formed by Black Zetsu. Orochimaru's thoughts were fragmented, unable to effectively control his mind. Being possessed by Black Zetsu, even Uchiha Sasuke, who had received the Sage of Six Paths inheritance, was briefly restrained, let alone Orochimaru. A triumphant laughter escaped from Orochimaru's mouth as Black Zetsu. Immediately after, a bottle filled with bright red blood appeared in Orochimaru's hand, which was controlled by Black Zetsu. A white Zetsu emerged from the ground, appearing in the laboratory. Subsequently, under Black Zetsu's control, Orochimaru began to busily work in the laboratory. After a while, Orochimaru, controlled by Black Zetsu, continuously formed hand seals, Edo, Tensei, accompanied by a surge of gray-white dust. The white Zetsu on the ground continuously wriggled, eventually transforming into a young man wearing red armor with long black hair. It was Uchiha Madara. Once Uchiha Madara regained consciousness, a slightly joyful voice sounded. I have finally been resurrected. Just as he spoke, he sensed something was off, extending his hands to take a look, and immediately realized something was wrong. Coldly, he said, "Why is it Edo Tensei?" Then his crimson Sharingan spun, locking onto Black Zetsu attached to Orochimaru, coldly questioning, "Black Zetsu, what is going on? Why did Nagato use the Rinnegan's resurrection technique to revive me? Lord Madara, the situation has exceeded your plan. Nagato has betrayed you and has become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki on his own. Your agent, Abido, has also died." Black Zetsu briefly explained the current situation. Hearing Black Zetsu's words, Uchiha Madara's expression darkened. My carefully laid plan has gone awry? What on earth is going on? Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Black Zetsu felt utterly speechless, internally cursing 1,000 times without being able to voice it. He didn't even dare to say it, but Uchiha Madara's plan was full of flaws. The key point is, why would Nagato revive him? He has no sense of urgency at all. Moreover, it's obvious to everyone that Obito has his own ideas. Does Madara really think a curse mark can control him? Sometimes Black Zetsu really feels exhausted. Chapter 243. The encounter of two Uchiha Madara's plan had no guarantees throughout. If it weren't for Black Zetsu's diligent maintenance of the plan in order to resurrect his mother, Madara would probably have to stay permanently in the Pure Land. Yes, that's right. In Madara's understanding, he created Black Zetsu, which is a continuation of his own will. The crucial problem is that the Black Zetsu he created using Yin-Yang release has no combat ability. So how can he ensure the continuation of the plan? Fortunately, there was still the Edo Tensei technique in the end. Otherwise, not to mention Madara, Black Zetsu would also be basically finished. Reluctantly, Black Zetsu had to explain, a powerful figure has emerged from Konoha, and Obito has fallen. Oh, who is it? Madara's interest was piqued, and he asked with great interest. Obito's ocular technique is very powerful. If he wants to escape, even I wouldn't have a good way to stop him without using a curse mark. How'd he fall? The current 5th Hokage of Konoha, Black Zetsu, replied, and continued to explain, Obito may have been ambushed by the spirit transformation technique, leading to a one-hit kill. Now Obito's eyes are all in Uchiha Mei's hands. Uchiha! Madara showed a surprised expression. The Uchiha clan could actually hold the position of Hokage? What about the 4th Hokage? It was indeed Uchiha. Black Zetsu shrugged and said, the 4th Hokage was killed by Obito and Nagato working together, which gave Uchiha Mei the opportunity to rise. That Uchiha Mei is no simple character. Under his leadership, Konoha is flourishing, completely breaking free from the constraints of the daimyo of the Fire Country. It's unstoppable now, Black Zetsu said with a hint of emotion. The Uchiha clan has produced such a talented individual. Things are getting interesting, Madara smiled. Looking at Black Zetsu, he asked, since that's the case, that guy named Uchiha Mei must be very strong, right? How does he compare to Tobirama? Black Zetsu's face revealed a hint of awkwardness. He was unsure whether to say certain things. What else with that face? Madara frowned and said in a deep voice, say it if you have something to say. Hearing Madara's words, Black Zetsu immediately spoke up. Lord Madara, I believe Uchiha Mei's strength has already surpassed that of Konoha's 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama. After all, it wouldn't affect him, Black Zetsu thought. Given Madara's character, hearing this would undoubtedly impact him greatly. This guy has a high opinion of himself and hardly regards anyone else aside from Hashirama. What did you say? Madara's expression darkened, and a powerful chakra erupted from him. Madara looked at Black Zetsu and questioned in a deep voice, stronger than Hashirama? Black Zetsu, do you know what you're talking about? How could there be anyone stronger than Hashirama in this world? He is my lifelong rival. Black Zetsu helplessly said, Lord Madara, although this is hard to believe, it is indeed true. That guy Uchiha Mei used a secret technique to transplant Obito's ocular technique into his own eyes, and he also activated the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Just like the 1st Hokage, he has also mastered sage arts. Upon hearing Black Zetsu's words, Madara's expression became serious. After pondering for a moment, he muttered to himself, if that's the case, then his strength might indeed have surpassed that of Hashirama. I didn't expect Konoha to give birth to such an existence, Madara said, showing an excited expression. Black Zetsu, let's go to Konoha and meet that Uchiha Mei to see if he really is as strong as you say. A surge of battle intent rose from Madara, and his overwhelming chakra spread out, shattering the laboratory containers with a bang. Lord Madara, I think it's best not to go to Konoha right now, Black Zetsu said. Nagato is over there, and the battle is very intense. Very intense. Madara was taken aback. Nagato, who has become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, can't win quickly? He didn't doubt Black Zetsu's words. Black Zetsu must have sent White Zetsu to infiltrate Konoha for real-time monitoring. That's right, the battle over there is very intense. Not long ago, White Zetsu conveyed the message that Nagato seems to have fallen into a disadvantage, Black Zetsu said. The intelligence Black Zetsu provided was obviously not real-time, but had some delay. Nagato has actually fallen into a disadvantage? What is going on? He is the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, possessing the power of the Sage of 6 Paths. How could Konoha be so strong? Madara started to feel uncertain. The The 10 tails Nagato possesses is not complete. During the collection of tailed beasts, several tailed beasts could not be fully brought back, and a considerable portion fell into Konoha's hands. Moreover, the 9 tails was replaced by the summoned Kinshiki and Momoshiki. Black Zetsu explained. Madara looked at Black Zetsu and questioned in a deep voice. If that's the case, the power of the 10 tails would indeed be affected, but it shouldn't be a world of difference. What else has happened? Black Zetsu chuckled awkwardly and said, after Obito died, in order for the plan to proceed smoothly, I unsealed the Uchiha who had been sealed. When Nagato became the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, that Uchiha betrayed us and also used the 6 paths 10 tail seal to take a portion of the 10 tails. Madara's expression turned very ugly, and he coldly said, Black Zetsu, you really acted on your own, achieving nothing while causing more trouble. Suddenly, Madara turned around, his gaze locking onto the laboratory door. Bang! With a dull sound, the tightly shut laboratory door was violently kicked open. A silver-haired Uchiha Light, adorned with short horns, strode in with Senju Tobarama. Oh, it's Ju! Uchiha Light exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Madara and Orochimaru possessed by Black Zetsu. You seem to have put in some effort. It looks like a powerful person has emerged from the Edo Tensei. Seeing Uchiha Light, Madara's heart tightened. This girl was definitely not an ordinary person. This feeling. Even Hashirama never gave me this feeling. Madara thought to himself. He had already guessed who this girl was. The Uchiha who had taken a portion of the 10 tails power from Nagato. Uchiha Light looked at Madara, and finally her gaze shifted to Senju Tobarama. Who is he? Uchiha Madara. Although Senju Tobarama was under Uchiha Light's control, his past knowledge had not disappeared. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Light showed a hint of surprise. Then she looked Madara up and down and muttered to herself. So it's him. No wonder he has such strength. For the first time, being examined with such scrutiny made Madara feel a surge of anger. In an instant, his Sharingan opened, and Uchiha Madara made his move. Chapter 244. Relics of an old era. A red light flashed, and Madara instantly appeared in front of Uchiha Light, raising his hand to press against her neck. Uchiha Light's expression was indifferent. Her delicate white hand gently grasped, swiftly blocking Madara's right hand, then suddenly flung him away. Boom! Madara was immediately sent flying, crashing into the solid laboratory wall, embedding himself into it. Dust flew, and Madara's face darkened immensely. The speed and strength of this woman far exceed my own. We're not even in the same dimension. Damn it! If I were to be fully resurrected and regain the Rinnegan, how could I have fallen to this point? Uchiha Madara felt anger in his heart. In the Edo Tensei state, his strength was far inferior to when he was alive. So he was naturally no match for Uchiha Hikaru, let alone the current Uchiha Hikaru. Even without the power of the 10 tails, Madara might still find it difficult to win against him. Good speed and strength, truly worthy of being a peak figure from the previous era. Uchiha Hikaru smirked, as if she had done something trivial. Uchiha Hikaru's gaze shifted, locking onto Uchiha Madara, and she said indifferently, however, you are just a relic of the old era. There is no need to embarrass yourself by coming out. Bang! As her words fell, a truth-seeking orb shot out from behind her, striking Uchiha Madara like a cannonball. Bang! A muffled sound followed, and then wood chips flew everywhere as a large hole appeared in the wall. A wooden clone? Truly an experienced old man. Uchiha Hikaru sneered, not pursuing further. An old man summoned by Edo Tensei poses no threat to me. He has escaped. At this moment, Senju Tobarama returned to Uchiha Hikaru's side with Orochimaru. Orochimaru had regained his consciousness, and Kagaya had already escaped from here. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Hikaru and smiled slightly. Miss Hikaru, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. One ugly worm. Uchiha Hikaru coldly laughed, her crimson Sharingan spinning. My technique, 8,000 spears activated. In an instant, Orochimaru's consciousness fell into despair, becoming her puppet. Unseal the Edo Tensei technique of Senju Tobarama, and then use Edo Tensei in front of me. Uchiha Hikaru said with indifferent anger. Controlled by the 8,000 spears, Orochimaru did not hesitate and immediately began to operate at Uchiha Hikaru's command. Uchiha Hikaru's Crimson Sharingan focused intently on Orochimaru's technique. Soon, Orochimaru completed the order. The perfected Edo Tensei technique is not that complicated. Uchiha Hikaru nodded slightly. Then the truth-seeking orb behind her unfolded, wrapping Orochimaru within it. Without any surprise, the Yin-Yang release, truth-seeking orb instantly reduced Orochimaru to ashes. Next, Uchiha Hikaru's body stirred, and 4 white Zetsus appeared from her. These white zetsus were hidden on her before she became the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. At a time when her relationship with Nagato had not yet soured. These white zetsus are to provide chakra at critical moments. Now that they have turned against her, they will serve as sacrifices for Edo Tensei. Edo Tensei. Uchiha Hikaru formed hand seals and pressed down on the ground. Instantly, black runes spread, enveloping one of the white zetsus. Gray-white dust soared as the form of the white zetsu constantly changed, and after a few breaths, Senju Tobarama once again came from the Pure Land to the Shinobi world. Upon seeing Uchiha Hikaru, Senju Tobarama, who had already regained his consciousness, erupted with a chilling killing intent and shouted, "You evil Uchiha brat, I will personally kill you." Looking at the furious Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Hikaru revealed a proud smile on her beautiful face, her laughter crisp. "Ha, you are right. I am indeed an evil Uchiha. I will kill you." Just as Senju Tobarama had an idea and was about to act, he found that he couldn't move at all, truly powerless. As the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, possessing the power of the Sage of Six Paths, Uchiha Hikaru's Edo Tensei technique had an unimaginable binding power. At this moment, let alone Senju Tobarama. Even if Senju Hashirama were here, he would not be able to break free. Damn it! Senju Tobarama cursed angrily, recalling the time he was controlled, feeling extremely suffocated. To think that he, Senju Tobarama, who had roamed the shinobi world all his life, would end up in the hands of the Uchiha clan, whom he disliked the most. This was something he could never accept. Uchiha Hikaru chuckled. "Useless, your strength is too weak. If that dead snake were to use this technique, perhaps you could struggle a bit, but since the caster is me, you have no chance at all." After struggling for a while, Senju Tobarama had to admit that this Uchiha girl was speaking the truth. Such a level of binding ability, his brother also, as he thought this. Senju Tobarama's heart sank. "Hokage, become my power." Uchiha Hikaru's crimson Sharingan spun, and the eye technique 8,000 spears was activated. In an instant, Senju Tobarama's eyes turned purple-black. Once again, he was controlled by Uchiha Hikaru's eye technique 8,000 spears. Then let's go check on Konoha first. The fighting there seems intense. Uchiha Hikaru looked curiously towards the direction of the Hidden Leaf Village. After becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, her sensory ability had leaped forward, allowing her to clearly sense even Konoha, which was 1,000 kilometers away. In her perception, Nagato's chakra had become even more powerful. However, the chakra of a now stronger Nagato showed signs of boiling, clearly struggling and engaging in fierce combat. If it's not Uchiha Akira, then who could it be? Uchiha Hikaru thought curiously. With Senju Tobarama under her control, she effectively possessed space-time abilities indirectly. As long as she wasn't killed in one hit, she had nothing to fear. Under her control, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated, and when the two appeared again, they were already at the closest Flying Thunder God coordinate position to the battlefield in the Land of Fire. After arriving here, Uchiha Hikaru sensed for a moment, then rushed towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, in a certain secret base of Orochimaru in the Land of Rice, a white zetsu, lying on experimental bed, was constantly wriggling and changing. After a few breaths, this white zetsu transformed into Orochimaru's form. How interesting. Zetsu actually revived the real Madara. Orochimaru smiled cheerfully, not at all angry about his earlier encounter. Just right. I can comfortably hide and observe the changes in this world. This feeling is really interesting. I wonder who will ultimately sweep through this shinobi world. Orochimaru chuckled as he walked down from the experiment table, heading deeper into the base. Chapter 245. The possibility of capturing Zuin in a certain place in the Land of Rain. Torrential rain fell as Uchiha Madara, dressed in red armor, stood in the rain. Unable to recover from the scene he had just witnessed. He, Uchiha Madara, was once again undeniably crushed by someone with strength. This was something that even Senju Hashirama could not accomplish back then. Although Senju Hashirama was stronger than him at that time, he was nowhere near as formidable as that Uchiha girl just now. The girl named Uchiha Hikaru had surpassed him in every aspect. The only thing he likely hadn't been surpassed in was his so-called battle experience. A relic of the old era. He, Uchiha Madara, chuckled lightly. Truly interesting, good. Only such an opponent can excite me. Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Kagaya breathed a sigh of relief. He almost thought Madara had lost his fighting spirit after being crushed by Uchiha Hikaru. If Madara lost his fighting spirit, Kagaya would indeed have no way to handle it for a while. Uchiha Madara was Kagaya's last resort. Kagaya looked at Uchiha curiosity evident in his voice. Lord Madara, what do you plan to do? He was genuinely puzzled if Uchiha Madara had any other means of resurrection besides the Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara turned around and looked at Black Zetsu. The Rinnegan, I must find a way to get my Rinnegan back. Only then can I be resurrected. Lord Madara, due to Obito's rashness, Nagato is now deeply wary of me, and I can no longer get close to him. Black Zetsu's expression was troubled. To retrieve the Rinnegan from Nagato, who had already become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, was an almost impossible task. Uchiha Madara ignored him and instead asked, "Is the battle over there still ongoing?" Black Zetsu was taken aback. Then a piece of information was transmitted through the earth veins. Soon, Black Zetsu received feedback from White Zetsu, who was monitoring the battlefield. Lord Madara, the battle over there is still ongoing. Nagato is currently fighting against a mysterious person of unknown origin. As he spoke, Black Zetsu himself was shocked. Nagato was engaged in a fierce battle with a mysterious figure. If it weren't for the fact that this message was personally transmitted by White Zetsu, Black Zetsu would have thought it was a joke. Nagato was the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Theoretically, no one in the shinobi world should be his match. Thinking about the message transmitted by White Zetsu, Black Zetsu felt that the current shinobi world was so unfamiliar. Looking at the contemplative Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu spoke up. Lord Madara, the situation in Konoha is somewhat unexpected. Nagato has become stronger, and his Ten Tails seems to have further integrated. Uchiha Madara slowly nodded, showing no expression. At that moment, Akatsuki emerged from underground. Seeing Akatsuki appear, Uchiha Madara's chakra erupted. Boom, a blue beam of light shot up, and the complete body Susanoo manifested. As Susanoo spread its wings, Uchiha Madara, along with Black Zetsu, rushed towards the battlefield. In the center of Susanoo's forehead, Uchiha Madara asked solemnly, Black Zetsu, according to your understanding, in Nagato's perception, you are already in a sealed state, right? Yes, Lord Madara, Black Zetsu respectfully replied. Good. Uchiha Madara nodded and said, when we reach the battlefield, find the right opportunity and retrieve my Rinnegan. Huh? Black Zetsu was taken aback, looking at Uchiha Madara in astonishment. What kind of ridiculous plan is this? Black Zetsu thought to himself, wanting to curse out loud. So he had thought that Madara had some backup plan. After thinking for so long, this was the only method he could come up with. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and said solemnly, plans that are too complicated cannot afford any mistakes. If any part of the plan goes wrong, it will ultimately fail. The previous plan was too complex, which led to my resurrection failure. I understand, Lord Madara. Seeing this, Black Zetsu, though speechless, could only brace himself and agree. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the fierce battle between Nagato and Chizen continued. The fight was still intense, and there was no sign of either side gaining the upper hand. Nagato and Chizen were evenly matched. After absorbing the God Tree and obtaining the Rinne Sharingan, Nagato had also gained powerful dynamic capture ability, allowing him to predict and observe Chizen's black rods. Unlike before, he was no longer unable to defend against Chizen's attacks. How did Nagato become so strong? Even his appearance has changed? Didn't he spit out the God Tree himself? Tsunade looked at Nagato on the battlefield, filled with confusion. At this moment, Nagato was much stronger than before. The most obvious change was that he originally had 6 truth-seeking orbs, but now he had 9. At this time, the number of truth-seeking orbs was already indicative of the situation. Perhaps the God Tree was not as simple as we imagined. It might just be a special tree, hiding deeper secrets. Uchiha Akira said, from the current situation, it seemed that Kaguya Otsutsuki's consciousness had partially awakened, and she had lent her power to Nagato. That Rinne Sharingan was the best proof. The Rinne Sharingan belonged to Kaguya Otsutsuki, and only she possessed it. No other Otsutsuki had this special eye. However, Uchiha Akira didn't know much about the Otsutsuki clan, as many things could only be speculated upon and not confirmed. We know too little about matters related to the Otsutsuki clan. Even chakra itself was brought by their clan. Tsunade sighed with worry. The gap between us humans and the Otsutsuki clan was unimaginable. Thinking about it would only lead to terror. Is there any way to capture Chizen alive? To interrogate him for information about the Otsutsuki clan? Tsunade looked at Chizen, her eyes cold. The possibility is slim. Uchiha Akira shook his head. With a personality like Chizen's, once cornered, he would undoubtedly resurrect without regard for anything. By then, his strength would be raised another level, making it almost impossible to capture him alive. Even with overwhelming strength, it would be impossible to capture someone with such quick reflexes and space-time abilities. Of course, if there were a special Rinnegan like Uchiha Sasuke's, it might be possible to prevent Shizen from escaping. Shizen's space-time ability activates differently from Kimyui and Flying Thunder God. He opens an entire space-time passage. This gives Tenketsu the opportunity to operate. Theoretically, as long as the timing is right, it will be possible to prevent Shizen or even Shizen from teleporting, making it impossible for him to escape. Unfortunately, while the idea is good, it cannot be realized now. Uchiha Sasuke is still just a few years old, spending all day clinging to Uchiha Itachi to play ninja games. For this idea to be realized, it would take at least over a decade. Chapter 246. Uchiha Akira's scheme. Suddenly, Uchiha Akira and the others turned their heads to look in another direction on the battlefield. A streak of light shot through the sky and crashed to the ground with a bang. Boom, the ground shattered, and dust filled the air. A graceful figure emerged from the smoke. Her stunningly beautiful face was icy cold, her long silver hair flowing, and she wore a robe that radiated a soft white light, resembling the outfit Nagato wore at that moment. Uchiha Akira, how did she become like this? Upon seeing her, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui were taken aback. Uchiha Hikari's appearance was now completely different from before, as if she were an entirely different person. At this moment, Tsunade looked at Uchiha Fugaku with a strange expression. Fugaku, why do I feel like this Uchiha Hikari resembles you a bit? Resemble me? Uchiha Fugaku was stunned. Uchiha Shursui was also taken aback, then carefully scrutinized Uchiha Hikari, revealing a strange expression on his face. After glancing at Uchiha Hikari and then at Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shursui whispered, rather than saying she resembles Fugaku, it would be more accurate to say she looks like Sasuke after growing up with softer facial features. Upon hearing Uchiha Shursui's words, Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback, then also revealed a strange expression. Not saying much was fine, but once it was mentioned, she really did resemble Sasuke. Fugaku, by the way, is this Uchiha Hikari related to your ancestor? Could it be that they were once family? Tsunade looked at Uchiha Hikari with great curiosity. Uchiha Fugaku was speechless and said, our Uchiha clan has the same ancestor. Isn't it normal that we look similar? Uchiha Akira, hearing the conversation among the three, couldn't help but chuckle to himself. At this moment, these people were actually getting sidetracked to such matters. Just joking, Tsunade laughed and waved her hand, then revealed a serious expression. The aura of this Uchiha Hikari is highly consistent with Nagato's, possessing the purest Ten Tails Six Paths power. What is going on? As she spoke, Tsunade looked at Uchiha Akira. Among those present, Uchiha Akira was the strongest, and he also possessed the purest form of the Ten Tails power. In this matter, Uchiha Akira could undoubtedly provide the most authoritative explanation. The power of the Rinnegan erupted, and Uchiha Akira's gaze pierced through numerous obstacles. Seeing a Ten Tails meditating and sleeping in a sealed space within Uchiha Hikari's body, continuously supplying chakra to her. The Ten Tails, she has a Ten Tails inside her body too. Uchiha Akira spoke with some surprise. Seeing the Ten Tails within Uchiha Hikari was something he had not anticipated. He initially thought Uchiha Hikari had intercepted the power of the Ten Tails from Nagato through some other means, but now he actually saw the Ten Tails. Although its form was smaller than a normal Ten Tails, there was no doubt that it was indeed the real Ten Tails. The Ten Tails, Tsunade, and the others were instantly astonished. At this moment, Uchiha Hikari at the edge of the battlefield frowned, feeling as if she had been seen through. This feeling was the gaze of the Byakugan. Uchiha Hikari turned her head, locking her eyes on Uchiha Akira. Is it the eye, not the Byakugan? But my intuition can't be wrong. So, is it an evolved Byakugan? Uchiha Hikari's mind raced with thoughts, and she suddenly had a guess. Hokage, isn't it a bit too much to stare at a girl like that with your eye? Uchiha Hikari's cold voice rang out. In an instant, Uchiha Akira's figure stiffened, and he silently closed the ability of the Rinnegan to see through. Uchiha Hikari's words made it clear that there were some things Uchiha Akira had to be careful about. TCH, what's the big deal? Tsunade snorted disdainfully, saying, what is there to see about your little body? We have plenty of beauties in Konoha, don't you think, Fifth Hokage? Looking at Tsunade's somewhat dangerous expression, Uchiha Akira maintained a calm demeanor and said lightly, I didn't see anything. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it. Ha, just an old woman. How could she understand the thoughts of the young? Uchiha Hikari sneered. Besides Tsunade, Uchiha Akira, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui remained silent, each seemingly busy with their own matters. Although it felt somewhat strange to argue with the enemy in this situation, seeing the current atmosphere, if they went to intervene, They would surely be overwhelmed by Tsunade's firepower. Just a little brat. Tsunade scoffed, proudly puffing out her chest. A glint of cold light flashed in Uchiha Hikari's eyes. What are you proud of? Who doesn't have that in the future? Others might, but you don't. As the strongest doctor in the ninja world, my vision never goes wrong. Tsunade crossed her arms, looking smug. But it's just a relic of the old era. What's there to be proud of? Uchiha Hikari's chakra erupted even stronger. The air rippled, and the ground beneath her feet shattered in large patches. Feeling the overwhelming chakra emanating from Uchiha Hikari, Tsunade's heart tightened. This Uchiha girl was indeed very powerful. Suddenly, Tsunade's eyes shifted, looking at Uchiha Akira. Fifth Hokage. You guys from the Uchiha clan should handle your own matters. Uchiha Akira nodded. Then his scarlet Sharingan spun, his gaze colliding with Uchiha Shirsue's. Instantly, an illusionary space formed, and the figures of Uchiha Akira and Uchiha Shirsue appeared. Brother Akira. Uchiha Shirsue looked at Uchiha Akira with confusion. Shirsue, what is the status of your Koto Amatsukami? Uchiha Akira asked. Koto Amatsukami? Uchiha Shirsue was taken aback, then immediately said, I can use both eyes Koto Amatsukami, and with the enhancement of the six paths power, the ability of this ocular technique has greatly increased. If you use all your ocular power against Uchiha Hikari now, do you have confidence in making her fall under Koto Amatsukami? Uchiha Akira asked. After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Shirsue nodded, saying, in theory, if I give it my all, it's possible. We both have eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Although her ocular power is slightly stronger than mine, there is no qualitative difference. Brother Akira, do you want to turn her into one of us? Uchiha Shirsue pressed on. Exactly, Uchiha Akira nodded. Every high-level combatant is precious. We must prepare for the future and preserve as much high-end power in the ninja world as possible. I understand. I will now gather all my ocular power and six paths power and prepare the ocular technique. Uchiha Shirsue said seriously. The conversation between the two in the illusionary space was completed in an instant, and then Uchiha Akira strode towards Uchiha Hikari. Looking at Uchiha Hikari's cold expression, Uchiha Akira said, Miss Hikari, how about we set aside our prejudices and talk honestly? The current Uchiha clan is completely different from the past. Perhaps it's unnecessary to act so extreme. Talk. There is nothing to talk about. Uchiha Hikari sneered, disdainfully saying, the gap in our experiences has determined this matter. The Uchiha must be destroyed. Then I'm sorry. I will be a bit more serious next, and I will need to use some other special means. Uchiha Akira's expression turned serious. Very well. Let me see what strength you have now. Uchiha Hikari sneered, reaching out to grasp the tank no Tachi. Chapter 247. Use of Koto Amatsukami. ZZZZ, a blue electric flash suddenly appeared, and Uchiha Akira instantly appeared in front of Uchiha Hikari. So fast. How can this guy be so fast? Uchiha Hikari's heart jolted. There was no time to think. Uchiha Hikari instinctively raised her hand, the tank no Tachi horizontally before her. Clang, a clear, melodious metallic sound rang out as the black rod form from the Shinju collided with the tank no Tachi, creating a wave of white mist. The ground beneath Uchiha Hikari's feet shattered in patches, and amidst the crackling electricity, Uchiha Akira's figure vanished again, his speed even greater than before. This is bad. This guy's strength is even stronger than Nagato's before. Uchiha Hikari's pupils contracted, her eternal Mangekyō Sharingan actually struggling to capture Uchiha Akira's movements. ZZZZ. Suddenly, a blue electric flash flickered, instantly striking her front. Not good. Uchiha Hikari was alarmed, and the tank no Tachi stabbed down. Crackle. The electric arc spread, blinding lightning engulfing Uchiha Hikari. What she pierced was actually Uchiha Akira's lightning clone. Damn, it's a lightning clone. Uchiha Hikari felt her body stiffen, unable to respond at all. This was a lightning release activated by a mix of Sage Power, Six Paths Power, and Rinnegan Chakra. Even a Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails could not be immune to this damage. Moreover, Uchiha Hikari did not have the Rinnegan and could not use the ability to absorb chakra. She could only endure. Not to mention, Uchiha Akira would not give her a chance to react. With several consecutive sounds of piercing, the black rod formed from the Shinju pierced through Uchiha Hikari's limbs and body, binding her. Miss Hikari, now we can have a good talk, right? Amidst the electric light, Uchiha Akira's figure appeared in front of Uchiha Hikari. Your strength has actually reached this level. Even Nagato's strength is not as good as yours. Uchiha Hikari looked at Uchiha Akira approaching, filled with disbelief. She had been defeated so quickly essentially crushed unilaterally. Wow, the fifth Hokage is so serious that the battle ended this quickly. Tsunade watched this scene in shock. Uchiha Hikari's strength was extremely formidable. She could sense that. That purest form of the Ten Tails Six Paths power was undoubtedly real. There's nothing more to discuss between us. Since I've lost, just kill me. Uchiha Kei's expression was indifferent, showing no signs of panic. Looking at her, Uchiha Akira revealed a faint smile. No, I have no such intention. It would be a waste to kill someone like Miss K. The ninja world needs someone as powerful as Miss K. Shursui, are you prepared? Uchiha Akira asked. Brother Akira, I'm fully prepared. Uchiha Shursui's serious voice rang out. Hearing their conversation, Uchiha Kei's face changed dramatically. She knew what Uchiha Akira was planning. Earlier, when facing Iwagakure, Uchiha Shursui had revealed his ocular technique. It was a technique capable of controlling enemies and turning them into allies. Her own ocular technique, the 8,000 Spears, had a similar ability. Uchiha Kei's beautiful face showed a look of panic. But the black rod of the Rinnegan had pierced through her, rendering her unable to move, only able to watch in horror as Uchiha Shursui approached. Don't come any closer, Uchiha Kei shouted in terror. However, Uchiha Shursui remained unmoved, continuing to walk steadily towards her. Suddenly, a white-haired figure appeared beside Uchiha Kei, wielding a sharp kunai aimed at Uchiha Akira's throat. With a poof, 3 black rods pierced the ground, pinning the suddenly appearing Senju Tobarama in place. Uchiha Akira looked at Uchiha Kei, who was filled with despair, and said slowly, I've been waiting for the second Hokage to show up. Soon, Uchiha Shursui arrived in front of Uchiha Kei, his scarlet eternal Mangekyō Sharingan staring at her. Shursui, begin, Uchiha Akira instructed. Uchiha Shursui nodded. Then the chakra he had accumulated erupted violently, activating the Kotoamitsu Tsukimi. Uchiha Kei was initially taken aback, then felt another consciousness appear in her mind, a strange memory surfacing in her thoughts. A painful groan escaped her lips. Visibly, Uchiha Kei's face showed signs of struggle, her beautiful features twisting as if she were experiencing unbearable pain. The black rod embedded in her began to vibrate, powerful chakra bursting forth, causing the ground to shatter continuously. Finally, with a few loud bangs, the Rinnegan rod was surprisingly ejected from her. You want to change my will? Uchiha Kei covered her head and rolled on the ground, her beautiful face twisted beyond recognition. Uchiha Akira, witnessing this scene, instinctively furrowed his brow. Beside him, Uchiha Shursui looked nervous. He had used all his strength for this permanent Kotoamitsu Tsukimi. All his ocular power was completely exhausted, and he could only wait for the technique to cool down before using it again. Although her ocular power was stronger than Shursui's, it wasn't a qualitative difference. Theoretically, Uchiha Kei shouldn't be able to resist this Kotoamitsu Tsukimi. However, seeing the current situation, Uchiha Shursui felt uneasy. Just then, Uchiha Kei's struggles weakened, eventually stopping as she lay on the ground, eyes tightly shut, completely motionless. If it weren't for the fact that she was still breathing, both Uchiha Akira and Uchiha Shursui would have thought something had happened to her. The two exchanged glances, mentally preparing for failure. Suddenly, Uchiha Kei opened her eyes, stood up from the ground, and looked at Uchiha Akira and Uchiha Shursui with a calm expression. Miss Kei? Uchiha Akira vit unseti ni. Uchiha Kei frowned, looking at Uchiha Akira with confusion. Why so polite? That is not like you. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Akira's heart stirred, and he asked, How do you feel now? I'm fine, why? Uchiha Kei looked at Uchiha Akira with slight curiosity. It's nothing. Uchiha Akira smiled faintly. His gaze shifted, and Uchiha Akira's eyes met Uchiha Shursui's as the two reappeared in the illusion space. Shursui, did you weave a memory for her? Uchiha Akira looked at Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Shursui nodded, saying, Brother Akira, I was afraid that directly rewriting her consciousness might cause issues, so I added an experience for her. What experience? Uchiha Akira asked. Uchiha Shursui scratched his head and said, Earlier, Brother Akira mentioned experiences related to Uchiha Kei. These experiences led her to resent the Uchiha in Konoha, so I wove a memory where her hatred was resolved, and she joined us in Konoha, infiltrating the Akatsuki as a spy. Uchiha Akira exclaimed, You managed to weave such a long memory in such a short time? No, Uchiha Shursui shook his head, explaining, I only provided a rough outline of the process. The specific details were completed by the ocular technique. This kind of ability, even with the Mangekyō Sharingan or Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, is impossible to achieve. Only with the support of the Six Paths power could Shursui reach this level. The ocular technique would naturally evolve a process with genuine details, rather than forcibly distorting the will. Forcing a distortion could lead to problems later if someone prompts the person under the illusion to recall carefully. Now, after being enhanced by the Six Paths power, it achieved logical closure and coherence. After understanding the specific situation, Uchiha Akira felt slightly relieved. Just as he was about to exit the illusion space, he thought of a question and asked, Shursui, in your setting, who resolve her hatred? Don't say it was me. I'm not the type to preach. Upon hearing Uchiha Akira's words, Uchiha Shursui awkwardly chuckled. Brother Akira, at that moment, I subconsciously said it to be you. Hearing Uchiha Shursui's words, Uchiha Akira twitched his mouth. Uchiha Akira, was not good at preaching at all. Wouldn't he talking with Uchiha K in the future reveal anything? Uchiha Akira asked uneasily. No one knew how that Kotoe Mitsukami made her resolve her hatred. Only Uchiha K, who was under the illusion, knew the specific details. If they talked and mentioned specific details, it would definitely expose them. Uchiha Shursui thought of this problem, and his expression changed immediately. Solving one old problem resulted in a new one. And this new problem was even harder to resolve. Seeing Uchiha Shursui like this, Uchiha Akira was speechless and complained. Shursui, you've put me in a terrible spot. Just thinking about how he would have to use all his wits to deceive her in the future made Uchiha Akira's temples throb. It was truly exhausting. Brother Akira, you're the Hokage. You'll be fine. Uchiha Shursui chuckled awkwardly, as if he had acted on his own accord and made things worse. Uchiha Shursui slightly regretted thinking. If I had known, I would have simply used Kotoe Mitsukami directly. What are you two hiding from me here? Suddenly, Uchiha K's voice rang out. The two turned towards the sound, only to see the illusion world twisting and changing, revealing Uchiha K's figure. As a member of the Uchiha clan, with her Mangekyō Sharingan techniques related to illusions, Uchiha K naturally had a strong mastery of Genjutsu. Moreover, being the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, her perception was sharp, and she sensed the two secretly communicating with Genjutsu. Uchiha Akira's eyes shifted, looking at Uchiha Shursui, and said with a smile, Shursui is getting older. I'll help him with some ideas to find a girlfriend. Uchiha Shursui's face changed, and just as he was about to speak, he caught Uchiha Akira's glaring gaze, causing him to laugh awkwardly. TCH, how boring. Uchiha K blinked coldly and glanced at Uchiha Akira, saying coldly, someone is much older than Shursui. It should be them looking for a girlfriend, not Shursui. After her words fell, she vanished into the illusion space. After Uchiha K left, Uchiha Akira and Uchiha Shursui exchanged glances. Is her personality difference really that big? It's almost like two different people. Uchiha Akira spoke up. It does seem a bit big. Uchiha Shursui nodded. Even if Tenjin is his eye technique, what happens after using it, and how the person caught in the illusion's personality changes, is not something he can control. Forget it. Uchiha Akira shook his head, then dispelled the illusion, and both of their consciousnesses fully returned to reality. He had already made up his mind to minimize contact with Uchiha K in the future to avoid exposure, no matter who it is. After becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails and possessing the power of the Six Paths, they cannot be underestimated. Every eye technique has its own limits, so caution is necessary. What do you plan to do about Nagato over there? I only managed to snatch a small part of the Ten Tails from him. Uchiha K's voice rang out, as she was observing the fierce battle between Nagato and Chikyu. Before Uchiha Akira could respond, she continued, speaking of which, who is that fighting Nagato? Such strength? That person is called Chikyu. You haven't been in Konoha for a while, so you don't know many things. Once this matter settles down, I'll tell you the specifics. Uchiha Akira said. He continued, as for Nagato, we still need to find a way to separate the Ten Tails from him. This task of separating the Ten Tails might require your help. Uchiha Akira looked at Uchiha K. Me? Uchiha K was somewhat surprised. That's right. Uchiha Akira nodded and said, Nagato's Ten Tails and your Ten Tails were originally one entity. Perhaps we can resonate with it and pull it out. Uchiha K crossed her arms, her expression calm. But we have to subdue Nagato first. On the other side, Uchiha Shursui looked at Senju Tobarama with a troubled expression. After discovering that Senju Tobarama was caught in an illusion, he immediately tried to dispel it. However, Uchiha Shursui found that he was completely unable to dispel the illusion Senju Tobarama was under. Uchiha K noticed this and smiled with satisfaction. That's my eye technique. 8,000 spears, and it's not that easy to break. Uchiha Akira looked at Uchiha K and said, let's first dispel the illusion on the former Hokage. At this moment, Tsunade and Uchiha Fugaku, who sensed that things had settled down, also arrived at the scene. Uchiha Akira exchanged a glance with the two, and they understood everything. Evil Uchiha brat, I'll kill you with my own hands. At this moment, Senju Tobarama's furious voice rang out as he charged towards Uchiha K with a kunai, his killing intent boiling. Uchiha K remained calm, showing no emotional fluctuations. In her view, she was forced to control Senju Tobarama for safety, aiming to facilitate the capture of the Ten Tails. Now that the task was complete, it was naturally up to the Hokage to explain everything. Second Hokage, calm down. She is one of us in Konoha. Uchiha Akira's figure flashed as he grasped Senju Tobarama's right hand, stopping his movement. Who are you? Seeing Uchiha Akira's current appearance, Senju Tobarama was taken aback. This person looked like an Uchiha. Senju Tobarama wouldn't mistake an Uchiha, but those eyes confused him. Uchiha didn't have such eyes. Even if they were Sharingan, they wouldn't be this complex. At this moment, Uchiha Shursui spoke up. Second Hokage, that's our Konoha's fifth Hokage. Fifth Hokage? Senju Tobarama was stunned, and the chakra erupting from his body dissipated, revealing a puzzled expression. Great-grandpa, Tsunade's voice rang out. Little Tsunade? Senju Tobarama was taken aback, then looked towards the source of the voice. Only then did Senju Tobarama realize that Tsunade was not far from him. After the illusion was dispelled, Senju Tobarama immediately tried to kill Uchiha K, so he hadn't noticed the surrounding situation. Now that he became aware, Senju Tobarama looked at the battlefield and showed a look of astonishment. All he could see was ruins, and the terrifying waves of battle radiated in all directions. Senju Tobarama, prided himself on being well-informed, but he had never encountered a battle of such intensity. Chapter 249. Uchiha arrived. Senju Tobarama looked at Tsunade approaching, and then glanced at the several Uchihas present, coldly saying, Little Tsunade, you came at the right time. Explain to me what is going on. Let our Konoha's fifth Hokage explain to Great-Grandpa. The situation is complicated, and the Hokage knows the most. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Akira. Tsunade knew that her great-grandfather held some prejudice against the Uchiha clan, but some matters could only be explained by Uchiha Akira, the Hokage. Senju Tobarama looked at Tsunade and asked, Fifth Hokage? Is she from the Uchiha clan? Yes, Tsunade nodded. Oomph. Senju Tobarama snorted coldly and turned to Uchiha Akira, saying in a deep voice, Fifth Hokage, what exactly is going on? What is this war about? And who is that Uchiha girl? This is a long story. However, we ninjas have our own way of communicating. Uchiha Akira smiled slightly, his Sharingan spinning, and Senju Tobarama was pulled into the world of illusions. Senju Tobarama's expression froze, then quickly regained his awareness, his anger dissipating. In the world of illusions, Uchiha Akira had already informed him of the current situation, including information about Uchiha K, Nagato, Chikyu, and others. Really, I still can't get along with the Uchihas. Senju Tobarama shook his head. Looking at Uchiha K, you should have told me back then. Young girls really don't respect their elders. You don't look at all like an elder. Besides, I'm older than you. Uchiha K replied calmly, not move at all. Is it my fault for looking young? Senju Tobarama rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. He had originally been extremely angry, wanting to chop Uchiha K into pieces, but now he had completely abandoned that thought. This Uchiha girl had become one of Konoha's people, so everything could be discussed. Senju Tobarama was not the type to hold grudges. At that moment, everyone present turned their heads to look towards a certain direction on the battlefield. A massive blue, complete-body Susanoo came crashing in, hovering at the edge of the battlefield. That guy Madara has arrived. Senju Tobarama still remembered what happened when he was caught in the illusion earlier. Senju Tobarama looked at Uchiha Akira and warned, Fifth Hokage, be careful. Madara must have his own purpose in coming here. We cannot underestimate him. Don't worry, Second Hokage. Uchiha Akira nodded and said, with so many of us here, Madara in his reanimation state is not to be feared. That's true. Senju Tobarama nodded, affirming Uchiha Akira's words. The strength of the people present was astonishing enough to shock him. Just a slight sense made Senju Tobarama feel a surge of fear. Even Tsunade's strength was unfathomable to him. His intuition told him that Tsunade's strength had reached or even surpassed the level of his older brother back in the day. If only Konoha had such strength back when I was in power. Senju Tobarama sighed. If Konoha had such strength back then, where would the 5 great nations and the 5 great ninja villages be now? Tsunade also looked at Uchiha Akira and asked, Fifth Hokage, should we deal with that guy Madara first? Glancing at Uchiha Madara's complete body Susanoo, Uchiha Akira said, You all can decide. Do you want me to go? Uchiha Hikaru looked at Uchiha Akira and said, Speaking of which, we had a confrontation before. No, let Tsunade and Shursui handle it. Uchiha Akira shook his head and glanced at Nagato and Chisen's battlefield, saying, I'll go deal with him later, but you might need to keep an eye on Nagato. Uchiha Hikaru looked at the battlefield between Nagato and Chisen, slightly frowning. That guy Nagato has become stronger again. I'm afraid I'm not his match right now and can only hold him off a little. Holding him off is enough. And you might not even need to make a move. Uchiha Akira nodded and said, I'll take care of those two, but in the end, I still need you to deliver the final blow to Nagato. Separate the 10 tails, right? I'll do my best. Uchiha Hikaru nodded. In the sky, a blue Susanoo soared through the heavens, with Uchiha Madara's pair of scarlet Sharingan observing the intense battle below. Kurizetsu, who is fighting Nagato, Uchiha Madara looked at the fight, revealing a serious expression. The intensity of that battle, even if he were truly resurrected and regained the Rinnegan, would be hard to match any of those individuals. Kurizetsu's dark face showed a rare look of confusion as he looked at Chisen, with no information about him in his mind. Lord Madara, I don't know who that person is either. Kurizetsu could only answer truthfully. You don't know either? Uchiha Madara showed an expression of surprise. He was well aware of Kurizetsu's abilities. With Kurizetsu's intelligence-gathering skills, there were few things in the ninja world he wouldn't know. Not even the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails is this strong. What is his identity? Uchiha Madara frowned, realizing that the situation had exceeded his expectations. He, Uchiha Madara, considered himself quite high-minded, yet his strength in life had not reached such a level. Interesting. This world has changed so much that it even gives me a sense of strangeness. Uchiha Madara smiled. Suddenly, his expression changed as he looked ahead. 2 complete Susanoo? Has the Uchiha clan grown to such an extent? Uchiha Madara felt a strange unease in his heart. When he left Konoha, he was indeed abandoned by everyone, and no one from the Uchiha clan chose to follow him as the clan leader. Even back then, he felt a sense of discomfort. After all, he, Uchiha Madara, had fought for the Uchiha clan for half his life, only to end up abandoned. Now, seeing the Uchiha clan develop to this extent, he felt inexplicably unhappy. Well then, let's see the quality of the current Uchiha clan's eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Madara exuded fierce battle intent, drawing his long sword, and flapped his wings, charging toward the 2 Susanoo, 1 yellow and 1 green. Boom! A violent roar echoed as a white storm spread, and the 3 Susanoo, like mountains, collided. Crack, crack! The crisp sound of shattering came, and Uchiha Madara's expression changed drastically. His Susanoo's blue blade was continuously breaking, proving to be no match for Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui. No, their Susanoo is different. Waves rippled in Uchiha Madara's eyes, transforming into the Rinnegan. With just 1 strike, he realized the truth. As he suspected, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui Susanoo appeared to be complete, but internally, they were entirely different from ordinary complete Susanoo. This was a complete Susanoo constructed with the powers of the 6 paths, Sage Power and Sharingan Ocular Power, significantly stronger than a typical complete Susanoo. Chapter 250. Uchiha Madara flees Shinra Tensei. The vast repulsive force surged, causing Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo to tremble, then stiffen in place, their long swords failing to strike down. Rinnegan? Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui were startled. Shinra Tensei actually couldn't knock them away? Uchiha Madara was surprised. Amaterasu, Uchiha Fugaku's scarlet Sharingan spun, and the azure Susanoo ignited with raging black flames. These flames burned fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo was engulfed in black flames, looking as if it would be completely burned away. Damn, this isn't ordinary Amaterasu under normal circumstances. It shouldn't be this strong. At the brow of Susanoo, Uchiha Madara's expression changed. The strength of these 2 far exceeded what the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan should possess. Just as his Susanoo was about to be entirely consumed, Uchiha Madara's gaze sharpened, and he clasped his palms together, shouting, Shinra Tensei. Instantly, countless black flames erupted along with the repulsive force, scattering in all directions, revealing a pitted, half-destroyed Azure complete Susanoo. D. At this moment, a loud shout rang out. Uchiha Madara's eyes shifted, seeing a figure descending from above, seemingly planning to kick him. Ridiculous. Uchiha Madara sneered internally, chakra bursting forth, and the pitted Susanoo instantly restored to its full form. Susanoo is said to provide absolute defense, its defensive power surpassing its offensive power. At this time, someone actually dared to use physical strength to clash with Susanoo. It was simply laughable. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the sound of cracking reached Uchiha Madara's ears. In an instant, Uchiha Madara's expression changed drastically. In his view, cracks appeared on the diamond-shaped section of Susanoo's brow. Before he could react, the brow of the complete Susanoo shattered, and a large foot appeared before Uchiha Madara's eyes. Bang! With a muffled sound, Uchiha Madara, at the brow of Susanoo, was smashed into the ground like a cannonball. Boom! The ground shattered, and dust filled the air. Another roar sounded as Tsunade landed, moving toward the severely injured Uchiha Madara in the deep pit. Sealing techniques, she naturally knew them too. In the deep pit, Uchiha Madara's reanimated body was now in ruins. Half of his body shattered. Suddenly, Tsunade, walking towards Uchiha Madara, frowned and stopped. Uchiha Madara in the deep pit began to change, gradually becoming wooden, finally turning into a broken, humanoid wooden statue. TCH. So it's a wooden clone. This old guy really isn't easy to deal with, Tsunade snorted coldly, releasing her perception to try to locate Uchiha Madara. In the sky, the Azure complete Susanoo shattered, and Kurizetsu fell from it. Before hitting the ground, Uchiha Fugaku's murderous voice rang out. Amaterasu! Boom! The blazing black flames burned, instantly turning Kurizetsu into a black torch, screams echoing from within the black flames. He was truly screaming, not pretending. This Amaterasu, born from the combined powers of the Six Paths and Sage Power, could indeed kill him. Amid the screams, Kurizetsu was completely burned away before he even landed. One yellow and one green streak of light fell to the ground, appearing beside Tsunade. As Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui landed, they heard Tsunade's voice. Uchiha Madara's chakra has disappeared. Disappeared? There must be some method to evade detection. The two were taken aback. They made a guess. It's only been a short time, and he was able to achieve this. After acquiring the powers of the Six Paths, Tsunade's perception ability was extremely strong, so it was impossible for him to escape her detection range immediately. Uchiha Madara didn't have space-time ninjutsu to accomplish this. Forget it. It's better to find a fifth Hokage. His Rinnegan can see through, and Uchiha Madara probably can't hide from his eyes. After a while, Tsunade shook her head and walked toward Uchiha Akira. Uchiha Madara escaped? Uchiha Akira was somewhat surprised. Theoretically, such a thing shouldn't have happened. With the current strength of Tsunade and the other two, facing the Edo Tensei version of Uchiha Madara would be completely one-sided. This experienced old guy is not so easy to deal with. Tsunade shrugged and said, he must be hiding. You can look for him. Uchiha Mei was about to activate his perspective ability when he suddenly thought of something and looked at Uchiha Hikari, saying without a hint of embarrassment, I'm going to use my perspective ability. Sorry for that. Uchiha Hikari's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit embarrassed, and coldly replied, just use it. Why do you have to say it out loud? What does that mean? No wonder you, as the Hokage, are still alone after all this time. Fifth Hokage you. Tsunade shook her head, looking helpless. Uchiha Mei was confused, wondering if his actions were inappropriate. In his opinion, it was better to notify in advance about such matters. Uchiha Fugaku facepalmed and shook his head slightly. Next to him, Uchiha Shursui looked around, puzzled, thinking, should Mei have mentioned it beforehand? Hee, Uchiha. Senju Tobirama scoffed. Second Grandpa, what are you laughing at? If the fifth Hokage has taken 20 steps on the path of being single, then you, Second Grandpa, have taken 100. Tsunade's voice echoed with a tone of disappointment. Senju Tobirama was instantly speechless. At his age, he was actually lectured by his granddaughter. He couldn't even argue back. I can't find him. There's no trace of Uchiha Madara on the entire battlefield. He has disappeared. At that moment, Uchiha Mei's voice rang out. Disappeared? Tsunade showed a look of surprise. He doesn't have any space-time ninjutsu. How could he leave the battlefield so quickly? At this moment, Senju Tobirama spoke up, little Tsunade. Did you forget about summoning jutsu? Tsunade was taken aback. She had subconsciously overlooked the summoning technique. Although summoning jutsu is used to summon beasts, it is also a type of space-time ninjutsu and has a low learning difficulty. This space-time ninjutsu can indeed be used in reverse, as long as a contract is signed. One can cross space-time and leave instantly. That guy Madara is really cunning, Tsunade said resentfully. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku seemed to remember something and spoke up. May, that guy has Rinnegan. He has Rinnegan? Senju Tobirama showed a shocked expression. Previously, in Orochimaru's laboratory, Uchiha Madara had not revealed his Rinnegan, so he only found out now. I understand. Uchiha May nodded, not appearing too surprised. Seeing this, Senju Tobirama thoughtfully asked, Fifth Hokage, it seems you had a suspicion all along? Chapter 251. Taking action, Uchiha May nodded and said, because of certain matters, I had some suspicions. Nagato's Rinnegan might belong to Uchiha Madara. Tsunade thought of something and then asked, is it related to returning to ancient times? Yes. Uchiha May nodded and said, because I met the Sage of Six Paths. My intuition tells me that at that time, Nagato's strength did not match the level of someone who could awaken Rinnegan by themselves. You not only went back to ancient times, but also met the Sage of Six Paths? Senju Tobirama was inexplicably shocked. The Sage of Six Paths is a figure from myth and legend. Now Tsunade actually said that Uchiha May went back to ancient times and met the Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha May smiled slightly and said, that's right. Not only did I meet the Sage of Six Paths, but I also met his brother and their mother, even witnessing their family's great battle. This, Senju Tobirama was speechless. This fifth Hokage's experiences were much richer than he had imagined. So you suspect it leads back to Uchiha Madara? Tsunade pressed on. Uchiha May nodded. Ever since I secretly used the spirit transformation technique to deal with that masked man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, I had my suspicions. I see. Tsunade and Uchiha Fugaku and the others suddenly understood. At this moment, one might realize that Uchiha May had secretly done many things, such as the source of his space-time technique, etc. But that didn't matter now. He was already Hokage, and those things were nothing. So, do you know how to awaken Rinnegan? Senju Tobirama focused on the key issue. I should know. Uchiha May nodded. Uchiha Hikari suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha May and eagerly asked, how do you open your eyes? Back then, if she had possessed Rinnegan when competing with Nagato for the 10 tails, she definitely wouldn't have let Nagato obtain most of the 10 tails. Looking at the eager Uchiha Hikari, Uchiha May shook his head. Under normal circumstances, we cannot awaken Rinnegan. Why? Uchiha Hikari asked, dissatisfied. Senju Tobirama was also puzzled. In his view, Uchiha Hikari's strength had far surpassed that of his brother and even Uchiha Madara back then. If Uchiha Madara could awaken Rinnegan, there was no reason Uchiha Hikari, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui couldn't awaken their eyes. Was something missing? Tsunade thought of the awakening method for the transmigration eye. Uchiha May nodded and said, that's right, we lack a certain something. What thing? Uchiha Hikari pressed on. The power of the Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha May said, the power of the Sage of Six Paths? Isn't the power of the 10 tails the power of the Sage of Six Paths? Uchiha Hikari was very confused. Uchiha May shook his head and said, that's not wrong. But the power of the Sage of Six Paths I'm talking about is the power of the Sage of Six Paths himself, or the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths. Tsunade thought of the conditions for awakening the transmigration eye and suddenly realized the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths, which is also the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan, right? Awakening the transmigration eye requires a very high purity of Byakugan and the crucial chakra of the Otsutsuki clan. That's basically it. Uchiha May nodded. It really is like that. Tsunade nodded and then said, you were inspired by the method of awakening the transmigration eye, right? After all, Rinnegan is from the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kagai's eyes, and the transmigration eye is from her brother, Otsutsuki Himura's eyes. Basically no difference. Uchiha May nodded. Since Tsunade had pieced together how he knew this matter, it was better to admit it directly. The different Otsutsuki clan members correspond to their different eyes. Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha May, voicing his doubts. That's basically correct. Uchiha May nodded and said, this clan seems to have a common trait, which is that ninjutsu is difficult to affect them, or they can directly absorb it, or even be immune to it. What a godly clan. Senju Tobirama felt a chill in his heart. Uchiha Hikari crossed her arms and looked at Uchiha May with suspicion. Then how did Madara awaken his eyes? It can't be that the Sage of Six Paths reincarnated and passed his chakra to Uchiha Madara, right? Perhaps he found some method to obtain the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha May shrugged. That's like saying nothing. Uchiha Hikari muttered in dissatisfaction. Turning her gaze back to the battlefield between Nagato and Tobi, Uchiha May chuckled and said, We can talk about awakening Rinnegan later. It's not urgent now. Let's first deal with Nagato and Tobi. With Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto around, there is definitely hope for awakening the eyes. This matter can be taken slowly. And you should make a move. Uchiha Hikari turned around. Judging by their current back and forth, this battle seemed to have no end in sight. On the battlefield, thunderous sounds echoed as they exchanged blows, and the battle between Nagato and Tobi was surprisingly evenly matched. Both of them were full of momentum, showing no signs of exhaustion. From the looks of it, this battle would definitely not end in 1 or 2 hours. One is the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, with chakra that can be described as endless, and the other is a vessel of the Otsutsuki clan, possessing terrifying endurance as well. Back then, Otsutsuki Kagaya fought against Otsutsuki Yui and Otsutsuki Yumura for 3 months before they managed to seal her. Now, Nagato and Zishin seem to have a similar momentum. Their attacks cannot inflict fatal damage on each other. One is an immortal body, and the other cannot break through defenses. Uchiha Akira nodded and said solemnly, "It is indeed time to end this battle." He looked at Uchiha Hikari and the others. "Get ready. Control Nagato at the first opportunity. And assist Hikari in stripping Nagato of the Ten Tails. Support me as needed." Understood. The group nodded seriously. On the battlefield ahead, the sound of metal clashing echoed continuously as Nagato swung the six-path staff, colliding with the black rod in Zishin's hand. As the battle progressed, Nagato had become familiar with Zishin's fighting style, and the situation was becoming increasingly intense. At this moment, Zishin did not dare to underestimate Nagato in the slightest. The change in Nagato's power had surprised him as well. After obtaining that special Rinnegan, Nagato's dynamic vision had undergone a tremendous transformation. His SH Maibikuin was no longer as effective as before. With things reaching this point, Zishin began to consider retreating. Coming here was ultimately a spur-of-the-moment decision, and he had not made sufficient preparations. For example, absorbing the Ten Tails chakra in advance. If he had absorbed the Ten Tails chakra beforehand, his power would have been even greater, making it easy to suppress the current Nagato. Silently, 2 dark blades suddenly appeared out of nowhere, cutting through the air and slashing down toward the battling Nagato and Zishin. The speed of the blades was unparalleled. It was so fast that it was suffocating. Even Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan, could not react in time. With a thud, half of his body, along with the six-pad staff in his hand, was cleaved by the black blade. Before Nagato could regain his senses, the black rod, transformed from the truth-seeking ball, shot toward him, piercing through his body and sending him flying hundreds of meters, nailing him to a massive tree root. Chapter 252. Relentless pulling at the same time, Zishin, who possessed Byakugan, felt his pupils constrict and his expression changed dramatically. With Byakugan, he theoretically should not fear any ambush. But if the attacker's speed is too fast, a successful ambush can still occur. Just like Otsutsuki Kagaya back then, or Uchiha Akira now. With no time to think, the situation was reminiscent of the moment when Otsutsuki Kagaya ambushed him. There was no time to use his space-time abilities to escape. Instinctively, Zishin twisted his body, sweeping the black rod in his hand to meet the black long knife. Clang! His horizontal sweep with the black rod was ineffective. The black blade cut through it effortlessly and plunged into his right shoulder. With a muffled sound, blood gushed forth as Zishin's right arm was severed at the shoulder. The long knife, transformed from Kamui's power, was the strongest attack in the ninja world. No one's physique could withstand this blow. Damn it! A sharp pain radiated from his right arm, and Zishin let out an angry roar. At the same time, he exerted force with his feet, instantly retreating dozens of meters. However, just as he steadied himself, a piercing crackling sound of electricity rang in his ears. Zishin's face changed drastically. Through his Byakugan's vision, he clearly saw Uchiha Akira appearing out of thin air, kicking toward him with blue lightning wrapped around his feet. With a thought, a series of black rods shot out in all directions. The black rods whistled through the air, effortlessly passing through Uchiha Akira's body. At the same time, Uchiha Akira also passed through Zishin's body. Not good. Seeing Uchiha Akira approaching from 3 different directions, Zishin's heart sank, feeling a sense of impending doom. Bang! Zishin pushed off the ground, shattering it as he shot skyward like an arrow. You won't escape. In the sky, one Uchiha Akira stepped through the air, colliding with Zishin instantly. The reason 3 of them were dealing with him was that they planned to capture Zishin alive. Clang! A metallic tremor sounded as Uchiha Akira struck down, sending Zishin crashing to the ground like a ball, crushing the earth. After losing an arm, Zishin's combat power was significantly diminished, making it difficult to withstand Uchiha Akira's attack. Below, after Zishin crashed into the ground, two Uchiha Akira rushed away in an instant. The two Uchiha Akira, with their crimson Sharingan spinning, shot truth-seeking balls like cannonballs toward the pit where Zishin was. Zishin looked at the truth-seeking balls piercing through the air, distorting the atmosphere, and with a thought, he activated Mangekyō. In an instant, he shrank his body down to a minuscule size, invisible to the naked eye. The truth-seeking balls whistled by, and after shrinking his body, Zishin easily dodged the attack. Suddenly, three massive black cubes fell from the sky, crashing down toward the three Uchiha Akira. This was one of Zishin's unique abilities, Daikaten. The three pitch-black cubes were extremely heavy. Even Uchiha Akira didn't want to take them head-on and could only activate Kamui to avoid them. Boom! Three thunderous sounds echoed, shaking the entire battlefield. However, even with Daika-10 crashing down, Uchiha Akira continued to rapidly close in on Zishin. He wouldn't give Zishin a chance to use his space-time abilities to escape. Even if Zishin shrank himself, Uchiha Akira, with both Byakugan and Sharingan's powerful dynamic tracking ability, could easily detect Zishin and launch an attack. Damn Hokage! Zishin cursed inwardly. Having to dodge quickly. You won't escape. Uchiha Akira shouted, his body bursting with electric light, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he relentlessly pursued Zishin. Boom boom, the Daika-10 cubes continued to crash down, disrupting Uchiha Akira's attacks. On the other side, Uchiha Hikari and Tsunade had reached Nagato's position. Nagato was pierced by Uchiha Akira's truth-seeking ball black rod, rendering his chakra nearly unusable. Without chakra, he naturally could not make effective resistance, and could only watch helplessly as Uchiha Hikari and the others approached him. Nagato looked at Uchiha Hikari walking alongside Tsunade and others, his face showing shock. This scene was something Nagato had never anticipated. Seeing Nagato's astonished expression, Uchiha Hikari sneered, and three truth-seeking balls behind him transformed into sharp black rods, piercing through Nagato and reinforcing Uchiha Akira's binding. Ugh! Pierced by the black rods formed from Uchiha Hikari and Uchiha Akira's truth-seeking balls, the immense binding power rendered Nagato unable to even speak. What do you plan to do? Tsunade asked, looking at Uchiha Hikari in confusion. Relentless pulling. What else can we do? Uchiha Hikari shrugged, looking at Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui, and asked, can the Six Paths Ten Tails coffin seal be undone? Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui, having fully interpreted the shrine stone tablet, naturally knew about the Six Paths Ten Tails coffin seal. They exchanged glances and said, the Six Paths Ten Tails coffin seal is different from sealing techniques. It can be said to be a type of sealing technique to some extent, but more so, it is a technique to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, leaning more toward conventional ninjutsu rather than sealing techniques. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. Theoretically, it can be undone, but that is only in theory. That's right. Uchiha Shursui nodded and said, in its completed state, it is nearly impossible to undo. Relentless pulling might be one way to do it. Do you need our help? Tsunade looked at Uchiha Hikari. Uchiha Hikari's Sharingan spun, constantly scanning Nagato, seemingly searching for a suitable point to strike. Hearing Tsunade's words, she spoke up. My power alone may not be enough to pull the Ten Tails out of his body. You all have the power of the Ten Tails and its chakra. So let's work together to pull the Ten Tails out of Nagato's body. All right, sure, no problem, Tsunade and the others replied solemnly. What about me? What can I do? Senju Tobarama spoke up, feeling somewhat out of place as the only one just watching. Uchiha Hikari shrugged. Second Hokage, you just focus on keeping watch. It's unlikely anyone will disturb us. Senju Tobarama fell silent, only able to release his perception and remain on guard. Hearing their conversation, Nagato's face showed panic. With the combined strength of the four, there was indeed a significant possibility of directly pulling out the Ten Tails. This was undoubtedly a disaster for Nagato. With a soft sound, Uchiha Hikari's right hand plunged into Nagato's chest. Then she strained to pull outwards. Her eyes widened, her teeth clenched, showing immense effort, as if she were pulling a great mountain. Meanwhile, Nagato's expression changed dramatically, letting out an ambiguous roar, clearly also putting in effort. Uchiha Hikari roared, her chakra erupting, the roots of the divine tree that had descended beneath her feet fracturing one after another. Uchiha Hikari shouted in a deep voice, "Come out!" Then she leaped back, pulling out a blue-white chakra from Nagato's chest, vaguely resembling the Ten Tails. Chapter 253. Separating the Ten Tails. At this moment, Uchiha Hikari was straining immensely, her body trembling as the chakra being pulled from Nagato's body kept retracting, causing even Uchiha Hikari to lose her balance and be pulled forward. Seeing this scene, Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui quickly walked over. They extended their hands, transforming them into blue-white chakra hands, tightly grasping the Ten Tails chakra that Uchiha Hikari was pulling from Nagato's body. Together, the four of them exerted their strength, slowly pulling the Ten Tails chakra out of Nagato's body. However, this was very strenuous, and the speed at which the Ten Tails chakra was being pulled out was extremely slow. The four of them were struggling immensely. On the other side, the battle between Uchiha Akira and Chizen continued. However, at this moment, Chizen had nearly pushed Uchiha Akira into a corner. No, I must get away. If this continues, I will definitely be killed by this guy, Chizen thought, activating his ability, the Great Box of Heaven. Boom! One dark cube after another fell, forcing Uchiha Akira to activate his intangibility. Although he activated intangibility, Uchiha Akira did not stop his steps and continued to rush towards Chizen. Meanwhile, seeing that Uchiha Akira could not attack, Chizen made a decisive move, fully unleashing his long-distance ability, crossing the space-time passage of the alternate dimension. As Chizen's thoughts flowed, black rods shot out, and a dark, deep vortex appeared, threatening to swallow him. Just then, Uchiha Akira arrived. 3 blue lightning bolts sped through, allowing the black rods to pass through his body, while black thunder erupted from his hands. Seeing this, Chizen gritted his teeth and recklessly overloaded his space-time ability. Chizen's thoughts flowed, and 3 dark, vortex-like space-time passages suddenly appeared, swallowing Uchiha Akira. The speed was so fast that even Uchiha Akira was a moment slow to react. As Uchiha Akira disappeared, everyone present immediately lost their sense of his chakra. Senju Tobarama, with a serious expression, appeared beside Tsunade and the others, saying, "This is bad. The 5th Hokage was swallowed by that person's space-time passage, and we don't know where he's been sent." Tsunade, who was struggling with Nagato to pull out the Ten Tails, heard his words and comforted him. "Grandpa, don't worry. The 5th Hokage's Mangekyō Sharingan technique is space-time type. If he wants to leave, no one can stop him." Senju Tobarama shook his head, not agreeing with her words, and worriedly said, "I also had space-time ninjutsu before, yet I still died in battle, right? As long as it's ninjutsu, there will be weaknesses. There are no perfect abilities. Wasn't it because you were older and your physical condition had declined that you fell into a trap? Otherwise, with your Flying Thunder God technique, who could hurt you?" Tsunade retorted. "You." Senju Tobarama shook his head helplessly. His granddaughter had grown up and already had her own thoughts. He, as an old man, could not convince her. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku spoke up. "Don't worry, 2nd Hokage. The 5th Hokage's physique and strength are already beyond human. As long as he isn't killed instantly, there is no need to worry." "I hope so. In the current ninja world, Konoha lacks a sufficiently strong Hokage to reassure me." Senju Tobarama sighed and continued his perception work, not bothering them further, allowing them to focus on pulling out the Ten Tails. On the other side, in a certain location in the Land of Fire, Akatsuki summoned Uchiha Madara at a critical moment, which prevented him from being sealed. Uchiha Madara looked at Black Zetsu and said solemnly, "Black Zetsu, how is the situation over there?" Black Zetsu was communicating in real time with White Zetsu, who was hiding within the roots created by the Divine Tree. Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, a smile appeared on Black Zetsu's dark face. "Lord Madara, it seems our opportunity has come." "Oh." A smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's cracked face as he asked, "What happened?" Originally, Uchiha Madara had been in despair and was considering alternative plans. He continued to monitor the battlefield, merely holding onto a slim hope. With only Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui present, he couldn't handle them in their Edo Tensei state, let alone Tsunade and Uchiha Hikari, as well as the most powerful Uchiha Akira. With these individuals present, he could hardly make any small moves. But now Black Zetsu said their opportunity had come. Black Zetsu responded with joy. "Lord Madara, the 5th Hokage of Konoha has left the battlefield after chasing that mysteriously activated space-time passage, while Uchiha Hikari, Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui are currently pulling the Ten Tails out of Nagato's body, leaving only Senju Tobarama on guard." Hearing Black Zetsu's words, Uchiha Madara smiled. "It seems this is indeed our opportunity. How's the speed of their extraction of the 10 tails? Uchiha Madara looked at Black Zetsu. Very slow. It will take some time, Black Zetsu replied. Good. Black Zetsu, you and Akatsuki go over immediately. Black Zetsu, wait for the right moment to bring back the Rinnegan. Understood. Lord Madara, Black Zetsu responded. Akatsuki. Uchiha Madara turned to the crouching and idle white Zetsu Akatsuki and said solemnly, when you get there, wait for the right moment to summon me. Got it, Akatsuki replied, lethargically, still thinking about the feeling of needing to go to the bathroom. Although he was dissatisfied, who made Madara their master? Black Zetsu, like White Zetsu, could move quickly through the dandelion technique. Although it wasn't as fast as space-time ninjutsu, it was enough to reach the battlefield in a very short time. In an instant, Black Zetsu and Akatsuki disappeared, quickly approaching the battlefield through plant roots or underground water flows and other organic materials. On the battlefield, as time passed, Uchiha Hikari and the others continued to exert their strength, and the 10 tails within Nagato's body was gradually being pulled out. At the beginning, it still presented a blue and white chakra form, but as the 10 tails was continuously pulled out, it gradually transformed into the color of the 10 tails body. However, as the 10 tails was being pulled out, the distance between them and Nagato was also increasing. The size of the 10 tails was simply too large, and there was still a tremendous pulling force coming from Nagato, engaging in a tug-of-war with them. If they relaxed for even a moment, the 10 tails would surely be pulled back by Nagato. Uchiha Hikaru, Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui worked together, barely managing to gain an upper hand in the tug-of-war against Nagato. But they could not pull the entire 10 tails out in one go. They could only pull it out little by little. The 10 tails is this huge? Senju Tobarama looked at the 10 tails that had been pulled out more than halfway. His face filled with shock. He had imagined the 10 tails to be large enough, but seeing it gradually pulled out and revealing its true form still astonished him. This size far exceeded the other 9-tailed beasts. Chapter 254. The Resurrected Madara. As most of the 10 tails was pulled out, the resistance for Nagato weakened, and Uchiha Hikaru and the others pulled it out faster. Finally, with a series of low shouts, the massive 10 tails, over a kilometer in size and resembling a towering mountain, was pulled out in one go. With a crash, the white feathered coat on Nagato shattered like broken glass, scattering everywhere. As soon as it left Nagato's body, the 10 tails immediately awakened and let out a furious roar. Roar! The deafening roar echoed, and a violent chakra storm spread. Is this the true 10 tails? The chakra feels vast and boundless, almost like natural energy. Tsunade, in sage mode, gazed at the 10 tails roaring to the sky, her face showing shock. The might of this 10 tails is far stronger than Uchiha Bito's. What a terrifying power. Uchiha Fugaku also expressed his amazement. Enough with the awe. Senju Tobarama approached the group, looking at the 10 tails with a serious expression. We need to subdue this big guy first. How hard can that be? Uchiha Hikaru's voice rang out. Upon hearing her words, Senju Tobarama's face immediately showed surprise. He truly couldn't think of how to subdue such a giant beast. Smack! A crisp sound echoed as Uchiha Hikaru clasped her hands together and shouted, Sage Art. Wood Release. Wood Dragon Technique. Boom! The ground shook continuously as gigantic wood dragons broke through the earth, skillfully wrapping around the 10 tails. The number of wood dragons and their massive size shocked Senju Tobarama. One after another, the wood dragons burst forth from the ground, densely packed. In an instant, the 10 tails' limbs and tail were entangled by varying numbers of wood dragons. The massive body was bound by the wood dragons like gigantic ropes, unable to move at all. What an exaggerated wood release. Senju Tobarama showed a look of astonishment. Uchiha Hikaru let her hands down, shrugged, and calmly said, What's so difficult about it? Even the 10 tails Jinchuriki can use wood release. Just as her words fell, everyone present turned around to look at the location where Nagato was. On Nagato's body, a mass of dark liquid was writhing, and one could vaguely see the golden eyes of Kagaya. The black fluid squirmed, continuously detaching from Nagato's body and sinking into the cracks in the ground. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Hikaru's expression changed drastically as she rushed over. However, having just pulled the 10 tails, they were continuously retreating, elongating the distance from Nagato. And this distance was not short at all. There was simply no time. The dark liquid emitted Kagaya's triumphant laughter. It's too late. Thanks to you, otherwise. Retrieving this Rinnegan would be quite troublesome. Damn it. Seeing Kagaya disappear, Uchiha Hikaru cursed under her breath. They had been outsmarted by Madara. Senju Tobarama's face darkened. At this moment, Nagato was breathless, his eyes hollow, and the Rinnegan had already been taken away. In an instant, the group released their senses, but found nothing. Do you know what the Rinnegan does? Senju Tobarama looked gravely at Uchiha Hikaru and the others. Tsunade, with a serious expression, explained. Having the Rinnegan allows one to better control the Ten Tails, granting the highest level of authority, and the Rinnegan also possesses the ability to resurrect. Senju Tobarama's face changed drastically as he looked at the others and shouted, "Quick, think of a way to deal with the Ten Tails. Whether someone becomes the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails again or kills the Ten Tails, hurry." Without any hesitation, Uchiha Hikaru, Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui took to the air, swiftly flying toward the Ten Tails. With the power of the Ten Tails, they understood that killing it was unrealistic. For now, they could only quickly harness the power of the Ten Tails, which meant becoming the Jinchuriki. At this point, there was no time to consider whether they had the qualifications to become the Jinchuriki. They had to race against time. According to Madara's nature, his actions would undoubtedly be extremely fast. Summoning technique. At this moment, a comical voice came from the direction of the Ten Tails. Accompanied by a burst of smoke, Uchiha Madara appeared, summoned by the Black Zetsu. Dressed in red battle armor, he had a mass of black liquid continuously emerging from the ground's cracks, clinging to him. Watching Uchiha Hikaru and the others rush forward, Uchiha Madara displayed a proud smile, spreading his fingers as flames erupted from his fingertips. Uchiha Fire Formation. As Uchiha Madara shouted, a massive fiery barrier rose, enveloping him and the Ten Tails. Damn it! Uchiha Hikaru's eyes widened, chakra erupting from her body as her speed increased once again. Rinnegan's natural technique. At this moment, Black Zetsu's hoarse voice came from within the fiery barrier. Hearing this voice, Uchiha Hikaru's expression changed drastically as 3 truth-seeking balls shot out like cannonballs, smashing into the vertical fiery barrier ahead. Bang! With a muffled sound, the pitch-black truth-seeking balls tore through the air, shattering the barrier formed by Uchiha Fire Formation. The fragments of the shattered barrier scattered, and Uchiha Madara and the Zetsu-possessed Obito stood atop the Ten Tails. At that moment, Uchiha Madara's red battle armor fell away, revealing a chest resembling Senju Hashirama's face, wisps of white energy emanating from his body, and in his eye sockets, a pair of Rinnegan glowing purple spun continuously. Looking at Uchiha Hikaru, who arrived first, Uchiha Madara wore a savage smile. Too late. Now it's my turn to take the stage. As soon as his words fell, Uchiha Madara completed the 6 Paths Ten Tails seal. In an instant, the Ten Tails, bound by Uchiha Hikaru's wood dragons, transformed into a torrent of flesh and blood, surging toward Uchiha Madara's body, continuously merging into him. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Hikaru gritted her teeth and immediately extended a massive chakra hand, inserting it into the torrent of flesh and blood that the Ten Tails had transformed into. Instantly, the torrent that had been rushing toward Uchiha Madara split in 2, with a slightly smaller section of flesh and blood flowing into Uchiha Hikaru's body. Boom! The torrent of flesh and blood from the Ten Tails vanished extremely quickly, completely merging into Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Hikaru's bodies before Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui could arrive. At this moment, both Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Hikaru underwent drastic changes. Uchiha Madara was now wearing the same white robe as the Sage of 6 Paths, holding the 6 Paths staff, with 7 truth-seeking balls floating behind him, his white hair billowing in the wind, and a scarlet Rinnegan with 6 Tomo rotating in the center of his forehead. Uchiha Hikaru's cloak, which had originally looked like a chakra cloak, now transformed into a genuine outfit, no longer resembling a chakra garment. Unlike the pale skin of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kei's skin has not changed significantly. Behind her, 5 truth-seeking balls are floating, and in her hand, the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi appears. Did she take a part of the Ten Tails? Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan eyes shimmer with a purple light as he coldly stares at Uchiha Kei. This guy Madara was stronger in life than Nagato, who had not become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Uchiha Kei's crimson eyes narrow slightly. After this incident, she already understands the situation. Chapter 255. The Wheel Tomb. She fought Nagato for the Ten Tails, and Nagato possesses the Rinnegan, which has a higher innate compatibility than hers. Yet she managed to seize over 30% of the Ten Tails. Now, she can be considered a Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, although she does not have the Rinnegan. In the struggle against Uchiha Madara, She has gained nearly 20% of the 10 tails. Given this situation, it is clear that after resurrection, once he regains his Rinnegan, Madara's power will surpass that of Nagato before he became the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. Uchiha Kei is highly vigilant, her expression serious as she watches Uchiha Madara across from her, thinking, perhaps even without becoming the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, his strength is not beneath mine from before. Is this the feeling of being a Jinchuriki of the 10 tails? Although the 10 tails is not complete, at least the Rinnegan is back. Now the battle can be somewhat more elegant. Uchiha Madara's eyes shift, coldly observing the 4 people who seem to be facing a great enemy. What needs to be done next is to take back the 10 tails she seized, and then the 10 tails can be truly complete. They would count as the second sage of 6 paths. Uchiha Madara's icy gaze locks onto Uchiha Kei. At this moment, Black Zetsu's hoarse voice rings out. Lord Madara, please be careful. Those people are not ordinary. They also possess the power of the 10 tails. Uchiha Madara sneers disdainfully. He can naturally see the abnormalities in Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui. He says with a hint of contempt, they are merely like the gold and silver horns, having stolen some power from the 10 tails. It's nothing to mention. His gaze locks onto Uchiha Kei, stating, she is different from them. She is the one who truly possesses the power of the 10 tails and deserves my serious attention. Looking at the 4 people whose expressions are extremely vigilant, Uchiha Madara is exceptionally confident, sneering. It's useless. Nagato cannot unleash the power of these eyes at all. As their original owner, let me show you the true power of these eyes. In an instant, just one instant, he can end the battle, no matter who it is. As his words fall, Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan trembles. Bang bang, 3 muffled sounds ring out as Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui are struck by some invisible force, immediately rolling and flying back hundreds of feet. However, Uchiha Kei's figure sways and unexpectedly dodges the unobservable attack. Uchiha Kei's crimson Sharingan spins as she carefully observes her surroundings. Suddenly, the truth-seeking balls behind her shoot out like cannonballs. Bang, a muffled sound echoes as one of the truth-seeking balls hits something invisible, making a dull sound before bouncing back. So, it is something visible? There are 4 of them. Uchiha Kei shows a look of realization, turning to look at Uchiha Madara, revealing a mocking expression. Seeing Uchiha Madara's face darken, Uchiha Kei sneers. It seems you couldn't approach the battle in an instant after all. Don't say it's me. You can't even approach them in an instant. Hundreds of meters in the sky, Tsunade and the others have regained their senses. Their 3 pairs of eyes continuously scanning the surrounding environment. Be careful. The thing that attacked us just now should be something that cannot be seen by the naked eye. And its attack power is very strong. Tsunade's waist has a huge gash that is rapidly healing. Uchiha Fugaku's arm falls unnaturally. He lost an arm from that last attack. Similarly, Uchiha Shursui's arm also hangs unnaturally. Hearing Tsunade's words, the 2 of them have serious expressions. Their eternal Mangekyō Sharingan saw nothing. They only vaguely sense the existence of something. This sense is very vague, barely able to catch a trace. Although they cannot see it, because they have the power of the sage of 6 paths, they can sense the shadows in the wheel tomb. Uchiha Madara's expression is grim. The situation exceeds his expectations. He originally thought he could use his exclusive Rinnegan techniques to instantly wipe out the 4 and reclaim the power of the 10 tails. Now it seems that this idea was too naive. But what does it matter if he can sense it? The shadows of the wheel tomb can use the same abilities I can. Uchiha Madara sneers. In an instant, the 4 shadows of the wheel tomb erupt. The complete Susanoo manifests, when a sound like metal ringing through gold and splitting stone echoes as Uchiha Kei's Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi breaks through the air, colliding with the Susanoo's long sword of the wheel tomb shadow. Amaterasu, Uchiha Kei's Sharingan widens, and instantly, blazing flames burst forth. Black flames born from the power of the 6 paths, engulfing the Susanoo of the wheel tomb shadow. Kagutsuchi, the blazing flames change shape, intertwining like sharp blades, instantly shredding the invisible shadows of the wheel tomb into fragments. Meanwhile, Tsunade and the others also use their techniques to defend. A massive wooden figure rises from the ground, and 2 Susanoo, 1 yellow and 1 green, soar through the sky, constantly dodging attacks from the invisible wheel tomb. Compared to Uchiha Kei, they're more focused on defense than on offense. This thing isn't that hard to deal with, huh? Uchiha Kei sneers, mocking. Is this the ability of your Rinnegan? You're good at bullying the weak, but in front of someone with the power of the Sage of Six Paths, it seems quite useless. Uchiha Madara's face darkens. Uchiha Kei's words hit home, leaving him unable to refute. Just as Uchiha Kei said, Uchiha Madara also realizes this problem. The Wheel Tomb is undoubtedly very useful against those without the Rinnegan or the power of the Six Paths. It can one-hit kill, but it is insufficient against Uchiha Kei and the others, who all have some degree of the power of the Six Paths, allowing them to sense the presence of the Wheel Tomb. Even if the perception is vague, it is enough to formulate a countermeasure, making it impossible to achieve a one-hit kill. It seems your eye technique doesn't last very long either. Uchiha Kei glances at the battlefield on the other side. She can no longer sense the existence of that invisible thing. In other words, Uchiha Madara's eye technique does not last long. Then let me see how the peak powerhouse of the last era fares after becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. The Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi trembles, and Uchiha Kei steps into the air, actively launching an attack. Arrogant little girl. Uchiha Madara's anger surges within him as he charges forward with the six-path staff. I'll let you know what the gap in experience is. When a melodious metallic ringing sound echoes, and a white storm spreads from the point where the two collide. Uchiha Kei's crimson Sharingan spins as she swings her Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi, each strike aimed at Uchiha Madara's vital points. Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, glowing with purple light, spins as he precisely blocks Uchiha Kei's attacks. Although he does not possess the powerful dynamic capture ability of the Sharingan, as he said, his combat experience is extremely rich, and he is too familiar with the attack patterns of those who possess the Sharingan. Therefore, he can block Uchiha Kei's attacks every time. Chapter 256. The heavenly obstruction of the star as a resonant metallic tremor echoed across the sky. Uchiha Hikari was abruptly thrown back several dozen meters, her crimson Sharingan instinctively spinning. She sensed that the four invisible entities had reappeared, surrounding Uchiha Madara. The cooldown for her ocular technique was not long, and the corresponding cooldown time was also brief. Uchiha Hikari focused her thoughts and clasped her hands together. Senjutsu, fire release, dust concealment technique. Boom! A massive cloud of gray-black smoke spread, extending several kilometers in the blink of an eye, forming a gigantic dark cloud. What she needed to do now was not to defeat Uchiha Madara, but to buy time for Uchiha Mei to arrive. As long as Uchiha Mei returned, Uchiha Madara would no longer be a threat. The advantage was still on their side. Boring tricks. Uchiha Madara's indifferent voice came, and 5 enormous whirlpools appeared, swiftly absorbing the vast smoke cloud as if it were flowing water. 5 positions? Uchiha Hikari's heart sank. This indicated that the product of Uchiha Madara's ocular technique could also absorb ninjutsu. In that case, Uchiha Hikari pressed her palms together and shouted, Senjutsu, wood release, tree realm descending. Crack, crack. Large sections of the ground shattered, with densely packed, thick tree roots breaking through, resembling sharp spears piercing the sky, launching an all-encompassing offensive. This was not ordinary wood release, but wood release imbued with the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous muffled sounds echoed as thick tree roots shattered, with none getting close to Uchiha Madara. Enough! Uchiha Madara shouted, clasping his hands. Heavenly obstruction. Shaking star. Boom! In an instant, violent rumbling erupted, and streaks of red light descended from the sky. Massive meteorites were crashing down onto the battlefield. Meteorites? His Rinnegan possesses such an ability. Indeed, it is different in the hands of the true master compared to Nagato. Uchiha Hikari felt a chill in her heart. These meteorites were enormous, and before they fully descended, the entire sky trembled with an overwhelming force. Boom! Red lights surged, and the red Susanoo manifested, soaring into the sky. She could not allow these meteorites to fall. If they did, not only would this battlefield be destroyed, but Konoha would also be finished, and the Land of Fire would suffer immense consequences, resulting in countless deaths. Not only Uchiha Hikari, but Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui also commanded their complete Susanoo to soar into the sky. On the ground, Tsunade unleashed her chakra, and massive tree roots spread out in all directions, while also rushing towards the sky. Undoubtedly, in this situation, complete Susanoo was more effective than the wooden man technique. You won't succeed, Uchiha Madara shouted, and a tremendous blue light erupted from him, as a gigantic azure complete Susanoo soared high, following closely behind Uchiha Hikari. Damn it! Uchiha Hikari cursed under her breath, turning around, her Sharingan spinning, locking onto Uchiha Madara. Amaterasu. Boom! Black flames suddenly appeared, igniting Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Useless. Ninjutsu has no effect here. Accompanied by Uchiha Madara's cold voice, the black flames on the complete Susanoo were instantly absorbed into his forehead, vanishing without a trace. With the Rinnegan, he could absorb ninjutsu. Now that he had become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, his limits had increased significantly. Even Amaterasu, born from the power of the Sage of Six Paths and Sage Power, could be absorbed. Ha! Uchiha Hikari chuckled coldly, her crimson Sharingan spinning, locking onto a meteorite descending from the sky. Amaterasu. Boom! The black flames erupted, instantly igniting the meteorite. The blazing flames consumed the massive meteorite, which had a diameter of several hundred meters, in mere moments. If I can't deal with you, can I not deal with your meteorites? Uchiha Hikari and Uchiha Madara faced off, their expressions indifferent. As her gaze shifted, the enormous meteorites ignited with black flames. After becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, her personal abilities were comprehensively enhanced, even the distance at which she could release her ocular techniques. Even if there were gaps, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui could provide support. In the end, not a single meteorite struck the ground. Looking at Uchiha Madara a kilometer away, Uchiha Hikari spoke. Your strength isn't much stronger than Nagato's. This was to be expected. Before becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, Uchiha Madara's strength was indeed greater than Nagato's, but conversely, his Ten Tails was more incomplete compared to Nagato's. In a back-and-forth manner, it resulted in Uchiha Madara's current strength being greater than Nagato's, but not by much. I hope you can still talk tough later. Uchiha Madara's expression remained indifferent as the shadows of the Rinnegan reappeared. He needed to concentrate all his power to eliminate Uchiha Hikari, and then complete the Ten Tails. Hee. Uchiha Hikari chuckled lightly, her thoughts moving, and the Susanoo around her ignited with raging black flames. Under her control, the black flames transformed, eventually taking on the form of armor. The complete Susanoo, draped in Amaterasu flames, appeared incredibly majestic. At this moment, the complete Susanoo, which resembled a war god, now fully conformed to the shape of a war god. Moreover, its size had nearly doubled compared to its original form. Quite the idea. At the center of the Susanoo, Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed, and his chakra erupted once more. Boom! Blinding blue light surged, and in an instant, the azure Susanoo expanded dramatically, its form ballooning to twice its original size. Compared to Uchiha Hikari's complete Susanoo, Uchiha Madara's was clearly more massive. At the same time, the shadows within the Rinnegan world also activated their Susanoo, charging towards Uchiha Hikari. However, Uchiha Hikari feigned a direct confrontation with Uchiha Madara, but suddenly she flapped her wings and flew upwards. Damn it! Uchiha Madara's face darkened. This little girl actually tricked him. As his thoughts turned, the four Rinnegan shadows sped towards Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Madara, with his extensive experience, understood that the rhythm of battle must not be controlled by the enemy. Once the enemy grasped the rhythm of battle, it would inevitably lead to a disadvantage and eventual defeat. You do your thing, I'll do mine. TCH. Above in the sky, Uchiha Hikari felt displeased. Her strategy had not completely succeeded. However, it wasn't a failure either, as she had at least diverted Uchiha Madara's four-summoned Rinnegan shadows. With the strength of Tsunade and the others, they could hold out until the Rinnegan shadows returned to their main body. The black-red Susanoo flapped its wings, instantly turning around and diving down. Chapter 257, A Change of Heart Boom. Accompanied by the rumbling sound that echoed across the sky, two massive Susanoo collided in the heavens. A blue and red chakra storm erupted, resembling a volcanic eruption, surging towards the sky. The glaring brilliance spread out like a tsunami in all directions, forming a circular energy shield. The point of collision became a place of destruction, unleashing devastating energy. Boom! Boom! The two gigantic Susanoo soared in the sky, fiercely chasing each other. Although Uchiha Light's Susanoo is slightly smaller, it is equipped with armor formed by Amaterasu's black flames, which puts it at a disadvantage in a direct clash with Uchiha Madara. On the contrary, each collision ignites black flames on Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Of course, Amaterasu no longer poses a threat to Uchiha Madara, whether it's the ability of the Hungry Ghost Path or the ability of the Deva Path. He can easily deal with Amaterasu. The Azure Susanoo raises its hand, and Uchiha Madara's indifferent voice rings out. Shinra, Tensei. Like a storm, boundless repulsive force transforms into a white mist, instantly blasting Uchiha Light's Susanoo away and crashing it to the ground. Boom, a loud noise erupts, dust billowing like a sea, and the earth trembles. Uchiha Light's Susanoo crashes down, causing a commotion similar to a super-tailed beast bomb explosion. Whoosh, dust bursts forth, and Uchiha Light rides his Susanoo into the sky, wielding the Tenketsu spear sword, which becomes enormous, even more exaggerated than the size of the Susanoo. The Susanoo swings the Tenketsu spear sword down, shaking the entire sky and nearly distorting space. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara's expression becomes serious, and he brings his hands together, unleashing his chakra and ocular power, shouting, "Ch Shinra Tensei." Clang, the Tenketsu spear sword collides with the barrier formed by the boundless repulsive force, producing an earth-shattering metallic resonance. The sky visibly distorts, and blinding light erupts from the point of collision, like an additional sun appearing in the night sky. Endless radiance showers the earth, illuminating hundreds of miles of mountains and rivers. In the endless light, a terrifying storm of power forms waves as high as the heavens, and wherever it passes, giant rocks on the battlefield vanish into thin air. Even Tsunade and her companions are using defensive ninjutsu to resist. As the brilliance fades, the two massive Susanuos in the sky are left shattered and unrecognizable, resembling two masses of chakra light. In contrast, Uchiha Madara's form remains relatively intact, barely allowing a rough shape to be seen. Meanwhile, Uchiha Light's Susanoo has almost turned into a mass of red chakra. Inside the red chakra mass, Uchiha Light's eyes bleed. He gasps for breath, and his aura plummets. On the other hand, Uchiha Madara, although also panting, is undoubtedly in a much better condition compared to Uchiha Light. It is evident that although he currently lacks Sage Mode, Uchiha Madara, having gained more power from the Ten Tails, is significantly stronger. His strength is indeed impressive. But this is where it ends. Uchiha Madara looks at Uchiha Light, revealing a victorious smile. So far, he has clearly gained an absolute advantage in the battle. At this moment, a black line streaks across the sky, directly targeting Uchiha Madara's vital point. Returning from an alternate space, the hidden Uchiha Obito finds the perfect opportunity and instantly launches the most ferocious attack. So fast, Uchiha Madara's pupils constrict, and he feels a chill. Uchiha Obito's timing for the ambush is impeccable. Just as he is feeling triumphant, this timing is incredibly subtle. It happens to coincide with the cool-down of the Rinnegan technique. The moment the shadow of the Rinnegan returns to its body. Even though Uchiha Madara has been vigilant against Uchiha Obito, he is still caught off guard by this strike, breaking out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he has always kept an eye on Uchiha Obito. Otherwise, this attack would have been enough to injure him. Shinra Tensei! Uchiha Madara shouts, his Rinnegan suddenly widening. Vast repulsive force erupts, sweeping like a storm. With a muffled bang, the black sword instantly shatters into specks of black lightning. And Uchiha Obito's figure is repelled and sent flying. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara reveals a smug smile. His experience is profound. Knowing that Uchiha Obito possesses space-time ninjutsu, how could he not be on guard against it? Uchiha Madara sneers, "Kid, you're still too green." Just as his words fall, another black line streaks across the sky, aiming for Uchiha Madara's neck at extreme speed. Damn! Uchiha Madara is taken aback, and with no time to think, he immediately leaps upwards. A sharp sound is heard as the black line effortlessly slices through the remnants of the Susanoo, grazing Uchiha Madara's lower half. In an instant, Uchiha Madara becomes half Madara, his upper body plummeting down. What a cunning little brat, completely unlike the Uchiha style. Uchiha Madara growls, not daring to linger, and immediately speeds away. Uchiha Obito's light laughter follows. In an instant, another black line slashes across, like flowing light, moving at unimaginable speed. However, this time, Uchiha Madara can use Shinra Tensei again. The grand repulsive force erupts and crushes, causing the light sword formed by the power of the Shinra and lightning chakra to scatter instantly. Chakra, after all, is not as solid as a real weapon. You've finally arrived. If you hadn't, we might not have been able to hold on. Uchiha Light breathes a sigh of relief upon seeing Uchiha Obito's appearance. With Uchiha Obito around, Uchiha Madara can't stir up much trouble. His ocular technique is too powerful. 3 against 1, plus the unpredictable space-time abilities, it would be difficult to lose. Uchiha Obito looks at Uchiha Madara, surrounded by the past and future forms summoned by his time shadow, and responds, "Actually, I had come out a while ago. I just wanted to find an opportunity to ambush Uchiha Madara." The previous chance was quite good, but unfortunately, Madara's combat experience is rich, and he dodged it. Uchiha Obito laments. Uchiha Light nods and says, his strength is indeed worthy of being a peak figure of an era. He is much more troublesome than Nagato. As they speak, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Light have already surrounded him. Uchiha Madara, seeing Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Light rushing towards him, suddenly feels overwhelmed. He can hardly deal with the two Uchiha Obitos here, and now another Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Light have come. Even if he were made of iron, he couldn't withstand so many nails. Moreover, the four of them can no longer be considered nails. They should be called pillars. This is bad. Uchiha Madara's heart sinks. The three Uchiha Obitos, each with nearly identical strength, will be difficult for him to handle even individually, let alone three at once. Uchiha Light is weaker than him, but he is not someone who can be easily defeated. He needs to be taken seriously. He can only retreat first, find a way to restore the 10 tails to completeness, and then plan further. Uchiha Madara's mind races as he makes his decision. Chapter 258, Uchiha Madara retreats. Rinnegan. With a glare of his purple Rinnegan, for Rinnegan shadows appear. Chakra erupts as the Rinnegan clones drive their complete Susanoo towards each target. The moment the Rinnegan clones appear, Uchiha Light senses it and immediately shouts, be careful. Madara's Rinnegan ocular technique can summon something invisible to attack. Is that so? I can see it quite clearly. Uchiha Obito's voice comes. At the center of his forehead, the mark opens, revealing a blood-red eye, similar to the Rinnegan, but with 3 jet-black tomo embellishing it. It resembles Uchiha Madara's red Rinnegan. This eye of Uchiha Obito is the Eye of the 10 Tails, possessing the abilities of both the Rinnegan and Sharingan. But the level of ocular power has not reached the level of a true Rinnegan Sharingan. It can only be considered a special type of Rinnegan. Rinnegan? Uchiha Light is surprised. She remembers that Uchiha Obito previously said that they generally cannot activate the Rinnegan. Now, in a turn, he has activated the Rinnegan. Rinnegan? Uchiha Madara felt a sense of solemnity in his heart, without the slightest hesitation. A tremendous repulsive force surged from his body, and using this, he transformed into a streak of light and rushed toward the horizon. Uchiha Obito, seeing this, immediately shouted, Madara, be careful of Black Zetsu. Compared to Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito believed that Otsutsuki Kagaya was even more difficult to deal with. Kagaya's space-time abilities were too powerful if she wanted to leave. There was no way to stop her. A pathetic scheme. Uchiha Itachi's disdainful voice echoed from afar. Clearly, Uchiha Madara did not harbor any suspicion toward Black Zetsu because of Obito's words. This was only natural. In his view, Black Zetsu was a being created by his yin-yang release, a continuation of his spirit, a part of himself. Who would suspect themselves? As Uchiha Madara departed, his limbo clones immediately dissipated. Unlike Uchiha Obito's past and future forms, these limbo shadows could no longer be maintained since the main body was too far away. Uchiha Light looked in the direction where Uchiha Madara had disappeared, a hint of disappointment in his voice. I can no longer sense Madara's chakra. This was normal. Uchiha Obito was not particularly disappointed. It was only natural that Madara, who had become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, would be hard to find for the time being. There would be plenty of time in the future, so there was no need to rush. Moreover, he now possessed a special Rinnegan. So Infinite Tsukuyomi was not a big deal for him. If Uchiha Madara could unleash Infinite Tsukuyomi, then he could also dispel it. In a sense, Uchiha Obito was now the 10 Tails itself. Forget it, I'm not the Hokage. This isn't something I should worry about. Uchiha Light shrugged and descended to the ground. After the two landed, the remaining members of the battlefield gathered around. Madara has escaped. This is troublesome, Senju Tobarama said with a worried expression. The revival of Uchiha Madara and his becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki naturally filled him with dread. Tsunade frowned and said anxiously, will he use Infinite Tsukuyomi? If that happens, it's all over. Infinite Tsukuyomi, what is that? Senju Tobarama looked at Uchiha Obito. It's an ultimate genjutsu that traps all living beings in the world in an illusion. Only usable by someone with a Rinnegan after becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Obito explained briefly. Isn't that the end? If Uchiha Madara uses this technique, won't the ninja world be finished? Senju Tobarama was anxious. Don't worry, I can dispel Infinite Tsukuyomi now, Uchiha Obito said. As he spoke, a crack appeared in his forehead, revealing a special red Rinnegan. A Rinnegan? And it's very similar to the one on Madara's forehead. Tsunade and the others were shocked. This is the eye of my 10 Tails. Infinite Tsukuyomi is a Genjutsu released by the Ten Tails Jinchuriki using the Rinnegan. As long as I have the power of the Ten Tails and a Rinnegan, I can dispel it. Uchiha Obito explained. Hearing Uchiha Obito's words, the others relaxed. As long as they could deal with Infinite Tsukuyomi, other matters would be easier to solve. You still have your own Ten Tails? Senju Tobirama asked curiously. Uchiha Obito said, we'll discuss this after we handle the battlefield and return to Konoha. At this moment, the battlefield had been shattered for dozens of kilometers after a series of intense battles, with unimaginable repercussions. The terrifying noise spread, causing panic throughout the land of fire and neighboring nations, with many believing the apocalypse was upon them. Cleaning up the battlefield was a simple task for them, as the area had previously been a continuous range of mountains. The 5 of them were extraordinary powers after sorting out the battlefield. They could cover it with a large scale would release. The direct losses caused by this battle were not substantial, but the indirect losses were still immeasurable. Therefore, there were certainly casualties, but it could be anticipated that they would not be many. As they walked toward Konoha, Tsunade curiously looked at Uchiha Obito and asked Fifth Hokage, did you find anything while tracking Zihir? The others immediately cast curious glances. Uchiha Obito shook his head and said, there were no gains. Zihir's space-time abilities are extremely powerful. After leading me to an alternate space, he immediately performed another space-time jump and completely escaped from me. Although Kimui, enhanced by the power of the Sage of Six Paths, was indeed powerful, it was still essentially a technique of the Sharingan, inherently lower in rank than the abilities of the Otsutsuki. In the same space-time, Kamui's displacement ability was not inferior to the space-time abilities of the Otsutsuki and even slightly surpassed them. However, when it came to opening space-time channels to alternate dimensions, it was not as good as the Otsutsuki's or the Rinnegans. This could be seen from the original work where Uchiha Obito opened the space-time of Kagaya's Heavenly Mother. When Uchiha Obito, who retained the power of the Sage of Six Paths, along with Sakura, used this technique, he struggled immensely, unable to move freely in the same space-time. In contrast, later on, Uchiha Sasuke, after tapping into the space-time abilities of his Rinnegan, found it much easier to travel between various alternate dimensions, despite not having the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths after the Fourth Great Ninja War. What a pity, Senju Tobirama lamented. Uchiha Obito smiled and said, some things cannot be forced, and this battle was not without gains. Uchiha Light was one of the gains from this battle. A Ten Tails Jinchuriki was already a significant achievement. If the things from earlier could also be considered gains, Senju Tobirama was speechless. In the earlier cleanup of the battlefield, there were only 3 valuable items. As a Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Nagato, and Uchiha Madara's half-body, and Zihir's arm. While these items could not be said to lack value, Senju Tobirama always felt they fell short. It would take time to convert their potential value into tangible assets. Chapter 259 Infinite Tsukuyomi on the other side, in a certain location in the Land of Fire. Uchiha Madara descended from the sky. Shortly after, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground and approached Uchiha Madara. Seeing Black Zetsu appear, Uchiha Madara asked, where's Obito? Has he already died? The reason he was able to resurrect was due to Black Zetsu controlling Obito to use the rebirth of the Samsara technique. The rebirth of the Samsara technique is a forbidden technique of the Rinnegan and also the highest resurrection ninjutsu. Its resurrection target is not limited to a single person. It can involve a group. Of course, the reason it is a forbidden technique is that it requires a life sacrifice whenever used, and this cannot be altered by personal will, regardless of the number of targets, whether a group or an individual. Naturally, exceptions do exist. Those with immortal bodies can avoid death after using it. In the original story, Uchiha Obito did not die immediately after using this technique while being possessed by Black Zetsu. 1. He still retained the power of the Sage of Six Paths, and 2. He was possessed by Black Zetsu. This shows that those with an immortal body or the power of the Sage of Six Paths can greatly reduce the side effects. Obito does not fall into this category. So after Black Zetsu separated from Obito, he should have died. Lord Madara, Obito is already dead, Black Zetsu replied respectfully. Uchiha Madara nodded calmly and said, Obito has also played his part. It wasn't a wasted death. In his eyes, Obito was just a somewhat special white Zetsu, not something important. Dying to resurrect himself was truly making the best use of resources. Only a special white Zetsu like Obito could withstand the Rinnegan, which carried immense chakra and ocular power. Other white Zetsu wouldn't even dare to think about it. Uchiha Madara pondered how to fully restore the Ten Tails. realizing that his current strength was insufficient to face Uchiha Akira and the others. He looked up at the pure white moon in the sky, showing a contemplative expression. Beside him, Black Zetsu was restless, almost unable to suppress the urge to act. After a struggle, Black Zetsu gazed at the Rinnegan in Madara's forehead but still refrained from making a move. Mothersville had already begun to revive. Black Zetsu thought, if he acted now, Madara would undoubtedly be unguarded. Although Kaguya Otsutsuki could be revived, her condition would undoubtedly be poor, and her strength would be at an unprecedented low. Perhaps he could have Madara restore the 10 tails completely, and then have Mother revived. At that time, Mother's state wouldn't suffer too much decline in strength. In the end, Black Zetsu made a decision. Uchiha Madara looked up at the bright moon and murmured to himself, how can I make the 10 tails whole again? Given the current situation, there was no hope of capturing the 9 tails. At present, without extraordinary space-time ninjutsu, it was impossible to capture the 9 tails of Konoha. Even if there was space-time ninjutsu, it would require careful planning to succeed. Currently, Konoha had too many skilled ninjas. Black Zetsu, do you have any ideas? Madara asked. Although Black Zetsu was merely a life created from his yin-yang release, he inherited Madara's knowledge and was another life form. Perhaps different life forms would have different ideas. Hearing Madara's question, Black Zetsu was taken aback. He hadn't expected Madara to ask him. However, since Madara asked, it suited his intentions perfectly, providing an opportunity to perfect the 10 tails. Lord Madara, Infinite Tsukuyami can restore the 10 tails completely, and even make it even stronger. Black Zetsu spoke up. Infinite Tsukuyami? Madara showed a contemplative expression. Soon, he nodded and said with a hint of surprise, indeed, after releasing Infinite Tsukuyami, everyone in the ninja world will be suspended on the roots of the God Tree, allowing us to gather their chakra. After all, the 10 tails is a chakra creature, while the quality of chakra from the many life forms in the ninja world cannot compare to that of the 10 tails. The sheer number is overwhelming. With so many life forms in the ninja world, the Sage of Six Paths had already dispersed chakra, making it nearly impossible to find a life form completely devoid of chakra. Or rather, no life form exists that cannot extract chakra. As long as there are life forms in the ninja world, they can use a mix of mental energy and physical ability to extract chakra. Extracting chakra from such a large number of life forms to restore the 10 tails completely, or even further, would be no problem. Seeing Madara's delighted expression, Black Zetsu sneered inwardly. Compared to Nagato, Madara viewed himself as a continuation of his spirit, utterly trusting in him. Attempting to take action against Madara would be much easier than against Nagato. Madara thought, can Infinite Tsukuyami eliminate Uchiha Akira? Probably not. He could only wait for the 10 tails to be fully restored before dealing with Konoha. Then, let the brilliance of Infinite Tsukuyami illuminate the entire ninja world. With his thoughts in motion, Madara floated towards the sky, and the Rinnegan on his forehead opened. In an instant, the pure white moon in the sky was stained with a layer of crimson. Looking up at the now crimson moon, Madara whispered, according to the stone tablet, whoever possesses the eye of the moon and approaches the moon can let the light of Infinite Tsukuyami shine upon the world, plunging it into an infinite dream. Meanwhile, Uchiha Akira, who was heading toward Konoha, looked up at the sky. That is, upon seeing the crimson moon in the sky, Akira hesitated not at all. Chakra surged from his body, and the complete body Susanoo appeared like a mountain. The 5 people standing under the Susanoo were stunned, then noticed something was off with the moon. Following Akira's gaze, they discovered a crimson moon hanging high in the sky. Red moon? Fifth Hokage, what's going on? Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Akira. Infinite Tsukuyami is about to be activated. Akira replied as Susanoo crouched down, its massive wings moving to envelop the 5. Of course, as a reanimated person, Senju Tobirama would not be affected by Jinjutsu. Akira's actions were merely a matter of course. As Akira wrapped the others up, the light of the crimson moon intensified, its blinding brilliance illuminating the entire ninja world. No matter where one was, as long as they were on this planet, not in another space, and regardless of whether it was night or day, they were all enveloped by the radiance emitted by the moon. In an instant, ripples appeared in people's eyes, transforming into the appearance of the Rinnegan. The god tree descends. On the other side, as Madara's cold voice echoed, the entire planet's ground began to crack. After releasing Infinite Tsukuyami, the scale of this would release was unprecedentedly vast. Boom! Thick, massive tree roots broke through the ground, twisting like dragons traversing the earth. Strips of white cloth slid down from the roots, wrapping all life caught in the Infinite Tsukuyami. then hanging like white cocoons beneath the massive roots. Looking around, countless white cocoons hung beneath the enormous tree roots. The cocoons swayed in the wind, appearing terrifying. Chapter 260. Kaguya Otsutsuki Senju Tobarama looked anxiously at Uchiha Akira. Fifth Hokage, can you tell what's happening outside? Within Akira's Susanoo, their sensory abilities could not extend outside, making it impossible to know the situation beyond. The light of infinite Tsukuyomi shines upon the world. Aside from us and the Sage of the Six Paths, as well as the three great summoning beasts, everyone else is caught in this ultimate Jinjutsu, Akira explained. Senju Tobarama frowned and asked, how long will the light of infinite Tsukuyomi last? Not too long, Akira said. Then he continued, if the second Hokage is worried, he can use Flying Thunder God to observe the situation. As a reanimated body, this Jinjutsu will not affect you. It doesn't affect reanimated bodies? Hearing this, the others were surprised. This was something they were unaware of. I'll go take a look. If the light of infinite Tsukuyomi dissipates, I will return to inform you immediately. Senju Tobarama, no longer hesitating, vanished without a trace. No barrier or ninjutsu could stop space-time ninjutsu. Arriving at the nearest Flying Thunder God mark, Senju Tobarama was taken aback. A hazy light scattered, illuminating the entire world in a dazzling white. Enormous tree roots broke through the ground, bending like bows, with white cocoons hanging beneath them. From the massive tree roots, white cloth continuously fell, wrapping those inside buildings caught in the Jinjutsu and dragging them back, ultimately hanging beneath the roots. With a tearing sound, Senju Tobarama ripped open a cocoon, trying to rescue the person inside. However, as soon as the outer white cloth was torn, more white cloth fell from the roots, wrapping the person tightly once again. No matter how Senju Tobarama tried, it was futile. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. These roots were siphoning the chakra from those caught in the Jinjutsu. He sensed a continuous stream of chakra being extracted from the white cocoons and transmitted into the roots, traveling to a distant location. If the life forms of the entire planet were caught in the Jinjutsu, how powerful would Madara be if he absorbed so much chakra? Thinking of this, Senju Tobarama's expression grew serious, filled with immense worry. The thoughts shifted, and the figure of Senju Tobarama vanished. When he reappeared, he was already back by the side of Uchiha, Mei, and the others. Senju Tobarama looked at Uchiha Mei and said solemnly, Fifth Hokage, something happened outside. That guy Obito is extracting the chakra from those trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Mei sighed inwardly. Things had reached the most undesirable point. Otsutsuki Kaguya was likely to be revived. Compared to Otsutsuki Kaguya, Uchiha Mei prefer to deal with Uchiha Obito. She couldn't be killed, could fight, and could run away. Aside from seeming a bit foolish, she was far stronger than Obito in terms of hard power. Uchiha Obito could still use the method he employed against Nagato to forcibly extract the Ten Tails. However, this tactic would likely not work against Kaguya. Otsutsuki Kaguya and the Ten Tails were inseparable. Once her will awakened, it was equivalent to the will of the Ten Tails. No matter how one tried to drag her back, it would be futile. Without the Six Paths, Earth Explosion Star, it would be nearly impossible to deal with her. Before Uchiha Mei could speak, Uchiha Hikari interjected. That guy Obito probably wants to complete the Ten Tails. Get ready for battle. Our next enemy may be unimaginably strong. Uchiha Mei said seriously. The expressions of the few people present grew solemn. If Uchiha Obito completed the Ten Tails, his strength would definitely surpass that of Nagato. It was bound to be a difficult battle. Meanwhile, on the side of Uchiha Obito, there were sounds of cracking as large sections of the ground shattered, splitting open huge gaps. From the dark, deep cracks, chakra gushed forth like an underground flood, rushing toward Uchiha Obito, who was holding the Six Paths staff, continuously entering his body, absorbed by the Ten Tails inside him. Ha ha! Uchiha Obito laughed heartily, feeling that the Ten Tails was becoming stronger at a terrifying speed. This feeling was truly wonderful. Before long, I will truly become the second sage of Six Paths. Uchiha Obito was extremely pleased. As the Ten Tails continued to complete, the air behind Uchiha Obito trembled slightly, and two brand new chakra orbs appeared. 9 chakra orbs represented that the Ten Tails had been fully restored, no longer incomplete. The torrent of chakra continued to pour in from underground, entering Uchiha Obito's body, being devoured by the Ten Tails. What perfect power! Feeling the Ten Tails continuously growing stronger within him. A look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and Uchiha Obito froze in place. He couldn't move. Uchiha Obito was horrified to discover that at this moment, he could only move his eyeballs. Black Zetsu. As his eyeballs turned, he immediately saw Black Zetsu behind him. It was indeed Black Zetsu's hand that had pierced into his chest, continuously injecting a stream of black fluid into his body. Obito, you're quite something. I'm very satisfied with you. Black Zetsu laughed proudly. Uchiha Obito felt his will gradually stagnating and struggled to speak. Black Zetsu, you are my will. Why? Not your will. What makes you think you have the ability to create me? How ridiculous. Black Zetsu sneered. At that moment, Uchiha Obito recalled Uchiha Mei's earlier warning. He had thought it was a crude ploy, but he hadn't expected it to be a genuine reminder. You. Who are you? Uchiha Obito's thoughts were nearly frozen, his body swollen from the excessive chakra influx, becoming enormously bloated, like a round ball. My lifelong goal is about to be achieved, Black Zetsu said with extreme delight. Who am I? I am the third son of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Not your will, Obito. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Uchiha Obito's will became completely blurred, and his body swelled into a massive black sphere. As the vast chakra surged in, the black sphere began to change shape, writhing continuously. Finally, a beautiful figure with long blue-white hair, dressed in a white feather robe, with feet on her head and pale skin, appeared. Mother, a call from Black Zetsu came from her long sleeves. Hearing Black Zetsu's call, Otsutsuki Kagaya's confused white eyes moved slightly, her previously hazy will completely awakening. It's Black Zetsu. Otsutsuki Kagaya spoke in a calm tone, as if she were a still pond. Looking at the land, Otsutsuki Kagaya murmured, How many years has it been? I have finally escaped from the seals of my two rebellious sons and returned once again to my rightful garden. Just then, Otsutsuki Kagaya's expression changed. Her veins bulging as a look of confusion appeared on her face. The infinite Tsukuyami has actually been undone? Her voice carried a tone of surprise. Yes, the infinite Tsukuyami has been undone. The originally crimson moon is now pure white. The massive roots of the trees on the ground retreated underground, and those trapped in the illusion began to awaken, although they were all confused and panicking. For a moment, the entire world fell into chaos. Chapter 261, Failed Intimidation Mother. Although the Feather Robe and Feather Village are gone, among their descendants, someone has stolen the power of the Ten Tails. They are very strong and should be the ones who undid the infinite Tsukuyami. Black Zetsu's hoarse voice came. But it's just some scattered chakra, not worth mentioning. Otsutsuki Kagaya's expression remained indifferent, her white eyes moving as her gaze locked onto the direction of Konoha. Black Zetsu reminded her, Mother, don't let your guard down. There are two people over there, and their strength is very strong. One has stolen a significant amount of Ten Tails chakra, and the other is even more mysterious. I can't see his details. It doesn't matter. In front of me, it's just scattered chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya said, her expression unchanged. As her thoughts shifted, a dark spatial crack appeared before her. Like a blank sheet of paper, Otsutsuki Kagaya stepped into it and vanished. Meanwhile, on the Konoha side, Uchiha Mei suddenly focused his gaze, locking onto the front. A spatial crack appeared, about the height of a person, and then a white figure floated out from within. Uchiha Mei looked at that figure, his expression grave. Otsutsuki Kagaya. It was evident that Uchiha Obito had not taken his words seriously at all. He firmly believed that Black Zetsu's fate was to become the vessel for Otsutsuki Kagaya's resurrection. Otsutsuki Kagaya? Hearing Uchiha Mei's words, everyone present was astonished. Looking at the figure ahead, Uchiha Hikari's expression was serious as he said in a low voice. That guy Obito can't compare with her at all. This level of chakra strength far exceeds that of Uchiha Obito. Is this the progenitor of chakra? Uchiha Shursui felt a drop of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Just the pressure of chakra made him feel as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest. The feeling of suffocation arose. This is truly exaggerated. Tsunade's lips twitched, feeling a chill in her heart. Otsutsuki Kagaya's veins bulged, and everyone present felt as if they were being seen through from head to toe. Otsutsuki Kagaya stared at them, her overwhelmingly powerful chakra surging forth as she coldly said, as expected, just as Black Zetsu said, You five are all people who have stolen my chakra. Finally, Otsutsuki Kagaya's gaze locked onto Uchiha Mei, and a hint of reminiscence appeared on her face, followed by a look of shock. It's you. Uchiha Mei smiled slightly and said, Yes, it's me. Surprised? Clearly, Otsutsuki Kagaya remembered Uchiha Mei. They had crossed paths in ancient times. Compared to back then, you are much stronger now, having integrated the powers of Feather Village and the Feather Robe. as well as incorporating my power into yourself. Otsutsuki Kagaya's face was filled with killing intent. She recalled the time when she transformed into the Ten Tails and was severely injured by Uchiha, Mei using space-time abilities. But in the end, you were just scattered chakras. Not a match for me. Otsutsuki's expression was cold, her gaze icy, and her chakra erupted, causing the entire sky to tremble slightly. Uchiha Mei's expression was serious. While Otsutsuki Kagaya was certainly not at her peak, her strength was indeed significantly greater than theirs. Of course, she had the power to fight. And Uchiha Mei's eye technique was their greatest reliance. He could summon the shadow of the past and future, possessing the strongest defense and attack with Kamui. It could be said that as long as Uchiha Mei was present, Kagaya would find it difficult to win. Are you sure you want to fight us now? Uchiha Mei looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya and inexplicably said this. Otsutsuki Kagaya showed a look of confusion in her eyes and replied matter-of-factly, "If you voluntarily give your chakra to me, then I naturally won't take action. Dream on." Uchiha Hikari's voice, laced with sarcasm, rang out. Although it was night, you weren't just dreaming, you were sleepwalking and talking in your sleep. Otsutsuki Kagaya did not get angry. Her expression remained indifferent as she said, "In that case, I can only personally reclaim the chakra dispersed by the feather coat. If you are not afraid of Otsutsuki Ishiki taking advantage of the situation, feel free to take action." Uchiha Mei's Sharingan spun, ready to act at any moment. Otsutsuki Ishiki hearing Uchiha Mei's words, Otsutsuki Kagaya's expression changed, turning sullen. Her Byakugan stared at Uchiha Mei as if it were tangible, questioning. "You just mentioned Otsutsuki Ishiki, right? If your ears are fine, don't ask such nonsense." Uchiha Mei said lightly. Otsutsuki Kagaya muttered to herself. He actually didn't die? In that situation, he shouldn't have been able to find a suitable vessel. Otsutsuki Ishiki did not have the ability to be immortal. When she ambushed him, half of his body was broken, and theoretically, he should have died. A vessel capable of containing Otsutsuki is not something that can be found so easily. His luck seems to be quite good. Otsutsuki Kagaya thought. The current vessel of Ishiki is named Jigen. Perhaps you can ask Kurizetsu. Uchiha Mei glanced at Kurizetsu in her sleeve. Hearing Uchiha Mei's words, Kurizetsu immediately recalled the person who fought fiercely with Nagato. Thinking of this, Kurizetsu said, "Mom, that person's characteristics are like this. His ability is to shrink objects and restore them, and he can also open space-time portals." Upon hearing Kurizetsu's words, Otsutsuki Kagaya's expression darkened completely. As Ishiki's subordinate, she was very familiar with Ishiki's abilities. After so many years, has the wedge not fully unfrozen? Finding a life capable of fully carrying the wedge is not so easy. Otsutsuki Kagaya calmed down again. For her, even if Ishiki is fully revived, it is not something to fear. Having consumed the chakra fruit of the earth, Otsutsuki Kagaya's strength has already surpassed that of Ishiki. "You know a lot," Otsutsuki Kagaya said, locking her gaze on Uchiha Mei, her voice low. "But trying to use Ishiki to scare me is impossible." Otsutsuki Kagaya coldly said, "Don't say Ishiki can't fully revive. Even if his vessel can completely contain Otsutsuki's power and allow him to fully revive, that's fine. It can just be used to feed the divine tree. The divine tree needs to be fed a powerful Otsutsuki to truly bear chakra fruits. The higher the quality of the Otsutsuki fed to the divine tree, the higher the quality of the fruits produced. By consuming high-quality fruits, the Otsutsuki clan can evolve faster toward true divinity. Did the intimidation fail? Then we can only fight with all our might." Uchiha Mei's thoughts flowed, and his Sharingan turned, subtly glancing at the few people present. Upon noticing Uchiha Mei's gaze, the people present immediately understood that a great battle was about to erupt. Chapter 262, The Realm of Heaven. "Mom, be careful of Uchiha Mei. His eye technique is terrifying. Not only is his spatial ability incredibly powerful, but he can also summon two clones with equal strength to his own, possessing abilities completely identical to his main body." Kurizetsu's voice came from Otsutsuki Kagaya's sleeve. Hearing Kurizetsu's words, Otsutsuki Kagaya's expression became slightly more serious. In her eyes, while Uchiha Mei's chakra strength was somewhat inferior to that of her two sons back then, the difference was not significant. He was a worthy opponent. If there were three such individuals, it would undoubtedly be a huge problem. In that case, let's change the location to avoid destroying my nursery. As Otsutsuki Kagaya's voice fell, the 9-tomo Rinnegan on her forehead trembled, and the 6 individuals present felt their vision blur, suddenly finding themselves in a world of ice and snow. In a snowy world, It was the realm woven by Otsutsuki Kagaya's Rinnegan ability, the realm of heaven. What is this? Except for Uchiha Mei, Uchiha Hikari, Tsunade, and the other three were shocked to an incredible degree. Right here, I will eliminate you. As Otsutsuki Kagaya's cold voice rang out, the entire world began to shake. Countless ice spikes shot out, and an intense tremor was felt as the whole world trembled. Boom! In an instant, 4 pillars of light shot up, and 4 complete Susanoo spread their wings, rushing into the sky with Tsunade and Senju Tobarama. Uchiha Mei was the fastest. He wrapped Senju Tobarama and Tsunade and flew into the sky with them. Amaterasu, the voices of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Hikari rang out simultaneously. In an instant, boundless black flames ignited in this world. As the flames ignited, the temperature in the snowy world suddenly rose, and the boundless ice and snow visibly melted, turning into torrents of burning Amaterasu flames rushing in all directions. Uchiha Mei shouted, "Leave this person to me and Hikari. Do not recklessly join the battle." Hearing Uchiha Mei's words, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui did not hesitate at all and immediately soared into the distance. Uchiha Mei's eyes widened, and his eye technique, the Shadow of Time, activated, summoning his past and future selves. As the two appeared, they wasted no time and immediately controlled their Susanoo to charge at Otsutsuki Kagaya. Although they could not communicate, they were equivalent to Uchiha Mei, with no difference at all. Boom! The entire snowy world shook as countless chakra fists erupted in the distance, covering the entire sky. It was Otsutsuki Kagaya unleashing the strongest taijutsu, known as the 80 Gods Void Strike. However, such taijutsu possesses boundless lethality for others, even for Otsutsuki Ishiki. But it was completely ineffective against Uchiha Mei. With Kamui active, only entities with reaction speeds far exceeding Uchiha Mei could effectively harm him. Uchiha Hikari did not recklessly approach. Avoiding this terrifying attack, the battle erupted, and the two Uchiha Mei constantly sought ways to get closer to Otsutsuki Kagaya. However, after Kurizetsu's reminder, Otsutsuki Kagaya was extremely vigilant, constantly moving around and not daring to let Uchiha Mei get close. Uchiha Mei looked at Senju Tobarama and said solemnly, "Second Hokage, please take Tsunade away, and it would be best to leave a flying thunder god mark on them, just in case. Leave this matter to me." Senju Tobarama nodded. With a kunai marked with the flying thunder god disappearing into the sky, Senju Tobarama vanished from Uchiha Mei's Susanoo. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Mei seriously. "Fifth Hokage, be careful. Rest assured, this battle may end in a very short time." Uchiha Mei said with a hint of a smile. "What? Do you still have a trump card?" Tsunade showed a look of surprise. Uchiha Ming nodded and said, "Just watch, Lady Tsunade." As his words fell, Senju Tobarama reappeared in Uchiha Ming's Susanoo. Looking at Uchiha Ming, Senju Tobarama said solemnly, "I am ready. Be careful in the upcoming battle. Don't worry, second Hokage." Uchiha Ming nodded. With a whoosh, Tsunade and Senju Tobarama disappeared from the center of Uchiha Ming's Susanoo. Glancing at the battlefield over there, Uchiha Ming focused his thoughts and controlled his Susanoo to rush towards Uchiha Hikari. The battle over there was too intense, and Uchiha Hikari could only feign an attack. In battles of this level, even the Susanoo constructed with the power of the 6 paths and sage power couldn't exert its effects. Under the 80 God's vacuity, Susanoo was as fragile as plastic, shattering upon impact. Uchiha Hikari's complete body Susanoo had already been shattered 3 times. Had she not been the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails, she would have lost her fighting ability long ago. Uchiha Ming looked at Uchiha Hikari and shouted, "Hikari, go check on Tsunade and the others over there. Leave this to me. Can you handle it?" Uchiha Hikari looked at him with some doubt. An existence like Kagaya, Otsutsuki, could make one's soul shudder just by sensing her chakra. She admitted that Uchiha Ming was strong, but there was still a huge gap compared to the strength of Kagaya, Otsutsuki. "I still have a trump card that I haven't used yet. If it really doesn't work, we can fight together and combine our efforts," Uchiha Ming said. Uchiha Hikari showed a surprised expression and said, "In that case, I'll leave this to you." Susanoo flapped its wings and flew towards Tsunade and the others. On the other side, on the fiercely intense battlefield, 2 Uchiha Mings used their own ocular technique, Kamui, to continuously approach Kagaya, Otsutsuki. Thanks to the ability of Kamui, the situation on the battlefield unexpectedly favored Uchiha Ming. Kagaya Otsutsuki didn't dare to confront him head-on. "Mom, this guy's ocular technique is too dangerous. We must find a way to limit his ocular technique and not let him unleash its power freely," Black Zetsu reminded. Defensive strategies will ultimately lead to loss. Black Zetsu knew this principle well after surviving in human society for thousands of years. Defense is always a method taken by the passive side. Only the attacking side can better control the initiative and grasp the rhythm of the battle. Kagaya Otsutsuki coldly asked, Black Zetsu, can a space-time ability be used continuously? Mom, it seems so. Previously, we needed to continuously attack him to keep his ocular technique activated for 5 minutes, after which his ocular technique would temporarily become unusable. But now, no one knows how long his ocular technique can be maintained, and keeping him in a state of using his ocular technique is too difficult. Black Zetsu's voice carried uncertainty. Then let's try that space and limit his speed, and then create an opportunity, Kagaya Otsutsuki thought, preparing to activate the heavenly gourd again. However, at that moment, the two Uchiha Mings that were fiercely attacking her gradually faded away, ultimately disappearing before Kagaya Otsutsuki. Mom, it seems that the duration of his other ocular technique has reached its limit. Black Zetsu's voice carried a hint of surprise. Chapter 263. The Distant Future Self, very good. Kagaya Otsutsuki nodded, thinking to herself that with this, the gravitational space could further limit his space-time ability. However, before she could activate the heavenly gourd, she saw another Uchiha Ming appear next to the Uchiha Ming not far away. Unlike the current Uchiha Ming, this newly appeared Uchiha Ming had a more mature and stable demeanor, although their appearances were almost identical. The first impression gave off a middle-aged aura rather than that of a young man. Something's off. The chakra intensity of this newly appeared person is even stronger than that of Kagaya Otsutsuki's previous form. Kagaya Otsutsuki's Byakugan focused, and her heart felt a chill. Without any hesitation, the Rinne Sharingan in the center of her forehead trembled. In an instant, the world transformed, and the icy landscape became one filled with sharp, pointed cuboidal shapes. Everywhere was piled with sharp cuboidal dirt. Boom, 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 a series of muffled sounds echoed, and everyone present fell onto the ground, unable even to stand up straight. This was Kagaya Otsutsuki's gravitational space, where gravity far exceeded the norm. In this space, even Kagaya Otsutsuki was no exception. Damn it, where's this place? In the distance, the weakest one, the reanimated Senju Tobarama, had cracks appearing all over his body, showing signs of wanting to collapse. Here, I will eliminate all of you. Kagaya Otsutsuki raised her hand, and gray, sharp bone spikes emerged from her pale palm, aimed at Uchiha Ming. It was one of Kagaya Otsutsuki's killing moves, the Bone of Death. Anyone struck by this move would undoubtedly die, with no chance of survival. Even if the Sage of Six Paths appeared, coming to this place was a very bad decision. Uchiha Ming sneered. Just now, he had actively dispersed the time shadow summoning of his past self. The purpose was to concentrate all his ocular power to summon the furthest future self possible. The past selves he had summoned before were all very close to the current time node. The reason he hadn't summoned a past or future self that was too far away was due to the limitations of his ocular power. The further the time node was from the present, the more ocular power it consumed and the more it cost to maintain. Even with the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, he couldn't summon a past or a future self that was too far from the current time node to engage in an intense battle. However, today was different. The existence of the Six Paths power gave Uchiha Ming the confidence to summon himself from a distant time node. This future self was the Uchiha Ming summoned from 10 years later. This was the limit of his current ocular power. And even after being enhanced by the Six Paths power, he could only achieve this step. Hearing Uchiha Ming's words, Kagaya Otsutsuki felt a bad premonition arise in her heart. Without any hesitation, she launched the bone spike from her palm towards Uchiha Ming. Ridiculous! Uchiha Ming sneered, allowing the bone spikes to pierce through his body. With Kamui active, this attack was completely ineffective. Previously, he had kept Uchiha Hikari and the others away, anticipating this scene and preparing in advance to prevent them from being used against him. Damn space-time ability. Kagaya Otsutsuki cursed inwardly. Back when she battled against Kagaya Otsutsuki's previous forms, she had never encountered such a frustrating situation. Even though they were two people, they couldn't so easily resolve one of her killing moves, the Bone of Death, like Uchiha Ming did. For a moment, she couldn't think of any way to deal with Uchiha Ming's space-time ability. At that moment, a crackling sound of electricity echoed. The future Uchiha Ming, who appeared more mature, suddenly erupted, surrounded by electric light, and dashed towards Kagaya Otsutsuki like lightning. So fast, in this gravitational space, he can still move this quickly. Kagaya Otsutsuki felt a chill in her heart. The speed of the future Uchiha Ming was incredibly fast, and in an instant, he appeared before Kagaya Otsutsuki, his hand wrapped in Kamui's black lightning, almost piercing her forehead. However, Kagaya Otsutsuki was, after all, a member of the Otsutsuki clan who had consumed chakra fruit, and her reflexes were unparalleled. At the critical moment, she activated the heavenly gourd again. The world has changed once more, and everyone has been frozen by the terrifying cold ice, including Kagaya Otsutsuki herself. Once again, it is an icy space. A dark crack in space-time appears and swallows Kagaya Otsutsuki. Then she reappears dozens of meters away. Zizizi accompanied by the spreading black thunder. The massive ice blocks instantly crumble. The future version of Uchiha Akira steps through the air and suddenly appears in front of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Such incredible speed. Kagaya Otsutsuki's veins pop out, and as her thoughts turn, countless chakra fists burst forth. In an instant, the entire sky trembles, as if it were a painting. The 80 God airstrike is both the strongest attack and the strongest defense. Without a doubt, this Uchiha Akira seems to be non-existent, passing through Kagaya's body and racing away. No damage was inflicted. Kagaya Otsutsuki's mind shifts, and the icy world roars. Sharp ice spikes, as sharp as the finest javelins, stab toward her. Natural integration. An unexpected occurrence happens. A significant portion of the ice spikes that were originally aimed at Uchiha Akira suddenly change direction and stab toward Kagaya Otsutsuki. The sage art of the Dragon Cave. Inorganic rebirth. Boom, however, after all, she is Kagaya Otsutsuki. Her reflexes are faster than that of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. This sudden attack does not startle her. The 80 God air strike is launched, and amidst the terrifying roar, the ice pillars, harder than steel, are instantly reduced to powder. At that moment, the future version of Uchiha Akira's chest swells, and he opens his mouth to spew out a large amount of scorching smoke. In an instant, the gray-black smoke spreads, covering a radius of hundreds of meters. This is the effect of the fire-style, dust concealment technique. Ridiculous ninjutsu. Kagaya's indifferent voice comes from the smoke. Such a level of ninjutsu, no matter how many are released, cannot affect her. With her fingers spread wide, the smoke flows into her palm like water. In the blink of an eye, the world returns to clarity. Just then, a black line appears out of nowhere. Slicing through the sky, Uchiha Akira jumps out from the Kamui space. Cunning native. Kagaya Otsutsuki's heart tightens as she realizes the true purpose of the smoke from before. It was merely to conceal the Byakugan's line of sight. At this moment, there is no time to fully evade this attack. She can only try to minimize the damage. The heavenly sovereignty does not activate instantaneously. A sound of piercing comes, accompanied by splattered blood, as Kagaya Otsutsuki's right side is cut open at the shoulder, nearly splitting her in half. Buzz, a light tremor occurs, and several thick black lines sweep across the sky, slashing toward Kagaya Otsutsuki, intending to continue cutting her. Chapter 264. Kagaya retreats. At this moment, Kagaya Otsutsuki has enough reaction time. Her Rinne Sharingan at her brow trembles, and a dark crack in space-time appears, swallowing her whole. Just then, several thick black lines sweep past, colliding with the space-time crack. Accompanied by sizzling sounds, the pitch-black crack suddenly distorts. With a few piercing sounds, bright red splashes of blood erupt, and a muffled grunt comes from Kagaya Otsutsuki within the dark crack. Soon after, the space-time crack disappears as if it had never existed. On the other side, the small portion of Kagaya Otsutsuki's body that fell down is pierced by a black rod transformed from the Shinjutsu, capturing the fleeing black Zetsu. Kagaya Otsutsuki vanishes, but Uchiha Akira does not let his guard down. She is already immortal. For other Otsutsuki, such damage would be fatal, but for her, it is nothing. Uchiha Akira does not dare to be careless, carefully guarding against her counterattack. Time passes, and after a few minutes, Kagaya Otsutsuki still does not appear. Immediately, Uchiha Akira does not hesitate, wrapping Kagaya Otsutsuki's torn body in black Zetsu with the Shinjutsu, then racing toward Uchiha Hikari and the others. Uchiha Hikari looks at Uchiha Akira, puzzled, and asks, "Where's Kagaya Otsutsuki? Did she just leave? No matter where she is, we should leave here first." Uchiha Akira says solemnly, "Fifth Hokage, can your ocular jutsu return to the ninja world? I can't sense the flying thunder god mark in the ninja world." At this moment, Senju Tobarama speaks with a serious expression. Uchiha Akira nods. "My ocular jutsu can certainly do that, no problem. If it were just pure Kamui, without the six paths power, even the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan would not be able to return from the world woven by Kagaya Tsutsuki as heavenly sovereignty to the ninja world. After all, this place is too far from the ninja world. It is not a distance that ordinary space-time abilities can traverse. At this moment, his future body has already disintegrated. And even now, his ocular power cannot maintain the existence of the future self from 10 years later for long. However, fortunately, with the existence of the Six Paths power, the recovery speed of his ocular power is rapid, so there is no need to worry about Kaguya suddenly returning to attack. The Crimson Sharingan trembles, and a circular space-time passage appears before the group, standing as tall as a person. Through the space-time passage, everyone present can clearly see the scenery of the ninja world on the other side, which is exactly the place they left before. Without any hesitation, everyone instantly passes through the space-time passage and returns to the ninja world. Back in the ninja world, Senju Tobarama looks at Uchiha Akira with a serious expression. Fifth Hokage. What should we do now? That person called Kaguya Tsutsuki seems even more troublesome than Madara. Madara doesn't have that woman-s ability to change the world in an instant. Just as Senju Tobarama said, Kaguya Tsutsuki is indeed more troublesome than Uchiha Madara. Her space-time abilities are too strong and difficult to deal with. I don't know, we can only take one step at a time. After all, Madara didn't take my words seriously. Uchiha Akira says helplessly. In this situation, there really aren't many good options. Unless Kaguya Tsutsuki and Kaguya Tsutsuki Yui rise from the dead and take action again. If Kaguya Tsutsuki is determined to hide, no one can do anything about it. The Tsutsuki clan can conceal their own chakra. If they want to hide, who can find them? Madara would never believe your words. He is an extremely confident person and would never trust you. Senju Tobarama shakes his head. As long as Uchiha Madara does not suspect Black Zetsu, he will eventually become Kaguya Tsutsuki's vessel for resurrection. Forget it. It has come to this. Let us go back to Konoha first. Uchiha Akira says. This time, the group returned to the village without any incident. On the other side, in the world woven by heavenly sovereignty, the fully restored Kaguya Tsutsuki walks out from the crack in space-time. Looking at the empty, icy world, her expression is incredibly gloomy. That person really could leave from here. Kaguya Tsutsuki mutters softly. What truly angers her is not this matter, but that as the progenitor of chakra, she was once again defeated by scattered chakra. This is undoubtedly an extremely terrible thing for her. She clearly remembers how desperate she felt when she was defeated by Kaguya Yui and Kaguya Umashir last time. If it weren't for Uchiha Akira not mastering the Six Paths, Heavenly Star, she feels she might have been sealed again. His ocular technique is too dangerous. I must find a way to approach my peak again. Kaguya Tsutsuki's Byakugan spins, and she makes a decision in her heart. Although she has successfully resurrected, she has not truly returned to her peak state. Her true peak was during the time she ambushed and consumed the chakra fruit of the earth. Without Kaguya Yui and Kaguya Umashir dividing her chakra, that was when she was truly at her peak. At this moment, there is only one way to restore her peak. A cold light flashes in Kaguya Tsutsuki's eyes. Kaguya Otsutsuki smiled coldly. Since you are still alive, then let you serve as nourishment for the god tree. I can imagine that the chakra fruit cultivated from you will be of excellent quality. Since he was still alive, it meant that he had hidden a 10 tails somewhere. Since the chakra fruit still needed time to mature, eating that 10 tails first was also a good option. With this thought, greed flickered in Kaguya's eyes. At this moment, Kaguya Otsutsuki was no longer just Otsutsuki. She and the god tree that produces chakra fruits had already merged into one, indistinguishable from each other. Devouring her own kind could also effectively increase her power. Although the effect was not as good as the chakra fruit, it was still a great supplement for her. For Kaguya now, a not fully resurrected Ishiki Otsutsuki was obviously much easier to deal with. With a thought, a dark space-time rift appeared, and Kaguya Otsutsuki's figure floated into it, disappearing. Others might find it difficult to locate Ishiki Otsutsuki, but not Kaguya. As a former subordinate of Ishiki, she knew many of his secret bases, and perhaps there were traces to track. The hidden spaces in the ninja world were limited, and with her space-time abilities, as long as she was willing to spend time, she would surely make discoveries. On the other side, in the Hokage building of Konoha, the atmosphere in the conference room was heavy, with all the village's high-level officials present. Uchiha Akira had already recounted the current situation to those present. Combined with what had just happened, they understood the severity of the matter. They could clearly remember how they were hung on a tree, trapped in an illusionary world, and then inexplicably woke up. Chapter 265. Methods to continue growing stronger. Uchiha Akira looked at the silent crowd and spoke. This is the current situation. If anyone has any thoughts, feel free to express them. However, the conference room remained silent. The current situation had long exceeded their imagination. The Ten Tails Jinchuriki, the Otsutsuki clan. These things sounded like a fairy tale, especially during the previous battle. The spread of chakra that pressured the heavens and earth, and the terrifying waves that came with it felt like the apocalypse. In the face of such absolute power, human schemes seemed so powerless at this moment. Superintelligence told them that it would be best to resolve this situation with super strength. Seeing the silence in the conference room, Senju Tobirama immediately tapped the table and turned to Uchiha Akira, 5th Hokage. I want to know if you still have methods to enhance our strength at this point. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the conference room turned to look at Uchiha Akira. Undoubtedly, given the current situation, only powerful strength could resolve this series of problems. With Konoha's current strength, the other 4 great ninja villages were insignificant. Only Kagaya, Otsutsuki, and Ishiki Otsutsuki were their primary enemies that had to be dealt with. As long as these 2 existed, Konoha could not feel at ease. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Akira thought for a moment and then said, "There are methods, but they won't yield immediate results. They require time." Senju Tobirama nodded. "In that case, I can rest assured. As long as there is a method, that's good. I fear the absence of a method. If the enemy's strength increases while we remain stagnant, we will inevitably be finished." Upon hearing Uchiha Akira's words, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Uchiha Akira looked at Narashikaku and others, solemnly saying, "All departments remember to cooperate and do a good job in post-war reconstruction. If necessary, let the ninjas provide assistance to the major cities of the Land of Fire." Yes, Lord Hokage, Narashikaku, and the others nodded seriously. Uchiha Akira then said, "Kurenai, Fugaku, Shursui, Lady Tsunade, 2nd Hokage, and Miss Hikari, please stay. The others may disperse." After the crowd left, Uchiha Akira led a few people to the Shin 10 Biological Laboratory, arriving at the previous enormous room. "This hand belongs to the Ten Tails?" Seeing the giant hand in the room, Senju Tobirama showed a look of surprise. Undoubtedly, the aura of this severed hand was exactly the same as the Ten Tails he had seen before. "Second Grandpa, that's right, this is the severed hand of the Ten Tails. Brought back by the 5th Hokage from ancient times," Tsunade explained. "Come on, little Tsunade, tell me the details," Senju Tobirama said, immediately intrigued. "Second Grandpa, here's the thing." Tsunade began to explain to Senju Tobirama. After learning about Uchiha Akira's past actions, Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Akira in shock. "5th Hokage, I must admire your boldness. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to do this." Uchiha Akira shook his head. The situation was critical at that time. No matter what, things couldn't get worse. "I believe the 2nd Hokage would do the same in that situation." Senju Tobirama shook his head and then looked at the severed hand, saying, "Does the method for the 5th Hokage to continue growing stronger still relate to the Ten Tails?" "Exactly." Uchiha Akira nodded. "Do you know about the chakra fruit?" Senju Tobirama certainly did not know about these matters. Looking at the head-shaking Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Akira activated his Sharingan and transmitted all relevant information about the Otsutsuki, the Ten Tails, and the God Tree to him. After a while, Senju Tobirama finally came back to his senses and sighed. "Our planet, where we live, is actually just a nursery for the Otsutsuki clan?" Uchiha Akira nodded. "If it weren't for Kagaya Otsutsuki's 2 sons turning against her, this planet might have already been drained by the God Tree, becoming a dead star. Speaking of which, all life on this planet should be grateful to Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Hamura. Without them, there would be no us," Uchiha Akira lamented. From Kagaya Otsutsuki's perspective, her 2 sons were undoubtedly ungrateful, but as natives, they were indeed the saviors. Indeed, Senju Tobirama sighed, especially Sage of 6 Paths. "If he hadn't dispersed the chakra, we might not even have the strength to resist. You want the God Tree to bloom and bear fruit, producing chakra fruits, and consume them like Kagaya Otsutsuki to enhance strength?" At this moment, Uchiha Hikari turned the question back. "That is one idea. Currently, there are not many methods to enhance our strength." Uchiha Akira nodded. He looked at Uchiha Hikari and asked, "Can your Ten Tails transform into the form of the God Tree?" "It should be possible, but I'm not sure if the 10 Tails I've captured can match the real God Tree in effectiveness," Uchiha Hikari replied. "It doesn't matter." Uchiha Akira shook his head. Even if there is a gap, as long as it can bloom and bear fruit, it will definitely have an effect and can enhance our strength. At this time, Tsunade spoke up, but as far as we know, for the god tree to bloom and bear fruit, it needs to absorb the planet's energy, which would lead to the death of our living planet. Have you considered this issue, Fifth Hokage? Moreover, it seems that the god tree cannot bloom and bear fruit in a short time. Of course, I've thought about both of these issues. Uchiha Akira nodded. Then do you have any solutions? Tsunade asked curiously. I have some ideas, but I don't know if they will work, Uchiha Akira said. What ideas? Tsunade inquired. Not only her, but the others also cast curious glances. The god tree needs to absorb the energy of the planet itself to bloom and bear fruit, and this problem cannot be bypassed. However, the Earth is their home, and they cannot allow the god tree to turn Earth into a dead star. Uchiha Ming looked at a few people and said, please wait a moment. I need to do a verification first. Then, he walked towards the giant severed hand of the 10 tails. Following that, Uchiha Ming placed his hand on the severed hand. Crack, crack. With the sound, the severed hand of the 10 tails began to change. The 5 outstretched fingers transforming into thick tree roots that burrowed into the ground. A massive tree began to grow rapidly from the wrist position, and in the blink of an eye, a giant tree over 200 meters tall appeared before them. This giant tree had only a thick trunk and no branches, with enormous dark green leaves at the top. It looked exactly like the divine tree. This was Uchiha Ming using yin-yang release to awaken the vitality of the severed hand, allowing it to evolve into the form of the divine tree. Looking at the giant tree ahead, Uchiha Ming thought, now it's time to verify my idea. He reached out and placed his hand on the trunk, quickly clearing his mind and entering a tranquil state. In an instant, an endless expanse, like a vast ocean, of natural energy emerged in his perception. Uchiha Ming remained undisturbed, continuously letting go of his mind and continuing to perceive. Time passed, and after a few minutes, he sensed a special energy. This energy was similar to natural energy, but was even more powerful and vast, boundless, like the planet itself. Chapter 266. Another path to strengthening. Then, Uchiha Ming's thoughts flowed, and he focused all his mental energy on the divine tree in front of him, observing it closely. Sure enough, after a while, Uchiha Ming nodded slightly to himself. The divine tree was not only absorbing natural energy, but the energy of the planet itself was also being absorbed by the divine tree. Uchiha Ming referred to this energy, which was similar to natural energy, but of significantly higher quality, as planetary natural energy. No wonder the chakra fruit produced after the divine tree devoured the Otsutsuki was so powerful. It turned out it had absorbed the essence of an entire planet. Uchiha Ming realized. Then he decided to try that energy from the starry sky to see if the divine tree could absorb it. If it could, perhaps it could replace the planet's energy to cultivate the divine tree. Uchiha Ming's thoughts turned. He let go of his mind and directed it towards the boundless sky. This time, Uchiha Ming sensed for a full half hour before he successfully perceived the energy emanating from countless stars in the starry sky. Carefully guiding this powerful energy from the infinite starry sky, he injected it into the body of the divine tree before him. As this special energy surged in, the massive divine tree in front of him trembled slightly, visibly sprouting branches, transforming from a bare trunk into a lush giant tree. The effect of the energy from the starry sky, born from the stars, on the divine tree exceeded Uchiha Ming's expectations. Seeing the changes in the divine tree, everyone present displayed expressions of joy. There was no doubt that Uchiha Ming's attempt had succeeded. Uchiha Ming turned around and looked at the others, joyfully saying, everyone, it worked. What did you do? How did you make the divine tree undergo such a significant change? Uchiha Kei asked curiously. Her body contained a divine tree, so her perception of its changes was the most acute. Uchiha Ming could clearly sense that the divine tree had indeed developed in a short time. Not only was Uchiha Kei curious, but everyone present was equally curious. They all knew what a divine tree was. If it grew naturally, it would take a long time to bear fruit. It's a type of energy similar to natural energy, Uchiha Ming explained. A kind of energy similar to natural energy? Tsunade and the others appeared surprised. They had been able to enter sage mode, but had not sensed anything unusual. Similar to natural energy? What is it? The fifth Hokage, Senju Tobirama, asked in confusion. He was well aware of natural energy, as his elder brother, Senju Hashirama, was very proficient in sage mode. As his disciple, Senju Tobirama had also done some research on natural energy. It should be said that this type of energy is also natural energy, just at a higher level. Uchiha Ming explained. Uchiha Akira looked at Uchiha Ming with great interest and said, "Tell me more." Uchiha Ming looked at the people present and said, "We are not yet clear about the source of the natural energy we can currently use, but it should be related to the planet and the life forms on it." Tsunade, Uchiha Akira, and others who had mastered Sage Mode nodded slightly. They indeed felt this way. However, the natural energy we use cannot be equated with the energy of the planet itself. Just as the life forms in the ninja world possess chakra, the planet itself also has its own chakra. This energy is similar to natural energy, but at a higher level. Uchiha Ming explained. The energy of the planet itself? Senju Tobarama became interested in Uchiha Ming's explanation. Indeed, Uchiha Ming nodded and said, "The nutrients required for the divine tree to blossom and bear fruit are natural energy and the energy of the planet itself. It is precisely because natural energy and planetary energy are absorbed almost completely that the planet becomes a star." Tsunade raised her eyebrows and said solemnly, "So what you injected into the divine tree just now was energy from the planet itself?" "No." Uchiha Ming shook his head and countered. "The planet we stand on has its own planetary energy. What about the celestial bodies in the sky?" Hearing Uchiha Ming's words, the people present showed shocked expressions. Tsunade quickly asked, "So, you mean the energy you injected into the divine tree just now came from the celestial bodies in the starry sky?" "That's right." Uchiha Ming nodded and said, "To be precise, it comes from the energy of the stars in the starry sky." Senju Tobarama stroked his chin, his face filled with surprise as he murmured, "I never expected that the planet itself could give rise to something similar to natural energy. I've spent my whole life researching and never discovered such a thing." At this moment, Uchiha Ming said, "Perhaps not only do celestial bodies have their own energy, but the entire universe also possesses its own energy." Senju Tobarama was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, "There is indeed such a possibility. If the universe itself also has something similar to natural energy, then it must be incredibly powerful." As Senju Tobarama spoke, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Natural energy can be combined with spiritual energy and physical energy to produce Sage Art Chakra. Therefore, the energy of the planet itself, the energy of stars, and even the energy of the universe itself might also be able to do similar things. It is foreseeable that if we can use these energies like natural energy, our strength will definitely be enhanced. After all, the reason Sage Mode is powerful is precisely because the level of natural energy is higher than that of pure chakra. Can you apply the energy of the planet itself, or even the energy of stars to yourself? Senju Tobarama looked at Uchiha Ming. "Not yet." Uchiha Ming shook his head and said, "At present, I have only just discovered these two types of energy. I can only guide them and exert influence, but I cannot truly apply them to myself. The energy of the planet and the energy of the stars are inherently at a higher level than natural energy." Uchiha Ming could clearly feel that these two types of energy were much more difficult to control. The ratio of mixing these two types of energy with spiritual and physical energy must be equal at 1:1. To successfully utilize them, further research is needed. Fifth Hokage, we cannot give up on this path. I have a premonition that this path may very well be one of the key roads for us to counter the Otsutsuki. Senju Tobarama looked at Uchiha Ming with a serious expression. "Second generation, I understand. I will push this matter forward with all my strength and strive to develop the brand new chakra mode as soon as possible." Uchiha Ming nodded. This was something he intended to do. To confront the Otsutsuki clan, simply cultivating chakra would be difficult. It was necessary to open up new paths to have any chance of resisting this divine clan. Planting the divine tree and consuming chakra fruits was certainly one path. But it was not an easy one. They, as Earth natives, were not like the Otsutsuki clan, who could freely traverse the cosmos and master the coordinates of many life planets. The current discovery allowed Uchiha Ming to truly see hope in opposing the Otsutsuki clan. Chapter 267. Chakra Fruit. Little Tsunade, have you all learned Sage Mode and are able to sense the kind of energy the fifth Hokage mentioned? With a hopeful attitude, Senju Tobarama looked at Tsunade and the others. "Second Grandpa, we have been paying attention to the fifth Hokage's actions, but we haven't discovered anything." Tsunade shook her head and lamented, "The kind of energy the fifth Hokage spoke of seems to be non-existent, just like before we learned Sage Mode. We couldn't sense natural energy at all. What a pity." Senju Tobarama was not too disappointed. This was something he had anticipated. When his elder brother was extremely proficient in Sage Mode, he also failed to discover the two kinds of energy that Uchiha Ming mentioned. Uchiha Ming clearly could not be lying. The changes in the divine tree were the best proof. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku spoke up. Perhaps Miss Hikari can give it a try. Seeing everyone's gaze turn towards her, Uchiha Fugaku continued. Miss Hikari is the Jinbi Jinchuriki and has a very close relationship with the divine tree. The growth of the divine tree relies on planetary energy. So perhaps Miss Hikari can indirectly sense the existence of that energy. That does make some sense. We can try when we have time. Senju Tobarama nodded in agreement. All right. Uchiha Hikari nodded and said, I'll give it a try when I have time. Now that Uchiha Ming is here, there's no need to rush this matter. This is an unclear path, and for now, the divine tree remains the most important. Senju Tobarama asked, previously, that woman named Otsutsuki Kagaya said she wanted to feed the resurrecting Otsutsuki Ishiki to the divine tree. Why is that? Hearing his words, the others present looked on with curiosity. Uchiha Ming explained, the divine tree needs not only to absorb the energy of the planet to bear chakra fruits, but also to be fed a member of the Otsutsuki clan. Only then can the divine tree produce chakra fruits. What? Is there such a thing? Everyone present was astonished. This situation was too strange. Although the situation was somewhat bizarre, it was indeed the case. Uchiha Ming nodded and continued. Moreover, the stronger the member of the Otsutsuki clan fed to the divine tree, the better the quality of the chakra produced by the divine tree. This is, Tsunade frowned, momentarily at a loss for words. The so-called Otsutsuki clan is truly strange. The relationship between the Ten Tails and them is closer than we imagined. The chakra fruit requires an Otsutsuki as a sacrifice to be born. Senju Tobarama sighed deeply. At this moment, Uchiha Hikari looked at Uchiha Ming and said, since you plan to have the divine tree bear fruit, where do you intend to find a member of the Otsutsuki clan to sacrifice to the divine tree? Or do you mean that the remnants of Otsutsuki Kagaya from before could work? I don't know if the remnants of Otsutsuki Kagaya would work. Uchiha Ming shook his head. So, does this mean there are other members of the Otsutsuki clan on Earth? Uchiha Hikari understood his implication. Indeed. Uchiha Ming nodded and said, there are descendants of Otsutsuki Yumura on the moon. Hinata instantly thought of something and said, is it the group that took Hinata's eyes? But their strength seems quite average. It is them, but their Otsutsuki bloodline is not pure. They can only be considered to have the surname Otsutsuki and not as true Otsutsuki. Uchiha Ming said, so, there are truly pure-blooded Otsutsuki on the moon? Senju Tobarama guessed, but his tone was very certain. Exactly. Uchiha Ming confirmed and said, the Otsutsuki on the moon has given birth to a descendant with a very pure bloodline in recent years, which is basically indistinguishable from the Otsutsuki clan. Senju Tobarama looked at Uchiha Ming curiously. That child has such a pure bloodline? Is he really indistinguishable from a true Otsutsuki? Does he have any special traits? Basically indistinguishable. Uchiha Ming nodded and said, that child was born without eyes, and once he reaches adulthood, he only needs a pair of high-purity Byakugan to immediately awaken the Rinnegan, and his traits are similar to Otsutsuki Kagaya. If that's the case, he indeed has no obvious differences from a pure Otsutsuki. Tsunade nodded. She knew the conditions for awakening the Rinnegan and understood what this meant. This indicated that the Otsutsuki on the moon had a very pure bloodline, and his chakra was the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Ming and hesitated. However, that person is a descendant of Otsutsuki Yumura. It seems too much to do this. Indeed, Otsutsuki Yumura saved this world, and now to sacrifice his descendant to the divine tree seems too excessive. Indeed, doing so is too much. We cannot do this. Senju Tobarama also shook his head. Of course we would not do that. Uchiha Ming shook his head and then reminded, don't forget about the existence of cloning technology. Hearing his words, Tsunade suddenly facepalmed. I actually forgot about this. Cloning technology? Has this technology been completely mastered now? Senju Tobarama was somewhat surprised. Second grandpa, not only cloning technology, but even directional cloning technology has made some progress now. Tsunade said with a smile. That's good. Senju Tobarama nodded and said, if cloning technology has been mastered, then things will be simple. At such a time, there was no room for moral considerations. In the face of the survival of the entire world, such things could be set aside. Uchiha Fugaku asked with some concern, but can the current cloning technology completely replicate the Otsutsuki clan? No need to worry. Before Uchiha Ming could speak, Tsunade said, as long as the Otsutsuki clan is still a flesh and blood being and a normally reproducing organism, then theoretically, cloning technology can replicate them. As a medical biology expert, Tsunade was very confident. It seems that the Otsutsuki clan does not reproduce normally. At this moment, Uchiha Shirsue's weak voice sounded. Hearing his words, Tsunade was immediately stunned and murmured, "It seems that the Otsutsuki clan indeed does not reproduce normally." "What do you mean?" Senju Tobarama asked in confusion. Tsunade tugged at the corners of her mouth and said, "Second Grandpa, the Otsutsuki clan is very peculiar. The Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kagaya, and his brother, Otsutsuki Yumura, were born as a result of the blessings of the people when Otsutsuki Kagaya consumed the chakra fruit and became the goddess of creation. There is such a thing?" Senju Tobarama, who considered himself knowledgeable, was also stunned for quite a while. "So is there a problem with our cloning technology?" Tsunade looked at Uchiha Ming. Uchiha Ming said solemnly, "Rest assured, there is no problem. I can guarantee this matter." Having successfully conducted the Kuroyami ritual, Uchiha Ming was most clear about this. The clone of Otsutsuki Shura is indistinguishable from the original, and the awakening of the Rinnegan is the best proof. Chapter 268. Actions from all sides boom. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, two gigantic divine trees appeared in this vast underground chamber. One of the trees came from Uchiha Ming, while the other came from Uchiha Hikari. Among them, the divine tree released by Uchiha Hikari was the largest, followed by the one released by Uchiha Ming. Having fused with the Ten Tails, Uchiha Ming could naturally manifest the divine tree and release it. The divine tree towered high, almost breaking through the ceiling. Senju Tobarama looked at the three giant trees and said, "The height of this room needs to be increased." Uchiha Ming nodded and replied, "This is not difficult. The village's tasks are clearly defined now, and there are dedicated ninjas for this." Senju Tobarama said with a look of approval, "It seems the village has developed quite well over the years." When he entered Konoha, he had already relaxed his perception and roughly scanned the current state of Konoha. The initial development was indeed quite rapid. Uchiha Ming did not become arrogant. In his view, with Konoha's powerful military strength as a guarantee, the current development results were to be expected. However, planting the divine tree here must be done carefully to avoid being taken advantage of by Kagaya, Otsutsuki, Senju Tobarama reminded. Rest assured, Uchiha Ming nodded. From now on, my main body will remain here. Let the village's higher-ups take care of the work. Just ensure the major issues are handled properly. If not, my shadow clones can manage. Senju Tobarama nodded and said, "For now, improving our strength is the most important. My intuition tells me that the Otsutsuki clan from the starry sky will eventually come." Uchiha Ming agreed. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month went by. During this time, Konoha remained highly vigilant, guarding against Kagaya Otsutsuki's attack. Fortunately, Kagaya did not appear. She seemed to have vanished, completely disappearing from the ninja world. In a certain alternate space of the ninja world, Kagaya Otsutsuki floated out from the space-time rift with a grim expression. During this period, she had been traveling in and out of various alternate time and space, but had not found a suitable vessel for Ishiki Otsutsuki. Kagaya's veins popped out, and her Byakugan's ocular power was unleashed without reservation, allowing her to see the entire alternate space. Below was a massive platform, and in front stood a huge rock wall, inscribed with various patterns, each representing a member of the Otsutsuki clan. Ishiki Kinshiki. Looking at the rock wall ahead, Kagaya murmured to herself, calculating the time. They should be arriving here soon, probably in a few decades. The Otsutsuki clan, once they had consumed chakra fruits or pills refined from chakra fruits, would have extremely long lifespans. After all, under normal circumstances, it took 1,000 years for the divine tree to blossom and bear fruit. Without sufficient lifespan, they would certainly not be able to wait. For them, the scale of time is quite different from that of normal life forms. A few decades would indeed pass quickly for them. Since I can't find Ishiki, having Ishiki and Kinshiki isn't bad either. If I feed them to the divine tree, I believe it can yield high-quality fruits. Kagaya revealed a cold smile. What she feared was not Ishiki and Kinshiki themselves, but the Otsutsuki clan behind them. She was not overly worried about Ishiki. An Ishiki that could not be fully resurrected posed no significant threat to her. Finding a suitable vessel was not easy. Ishiki had not found a suitable vessel for so many years. Kagaya did not believe she would suddenly have good luck in finding one. The advantage belonged to her. Kagaya Otsutsuki, hiding and seeking would eventually lead her to find them. She also did not worry too much about Konoha. The Otsutsuki clan could hide their chakra, making it impossible for anyone to find them if they wanted to stay hidden. The divine tree. Kagaya's thoughts shifted, and a dark space-time vortex appeared. When she reappeared, she was already back in the ninja world. The aura of the divine tree? There's not just one. Suddenly, Kaguya looked towards Konoha. With a thought, a space-time rift appeared, and Kaguya Otsutsuki appeared 10 kilometers outside of Konoha. The divine tree's split body could also be considered a divine tree. With her ocular power, she could easily see the 3 divine trees within Konoha. Are these natives also eyeing the chakra fruits? How ridiculous! Kaguya sneered, not particularly concerned. The birth of chakra fruits was not so easy. It required 1,000 years and a long wait. These short-lived beings of Earth did not have the lifespan to wait for the divine tree to bear fruit. Moreover, merely planting the divine tree would not ensure it bore fruit. A member of the Otsutsuki clan had to be sacrificed to make it blossom and bear fruit. Those two had stolen the powers of her and the Ten Tails, significantly increasing their strength and lifespan, so they needed to be paid more attention to. The figures of Uchiha Ming and Uchiha Hikari appeared in Kaguya's mind. First, let's digest the resurrected sacrifice. It seems this sacrifice has some special abilities. Kaguya thought, activating her technique and disappearing. In a bustling city in the land of fire, in a heavily guarded secret laboratory, Jiraiya held a glass of red wine expressionlessly, constantly swirling it. With 3 hiding places, he had long understood the situation in the ninja world. After clearly losing to Uchiha Ming, he withdrew all his resources from the base in the alternate space and returned to the ninja world. Kaguya, looking at the red wine in his glass, Jiraiya murmured softly. Yes, the information about Kaguya Otsutsuki's resurrection had spread from Konoha, and the entire ninja world knew about it. Damn Kaguya! Jiraiya clenched his remaining left fist, feeling furious. It was Kaguya Otsutsuki's betrayal that had led him to this point. Although angry, Jiraiya had no good solutions. After consuming the high-quality chakra fruit that originally existed in the ninja world, Kaguya's strength became extremely terrifying. At this moment, he could only hide from Kaguya. We must expand the search scale. We must find a suitable vessel. Jiraiya thought, making a decision. Over the years, he had not been idle. In fact, he had secretly controlled many powerful companies and organizations. Originally, he planned to establish a secret organization before taking action. Now, given the urgent situation, he couldn't afford to prepare slowly. He had to do everything possible to find a suitable vessel and resurrect as quickly as possible. In a land of rain, Conan stood in the pouring rain, holding a bouquet of white paper flowers, looking at the 2 graves ahead, letting the rain wash down. The 2 graves were where her 2 close friends, Nagato and Yahiko, were buried. In the end, we still failed Nagato. Conan's face was full of sorrow. Tears mixed with rainwater streaming down her cheeks. Not far away, Jiraiya looked at Conan with deep remorse. Conan, it was my negligence in not paying attention to you all. It was my fault as your teacher. Nagato's body was brought back to Mangekyō by me. Chapter 269. Assure a teacher Jiraiya, this is not your fault. You have your own matters to attend to. Children must eventually leave the protection of their parents. People must grow up. Conan shook her head blankly. Jiraiya fell silent. Even though he had countless words of advice in his heart, they were difficult to express. A long time later, Xiaonan's voice accompanied by the sound of pouring rain echoed. Jiraiya-sensei, I will cooperate with you and Konoha to rectify the rain country. I hope that under Konoha's leadership, the people of the rain country can live a little better. The people of this country have suffered too much. Xiaonan's voice was filled with sadness, making one's heart ache. Jiraiya opened his mouth and finally said seriously, Xiaonan, don't worry, this is the right thing to do. In the pouring rain, Xiaonan and Jiraiya, along with Konoha Zumbu, headed towards the hidden rain village. On the other side, the room where the god tree was located had completed its expansion. The huge room had been connected to the ground, creating a massive building. At this moment, in this enormous room, Uchiha Akira and others were accompanied by 2 children who looked shocked as they gazed at the 3 gigantic god trees. It was none other than Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. I still can't sense anything unusual about Sasuke and Naruto. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. He had not noticed anything abnormal about his younger son. Not long ago, Uchiha Akira had informed him to bring Sasuke over, saying that he had discovered some abnormalities with Sasuke. Without hesitation, Uchiha Fugaku brought his younger son here. On the way, he sensed nothing unusual. After arriving, he found that the 4th Hokage's son, Uzumaki Naruto, had also been called over. What a huge tree! Looking at the 3 giant trees, little Naruto was filled with shock. He ran to Uchiha Akira, tugged at his clothes, and looked up to ask, Uncle Hokage, what kind of tree is this? He was not shy at all and was very familiar. Uncle Hokage. Little Sasuke politely greeted him. Looking at little Sasuke, Uchiha Akira smiled and nodded. He then patted Naruto's head and said, "It's the God Tree." Huh? What is the God Tree? Little Naruto's face was full of confusion. His mind couldn't grasp what Uchiha Akira was saying. Idiot. At this moment, Sasuke's mocking voice came. You can tell from the name, God Tree. This is the tree of the gods. It must have incredible power. Oh, you smug Sasuke, what are you so proud of? I'm just pretending not to know. In an instant, little Naruto exploded in anger. You're an idiot and you won't even admit it. Sasuke sneered. For some reason, he had an inexplicable desire to compete with Naruto, wanting to establish superiority in everything. Wow. Naruto got angry and immediately charged at Sasuke, and the two began to argue. The people present shook their heads at this scene, not intervening. Clearly, this was not the first time such a situation had occurred. What exactly is special about these two? Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Akira with confusion. After he released the Impure World reincarnation technique, he hadn't chosen to return to the Pure Land, and in this situation, he couldn't return at ease. Uchiha Akira did not answer immediately, but looked at Uchiha Hikari and asked, "Can you see anything?" Uchiha Hikari's Crimson Sharingan focused on the two children, and upon hearing Uchiha Akira's words, she shook her head. Clearly, she could not see anything either. I can't see anything special about them, Uchiha Hikari said. Not even the Ten Tails Jinchuriki can see it. The others were surprised. These two children seem really special. Senju Tobirama showed interest. At this moment, Uchiha Akira spoke. There are two very powerful chakras attached to them. Two very powerful chakras attached to them. Uchiha Fugaka's expression grew serious. He carefully observed the two playing around and, despite his sensing, could not detect the chakras that Uchiha Akira mentioned. Will there be any harm? Tsunade asked with concern. No. Uchiha Akira shook his head and said, on the contrary, it will benefit them. There are actually benefits? The others were astonished. Indeed, these two chakras are very powerful and quite concealed. I could only see them thanks to the Rinnegan, Uchiha Akira explained. Hearing his words, everyone present showed realization. The Rinnegan is indeed more powerful than the Sharingan in terms of insight. Do you have any guesses about the chakras on them? Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Akira and asked. No need to guess. Uchiha Akira smiled slightly and said, just ask them directly. Ask them directly? Could it be that these two chakras have consciousness? Senju Tobirama's expression changed slightly. You could say that. Uchiha Akira nodded. What do you plan to do? Are you going to use your Rinnegan to extract those two chakras? Uchiha Hikari asked curiously. Not at all. Uchiha Akira shook his head and said, these two chakras are very beneficial to them. They need to be kept. I'll just use the spirit transformation technique to take a look. Then go see what the situation is. Senju Tobirama nodded. Although not only Uchiha Akira possessed the spirit transformation technique, he was the only one who could find the existence of that special chakra. Accompanied by a flash of white light, Uchiha Akira's spirit entered Uzumaki Naruto's body. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto was completely unaware and continued to play with Sasuke. In a dark, boundless mental world deep within, Uchiha Akira's spirit radiated a hazy white light as it walked step by step towards the unknown. Here, it seemed as if there was no concept of time or space. After walking for a while in this dark mental world, Uchiha Akira suddenly saw a campfire ahead. The firelight spread, and a young man with white bandages on his head, dressed in a white feather robe and looking weathered, sat by the fire. Seemingly sensing someone approaching, the young man turned his body and looked at Uchiha Akira with a slightly dazed expression. Soon, the young man's vacant gaze gradually became lively. Looking at Uchiha Akira, the young man displayed a surprised expression. This is the Sharingan? I didn't expect my brother's descendants to be this powerful. Truly remarkable. The young man continued. My name is Ashura. I am the brother of your ancestor, Indra. I have met my ancestor. Uchiha Akira greeted him with a slightly serious tone. You do resemble your brother, Ashura said peacefully, showing a bright smile. Looking at Uchiha Akira, Ashura asked with curiosity. The outside world has given birth to a strong person like you. It must be developing well now, right? It should be peaceful, right? Uchiha Akira shook his head and said, not at all. Continuous wars, no true peace, internal strife, and external enemies have all emerged, and the world is on the brink of collapse. Ashura's smile vanished, replaced by shock, and he hurriedly asked, what exactly happened? This has to start from when the Sage of Six Paths sealed the Ten Tails and distributed the chakra to the lives of the ninja world. Uchiha Akira began a simple narration. He told Ashura about the history of the ninja world. During the narration, he did not add any subjective opinions, merely stating the objectively occurred history. Chapter 270, Sage of Six Paths, Planetary Devastation. After listening to Uchiha Akira's narration, Ashura appeared dazed, muttering to himself, I was indeed wrong. Perhaps if my brother had come to inherit the ninja sect back then, there might not have been so much turmoil. In fact, I had a similar premonition in my later years, but unfortunately, you and the Sage of Six Paths trusted humanity too much. Uchiha Akira shook his head and said, benevolence is necessary, but power and rules are also necessary. Having only one is not enough. Ashura sighed with regret and said, what a pity. It's a pity that there wasn't more communication with my brother later on. Otherwise, perhaps the world wouldn't have turned out this way. Soon, the naturally optimistic and cheerful Ashura had already moved past his disappointment. He looked at Uchiha Akira and said, it's all right. Everything can be salvaged. With a descendant like you, my brother would surely be very proud if he knew. Uchiha Akira smiled and said, now is not the time to dwell on these things. External enemies are about to arrive, and if we can't deal with them, the ninja world will be destroyed, and peace will just be an illusion. I understand. I will pass all my power to my reincarnator. That way, he will also be able to contribute his strength to fight against those outsiders, Ashura said. Does the ancestor have any solutions regarding Kagaya Otsutsuki? Uchiha Akira asked. Kagaya Otsutsuki's disappearance was a thorn in his heart, and without a solution, he would always feel uneasy. Grandma. Ashura showed a thoughtful expression and said, there's a solution, but I don't know if you can learn it. Uchiha Akira looked surprised and quickly said, please teach me, ancestor. At that moment, Ashura scratched his head and revealed an awkward smile, saying, that technique, I'm not sure how to explain it. It was taught to me by my father. It's called Six Paths, Heavenly Explosion Star. I only mastered half of it. The other half is with my brother. That's all right. I will also go meet with Ancestor Indra later, Uchiha Akira said solemnly. That's good, Ashura nodded, looking at Uchiha Akira and said, extend your hand. Six Paths, Heavenly Explosion Star is a technique without hand seals. The key can only be understood, not conveyed in words. Whether you can learn it depends on yourself. Accompanied by a wave of heat in his right hand, a pale white circular mark appeared in the palm of Uchiha Akira's hand. As the mark appeared, Uchiha Akira felt something new within him. It was not something that could be described in specific language, but rather something indescribable. Uchiha Akira murmured, it's a strange thing. Ha! Ashura laughed heartily and said, it seems I'm not the only one who feels this way. It took me a long time to truly comprehend this move. What a pity, I never got to use it in collaboration with my brother. His face was full of regret as he spoke. And it should be enough. I, as a dead person, should let go of my previous obsessions. As he spoke, a faint white light began to emanate from Ashura's body. Looking at Uchiha Akira, he said, I give all my power to this child. As long as he is willing to train seriously in the future, all this power will be his own. Wait, ancestor. At this moment, Uchiha Akira looked at Ashura and said, it is said that the Sage of Six Paths possesses a very powerful chakra mode. I wonder if the ancestor has mastered it? In the hazy white light, Ashura showed a dazed expression and said, you mean my father's Sage of Six Paths mode? That power can only be bestowed by my father. I haven't mastered it. As he spoke, a look of reminiscence appeared on his face, saying, according to my father's words, even if one wants to receive the bestowal, one must possess an extremely firm and unyielding belief to bear it. That is a realm of power that my father mastered, and it does not belong to the human realm. I apologize. In the end, Ashura showed an apologetic expression, with a flash of white spiritual light. Ashura disappeared before Uchiha Akira. According to Ashura's words, the Sage of Six Paths mode cannot be learned later. Uchiha Akira was somewhat surprised. He could learn Six Paths, Heavenly Explosion Star, yet he couldn't learn the Sage of Six Paths mode. He initially thought he could gain the training method for the Sage of Six Paths mode through Ashura. It seems my previous speculation was wrong. The Sage of Six Paths mode seems to have little to do with the power of the nine-tailed beasts, Uchiha Akira thought. At this moment, he overturned his previous assumptions. He originally believed that the Sage of Six Paths mode was a chakra mode similar to the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, a chakra mode that utilized the power of the tailed beasts, but now it seemed not to be the case. As his thoughts flowed, Uchiha Akira transformed into a beam of white light and disappeared into Naruto's spiritual world, returning to his original body. How is it? What happened? Seeing Uchiha Akira's spiritual body return, Senju Tobarama immediately asked. Uchiha Akira spoke with a hint of a smile. It's our ancestor. Huh? Senju Tobarama was momentarily stunned. Soon, he came back to his senses and said, "Is it really our ancestor? Is it Ashura?" Clearly, he had not been unaware of the history of the Senju clan during this time. "It is indeed Ashura." Uchiha Akira nodded. "Good gracious. This kid is actually our ancestor's chakra reincarnated." Senju Tobarama exclaimed. Originally just a descendant, he was now exponentially more significant. Then what about Sasuke? Uchiha Fugaku's eye twitched, clearly thinking of Sasuke's identity. "Fugaku, you have another ancestor now." Tsunade patted Uchiha Fugaku's shoulder with a hint of schadenfreude, saying, "A true ancestor." "Aye." Uchiha Fugaku raised his head, feeling completely bewildered. Seeing this, Uchiha Akira solemnly said, "It's just chakra reincarnation, not soul reincarnation. The two should not be equated. Naruto and Sasuke are still themselves, not the former Ashura and Indra." Uchiha Fugaku immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that his son hadn't turned into an ancestor. "I will go see Sasuke now." Just as Uchiha Akira's voice fell, the spiritual body merged into Uchiha Sasuke's body. In the pitch-black spiritual world, a fire pit was burning brightly, and beside the fire pit stood a young man who resembled an adult Sasuke. "You're here." As soon as Uchiha Akira arrived, the young man's slightly cold voice sounded. Uchiha Akira was somewhat surprised and said, "Did the ancestor know I was coming?" "I felt Ashura's chakra fluctuating. He has returned to the Pure Land." Indra turned around, his pair of scarlet Sharingan scanning Uchiha Akira. Upon seeing Uchiha Akira's current appearance, his cold face revealed a look of surprise. Chapter 271. The Sage of Earth. "I didn't expect that such an existence could be born among my descendants." Indra was quite surprised. Uchiha Akira's current appearance looked extremely powerful, with that special Sharingan and blue eyes that were not inferior to the Rinnegan. Indra had to admit that this descendant of his had already surpassed him in strength. Then a smile appeared on his face. "After competing with Ashura for so many years, I have always lost to him. Finally, I have one thing that I have won over him. Without the ancestor, there wouldn't be the current me or the current ninja world," Uchiha Akira said. Indra invented the seals, allowing humanity to better utilize chakra power. So Uchiha Akira's words were not an exaggeration. Indra revealed a self-deprecating smile and said, "At the end of the day, I'm just a failure. I just can't accept that my father didn't pass on the ninja teachings to me." Shaking his head, he looked at Uchiha Akira and asked, "Something must have happened in the ninja world now, right? I actually woke up earlier. That fluctuation was too astonishing." In terms of spiritual matters, Indra was indeed stronger than Ashura. Kagaya Otsutsuki has been resurrected, and another Otsutsuki clan has been discovered, Uchiha Akira said. "I see," Indra said in realization. So it really was her who has been resurrected. Clearly, he had already sensed something. "I understand now." Indra sighed and looked at Uchiha Akira. "Extend your hand." To deal with her, aside from the 6 paths, planetary devastation taught to me by my father, there is no other way. "Thank you, ancestors." Uchiha Akira extended his left hand. Accompanied by a chill, a shallow black crescent mark appeared in the palm of his hand. This did not mean he had fully mastered the 6 paths, planetary devastation, but rather that he was qualified to comprehend this technique. "All right, since my brother has let go, it would be too petty of me to hold on," Indra said with a self-deprecating smile, purple light points emanating from his body. Clearly, like Ashura, he had also left behind his power. "I'm leaving. With such an excellent and powerful junior like you, I feel gratified." Finally, Indra smiled at Uchiha Akira and transformed into a purple light, rushing out of this dark world. Outside the ninja world, in the deep, dark starry sky, Ashura's soul, glowing white, quietly gazed at the planet below. Suddenly, he turned to look beside him, where a figure glowing purple had appeared, his brother Indra. "I knew you would come, brother." Ashura looked at Indra, memories of their joyful childhood together surfacing in his heart, a smile appearing on his face. Seeing his brother, Indra also smiled and softly said, "Brother, let us go and meet father in the Pure Land." Ashura slowly nodded, then in a flash of white and purple light, they vanished into the starry sky. In Konoha, those present only felt a flash of white light. Then Uchiha Akira opened his eyes. "How is it? Did you gain anything?" Senju Tobarama was the first to ask, as this was what he cared about. "Yes, and it's significant." Uchiha Akira note that. Senju Tobarama's eyes lit up. "What did you gain?" "I obtained a technique. The sealing technique created by the sage of 6 paths. 6 paths, planetary devastation," Uchiha Akira said. 6 paths, planetary devastation? Senju Tobarama showed a puzzled expression. At this moment, Uchiha Hikari curiously asked, "How is this technique different from Nagato's planetary devastation? It sounds like it has a lineage." "It indeed has a lineage," Uchiha Akira nodded and explained. "Compared to the simple planetary devastation, 6 paths, planetary devastation is more powerful, specifically designed as a strong sealing technique against the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Once hit by this technique, the Ten Tails will be forcibly stripped away. The original Kagaya Otsutsuki was sealed by this technique," Uchiha Akira continued. Hearing his words, the others present showed expressions of realization. "Now you have mastered it?" Senju Tobarama asked curiously. "It's not that simple." Uchiha Akira shook his head and explained, "This technique is different from ordinary ninjutsu. It's very unusual without the concept of hand seals. It doesn't resemble ninjutsu at all. It's more like a dojitsu, such as the Kaleidoscope Sharingan or Rinnegan. That indeed can't be learned in a short time." Upon hearing Uchiha Akira's words, Senju Tobarama completely understood. The so-called 6 paths, planetary devastation, was more like a talent rather than a ninjutsu that could be learned postnatally. Just like the dojitsu that emerges after awakening the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. This technique requires the ultimate yin release and yang release, combining the powers of yin and yang. Those who wish to learn could try to practice yin release and yang release in advance to master these 2 powers, Uchiha Akira said. The powers of yin and yang are not equivalent to yin-yang release. They are related but not the same. The yin and yang powers born from the ultimate yin release and yang release may not be weaker than yin-yang release. "I'm quite interested," Uchiha Hikari spoke up. As the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Hikari also mastered yin-yang release, but had not yet mastered the ultimate yin release and yang release. "Then let us prepare in advance." Uchiha Akira noted. "Is there any progress on utilizing Earth Star energy and stellar energy?" Senju Tobarama asked. The energy from the Earth itself was referred to as Earth Star energy. The energy from stars was called stellar energy. The natural energy they were currently using was termed life natural energy. "We just recently had some clues regarding Earth Star energy, but it will still take a while to successfully utilize it," Uchiha Akira said. Controlling the natural energy from planets and stars was very challenging. Even Uchiha Akira found it difficult to master in such a short time. Time flowed, and soon half a year passed, reaching the middle of the 56th year of Konoha. In that vast and empty room, 3 giant divine trees, each 1,000 meters tall, stood tall. The 3 divine trees were lush with branches and leaves, their foliage a vibrant green, and a massive life force emanated from them. Over the past 6 months, Uchiha Akira had tirelessly drawn in stellar natural energy, causing these 3 divine trees to continuously grow to their current state. On the massive roots, 3 Uchiha Akiras sat cross-legged. One of them opened his eyes and murmured to himself, "Sure enough, I still can't let go of life natural energy." After half a year of exploration, he had finally succeeded in finding a way to utilize Earth Star natural energy. He successfully developed a more powerful Sage Mode. This brand new Sage Mode was much stronger than the previous one, with enhancements in all aspects, including physical techniques and ninjutsu. Chapter 272. Display this brand new Sage Mode. While incredibly powerful, had a high level of difficulty in training. It required the manipulation of 4 types of energy to mix in order to acquire this new Sage power. The energy from the planet itself, the original natural energy, the energy from the ninja's body, and mental energy needed to be mixed in a 1:1:1 ratio to finally yield the new Sage power. Finding the ratio was not difficult. The challenge lay in completely mastering the planetary energy. This was not an easy feat and required a strong level of power to achieve. While this new Sage Mode was powerful, it was still insufficient to elevate one's strength to the level of the 6 paths and was not enough to counter Kagaya Otsutsuki. Uchiha Akira thought. He was not disappointed, as this was merely the energy from the planet itself. There was still the energy from stars to utilize. When he could harness the energy from stars, the Sage Mode would surely reach an even higher level, at which point he would possess the strength to counter Kagaya Otsutsuki. He had a premonition that the Sage Mode infused with stellar energy would be terrifyingly powerful. Uchiha Akira whimsically mused. Since this Sage Mode is developed from the energy of the Earth itself, let us call it Earth Sage Mode. Human Sage, Earth Sage, Heaven Sage. This was Uchiha Akira's naming for the 3 Sage Modes cultivated from different levels of natural energy, compared to the energy from the Earth itself. The energy from stars in the starry sky was not only boundless, but also of higher quality and more difficult to control. Even now, Uchiha Akira could only draw it in but could not control it well. To master and utilize it, to incorporate it into his body and achieve an even more powerful sage mode, was clearly still beyond reach. In a flash, Uchiha Akira vanished and reappeared beside Tsunade and the others, who were attempting to sense earth energy. Sensing Uchiha Akira's arrival, Uchiha Hikari immediately opened his eyes from his state of sensing nature, looking at him curiously. Have you made a breakthrough? Indeed, Uchiha Akira nodded and said, I've managed to cultivate a new sage mode. How is it? Uchiha Hikari's eyes brightened, eagerly asking, how strong is this new sage mode? As soon as he asked, the other people present also turned their attention to Uchiha Akira, curious about this brand new sage mode. Looking at Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Mei smiled slightly and said, extend your hand, and I'll let you feel intuitively. Uchiha Kagami's expression remained unchanged, showing no signs of discomfort as she extended her delicate and pale right hand. Without much hesitation, Uchiha Mei placed his palm against her palm. As his thoughts turned, the newly synthesized sage chakra, centered on the energy of the earth, was transmitted into Uchiha Kagami's body through their hands. This was purely sage chakra, and Uchiha Mei had even deliberately excluded the power of the Ten Tails. Of course, even so, the refined sage chakra he produced would still be stronger than that of ordinary people. This was because his physique had undergone fundamental changes. After merging with the Ten Tails and the Tsutsuki, he was no longer the same as before. In an instant, Uchiha Kagami's expression changed slightly, revealing a look of shock as she murmured, this new chakra is so strong. Visibly, bulges began to appear on her slender, pale arms, writhing and transforming into rock before her eyes. It was evident that even as the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, Uchiha Kagami could not control this brand new sage chakra upon first encountering it. A mere sage chakra, I want to believe it. Uchiha Kagami's crimson Sharingan spun, as she summoned the power of the Ten Tails, which surged forth. Soon, under the power of the Ten Tails, the sage chakra, transmitted by Uchiha, Mei gradually disappeared as she absorbed it. Indeed, very powerful. I look forward to this power being utilized in the future. Uchiha Kagami smiled. Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Mei with curiosity. I'm very curious, Fifth Hokage, if this new sage chakra were to merge with the power of the Ten Tails. How strong would it be? Clearly, what Uchiha Mei had just demonstrated was merely the power of a new sage chakra. My situation may be a bit special. My chakra itself is already a blend of Tsutsuki and the Ten Tails power, far exceeding the strength of an ordinary ninja. So even if others learn this sage mode, they won't be as powerful. Uchiha Mei preemptively warn them. I understand that. Senju Tobirama nodded, saying, but Tsunade and the others are not weak. The power of the Ten Tails is already formidable. If this new chakra is added, their strength will surely reach a new level. They knew Uchiha Mei's current situation. His chakra far surpassed that of ordinary people. The sage chakra synthesized by Uchiha Mei was inherently stronger than that of others. Let me feel the intensity. Uchiha Kagami raised an eyebrow and extended her right hand. The others had no objections. She was the most suitable person present for this task. The Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, possessing what could be called an immortal body, was the most appropriate choice. Be careful, Uchiha Mei reminded. He then placed his hand once again on Uchiha Kagami's palm. In an instant, Uchiha Kagami's expression changed. Her right hand suddenly swelled, visibly turning to stone. The petrification spread quickly across her body. With a decisive sound, Uchiha Kagami did not hesitate to tear off her right arm. With a loud thud, her fully petrified right arm fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It's so powerful. Uchiha Kagami's expression turned grim. This brand new chakra was indeed very strong. Uchiha Mei spoke. This is just the strength of my chakra. It doesn't mean everyone has this level of strength that's unrealistic. Looking at the petrified arm on the ground, Uchiha Kagami silently shook her head, increasingly intrigued by this new sage technique. Having reached her level of power, normal training was no longer useful aside from the divine tree's fruit. Now, this brand new sage technique allowed her to see hope for becoming stronger again. If a normal ninja without the power of the six paths learns this sage technique, how much will they improve? Senju Tobirama asked a critical question. It will definitely be stronger than the previous sage mode, but how much specifically cannot be fixed? It still depends on personal aptitude, Uchiha Mei replied. He was unsure of the exact limits, but was certain it was higher than the previous sage mode. The former Sage mode could elevate 8J Nin's strength to that of a Kage, and even among Kage, it was not weak. According to Uchiha Mei's estimation, the new Sage mode would have a higher amplification, possibly enough to elevate someone to the level of what is called a Super Kage. If a ninja who already had the strength of a Super Kage learned this Sage mode, they might be able to spar with the likes of Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shursui at this time. In summary, the stronger one's power, the less significant the increase would be. Chapter 273. Attempting a trial, Senju Tobarama nodded in understanding. He could comprehend Uchiha Mei's reasoning. At present, Uchiha Mei's personal feelings were difficult to use as a reference. His situation was too special and vastly different from others. How about you? Can any of you sense the energy of the earth itself? Uchiha Mei asked with concern. Hearing his words, the others who were trying to sense it all shook their heads. If it weren't for the fact that this was discovered by the 5th Hokage, I would think this was a scam. We haven't sensed the earth energy you mentioned at all, Tsunade said with a wry smile. It seems that this brand new Sage mode is quite challenging for us. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. This is normal. The difficulty of Sage mode itself is very high. Jiraiya trained for decades and still couldn't team master it well, let alone this even more powerful Sage mode now. Their current progress was entirely within Uchiha Mei's expectations. Do not be anxious about this. Once I have a better grasp of this brand new Sage mode, I can attempt to guide the earth energy into your bodies. Just like we did while training the Sage mode before, Uchiha Mei said. The energy of the earth was too powerful. Currently, Uchiha Mei had not yet truly mastered its use, so he did not plan to take risks. Let me try first, Uchiha Kagami said, stepping forward. During this time, she had completely understood how Tsunade and the others had learned Sage mode. Essentially, it was similar to the Whitesnake Sage, just that Uchiha Mei was more gentle. That's fine, Uchiha Mei nodded and said, Kagami, you are fundamentally different from them as the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. Perhaps you can learn quickly. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Uchiha Mei injected his Sage Chakra into Uchiha Kagami's body. This was to allow her to adapt to the Sage Chakra ahead of time before further guiding the earth energy. As the new Sage Chakra entered her body, bulges appeared on Uchiha Kagami's graceful figure, looking extraordinarily strange and terrifying. Fortunately, she was indeed the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails with great strength. The amount of Sage Chakra Uchiha Mei infused wasn't large, and Uchiha Kagami ultimately endured it without turning to stone. After a while, the bulges on Uchiha Kagami's body disappeared, and she returned to her original form. Uchiha Kagami opened her eyes and said softly, "It is indeed very difficult to control." She then looked at Uchiha Mei and said, "Come on, let me truly try to see how strong the energy of the planet itself is." Uchiha Mei nodded, then walked behind her and placed his right hand on her back. Focusing his mind, Uchiha Mei began to draw the energy of the planet beneath his feet and inject a small amount into Uchiha Kagami's body. Crack in an instant, a sound of shattering emerged, and Uchiha Meidong's pupils shrank. She saw that Uchiha Hikari's back had suddenly turned to stone, with cracks appearing. As the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails, Uchiha Hikari's clothes were made of the 10 Tails chakra. Therefore, at this moment, even her clothes had turned into stone. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Meidong immediately stopped infusing earth energy. If this continued, even though she was the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails, she would inevitably be petrified. At that time, it was very likely that she would truly die. Others heard the commotion and immediately flashed to Uchiha Meidong's side, looking at Uchiha Hikari's back with astonishment. Such powerful energy. Uchiha Hikari's voice came, filled with shock. As her voice sounded, the petrified back visibly began to restore to its original state. She slowly raised her right hand, and a brilliant red chakra sphere appeared in her palm, which was unmistakably a Rasengan, although the chakra sphere was not large, only the size of a fist. The fluctuations it emitted made everyone present gasp. Clearly, this was a Rasengan that Uchiha Hikari had created using the Sage Chakra she had just synthesized. The red hue did not come from a change in the nature of the chakra, but rather the colors synthesized by Uchiha Hikari. Such a terrifying Rasengan? Tsunade showed a shocked expression. This energy density, this quality, Senju Tobarama sensed it carefully, filled with astonishment. Not beneath the 4th Hokage's Rasen Shuriken, Uchiha Fugaku's expression turned serious. At this moment, they truly felt the power of the new Sage mode. This power is really impressive. Uchiha Hikari's lips curled up, revealing a breathtaking smile, and said, "I am even more looking forward to achieving the Sage mode based on stellar energy." As her voice fell, Uchiha Hikari pushed with her right hand, and the crimson Rasengan immediately flew out, remaining steadfast in midair. Boom! In an instant, a crimson energy storm spread, creating an energy whirlwind that tousled the hair of everyone present. After a moment, the wind calmed down, and Uchiha Hikari closed her eyes to sense. The others did not disturb her, quietly waiting. About 10 minutes later, Uchiha Hikari opened her eyes, a look of disappointment on her face. She slowly shook her head, saying, "I still couldn't sense the energy of the planet itself." "Don't worry, it's normal not to succeed in sensing it the first time." Uchiha Meitong comforted her. His situation is special. He could easily sense it because of the ritual of the ghostly seed technique. The ritual attracted a large amount of planetary energy and stellar energy, and his body was conceived within these two types of energy. Therefore, he could easily sense them. He was naturally close to these energies. This is the reasoning, but I still want to master this energy quickly. There is even more powerful stellar energy to come, which will surely be more difficult. Who knows how long it will take to master it? Saying this, Uchiha Hikari shook her head. Such matters cannot be rushed. Uchiha Meitong shook his head. Practicing the Sage Mode is a very dangerous thing. Many ninjas have died in this endeavor. This new Sage Mode is even more powerful, but also more dangerous. Even if Uchiha Hikari is the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, nearly immortal, she still needs to be cautious. Let's take this slowly. At this time, Senju Tobarama spoke, changing the subject, saying, "The clone of Otsutsuki Kagaya in the laboratory has been prepared. It's time to feed it to the God Tree." Over this time, Senju Tobarama had been immersed in the laboratory every day. As a reanimated body, he could not train to become stronger, so he only helped with research in the lab. Then let's bring it over and see if Otsutsuki Kagaya meets the requirements of the God Tree. Uchiha Meitong nodded. Seeing Uchiha Meitong nod, Senju Tobarama's figure disappeared. In a few blinks, Senju Tobarama reappeared, accompanied by 3 beds, each with a clone of Otsutsuki Kagaya that looked exactly like an adult. Grabbing one of the clones, Uchiha Meitong flew to the smallest God Tree. As if sensing something, the God Tree trembled, and its enormous roots began to writhe. Rumble as the God Tree's roots writhed. The entire room shook. Visibly, as the God Tree moved, a terrifying giant mouth manifested at its base. The massive mouth opened and closed continuously, with sharp fangs and glistening saliva flowing. Chapter 274, Feeding the God Tree. Clearly, the God Tree responded to the clone of Otsutsuki Kagaya. From the God Tree's reaction, it certainly expressed a desire to feed. Seeing this scene, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. They were not afraid of anything else, just afraid that the God Tree would be indifferent. If that were the case, it would mean that Otsutsuki Kagaya did not meet the requirements. At that point, they would have to find a way to deal with Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Ishiki. Other than that, they would have to find a way to locate the corpses of Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to losing a path to becoming stronger. Looking at the gaping, terrifying mouth and the writhing God Tree eager to transform into the Ten Tails form, Uchiha Meitong gently tossed the Otsutsuki Kagaya clone into that massive mouth. With a crunching sound, the writhing God Tree suddenly quieted. The roots that had extended into the ground reinserted themselves, returning to their tree form. Clearly, after devouring an Otsutsuki, the God Tree returned to calm. To verify if the God Tree was satisfied, Uchiha Meitong brought another clone of Otsutsuki Kagaya and placed in front. This time, the God Tree remained as quiet as before, showing no signs of movement. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Meitong did not feel at ease. His thoughts shifted, and a space-time vortex appeared. A slightly transparent container emerged from the space-time vortex, containing a small part of Otsutsuki Kagaya's body. Looking at the still, quiet God Tree, Uchiha Meitong finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was truly convinced that the clone of Otsutsuki Kagaya could also meet the God Tree's requirements. Sacrificing the clone of Otsutsuki Kagaya could also allow the God Tree to bear fruit. Of course, the quality of the chakra fruit would definitely not compare to sacrificing the likes of Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Ishiki, or even the likes of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Moreover, whether their God Tree could be equivalent to the original God Tree was still uncertain. However, this was ultimately the difference between having and not having. As long as it could bear fruit, it would surely grant powerful strength. In the future, with great power, they could capture them, and high-quality chakra fruits would be available. Subsequently, Uchiha Meitong brought the remains of Otsutsuki Kagaya to another God Tree. The previous god tree was transformed from the ten tails within Uchiha Akira, while this god tree was transformed from the severed hand of the ten tails. As soon as he arrived, this god tree immediately reacted, just like the previous one, pulling its roots buried underground, writhing continuously, and opening a terrifying mouth. Seeing this scene, not only did Uchiha Meitong show a look of surprise, but the others present were also a bit shocked. Senju Tobarama stroked his chin and muttered to himself, just a remnant of a body, and it can also bear fruit? This is interesting. Accompanied by a crunching sound, the remains of Otsutsuki Kagaya were devoured by the god tree. After consuming the remains of Otsutsuki Kagaya, the god tree in front of them fell silent once again. Looking at the god tree, Uchiha Meitong's heart stirred as he reached out toward one of the Otsutsuki clones. The universal pull activated, and the clone immediately flew over. As the Otsutsuki Kagaya clone approached, the god tree began to writhe again, and that familiar, terrifying mouth reappeared. Clearly, Otsutsuki Kagaya's incomplete form cannot satisfy it. Is that not possible? What a pity. Senju Tobarama shook his head. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Akira slowly nodded and muttered to himself. As expected, an incomplete body won't do. If a partial form were truly sufficient, Otsutsuki Kagaya could have simply harmed herself and fed her separated body to the god tree, without needing to use other Otsutsuki to nourish it. As the clone of Otsutsuki Shurin was devoured, the god tree finally settled down. Afterwards, Uchiha Akira followed suit and fed the last clone to the god tree. Once everything quieted down, Uchiha Akira returned to the group. He looked at Senju Tobarama and asked, "Second Hokage, how is the research on Otsutsuki Kagaya going?" Senju Tobarama shook his head and said, "Otsutsuki Kagaya is completely different from Otsutsuki Shurin. They are entirely distinct and don't resemble one another as if they belong to the same clan. Kagaya is more akin to the Ten Tails, while Shurin and the incomplete Ishiki are somewhat similar." As Senju Tobarama spoke, a look of confusion appeared on his face. He couldn't understand why there was such a significant gap between members of the same Otsutsuki clan. How is the cloning progress for Kagaya? Uchiha Akira continued to ask. Not possible, completely impossible. Senju Tobarama shook his head and said, "Kagaya's situation is too strange. Our current technology cannot replicate it." Uchiha Akira speculated. Perhaps it's because she has consumed the chakra fruit of earth and fused with the Ten Tails. Cloning her would be equivalent to simultaneously cloning members of the Otsutsuki clan, the Ten Tails, and the power of that chakra fruit from earth. Senju Tobarama stroked his chin and slowly nodded, saying, "There is indeed that possibility." Uchiha Akira then asked, "What about the god tree?" Senju Tobarama shook his head and said, "The god tree is also quite peculiar. It feels stranger than the bodies of the Otsutsuki clan. Logically, the Ten Tails should merely be a tool of the Otsutsuki clan, or even just something they created for training, so it shouldn't be more complex than the Otsutsuki themselves." As he spoke, he showed a look of doubt. The Ten Tails may not necessarily be a training tool created by the Otsutsuki clan. We know too little about both the Ten Tails and the Otsutsuki. Uchiha Akira shook his head, not agreeing with Senju Tobarama's speculation. What a pity. If only we could capture a member of the Otsutsuki clan alive. Senju Tobarama said with great regret. Looking at the three god trees that had settled down, Uchiha Akira spoke. There will be opportunities in the future. That day may not be too far away. I hope so. Senju Tobarama sighed. Do our god tree and the one summoned by Nagato have any fundamental differences? Uchiha Akira asked the most concerning question. When Nagato used the god tree's technique to summon the god tree on the battlefield, it inevitably suffered damage during the battle, and they naturally collected the remnants. Senju Tobarama replied, "From a biological perspective, there is no difference. As for other deeper aspects, I can't study them for now." Uchiha Akira nodded and said, "Regardless, this is good news." Senju Tobarama nodded and then asked, "Speaking of which, Fifth Hokage, do you know how long it takes for this god tree to bear fruit? Even with me focusing on stellar energy day and night, it will still take over a decade, right?" As he spoke, Uchiha Akira shook his head and said helplessly, "Relying solely on human effort to draw in stellar energy is still insufficient. Although I can use shadow clones to draw in stellar energy, it ultimately isn't a long-term solution. Using shadow clones comes at a cost. Even he cannot exempt himself from it. 10 days, half a month, or even half a year is bearable, but if it's too long, the cost of using shadow clones will be unbearable for him as well." Chapter 275. Senju Tobarama's reminder at this moment. Senju Tobarama asked, "Have you thought about the method of the three great summoning beast sanctuaries? The method of the 3 great summoning beast sanctuaries? Uchiha Akira was taken aback, quickly understanding Senju Tobarama's meaning. The 3 great summoning beast sanctuaries are places rich in natural energy, with both natural and artificial contributions. The so-called artificial contributions are naturally the work of the 3 great sages, who used various means to draw in natural energy, making the natural energy in the 3 great summoning beast sanctuaries even more abundant. Second Hokage, you reminded me. I hadn't thought of that before. Uchiha Akira smiled. It's just a slip. That's very normal. Senju Tobarama shook his head, not taking it to heart. This matter still requires Lady Tsunade's assistance, Uchiha Akira said. If you need anything from Tsunade, just say it. Senju Tobarama understood Uchiha Akira's meaning. Tsunade is the contract holder of the Wet Bone Forest and has a good relationship with the Great Sage of the Slugs. She can definitely ask her to assist in inquiring how the sage draws in natural energy on a large scale. Such matters can be learned by analogy. How can my own research compare to standing on the shoulders of giants? Tsunade, who had already begun to meditate and attempt to sense Earth's energy, opened her eyes and looked at Uchiha Akira. Do you need something from me? Please summon the Great Sage of the Slugs. I have some questions to ask her. Uchiha Akira said. Don't make it too big. A small clone will suffice, Senju Tobarama reminded. Although he was unclear about what the two wanted to do, Tsunade did not hesitate and immediately summoned a slug clone about 3 meters long. Having met the sage, Uchiha Akira greeted first. The 5th Hokage is too polite. The slug's gentle voice came out. The next moment, the slug, having released its perception, exclaimed in disbelief, This is the God Tree. 5th Hokage. Lady Tsunade, what are you trying to do? Tsunade crossed her arms and said sternly, 5th Hokage, you explain it to the sage yourself. I still need to train. The matter is like this. Sage, Uchiha Akira looked at the slug clone and patiently began to explain. I see. In addition to the planet's own energy, there is actually stellar energy present. After a while, the slug finally responded with a dawning realization. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Akira showed a surprised expression and asked, Does the sage also know about Earth energy? Of course I do. Not only do I know, but the Whitesnake Sage and the Great Toad Sage also know and can utilize it, the slug explained. Uchiha Akira looked enlightened. No wonder the sages of the 3 great summoning beast sanctuaries are so powerful. At this moment, the slug continued. It's not that we are unwilling to teach this more advanced sage mode, but rather that human lifespans are too short. Ordinary people cannot cultivate it. This more advanced sage mode requires one to attain the true permanent sage mode state, gaining a long lifespan before gradually mastering it. The slug sage continued. Uchiha Akira nodded, indicating understanding. In fact, it is already remarkable that the 3 great sanctuaries are willing to teach human sage modes. They're not humans themselves. There's no need to delve too deeply into such matters. If the sage can teach me the method of gathering natural energy and earth energy, I will promptly teach the sage once I master the use of stellar energy, Uchiha Akira said. Of course, that's fine. The slug naturally had no objections. No one would begrudge themselves becoming stronger. Moreover, the emergence of stellar energy piqued her curiosity. For 1,000 years, her state of mind had long been calm, but now it finally rippled once more. Curiosity that had disappeared years ago surged back again. However, according to your description, the energy of the star is much stronger than that of the Earth itself, so my method may not be effective, said the slug. Uchiha May nodded to indicate understanding and said, That's not a problem. I'm just using it as a reference. I understand. The slug subtly nodded and then said, Please summon me again in an hour, Lord 5th Hokage. I will go back and prepare. With that, there was a bang, and the slug disappeared in a puff of smoke. An hour later, accompanied by a puff of smoke, a 3-meter slug appeared. She was carrying a gigantic scroll that was as tall as a person. 5th Hokage, the detailed methods are in the scroll. I hope it will be useful to you. The slug said. Uchiha May thanked her earnestly. Thank you, sage. I hope you can defeat the Tsutsuki from the starry sky. We so-called sages definitely cannot, the slug said, a hint of sorrow appearing in her tone when she mentioned the Tsutsuki. The final victory must belong to the life on our earth. Uchiha May said firmly. Looking at the 3 trees that were identical to those in his memory, the slug whispered, Maybe you can really do it. As her voice fell, a puff of smoke emerged, and the slug sage had disappeared. At this moment, Senju Tobarama had already opened the scroll and was browsing through it carefully. Seeing the dense patterns and the sparse, textual descriptions on the scroll, Senju Tobarama felt overwhelmed. It was obvious that this was an extremely powerful sealing technique pattern. Sealing techniques were something Senju Tobarama, was not very adept at, even though he was skilled in sealing techniques compared to others. He was not as proficient as his elder brother and sister-in-law. It turned out to be a sealing technique based on chakra extracted from the brand new Sage Mode. After browsing for a while, Senju Tobarama shook his head and said, "I am powerless." After saying that, he turned to Uchiha Mei and said, "Fifth Hokage, it seems that only you can solve this matter." As he spoke, he turned his gaze back to the scroll and continued. According to the sealing barrier technique in the scroll, to draw the energy of the stars on a large scale, it seems that you must be proficient in using that energy as the core of the Sage Mode. Looking at the content of the scroll, Uchiha Mei slowly nodded and said, "Now it seems that it is indeed possible, just as the second Hokage said. Drawing energy from the earth is definitely not feasible. That would be akin to slow suicide. If the Earth's energy is depleted, we Earth's life forms will also come to an end. We cannot do that. Without mastering the Sage Mode based on stellar energy, there is no need to even attempt it. The essence of the sealing technique is just that. If the Sage Mode, using natural energy as the core, is used, then natural energy can be drawn in. If Earth energy is used as the core, the energy drawn in is Earth star energy. Therefore, without mastering the Sage Mode based on stellar energy, it is indeed of no testing value." Chapter 276. Cuckoo occupying the magpie's nest. Fifth Hokage. Your burden is heavier now. Senju Tobarama shook his head, even feeling somewhat relieved that he was in a reanimated state. If he had been this busy back then, he would have died even earlier. I could still hold on. Uchiha Mei shook his head. His physique was no longer human. This level of fatigue was nothing. As long as he could develop the Sage Mode based on stellar energy, the subsequent matters would be simple. Uchiha Mei said, "That is true." Senju Tobarama nodded. Now everything has entered the right track, just waiting for the final Sage Mode to be developed. At that time, once this latest Sage Mode is pushed out, as long as a few people can learn it, they will have confidence. The Tsutsuki Kagaya and that Zetsu seem to have vanished. It is indeed worrisome. Speaking of this matter, Senju Tobarama could not help but feel anxious. These two have always been thorns in his heart. As long as the Tsutsuki Kagaya and Tsutsuki Ishiki are not eliminated, he will find it hard to return to the Pure Land in peace. There is no other way. Uchiha Mei shook his head and said, "The Tsutsuki clan has the ability to hide their chakra. They are determined to hide, and we simply cannot discover them. Have you tried using the new Sage Mode for perception?" Senju Tobarama asked. Uchiha Mei nodded and said, "I have tried. The new Sage Mode cannot perceive their existence either." "That's a pity," Senju Tobarama said, somewhat disappointedly. On the other side, in a city of the ninja world, Tsutsuki Kagaya emerged from a space-time rift, her expression cold. Half a year had passed, and she had completely digested the resurrected sacrifice Uchiha Obito. Now she was truly, fully resurrected. Ishiki really knows how to hide. Tsutsuki Kagaya's face was icy. During this time, Ishiki had completely vanished, leaving no trace. "Humph," Tsutsuki Kagaya snorted coldly and muttered to herself. Over the years, Ishiki's strength has not changed, but his ability to hide has improved significantly. After digesting Uchiha Obito, Kagaya learned about Ishiki's information. That was something Uchiha Obito had seen with his own eyes. It could not be false. If she could not find Ishiki, she would have to take the risk and go to Konoha. Tsutsuki Kagaya's face had veins bulging, and her powerful Byakugan could directly see the situation in Konoha. Suddenly, she let out a surprised sound, muttering, "Is the location of the divine technique covered by a barrier?" Although the Byakugan's ability is powerful, there are indeed many ways in the ninja world to shield the Byakugan sight. "No." Kagaya quickly shook her head, thinking that Hokage must be using divine techniques to set traps and ambushes, just waiting for me to come knocking. With this thought, Tsutsuki Kagaya dismissed the idea of ambushing Konoha. That place, besides Uchiha Mei, also had Uchiha Kagami, who could pose a problem for her. As long as she could not defeat her instantly, Uchiha Mei would appear. And with the space-time abilities of Senju Tobarama, he would definitely bring those few people. And at that time, she would inevitably be in a passive position. No matter what, it's better to plant the divine tree first. With a thought, Tsutsuki Kagaya activated the dark space-time rift and was engulfed by it. When she reappeared, she had already arrived at the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water. The Land of Water, Hidden Mist Village, is naturally far from the center of the ninja world and is covered in mist all year round, making it the best place to plant the divine tree. Smack! In the hazy mist, The crisp sound of clapping echoed as a gigantic divine tree erupted from Tsutsuki Kagaya's body, plunging into the ground. Boom! The rumbling sounds continued as the giant divine tree's roots twisted and spread out. The roots forked, binding one mist ninja after another, and white cloth fell, hanging them on the giant roots, resembling cocoons. Ah! What is this? Not good, that thing from half a year ago has come out again. In the boundless mist, screams echoed. The mist ninjas began to use ninjutsu to resist, launching attacks against the divine tree. Water surged, torrents gushed, submerging the divine tree's roots. However, it was of no use. The divine tree's roots were incredibly sturdy, and they could even absorb chakra and ninjutsu. The water formed from chakra was directly devoured, and along with the user, they were bound and hung up. Water release, great waterfall technique. At the edge of the hidden mist village, a young man wearing a jonin vest and having a shark-like face clasped his hands together and opened his mouth to unleash a torrent. The torrent surged, forming a massive lake, watching the dense, swarming roots of trees behind him. The young man with a shark face let out a low growl and quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Water release, great shark bullet technique. A massive, unimaginably large, shark-shaped water bullet shot out, charging towards the dense roots of the trees behind him with terrifying force. Boom! A violent rumble echoed, causing the vast forest outside the hidden mist village to shake uncontrollably, and the lake formed by the ninja techniques trembled as well. Thick mist rolled like towering tsunamis, creating a grand spectacle. What on earth is this? The young man with the shark face looked at the roots of the trees, pierced by his great shark bullet, a look of disbelief on his face. The hidden mist village is finished. The young man listened to the continuous screams coming from the village and forced a bitter smile. Swish! A white cloth fell, immediately wrapping him up and finally suspending him on a giant tree root. On the other side, a beautiful female ninja with long reddish-brown hair, dressed in a blue dress, was fleeing towards outside the village. Behind her, numerous tree roots were also relentlessly pursuing her. Damn! Terumi Mei's beautiful face was filled with panic. These trees were undoubtedly a nightmare for her. No human could forget what happened 6 months ago. The situation back then was so similar to now. Dissolution release, dissolving monster technique. As the roots were about to reach her, Terumi Mei completed the hand seals with both hands, opened her mouth, and spewed forth a torrent of highly corrosive acidic liquid, directing it towards the pursuing tree roots. Hiss sounds continuously rang out as the roots were corroded and melted by the strong acid. After all, Terumi Mei's technique was a bloodline limit, making it more powerful than a simple water release. Boiling release, skillful mist technique. Seeing this scene, Terumi Mei did not hesitate and opened her mouth to spray again. The high-temperature boiling mist, imbued with powerful acidity, surged forth, quickly covering an area of dozens of meters, forming a dense acid mist. In an instant, all the tree roots softened and were almost entirely corroded away. However, before she could catch her breath, the ground shook and countless densely packed, terrifying tree roots burst from the earth, surging towards Terumi Mei like numerous tentacles. Ha ha ha! Seeing this scene, Terumi Mei let out a desperate, dazed laugh, allowing the countless roots to come at her. As time passed, the screams from a vast hidden mist village gradually quieted, falling completely into silence. Kagaya Otsutsuki stood in the sky above the hidden mist village, her Byakugan quietly observing the scene below, her face showing no signs of emotion. Chapter 277. Celestial Mode. This village cannot simply vanish, otherwise the Hokage from the Leaf Village will definitely notice something amiss. Kagaya Otsutsuki thought to herself, her chakra surging and merging into the divine tree. The next moment, numerous white zetsu appeared on the massive roots of the divine tree. In the original work, Uchiha Akira was able to use the power of the tailed beast to create tens of thousands of white zetsu. For Kagaya Otsutsuki, this was an easy task. After landing, these white zetsu took a few steps forward and immediately transformed into the appearance of hidden mist village ninjas. Their speech, actions, and expressions were indistinguishable from those of the hidden mist village ninjas and villagers. From numerous ordinary villagers to ninjas, whether they were genin or jonin. Even the Mizukage was perfectly replicated. The reason she could achieve this was that the white zetsu had an extremely powerful mimicking ability. Additionally, the memories of these hidden mist ninjas had already been read by Kagaya's technique, making it easy for the white zetsu to imitate them. First, let the divine tree absorb some natural energy. Once I capture a certain technique, the divine tree can enter a rapid growth phase, Kagaya Otsutsuki thought. As a rumbling sound echoed, the gigantic divine tree slowly sank into the ground, leaving only a massive flower bud exposed above the surface. On the other side, in a hidden laboratory in the land of Fire's capital, the one-armed Jigen swirled the red wine glass in his hand. Sure enough, finding a vessel that can contain Kagaya Otsutsuki is not so easy. Jigen sighed inwardly. Half a year had passed, and he had used all his power to search for a suitable vessel. However, after testing, he had not found a true vessel capable of containing Kagaya Otsutsuki. Well, in this situation, I can only imitate those natives and seal the 10 tails within my body. Having only one arm impacts me greatly. Jigen felt a sense of helplessness. For the proud Kagaya, imitating the practices of the natives was beneath him. But now the situation was dire. Having lost an arm, his combat power had seriously declined. If luck ran out and he was discovered by Kagaya, it would be over. As his thoughts churned, Jigen passed through several large doors and arrived at a spacious underground chamber. Here, a 10 tails in its first form stood quietly. This 10 tails was also gigantic. Although it was not as large as Kagaya's, the difference was not significant. It was still a massive creature. Looking at this 10 tails, Jigen spoke softly. 10 tails, my little treasure, let us merge for a brief moment. Then, with his remaining hand, Jigen spread his fingers towards the 10 tails. Having lived on Earth for so long, Jigen had naturally studied ninjutsu and was familiar with sealing techniques. However, as a vessel for Kagaya Otsutsuki, he did not need the 6 paths 10 tails sealing technique to become a 10 tails Jinchuriki. Boom! The massive chamber trembled continuously as the 10 tails transformed into a torrent of chakra and entered Jigen's body. After 2 breaths, the 10 tails disappeared. Looking at his newly grown arm, a smile appeared on Jigen's face as he murmured, "Sure enough, after absorbing this little treasure, I have gained an exceptionally powerful immortality." It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it is an immortal body. His appearance had not changed. He had merely regrown the arm he had lost. Moreover, his strength had significantly increased, and the upper limit of this body had been raised, allowing him to carry more power. Even entering the second stage would be more sustainable. Clenching his fists, Jigen nodded slowly. He was very satisfied with his current state. His strength had finally increased after a long time. Kagaya Otsutsuki. A cold light flickered in Jigen's eyes. The Leaf Village. As days passed, several years quickly went by, arriving at the 60th year of the Leaf Village. It was still that spacious room. Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Kagami, Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shursui, and Hinata Hanabi looked nervously at Uchiha Akira, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Today, Uchiha Akira planned to officially complete the Sage Mode based on stellar energy. This Sage Mode was what he referred to as Celestial Mode. For the past few years, he had been just a step away from success, and today he was going to take that crucial final step. A light tremor occurred, and an invisible airflow spread from Uchiha Akira. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, bright glimmers of light began to emanate from Uchiha Akira. These glimmers were like tiny stars. Although small, they were incredibly bright. As these glimmers appeared, the expressions of the people present changed, their vigilance towards Uchiha Akira increasing. They could clearly sense the immense power contained within those glimmers. If any one of those glimmers were to explode, the entire Leaf Village would be wiped out. The glimmers surged and intertwined, and in just a few blinks, Uchiha Akira was adorned with a blazing white chakra robe. This chakra robe was entirely bright white, with 9 red, blazing suns imprinted on the high collar, and the wide sleeves also bore the red suns, while a massive swirling sun was emblazoned on his back. The glowing intertwines, brilliance continually surging and interweaving, ultimately transforming into 9 fist-sized spheres, red and dark, floating beside Uchiha Ming. Looking at the dark spheres hovering next to Uchiha Ming, Senju Tobarama was taken aback and muttered to himself, "What is that? Is it a similar object to the truth-seeking ball? Or is it a culmination of fire attribute energy?" "No, it's not fire attribute energy." The voice of Uchiha Kagaya came, her gaze fixed on Uchiha Ming, saying, "Stellar energy comes from stars, but it has no attributes, just like natural energy. That thing should be a similar object to the truth-seeking ball. I can feel that the energy within is extremely terrifying, not inferior to the truth-seeking ball." In the end, she made her judgment. No one at the scene refuted her judgment. After all, she was just one step away from mastering the Earth Immortal Mode, and she had already sensed stellar energy. The undying nature of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki had provided her with great convenience in her cultivation. At that moment, Uchiha Ming opened his eyes. As he did, everyone present felt a blazing white light flash by. "How does it feel?" Uchiha Kagaya asked eagerly. "Very good, unprecedentedly good," Uchiha Ming said, a smile appearing on his face. At that moment, he felt an unprecedentedly powerful force surging within his body, a power so strong it was intoxicating. This power was so immense that even the strength of the Ten Tails could not compare. Looking at the expectant gazes of the crowd, Uchiha Ming smiled slightly and said, "The latest Sage Mode is stronger than the power of the Ten Tails. I mean the pure, celestial, immortal mode." Uchiha Ming added, "Really?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow, sizing up Uchiha Ming. After a few glances, she said, "You do look impressive in your current state. But to say it's stronger than the power of the Ten Tails, that is not necessarily the case." Uchiha Ming shook his head and said, "I am very clear about the power of the Ten Tails, which is why I dare to say such things." Looking at the others, he said, "Anyone present who can master this celestial immortal mode will have strength comparable to that of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki." Chapter 278, Startled by Kagaya. With a thought, the black-red spheres behind Uchiha Ming floated into his hand. He said, "This is a similar object to the truth-seeking ball, but is a highly condensed form of stellar energy. If one cannot master the energy of the stars, a normal person would die just from touching it. After mastering it, I want to see what the difference is between this and the six-path power of the Ten Tails." Tsunade stroked her chin, believing Uchiha Ming's words. Compared to the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, what are the advantages and disadvantages of this celestial immortal mode? Senju Tobarama asked curiously. In terms of immortality and recovery ability, the power of the Ten Tails is definitely stronger, but in other aspects, the enhancements are not at all weaker than the six paths power of the Ten Tails. It may even be stronger, Uchiha Ming said. Senju Tobarama nodded, a look of joy on his face, saying, "In that case, it is indeed a comprehensive enhancement of the Sage Mode. It's just a pity that the difficulty of learning it is too great." As he spoke, he showed a look of regret. For years past, and Uchiha Ming was only able to create it. Moreover, the previous Earth Immortal Mode had not even been mastered by the Ten Tails Jinchuriki Uchiha Kagaya. Tsunade and the others had only just sensed the stellar energy, far from being able to use it proficiently. To truly master the Earth Immortal Mode, it would take several more years at least. As for this Celestial Immortal Mode, Senju Tobarama felt that without 20 years, they would not be able to grasp it. If it was this difficult for them to cultivate with such strength, there was no need to mention others. The possibility of promotion was almost non-existent. Can Kagaya Otsutsuki and Kagaya Senju sense it? Senju Tobarama asked his most concerning question. Uchiha Ming shook his head and said, "Although this celestial immortal mode has powerful sensing abilities, it still cannot sense their existence. They really know how to hide." Senju Tobarama said helplessly, "This celestial immortal mode has become so powerful that it has refreshed his understanding of sage modes, yet it still cannot detect the two of them. The abilities of the Otsutsuki clan are not that simple." Uchiha Ming shook his head. The Otsutsuki clan, after all, has beings that once became true gods. It's not that simple. At present, the one who truly gives him a headache in the ninja world is still the unknown Otsutsuki Shurji. Uchiha Ming did not know the current state of this Otsutsuki. Whether he has already ascended to a higher dimension after becoming a god, or is quietly hiding in the dark, he does not know. However, he knows that Otsutsuki Shurji's strength must be incredibly formidable, as evidenced by the various divine techniques that appeared from the artificial humans created from his cells. Divine techniques. At this moment, Uchiha Ming is also in the dark. If he had to describe it, he would think that this thing is more appropriately called innate divine abilities. Speaking of this, the unique ocular techniques of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyō Sharingan and Rinnegan also have a hint of divine technique flavor, especially the unique ocular techniques of the Rinnegan. Of course, the ocular techniques of the Mangekyō are generally not comparable to divine techniques unless they are certain exceptionally extraordinary ocular techniques. Just then, suddenly, Uchiha Ming's eyes narrowed, and an extremely powerful chakra erupted from his body, violently pressing toward the right. That place had at some point cracked open a dark space-time rift. A tall, pale figure floated out from within like a piece of paper. It was Kagaya Otsutsuki. Looking at Kagaya Otsutsuki who appeared, Uchiha Ming revealed a cold smile. "Kagaya, your timing is truly unfortunate." Coincidentally, Uchiha Ming is currently in the state of celestial immortal mode. in Celestial Immortal mode. Uchiha Ming had just mastered it and could not yet use it perfectly. Under normal circumstances, Uchiha Ming would need some time to prepare to enter Celestial Immortal mode. Kaguya Otsutsuki saw Uchiha Ming's current appearance, and the veins on her face bulged, showing a look of shock. That is, this chakra. Kaguya Otsutsuki felt a sudden chill. An indescribable sense of crisis surged in her heart. This time she came over. She originally thought it would be a surprise attack to reclaim the God Tree. However, she found that her luck seemed to be very bad, running head-on into Uchiha Ming and the others. Her Byakugan was blocked by the barrier and could not see the situation here at all. Now, Uchiha Ming's state is very strange. Having lived for thousands of years, having destroyed more than one life planet, and having seen various powers, she had never seen a similar existence. That appearance, that chakra, is it derived from the native powers of this planet? Sage mode. Kaguya Otsutsuki thought. Whoosh! Suddenly, before her thoughts could settle, a golden light flashed right in front of her. Moving in extreme speed that even she could not react to, Uchiha Ming's hand flickered with dark golden lightning, instantly engulfing the upper half of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Bang! With a muffled sound, a cloud of white smoke appeared, and Kaguya Otsutsuki's figure disappeared into the smoke. Shadow clone? Seeing this scene, Uchiha Ming was greatly surprised. This proud Otsutsuki clan actually started using ninjutsu. Shadow clone? Not only was Uchiha Ming greatly surprised, but even the others present were stunned, especially Senju Tobarama. This ninjutsu was created by him and eventually spread throughout the ninja world. The shadow clone technique has truly achieved the ability to confuse the real with the fake, and no one can discern whether the one standing in front is the body or a clone. No matter how strong, even the Otsutsuki clan cannot see the difference. Therefore, Uchiha Akira naturally couldn't have discovered it just now. He truly reaped what he sowed. Senju Tobarama smiled wryly. The boomerang he had thrown out decades ago had unexpectedly come back to hit him at this moment, which made him sigh at the unpredictability of life. Who would have thought that the mighty Otsutsuki would also use ninjutsu? Uchiha Akira shook his head. The stronger the power, the stronger the shadow clone. And the same goes for its resilience. It can even utilize the abilities of the main body. It's still uncertain whether Otsutsuki Kaguya's shadow clone was sent by the main body or if it came through the door on its own. However, what is certain is that the Otsutsuki Kaguya who began to use ninjutsu would be very difficult to deal with. In the hidden mist village, Otsutsuki Kaguya's expression changed slightly, revealing a look of lingering fear as she murmured, "It's good that I was cautious and sent a shadow clone. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous just now." That person's strength has become so strong. Previously, after digesting Uchiha Madara, Otsutsuki Kaguya gained all of his abilities, which naturally included ninjutsu. The shadow clone technique is one ninjutsu that she values highly. This ninjutsu is simply a perfect match for her. Introduction. Traveling to the world of Naruto. Becoming a member of the Uchiha clan during the Third Shinobi World War. Looking at Kakashi, who had fainted on the battlefield. Uchiha Akira realized that this might be his only chance in this life to possess the Mangekyō Sharingan. "Sorry, Kakashi, but I need to borrow this first."